This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Who is this woman? She eliminated the young master of Jinkalai Logistics? Is this the fastest ending match? So reckless. Have I ever seen a real-life, hand-to-hand, capitalist-tearing scenario? The first truly civilian-friendly player since the introduction of the civilian team-building mechanism in the Auric Mecha League. Lin Zhao casually flipped through the league posts on StarNet. They were mostly discussing herself. But there wasn't anything new to discover. She tightened her heavy backpack around her shoulders. The two enormous bags swung with her movements, making her seem even smaller. She looked toward the enclosed training ground. From the outside, it looked brand new and magnificent. This was her first time seeing such a place up close. The sound of running footsteps approached. A young student in uniform ran toward her. Is this Lin Zhao? Sorry, I'm late. The student's voice was barely affected by the running. I'm Qingyu, a student at Xiyao Military Academy, and a mecha pilot participating in this competition. The student named Qingyu couldn't help but look Lin Zhao up and down, a little curious. There was probably no one else on the entire Zero Boundary Star carrying so many bags like her. Let me help you carry them. He was enthusiastic, grabbing the two large bags, and was secretly surprised. He could feel the weight, but this unknown civilian didn't react at all. No offense, but we need to check your carry-on luggage when we go in. What's in here? Some daily necessities and tools, Lin Zhao answered truthfully. The backpack contains a mecha. Huh? Qingyu tilted his head to look. It felt like he'd seen this kind of antique in a textbook on the history of science and technology. A predecessor of the space folding device. While it could hold large objects in a relatively small space, it was still far behind the necklace-sized storage devices of today. Being able to use this thing was, in a way, quite impressive. That shouldn't be a problem. Although it's an inspection, it won't be particularly strict. Qingyu didn't say much else, simply explaining the simple rules of the training ground. Aside from not being able to leave this gate and visit other military academy training areas, you're pretty free inside. Instructors and students alike can follow their own pace. He paused, then spoke a little sheepishly. Speaking of which, we were supposed to all come and pick you up, but everyone's busy. Sorry. It's okay. As long as you can get in. Lin Zhao didn't care at all. Should I still meet your instructors? The instructors are in a meeting, so we students will be the ones to receive you. Qingyu said half the story and left the other half. The meeting was real, but the content was all about her. Chu Su, the youngest son of Jinkalai Logistics, one of the school's suppliers, was eliminated, which was different from the original plan. The formalities didn't pan out, and then Lin Zhao showed up midway. No one likes connections. Especially in a military academy that values strength. But the higher-ups don't just ignore it for the sake of fun. Every year, the people who come in have some strength, and it can also show the level of mecha promotion of each party, so everyone just watches the fun and turns a blind eye. No one knew where this year's Lin Zhao had come from. For the Xia Military Academy, which prioritized tournament points, this presented a highly uncertain variable. Have you taken your mental strength test? Qingyu asked, changing the subject. No, I haven't done a proper test. Last time, I stole a machine, but it broke halfway through the test. Then, we get a full set. Qingyu grew increasingly nervous as they talked. A blank slate had truly arrived. He took Lin Zhao to the Xia Military Academy's indoor practice room and said, "Wait here for a moment. I go get some help. It might take an hour for them to gather. Let me know if you need anything." Lin Zhao was forthright. "Can you give me a few mecha books?" "Sure. What kind do you want?" "Mecha engineering design, introductory construction, will do." "Okay." Qingyu's heart sank a little, but he still politely selected 2 textbooks for her from the terminal on his wrist, which were not for public use. Before leaving, he cast a deep glance at Lin Zhao's back, who was absorbed in her study. Lin Zhao was so engrossed in her reading that she didn't notice the scrutinizing gaze behind her. This was her first time reading a detailed professional book. The major military academies and the Mechanical Alliance maintained an absurdly strict monopoly on mecha technology. It was essentially only accessible to the wealthy. After that, even on the underground black market, it was difficult to find truly reliable ones. She took the mecha out of her bag and compared it to the standard dimensions in the book. It seemed slightly smaller than a light mecha. But there was nothing she could do. This was a shoddy mecha she had assembled from scrap metal, and the necessary materials were incredibly hard to come by. She opened another bag, spread her tools across the floor, and began dismantling the mecha. She disassembled the frame, armor, drive power, propulsion, control, sensor, weapon, defense, and adaptive modules quickly and completely, placing each piece on the floor according to its proper location. Military Academy textbooks were indeed much more scientific and comprehensive than the non-combat mecha tutorials available. As she watched, 5 people entered the training room. Before she knew it, she had already been tinkering for an hour. She stood up and met their direct gaze head-on. "Hello, I'm Wayne, leader of the Xia main team this time, a third-year student in the individual combat department." The leading young student extended his hand, very friendly. "Hello," Lin Jiao replied calmly. "This is Shen Jiming, a sophomore in the command department." Wayne continued, introducing Yu Meching Yu, a first-year in mecha engineering. "These two are my juniors in the same major, Su Imo and Cheng Wujiu." "Yes, I saw them on the League live stream." "What are you doing?" Wayne was still drawn to the scattered parts. "Can you repair mechas?" "Mechanical repair, no restrictions." "Garbage disposal, welcome to invest?" Shen Jiming read out the 2 most prominent slogans on the robotic arm. "Are you advertising?" "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have come." "Very sincere, I like it." The female soldier explained in admiration. "But it's a bit ugly." The other male soldier muttered. "What kind of advertising?" "I don't care. I only care about your ability." Shen Jiming didn't want to dwell on the point. He got straight to the point. "To be honest, I don't dislike this civilian team-up system. I'm actually looking forward to it. After all, real combat won't always be prepared according to our pace. There will always be surprises." Cheng Yu frantically tried to get Shen Jiming to stop talking, but it was no use. He continued, "Although you eliminated the pre-selected candidate, you might not be able to adapt to our rhythm working with the cadets. I hope you can get along well with us over the next few days. Of course, I won't hold you back." Lin Jiao didn't take it personally. Being blunt upfront is the most effective way to communicate. "Then, let's start with a video review of your fight with Chu Su. Let's analyze it together." Although Wayne was the team leader, he didn't stop Shen Jiming from speaking bluntly. He was observing Lin Jiao. The results seemed quite good. He projected a 3D playback, and the 6 of them gathered around the 2 mechas from that day to examine them closely. The others, of course, saw the issues with the mecha's specifications, but the sheer amount of parts on the floor made it clear that Lin Jiao had little access to better resources. Chu Su piloted a medium-sized mech, typically the all-round force in the formation. Clearly aware of his advantage against the light mechs, he chose to suppress them with firepower from the outset. It must be said that he was indeed wealthy. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to throw micro-missiles like rice. Military academy training didn't encourage such behavior, but this was a civilian competition, so Su Imo, also a single soldier in a medium-sized mech, simply rolled his eyes and passed on. Lin Jiao piloting, let's call it a micromech, continued to dodge with remarkable agility. Is he trying to use up ammunition or? Cheng Yu asked unconsciously, but before he could finish, Lin Jiao made another move. Chu Su had no patience for watching his opponent hop around like a mosquito. Just as he was about to switch his arms, Lin Jiao suddenly appeared behind him, pressing his knee against the back of the mech's neck and locking both mechanical arms with a magnetic lance, effectively pulling them down. Beautiful close quarters tactics. Su Imo and Cheng Wujiu both gasped. That's brutal. How high is Chu Su's sensory feedback? Won't she faint from the pain? It shouldn't hurt. Cheng Yu stared at the video intently. The spot where she's pressing her knee against the neural chain is the neural chain. Senior, can you zoom in on that spot? The video had already finished playing while they were talking. After removing the arm, Lin Jiao struck the mech's skeleton, instantly bringing Chu Su to her knees. 6 minutes and 27 seconds, 6 of which were spent dodging attacks, Shen Jiming commented leisurely, his eyes brimming with unconcealable excitement. Upon hearing Cheng Yu's request, Wayne immediately reviewed the details. As expected, Lin Jiao's mech had been modified, and there was a slight bulge at her knee. The jammer is well placed. Cheng Yu praised. Lin Jiao herself was watching intently. Shen Jiming asked her, "You're so quick, why did you wait so long before attacking?" The weapon switching speeds vary. I had to find the right moment to remove the arm in one fell swoop. I also had to observe whether the joints on his skeleton were regular. How did you know what he was going to switch to next? Lin Jiao pointed to Chu Su's robotic upper arm in the video. The elbow flexed. The movement there clearly indicates a switch to plasma beam sniping. And I've seen his videos, he loves using it. Who did you learn your mecha from? Cheng Yu's expression was stunned for a moment. He assumed anyone watching mecha introductory tutorials would be a complete beginner. But in actual combat, Lin Zhao's understanding of mechas and combat prowess were exceptional, even for a military academy. I'm self-taught. I've been looking for books here and there. Wayne suddenly cleared his throat. Although they were alone in the room, he unconsciously lowered his voice. Tell me the truth. Have you ever participated in an underground competition? I won't tell anyone. A few pairs of ears nearby approached with excitement. Yes. They have more prizes. Lin Zhao was matter-of-fact. That's right. Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried about a clueless, troublesome person, but he turned out to be not only capable, but also easy to get along with. Shen Jiming tapped his knee intermittently, his gaze fixed on Lin Zhao. Qing, you said you don't know your own mental power level. How did you choose your mecha and materials? Chapter 2. Everyone's attention returned to Lin Zhao. Mental power and mecha level are closely related. Low-level mental power cannot control high-level mechas. Even if they are of the same level, the materials and details of the mecha's manufacturing will be limited. Lin Zhao said she didn't know her own mental power, so how did she make the mecha? She understood mechas, so it was impossible for her not to know this. Lin Zhao calmly replied, I know myself and I know mechas, so it's like a puzzle. It's difficult for those who have studied professionally, and those who have gone their own way to learn. I understand your doubts. This answer made people feel a little angry. Chung Yu, knowing Shen Jiming, immediately and tactfully interrupted. Why don't we test our mental and physical strength first? Everyone selected must report their levels publicly. That's right. The others also played dumb, trying to cover the delicate atmosphere. Lin Zhao glanced at the mecha parts on the ground and left with them. Here, they shouldn't be stolen. The machine here that measured mental power was different from anything she had seen before. The headband she used before was very simple, like a wide pair of headphones with some exposed chips. The one before her looked like a delicate helmet, its structure and patterns invisible from the outside. Stand on this platform and put on the tester, Wayne explained. Then concentrate. If you find it difficult, focus on a single point and imagine applying force to it. This machine can measure your neural activity and perception. Lin Zhao did as she was told. Since she already knew how to operate the mecha, she wasn't going to act like a headless chicken. With a fleeting thought, the A-level symbol appeared on the dashboard. She then took another stamina test, finding it slightly worse, barely above an A. Not bad. I heard civilians selected from other military academies are also. Wayne was speaking when, with a sudden, impulsive movement, he helped Lin Zhao, who was swaying and nearly falling from the platform. What's going on? Lin Zhao's vision went dark, but she quickly recovered, regaining her balance. It's okay, just a little anemic. You're anemic and don't know how to replenish your nutrients? Shen Jiming handed over a bottle of nutrient solution, somewhat annoyed. Thank you. Lin Zhao didn't hesitate and drank it all in one gulp. True to form, unlike her cheap stuff, her energy level was noticeably improved. I originally brought nutrient solution, but someone dropped it on the way here. Dropped the nutrient solution? I'm not trying to waste food. That Chusu sent someone to block me, but accidentally damaged the nutrient solution. What a pity. The others were stunned. This kid. Chung Wujiu recognized him, and rolled his eyes in disdain. So, where are they? Chung Yu asked. I tied them to the stabilizing beams below the road on both sides. The roads on Zero Boundary Star are complex, with 50% of them suspended in the air, supported by various beams and pillars. But no one would notice that place, everyone walked with their heads down or drove quickly past. They exchanged glances, and Chung Wujiu immediately understood. Contact someone to handle the situation. Chu Su had initiated the incident, and Lin Zhao had reasonably avoided the issue. But after all, this was Zero Boundary Star, and at a time like this when the entire galaxy was watching, it was best for them to keep a low profile. Then, let's rest up for today. It's almost dinner time anyway. Wayne stepped in to smooth things over. Suemo, take her back to the dorms first. We meet in the cafeteria later. As soon as the man left, several boys looked at the display on the tester. She only has an A? Chung Wujiu asked a common question. Both her combat reflexes in the video, and her understanding of mechas were unlike those of an average A rank. Perhaps, her physical fitness isn't keeping up, holding her back. Or perhaps she's at a bottleneck, waiting to be broken through. Wayne analyzed, then looked at Shen Jiming. What do you think? Have you seen her terminal? Shen Jiming asked. What? It's the latest model, costing tens of thousands of star coins. But look at the other stuff she's carrying. It's antiques no one wants even if you pay them. The mecha's specifications are right, and the materials are cheap. Xingyu didn't think that was a problem. Maybe she just happened to have some money and had the opportunity to upgrade. Besides, she's here for advertising anyway. If she's successful, she might even earn some money and upgrade her equipment bit by bit. Shen Jiming didn't comment, just saying it. It's not bad, actually. At least, it looks better than the ones from the other military academies. Let's talk about that during formal training. Watch your mouth, don't make too many comments. Didn't you write enough in your self-criticism just now? Wayne was, after all, a senior and the team leader. He was a serious man to begin with, but the younger students he was leading this time were a bit unruly. The teacher had repeatedly warned him to keep these troublemakers in check. Shen Jiming had arrived late because he'd been locked in the office and forced to write a self-criticism as punishment, but he was still clearly unconvinced. But we won the last game and are first in points. My strategy was fine. Theoretically, it's fine, but it's too risky. The league isn't the end game. You're the commander, you have to. Okay, let's go to the maintenance room first. Shen Jiming interrupted his chanting and nudged Chengyu to smooth things over. Chengyu, fix our mechs again. I think the sensitivity is still a little off. Yes, senior. Chengyu agreed, not really wanting to listen to this long-winded rant. When they emerged from the maintenance room, they headed straight for the cafeteria. Su Imo and Lin Zhao were already there. However, there were a few annoying guys sitting nearby, grinning arrogantly. They were from the Asta Military Academy and the 3rd Star Ring Mobile Military Academy, along with 2 unfamiliar faces, presumably their civilian competitors. In the closed training grounds, no student dared to start a fight. At most, they might be a bit rude, but Shen Jiming would never suffer such a loss. As he leaned over, he heard Lin Zhao say, "Garbage Planet isn't very well informed. I only heard about it after I started working here. The people at Shio Military Academy are relatively normal, so I chose to compete here." The table suddenly fell silent. The person across from her scoffed, "Are you saying we're abnormal? Does the fact that the people at Shio Military Academy are normal mean you're abnormal? You? Talking so happily to our new team member?" Shen Jiming grabbed hold of the person, who was about to stand. "Just eat your food. Talking while you eat can make you choke." The person had barely uttered a syllable when Shen Jiming turned back and shouted, "Teacher Jean, you're coming to eat too." Everyone at the table lowered their heads obediently, their back teeth nearly bitten through. Teacher Jean was the supervisory instructor sent by the league, always appearing and disappearing at the training grounds. He nodded at Shen Jiming, saying nothing, but standing at the doorway chatting with the other teachers. Su Imo took advantage of this opportunity to drag Lin Zhao away from the crowd and sit with the Shio Military Academy staff. So annoying. She grumbled in disgust before even sitting down. "What are you talking about?" Chengyu asked. "Who would get so angry right after meeting someone? We didn't do anything to him." Lin Zhao interrupted, "Who is he?" "Yu Qingya, Asta's Mecha pilot, always looks down on everyone, like he's got a cramp." Chengyu didn't like him either. "Is he that good?" He reached SSS rank right after entering the academy in his freshman year. He's the first Mecha pilot in his class to reach that level. Lin Zhao glanced at this outstanding student as they ate. Curly hair, thin lips, remember. Okay, stop studying him. Wayne didn't want to get involved in the cricket people's private activities. Tomorrow is the first day of formal group training. No other activities are planned tonight. Get some rest. Lin Zhao raised his hand. "Can I borrow some more Mecha books? You're anemic, and you're not getting enough sleep." Shen Jiming didn't want to agree. "You'll be fine once you've eaten enough." "Forget it." Wayne tapped the terminal and granted Lin Zhao some permissions. "You can look up my books, but I can't give you everything the military academy has." "That's enough, thank you. Though, you're quite impressive." Su Imo suddenly sighed. "Your Mecha assembly speed rivals Qingyu's. Has education outside the military reached that level now?" Several men looked up. "I worked in mines and parts foundries. The assembly line is great for sharpening your hands," Lin Zhao replied. "Aw, really? Practice really makes perfect." Chengyu blushed. In truth, he didn't really know what a foundry did. He mostly worked with rare semi-finished products or parts, rarely learning about them from the source. And a garbage planet. Hardly a place suitable for human survival, yet someone like her could still emerge. If she had been born on a normal planet and received a normal education, she'd probably have been a sought-after talent by all the major military academies. The table across from her still cast a few sticky glances, but Lin Zhao and the others didn't respond. Back in the dorm, it would be quiet. Lin Zhao ate a hearty meal. She wouldn't have been willing to buy such fresh ingredients outside, so she just stock up on cheap nutrient solution, just enough to survive. On the way back to the dorm, Su-Imo seized the opportunity and put his arm around Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't shy away, just let her hold her. "We be together tonight. I finally have a roommate. I always been assigned to a separate room since I joined the league. But I want to read for a while before bed." "No problem. I'm not an early riser either. I also taken Mecha mechanics. If you have any questions, just ask me." "Okay, thank you." That said, but the night was still very quiet. Lin Xiao had no questions at all, and Sumo could only scroll through the Star Network League forum board. A look inside the Shio Military Academy civilian player. She turned out to be such a person. Shocking. Insider reveals Lin Xiao's heroic half-life. Su-Imo opened each one, but they were all automatically generated articles. They were all filled with the word outrageous, fabricating all sorts of stories about Lin Xiao's past. "Lin Xiao, I have a question for you. No offense, just curiosity." "Go ahead. Do you know that this part of the league is basically filled with people inserted by sponsors or wealthy individuals?" "Yes." "Then aren't you afraid they get angry? Just like Chusu did today." Lin Xiao had just finished reading 3 chapters, and, seeing that time was almost up, closed the terminal. "If I can't beat him, I run away. If I can, I reason with him. Besides, if many people find out, I have a chance to make money. No matter how you look at it, the profit is greater than the loss." "Alright." Lin Xiao stood up, stretched his shoulders and neck, and took off his coat. Su-Imo glanced over, stunned for a moment. Lin Xiao's shoulders and back were covered with old scars of various sizes, as well as large, bruised areas. Chapter 3. For the first time in my life, I woke up feeling refreshed. Lin Xiao attributed this feeling to the nutrient solution Shin Jiming had given me yesterday, and the meal in the cafeteria. To put it simply, the 4th game of the Auric League will be in 7 days, the only one featuring only the main team. We're already halfway through the season, and we're currently 4 points ahead of the 2nd place 3rd Star Ring Mobile Military Academy, ranking 1st. Shin Jiming led the way, and suddenly the other 3 people burst into enthusiastic applause. Lin Xiao didn't understand why, but she also clapped twice politely. Wayne was speechless, and motioned for them to be quiet. The winning condition in the team competition is to successfully transport the fuel reserves to the designated area. However, the points are low, and there are no equipment rewards. First place only gets 2 points, second place 1 point, and the remaining teams get no bonus points. If no one in the first or second place teams is eliminated, they will receive an additional point. There are 5 of us. This is my 2nd time participating. Shin Jiming, Chung Wujio, and Su-Imo are first time, and Qingyu is a first-year student, and this is also his first time being selected. The map of Zero Boundary Star is a transportation hub, so it has the greatest restrictions on heavy mechas, followed by medium mechas. Shin Jiming continued. Although Wayne was leading the team, he was still the commander in battle, and when he was serious, he was quite reliable. We need to redesign our formation based on the terrain characteristics. Today, he looked at Lin Xiao. We don't have much time, so I explain our common tactics to you, and then we go directly into the simulation chamber for actual combat. We determine your position based on the situation. No problem. There's no dragging your feet here. Lin Xiao quickly integrated. Although she had never been exposed to this tactical knowledge, she accepted it quickly. After reviewing the video and hearing a live explanation, some seemingly confusing operations became clearer. I have a question. She honestly raised her hand. Tell me, are there any restrictions or regulations regarding personal safety and mech integrity during competitions? Wayne pondered for a moment, his expression darkening. League play is also a form of actual combat. Students die on the field. Almost every year. Sometimes, when students get angry, they really do kill without mercy. Mechs are even more challenging. Mech operators are very busy. So, can they be dismantled? That's the point. Wayne assumed she was worried about the danger, but after hearing the question, he felt something was amiss. Where did you get this combat habit? Dismantling an opponent's mech isn't a very efficient move during combat. Well, Qingyu seriously considered the feasibility. Theoretically, it's possible. It's suitable for someone like Chu Su, who only hoards equipment, but has average skills. But if it's against a trained soldier, why don't we try it first? The other 2 soldiers were oblivious to the talk, and were already eager to enter the simulator. Su-Imo put his arm around Lin Xiao's neck. Use your mental power to connect your brain and computer, and your mech data will be copied to the virtual world exactly as it was. Of course, the data will be destroyed once, so there's no need to worry about privacy. Today, let's try out a few scenarios, experiencing both insect beast and mech combat. Have you ever encountered an insect beast? Lin Zhao nodded. I avoided it. Sure. I'm experienced. After everyone was in place, Shen Jiming helped Lin Zhao put on the simulator gear and gave him one final instruction. Whether it's simulation or actual combat, as the commander, I'd be connecting to your mental power, so in a moment. What's that feeling? Lin Zhao suddenly asked. Shen Jiming remained silent, just staring at her. A voice suddenly entered Lin Zhao's mind that didn't belong there. She froze instantly, her arm slightly raised, then, as if bound by invisible bandages, she couldn't move. Shen Jiming noticed the slight movement and smiled. Why, you still want to hit me? No, I'm just a little uncomfortable. Lin Zhao tried to relax. Can anyone else do it? That's a commanding ability. I can either transmit the message directly to your head or send it to the terminal as text. Okay, let's get started. Wayne assembled his equipment and activated them. The scene before Lin Zhao blurred for a moment, then immediately shifted to a state of floating space. She was already inside her mech. Both her vision and her perception were indistinguishable from real space. She briefly operated the mech, her movements smooth and effortless. Okay, stop wasting fuel and focus on the front, Shen Jiming reminded her through the mental link. Lin Zhao looked up. He was just to her left, in front of her, and the others were already in position. It was the vanguard interspersed formation I just described, with the heavy and medium tanks leading the charge, while the commander and mecha pilot remained in the middle and rear to provide support and command. This entire formation was suitable for attacking or capturing points. She, the free agent, was at the rear. A beam of light suddenly pierced the formation, and everyone dodged it. Facing forward again, points of light rapidly grew larger, like burning stars. The red line on the cabin's display screen rapidly expanded, almost covering the entire space ahead. Heavy defense, everyone else, get out of the way. Shen Jiming's voice echoed. It's a stealth warship, with a wide coverage area. Break through quickly. Were they to outmaneuver with weapons, they would have to risk a close combat, taking them down piece by piece. Everyone except Lin Zhao responded quickly. Lin Zhao temporarily followed Cheng Wujiu's light mech and joined the jamming team. During the battle, no one explained their actions much. Even if they were all fake, everyone remained on high alert. Lin Zhao roughly guessed that Wayne's heavy mech would be responsible for attracting fire and clearing the way. Sumo's medium mech would assist Wayne. The command and light mechs would provide fire jamming and covering, and Qingyu, equipped with unconventional equipment, would be the key. Although Wayne was piloting a heavy mech, he still nimbly moved between the beams, his thrusters blazing white, and the missiles he launched accurately hit the target's shields. The universe seemed to freeze, and the warship flickered briefly. Deploy cover. Shen Jiming gave another order. Suemo attacked, while Chengyu concealed his movements, weaving through the burning space debris, steadily approaching the warship. Shen Jiming stared at the screen. It wasn't a complex simulation, but he had to keep a close eye on Lin Zhao. At first, she was very obedient and well-behaved. But after he gave her third command, Lin Zhao suddenly moved forward quickly, heading in the same direction as Chengyu, but to the other side of the warship. That was the warship's turret. Curious, he informed Chengyu. If the goal was to destroy the enemy's weapons, it would be more convenient to directly destroy the core power source. Getting in close combat wasn't cost-effective. Chengyu slid along the warship's belly, avoiding the lock-on zone and leaping beneath the propulsion section. He quickly locked onto the main propulsion shaft. Target located, commenced blasting. The moment he installed the destructive device, energy lines flickered on his screen, and the system suddenly sounded a warning. The enemy ship had begun counterattacks. A warship of this size naturally had its own defenses, which he couldn't avoid in a short period of time. He could only rely on his quick hands to lock onto the most valuable vital parts. Mentally calculating the charge time of conventional energy cannons, Chengyu only loaded 2 and quickly withdrew. After reaching a safe distance, there was no unexpected attack. Instead, a dazzling light erupted from the other side. The blast he had deployed immediately occurred, and the massive warship slowly stopped. The simulation ended. Chengyu removed his brain computer, wanting to ask Lin Zhao what she had just done, but found Shen Jiming already standing in front of her. Lin Zhao was holding her face with both hands, slapping it twice mercilessly. It's numb. The physical sensations in the simulator are the same as in real life. Who told you to get so close and destroy the turret? Shen Jiming didn't hold back, but he still gave her a bottle of nutrient solution. You were able to dismantle the turret in such a short time? Wayne asked. From his angle, he couldn't quite see what Lin Xiao did. No, I blocked the energy cannon. Cooling system? Qingyu reacted immediately. Energy cannons aren't like physical ammunition. The invisible energy flow can't be blocked. And the high-frequency output of energy cannons generates incredible amounts of heat, requiring efficient cooling. Yes, Lin Xiao admitted. Blocking the cooling channel can easily overheat and explode before firing. But why don't you just destroy the railgun and kinetic cannon? Wouldn't that be easier? If the energy cannon can't fire, the inner wall will melt. If there's a problem with the energy collection point, the oxygen supply to that area will also be cut off. I was going to get out of the pot again, but the aftermath blew me away. Lin Xiao flexed her fingers. Her fingertips were still numb. Combat awareness and mechanical knowledge, all good, Wayne commented. But it's all theory, not much practical experience. That's already excellent. Suemo hadn't seen anything either. When she had some free time, she'd definitely pull up the video and review it. Then take a break. We continue later. Shin Jiming sat down on the floor and began checking something on the terminal. Qingyu dragged Lin Xiao along, asking for more details. The two of them chatted intently over blueprints and textbooks, oblivious to the world around them. Shin Jiming glanced over there from time to time. He didn't quite agree with Wayne's assessment of practical experience. Lin Xiao said her subsequent goal was oxygen, essentially the air pressure within the entire warship. Whether forcing the warship to shed its hold or severing its lifeline in actual combat, both strategies aimed at leaving the enemy no chance of survival. A true academic theorist would be like Qingyu, who focused on incapacitating the enemy, not leaving them all dead. Should I say she was ruthless? Or was there something else going on? Why don't you just come to our school? Shin Jiming was lost in his thoughts when Qingyu's words suddenly brought him back to reality. That's right. After we win this round, apply to Shio Military Academy. They definitely accept you. Suemo joined in the commotion. I haven't thought about it. I just want to promote mechanical maintenance and get some work. Lin Xiao was sincere, no words of politeness. But wouldn't it be better to have a military academy background? I'm short on money, and want to earn some quickly. It'd take at least 5 years to finish school and graduate. The 5 people present had never encountered truly poor people, and after hearing Lin Xiao's words, they didn't know how to start. Only Wayne stood up. Actually, military academy does pay. It's not much, but it averages 22,000 star coins per month. Different majors offer different salaries and scholarships. Right. Come to Mecha Engineering, you make 50,000 a month. Chengyu hurriedly offered. Lin Xiao had to admit, she was a little tempted. Going to school and getting money would directly make up for her 2 major shortcomings. But then again, I heard that military academy tuition is very expensive. But what are you going to use the money for? Buy mecha materials? Chung Wuzhou pleaded faintly. I want to start a garbage disposal company. They suddenly remembered the incongruous advertisement on Lin Xiao's mecha. Isn't this industry already saturated? The waste left over from current garbage disposals is still dumped on our garbage planet, unattended. I want to solve this problem, otherwise it's going to kill a lot of people. Silence again. This time, even Wayne couldn't think of any words to ease the situation. But thankfully, someone came in. Lin Xiao, come out for a moment. Lin Xiao glanced at the unfamiliar middle-aged officer, somewhat bewildered. He's the instructor from the competition. He's supposed to be giving you newcomers a group tutorial. Go ahead, Wayne explained. Come to think of it, no instructor showed up yesterday. Lin Xiao found the process strange, but didn't mind. She followed the instructor, observing him cautiously. He was over a head taller than her, and quite strong. Those city folks really eat well. I saw your competition. Your performance was fantastic. The instructor initiated the conversation. Thank you. Do you get along well with the students at Shio Military Academy? Not bad. Pretty calm. The teacher chuckled, avoiding a serious conversation. I'm Hua Shu. I used to be at Lingsu Academy. I also participated in the league. I'm a senior, several decades older than you. Lin Xiao had no idea why he insisted on asking her if it wasn't a relationship, so she politely evaded the question. Let's talk after the game. Hua Shu suddenly asked. Chapter 4. The training camp for the civilian players wasn't long. It simply covered the rules and emphasized cooperation with the official players. During the league, the teachers and instructors didn't actively provide much instruction. After about an hour, they explained the general requirements and left. Some players also turned around and left, but Lin Xiao was trapped in the conference room by the 2 remaining players. But they didn't intend to embarrass Lin Xiao. The Shia group had said that the newcomers were more interested in seeing the jokes of those who hadn't. The teachers just said it was important to clearly define your role, and not to overemphasize any individual, one of them said. This opening statement seemed merely an attempt to gather information. Don't be nervous. We're not on the same page as the military academy students. At this stage, we should all unite, share information, and get to know each other better. Otherwise, the military academy students will just treat us like vases and ignore our core strategies. So? It's just a friendly exchange. You're from KN39, right? We're your next-door neighbors, from Mufu 3 Beta. My name is Gu Mingxian, and this time at Asta Academy, she's Su Wanru and Theodore's. Only the outer planets of the fifth ring call each other by their official place names. People everywhere else refer to each other as the garbage planets. But among these garbage planets, Mufu 3 Beta is the richest, dominating the entire ring's garbage industry. Are you trying to show off? Of course. Everyone comes here to be the first to be eliminated. Gu Mingxian found it a bit amusing. You too, the advertising space on your mech is so prominent. How do you show off? Su Wanju said, we have to spend a few more days with them before we can decide on the details. Anyway, after all the practice, we can only do individual tasks. So what do you want to know from me? It's a bit shameless to snoop on the battle plan in advance. I'm not up to it yet. Gu Mingxian hissed, as if mumbling to himself, let's make a tentative plan for now. We wait for the official competition and act accordingly. Don't attack our own people. Lin Zhao listened for a while. These two people had some malicious intentions, but not much. Even that little selfishness wasn't bad. It was just to have fewer enemies and avoid being eliminated so early. She had to go back and watch the video of their match. Back in the training room, Qingyu was repairing Shen Jiming's mech. She leaned over curiously. Can I touch it? Of course. Combat mech shells are generally made of water entropy metal, with the highest grade being phase entropy steel. The best Lin Zhao could get was the memory entropy metal used for civilian use. She touched the thick armor of the mech's legs, and couldn't help but sigh softly. It would be great if I could buy it. Shen Jiming, leaning against the wall with his arms folded and his eyes closed, heard her words and said, I'd be modifying your mech in the next few days, and these materials will be needed. Lin Zhao pricked up her ears. Is there such a good thing? Otherwise, you'd be the biggest gap in our team. Cheng Yu drew Lin Zhao's attention back, stopping Shen Jiming's unpleasant words from continuing. We just had a real-world mech drill, and we're taking this break to adjust the mech. Come with me. Lin Zhao was of course happy to do so, but she suddenly remembered something. Aren't you an SS-class mech operator? Why are you repairing an SSS-class mech? Wayne proudly introduced him. This is a top-ranked player from our Shia military academy. He can connect to a mech above his level. Why is that? Qingyu was a little embarrassed. I don't know. Maybe he didn't study hard enough. Suemo immediately spoke up for him. He was originally in the same grade as us, but because he couldn't break through the SSS level, he applied to repeat the year and take all the engineering classes he hadn't taken. Lin Zhao sighed. That's great. No, if I were any better, I'd be like Jiming. He repaired the mech even faster, the red mark on the tip of his ear still lingering. Lin Zhao watched him operate and suddenly said, Can you add a balancing pad to the cross rollers at the waist? Qingyu was a little taken aback, but he studied it carefully. It seems, it really could. In Shen Jiming's previous competitions, his mech had suffered minor damage, and its parameters were never optimal. But if we go beyond improving individual modules, and instead modify the core driver platform directly, perhaps we can achieve a new balance. However, the balancing pad method is a bit outdated. But the idea is sound. You're right, update the dynamic balance of the central axis. The two men hit it off immediately, sinking into a new round of immersive work. Wayne and Shen Jiming exchanged a tacit glance. Suemo and Cheng Wuzhou didn't understand, but were keen to watch the fun. They were also stirred by their inexplicable enthusiasm, and suddenly realized that Lin Zhao was giving repair suggestions to an SSS-class Mecha. Is this talent? Suemo didn't know how to comment, nor how to ask. Isn't it? Are engineers coming out of foundries so impressive these days? Cheng Wuzhou couldn't help but sigh. I'm not an engineer, I'm just an assembly line worker. Lin Zhao clarified. It's okay. A hero isn't judged by his origins. Just because you understand mechas is enough. Okay, let's get some rest. I'm going to make an appointment for the simulation chamber this afternoon to avoid running into other schools. Shen Jiming stood up and left, and Wayne followed silently. As the two of them left, Wayne asked, Lin Zhao, What position do you think would be a good fit? She can repair mechas, has decent agility, and decent combat awareness. There aren't many like her in a legitimate military academy. Shin Jiming was frank even when not in front of the person involved. Let's make her a libero. Even if she can't keep up in actual combat, she'd be able to attack and annoy the opponent. Though I don't think she'd be a drag. Okay. Although Wayne was a senior, he still respected the commander's decision. One more thing. I think I can really recommend her to Xiao. Our school has been languishing, both in terms of placement and enrollment. It seems teachers from other schools have already contacted her. Shin Jiming was silent for a moment, but nodded. The fourth match of the Auric Mecha League on Zero Boundary Star was about to begin. The 6 major military academies gathered at the entrance of the arena, and they needed to make a brief appearance for the media who had already prepared. The Novak Alliance's media was flourishing, with hundreds of live streaming platforms packed with viewers. Lin Yaodong couldn't sit still as she looked around. It was the first time for her to experience such a grand scene in person. We draw a resource pack later. Want to try? Wayne asked her. Forget it. I'm always unlucky. Lin Zhao, still curious, asked again, how much energy will it take in 3 days? It's hard to say. It depends on the mech's level and the complexity of the activity. But the bottom line is 1 rainbow crystal per person, Qingyu explained. Rainbow crystals. Such a luxury, Lin Zhao thought. Every time she bought a fire crystal, she felt like she had 6 months of food and clothing. Can we grab it? She asked again. But her voice was a little loud, and the face of the student from Zero Element Academy nearby twisted. Resource grabbing happens all the time, and it's okay to formulate a strategy, but it's rude to hit someone in the face. Keep your voice down. Senior Wayne's face flushed. Though he thought about it before, he'd never been able to say it out loud. Of course you can. You see the situation. If the timing is right, go ahead and grab it. We cover you. Shin Jiming raised his voice a little. Now that we're in, stop talking. Wayne's ears were red and wouldn't fade. He just wanted the game to begin. The teams entered the arena according to the order drawn, and Xiao was the third to enter. Lin Zhao, standing in the suspended world of steel, couldn't help but sigh. Towering rail towers intersected, layer upon layer, the dense transportation network above the giant spaceport crisscrossed like a spiderweb. Thousands of automated transport arms swung through the air, hauling various standard cargo boxes across various heights at lightning speed. Suemo pointed to a large central platform, not far away, and began to explain. Goods are generally shipped there, and then sorted. Lin Zhao followed his gaze and, as expected, the cargo flow, after a brief stop there, was broken down into countless independent units, rapidly deconstructed and reassembled within the aerial transfer matrix. Our destination is... Shin Jiming glanced at the map, gazing far northwest. The transfer station, 800 kilometers away. 800 kilometers is actually quite short for a mecha. But this is a transportation hub, naturally protected by anti-breach and no-fly zones, leaving only a small amount of space accessible. But these areas are unknown, and their priority is to minimize risk and reduce energy consumption. Then, let's begin. Shin Jiming linked the mental energies of several people, and officially entered the competition. The viewers watching the live broadcast of the Xiao Military Academy didn't see a spirited departure, only pairs of people scurrying about the surrounding transport tracks and controllers. This looks like Xiao's new tactic. We need to start with the environment. The commentator remained calm. The biggest difference between man-made and natural scenes is that the former is orderly, the latter disordered. But the order of man-made scenes is hidden within the artificial disorder. So, understanding the logic is... The commentator hadn't finished his leisurely theory when a violent explosion suddenly occurred on camera. Alarms blared everywhere, but the Xiao men disappeared. When the smoke cleared somewhat, the audience realized that the commotion had been caused by Qingyu and Cheng Wujiu. Did you understand? Shin Jiming emerged from beneath the distant tracks and leaped onto the flat surface. A figure named Lin Zhao dangled on the ground at her feet. She fluttered a few times before scrambling up. Almost. Start dismantling. She and Qingyu over their work simultaneously, one removing the control console beneath the track, the other dismantling the propulsion engine. Off the field. It was rare to see such a quiet match. The commentator was at least knowledgeable and had some mechanics knowledge. They probably want to crack the system's defense mechanism before proceeding. But this task won't be completed in a short period of time. I wonder why Shin Jiming made such a decision. This newcomer also understands mechanics? This woman is also a mecha master? How is that possible? Didn't you see her analysis of the qualifying match? She's definitely capable of repairing mechas. This time, Shio has 2 mecha masters. The live commentary was also a buzz. The teachers from various military academies gathered after the live broadcast and followed the events. Shio kept it a secret for 7 days, but it was exposed so quickly at the start of the match. Young and impulsive, it's understandable that they wanted to show off when they couldn't hide it. A few people made unkind comments, but the Shio Military Academy staff remained surprisingly calm. No one paid them any attention. Such silence evoked an inexplicable anxiety. Continuing to watch the live stream, Lin Zhao and Cheng Yu moved swiftly, completing a series of unidentified disassembly and modification operations. They then gestured in Shen Jiming's direction. In less than 3 seconds, the vast transport tunnel began to silently transform. Chapter 5. The system was modified so quickly? Does that mean I can do it too? Think carefully, it must be a command and control machine. How could the system be destroyed in such a short time? It must have been modified to allow mental power access. As expected, it's a member of the Shen family. Inside the field, Shen Jiming breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't as difficult as he imagined. It wouldn't take much mental energy. Advance to B2-1 area, he ordered. But just as he entered the mecha, he suddenly turned. Someone's coming. Everyone immediately switched to combat mode and retreated into the densely packed tracks. 2 dark shadows flashed in the distance, and 2 long metal paths bounced back like ripples, striking Shia's vital points. They're from Zero Element Academy. Wayne recognized the mechas of the 2 men. They broke the safety chain. Cheng Yu also identified the problem. Just apply the emergency brake. The backup defense will deploy. The brake discs beneath the track began to engage, rubbing against each other, sending out blue sparks. Liquid metal spurted out simultaneously from each neatly arranged support column, quickly filling the gap. Shen Jiming congratulated himself on his mechanics. Although operating such a large transport system was unfamiliar, at least he hadn't wasted time getting lost. Let's go! They can't get through. They passed through the empty areas beneath the tracks without incident, while the Zero Element Academy, attempting to catch up, were blasted away by invisible airborne ejections. The first student to activate the field's defense mechanism has appeared. The commentator was excited, as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. Actually, everyone in this transport system has no authorization and cannot pass normally. They can only exploit time differences to exploit openings. But it was clear that Shia's students were no longer subject to this rule. But actually, all students can do this, and not all areas can respond in this way. I wonder how long Shia's advantage can last. Another commentator added. It was as if a curse had been cast upon his mouth. As soon as the words fell, mechas suddenly appeared from both sides and attacked from both sides. They're all targeting us. Su Imo and Cheng Wujiu were able to maneuver easily and immediately launched a defensive counterattack. Thankfully, the system worked well, helping them block some of the firepower, so they weren't completely on the defensive. It's because we're number 1. Wayne rarely teased himself. Shen Jiming had already communicated the countermeasures to everyone, so even the heavy mechas had a suitable opening for him to counterattack. The few who came later were from the 3 military academies. The 2 academies teamed up to chase and block them, not even rushing their pace, their priority being to eliminate the ones with the highest points first. Shen Jiming watched these old rivals, not moving a muscle, as they fought. Another spectator, go open some boxes. Shen Jiming's voice echoed in Lin Zhao's mind. Who? Me? If not you, then who else? Look, who else is standing still on this field? Lin Zhao was crouching in the gap between the track and the support column, watching each mecha's movements, quite leisurely. But since the commander had given the order, she had to move and be an active fighter. Steel containers of all sizes whizzed along the tracks, appearing like slow streams of light on the display screen. She suddenly fixed her gaze on a spot and leaped into the air. A large, unremarkable, triple-sealed box was clamped on the assembly line. Lin Zhao mobilized her only fragmentation cannon and launched a direct attack on the box. The outer shell of the box showed no visible damage, but it seemed to be moving from within. She flew over to the box again and precisely cut the edge, not completely opening it, but simply creating a clean line. Then she pushed the container down. The 2 commentators outside the arena gasped in unison. Is she some kind of mutual destruction tactic? One of them elaborated. The most exciting mechanics of the transport competition are these thousands of containers. They perfectly replicate real air transport conditions, filled with all sorts of miscellaneous items, and the organizers have increased the difficulty by adding some dangerous items. Generally speaking, there are 4 levels. All boxes can be empty, but levels 1 and 2 usually contain daily necessities or food, so contestants can open them as needed to obtain competition resources. Level 3 is dangerous goods, potentially weapons or dangerous star beasts. As for Level 4, it's still classified. Lin Zhao must have dared to open a Level 3 box with Shen Jiming's permission. Otherwise, it would just be causing trouble. Lin Zhao stood high on the track, looking down at her work, each one emerging from the box and moving freely. A box of stone dragons, is that enough trouble? She asked Shen Jiming, but it was as if she was responding to the commentator. The stone dragon is a creature that lives in space. It resembles a meteorite, with a long body and tail, and feeds on floating metal in space. It's not a ferocious star beast, but rather a voracious eater. Therefore, some wealthy individuals within the alliance will even keep 1 or 2 in their gardens. Everyone evacuate. Don't fight any longer, but don't take the tail with you. Shen Jiming gave the order. It's not a big deal. It depends on Cheng Wujiu. I think he's struggling. Su Imo interrupted. Nonsense. Mind your own business. You're clearly 2 miles behind me. Cheng Wujiu, Cheng Yu, and Wayne passed through B2-Zone 1 while they were talking, with Su Imo following closely behind. They retreated so quickly that Shilong had no time to track them. He only pursued the 2 academy members, whose mecha shells were the hottest. Shen Jiming did a quick head count and found 1 person missing. He first opened the gate separating the areas, then kept urging Lin Zhao. Coming, coming. Lin Zhao was still standing when she responded. She leaped forward, but not toward the door, but toward Jin Wenin, a mecha pilot from the 3rd Star Ring Mobile Military Academy. Because they had initiated the series of attacks, Shilong considered them active and fresh food, and was busy responding. While not difficult to deal with, the stone dragon's hide was thick and formidable, and Jin Wenin couldn't shake it off. Just as the stone dragon's tail scraped him out of the dense crowd, he suddenly felt a sharper pain on his back. The cracks in his mecha's exterior were enough to send his nerves into a moment of unconsciousness. Lin Zhao. Shen Jiming watched from afar, but the door was about to close. Here it comes! Due to the inertia of the rapid dive, Lin Zhao fell a considerable distance. She frantically maneuvered, maximizing the reverse flight capability. Her mecha practically brushed against the ground. This is... Cheng Yu examined the shell Lin Zhao had brought back. It was still intact, not like it had been detached from a violent impact. Jin Wenin's aircraft? Didn't you discuss this before the competition? This mecha pilot typically uses lightweight materials like Li-Jin, and the transport system is very sensitive to weight. This piece of skin can be converted into a preliminary detector. When time is short, the detector can be used for trial and error. Wayne's face darkened. Although having additional resources was a good thing, leaving the team and acting on one's own. He gestured toward Shen Jiming. But Shen Jiming had already begun researching with Qingyu. How long will it take to convert the aircraft into a detector? It only take the time it takes to eat. Lin Zhao and I will be together. Then find a corner to rest, and then get to work. Wayne, do it yourself. But Lin Zhao and Qingyu were already working furiously, so he had no choice but to go find Shen Jiming. Shen Jiming was still manipulating the wall, diligently causing more trouble for his classmates. Although he wasn't a mecha pilot, he knew that converting ordinary machinery into an intelligent entity that could be connected to mental power was no simple task. It could be done, but it wasn't necessary. Mental power control is inherently about precision, and large mechanical systems have their own settings. Using mental power to control something by oneself would simply waste this scarce resource. However, this time they had an extra person skilled in mechanics, and both of them were quite skilled, which greatly accelerated the modification process. This tactic, by the way, was comparable in efficiency to a direct breakthrough. At this rate, if everything goes smoothly, we reach the site in less than 3 days, Wayne said, leaning over. But judging by the opponent's stance, they seem to be bringing up old issues. This match doesn't involve the school team, so we don't need a large deployment. If we can exploit this, then so can others, freeing up our energy to attack us. Will you still use this tactic next? Shen Jiming withdrew his mental energy. Let's adapt. Wayne subconsciously glanced around to check for safety, then regained his composure and added, adapting to circumstances is crucial, and as the commander. I know what you're going to say, senior. Shen Jiming spoke first. I already told Lin Zhao to seize the opportunity, and get something she thinks she can use. When did you say that? Wayne knew that, despite his quirks, Shen Jiming was serious about his work, and wouldn't let a teammate compromise the team. Unless he was involved in something risky. I still don't know the full extent of Lin Zhao's understanding of mechas, but you saw she can spot problems with SSS class mechas. Even if she can't use them, her mastery of other mechas is no less than Qingyu's. Her practical experience, in particular, is far superior to our students. Behind Lin Zhao's back, Shen Jiming offered unreserved praise, even looking up and deliberately glancing at the direction of the competition camera. Everyone in the audience could hear Shen Jiming's words, and the internet went wild. What's going on? An A rank can repair an SSS class mecha? I spent a fortune investigating Lin Zhao. Some people in the comments section, please stop being too extreme. It's illegal to investigate someone's past. Lu Nan, did you guys at Shiyu really stumble upon a treasure? The teachers at the military academy gathered together, also doubting Shen Jiming's words. The accompanying teacher from the Shiyu military academy, this time was Lu Nan. His eyes sparkled, but he remained motionless, his hands clasped behind his back. Zero Su's team is pretty good too. Even with such a powerful charge, they only lost a piece of metal, and weren't eliminated outright. The Zero Su Academy teacher's mouth twitched, but he didn't respond. The audience couldn't see it, but could they? Although Lin Zhao's surprise attack wasn't entirely due to catching someone off guard, it wasn't entirely due to taking advantage of their defense. Her timing was excellent, avoiding being entangled by the stone dragon and capitalizing on Jin Wenen's isolation. A mecha isn't just any industrial product that can be hit and not damaged. Yet, Jin Wenen's thrusters were completely removed with heat presses, barely damaged. Who would believe that he was just lucky? Even Jin Wenen's elimination button was within easy reach of Lin Zhao. SS class versus A class. There's no way around it, whether he eliminates or not. Chapter 6. Lin Zhao was in a good mood today. Strictly speaking, she'd been having a good few days. She'd come into contact with more rare materials than she had in the previous decade or so combined. This was thanks to her personal efforts, and the fact that Qingyu was a kind person. Qingyu wasn't like the engineers she met before. He was willing to listen to the dictates of a low-spirited layman who come from nowhere, and he would also generously share those monopolized materials with her. If he hadn't explained so much, Lin Zhao wouldn't have even considered dismantling a mecha pilot's mech on the field. She couldn't help herself. That Jin Wenen flying around with that huge piece of Li Jin on his back was pure seduction. Tell me quietly, what else are you eyeing? Qingyu asked as he was tinkering with the probe's orbital control. Lin Zhao suddenly glanced at Shen Jiming, standing nearby, feeling a little guilty. Did you Qingyao make a high-frequency oscillating blade out of carbon nanoalloy? Nonsense! Cheng Yu's voice was a little louder, then, realizing his excitement, he quickly lowered it. It's clearly platinum entropy gold. Where did you hear that? I heard it when I was buying the materials. I advise you forget it. Cheng Yu quickly finished his part, motioning Lin Zhao to stop staring. SSS level and SS level may sound like only one level difference, but the difference in their sensitivity to machinery and control is worlds apart. Yu Qingyao is a genius. He wouldn't suffer such a loss. A genius needs energy to power this pile of metal, right? Lin Zhao muttered softly. Anyway, robbing them is out of the question. Cheng Yu knew Lin Zhao's intentions the moment he heard them. He was a little tempted, but he still had his wits about him. For the sake of the competition and the team, they wanted to avoid troublesome opponents. Although Lin Zhao had his own concerns, he didn't delay his work. The detector had already been modified. The others wasted no time, and sent the machine out. But after reaching the second orbital tower, alarms blared, and the detector suddenly exploded from the inside. Lin Zhao's eyes were filled with heartache. Before the warmness of his hands, he felt as if his own property had been lost. That area should be the pulse zone, to prevent unauthorized personnel from forcing their way through. Now it's being used to protect us. Cheng Yu quickly completed the gaps in the scan map, and confirmed the danger zone. What do you say? Should the light mecha go first? Besides Cheng Wujiu, there was also Lin Zhao as a light mecha. In a place like this where there's an interception every 3 steps, only light mechas are most convenient for clearing the way. No, open the boxes first. How many? In 15 minutes, level 1 and level 2, all opened. This job was a bit boring, but easy. Take what you can use, and destroy what you can't. After all, we can't leave it for the people behind. Everyone's space folder had been replenished with food and energy. They had never fought such a rich war in their lives. But someone still noticed Lin Zhao's distraction. Suimo quietly approached from behind. What are you looking at? Lin Zhao didn't turn around, just staring at a level 3 box. You're not going to open that, are you? It feels like something good. How did you get that feeling? Intuition. Suemo patted her shoulder. Don't let your intuition go against our command, at least not here. I think so too. Lin Zhao didn't argue and continued to dismantle the low-level boxes, observing the B2-1 area. This area was slightly different from the previous ones. The track was very long, and the track towers were not densely packed. This meant that the machinery would interfere less with the cargo, and accordingly, there should be more defensive mechanisms. But these fixed pulse zones, as long as you pay attention to avoid them, safely passing through them is not difficult. She thought about these things in her mind, but she didn't show them anymore. Suemo, on the next track, flew to the last box in her area of responsibility, but behind her, a shadow appeared that didn't belong at this angle. Beware of enemy attack. Sumo's voice came from the communicator. Lin Zhao turned around, and saw Sumo's mecha flip down from thin air. 3 slender magnetic track anchors emerged from behind the container, and locked onto the transport arms bracket. The 3 robots hung on different sections of the track, like a group of long-legged spiders hanging upside down in a spider web. They're made of the same material as the system, and can't be identified as a threat. Chung Wuzhou encountered the same situation. The robots, using the cargo boxes as cover, slowly approached them along the established trajectory of the transport network. This intelligence is a bit uncanny. Are they modeled after some kind of astral beast? Suemo instantly counterattacked, dodging a round of attacks, but her attacks didn't harm the robots at all. The leading robot took a direct hit from a micro-missile, still extending its claws amidst the explosion's flames. Either the material or the structure. Lin Zhao didn't attack, but observed carefully as she retreated to a safe area. Although there was no such thing as a safe zone at this point. These robots emerged from all directions, densely packed, covering the track. The commentator on the sideline suddenly gave a mysterious, slightly greasy smile. This is a new weapon introduced in this league. It's a biomechanical entity, immune to most physical attacks on the market and possessing exceptional resilience. I didn't expect it to be activated so quickly by the students of Shio Military Academy. But won't this be too difficult for a cooperative competition? There are so many non-professional players present. That's not true. We're professionals organizing this competition. Since there aren't any school teams participating, we naturally have to increase the difficulty. There was no explanation about the robots inside the stadium. Shen Jiming asked everyone to gather together. As long as they maintained a certain distance from the cargo, the robots wouldn't pursue them. But this didn't last long. Somewhere, as if it had touched some invisible safety line, a robot suddenly attacked, charging straight at Lin Zhao. After barely dodging once, another attack followed, directed solely at Lin Zhao. What's going on? Chung Wuzhou and Lin Zhao dodged several more times, but dodging alone wasn't the answer. This robot might be a bully. Lin Zhao's evasion wasn't quite as easy, but at least the mech wasn't damaged. Wayne's heavy mechs launched a sweeping counterattack, not killing many, merely thwarting the seemingly haphazard attacks. Stop fighting. Retreat to the unregulated zone. Leave the light ones here. Shen Jiming and Chung Yu had somehow captured a robot, leaving only 2 halves in their hands. Anywhere outside the normal track was the unregulated zone. But that doesn't mean anyone can take shortcuts here. The unregulated dangers here are even greater. Perhaps there's invisible turbulence, perhaps radiation infecting electronic equipment, and the occasional passing space debris could be a disguised enemy. Everyone hesitated, especially Chung Wuzhou. Both sides were dangerous, but at least the dangers were known within the arena system. It's understandable that non-military students weren't allowed to take risks, but what were the others doing? This was also his first time teaming up with Shen Jiming. Having followed him in previous matches, he'd proven he was a gifted commander, though sometimes too aggressive. Not every decision guaranteed the team member's safety, but the results were generally positive. Stay close to me, Chung Wuzhou said to Lin Zhao behind him. Be careful. He was startled by this reply, and when he turned around, there was no sign of Lin Zhao. His sight flickered, and he saw a familiar mecha shadow on the distant track. She leaped so fast. Chung Wuzhou suppressed his rare curse words and calmed down, watching Lin Zhao rushing towards a container with a clear goal. From the outside, it looked like a level 4 container. Fuck. Calm down. He instinctively gave chase for a bit, but found that Shen Jiming, already in the unsupervised zone, didn't try to stop him, but simply watched. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhao had already circled the level 4 container several times. The robot's attacks had all landed on the container. The switch had broken and fallen off, and the contents within emitted a series of unpleasant noises. Is this an ant bug? Wayne sounded familiar. Although he was a freshman, he was still a student, lacking the practical experience of his seniors and teachers, who could tell the true nature of a level 4 container from just a single sound. The ant bug is a mutated insect beast with a long, poisonous spike on its tail, like a lightsaber on a mech, extremely destructive. Even experienced single soldiers couldn't defeat it quickly. Faster, faster. The robots are chasing you. Shin Jiming's voice echoed in Lin Zhao's mind, sounding relaxed and even a little teasing. In a moment of emergency, Lin Zhao found time to open the voicemail. If you can do it, come on. I can't. I can't guess what's in the box. Then wasn't this your idea? Lin Zhao maximized her mech's use, and several red warnings popped up on the screen. The sudden change in the weight of the cargo box attracted the attention of some robots. As soon as their attack shifted, the ant bug broke out. Shin Jiming and the rest of the group moved simultaneously, swiftly flying through the unsupervised space. The ant bug, having just seen the light, was frantic but lacked any sense of direction, yet it tracked Shin Jiming with pinpoint accuracy. This created a strange scene, Lin Zhao in front, Shin Jiming and his companions close behind, with the ant bug beast chasing them at the very end. The commentator double-checked their movements with his eyes. Shin Jiming's actions may have disrupted the turbulence, which in turn affected the ant bug beast's perception. This chaotic tactic has appeared again. Hopefully they can. No, why is Lin Zhao heading for the partition gate? Just before hitting the gate, Lin Zhao made an abrupt 90-degree turn and flew headfirst downward. Chung Wujiu, who happened to be below the area, saw this and rushed to catch the impact, using himself as a buffer to prevent Lin Zhao from falling into the unsupervised zone below. However, the ant bug beast had not yet fully recovered its mobility and crashed headfirst into it. The gate exploded with a loud bang, and Shin Jiming and his companions flew to Chung Wujiu's side, then flew deeper into the area. 3rd Star Ring Mobile Military Academy, Jin Wenin, Lu Qian, eliminated. 0 Element Academy, Gao Chu Jing, Lu Qianqiu, eliminated. Chapter 7. The partition gate connected to numerous security protocol facilities. The collapse of one gate briefly disabled the pulse zone, allowing Xiao's men to slip through. Afterward, they entered the warehouse area, a vast, enclosed indoor environment. Lin Zhao trudged out of the mech in a panic, lying on her back, waiting for her heartbeat to slow. She had just used the mech too vigorously, sacrificing a lot of her mental energy. Her head was a little dizzy. What's going on? Chung Wujiu asked Shin Jiming. He couldn't just muddle through. Probably. Shin Jiming scratched his head. Lin Zhao's mech contained contraband materials, so the robots were targeting her. But they couldn't shake them off, so they had to find another way. You're not trying to divert attention by opening a level 4 chest, are you? Wayne, his face sullen, stood beside Shin Jiming, his arms folded. You have to ask Lin Zhao about that. She said there were antworm beasts, so I just went with the flow and blocked the people behind me. From noticing something unusual about Lin Zhao's mecha, to suspecting the presence of an antworm beast, to guiding the destruction of the gate, in the circumstances just now, it took only a few words. These two worked so smoothly together. Wayne suddenly felt a strange sense of loneliness. The child had grown up and no longer needed him. He had even found like-minded radical friends. He had taken another step further from his teacher's instructions. Lin Zhao, how did you know there were antworm beasts? Suemo asked. Lin Zhao had just drunk a can of nutrient solution and felt much better. Look at the weight, then the orbital restrictions. That box is obviously a living organism box. For the same specifications, the weight should be reduced by 20%. Furthermore, since it's for hazardous materials, the outer shell has a special coating, so that volume can't accommodate many living things. Therefore, antworm beasts and some harmless star beasts are more likely. But there's no need to keep harmless items in a level 4 box. Qingyu was stunned. You taught yourself this too? This question also confused Lin Zhao. You don't learn? Military academies definitely teach more about mechas. Oh! Lin Zhao told the truth, but she didn't expect to overstate her point. She assumed mecha technicians, with such high salaries, would know all this, but she didn't expect the scope of their knowledge was so limited. It's okay, you can learn these things by looking at the manual, she reassured him. Qingyu still had half the remains of the robot he'd brought from over there hanging on his mecha. He should be resting in the warehouse tonight. He planned to do some simple research in the evening. He called Lin Zhao along. Although he was in the competition, Qingyu didn't want to admit that his mind was a little distracted. He just wanted it to be over quickly so that he and Lin Zhao could have more time to study the mechas. But before that, the mecha technician still had to shoulder his responsibilities and check the mechas for the team members. Lin Zhao followed, watching him test each one. Why did the mecha technician? Why don't you understand these things? Listen to yourself, what are you asking? A mecha master, of course, is someone who understands mechas. Someone like Lin Zhao should be called a mechanic. Mechanic Lin Zhao seems to understand mechas too, whispering. Anyway, she's amazing. I'm planning to hire her for a project. Others laugh at her mecha's ugliness, but she laughs at others for not seeing through it. This must be the most effective advertisement ever. Isn't anyone praising her impressive melee skills? Half the comments were still devoted to the elimination of 4 students from Zero Element Academy and the 3rd Military Academy. It happened so quickly. It could even be considered an unprovoked disaster. Simply because she was close, she was affected and disqualified. But half the attention was on Shiyao. Before the competition began, no one expected a dark horse to emerge in this segment. Watching Lin Zhao becoming increasingly proficient at assisting Qingyu, the commentator couldn't help but praise her. This Lin Zhao, judging by her current performance, is truly a hidden weapon of the Shiyao Military Academy. She has excellent engineering skills. I wonder where she went to school before, and how she was overlooked during the Military Academy's selection process. That's a question. The other commentator let his control slip for a rare moment. School isn't the only way out. There are plenty of opportunities for those with talent. The 2 commentators exchanged a smile, and said nothing more. In the warehouse, they worked day and night, staying only for a brief period of adjustment. Everyone had retired, and Lin Zhao was quietly tinkering with her mech in a corner. Although she agreed with Shen Jiming's tactics, she still had to say that they were too crappy for her mecha. Others' mechas were of good quality, but hers wasn't. She had been supposed to refurbish her mecha during the pre-match preparation period, but no matter how much material she had, an A-class mecha couldn't compete with SS and SSS mechas. She had twice exploited environmental factors to escape or gain the upper hand, but she knew it wasn't due to her combat prowess or her superior mecha technology. But what should she do next? For someone like her, who objectively lacked the necessary skills, adapting to changing circumstances wasn't the universal solution, it was for other students. The more she thought about it, the more alert she became. Not only wasn't she sleepy, she didn't even feel the fatigue that drained her mental energy. But no matter how quiet her voice was, it still woke everyone up. Shen Jiming approached silently. Now you're regretting not working harder on your mental strength to modify your mecha. It's probably too late. Lin Zhao turned and glared at him, then returned to his work. I'm not from your school, so don't talk about me. Not now, but who knows what will happen in the future. Hey, we're live streaming here. Don't talk nonsense. You're ruining my bright future. Lin Zhao knew Shen Jiming was pretending. He usually didn't say anything nice, but now, he was suddenly acting so affectionate. Is the military academy so short of students? Is it necessary to resort to overt or covert connections? Seriously? Shen Jiming got back to the point. How do you know what's in those boxes? Didn't I tell you? Guess the specifications and wait. You're guessing as if you've seen it with your own eyes. It's about right. If it's not a stone dragon or an antworm beast, it's another star beast. A good star beast is one that can cause trouble for others. Just as Shen Jiming had expected, it was another perfunctory, evasive answer. Then can you guess? Are there any psychic resonance materials here? What is this? Nothing. As long as this mecha can maintain normal operation, that's all. Go to bed. Shen Jiming didn't ask any further questions. Turning back, he met a pair of piercing eyes. You scared me. He nearly turned up the volume. What are you doing here? Chung Wujio, lying on his side, slid closer. You two are talking too loudly. Okay, close your eyes. I thought you two were discussing some weird battle plan again. Shen Jiming gave an exaggerated smirk. Strange. Lin Zhao's gaze roamed over the two of them, and she said, I was originally planning to open another chest, but I was afraid Shen Jiming wouldn't agree, so I had to settle for the next best thing. What? This time, even Shen Jiming was stunned. Black ironworm beasts, giant jaw beetles, and insect eggs, all in the level 3 and level 4 chests. Let's get back to the original question. Shen Jiming wasn't distracted by her. How did you know what was inside? By finding a pattern, Lin Zhao replied casually. What pattern? I won't share my life-saving skills with anyone else. Shen Jiming and Chung Wujio exchanged glances. Didn't you say we were going to rest? If you don't sleep now, we'd be leaving. Good night. Lin Zhao finished her work and quickly lay down, turning over to sleep, leaving them with her back to him. She fell asleep quickly and soundly, seemingly for a long time, but when Suemo woke her, he said they had only rested for 5 hours in total. Besides the 4 people eliminated instantly yesterday, 2 more were eliminated later, one a single soldier, and one a non-professional player. It seemed they had enough to deal with the stone dragons, antworm beasts, and strange robots over there. This was the ideal outcome. Their worries were relatively far removed, and they only needed to focus on the warehouse in front of them. This warehouse looked unremarkable, even a bit outdated compared to the tracks outside. But the warehouses were tightly connected to each other. Once a door was closed, it could only be opened with permission, and that permission was extremely difficult to obtain. In short, it's a sealed chamber. After listening to Chung Yu's analysis, Suemo came to a simpler conclusion. They can't just release poison gas and wipe them out, right? Everyone fell into a tacit silence. It's just a warehouse. So cruel? Suemo, unwilling to give up, asked again. If it holds valuable items, it wouldn't be surprising if there were some, but there's a prerequisite: the items must not be damaged. Chung Yu put away the terminal and looked around. I think we should move forward, but don't touch anything here. How about changing permissions like we did at the beginning? Wayne asked. No, the workload here is too much. Lin Zhao and I can do it alone, and it's too time-consuming. It's better to just leave. There was no better solution at the moment, so they could only take it one step at a time. The warehouse area was complex, interconnected, and each warehouse looked almost identical. Their location could only be deduced by the boxes and numbers. They passed through more than a dozen warehouses in a row, but nothing triggered anything. It seemed completely safe. Have we been here before? Wayne's gaze stopped at a level 4 box on a 6-tier shelf. It looked vaguely familiar. Yes. Shin Jiming didn't deny it. We already repeated too. Aren't we walking in a straight line? Qin Yu looked at Lin Zhao, who had been walking close to the shelves. It's rotating, Qin Yu said. The warehouse is moving. When I worked in the factory, some warehouses had circular routes. Lin Zhao suddenly spoke. How do they circulate? There are many large circular belts in the center, running at different speeds, and many branches branch out from them, so we shouldn't be on the original straight line now. That's about finding a pattern. Suemo continued. Shin Jiming glanced sideways. This sentence sounded familiar. Let's check the next door first. Qing Yu opened the terminal again, recorded some warehouse features, and drew a map in the most primitive way possible, then continued walking forward. The door slowly rose, and his breath hitched. Everyone, grab your weapons. Chapter 8. What are you copying? Yu Qingyao lowered his tense hand, which had unconsciously risen. Realizing it was someone he knew, he rubbed a small scratch on his finger, returning to his usual self with a chuckle. All members of the Asta Military Academy were present, unharmed, and stood on the other side of the door. Where did you come from? Shin Jiming asked. Through the warehouse door, Yu Qingyao replied nonsensically. Can't get out? Aren't you the same? Asta's commander, Lexer, stepped forward. How long have you been here? Not long. How about you? Yu Qingyao's expression suddenly darkened in the background. 10 hours. Lexer answered honestly. Then keep going. We're leaving. Shin Jiming waved to the people behind him and took a step forward, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. Wait! Lexer called out to him. This place is impenetrable, and the movement in the warehouse is almost undetectable. A team of 5 or 6 people alone can't possibly get out. Want to cooperate? Shin Jiming turned hesitantly. Let Qingyao and Shin Jiming come together, and at least stop the rotating disc. Can you just stop it? Don't you know about the hidden defenses here? Shin Jiming spoke as if he knew. It's just a few robotic arms. Taking them down won't be a big deal. Yu Qingyao said with disdain. Xia can't even handle a robotic arm that's carrying things, right? I'm saying. Su Imo rushed forward, but was pulled back by Cheng Wujiu, leaving him speechless. Shin Jiming and Cheng Yu's eyes met, and Cheng Yu asked in unison, the construction of the disc isn't difficult, the difficulty lies in the permissions. Yu Qingyao immediately said, I tried it, and it's risky. If the decoding is wrong, there's an automatic defense. That's why we need someone to assist with the control. That's perfect. 1 for decoding, 1 for operation, and 1 for data monitoring. How perfect. Yu Qingyao looked at Cheng Yu with confusion, unsure how he counted 3 people. Lin Zhao, come here. Cheng Yu pushed her toward him. She can do it too. She's very good at mechanics. An A level? Yu Qingyao looked at Cheng Yu like he was looking at an elderly person frantically buying health supplements. This is a warehouse, not a mecha. We don't need such strict mental strength levels. Cheng Yu understood, of course, but Yu Qingyao glared at him with a scathing look. If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Yu Qingyao was somewhat impressed with Qingyu, but the thought of A rank irritated him. What can she do? I can do anything, Lin Zhao replied. Yu Qingyao, Qingyu was quite used to it. Then you handle the data monitoring and provide feedback to the decoder. Yu Qingyao was skeptical, but the most urgent task was to avoid being trapped in this warehouse any longer. There was no point in rushing now. Shen Jiming and Lexer stood not far away, waiting. This competition seems to be more about testing your ability to utilize the environment. Lexer spoke first. So the mecha pilot is the top priority. You have 2 on your team? Lin Zhao doesn't count. Shen Jiming suddenly became serious. Mechanic, engineer, anything. That's even luckier than getting an energy pack. On the field, there weren't many opportunities to speak so calmly with the other team's commander. It was all thanks to the shabby warehouse. I say, is this okay? Yu Qingyao suddenly complained, looking at Lin Zhao. A little fluctuation in the data is nothing, don't make a fuss. Your data is like a swing. You don't share the key data with us, but just keep trying. I'm afraid you come up with another defense. Do you understand ciphertext? Do you understand dynamics? No, this is just the beginning. Sit down. Qingyu tried to smooth things over. But an hour passed, and the 3 of them still looked grim. Let's take a break. Lexer sensed that Yu Qingyao was on the verge of anger again, so he quickly pulled him off the field. It's not like we're not making any progress. At least we expanded our safety zone. He had long been accustomed to Yu Qingyao's temper. A genius, he was impatient with the slowness of ordinary people, and sometimes he could understand it. But today, he seemed a bit too impatient. He could understand though, it was truly frustrating that neither Yu Qingyao nor Qingyu had been able to solve the problem together. The 2 teams, each coaxing their own mecha pilots, paused briefly to exchange information. Lin Zhao didn't participate in the formal discussion. He sat against the wall with another Asta team member, rapidly typing something into a terminal. When the 2 teams first met, Gu Mingxian winked at Lin Zhao from behind. Since their last conversation, they hadn't met alone again. You're quite impressive. You didn't even mention you could repair machinery before, and Qingyu actually recommended you. Gu Mingxian whispered, but his excitement was unconcealed. What do you do in their team? Gu Mingxian looked a little embarrassed. Just doing a little bit of everything, trying not to be a drag. Lin Zhao probably understood and dropped the subject. She looked down and saw a small wound on Gu Mingxian's hand. Was this caused here? In the warehouse earlier, I got into a fight with a robotic arm and accidentally damaged a container. Is it a big deal? I see Yu Qingyao is injured too. Gu Mingxian considered his words carefully. There's not much space in the warehouse, so the mech's movements are limited. And the contents of the box are unknown, so we're primarily trying to dodge and be more passive. What's in the box? A puddle of water. Gu Mingxian looked at Lin Zhao with a strange look and hurriedly explained, lest his opponent mistake him for an idiot. I checked the transport site. It's the 5-star ring. The water fell to the ground. At first glance, it looked quite sticky, with the smell of rotting plant roots. The 5-star ring was their hometown, and the strange smell, the sticky water. Lin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly. You didn't touch it, did you? No, I got rubbed by one of those robotic arms. What about the others? Probably. Not either. I think everyone's pretty normal. Gu Mingxian felt a little awkward. He hadn't told the Asta people that he guessed what it was. Before entering the competition, he thought about showing off, letting everyone know that even a non-military academy graduate could be quite capable. But it was only when he was among this crowd that he realized the insurmountable gap between genius and the average person. He dared not speak. Lin Zhao suddenly stood up and ran to the permission interface Yu Qingyao had been responsible for. Using her own terminal, she connected and called up the program. After a quick glance, she waded into the group of students and showed Yu Qingyao a string of code. Do you recognize what this is? Everyone was interrupted, confused as to what Lin Zhao was doing. Yu Qingyao's face was filled with confusion. What is this? Are you sick? Look carefully and answer me. What is this? Lin Zhao's tone seemed unbearable. Yu Qingyao was led along for a moment, his eyes fixed on the code, and suddenly became impatient. What's so interesting about this bunch of gibberish? Lin Zhao looked up and exchanged a glance with Gu Mingxian, who was standing away from the crowd, and began to roll up her sleeves. Yu Qingyao, something's wrong with you. You two should step back. What? Explain yourself clearly first. The people around him didn't know whether to stop Lin Zhao or pull Yu Qingyao away. Lin Zhao's prelude to the attack was incredibly complex, especially in front of this group of professionals. It was just a show. Yu Qingya herself had never seen such a move before. It looked like she was going to hit him, but if she was going to attack, she shouldn't have taken so long to twirl. And her movements were too easily intercepted. I say. He had barely opened his mouth when he was struck hard in the face. Although Shen Jiming didn't know Lin Zhao's intentions, he quickly blocked the culprit behind him. The others, one by one, grabbed Asta's men and stopped them. Kicking. Why are you rolling up your sleeves? Asta's soldiers were speechless and hurried to help Yu Qingya. It's the unexpected that's effective. Lin Zhao peered through the gap between the heads to see what was happening to Yu Qingya. Just as she expected, Yu Qingya vomited a large pool of clear liquid, aside from a slight trace of blood. He himself was dazed, not even jumping up to curse after being hit. Gu Mingxian also approached, but he pulled out the broken blade he carried with him and plunged it into the water. The blade seemed to stand there out of thin air. What is this? Lexer touched the water with her foot. It was surprisingly soft, like stepping on a jellyfish. Spirits. Several outer stars of the fifth ring have experienced this kind of disaster in recent years. These invasive creatures, from outside the alliance, have no natural enemies, and can reproduce in large numbers. Spirits enter the body through wounds, then slowly flow through the bloodstream to the brain, filling the grooves in the cerebral cortex. Does it affect brain function? Qingyu asked. Yes, look at this. Lin Zhao pulled up the code he just shown Yu Qingya. The most basic mecha motion parameters, he said, are gibberish. I just went to see the permissions debugging he did, and he also coded a bunch of useless stuff. Lexer tried to get Yu Qingya to wake up, but it was clearly difficult now. Will it be okay if he just vomits it out? Not necessarily. I don't know how long the creeping spirit has been inside him, or how many copies it has made. Lin Zhao wanted to say more, but Wayne stopped him. Will there be any subsequent damage? Lexer asked again. It depends on the individual. I've seen some recover after a few days of rest, while others have longer-lasting effects. I understand. Lexer glanced at the still sluggish Yu Qingya and pressed the exit button without hesitation. Captain! The others exclaimed in a low voice. Don't lose sight of the big picture. Mental perception is more important. Lexer stood up and walked towards Lin Zhao. Thank you for today. Are you from the fifth ring? Yes. No wonder. Lexer's face was calm, revealing nothing. This thing is difficult to prevent. Was the disaster severe in the fifth ring? It wasn't on every planet, so the impact wasn't that widespread. It's just that no one cared, and many people died without knowing what happened. Lexer said nothing more. The League staff escorted Yu Qingya off the field, and Calm returned to the arena. Can you take over his part? Lexer asked again. Lin Zhao didn't answer directly, but looked at Shen Jiming, her commander. Are you interested in finding the control room first? Chapter 9. The central control room controls all warehouses, and the flow and transportation of goods. Finding it would offer a chance to turn a passive situation into an active one. Do you have any clues? Lexer was a little skeptical. He knew Shen Jiming's style, flamboyant and adventurous, a completely different kind of person. The operation of this place wasn't completely unbreakable, but it was simply too complex, requiring many parameters, which would take time. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't waste his energy trying to find a pattern. There's a way to shut down operations here immediately. There's no way to deal with it. The risk is too high. Lexer immediately denied. Suemo muttered in the background. What are they talking about? Probably, they want to detonate the cargo the moment the door opens. The cargo holds are connected, and any noise exceeding safety standards will trigger a chain reaction. Wayne replied. That's a terrible idea. Qingyu had been looking at the terminal, making changes as he went along, and suddenly gave Lin Zhao an okay sign. Actually, I think it's possible. He joined Shen Jiming and Lexer in their conversation. Gaining full operational authority is difficult, but adjusting the safety standards to within our control is possible. Qingya. I said before that this situation is fraught with consequences. There's a risk of not being able to escape unscathed, especially with so many of us. Speaking up, Lin Zhao had been quiet, but Shen Jiming's voice resurfaced in her mind. She paused for a moment. Actually, it's because of Yu Qingya that we now have an opportunity. What opportunity? I used the wrong word just now. What he wrote seems useless. But there's actually order within the chaos. A simple revision will make it useful. Seeing Lexer remain silent, she added, instead of waiting here like a headless fly for the warehouse to escape on its own, why not take the initiative? Just like in the first game. Like in the first quicksand race, Wasn't Asta the first to use anti-gravity when several teams were trapped in the sand, successfully escaping? Shin Jiming took over and finished the conversation. Asta won the first game, but many players were eliminated that time, essentially eliminated in the quicksand. Asta's escape method was self-defeating. They used anti-gravity to propel themselves out, but many other teams were pushed deeper into the quicksand. It wasn't unethical, any tactics were allowed on the field. Asta simply had the upper hand. Since the upper hand was so important, there was no need to hide any strategy. As they talked, Lexer watched the mechanical arm's rhythmic movements. After a moment, he chuckled. Alright, quick victory, quick decision. With Yu Qingya out, the rest of Asta were only half-baked at mechanicals. Whatever Xia said was just one-sided. Furthermore, this one-sided story sounded ridiculous. If things really went as Xia said, and the situation became chaotic, who could escape from the chaos would depend on their own abilities. Fair enough. Both teams said nothing more, each scouting their positions and preparing. Lin Zhao ran to a row of containers, and began counting them. Just now, thank you for speaking up for me. Gu Mingxian also leaned over, and whispered a thank you. Nothing. No. I guess what it was but didn't warn them. It's all my fault, anyway. If you hadn't helped me, you're fine. Jumping to conclusions is inherently risky, and remaining silent without evidence is the right thing to do. Gu Mingxian pursed his lips, as if making a decision. We're from the same hometown after all. Don't worry, if I need you in the future, I do my best. Don't rush to say anything. I'm greedy. Lin Zhao paused his inventory, and turned to Gu Mingxian seriously. No one can guarantee what will happen next. I'm not responsible for you. Of course. We're rivals. If you're a rival, stay away. You're delaying my work. Lin Zhao deliberately stepped on his foot, and squeezed past him. Gu Mingxian wasn't angry, he just chuckled and went back to his work. Preparation, in reality, meant identifying an escape route, minimizing disruption, and planning how to exploit the situation to escape this enclosed, haunted place. Detonating the cargo was assigned to the fastest-moving light mechas of the two teams. Chung Wujiu and Asta's Falcon took on the most dangerous task. With almost everyone ready, Shin Jiming quietly moved to Lin Zhao's side. The first bird to stick its head out gets hammered. They be wary of your engineering skills and reflexes. Be careful. Lin Zhao stared at him in surprise. Are you praising me? Are you sending me off with dignity? I see you really gotten into this. Getting eliminated in this warehouse is too frustrating. It's your strategy, focusing on random elimination. It's obvious that it's just Gu Mingxian and me on this field. So I told you to be careful. Follow Su Mo or me. Lin Zhao, seeing he was relatively sincere, stopped joking. She didn't object to this decision based solely on strength. Traversing endless warehouses did wear down good character. She'd come to this league simply to show her face and advertise, but as Shin Jiming had said, having invested so much effort here, she didn't want to rush it. Don't worry, I see what happens. Everyone took their positions, and the gates opened. Two soldiers forcibly activated the container's self-destruct protocol, and instantly, a wave of heat seared the mecha's hull. Lin Zhao even had the illusion that the heat was rolling over her skin. Alarms blared both inside and outside the gates, and a copy-paste of the warehouse's dark outer space could be seen. Essentially, it was like traversing a tunnel teeming with attacks. But this gap lasted only a few seconds, and all the mechas immediately set off. Flames shot up behind her, and Lin Zhao leaped, but was suddenly knocked back by a tremendous force, nearly slamming back to the ground. How realistic. She had just seen that Fei Fei, who had started a step behind her, had stepped over her and passed several figures. Chung Wujiu, leaping even faster, didn't even notice he had fallen. Her mech starting and flight speed couldn't match those of the SS and SSS mechs, and even in terms of raw materials, it was inferior to Gu Mingxuan's. Some things can't be compensated for with sheer strength. Avoid the attacks from below the robotic arms. I hold a few doors for you. Shin Jiming's voice came over. It's okay. Just dodge. Lin Zhao didn't immediately join the main group, instead rushing towards the shells. Don't be so stubborn. Shin Jiming heard a relatively quiet crack amid the chaos. He and Lexer were at the front of the group, leading the way, unable to abandon the others and turn around. Thankfully, the others had been vigilant, otherwise they wouldn't have noticed so quickly that their view was obstructed. The warehouse's defenses were fully activated, all attacks locked onto the mechas. Lin Zhao didn't respond, and Shin Jiming steeled himself. With only 2 doors left, he turned around. Everyone get out first and try to. He hadn't gone far, barely finished his words, when he saw a flash of fire rapidly enlarging and approaching. A homing missile, over 10 meters long, flew unimpeded, its tail fins accurately pinning Fa down. Get out of the way. I'm not responsible if you hit me. Lin Zhao's voice finally reached everyone's mecha cabin. Won't it explode? Shin Jiming braked suddenly and flew back, heading out as planned, but he suddenly accelerated and turned in another direction. The missile's speed almost surpassed the mecha's, passing through the door at the same speed as it dropped. Due to the intense internal commotion, the connection between the warehouse and the next section of track had been severed and retracted, leaving only a vast expanse of empty space outside the warehouse. The missile finally met its end, adding a single point of light to the dim sky. Asta Military Academy, Feifei Yili, and Gu Mingxian eliminated. Yili, the other two were understandable, having been struck down by the missile that suddenly intruded the arena. But when was Yili? Su Imo, having successfully escaped, glanced around at the remaining personnel, his gaze finally settling on two mecha fragments in freefall. At the same time, at the beginning of the next track, Lin Zhao's mecha landed with a slick slide and a turn. Shin Jiming also freed himself from the struggle with Lexer and flew to the track. In a flash, only two people remained in Asta. Shin Jiming waved his mech arm and made a heart sign. Lexer glanced at them, then turned and returned to their intended path with another team member, not intending to continue the fight. This is... The commentator nudged his unpowered monocular. Everything had happened so quickly, only a few seconds had passed. Asta had eliminated 3 people. After being used as a stepping stone by Feifei, Lin Zhao unhesitatingly dismantled a level 3 box, which turned out to be a homing missile. The commentator felt a bit too lucky even as he spoke. She immediately connected her mech arm to the missile, quickly controlling it with her sight and escaping the predicament. In the process, she eliminated Feifei and Gu Mingxian, and then, after the missile exploded, she took advantage of the glare and attacked the lone soldier Yili. Those who don't know the details of what happened can watch this replay. Another commentator quickly pulled up a clip. Yili is an SS-class medium-sized mech soldier, also in the first. For a moment, Lin Zhao's attack was repelled, but Lin Zhao, leveraging her light mech's agility and mech knowledge, turned the attack into a dismantling move. Indeed, judging by this close-quarters attack, Lin Zhao's mech is modified differently from others. Almost all of her joints are designed with countermeasures, leaving armor and connectors virtually no chance of escaping her cutting edge. Lin Zhao is indeed an excellent melee fighter, but I still want to say. The commentator praised her highly, but paused. Has anyone retested her mental strength? Is she a level? The live commentary gradually shifted from a screen full of huh? To more normal comments. My Asta? Just lost like that? Is this competition just a test of mecha pilot's abilities? Did Xia deliberately insert Lin Zhao? Trolls don't understand what genius is. I can see it now. The cadets lost because they were honest. If they were all as daring as Lin Zhao, they would have won long ago. Xia and the others entered the orbital zone, finally able to exit their mechas and breathe air. Are you so arrogant? So many opinions? Shin Jiming started off by challenging, but his tone wasn't blaming at all, he even sounded a little excited. He stepped on me, so why can't I step back? Lin Zhao said confidently. She glanced at Wayne and saw him clutching his chest. Senior, what's wrong with you? Nothing's wrong. I just been with you guys for so long, and my heart isn't feeling well. Ah, I thought you were going to criticize me again. I'm too lazy to say anything. Just leave it at that. Whatever. Qin Yu had a lot of questions in his mind, and the moment he glanced at Lin Zhao knew what he was about to say. My mech is almost burned out. I guess it's just a pile of metal now. Wait until I fix it. It won't be needed anymore. Let's repeat the strategy from the first stage. We need to fight quickly and decisively. We've been wasting too much time in the warehouse. Shin Jiming gave the order. They were actually very close to their destination. Each team's destination was different. They might meet along the way, but they would definitely not fight at the end, unless the other team didn't want to win and was just seeking revenge. In just 3 hours, the Shio Military Academy successfully transported the energy to the transfer station, becoming the first team to reach the destination. Chapter 10. Lin Zhao guzzled 2 bottles of nutrient solution. After leaving the arena, she was placed in the waiting area with the others. She heard from the others that there would be a lot of reporters when they left. Thinking about it, she felt a little nervous, speaking in front of so many people. The terminal has been added, but the address, not yet. Cheng Yu began to plan his post-match itinerary to find Lin Zhao. We won't be here for the next few games. Where are you going? Not necessarily. If there's work available, I'd definitely go somewhere. Register for the military academy. Definitely. Suemo also reminded her, I think it's in a month and a half. Don't miss it. Lin Zhao brushed it off. She hadn't made up her mind yet, and besides, she probably didn't have the money for tuition. Okay, let's go. It's time to leave. Shen Jiming and Wayne stood up first. Will they ask me questions? What should I say? Lin Zhao asked nervously. Whatever, say whatever you want. Shen Jiming, finding her serious expression rare, joked, You soon be the hottest engineer, and Boss Lin is afraid to see people? Lin Zhao ignored him, took a deep breath, and followed him out the door. She could feel the intense gazes fixed on her. Are the contestants for this competition truly randomly selected? Commander Shen Jiming, your tactics heavily emphasize mech pilots. Have you considered a backup plan for when mech pilots are eliminated? I'd like to interview Lin Zhao. Where did you learn your mechanical skills? Reporters swarmed in. Shen Jiming suddenly transformed into another Wayne, becoming mature and steady, his answers perfectly appropriate. This is also the first time we met Lin Zhao, but we enjoyed working together very much. We hope to continue collaborating in the future. Lin Zhao came to her senses, realizing what Shen Jiming had said, and couldn't help but glare at him. But she was pushed forward, suddenly having to answer questions. What was your motivation for designing the mecha? Did you come up with all those ingenious ideas all by yourself? What's your mecha called? Lin Zhao had never considered the question of a name before, and she was stunned. She blurted out, advertising space. What? She had no choice but to continue, the mecha is called an advertising space. So where did you study? I didn't go to school. I learned it while working in a factory. As expected of a journalist, she maintained her professionalism. No matter how excited she felt inside, she maintained a flawless surface. What do you want to say to those high-spirited competitors you eliminated? No, I'm not familiar with them, and we never spoken. What do you want to say to Yu Qingyao? Lin Zhao pondered the question carefully. I want to see his high-frequency vibration blade. Are you planning to make a better one? Not really. I just want to get a feel for the materials. She answered sincerely, muddling the potentially explosive question. Many people noticed your conversation with Shen Jiming during the competition. Are you interested in joining the Xiao Military Academy? I need to save money first, so I can go to school. Without a degree, how do you think it will affect your work? Lin Zhao wasn't sure what he was asking. Those who care about academic qualifications probably won't come to me, and those who do won't care about academic qualifications. She even took the time to glance at Shen Jiming, her eyes expressing her confusion before letting him take the stage. Shen Jiming got the signal, and naturally resumed his exchanges with the reporters. Many asked who was actually holding Lin Zhao up, while others were simply interested in the technique and strategy, but Lin Zhao simply couldn't fit in. She was there, but her soul had departed to an unknown place, perhaps a quieter place. Okay, thanks for the questions, reporters. Let's let the students from Xiao Military Academy go down and rest. The competition staff ended the questions, and continued the process. Lin Zhao went back to pack her luggage. She didn't bring much, but it made her bag bulky. She didn't have to leave so quickly, she simply didn't want to stay and avoid any further hassles. Qinyu gave her a more practical space folding device, and she was escorted to the gate, seemingly without anything. The military academy teaches mechas. While the scope might seem limited, the technology is definitely cutting edge. If you're interested in mechanics, you might consider it. Shen Jiming thought for a moment, and said to Lin Zhao. Although Lin Zhao had always claimed she just wanted to earn some money advertising, she and Qingyu were a similar type of people. They truly loved what they did. He could also see that Lin Zhao, for some reason, didn't really need to attend school. While this might seem like a great opportunity to others, it might feel like a burden to Lin Zhao. Got it. I first explore Zero Boundary Star and meet potential clients. If it's truly difficult, I find another way. Lin Zhao hummed, intending to just brush it off, but he continued to say more. Even so, Xiao and the others didn't think it would be hard to see each other again. The farewell wasn't sad, it was just a temporary separation due to closed-door training. Lin Zhao vaguely felt that their mindsets differed from her own, but she wasn't sure exactly how. But that no longer mattered. Without the interference of the League signal, her terminal was flooded with hundreds of messages. She filtered out the confessions and insults, and still managed to get through a fair bit of serious dispatch work. I'm leaving. See you sometime? She turned away decisively. Do you think she'd come to school? After the others had walked away, Cheng Wujiu asked. I'm not very willing, But the circumstances are different now than before she competed. The league's attention is a double-edged sword, so it's hard to say. What do you mean, senior? I mean, let's go back and review the situation. You guys were really messing around this time. Is it time for lunch? Let's go to the cafeteria. Lin Zhao hadn't left the training grounds far, walking on the bridge, when a group of people suddenly surged up from a fork in the road. You're Lin Zhao, right? Really? The crowd blocked the road, the cameras nearly shoving Lin Zhao in the face. What's up? Instantly, like a kettle boiling, they all let out a sharp, unanimous roar. You have no idea how handsome you were on camera. You eliminated so many SS-level soldiers. Lin Zhao's clothes were grabbed, and the excited crowd couldn't help but pull at the person who was the subject of the hot topic on the Starnet. Finally, they felt like they were joining the excitement. Mind the traffic. A traffic controller nearby shouted a warning. Just as some people's attention was drawn to that side, Lin Zhao suddenly threw herself forward and fell under the bridge. Another round of screams erupted. Soon, another news story appeared on the Starnet. Lin Zhao had jumped off a bridge. Lin Zhao didn't jump directly, but swung to the handrail below. Once the noise above had died down, she scrambled down to the ground below. She touched her clothes, finding a rip from her escape, and sighed. She didn't know how to handle the situation, and instinctively wanted to run. Senior Wayne had told her to be careful when she was alone, and she thought it was just a courtesy, but it turned out to be a sincere reminder. The rips in her clothes didn't affect her wearability, so she smoothed out the wrinkles and continued on her way. She had an appointment with a client before the league match, right here in the main city of Zero Boundary Star. It would only take 2 hours from the training grounds, but it would require crossing almost the entire city. Besides the numerous expensive transportation options, Lin Zhao chose the most cost-effective option of walking, using the underground passage as the shortest route. However, the underground passages in Zero Boundary Star's main city weren't just pedestrian passages, they were more like a subterranean village, with several levels beneath the surface, housing a mix of shops and residences. Although it looked messy, it wasn't actually a dangerous place, simply because of the high traffic. Lin Zhao's temporary residence was here, but she now had to rush to another location. Most importantly, she felt someone was following her, and she couldn't just lead a stranger with no idea of their destination to her own place. Lin Zhao wasn't familiar with the layers of underground structure yet, and while trying to shake them off, she nearly got lost. Thankfully, there were so many people around. She blended in and was carried along through several streets. After observing from a corner for a while, Lin Zhao finally felt comfortable walking alone. But the scene before her suddenly swirled, and she instantly lost consciousness. Lin Zhao wasn't quite sure what had happened. She didn't remember seeing anything, not even smelling anything unusual. When she awoke, she was only aware of being on the ground, a damp earthy smell in her nose, her hands cupped behind her with cold metal. She regained her composure and sat up. But 2 more hands suddenly pressed her upper body down. Lin Zhao. Chu Su enunciated her name, word by word, sitting on the sofa across from her, leisurely sipping his drink. You're quite impressive, capable of fighting and repairing mechas. Why are you pinned down like this? You're quite impressive too. All these days have passed, and you still can't get over this? You dismantled my mecha, attacked my men, and stole my spot, and you're still so proud of yourself? Chu Su's temper exploded at the slightest provocation. His friends had been teasing him for days. Towards the end of the competition, someone told him that being eliminated was normal, given the strength of his opponents. He got even angrier. Zero Boundary Star, I know this place better than you do, and you're still trying to dump me? Chu Su took another sip, squeezed the drink container, and the liquid inside flew provocatively toward Lin Zhao. Why did you ask me out? Lin Zhao asked, not paying much attention to the wet corner of her clothes. Chu Su stood up and stared down at her. Originally, people like you could just be crippled and thrown on a garbage planet, but I changed my mind. I want you to work for me, to be mine. Is this a job? Lin Zhao stared back as if she were looking at a ghost. You can repair mechas and understand mechanics, so you're just the right person for me to work for. Are you short of mecha operators? No. Chu Su's expression was indifferent. But you're different. He glanced at the person behind him, and suddenly someone else held Lin Zhao down. I give you a chip. Lin Zhao didn't know what the chip was, but it was obvious that it was meant to be inserted into her body. She struggled, but the handcuffs wouldn't budge. Her wrists ached, and she was pinned down again. The handcuffs are on you. They're yours, and they won't open. Chu Su noticed the slight movement behind her, and he found it ridiculous. Lin Zhao suddenly stopped struggling. She rubbed the handcuffs with her fingers. There was a soft click, and the restraints loosened instantly. Instantly, she spun around and elbowed the man on her left in the temple. The handcuffs swung in her hand and clasped around the neck of the man on her right. Chu-Su watched her escape, stunned, and then received a punch. You found me, the slave you're looking for. You're going to be remade. Chapter 11. Isn't this right? How could you open the handcuffs? Chu-Su and his 2 men were tied to the same table leg, forced to sit on the floor with their hands behind their backs. Although his face was red and purple, he still tried to express his confusion. The automatic shackles could only be unlocked if his terminal recognized his biometric information. How could Lin Xiao come out just like that? Lin Xiao glanced around the room. It must have been a temporary find by Chu-Su, but it was relatively clean. She sat on the sofa where Chu-Su had just sat. I'm new here too, and I don't know what to do with you. But you said, the underground passage here is so large, 3 more bodies wouldn't be discovered, right? You dare! Chu-Su shouted, but looking into Lin Xiao's calm eyes, he felt an inexplicable fear. She seemed really brave. He had checked Lin Xiao out. A child born on a 5-ring garbage planet, without parents, he had been working everywhere since he was very young. It was because of this that he dared to assault and kidnap people without restraint. But he had just realized that someone who had survived to this point, and even learned a wealth of skills on his own, couldn't possibly be a coward. Wait a minute. Chu-Su's mind raced, aren't you? Short of money, and want to start a waste disposal company. I can invest. Lin Xiao remained silent. Chu-Su continued, I can also introduce you to many clients, some needing repairs, others working in the upstream and downstream waste disposal industry. Do you think you're still credible when you say this now? Chu-Su was on the verge of tears. I was wrong. I didn't want to come here. My friends pushed me to do it. I didn't want to get beaten up. But your contempt for me is so genuine, more genuine than it is now. I just... His plan to play pitiful had failed. He was at his wit's end. Lin Xiao wouldn't budge. Then tell me, what do you want? I definitely give it to you. As Chu-Su chattered on, Lin Xiao ran through all the possibilities in her mind. If she killed him, she might be safe in this chaotic place for the time being. But he was a famous young master after all. If he really went missing, she would definitely be the one to find out. But if nothing was done, Chu-Su wasn't a good man, and he was narrow-minded. Even if he admitted his mistake now, there was no guarantee he wouldn't retaliate in the future. Just as he was thinking, the window shattered, sending shards raining down. Sharply shaped fragments embedded themselves into the tabletop. Lin Xiao rolled over, blocking the blow head-on. It hurt. This man was as hard as steel. She expected another inexplicable fight, but the man who had broken through the window didn't make any further moves. Lin Xiao stared at him cautiously, but the other man simply glanced back and forth at the 3 people on the ground. Lin Xiao, right? The man began. I'm Han Chanfeng. I graduated from the Shio Military Academy, and now work at the 2nd Star Ring. He showed his ID. Although dressed in casual clothes, his physique was certainly exceptional. Lin Xiao remained silent, a look of wonder on his face. Han Chanfeng continued, don't worry. I was just on a mission nearby and happened to see a few familiar faces, so I came over to check it out. You saw it then? So what is this? Chu-Su, with dark circles under his eyes, interrupted hastily, I'm looking for Lin Xiao to discuss a partnership. Yeah. A good deal. Since this is business, how did the discussion go? Han Chanfeng brushed aside the broken glass he had knocked over and sat down with a familiar air. It was a good discussion. Everything's settled. How did it go exactly? Lin Xiao found this man strange. What's your connection? Just joining in the fun. Han Chanfeng wasn't angry, but rather smiled. He's currently the most sought-after person in the alliance. I'm honored to witness his growth. Chu-Su, go on. Chu-Su recognized Han Chanfeng. When he suddenly barged in, he suddenly felt a sense of relief, a sense of being rescued. But then a cold sweat broke out, and fear began to set in. This was kidnapping. His family had some money, and they had connections. But Han Chanfeng was a commissioned colonel with numerous military achievements. Chu-Su was nothing in front of a general. I invest in a factory. How will the dividends be divided? Chu-Su didn't think much of it. He was just talking. All he needed was to escape. But judging by Han Chanfeng's expression, he was definitely on Lin Xiao's side. He risked it all. Lose money to avoid disaster. I pay, and if there's a profit, I take 30%, and she 70%. Has the contract been signed? It's almost signed. Chu Su nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, shifting left and right before remembering that she and her men were still tied up. She looked at Han Chafeng for help. Look, business still has to be done legally. Han Chafeng untied Chu Su, but he was still talking to Lin Xiao. Although Chu Su was a wicked person, he prepared all the necessary business documents quickly and efficiently, especially under Han Chafeng's supervision. Lin Xiao did nothing as Chu Su entered all the information, and a complete contract was transmitted to her terminal. This is my company, so it'd be quick. There won't be any problems. Chu Su assured Han Chafeng. Okay, you guys are done, it's my turn? Han Chafeng looked at Lin Xiao. Okay. Chu Su took the opportunity to slip away, considerately closing the door behind him. What do you mean? Lin Xiao asked Han Chafeng. After all the hassle, they let him go? He tied you up, and you beat him up. Technically, you'd both be incarcerated for a few days. Han Chafeng saw the shackles on the table, and the bloody marks on Lin Xiao's wrists as he entered. He naturally guessed what had happened. So, keeping things quiet is good for both you and him. Besides, the compensation you received is reasonable. Seeing Lin Xiao still didn't speak, he added, of course, if you're not satisfied with this outcome, you can take your own course. For now, this is just a suggestion. Honestly, the current situation is indeed very good. Lin Xiao didn't know who this Han Chafeng was, but Chu Su seemed to listen to him. Then she didn't have to worry about Chu Su coming back to cause trouble in the future. Even if the contract wasn't valid, she didn't care. Why did you ask me? Lin Xiao seemed to be asking this question all the time. It's just a coincidence. Look at my clothes, they're for keeping a low profile. But since we met, I figured we should chat. Han Chafeng sat down again, asking Lin Xiao to join him and stop being so nervous. I watched your match. You performed very well. It was, I say, beyond all our expectations. Han Chafeng cut to the chase. So good, even so good, I had my doubts. Lin Xiao's back had just relaxed against the sofa when it suddenly tensed again. Within the Alliance, we hold psychic power levels as sacred, believing that anyone who can defeat someone one level higher is incomparably powerful. Objectively speaking, this is true, but the universe is vast, and there are all kinds of people. The way I see you dismantling a mecha is very similar to what I encountered on missions. Very scientific and efficient. Lin Xiao listened to a lot, but ultimately settled on outside the Alliance. When you're out working, you encounter all kinds of people, some friendly, some malicious. It's always good to learn a few skills to save your life. Of course. Han Chafeng remained calm. Not only are you skilled in mecha combat, but you're also quick-witted. Even those of us with some practical experience wouldn't dare to dismantle a box rashly. You're so confident, it's like you've seen it with your own eyes. He simply smiled, not waiting for Lin Xiao's response, or, he said, not wanting to hear anything else, and then added, I don't know if anyone has contacted you, but I believe you'll be very busy over the next few days. Repairs are indeed sought after. Not just repairs, but also recruitment. Han Chafeng said seriously, today, I'm speaking solely on my own behalf. I hope you can come to the military academy for further study. I told your students, but I haven't told anyone else. I just want to make some money. Lin Xiao didn't beat around the bush like she had with Shen Jiming and the others. Instead, she spoke directly, I don't understand. I'm just an insignificant person. Why are you interfering in whether I go to school? Does that mean someone else is also looking for you? Han Chafeng saw Lin Xiao was speechless and smiled. If it's a teacher from another military academy, it's not a problem. It doesn't matter where you go. But if there's anyone else, I hope you consider it carefully. Who else could it be? You grew up in a less prosperous area, so you should know that some civil organizations are not very peaceful. Han Chafeng pulled out 2 bloody terminals and gently placed them on the table. They're trying to recruit people everywhere, especially those with mechanical talent. If they can't recruit, they forcibly take them away. What happens to those who are taken away? Many are missing, but for some, only their remains remain. No one has ever returned alive. Han Chafeng suddenly realized that Lin Xiao was asking what the Alliance would do with those taken away. Protection or supervision, it's up to them. He also understood Lin Xiao's concerns. His current behavior was nothing short of a threat. You entered the league game alone, initially seeking fame and money. That's true, and you're fully capable of handling it. But outside this game, there are other rules. You think you can do it alone, but there's really no one out there who can fight alone. Even if you truly were alone, no one would believe you. I know that reputable engineers and mecha pilots often have the backing of the military, large families, or large corporations. Lin Zhao replied silently, I know what I'm doing. If there's a better way, I won't put myself in such a dilemma. The room fell silent. After a long pause, Han Chanfeng stood up, placed his hand on Lin Zhao's shoulder, and stood beside her. Just be aware of this. Thank you for today. Nothing, just passing through, resolving a dispute among the citizens. Han Chanfeng regained his familiar smile. I have something else to do, so I'd be leaving now. Lin Zhao sat quietly in the room for a moment longer. A new message appeared on her terminal, a client's inquiry about progress. After confirming the area was safe, Lin Zhao continued on her way. As she walked, she read the messages. Among the thousands of pop-up messages, she found one that started out differently. As we mentioned at the train grounds, would you like to meet up at the Zero Element Academy Cafe for a chat sometime? Chapter 12. Oh my god. I just wanted to repair my aircraft, but I hit the jackpot. The mech jumper everyone's looking for is actually here. AI Jushin chattered excitedly to herself the entire time Lin Zhao was working. Lin Zhao initially wanted to respond politely, but then realized there was no need, the client was just being excited on his own. Hey, can you take a picture with me later? I want to post it on StarNet. Sure. Really? Thank you so much. I initially took this order simply because it was on my way to the competition, but after arriving at this place, Lin Zhao realized that this person seemed to be wealthy. AI Jushin, the youngest daughter of the owner of the AI's Chamber of Commerce. Her family was in the machinery parts business, particularly mid to high-end components, and their business was spread throughout the alliance. As for why she assigned the order to a stranger mechanic, her mumbling hinted at something. Her aircraft was a gift from someone outside the alliance, and it wasn't sold within the alliance. She had broken it while sneaking out to play. She and her friend didn't know how to fix it, and they were too embarrassed to let their family know. So, they quietly asked someone they didn't know to fix it, trying their best to try and see what they could do. It's not a big deal. The part just broke in a bad spot, so the entire module needs to be replaced. Lin Zhao wrote out a complete list, and handed it to AI Jushin. AI Jushin wasn't some uneducated, third-generation rich kid. A quick glance told her what to prepare. Okay, thank you. I have to trouble you to come back once the parts arrive. Lin Zhao packed up his things, then thought for a moment before asking, I'm new here. Can I ask you something? You said I often come to Zero Boundary Star. Do you know how the military academies in the League generally recruit students? AI Jushin's inner alarm bells rang, feeling like she was on the verge of a new discovery, but she had to pretend to be calm when answering the question. Actually, it's all the same. They select A-level and above from ordinary military academies across the country, and then train them themselves. Do they only select from the school? I remember there were also students who were selected through additional selections. Do you know Colonel Han Chanfeng? Who? Haven't you heard of him? The colonel is amazing. He was born on Trash Star, not Border Star. He later made a name for himself in underground competitions, and was accepted by the Shia Military Academy. AI Jushin was excited when she talked about old news. He went from A-level to SSS level in just 2 years. He's a true genius. She saw Lin Zhao's lack of reaction, but she still, unable to resist, she asked, is it true, as they say on the Star Internet, that a military academy wants to recruit you? I guess so. Lin Zhao was momentarily dazed when he heard Han Chanfeng's name, but quickly recovered. Which one do you think is better? Who am I to judge the quality of a military academy? AI Jushin waved her hand. Every military academy that participates in the league is already the strongest in the league, with the best students. But compared to other academies, there's no best. They just have their strengths, and their destination after graduation is also related to their location in the star ring. I heard that. I'm just curious, are all military academy students required to serve in the border area in their 4th and 5th years? Lin Zhao had heard from Shiyo and the others that they wouldn't have 4th and 5th year students participating in the league because the seniors were required to start serving in the official army. Ah. AI Jushin briefly recalled. Basically, everyone. Only Zero Element Academy starts in 5th grade. But it's not just border missions. Many students are assigned to other missions, like the Alliance Biology Association and the Gene Engineering's out-of-alliance expeditions, which draw students from every school. Gene Engineering, is that the program to explore unknown creatures and improve human genetics? Yes. Will students who haven't graduated yet also participate? Lin Zhao's grip tightened unconsciously. Well, I heard it's just perimeter security work. They won't go deep into the interior with the staff, but it's quite dangerous. They go to places where many star beasts are present. Lin Zhao simply thanked her, silently finished the remaining work, and left. Today's activities weren't over yet. She still had to go to Zero Element Academy. Teacher Hua Shu, who had greeted her at the training ground, was already sitting and waiting for her. Try the imported number 0 coffee from outside the alliance. He politely gestured please. What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Zhao asked directly. Hua Shu smiled. I think you probably understand. I'm here today to recruit students, hoping you join Zero Element Academy. I just don't understand. I don't think I'm someone worthy of attention. Then you might have some misunderstandings about yourself. After you defeated Chu Su and advanced, some people noticed you. Hua Shu was also straightforward. Perhaps you don't know that before you entered the training grounds, the League teamed up with the Zero Boundary Star Garrison to take down an illegal mechanical base. Lin Zhao didn't understand what he was talking about. What did this have to do with her? This stronghold has some connection to the Alliance's banned forces, and we were able to defeat them because of you. Hua Shu raised his eyes, his smile fading. We intercepted their attempts to contact you, dug deeper, took action, and took them down in one fell swoop. Why did you predict they would come to recruit me? You shouldn't know the specifics, but you should understand that the attention a rising star receives within the Alliance shouldn't be judged by ordinary people. Lin Zhao didn't touch her coffee, but leaned back in her chair, keeping her distance from Hua Shu. Do you suspect I joined them? Your skills tell us your path to success isn't entirely legal. If the Alliance cared about the lives of all its citizens, I wouldn't have these skills. The two stared at each other for a long moment, but said nothing more. It was Hua Shu who broke the silence first. Joining the military academy is an opportunity for you. Breaking with the past, and receiving a formal education, will make your future easier. I've been walking this path for over a decade. I probably don't need anyone to teach me how to continue. Lin Zhao stood up, not wanting to say more. You rushed into the League. Didn't you consider that fame is a double-edged sword? Hua Shu continued. Lin Zhao didn't pause, nor did she respond. She'd been taking in a lot of information today, and talking to this teacher, Hua Shu, made her feel strangely irritated and upset. It seemed most people already believed her studies were sponsored by some force outside the League. After a busy day, she finally returned to her temporary rental, tucked herself under the covers, and everything was peaceful. She slept for a long time, day and night, and when she woke up, she checked Star Network. She had been trending all day, Lin Zhao jumping off a bridge. Lin Zhao took a photo with the daughter of the AI's Chamber of Commerce. The battle for talent. Boring. But AI Jushin had already sent her a message, saying the parts had arrived, and that she'd be inconvenienced by making another trip. It was supposed to take several days to ship, but it arrived so quickly. As expected of a large company. Lin Zhao simply sighed inwardly before immediately getting up and setting off. She hadn't taken on any other work for now, but she had to complete the one she was supposed to be working on. The replacement materials AI Jushin had sent were incredibly complete, and there were even plenty of extras that wouldn't be used. Lin Zhao picked out what she needed and put the rest away. But AI Jushin, somewhat embarrassed, pushed everything back to Lin Zhao. Last time, I posted a photo of you and I got too excited. As a result, my parents found out about the broken aircraft. So they sent me these things, and asked me if you'd like to join the AI's Chamber of Commerce? AI Jushin quickly made amends. It's okay if you don't want to. I'm just delivering the message. Don't feel guilty. Lin Zhao remained silent. AI Jushin, assuming she was angry, quickly apologized. My family is in business, and we don't have a strong sense of boundaries. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry to bother you, don't take it personally. No, I was just wondering why your family, and so many other powerful organizations, would be interested in me. They clearly don't need anyone, right? You're different. You've been tested in front of the entire alliance. You're smart, your skills are decent, and achieving this level of power across all mental levels is truly unprecedented. Don't be so self-deprecating. Aiju left his thoughts unsaid. Real talent was one thing, and popularity was another. At this time, whoever recruited Lin Zhao would be able to better demonstrate their appeal and broad-mindedness to the outside world. Even if Lin Zhao wasn't needed, being a short-term mascot wouldn't be bad. Ai Jushi knew she wasn't cut out for business. She only wanted to live a life of leisure and fun. But she had also met quite a few people along with her family. Lin Zhao was honest and intelligent. Unfazed by the sudden surge of attention, she repeatedly inquired about outside recruitment, taking no time to respond. She even considered her own usefulness, completely lacking that shameless self-confidence. So, she wasn't suited to working alone. But even if she didn't join her own chamber of commerce, maintaining good relationships with people like her wouldn't hurt. But I'm not speaking for my family, Ai Jushin continued. If there's a truly good job, you might consider it. Taking on work on your own is a mixed bag, and having an organization behind you is easier. And have you looked at StarNet? Not really. Ai Jushin felt she was a bit overconfident and was momentarily speechless. Well, it's really nothing. There are always some people who are overly curious and dig into your past. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but there are still many who believe in conspiracy theories, like you were deliberately and secretly cultivated, so Ai Jushin was also a bit speechless. She didn't know Lin Zhao's true past, she simply felt that making assumptions through a screen could maliciously erase a person's entire effort. Lin Zhao said nothing much, simply concentrating on completing her work. Ai Jushin carefully observed Lin Zhao's workflow. Last time, she had been so excited that she noticed this time that her controls weren't entirely in line with Alliance standards. However, the panel values were fine, and her performance had even improved compared to the initial setup. While Lin Zhao was working, she went downstairs to get a piece of clothing. I see your clothes are all torn. Come change into something new. She pulled Lin Zhao down without waiting for her to refuse. Of course, she knew it wasn't done here, and she didn't expect such a small favor to win her heart. It's just that she admired people with real talent and knowledge. She chose to ignore Lin Zhao's scars, simply praising her for looking good in the black hoodie. No, I can't accept your things. Lin Zhao didn't know where Ai Jushin got the strength to push and pull so seamlessly. Well, wear it. There's no way you can take back a gift. And this dress has a little surprise. Ai Jushin winked at her, full of anticipation. Lin Zhao didn't dislike Ai Jushin. Everyone she had met in the past few days had been talking to her about the rules of survival, but Ai Jushin was just a casual passerby, so she had the least intentions. Well, thank you. It's alright. Are you still going to stay on Zero Boundary? If so, I can recommend a few more projects. Many of my friends want to upgrade their mechas. Probably not anymore. Where are you going? Xar. Chapter 13. Chu-Su suddenly called via video. But he sat there solemnly, not saying a word. When Lin Zhao lost his patience with him, he finally spoke. You're quite capable, boy. It's only been a few days, and you already hooked up with the AI Chamber of Commerce and the Shio Military Academy. The news that Lin Zhao had come to Gezer, the home of the Shio Military Academy, was kept secret from everyone else. Only Ai Jushin and a few of her clients and friends on Gezer knew about it. Before Lin Zhao could ask, Chu-Su suddenly feigned a cold sneer. I have a powerful family and business on Gezer. You have nowhere to hide. Lin Zhao couldn't help but curl her lips in disdain. What's your business? The garbage dump. I already picked out the location. Huh? What's that? Let's talk business. Get serious. You're really doing it. I thought you were just trying to get away. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Chu-Su slammed the table and stood up. He had been a bit of a slacker, and it was certainly a temporary fix, but he never wavered when it came to the real thing. Besides, Lin Zhao was no longer the commoner with no connections. If they truly wanted to have a long-term partnership with her, it wouldn't be a bad idea. Now that the contract is signed, I definitely have to keep an eye on where my money goes. Chu-Su's screens were open twice, half showing a video and half displaying the garbage disposal business plan. He smacked his lips. I'm not saying you might be a good fighter and have great skills, but you're a terrible moneymaker. What profit can you make from garbage disposal in this day and age? I'm not looking to refine it, so your location choice is useless. So what do you want to do? This is already the most profitable business in the garbage disposal industry. Chu-Su's plan was almost completely overturned by that one sentence, and he suddenly got a little angry. So you're on Xar, right? I come find you and talk face to face. Before Lin Zhao could say anything, he unilaterally disconnected the video call. You're quite short-tempered. Lin Zhao slowly closed the terminal, stood up, and opened the window. The scenery on Xar was completely different from that on Zero Boundary. Zero Boundary was quite ordinary, a city of steel. But Xar was not large. It was an artificial planet, composed of 12 massive prism-shaped buildings connected end to end, each pillar covered in a colorful film. Living under this ecological dome, the essentials for survival were plentiful, even thriving. From Lin Zhao's rented house, she could just see the Shio Military Academy in the distance. The Shio Military Academy occupied a single pillar, and its campus was one of the largest in the entire alliance. But she could only see the general picture. Anything closer, anything more specific, would be considered a restricted area. She had been on Xar for 2 weeks, quietly helping people repair mechas. AI Jushin's friends were also very kind. They stopped posting Lin Zhao's messages on the Starnet, and tacitly began to protect her. And the work wasn't difficult. Civilian mechas weren't as precise as those used by military academy students, and they didn't require much mental energy. Besides repairing, she also did some teaching. She felt she had no talent for instruction. She couldn't understand why she couldn't grasp even simple things. But her friends were very supportive. The mechas she repaired were excellent. Their performance significantly improved compared to their previous ones. Take Lin Zhao, and she could fix not only mechas, but any other small, large mechanical toys at home. It was incredibly cost-effective. Because it seemed so easy, they occasionally asked questions they never understood in their previous mechanics classes. They had developed the illusion that they could handle it themselves. How did you learn that? They often lamented, thinking they were just the kids their parents talked about. I just learned it by accident. Scholars, you're not allowed in my house. To date, she had earned over 1 million star coins from taking orders. But in reality, if she wanted to modify her mecha to be more professional and user-friendly, that million wouldn't be enough. Besides, she wouldn't spend all her money on this. She only just finished cooking when Chu-Su arrived. He stormed in, his face bulging with rage. Several virtual screens propped up beside him. The places I chosen are all planets in the Alliance, with great future commercial value. Could you offer anything better? Waste refining is simply extracting the useful metals from a mixture and repurifying them for reuse. However, the vast quantities of imported materials already meet the needs of various industries, so waste refining is essentially a real estate business. Chu-Su's anger subsided, his eyes clearing a little. Don't you understand? Why are you still in this business? Does running a waste treatment plant require all this? Then what else? Lin Zhao poured him a glass of water and drank her own. Seriously, why should I trust you? Believe it or not, if it weren't for Colonel Han. Chu-Su felt aggrieved. He had never suffered so much loss from a single person in his life. You can choose whether to sign this contract or not. My money didn't just come out of thin air. Chu-Su decided to be tough for once. Lin Zhao wasn't the only engineer with potential in the league. He moved with such force that he stood out in the small room, but he stopped at the door. I'm really leaving. What I want to do might be controversial, but it's likely to be a monopoly. Lin Zhao replied slowly, You have a flying machine? Yes, otherwise how would I have gotten here? Want to go somewhere with me? Aside from Chu-Su's sudden arrival, Lin Zhao's life went on pretty much as planned. She occasionally checked the league's updates. In the 5th game, Asta took first place, and Xia took third. Perhaps because they had been too prominent in the 4th game, the 5th game was a pure revenge game. Su-Imo was injured and out, and Chung-Yu's mech was damaged, barely recovering. As soon as the game ended, she received a steady stream of videos from Su-Imo in the hospital ward. She was fine, but she was filled with resentment, and she wanted to dissect every detail of the match. Teach me how to dismantle a mech in close combat. I'm so pissed off. Su-Imo hugged the pillow and rubbed it fiercely. No! If you ask me now, it means the foreign players are cheating. The game must be fair. Lin Zhao ruthlessly refused. Ah! Su-Imo wailed again and punched the pillow. Looking energetic? Shen Jiming's voice filled the background of the video. He leaned over and showed his face. Where are you now? Lin Zhao said nothing, but flicked the virtual screen. AI Jushin appeared cheerfully and greeted him. AI Jushin? Why are you with Lin Zhao? Chung Wujio also leaned over. Hey! AI Jushin flicked her fingers from behind her eyebrows and winked at Chung Wujio. Do you know each other? Lin Zhao asked. We've been out together before. It seemed Chung Wujio also knew Chu-Su last time, and Lin Zhao was silently amazed at his extensive network. Are you repairing the mecha? Shen Jiming asked. I already done it. Today I'm repairing the mechanical dragon. Lin Zhao dragged the dragon's head over. Victor, call one of them. A cracking metallic roar pierced through the air, successfully disturbing the other side. Hurry up and fix it. Stop disturbing the people. Su-Imo quickly turned down the volume. Qingyu will be here soon. Let's not talk about it for now. He's been having a bit of a hard time lately, and seeing you out there so freely would probably make him even more depressed. What does it have to do with me? The mecha repairs almost delayed everything, and I'm blaming myself. Su-Imo blurted it out, but it seemed the person involved had already arrived, so she hurriedly and guiltily disconnected the video. Why didn't you tell them you already contacted the teachers at Shio Military Academy and will be enrolling in the new semester? AI Shushin asked. I better keep a low profile until everything settles. Otherwise, if someone suddenly shows up and accuses her of collaborating, it'd be troublesome. That's right. AI Shushin stroked her Victor, thoughtfully adding, but why did you come to Shio? Isn't Asta the strongest mecha? I researched all the military academies. I didn't want to go to any academy with tuition over 200,000 yuan a year, any scholarships that didn't cover tuition, any that didn't allow for flexible course selection, and any senior year missions I didn't like. In the end, Shio was the only one left. This was the first time AI Shushin had heard of such a school selection. Don't military academy students get paid? You've been earning enough lately to attend Astra, right? I don't have any money, I sent it all home. Lin Zhao spoke so frankly, without hiding anything, that AI Shushin felt a little intrusive. She quickly asked something else. What about the mandatory military service for seniors? Do you have a preference for that? Some missions are basically just standing guard, maintaining law and order within the alliance. I can't do that. AI Shushin suddenly remembered that Xiao seems to be involved in the Gene project. You're interested in that? Lin Zhao's hands moved quickly, but his response was a moment slower. I'd like to go and see. Then you're quite adventurous. AI Shushin didn't notice Lin Zhao's subtle change in mood. No mission outside the alliance is easy. That's why it's challenging. You guys are so talented. Although it seemed like she had free choice, AI Shushin knew the reasons behind it. Furthermore, once she entered the military academy, she would be subject to strict management. She had to stay out of the academy at set times, and she wouldn't see Lin Zhao often anymore. Even paid repairs were limited. She thought Lin Zhao was a good person. No pretense, and she truly had a talent and passion for mechanics. This kind of simple interaction was rare for her. Thinking of this, she twisted and turned on the ground twice, and said with a genuine pain and grievance, "You are going in." Chapter 14. The new semester began in Shio. Qingyu sat among the first-year students, waiting for teacher Yin Fei's speech. He'd been through this process before. It was nothing more than the teacher acting tough and intimidating, letting students who slacked off during the holidays know that there was no medicine for regret. His mind began to wander. Shio Military Academy finished second in the league, 1 point behind the first-place Asta Military Academy. It felt frustrating. Going home after the league was over was unbearable, and returning to school always reminded him of the league. So he went to find Lin Zhao, and the two of them worked hard together to build a mecha. Working was so relaxing, especially with someone who was efficient and easy to communicate with. He had never imagined he'd collaborate so much with someone whose mental power was 2 levels below his. He wondered where Lin Zhao was now. There's a new student this semester. After finishing his usual routine, Yin Fei changed the subject. Qingyu regained his attention slightly. A familiar figure, wearing the same uniform as his, walked into the classroom. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Zhao. A small commotion erupted in the classroom. Quiet! Yin Fei solemnly reminded the unruly group of youngsters. Lin Zhao is a transfer student, but she still has to abide by school rules and complete 2/3 of the full year's credits within the next 6 months. I hope that the students will demonstrate a spirit of mutual assistance and help the new student quickly adapt to military academy life. Chengyu stared at Lin Zhao until her gaze shifted to him, and a faint smile played on his face. His hand swiped across the terminal, and the Xiao League group chat erupted in activity. Suimo, what's going on? Lin Zhao's here? Cheng Wujiu, didn't she say she had no money? Wayne, no money means no money, and going to school means going to school. Suimo, damn, this kid's been so secretive. He didn't tell anyone. It was your teacher who reminded me to be low-key. After Lin Zhao sat down, he replied in the group chat. Suimo, you really are someone who can accomplish great things. Wayne, Suimo, where did you get that quibble from? Suimo, it's just a smooth one, hee. A message popped up in Shen Jiming's private chat box. It was a screenshot. Suimo Cheng Wujiu and Cheng Yu each transferred 30,000 star coins to him. Lin Zhao, did you make a bet? Shen Jiming, congratulations. Lin Zhao, should we thank the person involved? Shen Jiming successfully transferred 45,000 star coins. Lin Zhao, question mark. Shen Jiming, keep working hard. After replying on the terminal, teacher Yin Fei had almost finished what he was saying. As soon as he left, a group of people surrounded Lin Zhao. Everyone chatted, adding contact information, and asking what classes she wanted to take. I don't even know what classes are available yet. Lin Xiao had only just arrived and wasn't familiar with the rules. Even her academic and living privileges were determined before she even stepped into the classroom. But taking 2 semesters of classes in 1 semester is pretty extreme. How extreme? I was almost dying last semester. The classmates were friendly and didn't treat her any differently because she was a so-called celebrity. Their eyes and hearts were filled with concern and curiosity for her survival. Ask Qingyu, he's been there. Where's Qingyu? The group pushed Qingyu over again. Qingyu scratched his head. My first freshman year, I did take a few more classes, but I never took so many at once. I feel like, besides the required courses, I need to fill my days to the brim. It's okay, as long as I can eat and sleep. Lin Xiao didn't think it was a big deal. No matter how hellish it was, could it be worse than working in a factory without a day off? Let's go! I don't have classes this morning, and I can change classes freely during the first 3 days of school. I show you around and get you familiar with it. Qingyu showed Lin Xiao his old class schedule. Besides the required courses, like physical fitness, theory, and military skills, I think advanced weapon system analysis and mecha design and theory are pretty good. They're pretty hardcore. Lin Xiao sorted out her schedule, and found that what he said didn't conflict. What about alien biology research and medical first aid? Medical first aid, it's okay. Getting a perfect score isn't easy. I haven't taken this biological research course. Does she even have it? Qingyu had no idea where she found such an unpopular course, he never heard of it. It sounds interesting. Lin Xiao was walking when a hand stopped her head. She looked up and saw Suimo, with everyone else standing behind him except Wayne. Why are you all here? Don't you have classes? It's all because of you. Suimo poked her shoulder. He wasn't really angry, but he was putting on airs. They're sneaking in and catching us off guard. It's just right. I'm choosing classes. Has anyone heard of the course called Extraterrestrial Biology Research? Everyone looked at each other. Is it new? I think it started 3 years ago. The very name makes me sleepy. Why would I take it? It's worth a lot of points. That's very practical. Suimo glanced at Lin Xiao's schedule. It was packed with words, even more than her class notes. Bad luck. Do you have a class later? Basic individual combat. Suimo gasped. So intense right off the bat? Drink some nutrient solution, or you get hypoglycemia again, Shinjiming reminded her. Yes. Suimo quickly agreed. Teacher Eleanor is really tough. It's just combat and cold weapons. What else could it be? You experience it yourself. Her classes are incredibly long anyway. There's endless beatings and swordplay to dodge. The content is standard, but the teacher is a bit unusual. Suimo patted Lin Xiao's shoulder solemnly. Let's wait until you finish your first period before rescheduling. Maybe you change your mind. Lin Xiao wasn't very defensive, and she knew this, so even with all the intimidation, she didn't dare slack off. But reality was even more cruel than she imagined. Eleanor stood at the front of the line, watching yet another freshman arrive for class. She paced silently, feeling an invisible sense of oppression. The first-year students, already tortured for 6 months at the military academy, knew this was a common way teachers began classes, but they still hadn't adapted and were terrified. I heard that Colonel Eleanor spent 6 months each year on missions, and had a distinguished record. She wasn't the most formidable, but she was practically unbeatable in physical combat. And yet, such a person loved teaching. I'm your individual combat instructor, Eleanor. Some of you may have heard of me, but if you haven't, that's fine. We still have 6 months to get to know each other better, and get along well. Lin Xiao, amidst the crowd, discreetly observed the teacher. She didn't look strong, but the memory of the blow she received from Han Changfeng that day brought phantom pain. At their level, aren't they already made of steel? It's said that with genetic enhancements, high-end nutrient fluids, and the added bonus of mental strength, the soldiers, officers, and the wealthy are all like this. There's no need to be so intense in the first class. Let's get a feel for the situation first. Eleanor began to roll up her sleeves. Everyone's expressions changed. The fight was about to begin. According to their student numbers, each student had to fight Eleanor. It was called a fight, but from an outsider's perspective, it was completely Eleanor's one-sided manipulation and playfulness. She wasn't in a rush to end the fight, but rather, she spent her opponent's repeated fits of frustration trying to uncover their weaknesses. Your lower body is too weak, you can't generate core power, and you have virtually no training. Your eyes are squinting, you have a lot of strength, but you can't hit accurately. Your skills are decent, but your reactions are too slow. She evaluated each one, and the others relaxed their initial restraint and began to whisper. Some were watching and commenting, while others were urgently asking for advice on how to quickly master fighting techniques. Next, Lin Zhao, Eleanor called out the name. Those who were exhausted and lying on the ground with difficulty turned their heads. Many people hadn't had a chance to speak to her yet. I only seen her on screen with the Xia main team, and she handled the mecha well, but I had no idea how she would fare in real combat. Lin Zhao briefly stretched her shoulders and stood across from Eleanor. Han Chanfeng told me that your reflexes are okay, but your physical fitness is lacking. Did you catch up on that during this vacation? Eleanor asked, and before Lin Zhao could respond, she attacked, leaving no one reacting. Relying solely on her physical instincts, Lin Zhao raised her left hand to deflect the first attack, and her wrist went numb from the impact. Since her opponent had taken the initiative, she had no choice but to sidestep and attack Eleanor's waist and abdomen. However, Eleanor had completely anticipated Lin Zhao's move and immediately locked one of her legs. Lin Zhao had no choice but to change her attack midair, clamping her legs around one of Eleanor's arms, even though she had already lifted it up to throw it. In a flash, Lin Zhao landed on the ground, quickly adjusting her posture and hunching back into a defensive stance. Eleanor, facing her, twisted her shoulder with a single hand and chuckled, "You do have a natural fighting talent. Your body is faster than your brain, but you just lack practice." After just a few moves, Lin Zhao could already hear her heart pounding in her chest. Though she had used her momentum to immobilize Eleanor's shoulder, she had completely underestimated her opponent's physical strength. She couldn't budge it, and even took several blows in vain. When she heard the word lack of practice, she knew it was over. Eleanor didn't try a lot of moves before letting her go, as she had with the other students. She immediately started testing the next student. "You did well. I almost got caught in this. Does it hurt here?" Lin Zhao walked over to the group of people who had finished their tests. Someone asked her, pointing to the right side of her face. "It's numb. It might hurt tomorrow." Lin Zhao began to observe Eleanor's movements. She barely used any moves, so there were no flaws. On the other hand, she had been swinging so hard that it seemed like she was welcoming the blows. She silently took note and waited for the get out of class to end. The first thing she did after class was change her schedule and move the physical training elective after this period to another time. Outside the training room, Wayne and another girl were waiting for her. Lin Zhao saw them the moment she stepped out. The purple eyes were clearly visible in the crowd. "I had classes early this morning and didn't have time to talk to you." Wayne wasn't too surprised Lin Zhao was here. Instead, he was looking forward to it. "Are you getting used to the first period?" Lin Zhao didn't say anything, just pointed at his numb jaw. Senior Purple Eyes couldn't help but laugh, and Wayne introduced her. "This is my girlfriend, Casey. She's also a solo soldier, and in the same grade as me." "Hello, Casey." "Hello, I just came to get acquainted. Feel free to ask me anything you have questions." Wayne checked the time and seemed a little anxious. "We both have classes, so we are leaving now. Talk to you on the terminal if you need anything." With that, the two of them dashed off again. "Third year, it's a crazy time to catch up on credits, just like you." Shin Jiming had appeared from behind Lin Zhao at some point, his steps silent. "Anyway, I have to hurry. You're fitting in really quickly." Lin Zhao was genuinely anxious, but Shin Jiming followed her. "Don't you have classes?" "The same one with you." "Aren't you a sophomore?" Shio allows students of different grades to take the same course. "Didn't you know?" Lin Zhao honestly didn't know. For many classes, she only considered the credits and time. Large-scale campaign strategic planning. Are you interested in that too? Chapter 15. Large-scale campaign strategic planning. Few people take this course, because to avoid failing, zero mistakes are essential. A course with zero tolerance for error is unpopular anywhere, even if the instructor is a retired, experienced brigadier general. Didn't you do any research before enrolling? Sitting in the classroom, Shin Jiming looked around at everyone and asked Lin Zhao. There were only 12 people in total, 11 of whom were second-year students in the command department, and only Lin Zhao, a freshman who had just arrived one day. "I'd love to." Teacher Guancher stepped into the classroom at the last minute before class began, adjusted his glasses, and his gaze rested on Lin Zhao for a moment. 12, one more than last year. Not bad. Lin Zhao pursed her lips, as if it were just one more person. The old brigadier general lacked the decisiveness of actual combat. Instead, he moved slowly, like a sloth, exuding the air of a retired, comfortable man. He said a lot, but the short version was that this course lacked teamwork and was all about individual decision-making. Every student who enrolls in the course receives access to a simulation terminal for 1 semester. If the decision parameters they enter lead to a failed campaign, they fail immediately. It sounds exciting, but in reality, it's boring. At least that's what Shin Jiming thinks. Simulation is ultimately a sham. In reality, whatever decisions he makes will inevitably affect the enemy. This course sounds like all you need to do is learn the formulas? Forget it. He began to lose focus. Lin Zhao, beside him, kept staring at Guanxi, seemingly not listening. See you before? He asked casually. I think so. Lin Zhao replied casually. Coming to her senses, Lin Zhao began to listen attentively. The first class covered the history of wars experienced by the Alliance since its formation. This was something she already covered in other required courses, so she'd been distracted quite a bit. But she was taking notes while flipping through the game console, marking every battle mentioned. The best part of this class is probably being able to use the game simulation system, right? After class, Shin Jiming was bored. You still want to take this class? Of course. Teacher Guanxi has experienced more defeats than victories. Reviewing a defeat is much more objective than summarizing a victory. Shin Jiming's brows furrowed slightly. That made sense. The victor's writings always unconsciously glorify themselves. With so much veneration for victory, everyone loses the patience to listen to the loser. You don't have classes coming up, do you? Lin Zhao sighed deflated. I can walk around the school today and get to know it all. Good luck. Send me a copy of your schedule. Commuting to school is not good at all. The campus is so huge, and every break is a scramble, especially when you don't know everything. After running around all day, Lin Zhao even ate a quick meal. When she returned to the dorm, she collapsed on her bed. She started school later than everyone else, but luckily got a single room, so no one could disturb her while she lay down. But after a short rest, she got up again. It was her first time attending school properly, and although she was tired, she had never been exposed to so many new things so intensively. This feeling wasn't bad. This semester, she had to make up for classes that were originally from the first semester. Making up for it was one thing, but everyone had a foundation, and she had to quickly bridge the gap to keep up. Luckily, she was good at staying up late. It was around 4 o'clock before Lin Zhao simply showered and went to bed. The next day, she had the required Mecha Basics course she'd been craving. Her unconventional ways were finally saved. This course was a backup for students whose first semester course selections conflicted, and not many people took it, only a dozen or so. Come get your mechas first. The instructor's first words stunned Lin Zhao. The person nearby, knowing the instructor was talking to Lin Zhao, surreptitiously pushed her out. Hurry over. Don't miss out on a free mecha. We already got one in another class last semester. Giving away mechas in class? Our school is so rich. We have lots of mecha giveaways. Lin Zhao, bewildered, walked up to the teacher and watched him pull out a small cart. Inside were 7 or 8 pendants, all high-performance space folding devices. These 3 are lightweight mechas. The teacher pulled out 3 and pushed them towards Lin Zhao. Thank you. Before she could even choose, the teacher handed her 2. These 2 are suitable for you. They're A rank, very maneuverable, and have strong explosive power. Lin Zhao, ? I watched your competition. Aside from your mecha being a bit unorthodox, your movements are pretty good. Yeah. The teacher finished her small talk and began the formal class. I'm Li Yi, and my mental power is SS. Some of you took my class last semester, so I won't introduce you in detail. Our class is a bit special. Everyone already has some basic knowledge of mecha operation, so we condense the content to leave time for other interesting activities. Lin Zhao was still curious, but the others' expressions had already changed. Li Yi started with the normal course outline, but he spoke at a faster pace, only elaborating on areas that required specific guidance. But his theoretical presentation was too much like an old-fashioned robot. Not only was his voice emotionless, but his voice was also low and devoid of passion. In the second half of the class, after he had a dozen or so students review and consolidate their knowledge, he left the room. It's over. The student next to Lin Zhao was devastated. What's wrong? Li Yi is a combat enthusiast. He always forces people to compete in any class. Seeing that Lin Zhao genuinely didn't understand, the student kindly explained and introduced herself. I'm Mu Qianfan. I'm planning to enroll in the individual combat department in my second year. What about you? Mechanical engineering, I guess. Lin Zhao still didn't understand why none of them seemed to want to participate in combat. Actual combat, isn't that good? Having the opportunity to compete is certainly a good thing, but Mu Qianfan glanced warily at the door, fearing Li Yi might suddenly coming back, but he never uses a simulation room. He always uses mechas for direct confrontation, and he even likes to use star beasts as teaching aids. You let the first graders fight star beasts? Yes, that's why there are always accidents, and Li Yi's salary is always docked. But even after being punished, he doesn't change, and he's still doing it the next year. A teacher with a unique personality. Teachers who have retired from the battlefield tend to have a bit of a tough temper. Mu Qianfan accepted his fate. Who told him to learn individual combat? He would have to face Li Yi again in the future. He observed Lin Xiao, but didn't seem worried. He just accepted it calmly. What's this on your face? Lin Xiao didn't react at first, but when she touched the right side of her cheek, she remembered. I got hit by teacher Eleanor yesterday. Mu Qianfan was in that class, and when he saw the two of them fighting, he didn't think it was that serious. Why don't you go to the treatment room and get a look? What are you taking a picture of? Wounds. You know that, don't you? Mu Qianfan's voice trailed off as Li Yi entered. I take you there after class. You almost finished reviewing. Come with me to the training ground. Li Yi said simply and clearly, turning to leave. Lin Xiao felt that the Xiao Military Academy's training ground was even larger than the one at the League, perhaps because it also had to accommodate the star beasts. Li Yi immediately released the galaxy jellyfish, and the training ground seemed to be filled with 3 translucent liquid galaxies floating in the air. That be the quiz result for this class. It's not difficult. Just catch them again. The students, looking ashen, entered their mechas. Mu Qianfan sent a message to Lin Xiao. Cooperation later? Galaxy jellyfish are clingy and corrosive. Let's make a quick deal, and tie them up with laser cables. Lin Xiao replied okay, and rushed forward. Slimy things don't like strong impacts, so she pulled out the quantum cutting line in advance, and rolled over the slower moving jellyfish. Someone else unleashed an electromagnetic beam net to directly attack the jellyfish. The galaxy jellyfish normally moves slowly, but once its tentacles propel its main body forward, the instantaneous displacement is enormous, simultaneously releasing a toxic colloid. Everyone retreat. Mu Qianfan warned the other students, but those who were closer and less familiar with the star beasts had already had their mechas touch a little of the colloid, making escape impossible. Li Yi stood at the very edge of the training ground. Even though there was some danger, he didn't enter his mecha. He simply watched quietly, not offering any assistance. After all, mecha corrosion wasn't a big deal. He was more focused on the other students' effective movements. He didn't give the students time to react, essentially relying on their own knowledge and adaptability. Take the one who got stuck, for example. His method was standard and not wrong, but it just happened to be used on the wrong target. What really works is using softness to overcome hardness, like Lin Xiao and Mu Qianfan. Lin Xiao's seemingly pointless route was actually creating a subtle cage with his cutting line. Even if the galaxy jellyfish reacted and tried to escape, they wouldn't have much room to maneuver. Mu Qianfan then released his laser line, while Lin Xiao tightened the cutting line, successfully trapping both jellyfish. Then things got a bit less exciting. The students, unsure of what to do with the jellyfish's waste, even brought in a few extra mechas. That's when Li Yi took action. Do you know why mechas are one of the Alliance's primary weapons? Because the synergy between human mental power and machines is a remarkable achievement in Alliance technological history. I didn't ask you to memorize a text. Mu Qianfan replied, because the sensitivity of machines is rarely surpassed by that of real living creatures, even those expensive bionic robots. Using human mental power to operate machines maximizes human initiative, while complementing the aggressiveness of the machines. That's the truth. Li Yi's expression rarely looked tired. So, the highly automated weapons on mecha should be used with caution in close combat. After retrieving the 3 jellyfish, Li Yi dismissed the class early, leaving them free to roam. This class was quite good, Lin Xiao commented silently. This is beginner level. Let's talk about it around midterm. Go to the treatment room first. The cut on your face will heal in half an hour. I have classes later. Never mind. It's nothing. It'd be fine in 2 days. So what about today? When else are you free? I have a full class schedule every day. It's not easy for you either. Mu Qianfan sighed. Let's talk about it tonight. I have a mandatory physical education class this afternoon. Lin Xiao flipped through the schedule, looking for the next class. Mu Qianfan hesitated, wanting to leave but not leave. After a moment's hesitation, he finally asked, do you want to group up for classes this semester and finish 2 classes early? Chapter 16. After working non-stop for several days, Lin Xiao had gradually grown accustomed to the pace. She didn't actively socialize, but during class, classmates naturally came up to her and formed teams. Who wouldn't want a quiet, but hard-working teammate? She walked into the classroom as usual, only to see Shin Jiming. She double-checked to see if she was in the right place. Isn't this a study of alien life? She sat down next to Shin Jiming. I'm suddenly interested. Aren't alien creatures adorable? Shin Jiming's smile often resembled a fox spirit. Lin Zhao ignored him, waiting for class to begin. Why isn't your face healed yet? Shin Jiming had noticed the bruises on Lin Zhao's face from the beating on the first day. Even though she hadn't had time to go to the treatment room, the bruises hadn't healed at all after several days. I always been like this. I have a scar-prone constitution. Lin Zhao brushed it off. Several people had already asked her about it. This class was a bit off the beaten path, so few people signed up. Only 7 or 8 people straggled into the large classroom. The teacher hurried over, glancing over the room. He wasn't too surprised. This class wasn't an elective for any major, and in previous years, it had even been unable to be offered due to low enrollment. This year, however, there were 2 familiar faces. First, let me explain. This class is only 30% theoretical. The remaining time is devoted to raising a small star beast. So, if it doesn't meet your expectations, please withdraw. Isn't this quite interesting? Why didn't anyone sign up before? Lin Zhao asked softly. Star beasts, do you raise them, or do they eat you? Is that a sure thing? This was the first time Shin Jiming had heard of such a teacher in the school. He probably didn't have such a class in the entire alliance. Don't you have a teacher to back you up? Every military academy has students who die in accidents every year. Although he was trying to scare Lin Zhao, Shin Jiming also felt a subtle impulse and an indescribable excitement. Raising a star beast in a military academy was definitely different from the constraints of back home. One had to rely on one's own understanding of the star beasts, either suppressing them with strength or truly achieving some kind of balance with them. As soon as the teacher spoke, 2 people left, bringing the class to the minimum of 6. Well, let's officially begin. The teacher displayed a brief resume on the screen. I'm Wen Beiying. I used to work at Cecil Biotechnology. My style is different from the military academies. It's not as strict. Feel free to ask any questions. Accompanying the information, Lin Zhao secretly used the terminal to look up the teacher. Cecil was the largest biotechnology company in the alliance. Graduates from there were said to be highly sought after, but it was unexpected that someone would be willing to teach at the military academy. This wasn't a lucrative position for other colleagues. There wasn't much information available online, and the name could only be found in some public news reports. She had participated in some biofusion projects, most of which involved cosmic life forms, and therefore were quite controversial. But Lin Zhao found a photo showing the public progress of biofusion. A man in chains with a lizard's tail growing from his back. This happened 3 years ago. This man had violated Alliance law and should have been imprisoned, but somehow, he was used for experiments. After they announced the project's progress, they faced considerable opposition, so they terminated it. Shin Jiming used his telekinesis to send a message, which popped up and blocked Lin Zhao's terminal. Stop looking at my screen, Lin Zhao whispered. Isn't this just a kind gesture to educate my classmates? So what happened to this person? Shin Jiming narrowed his eyes, thinking that this person's expression changed quickly. Maybe the project wasn't very successful. He died within 2 months. Lin Zhao didn't respond. Shin Jiming thought she was just lamenting the loss of life, but the next second, she was back looking up human fusion cases. In the second half of class, let's do a sandbox exercise. One side will be humans, the other will be star beasts. Everyone can freely choose their side, and there's no limit on the number of people. Wen Beiying assigned the tasks and began adjusting the sandbox parameters. Did you listen to the lecture? Shin Jiming asked. I did, Lin Zhao replied perfunctorily. Which side do you want to choose? Humanity. Lin Zhao was absorbed in his own affairs, not even looking up. When Wen Beiying called everyone to prepare, 5 people stood in a row opposite Lin Zhao. On second thought, it made sense. Shin Jiming was an SSS-level commander, considered the pinnacle of the student body. While I wasn't sure if this sand table counted towards my regular grades, who wanted to lose? Become an opponent this time, Shin Jiming invited frankly. What are the rules? Don't rush. Wen Beiying stood between the 2 teams, and the information on the sand table quickly updated. The human side is easy to understand. Your attitude towards the alien star beasts is up to you. The star beast side, temporarily named Cannon, is said to be omnivorous and can release spores to infect and assimilate other creatures. Is assimilation a natural method of reproduction? Lin Zhao asked. When Beiying had rarely heard such questions in recent years, and her eyes lit up. Oviparity and genetic assimilation. Because the Cannon live in a relatively harsh environment, they have evolved a way of surviving by exploiting any available opportunities. Once an alien invades their habitat, they have the opportunity to expand. Humanity's understanding of the Cannon is almost zero, so Lin Zhao was the only one who continued to study the Cannon's design. Start anytime you're ready. You can start now. So fast? You only changed species for 2 minutes, aren't you adapting? It's biological instinct that drives the Cannon, no need to complicate things. When Beiying remained silent, she initiated the second contact between humans and the Cannon in the set world. Humanity was attacking the Cannon. The first time, with little experience, humans only knew not to approach such creatures easily. But after this brief second attack, Shen Jiming had already come to a new understanding. The Cannon's skin was as hard as steel. It could be injured, but it was difficult to destroy. So, under cover of the attack, Shen Jiming withdrew the human forces. Lin Zhao chose to advance in pursuit. Even when faced with the most irritating danger, creatures chronically uneasy cannot resist their instinct for survival. The high temperature of the weapon melted most of the spores, reducing human losses to zero, though some of the captured territory was also lost. Shen Jiming established a defensive line, primarily to block the spores of Ganon, and the timeline advanced by 1 year. During this year, Shen Jiming dispatched teams to continue exploring Ganon's habitat, with other students in charge. The defensive line was difficult to breach, but Ganon would not let go of any potential kin who presented themselves. More and more humans perished outside, or lost their humanity. Even those who managed to return inside had to endure a period of isolation, as the Canon's spores' hiding period grew longer and longer, making them difficult to prevent. This cycle repeated itself repeatedly, truly resembling desperate humans desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. And the Canon's data showed that the population density had reached its peak normal development. Lin Zhao glanced across at the person she often tortured to death. The expression on her face remained somewhat solemn, but Shen Jiming, who was in control, was less serious. The two sides exchanged no words, each blindly surviving. But it wasn't long before Lin Zhao noticed something was amiss. To be precise, according to the sandbox timeline, more than a decade had passed. As usual, another human team entered the Cannon ecosystem. This time, however, they made no effort to conceal their presence deep within the interior, merely circling the shallower areas. Lin Zhao glanced at his dashboard, and his activity value showed a slight downward trend. Even without any external intervention, there were still casualties. She checked all controllable factors, but still had no clue. There was only one possibility. Shen Jiming had tampered with the Cannon's body. Perhaps a genetic weapon, perhaps some kind of inhibitor. He had invested so much manpower here, he couldn't simply send people to their deaths. Lin Zhao pondered for a moment, then made a few simple manipulations. Anxiety and fear of survival spread throughout the Cannon group, and they gradually became frantic and restless. Seeing that neither side had taken any further action, when Beiying took the initiative and asked, "Do you think we can stop here?" "Okay," Lin Zhao replied. Shen Jiming didn't reply immediately, but the people around him couldn't contain their excitement. When Beiying reviewed all the decisions and operations on both sides, and said nothing more, "I won't touch the sand table. We see the results tomorrow. Anyone interested can come to me in advance to see the process." Class dismissed. The confrontation without a conclusion was a bit disorienting. "Is it over already?" Feeling like a cat scratching his heart, several students dispersed. Lin Zhao was about to leave, but Shen Jiming stopped him. "What did you do in the end?" "Class is dismissed, brother. I have to rush to another classroom. Remember to drink your nutrient solution before the confrontation." "I brought it." "Bye." He had clearly come to join in the fun, but he ended up getting involved. Lin Zhao found it a bit amusing. As if the sand table game was just a sideshow, Lin Zhao continued to attend classes full of classes and endured a fulfilling night. The next morning, she returned to her alien biology class. The credits were high, and the science class hours were long, requiring 3 sessions per week. Shen Jiming didn't look as relaxed as he had yesterday. Sitting there alone, he felt as if a lingering chill hung over him, making him feel unwelcome. "Good morning." Lin Zhao yawned and sat down next to him again. "I went to see the sand table results last night." "Really? What were the results?" Shen Jiming didn't know if Lin Zhao genuinely wanted to know or was just trying to, so he didn't answer. When Beiying wasn't late today, and even arrived early. She seemed in high spirits, practically a mirror image of Shen Jiming's state from yesterday. I project the detailed sand table data onto the screen for everyone to see. On the human side, everything was a whirlwind of actions and plans. They coordinated manpower and resources to establish a tight perimeter and plan specific routes for each outing. Lin Zhao felt exhausted watching the entire thing. He couldn't deny that Shen Jiming, the commander, had meticulously planned everything. He decided from the outset to completely destroy the cannon. Every time the humans went out, they deployed a certain number of thunderbolts. A drug that would prevent the cannon from reproducing. Due to limitations in technology and a limited understanding of the cannon, the effect wasn't immediate. Over time, subtle changes occurred in the cannon's body. But in the end, the cannon far outnumbered the humans, and a significant number of them were also affected. When Beiying said, "There's no winner or loser in this sandbox. Without human intervention, the final outcome remains unpredictable. However, this course has a unique set of judging criteria. Based on this, the students who chose the human side yesterday made a serious mistake." Chapter 17. Several people were dissatisfied. They had done well enough, sacrificing themselves for survival, and it could even be said that this was the least sacrifice possible. Shen Jiming had never received such criticism. At least, no one had ever said he was seriously wrong. Letting cannon run amok and causing so many deaths is not a rational decision at all. Where did we go wrong? This strategy has worked for over a decade. The students directly expressed their dissatisfaction. I didn't graduate from a military academy, so I don't place much emphasis on strategy and tactics. When Beiying explained, but based on the principles of this course, your mistake is that you're human-centered. How is human-centered wrong? Of course we must ensure the survival of humanity. Within the Alliance, we're human-centered because humans dictate the laws here. But outside the Alliance, in the wider universe, do humans really matter? In other words, do humans and their technology still have a chance of surviving? When Beiying's tone was calm yet powerful. She looked at Lin Zhao, the only student who had chosen the opposite side. Why did you choose to abgain and take the risk of advancing, even going a bit overboard in the end? Survival and reproduction are paramount. It's written into their genes, and no living creature can escape. So? A student asked. So, once the threat of survival spreads within a group, they will definitely seek another way out. Have you heard of animal migration? There's always loss during migration. You let Ganon infect humans even at the risk of death? Lin Zhao looked the questioner squarely in the eye. What is the risk of death? Compared to watching your group decline, attacking a few unfamiliar territories for a glimmer of hope isn't that much of a risk, right? And why do you think Ganon's target is necessarily humans? Shen Jiming suddenly spoke. The Ganon's ability to evolve to this point is to survive at all costs. Humans consider the Ganon a threat and must eradicate it, but perhaps in Ganon's eyes, humans are no different from birds and beasts, merely shells that pass on their genes. He looked at Lin Zhao, who was staring back at him. I just want to live, but precisely because living is so difficult, I strive to survive, until I am everything. That is survival and immortality. When Beiying seemed to enjoy Lin Zhao's mind-shifting monologue, she closed the sandbox and said, I know the students in the human camp feel wronged. Commanders and generals always face the existential conflict between the minority and the majority, feeling that they have sacrificed some of their human compassion and are forced to treat living people as data. But the purpose of this course is to abandon the subjective concept of human dominance, because humans have never overthrown the rule of nature. Such a perspective is rare in the Alliance. After the technological explosion over 100 years ago, humans could even independently create a planet. The conquest of the universe seemed within reach, and everything else could be seen as an obstacle. When Beiying didn't care whether the students present agreed with her opinion or not, she was already accustomed to the arrogance of humans. Perhaps you think Lin Zhao was simply cheating by committing suicide together, but her actions were truly in line with the instincts of a species tightly controlled by the gene for reproduction. If there are no other objections, let's begin the class. It felt as if the sand table was just a minor incident, and this class was simply a formal introduction to theoretical knowledge, covering various common and unusual cosmic creatures. Lin Zhao took notes intently. When she worked away from home, factories were often located far from human habitation, so besides her fellow workers, she saw more star beasts than people. Whenever a star beast appeared, they would all retreat to a safe zone. Over time, she came to understand these uninvited guests. But this teacher, when Beiying, explained things in greater detail, filling in the gaps beyond her own personal experience. The teacher ended the get out of class quickly, and before Lin Zhao could even raise her head, she was gone. With the teacher gone, there was no need for Lin Zhao to linger. But Shen Jiming blocked her path. You won. Ah, sort of. Lin Zhao sensed something was wrong with Shen Jiming's silence. She tilted her head. Are you going to cry? Go away. Victory and defeat are common in the military. I'm not that petty. Then why were you blocking me? I just thought your idea was brilliant. Lin Zhao tossed her hair. You can also tell me remotely through the terminal that I need to go to class first. Teacher Eleanor doesn't like people being late. Do you want to finish some classes early? My schedule is so full right now. I'm planning on it, and I already formed a team. So soon? It's only been less than a week since school started, and you already have teammates you can trust? Shio Military Academy has a very flexible policy. All courses can be accelerated through self-study, or by studying at your own level, but the assessment standards are also higher. They also require pairs to help each other, and improve together. If one person fails to meet the standard, both will be retrained. With whom? What class? Mu Qianfan, you don't even know him, even after I tell you. Do you think it's easy to finish the Mecha basic operation and shooting classes early? Not bad. Shen Jiming pondered for a moment. Do you need a sparring partner? We talk about it later. I'm going to class now. Shen Jiming stood there pondering. He actually heard Qing Yu talk about Mu Qianfan. He was said to have been a bit of a troublemaker since he first enrolled in the school semester, a maverick who loved finding loopholes in the teacher's rules. His mental strength seemed to be S-level. He thought someone like that wouldn't seek cooperation. There's an off-campus study tour every third week of the semester, and all first, second, and third graders go. Team up together? Shen Jiming sent Lin Zhao a message. After class, Lin Zhao replied, Tell me more about the cafeteria. Lin Zhao loved the school cafeteria, even more than just love. She couldn't bear to buy high-quality nutrient solution, and fresh fruits and vegetables were a bit expensive outside, so she always made do with cheaper nutrient solution. But at school, these survival supplies were surprisingly available in unlimited quantities. No wonder rich people are always tall and strong. It's hard not to grow tall and strong if you've been eating these since childhood. When Shen Jiming found Lin Zhao, a stranger was sitting next to her, chatting casually with her. We're going to the border planet to clean up this time. I asked Qing Yu, Sumo, and the others to come along. Shen Jiming also sat down next to her. I heard from Mu Qianfan that he's coming along. Hello. Mu Qianfan greeted stiffly. Hello. Lin Zhao sat in the middle, concentrating on her soup, not participating in the socializing. Shen Jiming finally responded, Sure, just think of it as an outing. Border Star, aren't there often star beasts and insects appearing there? Do you like going on outings there? Lin Zhao asked. There are always bad luck. Senior Wayne once encountered star bandits, who tried to steal students' equipment. That was pretty bad luck. It's just right. You should stop burying your head in class, and go for a walk. Lin Zhao thought, what's so good about wandering around Border Star? That's where she came from. It's true though, if this pace continues, she might not even look up at the sky all semester. The terminal on her wrist vibrated twice, indicating a video call. Lin Zhao didn't leave alone, but she didn't habitually raise the virtual screen. She simply answered the call on the small screen on the terminal, her fingertips flustered. Why are you calling at this hour? What's going on? Nothing. I just lost a game, and the loser has to video call the first person in your contact list. The voice on the other end was childish, unmistakable. Lin Zhao was speechless. Was this lousy punishment Brother Luo Neng came up with? A distant voice rang out from the video. What do you mean by lousy punishment? That's standard play. Shen Jiming thought the voice sounded familiar, so he leaned in for a quick look. But when his eyes landed on the small screen, all he saw was a child with sparse hair and bruises all over his body. These weren't the patchy injuries from external blows, but rather large, old, purple-red bruises that stretched from his scalp to his face and then to his collar. Isn't that your teammate from the league? Yes, Shen Jiming. Hello. Shen Jiming greeted calmly and cordially. This is my sister, Lin Rui. Lin Zhao introduced them. Mu Qianfan, hearing this, also came closer, stunned. This is Mu Qianfan, my new classmate. Lin Zhao's head suddenly felt heavy. From this angle, there was only one person holding her from behind. She mechanically continued, Su Mo, you should have seen him at the league. This time, however, Su Mo didn't speak loudly. Lin Rui looked left and right, eyes full of admiration. Sister, your classmates are all so pretty. Really? Lin Zhao also glanced back. They're not that bad. Don't they all have 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth? I want to see them too. I want to see them too. Many more children crowded around Lin Rui, all in the same situation. When children get together, they become inexplicably passionate. Their exclamations become more exaggerated than the others, some even howling. Okay, stop. Lin Zhao interrupted him. I have classes soon. You should pack up and get ready for bed. Okay. Lin Zhao hung up the video. Silence still fell around her. Your sister. Su Mo didn't know how to begin. But Lin Zhao calmly continued, it's a small place, the environment isn't clean, and it's easy to get sick. If it's a mass illness, you can contact the Federal Health Care Organization. They provide free treatment. Lin Zhao quietly finished her soup and spoke slowly, no one told us, and we didn't know who to contact. But it's okay now. I found a doctor. Shen Jiming gave Su Mo a look, and Su Mo felt like he said something wrong. Children on Garbage Planet are basically isolated from the world. What she considers common sense might be unimaginable to the people there. I have an evening class, so I'm leaving now. After Lin Zhao left, Su Mo collapsed on the table, his head in his hands, his soul fading. I'm so damned. Lin Zhao wasn't angry. How is that possible? Can you read the air? She didn't even avoid people, and wasn't afraid of others finding out. But I'm still so damned. I lost control of my expression in front of those children just now. Will it hurt their young hearts? Shen Jiming and Mu Qianfan were silent, their voices nearly breaking. What kind of disease is that? I never seen it before, Mu Qianfan asked. Who knows? Shen Jiming simply looked in the direction Lin Zhao had left. The lingering blood bruises on her face looked exactly like those on those children. Chapter 18. Lin Zhao's only free time, aside from a few short evenings, was the weekend. However, Saturdays also required extra training to finish some classes early, so he could have time to study mechanics. Su Mo, Shen Jiming, Cheng Wujiu, and Mu Qianfan were all in the training room. What are you, a commander, doing here to join in the fun? Lin Zhao asked. Me? Shen Jiming seemed to have heard a joke. SSS level mental and physical strength. I'm an A in every class, right? Yeah. Lin Zhao brushed it off, warmed up, and began the first exercise with Mu Qianfan, shooting. I used to think Cheng Wujiu was quiet and reserved, never showing up for anything he did. If Su Mo hadn't said he never missed the target with his shooting, I probably wouldn't have known he had this skill. Today, Cheng Wujiu was serving as a temporary shooting instructor. Lin Zhao's score was above average in this area, barely meeting the improved assessment standards. Mu Qianfan was quite good, reaching the excellent mark. So in effect, it was two people guiding one. The essentials of shooting are just a few words. How come you don't know them? Cheng Wujiu wasn't impatient, but genuinely puzzled as to why Lin Zhao sometimes missed the mark. Thinking back, Lin Zhao's impressive movements in the league were all close combat tactics. She rarely used other weapons. Lin Zhao held her gun, mentally reviewing the differences between herself and Cheng Wujiu. She had handled guns before, not quite in accordance with league regulations, but only to protect herself in chaotic situations. So, she didn't care about the correct way to use them. Anything that allowed her to escape was a good strategy. Habits were already formed, and breaking them would be difficult. Try a few more times. Lin Zhao said. You hold the gun like a dagger, ready to run or swing it at someone's head at any moment. Switching from ranged combat to close combat is disadvantageous. Cheng Wujiu finally discovered Lin Zhao's problem. Practicing with her felt like a primitive street fight. Not only did he have to guard against gunfire, but he also had to be prepared for her unexpected melee attacks. The exam doesn't say you can't fight in close combat, right? This was Mu Qianfan's territory. He was the master of finding loopholes in the rules. That's true, but this is shooting class. Try again. Lin Zhao persisted, but saw little improvement. She kept making the same mistakes, sometimes hilariously wrong, until both of them were breathless. Should we think of a solution? Cheng Wujiu called a halt. He rarely felt this exhausted during practice. Su Mo stepped forward. Let me do it. I'm a decent shooter. She had just observed Lin Zhao's pace and shooting skills, and she saw many flaws. If she wanted to help her improve, she had to exploit these flaws and force her to fill in the gaps. After rehearsing the attack in her mind, she raised her gun and launched the first attack. As expected, Lin Zhao, as always, fired while dodging, causing her center of gravity to shift. She intended to fire her next shot just before Lin Zhao regained her balance. But before she could do that, Su Mo felt a sudden impact on her arm. Practice bullets wouldn't harm a person, but they would be noticeable if they struck a target. Huh? Su Mo was stunned. How did he hit her? How could Lin Zhao have hit her from that angle? Wait a minute. Sweat dripped down Lin Zhao's chin. She stuffed a small piece of candy into her mouth, slowly walked to the wall, sat down, and then slumped to the ground. What's wrong? Shin Jiming suddenly strode over, lifted her hair from her face, and took a look. Nothing, just hypoglycemia. It seems that people with chronic hypoglycemia can find a good position to faint. Why is her physical condition so poor? Mu Qianfan seemed to have discovered some profound secret. It seemed he had never seen a living hypoglycemic. Lin Zhao's 5 senses were temporarily blocked, and she didn't hear the others talking. A black mist slowly enveloped her vision. After a while, she could see only blurry colors again, though her hands and feet were still a little weak. Are you feeling better? Su Mo asked with concern, handing her some nutrient solution. Lin Zhao didn't even want to speak, she simply nodded. So how did you do that just now? Su Mo felt she shouldn't ask now, but she couldn't help herself. When Lin Zhao was still half-conscious, Shin Jiming said that mistakes compounded by mistakes form the correct path. But was it such a coincidence? It couldn't be that Cheng Wujiu had improved while she regressed. Su Mo would never admit it. Try again. Lin Zhao felt herself up again, and had just stood up when Shin Jiming and Mu Qianfan pinned her down again. The feeling of sitting was certainly comfortable, but the taste of victory was even more addictive. I'm fine. We talk after practice. She and Su Mo continued to linger. For several consecutive rounds, she remained unscathed and even managed to hold Su Mo down. Why? Su Mo stood there, thinking, twirling his gun with one hand, his gaze flickering between Lin Zhao and Cheng Wujiu. You do it. She asked Cheng Wujiu to rejoin the fight. Cheng Wujiu had just observed the changes in Lin Zhao. At first, Lin Zhao's footsteps were merely passive evasions, but now, unlike most students, her movements bore clear marks of training, yet her next move was impossible to predict. Even her initial irregular shooting habits were used as a precursor to a feint. While testing his own ideas, he narrowly dodged a bullet that passed by his ear. If your physical fitness can keep up, that would be truly impressive. My physical fitness. Lin Zhao thought for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Let's talk about that later. First, I just have to make do with what I learned and get through this semester. Today's shooting had been a barely manageable effort, relying on skill. She figured that instead of worrying about bullet arc and steady delivery, she should turn her weaknesses into advantages. After trying for a long time, she finally figured out what method worked for her. But Cheng Wujiu had worked so hard, she completely used him as a tool. Take a break. Shin Jiming stepped forward to greet everyone. He had thought he'd have a chance to play today, but Lin Zhao had only taken advantage of Cheng Wujiu. He knew Lin Zhao didn't have the energy to continue. After all, he found her at the training grounds early that morning. She went to get used to the new mech by herself, having already spent a lot of mental energy on it. Thank you for today. I help you fix something or even build one myself someday, Lin Zhao said to the others. Really? Cheng Wujiu's eyes lit up, and he seemed much more animated. What do you want? I just got an imported aircraft. Can you help me modify it? Okay. Next time I'm allowed out of school, I go with you. First, give me a copy of the blueprints and surface specifications. After training, Lin Zhao simply ate a quick meal and returned to her dorm, where she fell asleep, a rare occurrence. The next day, full of energy, she went to the Mecha activity room again. It had just been a short time since school started, and she was the only one in the activity room on weekends. This was the only time she had time to play with the 2 new mechas the school had given her. Yesterday, she had activated one of the spares. This was the first time she had used a regular mecha. Learning from the military academy students, she had to name her mecha first. She had her eye on the dark green one for her regular use. After much deliberation, she decided to call it unrepaired. So she wouldn't have to repair it in the future, and it would stay safe and sound, safe from damage. Although it was a free gift, the materials were absolutely flawless. They were all high-quality components of the same level. Lin Zhao fondly touched the mech for a long time, then pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood dab onto the joints of the mech before entering. The mental power flowed in smoothly. She briefly moved around before exiting to make minor adjustments. Just as she entered the mech, she jumped through the air and saw 2 people on the highest platform. She didn't offer greetings, knowing they would surely come down. Isn't this joint too loose? Qingyu asked a moment later. It makes it easier to move around. I'm used to it this way. I heard you mastered your shooting skills yesterday? It's just a skill. I need to practice it. Lin Zhao felt like he and Shin Jiming were just like street urchins. They were everywhere, especially this excellent commander. What are you doing here? Cheng Yu sighed and half collapsed on the ground. We're miserable. We share the same suffering. Shin Jiming also sat down to the side. Lin Zhao couldn't help but flash a flicker of disdain. Chung Yu asked again, "Did you watch our later matches?" "I watched some of them." "Do you think there's anything wrong between Jiming and me?" Lin Zhao thought carefully. In the later matches, Shin Jiming had used his mental power to directly control the Star Beast. She'd been surprised, but AI Zhuxin explained that this was a move only a skilled commander could perform, and even rarer among students. Besides that, there was one surprising incident, one that wasn't entirely clear whether it was a mistake or not. Chung Yu was being targeted and besieged, his mech damaged. And with the mountain and forest arena infested with dangerous creatures, he was isolated and helpless. Just when everyone thought he was about to be eliminated, Ching Yu's mech suddenly escaped the encirclement at a tricky angle. But the corresponding price was that it would be difficult for him to continue moving for a short time. It was the final, crucial moment of the competition, with several school teams close to the finish line. She had believed Xiu had a chance to win the championship. In the end, Shin Jiming did not continue to lead the team, only letting a few individual soldiers and school team members do their best. The competition was so fast-paced that it was normal not to take the first flag, but Xiu did not explain Shin Jiming's absence after the game. "Is it a mental power issue?" Lin Zhao asked, not questioning his ability. Given the damage to Qingyu's mech at the time and the density of the siege, it would have been difficult for him to achieve that level. But mental power didn't seem to be a complete explanation. Shin Jiming looked at the ground and chuckled. "It was indeed mental power, but I just lost control." Lin Zhao stared at the two men in amazement. "What do the activities of a mecha pilot have to do with command?" she asked faster than she could think. "Can you control other mechas?" Chapter 19. "Don't tell anyone about this first," Chung Yu instructed. He hadn't expected Lin Zhao to guess so quickly, and even less so Shin Jiming to admit it so directly. "But how did you bypass Chung Yu's control of the mecha and directly use your mental power to control it?" Lin Zhao still didn't quite understand. Shin Jiming was silent for a moment, then broke into a broad grin. When people get angry, they're capable of anything. So, as a result, neither he nor I were able to move freely and conscious for a short period of time. Can other commanders do this? Not many. There are only 2 publicly documented cases. Chung Yu echoed, "I remember, 13 years ago, during the battle with the Star Kingdom, General Xian Lai used his mental power to forcibly seize control of more than a dozen enemy combat craft. Besides him, 6 years ago, Brigadier General Zhong Jing of the Asta Military Academy also took control of someone else's mecha." That sounds impressive. Aren't you pursuing mental power? Isn't that a good thing? Using mental power to recontrol a mecha that's already piloted could potentially damage the original pilot's brain, Shin Jiming said, calmly recounting the consequences he had nearly caused. Chung Yu placed a hand on his shoulder, unsure how to explain it to him. After all, he, too, didn't understand how to use mental power. He still didn't know how he could connect to the mecha and repair it, skipping levels. He'd been stuck at the SS level for far too long. If my mental power level were high enough, wouldn't it be better to wrap it around instead of severing the connection? When faced with uncertainty, Lin Zhao had a habit of returning to the starting point and reconsidering the situation. Mental power connects all the mechanical parts within the mecha, like its meridians. A sudden intrusion of external force would cause a momentary shielding of mental power, but if it wasn't an intrusion, but rather a way of using force against force, using softness to overcome hardness. Lin Zhao expressed her thoughts. She didn't understand much about mental power, but didn't she understand mechanics? The word envelopment wasn't applied to mental power, it was rather abstract, but fortunately, these two understood it. After the match, they specifically analyzed their mental power levels and mecha data. There had been a gap, so neither of them could immediately restore normal connectivity. This was somewhat similar to Lin Zhao's suspicions. "You think too highly of me." A hint of a smile played in Shin Jiming's eyes. "But I try my best." "Yes, I try." Chung Yu suddenly became inexplicably more excited than Shin Jiming. "I'm going out next month, and I at least have the mecha modified before then." "What do you want to modify?" Lin Zhao's ears perked up. "Maximize the performance of the SS-class mecha. Perhaps by constantly giving yourself your all, breakthroughs will become easier. There's no rush." Shin Jiming knew what he was thinking, so he wasn't particularly supportive, but he wouldn't stop him. Lin Zhao didn't say anything, but her eyes were filled with "choose me." Chung Yu, of course, got the message and happily agreed. He liked Lin Zhao's understanding of machinery and mechas. Rather than engineer, he felt orthopedic surgeon was a more appropriate description. She understood the operating principles of every part of the machinery, and always saw the essence. This had nothing to do with mental power. Over-reliance on mental power to control the sensitivity of the machinery could sometimes put the cart before the horse, causing one to overlook the inherent characteristics and limitations of the machinery. Shin Jiming had originally intended to discuss mental power with Qingyu today, but before he could get much further, Qingyu had already regained his motivation. A soldier's greatest fear is losing his spirit. Qingyu had been trapped for too long in everyone's and his own expectations of SSS-level mental power, somewhat forgetting the passion he felt when he first encountered mechas. But there was still a tinge of pure enthusiasm. Shin Jiming simply laid down and closed his eyes to rest. But moments later, he felt a light kick on his arm. "What time is it? Why aren't you training hard?" Qingyu couldn't stand his idleness. "It's different outside of school. You need to keep your fighting skills sharp. It won't take a while. Besides, I'm a capable fighter. Be careful of your carelessness. Be careful of your words coming true. What's wrong with going out?" Lin Zhao sensed Qingyu's serious tone. Shin Jiming. Qingyu was so angry he almost said a few more words. "Anyway, classmate Shin should be careful when he goes out." "Why?" "Because someone always wants to invite me to their house," Shin Jiming said nonchalantly. "Who?" Lin Zhao asked persistently. "Haven't you heard of them?" Qingyu noticed a hint of unusually clear doubt in Lin Zhao's eyes. "I thought everyone loved to gossip about the Shin family after dinner. Tell me more." Shin Jiming spun around, a chuckle escaping his throat. "The people involved are all here, why not ask me? It's so rude to ask directly. I'm polite if you ask me in person? Then tell me more." Shin Jiming also felt a little strange. He had never talked about his own affairs before, but the conversation had just come to this point. "In short, some people think they can use me to influence my father and brother's decisions, leading to some less than friendly negotiations. Kidnapping and bargaining chips." Lin Zhao understood this. "So why kidnap you? What's your father and brother like?" "No, you really don't know?" Qingyu finally realized what was wrong. "What do I need to know?" His father, Shin Chunfeng, is the chief speaker of the Alliance Parliament, and his brother, Shin Jiheng, is the director of intelligence and security. "Ah." Lin Zhao sighed softly. She used to be so busy working that she had no time to stay up to date with the Alliance's major events. She hadn't expected her first step into socializing to actually meet someone so powerful. But it seems that the classmates at the military academy are either wealthy or noble, and people like her are the minority. "Do you get kidnapped every time you go out?" "Not really, it's just that the chances of criminals being around are higher." "Are you going out next month?" "Yes, it's a required course for the school." Looking at Shin Jiming's reaction, Lin Zhao felt Qingyu was overdoing it. However, in such situations, it's often the onlookers who are most concerned, while the people involved don't care. Eating melons, for example, was a source of intense emotion at the time, but it gradually faded. Lin Zhao continued her busy schedule as usual, counting down the days until she could leave campus. However, the study tour didn't seem quite what she had imagined. "Isn't it a cleanup? Why are there star beasts? Why do we need to detect weapons and bomb residue? Why do we have to be wary of star bandits?" Lin Zhao had many questions. Especially standing on the chaotic land of the border planet, this place was actually the remains of a battlefield, so fresh. "You don't really think cleaning is just about getting clean, do you?" Shin Jiming leaned forward with a chuckle. "How can military academy activities be so peaceful and relaxing?" Wayne had been incredibly busy lately, and he didn't expect to see him like this again when he got together with these people. He explained, "Cleaning the battlefield also facilitates future planning, but the battlefield remnants are quite special, and civilians shouldn't be exposed to this risk. Let's split up into groups. We finish early and rest early, and we still have time to go to the command center in the afternoon." When the seniors spoke, everyone was more willing to listen. Wayne and her girlfriend, Casey, were together, Qingyu, Cheng Wujiu, and Su Mo were together. The remaining group consisted of Shin Jiming, Mu Qianfan, and Lin Zhao. A few days ago, Mu Qianfan suddenly broke through to SS rank. Excited, and with the chance to go out for some fresh air, he seized the opportunity to test the mecha's performance in infinite space. He was like a deflated balloon, floating around. "Has your classmate's mental state always been like this?" Shin Jiming asked, gazing at Mu Qianfan in the sky. "He's quite energetic. He seems to have no idea what fatigue is. This is a border planet, after all. Caution is the best course of action." Shin Jiming used his mental power to connect with Mu Qianfan, but the person he had already released couldn't return. "What is that?" Mu Qianfan paused in midair, looking in the distance. Where Lin Zhao and Shen Jiming stood, all they could see was the crumbling top of a building. It should be the temporary command center from the previous battlefield. Shen Jiming had heard of this low-key battle. The interstellar bandits had torn through the flimsy defenses here, entrenched in silence for 5 or 6 years before the Allied forces arrived to take over. Although they had fought for 3 or 4 months to reclaim their territory, the surviving bandits had turned the area into a barren wasteland before fleeing, even releasing numerous star beasts. No one could hope to defeat one of them. The command center had already been partially damaged during the fight against the bandits, and later, during the initial cleanup of the battlefield, it was devoured by the star beasts, leaving it in its current dire state. Senior Wayne was rather tactful. This year's study tour was essentially just doing the dirty work for the official army. They would manually select the valuables, then simply raise the rest and rebuild. Shen Jiming and Lin Zhao had only taken a few steps in that direction when Mu Qianfan returned, carrying a small star beast on the right shoulder of his mech. Live ones, take them back? Back to base number 3, where we can store star beasts. Okay. Shen Jiming watched the receding figure with a sigh. Are you suffocating in school? Although the environment here isn't great, it's good to be out. Lin Zhao stretched and continued his leisurely walk through the ruins. This shabby place really felt like home. I don't see you're in a rush to work, Lin Zhao. You don't plan to work, Commander. The two men didn't even get into their mechas, they just sorted through the garbage, slowly making their way to the abandoned command center. Lin Zhao skillfully climbed the pile of garbage and, with great effort, chiseled out a component with exposed wires from a half-broken small aircraft. A thruster used extensively 5 years ago. I saw it in the courseware. This is the first time I've seen it in person. Can I keep it? Take it and turn it in. It's not good to go back empty-handed. Although Shen Jiming said this, he was also carrying a piece of armor. I have plenty of materials. Who knows, maybe one day I ask you to do something for me. Then please be willing to do it soon and help me get rich. Lin Zhao thought he was just joking. She would rather start picking up trash and make a fortune than rely on someone with such a background to make a living. Her attention was soon drawn to another spaceship. It was a high-end ship, and judging by its size, it could easily accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 people. It was just half buried underground. If Lin Zhao hadn't been sharp-eyed and shoveled through a pile of unsightly waste, the behemoth would have easily been overlooked. It looks quite intact. How about calling for assistance to recover it? Lin Zhao asked, wiping the bloody marks on the side of his palm. The only problem with picking it up with bare hands is that there are too many sharp objects that can't be seen. Alright. Shen Jiming saw that this wasn't Alliance material. The remnants of interstellar bandits were sometimes more valuable. Suddenly, a sharp explosion erupted from beneath the collapsing alloy plate. The sound was unpleasant, even causing a momentary pain in their internal organs. Shen Jiming and Lin Zhao doubled over, their discomfort only slightly lessening. Before them, the silver-gray fuselage, swathed in debris and metal wreckage, soared into the sky. Chapter 20. Shen Jiming entered the Mecha before Lin Zhao grabbed the person and flew to a safe spot to the side, placing her behind the reinforced concrete of the command center. The suddenly appearing aircraft was a colossus in front of Shen Jiming's Mecha. Hidden in the garbage heap, it took off with a roar, causing the ground to collapse into a huge pit. A lot of garbage collapsed with it, and it seemed that the ground was tilting. Where did this thing come from? Shen Jiming couldn't help but curse. The battle had been over for at least a few months. How could there still be interstellar bandits hiding here? Had the previous scans even missed them? Could they be some of the few who had slipped through the net, relying on the abundant resources to sustain themselves here, hiding in the abandoned spacecraft and waiting for an opportunity to escape? Such a commotion was definitely not just noticed by Shen Jiming and Lin Zhao. People who saw the unusual sight from afar rushed over. But the first to arrive was Mu Qianfan, who was closest. He headed straight for the aircraft, even matching its speed. But the other party didn't seem to intend to engage, simply dodging and accelerating away. Don't chase too closely. There are still people from the school outside. Don't chase it to low altitude where there are dense crowds. Shen Jiming warned Mu Qianfan, but it seemed a little too late. Mu Qianfan, Cheng Wujiu, and Su Mo joined forces, forming a siege that completely blocked the aircraft's path and instantly severed a quarter of its structural frame. The aircraft lost some of its functions, and its speed dropped significantly. Escape was impossible. It launched a counterattack without hesitation. The self-modified weapons differed from conventional ones, and the 3 soldiers were instantly countered by fire in midair. It's bad. Shen Jiming's heart tightened. He'd driven them into a corner. If they couldn't escape, Judging by the scene of the bandits' retreat, even if they perished together, the Alliance wouldn't have it easy. Amid the chaos, they received another message from Lin Xiao. Get away quickly. The aircraft is overheating, especially in the weapons compartment. There's a risk of self-destruction. Almost instantly, a powerful shockwave rippled from the center of the aircraft. The world suddenly fell silent. After a while, Shin Jiming emerged from the mecha, looking exhausted. He came to check on Lin Xiao. Surprisingly, Lin Xiao hadn't entered the mecha the entire time. She had simply leaned against the back of her mecha's legs to avoid the aftermath of the explosion, looking just as exhausted as he was. The injured hand, hanging by her side, was already beginning to show visible bruises. Even if we're some distance from the center of the battle, there's no need to be so brazen and expose yourself completely, right? Shin Jiming pulled out his medical kit and covered the wounds and scars on Lin Xiao's hands. What about you? Lin Xiao's eyelids were heavy, her heartbeat erratic, but she noticed that Shin Jiming was feeling the same way. From the incident to the explosion of the aircraft, it took only a few minutes at most. And neither of them was directly involved in the accident. Prepare the scanned data from the terminal. You need to explain and submit it carefully when you return to school. Shin Jiming reminded Lin Xiao, but didn't look at her. I know. But anything can happen in a place like this. The teacher is just doing his job. As long as the details match up and the potential danger is eliminated, that's all that's needed. The latter words came as a solace. Lin Xiao wasn't sure. She didn't have time to ask Shin Jiming anything more because the school staff had already arrived. And Mu Qianfan and the others. That was just now. Su Emo rushed over, barely uttering a word when she saw it was the teacher who turned around, not a classmate, and she bit it back. Shin Jiming and the teacher went to the crash site alone, leaving them to wait. What happened? Mu Qianfan also asked. I think I just lost control of the mecha. Me too. The final move away from the explosion wasn't my decision. Su Emo had thought it was her imagination, or that she'd been blown away by the shockwave. Now that it was confirmed, she became even more excited, but she didn't forget to lower her voice. Anyway, I didn't have time to react when I received Lin Xiao's message. At my normal speed, it should be slower than just now. What about you? Are you okay? Su Emo asked worriedly, seeing Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. It's okay, just a bit dazed by the heat. Where's Chiyu? He ran off somewhere else by himself from the start, so he should be fine. Has Shin Jiming already reached this level? Mu Qianfan was still processing his feelings. That brief moment felt dense, and everything was from the perspective of an outsider. He had many questions, but he and the other two involved suddenly shared a tacit understanding and began to keep quiet. Only after the school's investigation was complete could they return to the spaceship they had come from. As Shin Jiming had said, the teacher simply asked Lin Xiao for the scan changes on the aircraft, the information she had provided, and didn't ask much else. Although it was a sudden incident, it wasn't serious. The individuals involved simply needed a short rest. Wayne didn't realize what had happened until everyone returned to the spaceship. They were clearly a team, but he ran so far and found nothing. The more frustrated he became, the faster he walked. Once he reached the rest cabin, he was relieved to see that everyone was all right. What happened to them? Shin Jiming and Lin Xiao had fallen asleep leaning against each other, and the noise from outside hadn't woken them. Tired and overheated. Chung Wujio said succinctly. Oh, that's true. While Wayne was frustrated, he didn't think these people couldn't handle such an emergency, so he wasn't too worried. But their reactions were interesting. The talkative ones became silent, and the silent ones became even more reserved. Like him, Qingyu didn't know who to ask about the situation after returning. But back at school, things seemed to be starting to clear up. Several military personnel arrived at the school and summoned Shin Jiming for questioning. After a long wait, the school simply informed them that Shin Jiming would be under observation for the next few days. He wasn't injured, was he? Qingyu recalled that Shin Jiming had gotten off the spaceship on his own and was perfectly healthy. Lin Xiao leaned against the wall to save her energy. Just as everyone was at a loss, she suddenly asked softly, did he tell the teachers at school that he used his mental power to control someone else's mecha? Several people looked at each other with a look of how did you say that? But then realized their reaction was unanimous. You knew too? What do you mean you knew all along? Know what? How did Shin Jiming learn this trick? The only ones truly clueless were Wayne and Casey. But they were seniors after all, so they immediately calmed down. It's right not to tell. Controlling another person's mecha is prone to scrutiny. The school, and even the military, they need to ensure that this ability is within controllable limits. I heard that even experienced soldiers who encountered this situation would conduct a thorough inspection from top to bottom, inside and out. But that's just hearsay. The details are probably only known to the person involved. Luckily, it was Shin Jiming, so nothing would happen. Jiming isn't that skilled, so he didn't dare to tell anyone. He only used it on me accidentally a while ago. Qingyu explained for Shin Jiming, this incident happened suddenly, so it's normal that he can't hide it. But of one thing, Qingyu was certain. Shin Jiming's mental strength was rapidly improving. Unconsciously controlling one person had already exhausted him, but controlling 3 in a row was only a bit tiring. Qingyu had never considered himself gifted, but he had known Shin Jiming since childhood, and in his mind, genius was just that, something they could achieve without effort, seemingly without much effort, things others couldn't achieve in their entire lives. He wasn't jealous, because without someone like him, he'd just be an ordinary person, doing nothing, enjoying the comforts of home. The group had shared a novel and unprecedented experience, but without the most important person, they couldn't come up with anything new to discuss, so they dispersed. But everyone had forgotten about Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao returned to her dorm, and sent a message to Shin Jiming, but a long time passed without a reply. The school had a rule at night, that students were not allowed to wander around except in a few study areas. But Lin Zhao appeared downstairs in the academic administration department. After wandering for a long time in a deserted, unmonitored corner, she quietly returned. The study tour was just a minor incident in the peaceful campus life. Everything was proceeding normally. The few people who knew about Shin Jiming's brief absence were also tacitly aware of Shin Jiming's brief absence. Shin Jiming had been living a quiet life for the past few days. People from the military region came to test his mental strength, sealing off a training ground each day for him to practice. He didn't always succeed in controlling the connected mecha, but his success rate was gradually increasing, so fast that it surprised even him. But not all activities were comfortable. Though it wasn't stated explicitly, Shin Jiming sensed that these people were testing his normality. Trust was a rare commodity. He often let his mind wander. He couldn't return to the dormitory, so his teacher assigned him to the medical room in the academic administration department. He wasn't allowed to contact the outside world during this time, and even the door was specially locked. With the terminal taken away, the nights were the most boring. He opened the window for some fresh air, and his sleepiness dissipated a little. He calculated the time, at most, he could leave in a week. He'd have to make up for some classes after leaving, which was a hassle. He leaned out halfway to see if any of the study rooms were still lit. The building was dozens of meters high, but a strange figure was just a few feet away. Lin Zhao looked up, his eyes meeting Shin Jiming's. You see me, and why aren't you giving me a hand? What are you staring at? Shin Jiming came to his senses and reached out. With a simple leap, Lin Zhao slipped into the room without a sound. Are you here to visit the prisoner or the patient, so late at night? Shin Jiming asked. He had lost his composure a bit earlier, but now he was trying to calm his heartbeat. He sat down with his legs crossed, assuming the most relaxed attitude possible. I need to clarify what exactly happened between you, the school, and the military. Shin Jiming didn't answer, simply staring at Lin Zhao. She wasn't nervous, as if simply trying to confirm something. He moved his throat slightly. Let's try to avoid such impulsive behavior as today in the future. Chapter 21. Why conceal your guess? What's the point of a guess without evidence? Shin Jiming asked, half smiled. But by rushing over here like that, doesn't that mean you're confirming my guess? Shin Jiming hadn't thought that day that the aircraft would explode by chance just as Lin Zhao warned him. And a small terminal couldn't accurately predict the fate of a homemade, sophisticated device. Of course, the most suspicious thing was that, with Lin Zhao's responsiveness, she didn't enter the mecha to fight or evade, either because she couldn't react quickly enough or because she didn't see the need. Shin Jiming mentally dismissed the first possibility. The investigation revealed that the aircraft was cobbled together from on-site materials, and while the shape wasn't standardized, it was likely caused by objective factors like these. I've been thinking about this for a long time, and finally told the military officials that I received your tip before anyone else could make their judgment. Also, because I was so eager for Suemo and the others to evacuate, I ended up forcibly controlling the mecha. So what were your thoughts? Shin Jiming inexplicably looked away. Don't worry if you laugh, my mind is a bit confused and I haven't figured it out yet. I thought of many possibilities, but nothing is quite perfect yet. Lin Zhao looked at him dimly. His description omitted some parts, but it still sounded complete, because only those who experienced it firsthand could know. So you came here today to turn yourself into me? Shin Jiming propped his head up, staring back with interest. Lin Zhao's hand was still bruised. This was consistent with his guess. If this matter puts you in a difficult position, I go to the school and the military district and explain things clearly, Lin Zhao said frankly. She didn't want to owe anyone a favor. She had to handle the trouble herself. So frank? This surprised Shen Jiming. He assumed the uninvited guest had only come to confirm her secret, but she seemed unfazed by the thought of being exposed from beginning to end. So you want to tell me everything about you and that aircraft? You can still guess, right? Come back and ask me when you figured it out. Lin Zhao turned and walked back toward the window. Lin Zhao. Shen Jiming called out to her. Lin Zhao stopped and glanced back at him. Good night. Shen Jiming smiled. But once Lin Zhao had completely left, his smile faded. Lin Zhao wasn't going to tell him the truth, and he wasn't going to reveal everything either. Fair enough. But he saw some things, like the blood Lin Zhao had accidentally spilled on the border planet, and the blood she had deliberately spilled while fiddling with her new mech. Some ideas were about to form, but he needed more evidence. By the time Shen Jiming was released, Lin Zhao and Mu Qianfen had already completed their mech basic operation and shooting exams ahead of schedule. Are you like a player in a game who's frantically grinding quests? Are you so anxious? You don't need to take so many classes at once. Don't be so naive. Lin Zhao curled her lips, but still sent him her notes from the past few days. The two of them tacitly agreed not to mention what happened that night. Just pretend it never happened. Shen Jiming skimmed through the course. The content on large-scale campaign strategic planning remained standard, but the research on alien life had already reached the practical stage of selecting star beasts. She didn't say anything? Just started raising it straight away? Shen Jiming thought this teacher was too easy. Based on what she explains, choose a star beast you think you can handle. Ultimately, you need to make the star beast understand your intentions and respond in a more complex way. So Teacher Wen's advice is to spend your free time in the star beast enclosure. There aren't many docile options she offers. Which one do you want? An earthquake. Isn't it a bit aggressive? I heard that on the capital planet, a wealthy businessman once spent a fortune to acquire an earthquake. This small star beast is beyond lively and active. It needs nearly 20 hours of activity every day to dissipate its energy. It is also extremely powerful and destructive. So, the businessman raised it for a few months before releasing it back to its original planet. As long as it's played enough, it's fine. It's still easy to get along with, Lin Zhao said nonchalantly. Have you ever had one before? When I was working at the mine, the boss there had one. The mine was big enough for it to run wild, and it kind of obeyed the boss. Although the mine was large, it was also crowded. How could people be allowed to be in the same place with a star beast like this? Shen Jiming pressed on. Are earthquake beasts not friendly to strangers? It has a history of injuring people, but injuries and deaths in a mine are perfectly normal. So what happened next? What do you mean next? Lin Zhao closed the terminal and glanced at him. I'm standing right in front of you, aren't I? I'm going to class first. Shen Jiming didn't have many classes, so he was left there, alone to ponder her words. I just couldn't dwell on it. Mining isn't a technologically advanced industry, but it's an indispensable source of materials for every industry. But the Emperor is far away, and while the mines operate under the Alliance's rules, they also develop their own set of rules for survival. Many people know about it, but don't care. What's happening there is too far away from them. He heard that the mines had a constant supply of workers, firstly because the wages were indeed higher, and secondly because regulations were loose. Anyone within the Alliance could go without restrictions. So children, criminals, and the elderly all gathered together, doing anything to get enough to eat. But because of the large workforce, the mines didn't pay much attention to their employees' physical condition. They called it attrition rate, a metric shared with machinery and other equipment. If you were injured, you could just take some money and leave. The mines didn't have an infirmary. If you died, you were unlucky. The mines would send your bodies to deep space for centralized disposal. Ever since Lin Zhao appeared in public view, those with ulterior motives had already thoroughly investigated her. To be honest, he had received a copy of Lin Zhao's investigation report after the league ended. It's just that everyone only cared about what they wanted to know, like whether there were any connections to illegal forces. Besides that, it wasn't important. Shen Jiming patted his leg, stood up, and walked around inexplicably. First, go to class. Yes, he had classes too. We'd talk about other things on the weekend. But when the weekend finally came, Cheng Yu told him that Lin Zhao and Cheng Wujiu had left the school. When he left school again, Lin Zhao's mood was different. He finally left relaxed. Chung Wujio said he had just acquired a land vehicle before the start of the semester. He thought it looked good when he ordered it, but the more he looked at it, the less satisfied he was. He decided to have it modified once he got it. The aircraft was delivered to Chung Wujio's friend's house on Xar Star. Lin Zhao felt a surge of intense gazes as he entered. Why are there so many people? Chung Wujio casually greeted everyone, but at a glance, there were at least 5 or 6. I heard you invited new classmates over, and we like to meet them, didn't we? One of them stepped forward and enthusiastically introduced himself to Lin Zhao. My name is Pan Rong, Chung Wujio's childhood friend. My family's in the import and export business, and they're my friends too. We've known each other for a long time. Hello, Lin Zhao replied calmly. Could you please help us modify our mechas? These are civilian mechas, so they shouldn't be difficult to modify. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Chung Wujio intervened. Even if they knew each other, it was impolite to ask someone to do something right away. Hey, this is a great opportunity, and Lin Zhao wants to take the job too. No problem. Lin Zhao herself didn't think it was a bad idea. She hadn't had much to spend since starting school, but she was constantly spending money back home, leaving her savings dwindling. Since we have nothing to do on the weekends, let's fix it together. You have to be careful with your money. Don't try to take advantage of my classmates. Chung Wujio reminded his ravenous friends. Of course. I definitely pay every penny. Pan Rong was very attentive. The aircraft that AI Jushin had Lin Zhao modify earlier was amazing. She showed it off everywhere. We don't ask for anything more than a little better than what's on the market. Pan Rong's smile grew increasingly flattering, and Chung Wujio kicked him mercilessly. Look at you. As long as there's good stuff, why are you worrying about me? Lin Zhao entered a warehouse filled with a large number of aircraft. The sheer number was truly astonishing. No need to rush. They're also free. Just do as many as you can. Chung Wujio's expression tinged with embarrassment, but he added, first, take care of mine, then worry about others. No problem. I be fine here alone. You and your friends can go have fun. Being alone helps you focus and get things done. Although the school had abundant and high-quality equipment and materials, it was boring to always be surrounded by that one mecha. As he was working, several messages arrived on his terminal. Shin Jiming sent a photo of himself with a star vortex bee. The palm-sized female bee appeared to be resting obediently in his palm, but the exposed palm side was already red and swollen. Lin Zhao replied with a voice message, great capture. But he needs injections, or he'd be out of bed for at least 3 days. Soon, a video call came in. Lin Zhao, please at least help your classmates before you go out. You're better at this class than I am. I sent you the notes. You chose them yourself. Professor Wen said you can't change your choices once you made them. Star vortex bees are docile. But you picked a female. Lin Zhao felt a little gloating. It was rare to see Shin Jiming embarrassed. Female bees have a stronger sense of territory, and during the breeding season, it's very difficult for anything to get close to them. Where is it now? The hive. Shin Jiming struggled to get back. The rest, we think about it later. He couldn't fail the course. Lin Zhao had been sitting comfortably in the center of the video, but suddenly half-stepped back out, lost in thought. Shin Jiming didn't ask, but quietly went about his business. After a while, Lin Zhao suddenly spoke, his voice a little strange. Do you know anyone who sells Chi-Star Coral Pith? Chapter 22. Shin Jiming helped Lin Zhao contact someone about coral pith, even though he had never heard of it. While asking around, he also received a round of scientific research. This substance is actually a colloid secreted by coral reefs surrounding the outer layers of certain gas giants. The Alliance members collected it primarily for medical use. Most importantly, when in liquid form, coral pith can penetrate blood vessel walls and dissolve metal toxins deposited in the blood. He knew some doctors and people in the medical business, but this substance was incredibly difficult to obtain. Firstly, the collection cost was too high, and secondly, its applications were too limited. Therefore, the Alliance used less effective alternatives, while coral pith was extremely rare. After asking around, he didn't have time to buy it when Lin Zhao sent another message. No need to bother, the coral pith wasn't needed for the time being. No further words were said. Shin Jiming looked at the messages constantly flowing on his terminal, deliberated for a moment, and finally purchased a batch of coral pith. He didn't ask Lin Zhao what she wanted it for, nor did he ask why she no longer needed it. But by the end of the weekend, Shin Jiming hadn't seen Lin Zhao. Chung Wujio said she returned with him, but he didn't know where she'd gone. It had to be something at home. The last time he saw her sister and the other children, Shin Jiming didn't know what the illness was, but it looked like it was something related to blood. And yet, the entire alliance couldn't find any information about her home planet. No one was paying any attention. He searched every open space on campus, but there was no sign of Lin Xiao. Thinking for a moment, he headed straight for the dorm's rooftop. It wasn't a place where one could completely avoid the teacher's inspection, but it was quiet enough. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground, several light screens floating around her, a strewn with parts, and a half-formed robot sprawled on the floor. "Why don't you come join us for dinner?" "I'm busy." Shin Jiming walked closer to take a look. It was filled with accounts and spreadsheets with unknown contents. He sat down as well, his eyes darting around. "If you need a doctor." "No." Lin Xiao quickly declined, even a little nervously. Realizing she overreacted, she smoothed her hair and let out a breath. No need for a doctor. Not needing a doctor and not needing a doctor were two different things. Shin Jiming still understood. "So you..." "Nothing, I just spent too much lately and need to figure it out." "Didn't Chung Wujio pay you?" "I helped him for free, but his friends paid me." Lin Xiao seemed calm, but she actually clicked the wrong button. "It's just that I'm not making money as fast as I'm spending it, so nothing I do is working." After Lin Xiao sorted out her expenses, she spent tens of millions in just the past 2 days, leaving her with only 537 star coins in her savings. She turned to several more pages of tables, looking at the percentages. Suddenly, her fingertips went numb, and she felt a little choked. She stood up abruptly. There were 58 orphans on KN-39, and 19 had died in the past 2 days. She had never encountered such a situation before, and she had never known a violent space magnetic storm could bring such devastation to a sick child. The doctors worked as quickly as possible to find a way to suppress the disease, and she worked hard to import new life-saving drugs, but they couldn't keep up with the rate of death. She wasn't there, but she kept receiving names. "If you need time to sort it out, I can ask for leave for you." "No thanks. I finally caught up so much, so I won't ask for leave." Lin Xiao brushed her face and sat down again, filling in the death option. She could only fill herself up with one thing after another. The robot was still waiting for her to perfect it. Shin Jiming remained silent, simply accompanying her quietly. She stayed there all night. Lin Xiao's hands were quick, and she had even the robot almost finished. She glanced back at Shin Jiming, knowing he'd been there the whole time. "Go back and wash up, then go straight to class." "I don't have class." "Oh, right. I'm leaving then. You can come to me if you need anything from now on." Shin Jiming wondered if he was becoming a burden. If she were alone, at least she'd feel more relaxed. Watching her leave, he suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Okay. She still had to eat and attend classes. Likewise, you still have to take a beating. Emotions, as ethereal as they are, don't last long under the heavy blows of physics. Teacher Eleanor pressed Lin Xiao against the wall, frowning slightly. "How dare you zone out in my class?" Lin Xiao's face pressed against the cold wall, her words slurred. "Sorry, we're here. Pay attention, or I give you a failing grade." "Teacher, your grades are unfair. I'm just being strict with you." Eleanor quite liked Lin Xiao. She was down to earth, had a strong ability to apply knowledge to other situations, and was easy to teach. She even considered whether she had the chance to recruit her into her own team after she graduated. But today, Lin Xiao wasn't in the best of spirits. "Go find your partner over there and practice weapons." Eleanor sent her away, so she could rest. Mu Qianfan made a few mock gestures with his knife, confirming that Eleanor had gone off to torment someone else. Then he came over to talk to Lin Xiao. "Did you stay up late again last night?" "All night." "Awesome. Working on mechas again?" "No, I made a robot." Mu Qianfan didn't understand the world of mechanical geniuses. He didn't enjoy taking mecha or mechanical design classes, he just loved getting into fights. Asking wouldn't answer, so he simply gave up. "Oh, by the way, the 4th-year students' mentors are coming in a couple of days. Do you want to go and see them?" "What's there to see?" "You're not bringing the younger students." "Oh, just to see the fun. I don't usually get the chance to meet those people." "Who are they?" Mu Qianfan surreptitiously opened his terminal and showed Lin Xiao the intelligence he gathered. According to reliable sources, this year's 4th-year students are going to the gene engineering internship. This project hasn't hired anyone in 2 years. "You mean, the project chair will be there?" Lin Xiao calmly took in the information. "Highly likely. I heard they got the funding this year, and they're starting again." Mu Qianfan kept an eye on Eleanor, afraid she'd catch him slacking off. He cautiously put away his terminal and began his feint again. "Go!" Consider it a chance to meet the higher-ups in advance. Otherwise, how can we know if this project is any good? Okay. Then it's a deal. Let's sneak into the conference hall together on Friday and grab a good seat to listen. Mu Qianfen had expected a grand event and had given Lin Zhao a lavish presentation. However, the project's leaders made only a brief appearance, barely saying a word. The main content was still explained by the military academy instructors. Mu Qianfen sprawled in his chair, sighing, feeling it was a waste of time. But he said, I forgive him. I see the chairman isn't in good health, and he's even in a wheelchair. Chairman Hai Luo, even in this state, you're still leaving the alliance to explore the mysteries of life? Lin Zhao asked quietly. Hey, that's what a crazy scientist is like. He used to be controversial, but let's be honest, his spirit of exploration, coupled with his wealth of research results, is rare within the alliance. What controversy? It's about the projects he led. Mu Qianfen lowered his voice just in time to avoid being overheard and causing trouble. He always does things before reporting them, which doesn't follow procedures, and he also illegally handles a lot of dangerous lab supplies. Then why is he still here? Those people. Mu Qianfen couldn't say anything. There are plenty of people who break the law, but not everyone pays the price. But Hai Luo got his comeuppance. I heard he once encountered a fierce attack from interstellar bandits while leaving the alliance. Since then, he's been unable to walk, his respiratory system is weakened, and he needs medical equipment. Across the crowd, Lin Zhao looked at Chairman Hai Luo, who hadn't spoken yet. He seemed like an ordinary old man, not a scientist who had led hundreds of biological projects. The project introduction took quite a while, and Hai Luo seemed a little restless. The people around him paid attention to his real-time physical data. Suddenly, several people stood up and surrounded Hai Luo. In the haste, only the school teacher remained on the stage, the others quickly retreated. What's going on? The chairman is dead? Mu Qianfen asked, stunned. Who would know? Lin Zhao stood up and left the crowded conference hall. Hey, wait a minute. Mu Qianfen, still unsure what was going on, was nagging curiosity. Why don't you just hang out and check on these people? Or do you not want to go to gene engineering? It doesn't matter where you go. That's different. There are missions inside and outside the alliance, and the ones outside are more interesting. Aren't you afraid? I'd be afraid later when I see something. Mu Qianfen saw that it was almost time, so he decided to go to class. He could also find out about the chairman there. What about you? What are you going for? To relax? Huh? Hurry up, you're going to be late. After sending Mu Qianfen away, Lin Zhao casually strolled around the campus. Passing students were also discussing what had just happened in the conference hall, chattering here and there, as if President Hai Luo had been admitted to the intensive care unit, receiving emergency life support. Lin Zhao climbed to the roof of the building opposite the medical building, where she could just see the room's lid during the day. The wind rippled her hair, tickling her cheeks. Human life was so fragile. Even with the Alliance's current technological advancements, a person could still die from the slightest negligence. She suddenly laughed, a laugh that seemed out of place in the chaotic world below. Footsteps sounded behind her, and Lin Zhao heard them. It sounded like Shen Jiming. You don't have classes again? She asked. President Hai Luo is in poor health and requires intelligent machines to maintain his basic vital signs. I know. I just saw it. I mean later. Later. Shen Jiming walked over to her, his eyes fixed on hers. He won't wake up anytime soon. Can you stop? Chapter 23. Lin Zhao's smile, which had just lifted from the breeze, still clung to her face, though it had become fainter. What's wrong with him? Insufficient oxygen supply has led to other secondary illnesses, and his brain is currently fragile. Isn't that good? He's still alive. What about you? As expected, I'm also alive right before your eyes. You know what I mean? Lin Zhao stopped looking at the window opposite and turned around, a look of scrutiny in his eyes. Master Shen, are you trying to save someone? I want to save you. Do I need you? The air was moving slowly, and the smell was unfamiliar. So far, Lin Zhao had neither admitted nor denied anything. Shen Jiming chose to take a step back. Herol is not only the head of an independent organization, he is also a key leader in many biotechnology projects within the Alliance. If he dies, many potentially survivable diseases will be shelved. Lin Zhao's face remained unchanged upon hearing this. He simply closed his eyes and smiled softly, his meaning unclear. She walked up to Shen Jiming, and the terminal on her left hand suddenly extended a thin layer of metal, covering the back of her hand. She grabbed Shen Jiming by the neck and pinned him against a tower behind. Are you trying to lecture me on morality? Shin Jiming was genuinely surprised at Lin Zhao's strength. Just looking at the hand, she was holding onto him. The metal frame extending from the terminal greatly supplemented her natural strength. It seemed she had modified it herself. Just a reminder, for those with multiple interests involved, ability and character are secondary. If he weren't there, the others would have withdrawn. You've been there. You know I've been there. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Zhao's eyes. She loosened her grip, and the metal tower quietly deformed, all its joints automatically folding, half rolling Shin Jiming inside. The air smelled of rust, a salty odor like the sea breeze. As if her thoughts had been disturbed by those words, she turned away, breathing in deep breaths of fresh air, her mind clearing a little. You told me to think about those who still relied on his output, and to uphold morality and be a good person. What about you? Lin Zhao half smiled. You're investigating me without my knowledge, but where's your morality? You threatened me time and again, but where's your morality? You illegally dumped experimental waste where people live, and why didn't anyone ask what their morality was? Thousands of people lived in the garbage dump, and as of yesterday, only 33 remained. It's not just thousands of people who died, it's 3 generations. She saw a strange reflection of herself in Shin Jiming's eyes, and suddenly controlled her emotions. I know. Shin Jiming's pupils trembled slightly, but he still managed to respond calmly. So we need to identify the corrupt officials among this group who are still doing these things, one by one. No need. Just let them all die. Lin Zhao turned away, too lazy to engage in further conversation. If you continue using this ability, you cause trouble for your sister. You're threatening me too. No one knows, I'm just guessing. I just noticed you've been moving around certain areas of the school these past few days, especially around the reception rooms and the medical room. Shin Jiming hadn't panicked much since he was kidnapped. Instead, some of his suspicions had been confirmed. Perhaps your blood was also contaminated by the waste from that time, but unlike others, you have the ability to control metal. Although I don't understand the principle, and it sounds fantastical, I can't find any other explanation. Shin Jiming was just saying something new to distract Lin Zhao. He didn't really know what Lin Zhao had done, but he felt that something was missing from the entire plan, or perhaps she had other helpers. In fact, given Lin Zhao's position, there was no reason to stop, and it was very likely to succeed. So, he could only use this method to disrupt her mind. You know, your past is archived at the military district, and you come into contact with wanted individuals. If there are any changes in the future, we follow this line and uncover you. Then, both you and your family will be under the Alliance's supervision. Shin Jiming subconsciously moved forward, but he remained firmly restrained by the tower, not letting up. I'm holding back now to avoid leaving any evidence. If you want to settle accounts, there are other ways, without having to do it myself. Lin Zhao didn't respond, but Shin Jiming felt an opportunity. Don't you want to find out who else went to KN39 back then? Where are they now, and what are they doing? Or how far along are their experiments? Is it possible to get a drug that can directly alleviate their symptoms from them? The number of people coming in and out of the building across from them had decreased, and the metal shackles on Shin Jiming's arms were becoming increasingly loose. It's probably too late now, Lin Zhao said softly, seemingly not speaking to Shin Jiming. She was a joke here. At first, she really just wanted to gain some fame and make money, but some people thought she had ulterior motives, and that if she didn't show her loyalty, she might be placed under direct supervision. Everyone's surprise and astonishment at her abilities also gave her a thought she hadn't thought of before. If she could get in touch with the people at Gene Engineering, would she have a chance to settle that score from years ago? But now, someone told her that this game wouldn't end with just one death. Perhaps she'd known this from the beginning, but she simply wouldn't turn back until she hit the wall, afraid of this and that, and decided it was better to just let it go first. But it seemed she had no chance to take responsibility for her emotions. It was midday, still windless. Lin Zhao unbuttoned her uniform, leaving only her vest underneath, and slumped on the ground. She ate a few more candies, finally feeling the ground beneath her feet stabilize. Does your ability also mobilize your mental energy? Shin Jiming asked, sitting next to her. He took a quick look at the scars, large and small, on Lin Zhao's body, especially the old ones, which looked like they were from many years ago. There was a fresh wound on her left arm, but centered around it was a familiar, unbroken circle of blood. It's somewhat similar, and they can all be used interchangeably. Lin Zhao was too lazy to hide it from Shin Jiming anymore. She had assumed he figured out or guessed a lot, but from what he just said, she overestimated him. But Lin Zhao still planned to tell him. because she always felt Shin Jiming was different from the other students. The others' eyes were always clear, either reflecting a thirst for knowledge or a simple desire for leisure. But Shin Jiming, on the other hand, always wanted to ask something, to gain something. But she wasn't quite sure what was behind his intentions. I was indeed affected when the wastewater completely contaminated the garbage dump, but I was luckier than the others. I didn't die, and I even experienced some strange changes. I can't control metal, either. There's no magic in this world. What is that? The doctor said those things are highly destructive to human genes, so almost all adults die within a few months, and the only ones who survive are children. But you've seen, my genes were altered quite coincidentally, and my blood has become somewhat contagious, just like that pile of waste. Lin Zhao realized she sounded more frightening than she actually was, and explained herself. Living things can't be infected. Is it the metal that's infected? Shin Jiming felt that many of his questions would soon be clearly answered. So don't use your mindset to understand. Metal can also be alive. Then your character is like a spore. As long as your blood comes into contact with metal, you can reproduce endlessly. More like moss. The longer it lasts, the wider it spreads. What about me? Shin Jiming felt himself, seemingly carrying nothing. The exchange of microorganisms can help me quickly understand things. Lin Zhao suddenly grabbed the terminal on Shin Jiming's wrist. There's a loose part that might affect the audio quality. Amazing. No wonder you. Shin Jiming sighed, but immediately received a glare from Lin Zhao, and he quickly changed his tone. Of course, you also have a strong grasp of mechanical engineering, and you can handle many things without that skill. Lin Zhao was easy to coax. She was essentially a good person who would be pushed into a corner, which was why Shin Jiming had the opportunity to discuss this calmly with her. Shin Jiming knew this well, so he naturally wouldn't push her any further. Then if you add blood, can you control it? I told you it's not control, it's communication. Lin Zhao had a look of astonishment on her face. She couldn't explain it to him. Blood will accelerate the machine's life, and the machine and I will become separate entities of the same origin. What was Hai Luo doing at the time? Shin Jiming began to recall. Who knows? You might think it's impressive, but for an ordinary person, it could mean the difference between life and death. I can investigate such matters. Lin Zhao finally looked this man in the eye today. After so much talk, he finally said something pleasant. If you're willing to tell me this, of course I show my sincerity. Shin Jiming moved his neck cockily. What do you want? Lin Zhao felt that there were no pure, good people here who wanted nothing. Shin Jiming leaned back with his hands. Helping classmates, helping capable people, what excuse wouldn't work? You? What's wrong with me? Lin Zhao recalled their first meeting. Shin Jiming was like a fighting cock ready to burst forth. I don't care what you advertise, I only care about your ability. It seemed nothing had changed. If she were useless, incompetent, Shin Jiming wouldn't have wasted his time here. I find opportunities to get closer to Hai Luo and his gene engineering, Lin Zhao said bluntly. I have no objection, but I can't kill people myself. You seem to accept these things quickly? To be honest, I don't understand. It's very mysterious, but I can only accept it. After all, seeing is believing. Shin Jiming was very frank. Everyone has limitations. People often talk about geniuses, but geniuses are still human. If you tell me what I want. He pretended to think seriously for a moment. I just hope that if you encounter any problems again, you can consult us. So many living people can't solve a deadly problem? Seeing Lin Zhao's lack of reaction, Shin Jiming suddenly asked her dramatically, You're not going to silence me, are you? It depends on my mood. But seriously, Shin Jiming said sternly, don't let too many people know about this beforehand. You decide for yourself. You see my example. Whether this situation is good or bad won't be known until the end. Besides, I'm not you. Lin Zhao rolled her eyes faintly. She wasn't stupid. Let's go. We go to class later. Shin Jiming brushed off the dirt and pulled Lin Zhao aside. Do you think you can control the entire school now? I'm free? Really? Thinking is a physical job. Chapter 24. Shin Jiming was now certain that Lin Zhao's mental power was more than A-level. However, her situation defied common sense. The human body, as a closed-loop system, has limited energy. While ordinary students use more energy to replenish their mental power, Lin Zhao's body exerted a tremendous amount of energy simply to repair her blood vessels. Mechanical exercises and physical training classes gradually intensified, and Lin Zhao's injuries, compounded by new and existing ones, left her with no remaining injuries. So, Shin Jiming added another activity to his daily routine, applying medicine to Lin Xiao. Can't you really stay in the treatment cabin? I'm not sure. It hurts. I feel like I'm going to explode. Forget it then. Lin Xiao turned her back to Shin Jiming, her back tingling with cold and hot, making it difficult to see what was happening. What kind of medicine is this? Ice and fire? Specially made, a special medicine. Lin Xiao waited while browsing the campus forum. The fourth-year students had already left, and several leaders of the gene engineering project had also left the school. As for Hai Luer, the old man is still alive, but he probably won't live long. Before Lin Xiao knew he was coming to school, she had dripped blood in many places where he might appear. Hai Luer had essentially lost the right to live, granted by machines, in her palm. Shin Jiming said a lot, but a few of his words made sense. For example, what exactly was their achievement, and whether they could obtain it. The door suddenly opened. Lin Xiao, you see? Their eyes met. Su Mo's gaze became subtle. Shin Jiming, do you know this is the girls' dormitory? We're all comrades. Why differentiate between men and women? You pure scoundrel. How can you talk like that? Su Mo wasn't too surprised to see Lin Xiao covered in wounds. She's seen it all before. She snatched the medicine from Shin Jiming's hand. Let me do it. Shin Jiming thought she was too experienced and hissed. Did you know all along that her blood clots wouldn't dissipate? Of course. Su Mo was very proud. She was the one who would sleep in Lin Xiao's dorm whenever she had the chance. That is nothing. Shin Jiming waved his hand pretentiously and smiled. What do you mean? Su Mo found Shin Jiming's reaction strange and irritating. Lin Xiao was speechless. She tugged at Su Mo, smearing the remaining blood from her hand onto his metal necklace. Right before her eyes, each piece of machinery gracefully flipped and transformed, forming a new shape. What is that? Su Mo thought he'd been too sleepy from too many classes. How come the necklace she wore every day had changed? Lin Xiao. Shin Jiming weakly called her name. He'd practically been slammed into a metal frame, only to have the chance to learn a secret. And Su Mo had found out so easily. A little secret, don't tell anyone else. Su Mo had no idea where to begin. She had no idea what was going on. What brings you here? Shin Jiming asked her unhappily. Oh yes. Lin Xiao, did you see the forum? People from the Asta Military Academy are coming for an exchange visit next month, along with outstanding student representatives. Who? It must be the ones participating in the league. Be careful. Who did I offend? You Qingya. Su Mo felt that Lin Xiao was being a bit too indifferent. He later watched the match video, and found out you've been coveting his mech from the beginning. You even knocked him out during the official match. I heard he'd been trying to find you all summer. Oh! Lin Xiao remembered. During the student's summer break, she was helping Ai Zhuxin repair things. Ai Zhuxin had mentioned her resentment towards Yu Qingya, but she completely stood by her, and helped conceal her whereabouts. Isn't having Qingyu enough? I think he likes Qingyu. You don't understand. Hatred lasts longer than love. Do you have to come and kick me? I saved him. Many geniuses are petty. Lin Xiao glanced at Shin Jiming carelessly, but he glared back. Let's not talk about him anymore. Lin Xiao dressed and rushed to her next appointment. I'm going to the Star Beast Research Institute to bond with my final grade. Shin Jiming still felt a bit overwhelmed by this. The Star Vortex Bee was still beyond taming, and he had already been stung several times. He didn't want to take shortcuts with his mental power. He wanted to truly experience normal interactions with the Star Beast. What do you have in mind? You haven't been there in a while. The hermit has his own tricks. Not only Lin Xiao and Shin Jiming came to the Star Beast Research Institute, the rest were also students from this course. Everyone had their own hardships. Back then, the teacher had inspired them to ace the course, and the tears they shed now were all from that time. Youthful vigor is indeed a derogatory term. The earthquake beast was still in its enormous, luxurious cage. Seeing Lin Xiao, it glanced up and ignored him. Lin Xiao pulled a tracked robot from the spaceship and stuffed it into the cage. At first, the earthquake beast was very cautious of this unfamiliar creature, sniffing it for a long time. But it didn't move, and neither did the robot. When it moved, the robot teased it maliciously. Is this your plan? Shin Jiming looked at the earthquake beast scurrying about the ground, and had a vague idea of what Lin Xiao was planning. Give it a good walk for me. We can get to know each other, and use up its energy, killing two birds with one stone. This material looks familiar? Shin Jiming noticed a familiar mark on one of the pieces. Repurposed from an old mecha. Shin Jiming's finger circled between the robot and the author himself, but he didn't say anything. Lin Zhao then began to explain, "It smells like me." Sure enough. Smell is synonymous with blood. Whenever he remembered, Shin Jiming would confirm with Lin Zhao where in the school she had chosen to leave her blood. He didn't think Lin Zhao would actually do anything to the school. It would be too exhausting. But he was genuinely curious about what it felt like to be able to feel the surroundings. He also wondered how long it would take for this moss to take over the entire campus. People around him only saw Lin Zhao and Shin Jiming talking closely, but didn't hear the specifics. Some people began to worry about whether they would actually fail the course. Since those two definitely wouldn't fail, it would simply mean one or both of them were unlucky. When would it be their turn to join the group? Lin Zhao, I see that robot of yours is a beast tamer for you. Can you make one for me? Lin Zhao glanced at this unfamiliar classmate, then at the star beast behind him. Not all star beasts have such abundant stamina. Your flash beast's characteristic is its extreme sensitivity to energy signals, so of course we have to start with that. Using an energy regulator to control the star beast? I tried, but it only made it even more frantic. Have you considered the environment? Let me see. Wait a minute. Shin Jiming hadn't finished his words when he tried to pull at her arm, but she, already absorbed in her concentration, swatted him away. He curled his lips slightly, giving a helpless smile. A person at work can't be pulled back by 8 oxen. He knew Lin Zhao had started taking on work again recently, and every weekend she could go out, she would. Perhaps her last sudden illness had stretched her family's finances to the limit. Luckily, he and Mu Qianfen had already taken 2 courses in advance, otherwise, neither of them could have endured such a grueling journey. Shin Jiming was fiddling with his Star Vortex Bee when he received a message from the school on his terminal, asking the students participating in the league to hold a small meeting. He knew what it was about without needing to elaborate. It was simply a warning to them not to slack off regarding the academic exchange with the Asta Military Academy, as the school had to maintain its reputation. After some thought, he didn't invite Lin Zhao. The so-called academic exchange meant that students from other schools came for a week, pretending to integrate and taking a few classes. But in reality, they were just there to disrupt the event and highlight their own strength. Everyone knew their intentions, but they still had to feign welcome. As soon as Yu Qingyao entered Shiyao, he didn't even bother pretending and headed straight for Lin Zhao's class, even though it was a first-year class. Aside from the constant harassment of a fiery gaze, Lin Zhao felt fine. And she didn't have the energy to hide. Lately, she'd been feeling quite tired, probably because the teachers were starting to push harder in the latter half of the semester. She closed her eyes during the basic combat class, resting only when it was her turn to spar. Would you like me to cut in line? Yu Qingyao charged forward without a trace of embarrassment. Come back quickly, you're so embarrassed right now. Lexer grabbed him. He knew Yu Qingyao was determined to cause trouble. He had to keep a close eye on this white phosphorus spirit. Right now, even if no one provoked him, he combust on the spot. Lin Zhao. Let's go! Yu Qingyao shouted at Lin Zhao. I'm only A rank. Can you, SSS rank, be a little more reserved? Lin Zhao glanced at him indifferently, then began sparring with Mu Qianfen. Is she ignoring me? Yu Qingyao couldn't believe it. Someone who had kicked him, and whose mental strength was so low didn't even have a single word to say to him. Lin Zhao continued practicing as usual, her limbs feeling heavy, so she had to exert more strength. Mu Qianfen had sensed something was wrong early on. Your strength is fine, but why is your heart rate so high with such a small amount of activity? Maybe you haven't slept enough these past few days. Then take a break and replenish your nutrients. Forget it. The moment I stop, that guy over there will definitely come looking for trouble. Mu Qianfen looked over. Yu Qingyao, not caring much about his appearance, squatted on the ground like a dog with a bone, poised for action. You're quite a sentimental person, ha ha ha. He chuckled dryly, feeling that Yu Qingyao was a little different than he imagined, which only made him feel awkward. Continue. Lin Zhao felt her heart relax, so she let Mu Qianfen continue with the lesson. She had no advantage against someone with SS-level physical strength, so she could only continuously improve her skills. Mu Qianfen also found this method quite appealing. Being a partner with Lin Zhao was never boring. But the more Lin Zhao practiced, the more dizzy she felt, and her entire body felt unnaturally hot. She urgently called a halt, wanting to sit down and rest. Yu Qingyao, seeing this, abruptly stood up. It's my turn now. He simply stepped forward and extended his hand, and Lin Zhao brushed past his arm and fell to the ground. I didn't do anything. I didn't hit you. Chapter 25. Suemo was still in another class, slacking off, when she suddenly stumbled upon the latest news on the school forum. Without paying attention to the lecturer or asking for leave, she rushed out the door and headed straight for the infirmary. Teacher Eleanor had already carried Lin Zhao to the door. "Hello, teacher." Suemo hurriedly stepped in front of her and forcibly lifted Lin Zhao into his arms. "I do it. Teacher, you can get back to class. We're already here. It's a good time for you to lend a hand." "No. No need. Lin Zhao just needs a break. I take her back to the dorm." "Suemo." "Yes." The suppression of her status suddenly took effect. Suemo subconsciously stood at attention at the roll call. And no one was immune to Eleanor. "What's going on? Your classmate fainted, and it's fine if you don't actively help, but you're actually taking her away? It's not the teacher, it's Lin Zhao. She's allergic to the treatment chamber. She can't handle it." Suemo just kept talking, dealing with it first. She glanced at Mu Qianfan, who had followed, and he immediately took over. "Let's go back to the dorm. You worked so hard, teacher. Is she really allergic to the light in the treatment chamber?" Mu Qianfan put Lin Zhao back on her bed. The more he thought about Sumo's words, the more they made sense. But it was true. He didn't think he ever seen Lin Zhao go to the infirmary. She often attended class with bruises and swelling. He thought it was a ploy to get the teacher to pity her. "She's a little hot. Maybe she has a fever? Then, go get some antipyretics. Medicine, is she allergic to it? Try. Give her a nutrient solution first. Maybe it's just low blood sugar. You're unreliable too, aren't you?" The two of them chattered back and forth, busy with trivial and insignificant tasks. After waiting for a while, Lin Zhao still didn't wake up. But they did wait for more people. These days, a fever can cause someone to faint. Yu Qingyao also crept into the dormitory and peeked in at Lin Zhao's door. "Is she okay?" Shen Jiming deliberately shoved the obstructing doorway aside and entered the room. He used his mental power to connect with Lin Zhao's brain, pulled a small syringe from the desk drawer, and injected a shot into Lin Zhao's forearm. "Bring your own medication? Is that the way you get it at Shio Military Academy?" Yu Qingyao spoke whenever he could, but Lexer poked him in the back, urging him to keep quiet. "Nothing's wrong. Let's all go." Shen Jiming touched Lin Zhao's increasingly hot forehead and began to dismiss them. "You're the ones leaving? This is the girls' dormitory." Suemo was nearly tricked out by the serious Shen Jiming. And how could she not know that Lin Zhao had other medicines? Couldn't that mean there were secrets she didn't know about? Or perhaps she was even more ill than she looked. "Are you really okay?" Suemo asked worriedly. "It might be a reaction to my increased mental power, don't worry." "Why haven't I experienced a fever after experiencing a mental power breakthrough?" Yu Qingyao interrupted again. "You're everywhere. Come with me. This is the girls' dormitory." Lexer finally felt a little embarrassed. Her warning to Yu Qingyao before leaving was all for nothing. "I didn't do anything. Why are you all so angry at me?" Yu Qingyao was also baffled, even a little aggrieved. "I just wanted to have a proper duel with Lin Zhao. Isn't she said to be quite amazing? I even went to her house to visit. That's pretty sincere, right? Has anyone been there?" "What did you go to her house for?" Shen Jiming asked. "I just wanted to see what kind of environment could nurture someone like her. I didn't expect her house to be such a complete garbage planet. I ran a global scan and found nothing. I used to think garbage planet was just an exaggerated term for poverty." Global scan. Shen Jiming suddenly remembered something. "When did you go there?" "Just a few weeks ago. The atmosphere there was so bad that a scan I ran triggered a localized magnetic storm." Yu Qingyao was complaining when he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. Shen Jiming grabbed him by the collar and slammed him against the wall. "Specific time, which day, what time? What are you doing? Are you crazy, Shen Jiming? Answer me." Shen Jiming's mental power instantly and powerfully suppressed Yu Qingyao, who was shaken and dazed, and answered the question honestly. Shen Jiming's eyes darkened, and his grip gradually tightened. "Come with me." "Why should I go with you?" "Let me go. If you still want to leave Shio alive, shut up and come with me." Shen Jiming's voice was low, but his words were clear, full of businesslike indifference, completely unlike his usual demeanor. Lexer grabbed the two men and left without a word. "What do you mean?" Mu Qianfan, who had been watching the show in silence, didn't understand. What had Yu Qingyao done wrong? Why was Shen Jiming suddenly so serious? Suemo didn't understand, but it was probably related to Lin Zhao. Suemo had noticed Lin Zhao's recent anxieties, and when she asked, she just said it was a family matter. But after seeing all the children in her family, It was obvious she couldn't possibly survive long in that state. Could this be related to Yu Qingya? But how could it possibly be related? No matter how wicked Yu Qingya was, he wouldn't take his anger out on someone else's family. Su Imo felt she was overthinking it. Lin Zhao simply didn't like the public outcry about her family situation. Right now, the most important thing was waiting for Lin Zhao to wake up. Just as Shen Jiming had said, Lin Zhao's condition wasn't serious. She woken up after a short nap after the injection, no more than an hour. Lin Zhao sat in bed, unresponsive for a long time. She had the impression she was in class, but when she woke up, she was already in the dormitory. At the moment, she only felt a little sore in her limbs, nothing else. Su Imo came in a while later. "You're awake? I just went out to get some things." "Not bad, not bad. How are you feeling now?" "Feeling hungry." "That means you recovered." Su Imo was also careless. He gave her a tube of nutrient solution and began to chatter non-stop. Shen Jiming said, "You might have had a breakthrough in your mental strength, which is why you have a fever. Although your case is rare," Shen Jiming said, "it is, so it must be." "He came again?" "Yes, quite a few people came. Mu Qianfan and I snatched you from teacher Eleanor's hands, and then Shen Jiming gave you an injection. Yu Qingya and Lexer also came to watch the fun." Shen Jiming almost beat Yu Qingya up. "Oh, by the way, why didn't you tell me you had to prepare other medicines yourself? Are you allergic?" This conversation was so packed with information that Lin Zhao couldn't follow it. Why did Shen Jiming hit Yu Qingya? What did he do? "I don't know. Yu Qingya was just saying he accidentally caused a magnetic storm at your house, and Shen Jiming dragged him away. He was pretty aggressive." "What was he doing there?" "He said he was just checking it out. I guess he's interested in you, and wants to check you out, and see where you live. It's certainly quite rude. But he's been there before, so why don't you take me back over the summer?" Lin Zhao was lost in thought for a moment before suddenly getting out of bed. "I had to go out for something. I'm just recovering and needing to rest." Su Imo chased after her, but got stuck in the crowd. Cheng Wujiu and Mu Qianfan, who were passing by, pulled her out. "Is Lin Zhao awake?" Mu Qianfan asked. He had been planning to sneak into the girls' dormitory to check on her. They all ran out. "Didn't you see?" Su Imo glanced around, but there was no sign of anyone. A strange feeling of unease washed over her. "Did I say too much?" She muttered to herself, then forced herself to calm down. If that was really what she thought, she might as well consider where Yu Qingya might be right now. Where in the school is there nobody during the day? Somewhere where they won't be disturbed. A special training room for SSS-level students. Shen Jiming must have taken them there. Su Imo took off running, and Cheng Wujiu and Mu Qianfan, unsure why, followed him. At the corner of the building, he actually saw a familiar figure. How had Lin Zhao found him so quickly? Su Imo was only momentarily puzzled, but he was just one step away, and Lin Zhao had already rushed in. Yu Qingya and Shen Jiming were stunned inside, but it was Lexer who took the lead and stood in front of Yu Qingya. Shen Jiming's Adam's apple moved nervously. He hadn't expected Lin Zhao to arrive so quickly. But then again, if she wanted to do something at school now, authority and obstacles would be meaningless to her. He saw Su Imo, whose expression was flustered, following behind, and he got the general idea. "You went to my house? What did you do?" Lin Zhao jogged along, her body still recovering, and her heart was beating fast. Yu Qingya now felt guilty. Shen Jiming had told him something. Lin Zhao's family had just suffered a disaster, caused by a major magnetic storm. It was likely that he had lit the fuse. Although he hadn't had time to ask for details, and didn't even know the severity of the disaster, Yu Qingya was already paralyzed in front of Lin Zhao. Yet he still had to maintain his composure. "What's wrong with going to take a look? I didn't know there were so many impurities in your area, and that man-made magnetic storms could easily occur." Lexer secretly pinched his arm to quiet his words. Although, like Yu Qingya, he wasn't entirely clear on the details, the reactions of these people spoke volumes. The problem was even more serious than Shen Jiming had suggested. What on earth had Yu Qingya gone out for? Lin Zhao's breathing was heavy, and she stared at Yu Qingya intently. Shen Jiming, noticing this, stood in front of her, blocking her view. It was an accident. He didn't even scan for anyone on the ground and left before he even landed. Qingya was indeed rude this time. He should have told you in advance. I apologize on his behalf. Lexer also spoke up for Yu Qingya. Lin Zhao was practically pinned to the ground by Shen Jiming's hands, unable to move. His strength was immense. Lin Zhao, looking at Yu Qingya, who was so close, suddenly uttered a hoarse voice, "Chop him up." Yu Qingya heard it, even wondering who to chop up, and who would do the chopping. Overhead, there was a sudden, unnatural sound of folding metal. He looked up and saw that the ceiling of the training room had deformed, squeezing out a sharp blade, hurtling towards him. Chapter 26. Oh my god! Yu Qingya and Lexer dodged quickly, avoiding being hit. If they hadn't dodged in time, they would have been sliced in half by the ceiling. No one would believe this way of dying. What's going on? Shin Jiming. Lexer called out to Shin Jiming as he dodged. This was the first time he's seen the training room walls automatically adapt their attack based on the target. Why hadn't he heard of such equipment at Shio Military Academy before? But Shin Jiming was desperately trying to stop Lin Zhao, and had no time to pay attention. If you want to settle a score with me, why don't you just come to me? Why go to my house? Lin Zhao stared at Yu Qingya and demanded angrily. He drew his dagger, but Shin Jiming grabbed his arm. Calm down. There are so many people watching during the day. I don't care. Lin Zhao shrugged off Shin Jiming with a strange, boneless swipe, and without hesitation, slashed with the knife. Not far away, Yu Qingya was cornered in the training room, even entering the mecha. Is she crazy? She really wants to kill me. In school? Just as the connection stabilized, Yu Qingya suddenly felt the space inside the mecha shrinking. The mecha was squeezing inside? The once spacious space for one person vanished in an instant, and Yu Qingya's legs were already making contact with the cold, untouched body of the mecha. He acted decisively, using the mini light blade he carried with him to cut the exit and leap out. What the hell was going on today? This was the mecha he'd been using for 2 years? Only after emerging did he realize that the ceiling and walls had stopped moving, and the mecha hadn't continued to warp or deform. The unfamiliar student had knocked Lin Zhao unconscious. Shin Jiming wiped the cut on his hand with his coat. It was quite deep, but he didn't have time to deal with it right now. The moment Lin Zhao swung his knife, Mu Qianfen struck him from behind. You and Su Mo should take her back first. Don't draw attention to her. Shin Jiming simply warned, then looked back at the devastating scene in the room. The metal structure inside was severely deformed, a completely different structure. Instead of constantly covering it up, why not tell us the truth now? It's already like this, and you guys can't fix it. Lexer saw Shin Jiming's reaction, which was clearly not normal. And Lin Zhao's chop him up was the real culprit. And what's wrong with my mech? What's going on? Yu Qingya pinched his bones. He had thought he was going to die in his mech. Thanks to you, I just discovered it. Shin Jiming silently sent a few messages, clutching the bloody clothes in his hand to cover the wound. How could you not know? Yu Qingya came back to his senses. The expressions of the Xia people were all interesting, but only Shin Jiming seemed less surprised. Does anyone care? If someone sees this, how will we explain it? Cheng Wujiu suddenly spoke. Tell the truth, they had no idea where to begin. If they pushed everything onto Lin Zhao, what would become of her? The training room door opened again. Yu Qingya was in a state of stress, his heart skipping a beat. Anyone can enter your Xia training room, right? Aren't there any restrictions on access? I have access, and this thing is transferable. Even Shin Jiming hadn't expected the person to come in. Casey. She was alone. Senior Wayne was usually inseparable from her, but today he wasn't here. I just saw Lin Zhao rushing over here. Worried something might happen, I kept a closer eye, and sure enough. Kazi looked around with a sigh. How long will it take for you guys plus Qingyu to recover? What do you mean? You're just going to brush it off without an explanation? Then I explain Lin Zhao. You have to learn the lesson. Kazi pulled up a short video and played it right there. It showed a child's arm, covered in large purple-red bruises. The first few seconds of the video were normal, but then blood began to pour out of the skin, a steady stream. You know, Lin Zhao's home planet isn't a very habitable place. Many years ago, garbage contaminated the environment there, and many locals died in the disaster, especially adults. Only 100 or so children survived. But they can only survive in the state shown in the video, and their bodies are very fragile, so they have to live underground. I scanned, and there's no one. Yu Qingya seemed to vaguely understand what Casey was trying to say, but he was still desperately trying to recall everything he had seen that day. Lin Zhao earned money, and bought a lot of protective materials. She built a combination air raid shelter and hospital underground. The protective materials also have a military stealth effect. Casey's voice was gentle, but the look in his eyes, as he looked at Yu Qingya, was cold. But these things only serve to shield them from the harsh environment. Those children still won't survive to adulthood. What's that disease? Is there no cure? Lexer asked. He's seen people infected by the unknown creature bleed to death, but the onset of the disease was very rapid, unlike the one in the video. Not yet. It's considered a terminal illness, Casey said succinctly, and there are many things to be wary of with this disease. Many people think magnetic storms only affect energy or electronic devices, but beyond a certain range, they can also affect those with the disease. Yu Qingya's face was not looking good. The global skin function would affect plasma concentration. But he left quickly, and he didn't know if there would be any new major magnetic storms. As for why Lin Zhao was angry, over 20 children died in this way in those few days. It's hard to assign responsibility for this matter. Those children weren't going to survive anyway, and Lin Zhao knew it. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. And your presence hastened their demise. Casey spoke sarcastically, building a model of the deformed and chaotic training room. Lin Zhao grew up there, and is also a patient. I don't want a patient's privacy being used to satisfy some people's curiosity. She looked at Yu Qingya alone. I don't expect people from other schools to protect our students. But there's one thing I hope you all understand. Lin Zhao isn't like us. Without her family, she truly has nothing. So don't push her too hard. As for the others, good words won't change them. If they still want to provoke me, I won't stop them. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Casey sent everyone a plan for restoring the room. All the top students, work hard. When Qingyu arrives, it shouldn't be a problem to restore it to its original state in 3 hours. I go check on Lin Zhao first. Senior Kathy. Shen Jiming chased her to the door. We talk about the details when we have time. Casey spoke first, glancing at Shen Jiming's wound. Some things, simply hiding them, won't solve the problem. I understand your good intentions, but not necessarily Lin Zhao. But Lin Zhao's situation in the alliance. I know. Anyway, let's hear what she has to say. Casey gave him a polite smile. She went straight to Lin Zhao's dormitory, and waited until she woke up. Mu Qianfan's force was a bit strong, and when Lin Zhao woke up, she felt like she couldn't move her neck. She looked at the familiar view, her eyes landing on the person beside the bed. Casey Sr.? She rarely interacted with Senior Wayne's girlfriend. Even in a situation like today. Drink some water? Casey offered. Ronan asked me to come. Lin Zhao sat up immediately, looking at her awkwardly. Don't blame him for being nosy. He hesitated for a long time before finding me, asking me to take care of you when I had the chance. Kathy explained. He and I have known each other since childhood. He told me a few things about your situation, so I tried my best to smooth things over. As for keeping it secret, I prioritized it over keeping you safe for now. I hope I haven't caused you any other trouble. When did you? Ronan told me just a few days after school started. That's when I realized he'd been working as a doctor at your house all those years. Lin Zhao remained silent, only unconsciously tugging at her clothes. Kathy continued, What happened today? I was just guessing. I just heard Ronan say that he had an accident, and he was afraid it would put you and himself in a difficult position, so he asked me to take care of him. I didn't expect it to develop like this. Nothing unexpected. Lin Zhao spoke calmly, emotionless. I shouldn't have come to that league. If I hadn't stood out, no one would have known about me, and my family wouldn't have been in trouble. But you used all the money you earned to buy medicine and equipment, so their lives wouldn't have been so difficult. Today was an accident, but I'm not asking you to forgive Yu Qingya or anyone else. Lin Zhao looked up, his eyes somewhat blank. The people here? Kathy paused, then smiled wanly. They live in a relatively easy environment, especially at this age. The greatest hardship they endure is probably a beating from their teachers. They find it hard to believe that their normal behavior and lives cause trouble for others. To put it nicely, they're naive. To put it bluntly, they're arrogant and look down on others. Seeing Lin Zhao remain silent, she continued, Like Yu Qingya, he flies his aircraft around the world, using up tons of energy just for fun. That's his daily routine. And Shen Jiming. His background dictates his behavior. He strives for maximum balance. Don't judge them by their personalities or abilities, they're just like that. They don't have bad intentions, but they do terrible things. I understand, but I don't want to accept it. Lin Zhao twisted the corner of her clothes tightly with her fingers. If you don't want to accept it, then don't. Kathy's voice slowed. Although I don't know you well yet, I think Ronan and I share the same idea, to take things easy for now. Oh, and Ronan also said that while you're out there, try to come back as little as possible, spend the money you earn on yourself, and stop putting so much pressure on yourself. Lin Zhao's chest tightened. A tear fell without warning onto her clothes, wetting a patch. It was such a strange thing. Lin Zhao used to never cry no matter what happened. She thought she hidden it well, but Ronan seemed to have noticed. She had been working away from home for years, always sending money home. But she rarely went home. She told Ronan that it would be better to save on travel expenses and use the time she had to do more work. But only she knew the truth. She didn't want to go back. Home smelled only of death. Anyone could suddenly burst into blood and die right in front of you while you were talking. It was a bottomless pit of money and medicine, but she never considered it a burden. She just wanted to escape that terrifying atmosphere. She had left everyone to Ronan's care. But Ronan knew. Lin Zhao slowly raised her head, tears streaming down her face. Suemo and Mu Qianfan lay outside the door, listening. They had no idea when Senior Casey and Lin Zhao became close. They were simply too curious. They heard nothing for the first half, then suddenly heard a burst of sobbing. Is she okay? Mu Qianfan hadn't heard such uncontrolled crying in ages, and he wasn't very good at dealing with it. What do you think? Suemo asked angrily. When had he ever seen Lin Zhao so openly express her emotions? Does crying make a girl feel better? You wish. If it were me, I'd cut off all ties with her. Chapter 27. Lin Zhao completed her first semester at the military academy with perfect scores. Many students even applied for the exam before the end of the semester. Everyone witnessed her transformation from mid-semester onward, becoming more dedicated and motivated. She was either in the training room or the study hall, intensely studying for the Mavericks. She rarely interacted with the other players in the league. But it was understandable, with so many classes, everyone would have to sacrifice social time. No one noticed anything was wrong. But only the person involved knew that Lin Zhao had become too lazy to talk to him. I think I'm okay, don't I? Lin Zhao is always normal when she talks to me. Changyu retorted. They even worked together to build a backup for Lin Zhao's new S-Class Mecha. I'm okay too. I even sleep in her dorm, Suemo whispered. She often goes out with me on weekends, repairing mechas and aircraft for my friends. Chung Wuzhou spread his hands, looking innocent. And she and Mu Qianfan are partners in every class, leading a pretty normal life. Suemo continued stabbing. Shin Jiming, is it just me? You deserve it. You told an angry person to consider the overall situation. Who would be impressed? Suemo complained. Later, they all checked their information. They all knew about the special properties of Lin Zhao's blood, but they still couldn't figure out why she could still control Yu Qingya's mecha without any contact. But that wasn't that important. When they heard that Yu Qingya had changed his mecha, many people were surprised. Someone of his caliber shouldn't have easily replaced his usual equipment. But he still stubbornly changed. He also became much more low-key and approachable. Yu Qingya and Lexer didn't spread the news of what happened that day, nor did they contact Shiyu again. My head hurts. Shin Jiming thought about it, rubbing his brow, but the pain still wouldn't ease. I understand. 2 months of racking your brains to please someone, but with no progress. That's the pain of being invisible. Suemo patted his shoulder, saying seriously. Get lost? But seriously. Changyu hadn't expected Lin Zhao to be so angry, even though he knew his impression of Lin Zhao as a stable person was a stereotype. Do you want to talk to Lin Zhao about it during the summer vacation? I don't even know where she's going. At school, Suemo replied quickly. And during the day, I work all over Xar Star. I already taken on a lot of small local jobs. Chung Wuzhou also began answering questions. Did you do it on purpose? It was just some daily conversation, didn't you? Anyway, Qingyu intervened, you have nothing to do during the summer anyway, so staying on campus to smooth things over with your classmates wouldn't be a bad idea. Got it. Shin Jiming rolled over and covered his face with his clothes. He knew, of course, that his actions that day seemed like he was shielding Yu Qingya, but to avoid making a big deal out of it, he had no choice. Just as Senior Kathy had said, Lin Zhao wouldn't appreciate it. He just didn't expect Lin Zhao to actually hold a grudge against him. And Senior Kathy didn't explain much afterwards. Without warning, the two of them inexplicably entered into a tacit relationship that seemed to have a certain barrier. Even Senior Wayne didn't know what was going on. You just said, whose job did Lin Zhao take on Xar? During the holidays, Xiyao Military Academy didn't have a very strict access control system, as few people stayed on campus. But this year, one person stayed the entire time. Lin Zhao changed into his casual clothes and quietly left the school gates, but not far away, someone was trying not to be too discreet. Chu Su, wearing sunglasses, parked a brand new, stylish aircraft on the side of the road, a glass of wine in hand. Are you sick? Lin Zhao brushed past him and entered his aircraft. Isn't celebrating your successful first semester at the military academy a grand enough celebration? What do you want from me? I specially adjusted my work schedule. What you said had better be of some value. Lin Zhao sat in the co-pilot seat and surveyed the cabin. It was fine. Chu Su had someone build it according to her blueprints. If the internal testing was successful, Chu Su would release the aircraft to the market. Look at this finished aircraft. Isn't it a big deal? Chu Su was irritated by her attitude. But it didn't matter. Lin Zhao was now the god of wealth. Even if he slapped him, he would still praise Lin Zhao's beautifully shaped hands. Lin Zhao had even arranged for Ai Jushin's family to make specialized parts. If this deal worked out, Chu Su would have made a name for himself. How's it going? Chu Su was excited. If Lin Zhao thought it was okay, he could move on immediately. I drive around. Lin Zhao moved back to the driver's seat. Go southwest. There's a large artificial forest there. Besides, there were fewer people there. Even if there was a problem with the machine, no one would witness it. Chu Su always had to consider the issue of reputation. The aircraft was incredibly fast, a feeling of extreme speed that wealthy people admired. You know what? Even though you never done business, you still have some business acumen. How did you come up with the idea of data storage hidden in the garbage dump? Chu Su recalled how a few months ago, he had scoffed at Lin Zhao's idea. The garbage dump contained a wealth of materials from both inside and outside the alliance, and inevitably mixed in with data storage devices. Sorting out the usable materials from the chaos was a time-consuming and laborious process, but Lin Zhao had a method that extracted data very quickly and with high quality. Of course, Lin Zhao couldn't tell him. He also understood that core competitiveness meant keeping it secret. The inspiration for the material development of this aircraft came from this. They had developed a metal material that could be fused with biological matter, and the aircraft's performance had also been significantly improved. And it seemed to be technology from outside the alliance, so it was a rare find. Chu Su often felt a little lucky lately. Lin Zhao flew the aircraft around for a few long circles, finding it quite comfortable. How about making multiple versions? With subtle differences? I feel like this machine could be modified. Okay, give me the blueprints and I make it later. Lin Zhao had almost finished testing it, and was about to turn back when she saw a wisp of black smoke rising from the forest below. Zooming in, she could vaguely make out mechas and unidentified machines amidst the layers of dark green. Enemy attack. I'm going over there. With that, she quickly turned and dived. Wait! I'm still here. Chu Su instinctively flipped the switch, forgetting he was still in the air. Let me down before you go. I'm a civilian. Aren't we still participating in the league? Let's just consider it a military-civilian collaboration. Lin Gao. Chu Su hurriedly pulled out a number of weapons and protective gear from his space folding device, keeping an eye on the ground. No signs of fighting. It's over. We don't need to go. Lin Zhao ignored him and plummeted to the ground at almost full speed. At the same time, a small explosion occurred not far away. Amidst the flying sand and rocks, Lin Zhao spotted two blurry figures. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and knocked them unconscious. When the smoke cleared, she saw the owner of the mecha that looked familiar in the air. Shin Jiming was leaning against the tree trunk opposite, clutching his left ribs, blood still seeping from between his fingers. Were you already in the mecha? Why are you out again? Lin Zhao helped him sit down. It seemed he had no other injuries besides that. Come out to see the results of my battle. I didn't expect there were two people waiting for me outside. Shin Jiming's breathing was a little rapid. Help me, I can't breathe. Chu Su struggled internally for a long time before finally mustering the courage to disembark from the aircraft. As he ran over, he saw Lin Zhao stabbing Shin Jiming's chest with a stick, steady and ruthless. I didn't see anything. Don't come looking for me again. Chu Su quickly covered his eyes and stepped back. Go tie up those two people on the ground. Do you still have the handcuffs from before? They'd be perfect for them. Lin Zhao said, her back to him. She was concentrating on ventilating Shin Jiming's pneumothorax. Your emergency medical training was truly worthwhile. Shin Jiming felt a sense of luck at having survived, but he also teased, you learned such an ancient technique. Don't you have a treatment cabin on your aircraft? I was afraid you'd suffocate before we got there. Is this not a personal vendetta? Lin Zhao lowered her head to apply a makeshift bandage. Upon hearing this, she raised her eyelids and glared at him. Chu Su realized Shin Jiming wasn't dead, and her fear subsided, but she blindly followed Lin Zhao's instructions. And then? I tie him up. Call someone. No need. I already notified them. Shin Jiming struggled to speak. There's no need to let the Xar army know about this. Lin Zhao was silent for a moment. Got it. She stood up and looked around. Shin Jiming had already taken care of 2 small aircraft and 4 unfamiliar mechas. But the relatively intact aircraft. She stared at it in confusion for a moment, then suddenly the aircraft trembled, and the entrance rapidly deformed. A few streams of blood flowed from the cracks. What's going on? Chusu's legs weakened with fear, but then immediately straightened up again. There were still people inside, but not anymore. Lin Zhao explained nonchalantly. Why can it deform even without you touching it? Shin Jiming asked, pushing himself up. Lin Zhao tilted his head back slightly, a hint of disdain on his face. Yes. Chusu hadn't understood the situation from the beginning, but seeing Lin Zhao standing in front of the damaged aircraft, her expression impassive, her hair flying. Why is he still kind of handsome? You and Lin Zhao. Shin Jiming suddenly realized there was someone else here. Me? I asked her out to see the product. Didn't she go to the southwest area to repair mechas? The itinerary has been changed. After all, it's me. Chusu was quite proud, unable to hide his smile. Shin Jiming stared at Lin Zhao's back and suddenly chuckled. Not long after, several more large spacecraft landed on the deserted hilltop. A number of people arrived, all well equipped. The man at the head wore a sharp uniform, and his features bore a resemblance to Shin Jiming. Shin Jiming, supported by Chusu, walked into the crowd. Are you Lin Zhao? The man asked. Shin Jiheng? Lin Zhao asked back. Not many people addressed him by his name anymore, but Shin Jiheng didn't mind. Thank you for today. Nothing else, I'm leaving. Lin Zhao, unwilling to hear him finish, turned and left. Huh? Lin Yao? Chusu was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't face the chief of security with the back of his head. If his father knew, he'd beat him to death. It's okay. If you have anything else to do, you can leave. Shin Jiheng hadn't intended to keep them. He just wanted to chat briefly. I'm so sorry. Chusu clasped his hands together and shook them vigorously. He closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and followed Lin Zhao. After they had walked away, Shin Jiheng spoke softly. Brother, you look a little embarrassed. An accident. It was just a few of us. Stop talking. Lin Zhao had made 2 cuts in Shin Jiming's body. Although it was to save him, the pain was real. I can't take over their spaceship with my mental power. You guys go check it out. Chapter 28. On the way back, Chusu remained silent. Free from the tense situation, his brain began to work again. Lin Zhao had just displayed some behavior he couldn't quite understand. What did they mean by transforming even without contact? Partner? Lin Zhao's voice brought him back to his senses. Huh? What's wrong? What happened just now? I definitely keep it secret. Don't worry. Lin Zhao gave him a strange look. Are you Chusu? What's wrong? Chusu's eyes brightened, looking clear. Nothing. Anyway, go back to work, give me the blueprints, and we start the production line as soon as possible. Although Chusu had many questions, he also recognized the relationship between Lin Zhao and the Shin family. The Shin family was definitely interested in recruiting Lin Zhao. He had to seize this opportunity. His fame would soar, and his future would be smooth sailing. Lin Zhao was unaware of Chusu's thoughts. She was just thinking about the aircraft. Something was odd about it, but she couldn't put her finger on it. You can go back later. I need to take on another order. Really? We're about to get rich, and you're still so hardworking? I spend money fast. Lin Zhao's vacation was packed. It wasn't just for a break. This was a great opportunity to make money. Not only Ai Zhuxin and Cheng Wujiu's friends, but more and more people, perhaps through word of mouth, were finding her. When they arrived at their destination, Lin Zhao left Chusu alone on the aircraft. She instructed, remember, don't increase extraction at the landfill. Maintain the original status and speed, and don't overdo it. Chusu could already sense Lin Zhao's unspoken intentions even without her saying anything. He didn't know why Lin Zhao was always so conservative, but given the current progress, her choices were indeed keeping costs relatively low. After Chusu left, Lin Zhao officially began her vacation. Every day was busy, leaving early and returning late, just as fulfilling as school, and her wallet was also full. While working, she also discovered a secret, perhaps unknown only to her. A customer asked her to meet at a bar. It was her first time in such a place, and it was so noisy that she couldn't hear anyone talking unless she got close. But it was also there that she met Cheng Wujiu. He held a goblet between his fingers, and in the swirling neon lights, he could flirt with a robot. And that was even before he got drunk during the day. Lin Zhao had always thought he was a quiet man. Chung Wujio beckoned her over. Lin Zhao rarely felt awkward, but she certainly wasn't used to this place. That guy's my friend too, don't worry about not finishing the work. Since you're here, relax a bit. Chung Wujio whispered into her ear. Lin Zhao rubbed her tingling scalp. She didn't find this messy place relaxing at all. Did Shin Jiming come to see you a while ago? Chung Wujio asked, noting that everyone else had gone dancing. No. Huh? He even asked you where you were going on your first day off. Wasn't he looking for you? Lin Zhao suddenly remembered the direction she met Shin Jiming. It seemed. What did he want from me? Chung Wujio suddenly fell silent and said nonchalantly nothing. Maybe I just wanted to chat with my classmates. No one had ever tried to persuade Lin Zhao to be more generous and friendly. She hadn't even had the chance to vent her anger by beating up Yu Qingya herself. Now, she was still able to speak to them so calmly, which was already a good thing. As for Shin Jiming, let him be unlucky. Everyone needs an outlet. More drinks? Chung Wujio held a glass of wine in each hand. Tell your friend to send me the new address. I'm leaving now. His friend was already drunk and unconscious, and there was no way he could finish today's work. Okay, go back and be careful. Leaving the bar, the whole world was quiet. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and slowly strolled back to school. But this chaotic day was not destined to end quietly. A hooded figure stood at the dormitory door. You're back? Shin Jiming revealed his face and smiled at her. Is your injury healed? It's not serious. Back to school so early? I have nothing to do at home. This is the girls' dormitory. Lin Zhao turned and said to the person who had walked in quite naturally. If I hadn't come to your house, I wouldn't have had a chance to talk to you. Shin Jiming felt that this situation was particularly thorny. Lin Zhao wasn't avoiding him, she was simply openly ignoring him. So what do you want to say? Their eyes met. This wasn't the right atmosphere for conversation. Shin Jiming sat down, his hands rubbing his clothes in his pockets. I just want to explain the matter of Yu Qingya in person. There's nothing to explain. Suimo and Senior Casey have both told me. I know. Lin Zhao interrupted him. Causing trouble in school isn't wise. If you hadn't stopped him, I probably wouldn't have let him leave. There's actually no point in going after him. But you feel wronged. Lin Zhao lowered her eyes. I'm not wronged. I just don't know who to turn to. It seems everyone has a reason to live. In fact, Shin Jiming had found a suitable excuse for the culprit. But it wasn't his fault. He just had a mouth that could speak harshly of reality. You always done the right thing, but I'm not a very right person. People with damaged genes in our area will eventually die from massive ruptured blood vessels. I might too, but it's also possible that someone like you, a right person, would kill me before that. So you say, should I stay close to what's right? Lin Zhao remained calm. Shin Jiming knew she was a perceptive person. But such a perceptive statement didn't reassure anyone. She's completely clear-headed, just used to bad luck. There's nothing she can do about it. Lin Zhao, I won't, Shin Jiming assured her. Don't rush to say that. Even if you can't, what about the others? You send messages to your family every day, keeping them informed of my progress. In reality, Lin Zhao wasn't entirely sure. She simply felt that her extraordinary transformation wouldn't escape the Alliance's scrutiny. But judging by Shin Jiming's reaction, it seemed that was the case. She still couldn't fathom the attitude of Shin Jiming or the people behind him. Perhaps it was because she hadn't yet done anything radical or far-reaching, but the future was probably inevitable. Anything else? I'm impressed. I told you so many times, this is the girls' dormitory. Did you notice anything unusual about the aircraft that day? Shin Jiming had nothing eloquent to say, because he couldn't control the future. So he simply stopped talking. Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment. No. Okay. Shin Jiming didn't ask any further questions. Then, have a nice vacation. Lin Zhao remained alone in her room again. Today, she had finally gotten everything straight. Hopefully, there would be less trouble in the future. The day ended abruptly, and Lin Zhao had a rare good night's rest. The next morning, she pushed open the door. Good morning. Why are you still at school? To improve. Seriously, do you want to go to the training room? Shin Jiming asked. No. Lin Zhao pushed him aside impatiently and left. How could this man be so tactless? Train with me. 10,000 star coins per session? Lin Zhao's steps faltered. Cash on delivery. Of course, I have a good reputation. And so her vacation became even more fulfilling. When she wasn't out repairing, she practiced mecha combat with Shin Jiming in the school training room. Objectively speaking, An S-class player was no match for an SSS-class player, but Shin Jiming didn't seem to expect to master combat techniques. More than once, Lin Zhao felt the mecha's detachment from her mental power. The feeling was unpleasant, like someone tugging at her soul. If her mecha hadn't also been stained with blood and had a simple sense of follow-up, she would have lost control of it. If you keep practicing like this, you have to pay more. Lin Zhao was unusually furious. Sorry. Shin Jiming emerged from his mecha, his expression sullen. He was already adept at controlling most types of star beasts, and could forcibly seize control of a few mechas and aircraft, but facing Lin Zhao, he still felt somewhat powerless. The constant, dull pain in his nerves was unsettling, but he didn't want to let it dominate his mood. Let's rest for a while. After several days of fighting, with a sense of mutual destruction looming, Shin Jiming was so exhausted he barely spoke. Qingyu will be back in a couple of days. He suddenly remembered. Is he trying to improve too? His mental power has been stuck at SS level for a long time, and he's very anxious. I think it's more psychological. What about you? Are you only SSS? Shin Jiming tilted his head lazily. Yes. TSK. Shin Jiming didn't say it, but he did, albeit in a slightly more pretentious way. Want to join us at entertaining poor Qingyu? Who wants to join you? Aside from that, aren't we quite compatible? I can't. Lin Zhao coldly declined. But when Qingyu returned, she and her three of them would still hang out together. Qingyu didn't seem particularly interested, his responses rambling. Usually, he was a happy little dog. Even the smallest things could make him happy. He and Lin Zhao had several sparring sessions, and he felt that Lin Zhao was improving again and again, while he himself remained stagnant. Sometimes, he even had a sense of dislocation. He was not far off from SSS rank, and on par with S rank. Anyone could tell he was absent-minded. How about going out and having some fun? Just find a border planet and wander around. Shin Jiming, also feeling a little tired, said to the two people who were also casually lying down. No, haven't you seen the news? There have been several serious incidents on the border planet, and citizens are being told to avoid going there. Chengyu responded with his eyes closed. I know. Someone hired mercenaries to cause trouble over there, Team Darkwa. How could Shin Jiming not know about this? They chose to cause trouble in crowded places with factories. Even if we go out, we go somewhere with beautiful scenery. Then, Chengyu was also a little tempted. He didn't really want to come to school and train hard. He was just feeling annoyed and wanted to find someone to spend time with. Go to Hecate Abyss? The luminous cave seemed quite nice. Sure. No. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Both of them looked at Lin Zhao. Go quickly and come back soon. It won't delay your work. No. Why? Lin Zhao slowly opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. The rust core is there. Chapter 29. Although Qingyu didn't have the privileged access to information that Shin Jiming's family possessed, he had heard some rumors. He asked vaguely, making it impossible to understand what he was saying. But Lin Zhao, knowing his curiosity, nodded perfunctorily. I was forced to do hard labor. So you? That? This? Qingyu's excitement grew somewhat exaggerated when these groundless rumors were confirmed by the parties involved. The Rust Corps was considered a relatively large smuggling ring within the Alliance, importing a large amount of contraband, particularly biological and technological goods. I guess a lot of people knew about it, but I was always trying to escape and behave myself well at the time. I guess that's why some people didn't bring it up. Lin Zhao remained lying, but tilted his head to glance at Shin Jiming. Shin Jiming, receiving this slightly provocative look, gave a helpless smile. But you actually managed to escape? That's impressive. I heard the place is incredibly difficult to get out of once you're in. How old were you at the time? I was about 11, and I stayed there for 2 years. Because I was young, it was easy to disguise myself, so I could deliberately leave a flaw to get away from them. So you were good at dismantling mechas and fighting? That's when I started. Qingyu silently shook his thumb. When he was 11, he was still trying to decide which school to go to. So how did you escape? Qingyu continued gossiping. There were always Alliance troops patrolling the border planets. I managed to leave a letter for your people, and someone actually noticed. So you were rescued by the Alliance? Lin Zhao blinked. I escaped during the chaos, but the officer leading the group didn't seem to want to arrest me. Well, he's quite nice. Qingyu didn't know how to evaluate this officer. According to the rules, he was passive, but according to human nature, letting the child go was normal. Talking about other people's pasts, Qingyu felt less lost in his own emotions. Then don't go out. School starts soon. You're going to major in mecha engineering in your second year, right? Yes. Class companion. Qingyu held out his hand. Lin Zhao gave him a cursory shake. That's just part of it. He has other classes to team up with Mu Qianfan. Isn't he taking individual combat? He's already picked out some classes. We should take them together. Shin Jiming's eyes twitched slightly. You two are pretty good together, aren't you? Not bad. He's a nice guy. He just broke through SSS level these past 2 days. So fast? Chengyu sat up suddenly. It's only been one summer vacation, isn't it? His whole family is training him. It's hard not to improve. Lin Zhao later learned that Mu Qianfan's entire family were SSS level individual soldiers, their genes and skills all focused on fighting. The elders desperately wanted a brain in their family, but sadly, that never happened. Chengyu couldn't stand hearing stories about other people's children anymore. He rolled over on the ground with a pained expression. How about? Lin Zhao suddenly felt a pang of resentment. You can talk to your mech? Talk. About what? With whom? Chengyu thought he had misheard. He didn't catch up with what happened in the training room that day, and only saw the scene in a mess. While repairing it, he couldn't help but wonder, if Lin Zhao could truly control machinery, wouldn't he be able to build anything? You can control Qingyu's mecha too? Shin Jiming reacted quickly. Mechanical metals have their own minds too. They have opinions on how and where they're used. Lin Zhao didn't deny it, but simply leaned over and touched Qingyu's mecha. He had a good impression of you. Really? Qingyu also stood up and nervously touched his pants, unsure where to put his hands. Will it also disconnect from me and move on its own in the future? Not really, at least not in the short term. But if the mecha's consciousness evolves, who knows? What else? The mental power connection is very smooth, and the actions are quite efficient, but the decision-making period is too long. The decision-making period refers to the time it takes a soldier to use mental power to switch the mecha's movements. The higher the mental power level, the more accurate and quicker the soldier's judgment of the battlefield situation. Qingyu had always been somewhat skeptical about the idea of machine consciousness, but what Lin Zhao said was indeed his biggest concern. It's a problem I can't discuss with anyone. There are many factors that affect reaction time, but Qingyu's biggest fear is that his limit is just this. I say it's a mindset issue. Shin Jiming suddenly embraced Qingyu. You're always hesitant, always worried that your judgment might be wrong or suboptimal. But in my opinion, just do it. Besides, you're a mecha pilot, not a commander. Why are you constantly overstepping your authority and worrying about things? Qingyu couldn't argue. Being cautious is fine, but being overly cautious can be seen as indecisive. He often told himself that mecha pilots shouldn't overthink things. It was just a drain on themselves. But he couldn't do it. Considering all the various battlefield situations, isn't that what every soldier should do? Lin Zhao felt Shin Jiming was wrong, but seeing him glaring at her, she kept quiet. It seemed that Chengyu really needed to rethink the allocation of his mental energy. I think about it. Chengyu didn't want his problems to become a burden to others, so he forced himself to say, let's go have dinner off campus. No problem. Let's go! Before the three of them left the teaching building, they saw the commotion outside from the corridor windows. Large warships were constantly landing in the previously deserted campus area, rapidly transporting numerous sealed boxes. What's going on? Cheng-Yu's sharp eyes caught sight of the two team leaders, Eleanor and Han Chanfeng. These two had always been superiors and subordinates, serving in the same assault regiment, carrying out frontline missions. But how could they bring troops into the school? The three of them stealthily approached the warehouse, where the crowd was pouring in, but were stopped at the door. This place is temporarily under control. No one is allowed to enter. The soldiers at the gate were completely unsympathetic. Of course, the students wouldn't confront the soldiers head-on. They were simply curious. Lin Zhao stared intently at the endless stream of opaque metal boxes. Even Shin Jiming, standing beside her, found her suspicious. Can you tell what's inside? Live. But not carbon-based. Lin Zhao rubbed her earlobe and turned away from the pile of boxes. It's so noisy. What the hell is that feeling? I'm so anxious. Qingyu would get incredibly anxious whenever he saw Lin Zhao and the machine chatting. They're pretty sweary anyway. Let's go. Get out of trouble. I guess those two colonels aren't available either. Shin Jiming, bored after a wasted trip, turned and was about to leave. Lin Zhao also started to move, but suddenly she heard another unpleasant sound. Looking back, she saw two soldiers carrying a small box near the building entrance. Maybe she was blurring her vision, but the box seemed to move. Lin Zhao decided to block out the noise. There was a crisp snap, and she instinctively sensed something was wrong. The moment she turned around, a sharp, piercing sound pierced her shoulder. The cold touch instantly penetrated her skin, accompanied by a subtle crack of bone. Lin Zhao. Shen Jiming and Qingyu were ahead, still a little distance away from Lin Zhao, but they were instantly stopped by other soldiers, unable to get any closer. Another group of armed soldiers surrounded Lin Zhao. Don't shoot! Shen Jiming knew immediately what they were going to do. His mental power suddenly expanded, causing those around him to pause. Taking advantage of this moment, Chengyu dodged the crowd's cover and slipped into the center. He watched for only a few seconds as something rapidly surged around Lin Zhao's exposed flesh, but as he crouched closer, it stopped moving. Everything happened so suddenly that before he could react, something had struck Lin Zhao to the ground. But it hadn't hit a vital spot. Surprise outweighed fear and pain, but once the emotion faded, only objective pain remained. But she acted decisively, reaching out and pulling the object from her shoulder, swallowing her muffled groan. The once swift metal bar struggled in Lin Zhao's grasp, gradually becoming a common, dead object. Qingyu merely glanced at the flesh and blood metal bar. His immediate priority was bandaging Lin Zhao's wound. Disperse the crowd? Check and reinforce the sealed box. Anyone who causes any problems will be punished. At the height of the chaos, Eleanor and Han Changfeng leaped directly from the third floor. Eleanor, seeing Lin Zhao's injuries, understood what had happened. Get him to the infirmary first. Don't try anything tricky today. Han Changfeng stood behind her, glancing at Shen Jiming, who was also standing away from the crowd, with a half smile, motioning him to follow. But Shen Jiming turned and ran towards the dormitory. This brat. Han Changfeng ignored him. He had to stay downstairs to deal with this mess. The affairs of these remarkable students still had to be handled by Teacher Eleanor. Teacher, why don't we wait for Shen Jiming to come? He's familiar with this. Although Qingyu didn't know how to treat Lin Zhao's injuries, he had heard that Lin Zhao didn't seem to tolerate standard medical treatment. What secrets do you guys have? You're talking nonsense when your life is at stake? While waiting for the school doctor to arrive, Eleanor had already begun to work on her own. Cleaning the rotten flesh would take a long time. Teacher, how about anesthesia first? Qingyu wasn't used to the wild battlefield first aid methods, and he felt phantom pain watching. He held Lin Zhao down while tightly gripping the metal bar. It's too late. This metal is corrosive. How are you touching it? Put it down. Eleanor was so busy that she realized the two people in front of her were each more worried than the other. No feeling? It seemed true. There was no sign of corrosion on Qingyu's hand, nor on Lin Zhao's palm. There was only a small spot on the wound on her shoulder. Eleanor put her doubts to rest, and continued to treat the wound and wait for the other person. But Shen Jiming arrived faster than the school doctor, clutching a handful of injections. Let me do it. His voice was steady, and he squeezed out Eleanor's seat. Chapter 30. Lin Zhao's medicine was all prepared by her brother, Luonan, at home, pieced together for people like her whose genes were damaged. Because they didn't have a good understanding of this disease, the efficacy was unpredictable. She bit the bloody clothing she had taken off to keep from crying out. The pain was numb, and the subsequent application of medicine and bandages made it feel less noticeable. She hid her face beneath her clothes, breathing heavily, feeling the aftermath of her ordeal. The bleeding has stopped. Let's heal slowly. Shen Jiming sat to the side, not bothering to wash his blood-soaked hands. He had just used his mental power to disrupt a large number of highly skilled soldiers. That alone had cost him a considerable amount of effort. The school doctor arrived late, but was once again dismissed by Eleanor. She sat at the foot of the bed, studying the metal bar. Strange. The assault group she led encountered a massive mountain of abandoned metal capable of autonomous attack. Unlike ordinary mechanical combat, this mountain seemed to have become a spirit, its scattered metal components rapidly transforming and launching precise attacks against humans. After using thermal weapons to melt most of the metal, she captured some and brought it back. However, on the way, she discovered that the metal was too corrosive, so she had to temporarily requisition an experimental protective pod developed by the military academy, which had not yet been widely used, to reinforce the transport. Just as she was going upstairs, this incident occurred below, and she also gained a small command. She had long heard that Shen Jiming's mental power had reached a level where he could seize control of others' mental power, but today she encountered him directly interfering with the perception of real people. Eleanor chose to remain silent. Shen Jiming's affairs would be handled by others. What happened to Lin Zhao? The metal strip suddenly lost its activity, transforming into a common alloy. This is an alien creature, right? Shen Jiming asked, sounding as if he were confirming something. The military operation is confidential for now. Eleanor didn't answer. She held the metal strip in her hand and lifted the clothes covering Lin Zhao's head. Rest well first. I may need to ask you some questions later. Lin Zhao nodded weakly. Whatever. I was just here to watch the fun today. What kind of unprovoked disaster is this? To be so unlucky is considered a gift. Or, Lin Zhao imagined the worst possible scenario. Those living things had become aware of the existence of something similar. Like this metal campus she had infected, and herself. Even trapped in the box, they would try their best to run wild. So the metal strip didn't attack the nearest soldier, but instead sought a distant target. She was being targeted. Eleanor gave a few more instructions, saying she still had to pack up and leave as soon as possible. The campus went from extremely crowded to its usual deserted state in an instant. It was as if the farce had never happened. Shen Jiming's eyes met Lin Zhao's, who had turned her head away. He wiped away the tears of physical pain from the corners of Lin Zhao's eyes, and smiled sympathetically. Sometimes, I think they're not such good people. Don't mention it. Chung Yu joined the conversation naturally. Killing one's own people to ensure the safety of others is a common occurrence. Today, it's a good thing Jiming acted quickly. Lin Zhao felt like she should say something, at least express her gratitude, but she didn't have the energy to speak. The whole process was like butchering a live fish on a chopping block. The only difference was that her internal organs were still intact. Okay. Shen Jiming also knew her current condition. You can't leave anyway. I stay here tonight. I think I'm more reliable than the school doctor. Then I come tomorrow night. Qing Yu immediately joined the nursing shift. This kind of work wasn't physically or mentally taxing, and Lin Zhao quickly fell asleep. Although Shen Jiming was tired, his mind was too confused to rest. He was even more curious about which machines Lin Zhao could communicate with directly. It was known that she had spilled blood on the campus, so some parts of the school could be deformed at will. Including the metal bar just now, it was likely that her blood had altered its basic properties. However, she hadn't seen any small changes in the mechas of the classmates she had been with, but she seemed to have a deep understanding of them. As for Yu Qingya's mecha, Shen Jiming was certain that Lin Zhao had never had the opportunity to approach it. In fact, that day might have been her first time seeing it. Lin Zhao herself said that, if it were just a simple touch, she could communicate with metal in a simple way, and as long as she didn't assimilate it through her bloodstream, she couldn't control it. But now, each and every one of these events seemed to contradict her statement. If we trace it back further, Shen Jiming probably didn't realize that his expression wasn't relaxed. Thankfully, the target of his gaze was sound asleep. Mu Qianfan only learned about his partner's misfortune on the eve of the new semester after school started. I might not be able to handle the practical class, you should. Lin Zhao began to offer him a way out. But Mu Qianfan resolutely refused, placing his arm around her shoulders and holding her. How could I abandon my teammates? Don't worry, I practiced over the holidays, and will definitely help you fly. Let go, you're putting pressure on my wound. Okay. Then can you help me with my engineering classes too? I really can't draw blueprints. Mu Qianfan suddenly started to fawn over him. Do individual soldiers have to learn this? There's a required course called Holographic Mecha Simulation Design. They say it helps us understand mechas and achieve better integration. Save me once. He clasped his fists and bowed frantically. There's group work? Can I choose that? Yes, but there's no practical experience in this class. Just simulations at the control table. You're being wasted here. Just help me check my homework after class. Okay then. Benefactor. Mu Qianfan seemed to have solved a major problem, feeling relieved. Hey, have you decided on a mentor for this semester? No. Lin Zhao was also worried about this. Starting in their second year at Xiao Military Academy, students choose advisors. For the next 4 years, they report to their advisors as usual, work on projects with them, or go on field missions. But Lin Zhao didn't know the mecha engineering faculty well enough. Last semester, she focused all her energy on getting through it and surviving, and hadn't had much contact with the faculty in this field. I heard many people had already contacted their advisors, so it might be a little too late for her now. What about Qingyu? Who did he choose? Let's choose one with him, Mu Qianfan asked. He made an agreement with his advisor before retaking his first year, and the quota is already full. Ah, so who else can supervise students now? Shen Jiming did give me a list. Lin Zhao flipped through the chat logs and marked a table amidst the dense text. What could you two be talking about so much? Mu Qianfan only glanced at him briefly, but he already felt Shen Jiming was being quite talkative. Besides, Weren't they both at school during the holidays? Seeing each other every day, how could they possibly be exchanging so many messages on their terminals? Just some notes. Lin Zhao had gotten somewhat used to it. If Mu Qianfan hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have noticed. So, do you have anything you're interested in? No. Lin Zhao sighed, a rare omission. It seems, there's nothing I'm interested in. Either designing fancy mechas, or iterating on a single function. There wasn't much innovation involved, and the technology wasn't particularly difficult for her. That's right, you can become a metal creator god, and a mere human. Hey, don't pinch me. Mu Qianfan spoke his mind, and Lin Zhao knew he wouldn't deny her efforts just because of his abilities, so she wasn't angry. Thinking about this, the two returned to Lin Zhao's dorm. But there were still two people inside. Shen Jiming and Qingyi waited inside for a long time. Although I didn't lock the door, I didn't let you in, did I? Lin Zhao's lips moved slightly, but she didn't say anything harsh. What are you talking about, my good classmate? Shen Jiming spoke in a serious, righteous manner. Mutual support is the essence of our school. If you have something to say, come on. How's your advisor selection going? Lin Zhao avoided her wound and slumped onto the bed. Let me be quiet for a moment. Escaping reality won't solve the problem. The sooner you die, the sooner you be reborn. Choosing early gives you a chance to seize the initiative. You're so annoying. How was that when being teacher last semester? Lin Zhao finally pulled her head out from under the pillow. Weren't you quite interested in her background last semester? I sent you her information. You can take a look at it while you're slacking off in class. Yes, she almost forgot about this teacher. Lin Zhao was indeed somewhat curious about the Cecil Biotechnology Company. She wanted to learn more about biofusion, perhaps even gaining some understanding of herself. Herald's gene engineering didn't allow military personnel to participate in scientific research, so with her current position, she probably wouldn't be able to get close to the core aspects. Lin Zhao hadn't finished her words when there was a knock on the open door. Eleanor looked dusty, and students in the hallway took a detour when they saw her. The teacher didn't come to the student dormitory often. And, as a rule, this teacher was supposed to be on a mission every first half of the semester. Lin Zhao, have you chosen a supervisor? Not yet, Lin Zhao replied naively. Then follow me. Huh? What? I submitted it if there's no problem. Wait a minute. Lin Zhao quickly stopped the impatient teacher. Aren't you the commander? The course I teach is also a basic course for individual soldiers. I'm a mecha engineering major. Hey, it's all the same. I can teach it all. Eleanor waved her hand and embraced Lin Zhao. I came all the way here just to recruit students. Give me some face. As she spoke, she led Lin Zhao outside and considerately locked the other three people in the room. Finding a quiet spot, Lin Zhao asked, Teacher, do you have anything else to talk to me about? Yes, I do, but it's nothing urgent. Eleanor couldn't help but laugh at Lin Zhao's serious expression. Why don't you believe I'm really here to recruit students? Are you short of students? Not really. Quite a few people have contacted me. Eleanor ruffled her hair and said confidently, there are many students who prefer a practical teacher. I'm quite popular. So what do you like about me? Eleanor's eyes sparkled, and she placed her hands on Lin Zhao's shoulders. You're the first student I ever met who's different. Chapter 31. Lin Zhao didn't often see this kind of look. Most people looked at her with either confusion or shock, sometimes even a hint of fear. But Eleanor had only pure anticipation. She must have known something, or sensed something. Inexplicably, Lin Zhao lowered his gaze. But then, the other person grabbed his chin and lifted it up. Next time you're questioned, don't let your eyes show fear. Eleanor released her, and clicked a few times on the terminal. This is your first lesson. Teacher. Remember to submit your form when you get home. Okay, I should be leaving too. I have things to do. Wait. I send you a document tonight. Keep it confidential. This is your first project. Hand it over to me within a month. Eleanor had come and gone quickly. Lin Zhao hadn't said a word or done anything, yet she had already found a mentor who had fallen from the sky. She rubbed her head, and a sense of reality finally dawned on her. The story of Eleanor returning to school to snatch up students quickly became a pinned post on the school forum. Who's ever been treated this way? Teacher Eleanor personally snatching up students. But who did she compete with for the position? Any news? I haven't heard anything about it. Lin Zhao herself doesn't seem interested. Teacher Eleanor's passionate solo drama. Mu Qianfan was heartbroken. He was also somewhat attracted to Teacher Eleanor. But she was away so much, which might disrupt the normal progress of the school's teaching. If you want, Just ask her if she's still accepting students. You haven't chosen a teacher yet anyway, Lin Xiao told him. I'm struggling. It's a solo operation. Send the message right away. Mu Qianfen felt relieved after sending it. Whether Eleanor wanted him or not was another matter. But immediately, he received a reply. Eleanor agreed. He stared at the terminal and quickly began to replan his second year. I heard that Eleanor's students in the past were often taken away by her before the weekend, and then rushed back before class on Monday. By then, only a few tired bodies were left running back and forth, with no time to think about life. And his solo operation major was a perfect match for this instructor. Keep going, junior brother. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder, still unsure of what this meant to him. As the others gradually dispersed, Shen Jiming suddenly stood beside Lin Xiao. When Beiying's project. Can you please stop being so elusive? Aren't you curious? One must be loyal. I'm already Professor Eleanor's person. Okay then. Shen Jiming had only been suggesting that Lin Xiao distance herself from such matters. It might be a good thing. Who is your advisor? Lin Xiao asked. I had originally thought I'd stay away from Shen Jiming, but he seemed to never be afraid of being ignored. Over the course of one vacation, the chat logs between him and me could fill a book. Over time, I got used to having him around. Principal. Excuse me. Lin Xiao felt something was amiss. Why can you choose the principal? Who is our principal? Lieutenant General Wan Feng. He's retired from the front lines and now oversees school affairs. So you're following him? I probably won't do anything. I just keep my progress and spiritual power a secret. Shen Jiming had nothing to hide from Lin Xiao. After all, she always witnessed it. And Lin Xiao had one thing going for her. She wasn't nosy. I should be leaving too. I have materials classes all afternoon. Lin Xiao looked at the classroom and prepared to leave. That's right, Boss Lin is different now. His aircraft are selling like hotcakes. He needs to improve himself even more, Shen Jiming teased. The day before school started, Chu Su unveiled his new product with a very professional demonstration video, heavily promoting Lin Xiao's name. The public ranged from the simply curious to the tech-savvy, who admired the leaps and bounds. Orders surged. In a matter of days, word of mouth exploded, and their company had established itself in the manufacturing industry. Boss Lin, won't you customize one for me? Tell me what you need. I make it for you when I have time. Boss, you're so generous. When Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory that evening, she received a message from Eleanor, data on damaged and obsolete mechas and spacecraft from the past 5 years. She was asked to compile a list of unnatural cases based on the pre-crash parameters. Ordinarily, the military should review these things after every mission. How could it be her turn? As if by telepathy, Eleanor sent another message. A physical collection of wreckage will be available the day after tomorrow. You need to combine that information to make a judgment. Note, the physical collection needs to be stored in the warehouse, and cannot be taken out at will. Lin Xiao had a vague feeling that her mentor was testing her. As for what Eleanor had guessed, it was unknown. Since all the materials hadn't arrived yet, she couldn't start work tonight. She flipped through it briefly. The assault regiment commanded by Eleanor had never failed a mission, and the casualty rate was also very low, likely due to her careful selection of the best from the outset. The records of hundreds of equipment failures were detailed, including the pilot's condition and the aircraft's usage. There was nothing unclear, actually. But she was drawn to a short note, something about a joint operation outside the Alliance 3 years ago, involving several regiments, one of which included Eleanor. A small fighter plane in the enemy formation partially disintegrated and crashed, without suffering a fatal blow. During the battlefield cleanup, Eleanor recovered the plane and is currently keeping it in her territory. Studying enemy equipment is normal, but Eleanor hadn't filled in any information in this file, only a photo of the damaged plane. It was as if he was inviting her to look over. Lin Xiao checked StarNet but found nothing useful. She messaged Su Mo again. Ask me something? Right away. A few minutes later, Su Mo arrived with a large bag of snacks. My roommate is moving up to senior year this year, but she left yesterday. I'd be living alone from now on. Su Mo spread the food on the table and glared at Lin Xiao with a sly look. I'm still thinking about moving to a different dorm. No. Before she even opened her mouth, Lin Xiao knew what she was going to say. Huh? So heartless. I guess you have to stay up a lot of late nights. Come if you can handle it. Then get some sleep. Sumo knew he had to work hard, especially after learning that Mu Qianfen had reached SSS rank in just 1 summer. But the gap between what you think and what you do is still quite large. She felt she had no talent, Perhaps just good genes, which is why she managed to get by so well. Her situation was different from Chung Woo-jio's. He was truly smart, but he also hadn't really put in much effort. Suemo felt it was pointless to overthink things. He should just take it one step at a time. Tell me what you want to ask. I'm familiar with all the local gossip. 3 years ago, there was a joint operation in the Rusty Belt at the edge of the Sagittarius Arm. Have you heard about it? Suemo suddenly looked at Lin Zhao coldly. What am I expecting? No. Didn't they say many soldiers went to support? Lucky me, you asked. Otherwise, no one would have heard of it. Suemo confidently dusted off his clothes and gestured for Lin Zhao to pour him a glass of water. This isn't a battle with public information. Why are you asking about that? Homework. I understand. Instructors like to assign homework that doesn't clearly state the purpose. I've been there. Suemo briefly recalled that some of her family had participated in that incident. Although they didn't say much after returning, they remained calm for a while. As a rule of thumb, her family wouldn't calm down unless they suffered a significant loss. It's said that initially, a small team discovered the wreckage of a massive mothership of unknown origin drifting into the Alliance's newly created Star Trek. The Alliance sent personnel to clean it up, but from the wreckage, many small fighters emerged, which triggered the subsequent defense. Emerged? Well, I can't explain it clearly. I just heard that the initial scan showed no signs of life, so not many people were sent to clean it up, and that's why we lost the initiative. And the fighter planes that appeared later weren't ordinary in shape. They didn't even look like aircraft, more like meteorites shaped like aircraft. So were there any specific enemies? Yes, they were robots. So we don't know who is behind this. That's beyond my knowledge. Lin Zhao mentally sketched out the general context and asked, what about the mothership wreckage? Are there any investigation results? I guess I heard this information from a dozen or so sources, so I can't guarantee its accuracy. It seems it was a metal material not found within the Alliance, and it was later taken away for secret research. Suemo didn't know much about the battle. Although many people participated, they all kept the details secret. So something must have happened. Your homework seems a bit difficult. Do you need help? I take a look. I can't just stand there and watch someone die, can I? Teacher Eleanor isn't sure. For some reason, both of them recalled past classes and fell silent. Alas, there's always a way out. We'd definitely be able to handle it. Suemo urged Lin Zhao to be more open-minded. What about you? Who's your advisor? Chung Woo-jio, and I chose Li Yi. Why did you choose him? Lin Zhao felt that Suemo wasn't the type to endure hardship without hardship. Don't mention it. Suemo sighed. We were set up. The teachers at school generally thought we weren't ambitious, so they deliberately assigned us an advisor like Li Yi, who's always trying to torment us. They're just bullying honest people. Not that honest. You have to be on my side. The school is really going too far. That's right. Suemo occasionally worried about how she'd get through third year, but she hadn't considered retaking some courses to improve her grades. But everyone seemed to be working hard, and in this atmosphere, she was always motivated, just like during the league. I give it a try and see if I can break through to SSS level this semester. If I do, I reward myself with something big. Big what? I hire the talented students around me at a high salary to build me a brand new Mecha. Then I have to push you hard, or I won't be able to earn the money. Can't there be a discount for being a genius and a good friend? Geniuses need money. Lin Zhao smiled faintly, and her wrist suddenly trembled slightly. Is it convenient to come to you now? Chapter 32. Kathy and Lin Zhao didn't communicate much, and even felt a little awkward whenever they met. But Lin Zhao always felt safe around this unfamiliar person. She heard Kathy tell her some stories about Brother Ronan's past. The doctor, so cheerful and meticulous at work, had once been a jerk at home who could send his parents to the hospital. Instead of inheriting the family business, he run off to the bottom of a garbage planet, living day and night with a fatal disease. He was truly Brother Ronan. After Suemo left, Kathy took a bunch of daily necessities, snacks, and drinks that weren't allowed on campus and secretly stuffed them all at Lin Zhao's disposal. I just got a sudden notice that I'd be leaving for a long-term mission the day after tomorrow. This is all my belongings, and I'm giving it to you. Can't you take it with you? I brought it all in with such difficulty. Why would I take it away? I might as well give it to my junior. Lin Zhao couldn't refuse, and Kathy practically fed her. Well, thank you, senior. It's okay, it's okay. They found a good place to go, and I can finally rest in peace. Kathy felt relieved, having put a major worry behind her. But she still had a more pressing issue on her mind. She hesitated for a long time in her dorm room before finally contacting Lin Zhao. There's something I feel I need to tell you. What? It's a long story. First, let me be clear. I didn't specifically investigate anything. It's just that my family's elders have a wide circle of friends, so I know a lot. Lin Zhao's expression grew more suspicious. It seems someone is investigating you, outside the military. Haven't I been under investigation for a long time? It's a little different. This time they're investigating your childhood. The definition of childhood can be quite vague. But Lin Zhao knew that not much of his childhood would withstand scrutiny. Besides being poor, it was also the experience of being dragged back and forth on the edge of lawlessness because of poverty. Some say you were with the Rust Corps, and others say you had contact with interstellar bandits within the Alliance. Kathy wasn't sure the source of these reports. At first, she thought it was simply Lin Zhao's recent business ventures that had drawn her attention. Later, she became more cautious and questioned Ronan. Ronan didn't say anything, but his reaction confirmed that these rumors were true. Anything else? Lin Zhao simply asked back. Casey wasn't sure how much Lin Zhao could handle, but she seemed quite passive. I'd be leaving school soon. If anything happens in the future, I won't be able to cover it up for you like I did last time. But actually, even if someone really does investigate you, you still have a way out. Where to? The Shin family. Shin Jiming? Casey nodded. The Alliance is very realistic. Some people may still be students, but their status and perspectives are different. Shin Jiming's abilities and family background mean he definitely have a say. And I think he's quite proactive about your situation. So he's the safest option. I don't think he's up to no good. Lin Zhao muttered. And it's not just him. His brother and his father, within the Alliance, both favor solving problems rather than preventing or covering them up. If someone really wants to make trouble for you in the future, with the Shin family around, there's still some wiggle room. Lin Zhao knew what Casey said was true. Few people could say such things so bluntly. After a moment's silence, she softly said, Senior, I'm not afraid of being sent to prison or being executed on the spot. What I fear is being sent to the lab. Casey's heart suddenly tightened. She couldn't honestly comfort her by saying it would never happen. Thankfully, Lin Zhao herself wasn't waiting for any reassurance. I always feel my future is that, and there's no escaping it. After all, it's so bizarre. But if you can respect me as a test subject, I'm not against cooperating. Don't be so discouraged. The military might need you to do something more. If I were useful, wouldn't I be abandoned? Casey looked at Lin Zhao's calm, almost indifferent eyes, and suddenly let go of all her useless emotions. Then make yourself more valuable and irreplaceable. Lin Zhao, explore power. A huge sense of fatigue washed over her. Every word weighed heavily on Lin Zhao's nerves. It's getting late, get some rest. Kathy gently squeezed her shoulder, then, with a barely perceptible hint of helplessness, stood up and quietly closed the door. Some words are like a stone dropped into a deep pond, instantly lost, but upon closer reflection, only ripples remain, leaving one exhausted and wanting only to escape. But if she truly strived for those things, her freedom, she would be doomed to lose them. This was a choice she had to face no matter which direction she turned. She lay half lying in bed, her consciousness drifting between lucidity and haziness. The next morning, for the first time since she started school, she was almost late. Qingyu saved a seat for Lin Zhao in the front row and waited until the last minute for her to come over. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were skipping class, and I spent ages trying to come up with an excuse. Lin Zhao concentrated on preparing his mecha and asked, What excuse? I'm just anxious because I can't think of one. This is a required class. And it's Professor Shulan's class. Is she strict? Very strict. She's an SSS level mecha master herself, and she can design mechas that allow people to unleash powers beyond their level. She's strict with herself and with others. Then you're even able to skip over your level and participate in the design of an SSS level mecha. You're not bad at all. Is this your instructor? Lin Zhao asked in a low voice, noticing a very capable woman in her 40s. Yeah, shut up. She's really bad-mouthing. Shulan glanced around the room and put on her glasses. I already met most of you last year, but I still briefly introduce myself and go over the syllabus for this course. I'm Shulan. This intermediate mecha design course is a required major. The assessment is to design a mecha suitable for combat in special environments, such as ultra-high temperature, high pressure, and radiation. I only cover some basic principles in the first 3 classes, and you get to work on the construction in the remaining classes. If you encounter any questions, Be sure to ask immediately, you learn through practice. Does anyone have any questions? The classroom was silent. The most difficult assignments are these open-ended ones. It's so difficult I don't know where to start. Then let's get started. Shulan assumed everyone had no questions, and continued with her teaching. Lin Zhao filled out a long list while listening to the lecture. At the end of the class, she handed the document to Qingyu. Is this a materials list? Qingyu recognized most of it, but there were still some unfamiliar ones. Unfamiliar ones meant they weren't standard mecha materials. I'm going to give it a try during those materials classes. If the test is successful, it can be used in this class. The best thing about Shio Military Academy is that they have a wide variety of materials available. Even brand new materials that haven't been stocked yet are immediately purchased by students or teachers. Lin Zhao had already checked this out before enrolling. The idea is sound, but starting with the materials won't slow things down a bit? After all, the subsequent design also needs to take material properties into account. So, Lin Zhao patted Qingyu's shoulder. Stay up late. Lin Zhao quickly packed her things, and was about to head off somewhere else. Don't you have classes? Where are you going in such a hurry? Qingyu asked. Teacher Eleanor sent me. Homework. You're having a hard time too. Keep up the good work. Lin Zhao expected a massive object, but instead, she received a ring-shaped space folding device. She found a small, empty training room, rubbed the ring's protrusion, and its contents instantly launched into the air. But just as she got a glimpse of it, Lin Zhao retracted it. This folding device was used to store dangerous objects. By collecting the particles emitted by the object within, it could project the object's properties and shape, making it appear intact before her. In that brief moment, Lin Zhao was certain that Eleanor must have known. It was filled with living metal fragments, just like the metal bars from last time. Lin Zhao sat quietly in the training room for a while, then reopened her folder, and added the information one by one to the file Eleanor had sent. It was already evening, and she hadn't even had time for dinner when she clicked send. Lin Zhao quickly drank some nutrient solution and rushed back to tutor Mu Qianfan. During the tutoring session, she received a reply from Eleanor. So quick, so hard-working. Besides that, the two of them didn't say much else. After finishing her homework, Lin Zhao resumed her daily life and tutored Mu Qianfan as usual. Although Lin Zhao explained the principles thoroughly, Mu Qianfan still felt a little absent-minded. Did you encounter a problem in class? Huh? No. Then why can't you focus? That's not like you usually do. Lin Zhao lowered her chin, her gaze fixed on the projection floating in the air. Mu Qianfan's terminal suddenly deformed, its mechanical components swirling flexibly before returning to their original shape. Do you think I'm scary like this? Lin Zhao asked. How cool. You can actually control my terminal. Mu Qianfan's eyes were full of stars. Unnecessary questioning. Lin Zhao realized she had the wrong person. Mu Qianfan only considered whether something was useful, and if it looked cool. Fear wasn't a common emotion for him. Mu Qianfan struggled to understand the situation, but he finally noticed the low mood in Lin Zhao's voice beside him. Well, don't worry. Even if more people find out, you'd definitely be treated like a treasure. Then I give you good wishes. Of course. Mu Qianfan seemed to realize his consolation was useless, so he tried to ease the situation with something else. Did you get the notice? We're going to the weapons factory next Monday for 3 days of internship. I see, the Silas factory. Aren't you excited? The source of mecha and spaceship parts. Mu Qianfan felt Lin Zhao was unusually cold. After helping him with the last design revision, Lin Zhao glanced up at him. I used to work there. Yes, really. Mu Qianfan rarely felt embarrassed. That, isn't it good? Lin Zhao blinked her emotionless eyes, and brushed aside her hair at the back of her neck, revealing a thumb-sized scar. Chapter 33. Mu Qianfan isn't in high spirits this time? Shen Jiming recalled the last time he couldn't even call back the person, and the taciturn figure this time gradually overlapped, and felt a sense of strangeness. It's not a good place. Lin Zhao responded calmly. Shen Jiming naturally noticed her strangeness, but he didn't immediately question her. Cheng Wujiu and Cheng Yu, on the other hand, were very excited. The Silas factory has 3 SSS-level engineers, and they produce very sophisticated weapons. The concussion missiles on my first mech were designed here. Cheng Yu proudly showed Lin Zhao a live image of his former A-level mech. Cheng Wujiu also said, it's definitely better to buy things directly at the factory than through the terminal. Be careful, or you get scolded by the teacher. Su Imo reminded him softly, I told you many times, no private transactions this time. It'd be the same when I come back and place the order. The three of them chatted at once, completely shutting Lin Zhao, Shen Jiming, and Mu Qianfan out. Is there something there too? When Lin Zhao stood up and stretched out by the window of the spaceship, Shen Jiming went over to ask. Yes. Mu Qianfan can't be in a bad mood because of this, right? Lin Zhao tilted his head, giving Shen Jiming a rare sly look. You seem to care about him? Why would I care about someone so heartless? Stop interrupting. Can't it be because class isn't going well? When he can't understand something, he either overeats or goes to the training room to practice against others. When have you ever seen him resist a particular place? He's quite good at judging people. Lin Zhao confirmed his response. So why? Because I worked there before. Lin Zhao stretched, muscles aching from sitting for so long. Shen Jiming knew about this. He knew all of Lin Zhao's previous work experiences, and she had only been at the Silas factory for 8 months, not a long time. As for the reason for leaving, the intense work and high turnover at the weapons factory were normal, he guessed. From time to time, he felt like a peeping Tom constantly provoking the people involved. Thankfully, he had some mental fortitude, so he could still ask questions without getting emotional. Does anyone there know you? Lin Zhao thought for a moment. I don't think so. The boss won't remember to tighten the screws, and the other workers won't stay there for 10 years. Anyway, from then on, just be a quiet and honest student. Shen Jiming sighed artificially, and then moved to put his arm around Lin Zhao's shoulder. But Lin Zhao nimbly stepped forward and dodged. Out the window, she saw the factory, floating on the outer edge of a giant planet, approaching. A familiar smell of chemicals seemed to creep into her mind. She knew it was an illusion. It turned out that bad memories weren't so easily forgotten. When she actually stepped through the factory gates, she smelled nothing. But then again, this was the entrance for receiving foreign guests, not a gathering place for the lowest-ranking workers. Helferin, the Silas factory's event manager, had already prepared himself, and was chatting enthusiastically with the Xia Military Academy's leading teachers. Standing among the students, Lin Zhao couldn't hear their words clearly. She looked around. She had never been here before, and had no idea the public display area was so impressive. They were standing at the base of a pure white building that resembled a funnel. Beyond the winding corridors, robotic arms carrying energy crystals crisscrossed on suspended tracks, projecting a holographic data network that enveloped the sky. The weapons on display were all Silas's most advanced designs, some in real form, others merely concept drawings. Helflin outlined the students' daily activities here. The first day was a tour to learn about the basic weapon design and manufacturing processes. The second and third days involved direct participation in these processes. Lin Zhao listened for a while, feeling it was just a cursory glance, not a deep understanding. That was just as well, it should save her a lot of trouble. After enduring the drowsy opening remarks and clichés, Lin Zhao finally waited for the time to stand up. Although she didn't particularly enjoy the place, Silas's weapons were indeed far superior to those of other manufacturers. Whether mounted on mechs or warships, they could be used in a variety of combat scenarios. As she watched, a piece of damaged machinery rose from the display stand next door. Helflin explained, "This is an enemy aircraft from a real battlefield. Silas collects a certain number every year for disassembly and study." Lin Zhao became more attentive, examining the pile of scrap metal. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. She thought it was the workbench moving, but the metal actually moved. The scrap bracket, which had been lying on the maintenance table, suddenly stood upright, flashed red twice, and suddenly exploded. Thankfully, it had an invisible protective shield around it, but even that shield was damaged. The expressions of Helflin and the staff inside changed, and they immediately took the object back inside. These people reacted quickly, and there was no real chaos. The military academy teachers were kind enough not to expose the situation, but simply led them to the back window. When Lin Zhao came to her senses, she found Shen Jiming holding her tense forearm. "I thought you were going to rush over." Shen Jiming looked at the direction of the explanation, seemingly focused, but actually speaking in a faint whisper. "She raised me well, and my reflexes are super fast. Don't flatter me, you're just experiencing stress. Anyway, faster than you." Lin Zhao lowered her head slightly, her gaze falling on the collar of the person in front of her. She wasn't looking at anything, just wanting to be absorbed. At lunch, the group gathered again. Qingyu and Cheng Wujiu were chatting animatedly. Normally quiet at school, they became lively once outside. Lin Zhao ate in silence, not wanting to join in their conversation. But she also pretended to casually glance around. Some engineers and senior workers would also be there, though not many. Her eyes flickered, then suddenly fixed in one direction. Both gazes held a sense of bewilderment and uncertainty, but within this shared emotion, both sides grew increasingly surprised. Lin Zhao quickly finished her leftovers and found an excuse to go out alone. Outside, a man of relatively short stature was waiting for her. I thought I was seeing things, but the more I look, the more it resembles you. The man was a few years older than Lin Zhao, but his physique looked like that of a minor. When I saw the league news earlier, I thought it was someone with the same name. You really made it. The man was excited to see Lin Zhao, and he seemed incredibly familiar. Lin Zhao was a little dazed. Lu Jiangli. You still remember my name? Of course. She moved her lips slightly, asking, why are you still here? Working. Look at me! Lu Jiangli proudly showed her the tiny badge on his collar, which bore his number, 4736. First-class worker. I'm making a lot of money now. I know it's working. Lin Zhao hesitated, raising her hand to touch her neck. Still here? Lu Jiangli's smile froze for a moment, but then softened. Hey, it's nothing. I'm making money anyway. I did the math. Working anywhere else for 30 years wouldn't make as much as 5 years here. I could buy a house back home. Really? That's great. Lin Zhao forced a smile, her facial muscles feeling a bit forced, but she tried. How about you? Was military school fun? Lu Jiangli asked excitedly. Not bad. There were lots of books to read and practice taking beatings, but it was quite fulfilling. You guys are smart. That's what's amazing. Of all the people back then, you were the fastest learner. Although Lu Jiangli was envious, he maintained a positive attitude. Everyone has their own destiny, and knowing someone so fortunate made him feel a bit proud. Lin Zhao looked at this person, whom she hadn't seen in years and couldn't even call her a friend, and after a long hesitation, she asked, do you want to work somewhere else? I know someone who's hiring. Lu Jiangli gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Never mind. I'm used to this place and can't leave. I work here for a long time, so even if I die in the factory, my family will receive a generous pension. He spoke of his own death, yet there was no trace of fear or sadness. He smiled, looking towards the cafeteria and reminding Lin Zhao, are you guys meeting up? Go quickly. Then, we see each other sometime. No problem. Neither of them added their contact information on the terminal. Lin Zhao took 2 steps, looked back at him, and Lu Jiangli smiled and waved. Lin Zhao then left. Among the students, Mu Qianfan lowered his voice and asked, do you know anyone? But his voice was still audible to the others nearby, who pricked up their ears, curiously eavesdropping. When I first arrived, he had already been working here for 3 months. So doesn't that mean he? Mu Qianfan suddenly became a little excited. Is he? Everyone has their own ambitions. What kind of ambitions are these? What? Su Mo couldn't help but interrupt. Who? What's wrong? Nothing. Why are you gossiping? I want to hear it too. Mu Qianfan's face was filled with indignation, and he paid little attention to Lin Zhao the entire afternoon. Anyone could tell that something was amiss with this man, who couldn't hide his emotions. At night, during the rest period, Mu Qianfan called Lin Zhao out of the dormitory alone. Do you want to talk to the teachers? What's the point? Nothing will change. How do you know if you don't try? Why do you think you haven't tried? Who do you think is behind the chip? Mu Qianfan was confused. Who? Are you talking about outsiders or? Every worker here knows the purpose of the chip. It's all voluntary. But, Mu Qianfan's mind went blank. He couldn't think of what to say, nor could he find any logic. For money? But is it really that serious? You might think it's just for money, not worth risking your life, but the people here lack money the most, while their families lack life the least. Lin Zhao turned aside and glanced coldly at a nearby pillar. There's no need to eavesdrop, right? Chapter 34. Shin Jiming and Qingyu poked their heads out, one taller than the other. Qingyu said sheepishly, I saw it outside the dormitory and couldn't help myself. Shin Jiming was a bit more shameless than Qingyu and asked directly, what chip are you talking about? Lin Zhao curled her lips, truly unwilling to pay attention. He should focus on being a witness. Lin Zhao said that except for the engineers, all the workers here will be implanted with a chip that stimulates their nerves, creating the illusion of high energy, while also instilling some basic mechanical knowledge and recording environmental data. Mu Qianfan blurted it out. Isn't this overdrawing the workers' lives? Qingyu seemed to understand. This meant they were being used as both test subjects and robotic arms. No wonder Mu Qianfan had been unhappy all day. Who could remain so heartless after hearing such news? You have one too? Shin Jiming asked Lin Zhao first. It was removed a long time ago. Forced implant? Lin Zhao was silent for a moment. No. You volunteered too? Mu Qianfan couldn't contain himself. That's how much money you can make. So that's why Silas has such high staff turnover? Shin Jiming stood before Lin Zhao, looking her straight in the eye. Then why did you leave? My health wasn't good, and I couldn't handle the chip. Lin Zhao admitted frankly. What about the others? Those who wanted to make money stayed, and those who didn't left. Mu Qianfan was still unwilling to accept the results. Didn't anyone object? Yes. Lin Zhao looked at him again. Yes, a few people protested, but no one responded. Silas didn't take the minor incident seriously, and even gave those who left the scene a salary and allowance. Wait a minute, I have a question. Chung Yu belatedly realized that Lin Zhao had also worked here, but the information was a bit overwhelming, and he had to digest it bit by bit. Is that chip mature? Has it been tested? Can the negative impact on people be quantified? You should ask the people who produce it, not the workers. Lin Zhao pulled away, responding casually. She didn't say much, but she felt exhausted. All she wanted now was sleep. Mu Qianfan wanted to argue further, but Shin Jiming stopped her. Don't put the pressure on her. But she knew everything, so why did she hide it for these people? Because she couldn't afford their fate if she intervened. Mu Qianfan's momentum instantly vanished. Reason and fact were two completely different things. Does this kind of thing happen often? Arsenals are special. They don't need general laborers as much. They need more skilled workers who can operate with precision and master machinery. It's not like there are people like that. Mu Qianfan interrupted. No one complains about low costs. Mu Qianfan finally seemed to understand why Lin Zhao occasionally expressed a subtle impatience toward Shin Jiming. This man always understood everything, no matter the situation, and found a decent excuse for everyone. Don't get angry here. Don't implicate Lin Zhao and the ordinary people here. Shin Jiming didn't want to say much, but he gave him a final reminder, his eyes more comforting. I'm going to bed too. Qing Yu watched Mu Qianfan leave and sighed softly. I don't know whether there are more good people or bad people in this world. Talking about good guys and bad guys is too narrow-minded. You want to intervene? No rush. Go back. You still have to tighten the screws tomorrow. For 2 days, everything went smoothly. This was just one of the ordinary trips that Shio Military Academy took year after year. Lu Jiangli didn't pretend to know Lin Zhao, he simply treated her like an ordinary student. Lin Zhao also quietly hid in the crowd, and no one recognized her again. Until the welcoming crowd stood in the same place to bid them farewell. Helflin's mechanically enthusiastic smile suddenly disappeared when he could no longer see the military academy's spaceship. 1 trip a year, and the profit hasn't increased much. He sneered. The military academy is strict, but they definitely know our quality. We still made a profit, his subordinates echoed. That's fine. It's quiet now. By the way, when we were seeing someone off just now, a worker died in the hallway. Did they notice? Helflin felt a little nervous now. Every time someone died, they vomit blood, staining a large area. No, it was cleaned up quickly. Helflin breathed a sigh of relief, his back hunched again. That's good. Send money to his family. I already done it. He's a veteran with years of experience, so the pay will be a little higher. It doesn't matter. As long as they're satisfied, that's all. If they're satisfied, there'll be a steady stream of new hires. Don't worry, this year's labor costs are still the lowest, and quality and efficiency remain at a very high level. After returning from the Silas factory, Mu Qianfan remained silent for several days, but his emotions were interrupted by his heavy workload. Besides pushing his physical strength to the limit every day, he also had to use his brain to study. Lin Zhao was right. When people are extremely tired, they can think of nothing but living. Lin Zhao was the same. Even though she was using her brain so much every day, she also had to complete the tasks assigned remotely by Eleanor. Although Eleanor was a practical person, she also taught Lin Zhao well, giving her mostly mecha and mechanic-related assignments. For example, remotely dismantling weapons and equipment outside the Alliance and writing reports on targeted breaches. This allowed her to get closer to the real world than attending classes in school. Lin Zhao thought her instructor was amazing. Eleanor was a rare officer who taught while also fighting outside the Alliance. Sometimes, after reading Eleanor's battle reports for too long, she felt that world peace was completely non-existent. In comparison, Qing Yu's instructor, though strict, seemed quite respectful to Lin Zhao. At least, he was still letting Qing Yu research mechas. But Qing Yu himself didn't see it that way. Every day, he was repeatedly tortured by his instructor over various details. Every time he felt his design was flawless, he knew there was bound to be a problem. His smooth, comfortable life ended with Shulan. The only time he could relax was during the intermediate design class he took with Lin Xiao. With someone to share the workload, he no longer had to live under Shulan's constant surveillance. He could tell that his mentor looked at Lin Xiao as if he were looking at someone else's child. Lin Xiao's designs always had a strange sense of intuition. They seemed no different from the norm, but performance optimization was incredibly smooth, always quietly improving key metrics. He privately asked Lin Xiao how much the ability to communicate with machines would impact mastering mechas. Lin Xiao said that while it certainly gave him a more detailed understanding of the machine's internal structure, improving efficiency from a human perspective still required more observation, learning, and hands-on practice. After gaining sufficient experience, communicating with machines would make it easier to adjust details, and even more quickly determine the right materials. Talent is a gift, but whether one can emulate it depends on one's own ability. After pondering this in his mind for a few seconds, Chung Yu diligently returned to studying. I remember you made the same mistake last time. Do you have to wait until the mecha crashes to remember? Not far away, Shu Lan was randomly picking on students again. The scolding didn't fall on Chung Yu, but he remained cautious and rechecked his code. He took a moment to glance at Lin Xiao's progress. She was considering radiation-resistant materials. Either poisoned to death or severely injured, she muttered, unconsciously. Either disintegrate or lose control. Chung Yu whispered along. We could try semi-living materials. This voice nearly sent Chung Yu into a rage. It was unclear when Shu Lan had approached, but this was clearly an answer to Lin Xiao's question. Metal skeleton plus biological coating, tried to make composite armor. Seeing Lin Xiao's unusual sluggishness, Shu Lan patiently explained further. She believed Lin Xiao understood. Lin Xiao, as she had expected, understood what needed to be done. But the word semi-living froze her. But what Shu Lan said was probably different from what she had imagined. Thank you, teacher. Lin Xiao lowered his head and began to work on a data simulation test. Many courses in mecha engineering are interlinked. Problems that can't be solved in this class will be supplemented by teachers from other classes. It's as if all the teachers are working together to help students independently complete the construction of a mecha. The learning atmosphere in this major has always been great. When you're done, you can give it to me, or have Kai to take a look, Shu Lan said again. She stood behind Lin Xiao and Chung Yu, silently watching for a long time before leaving. The students were actually quite good. At their age, some minor mistakes were normal. Shu Lan knew that her expectations of them were rather harsh. But it seemed to be working, especially for the naturally talented students. Even after class, Lin Xiao and Chung Yu finished all the unfinished work from class in one go. Thinking for too long makes one lose the desire to talk. They said goodbye briefly and went back to their rooms. Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory and sank into a chair, letting his mind wander. This was the moment when he could truly relax. But the silence had barely lasted long when the terminal suddenly vibrated a dozen times, with an aggressive urgency. Lin Xiao took a breath, forced herself to sit up straight, and clicked on the message. Her brows furrowed ever deeper. She sat at her desk, staring motionlessly for a long moment, until late at night, when she suddenly stormed out. She missed all of her classes the next day. Qingyu and Mu Qianfan couldn't find her, and Su Mo couldn't find her in the dormitory either. Finally, she learned from teacher Shu Lan that Lin Xiao had taken a week's leave. She greeted all her teachers, and then left the house overnight. Why didn't this kid tell me? Mu Qianfan found it strange. It seems urgent, otherwise he wouldn't ask for leave so late at night. Qingyu tried to understand, but questions welled up in his mind. What happened? He sent Lin Xiao numerous messages, but she never responded. On the afternoon of the third day of her leave, a team from the Alliance military court arrived at Shio Military Academy. The military court was the most unwelcome institution in the Alliance. The rules were strict, communication difficult, and it felt like they were talking to a different person. Many students leaned out the windows to watch the excitement. Mu Qianfan was no exception. But they look pretty handsome? He muttered as he watched. Su Mo leaned out upon hearing this. It's definitely not good, no matter how handsome they are. Chung Wujiu poured cold water on him. Good or bad, let Shen Jiming find out first. Su Mo wasn't in a hurry either. News on the forum wouldn't come as fast as Shen Jiming's. As she had hoped, Shen Jiming returned quickly, but his expression was grim. How's it going? Who are they taking away? Su Mo asked impatiently. They already taken them away. Shen Jiming loosened the collar of his uniform. Lin Zhao, accused of murder, has been detained. Chapter 35. Lin Zhao very respectfully took leave, ran out of school in the middle of the night, flew to Star Dome Alpha, and used a non-alliance pocket weapon to kill a senior executive of a heavy industry company? Chung Yu reviewed the known information so far, almost laughing himself. Who would believe this story? They all believed it, otherwise Lin Zhao wouldn't have been arrested. Chung Wujiu looked at the victim's photo, and some old memories came back. I seen this guy, Ansel. He's an ordinary metal businessman who worked for many years to reach his current position as regional director. How did Lin Zhao know him? Probably because of this. After learning this news, Shen Jiming gathered all the information he could access. Several people gathered to look. Mu Qianfan pointed at the place name and exclaimed angrily, "Isn't this Lin Zhao's home?" Su Imo recited the words in a low voice, word by word. KN-39 and more than 10 other abandoned planets can be taken as strategic land reserves. Reserves? What are they for? They can be developed, and they can be used for sewage disposal. The former requires renovation, and the latter, literally. Chung Wujiu explained, looking at Shen Jiming, do you think Lin Zhao handled this matter? But how could she be involved in a murder case? Then we have to wait for the school and the court to come find us. Shen Jiming remained calm. They were the people Lin Zhao interacted with most often at school, and they would definitely be called in for questioning. Sure enough, within a few minutes, they were all being questioned individually. But because they were students, each questioning required the presence of a military academy teacher. Shen Jiming was finally called away. He sat across from the law enforcement officer and the principal, asking no questions, but simply scrutinizing them. Judging from their uniforms, this wasn't a department responsible for handling ordinary criminal cases, but rather one dealing with dangerous forces outside the alliance. Shen Jiming? The law enforcement officer began the usual process. Yes. What's your relationship with Lin Zhao? Classmate. Do you know anything about her past? We talked a little. Has she ever revealed any involvement with illegal organizations, like the Star Bandits, either within or outside the alliance? Shen Jiming's muscles tensed slightly. I think a more professional question would be whether she had any passive interactions with the Star Bandits, such as coercion or kidnapping. Principal Wan Feng cleared his throat awkwardly, cautioning him to be less aggressive. So you're saying that Lin Zhao did, in fact, join the Star Bandits? The law enforcement officer, unperturbed, continued the interrogation. Shinji knew this was the military court's consistent approach to military personnel. Anyone with even the slightest unnatural connection to the Star Bandits or outside the alliance would be charged with a serious crime. Even suspected murder was relegated to a lower priority. But what connection did murder have with the Star Bandits? They asked a few more questions, all about Lin Zhao's past, with little attention paid to her actions and reactions 3 days prior. As they were about to conclude the interrogation, Ron Feng asked if the school could request a meeting and conversation with one of their students, but was told that special approval was required. Usually, cases requiring special approval involved internal security issues. The military court personnel quickly concluded their mission, without a word, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Ron Feng raised his head, hands behind his back, and only slowly turned his neck when their spaceship was out of sight did he say, adolescence is prone to secrets. Shen Jiming knew the sarcasm was directed at him. Since she's not harming anyone else, how she lives her life is her own business, and no one else has the right to interfere. Why did you just rule the case? Do you think our students would do something so foolish they'd be caught in an instant? Wan Feng laughed heartily. There are no stupid people in Xiao, just some who are endearingly naive. As teachers, isn't it our job to protect that kind of character? You mean? Contact Eleanor. Whoever student is responsible will take care of it. For a case involving security, it's best to have frontline troops intervene to defend against danger. Shen Jiming followed Wan Feng, quietly sending a few messages on his terminal. Since her arrest, Lin Zhao has been held in a local military prison. Although her freedom was limited, she wasn't nervous or afraid. Compared to being captured by the true Star Bandits and detained by the Alliance, at least her life wasn't in danger. But this life was also boring. The questions he asked her were almost identical. They were clearly living people, but the procedures were more rigid than a robot's. These past few days had become repetitive, as if she were trapped in some kind of time loop. Thankfully, she had food and drink, and a regular sleep schedule, even more regular than her school schedule. She spent most of the day sitting alone, facing the wall. The confinement cell was dimly lit and silent. The bare walls were empty, and she wondered what lay beyond them, whether someone was watching her. Just as she was daydreaming, a familiar voice called out. She obediently followed the person to the dark room she had visited so many times, but this time, the person sitting across from him was unexpected. Shin Jiheng, Shin Jiming's brother. What did the chief of security want with her? Today isn't a routine interrogation, so no one from the court will be here to observe, but... He gestured casually around. Someone would have overheard their conversation anyway. Colonel Eleanor was supposed to be here, but only one of us could go in, so I've been asked to come in and see how you're doing. Shin Jiheng was incredibly familiar. You have a good attitude. Many people wouldn't be able to handle being locked up like this for even a few days. What does the chief want to ask? Lin Zhao wanted him to get to the point. Shin Jiheng rolled up his sleeves slowly. First question, if the situation remains the same, can you still provide evidence in your favor? Remain the same? Lin Zhao instinctively felt that the entire sentence hinged on that word. Just as he was thinking, Shin Jiheng posed a second question. Under another scenario, do you have an excuse for self-rescue? Shin Jiheng's expression wasn't serious, as if he wasn't taking the situation too seriously. But Lin Zhao still detected a hint of inquiry and confirmation in his eyes. You don't admit to murder. You shouldn't admit to something you didn't do. But not actively saving yourself is a disguised admission. I hope you understand this. Shin Jiheng had nothing more to say. He had already asked everything he wanted to ask, and Lin Zhao had already given him a rough idea of the answer. Your first closed-door hearing will be in 2 days. Colonel Eleanor will also be in attendance, acting as your guardian. Others are not allowed to attend or observe the trial. He stood up, grabbed his clothes, and, resting his hand on the table, added softly, many people hope you're alright. Please reconsider, as some of your concerns are completely unnecessary. Nothing will happen later. Lin Zhao watched Shin Jiheng leave, and was taken back to the solitary confinement cell. Silence fell upon her again. She chewed over Shin Jiheng's words over and over again, until she was brought to court. Having not slept well the previous day, Lin Zhao yawned while sitting in the center. Eleanor, watching from the nearby seat, felt that her student's mental state was too good. She had found this matter absurd from the moment she learned of it. Although she didn't quite understand the whole story, the people and departments involved knew it wouldn't end amicably. And yet the person involved was still drowsy. On the bright side, she probably hadn't done anything wrong. Eleanor's gaze shifted to the plaintiff's seat. The deceased deputy, Amos, and his team seemed confident, their demeanor radiating a sense of control. She was feeling uncertain again. It wasn't a question of who to trust, but whether she could escape the charges. The courtroom was silent. The judge entered, mechanically reading the opening statement and the prosecution's evidence. The long string of legalese gradually distracted Lin Zhao, and her consciousness began to drift. The unusual sound of a warning bell brought her back to her senses. Defendant Lin Zhao, do you have any objection to the above charges? Lin Zhao hadn't really listened, merely repeating what she had always said. I wasn't there at that time, and I didn't kill anyone. She had repeated this sentence many times, but it felt so weak and almost unconvincing. Please provide concrete evidence, defendant. Lin Zhao sighed slightly. Every interrogation got stuck here, because she hadn't made a decision. That night, Brother Luo Nan had told her that a company was attempting to acquire KN-39 at a low price, intending to turn it into private territory. Worse still, someone had already begun deploying large-scale liquidation equipment on the surface. Time was running out. If they continued to mess around, everyone would die. She immediately went to see the head of the company. That Anciel was quite polite to her, perhaps because of her fame, and personally entertained her. The two sides quickly reached a preliminary cooperation agreement. But the next morning, Anciel was found dead in her office, and confidential company information had leaked outside the Alliance. The Alliance's murder investigations relied on a nanodetection system capable of detecting biological traces. Even if the scene was cleaned thoroughly, with no fingerprints, bloodstains, or footprints left, the nanoswarm could still trace the perpetrator's mental and biological traces. Their investigation revealed that Lin Zhao had returned to Ansel's office in the middle of the night and murdered him. Unfortunately, Lin Zhao had no alibi for that time. Even more absurdly, the same tests conducted at her residence showed she was not in the house at the time. Lin Zhao wasn't entirely sure what had happened. She had gone to bed early that night, had no history of sleepwalking, and had no recollection of being drugged. Defendant, please provide specific evidence. The judge sounded the alarm again, alerting the distracted Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao, gazing at the high bench, spoke slowly, I'd like to confirm this. If the biometric device used to collect biological traces were used by someone with a high level of mental power, would the excessive mental fluctuations affect the accuracy of the trace reconstruction? A court technician nearby replied, "Yes, they will be different, but the behavioral traces we detected clearly bear the hallmarks of S-level mental power and carry your complete biological signature." "But my biological signature shouldn't look like that." Amos, listening in, chuckled disdainfully. "As long as mental power is within a certain range, the signature will be the same, unless you already reached SS level. And this evidence has been compared to your nanocluster, and it's identical." "Have you compared the signature stability?" The judges reviewed the data and whispered to each other. This information was indeed not included in the evidence, because generally speaking, it wasn't necessary. Generally speaking, the active time of this detection method is constant, and few would question it. "Are you trying to say you're a special case?" Amos had no idea what Lin Xiao was getting at. "Any human would behave like this, unless you're not." He shouted to the judge, "I think Lin Xiao is just stalling for time. This type of evidence has been used for years, and leaves no room for doubt. Lin Xiao colluded with forces outside the alliance, sold our secrets, and murdered the person in charge. The evidence is irrefutable. I implore the court to render an immediate judgment and bring justice to the deceased and the alliance. Please exercise restraint, and choose your words with care." Eleanor suddenly spoke, her eyes stern. "Until a verdict is reached, any statement of incrimination is slander." Silence. The judge asked both parties to calm down and restore order. She then asked Lin Xiao, "Do you have any other evidence?" "I request that the court retest the stability of the nanotrace." Lin Xiao stared back and repeated her words, word for word. This time, her tone was firm, her eyes bright, a stark contrast to her previous, half-hearted defenses. After a brief deliberation, the judge announced that the court would accept the retest. Chapter 36. Lin Xiao sat calmly in the center. Eleanor seemed to have guessed what she meant, and the anxiety in her eyes gradually faded. Half an hour later, the test results came in. The biological traces extracted from Lin Xiao on the spot only lasted 20 minutes, while traces from a normal person could last 40 minutes. The courtroom fell into a brief silence. The technicians pondered why this data, which could be considered irrefutable evidence, had yielded such a result. No one had ever used trace duration as evidence. "Impossible," Amos questioned immediately. "How could it be possible? The testing process must have been sloppy." His face changed drastically, his eyes flickered, and he almost immediately realized what was happening and requested a retest. The second round of testing was conducted under the watchful eyes of everyone, the process rigorous to the point of being harsh. Yet the result remained the same. Amos's face froze. Some people exploit the nature of the evidence, believing that no one will review it. They can convict with only half the evidence, and no one will question it. Eleanor stared at Amos, as if she had sensed something. With the most crucial evidence disproven, the prosecution was like a building with its foundations uprooted, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Xiao's significance here was diminished. But Lin Xiao took the initiative to address the judge. "Most of the suspicion against me has been eliminated. Now I will state some confidential information. I would like to request military confidentiality measures. Non-military personnel will not be allowed to attend the rest of my testimony." "What do you mean?" Amos was furious. Was he going to kick him out and talk to me in private? That couldn't be possible. Who knows what rumors these people will spin? Just as she was about to object, Eleanor intervened. "Colonel Eleanor, I'm formally requesting confidentiality measures. My authority is within current limits and consistent with military rank." As soon as she spoke, the commotion in the room subsided. Lin Xiao's words might not carry much weight, but Eleanor's rank and background were enough for any judge to take seriously. She was the perfect person to represent him. And Amos, the distinguished plaintiff, was formally escorted out for the first time in this trial. Inside the courtroom, Eleanor looked at Lin Xiao. The two hadn't exchanged a single word. But she understood Lin Xiao's decision. Lin Xiao's biometric test results aren't surprising. Her physical condition and past have long been documented in the military and filed in a confidential file. She showed the judge the file number, but didn't directly share the contents. Partly because she truly didn't know Lin Xiao's specific circumstances, she could only prepare for the worst and keep a life-saving file for her student. Secondly, she didn't need to proactively show it to non-core staff. She could let them verify it themselves. Those with permission would naturally be able to see the content, while those without would only receive verbal approval and be told to leave. Lin Xiao sat quietly, her head down, fiddling with the handcuffs. At the same time, she mentally counted. Shin Jiming, Shin Jiheng, Eleanor, and perhaps even the teachers at school. Everyone knew what was going on, and they were just waiting for her to confess. In fact, this frame-up was easily undone, The explanation she had just given would suffice. Shin Ji-hung had told her not to worry, but she didn't know how much to trust him. Rather than being investigated herself, it was better to fall into their hands and be investigated. No one knew what Lin Xiao was thinking. The court was urgently verifying the information, and soon, they received a response. In accordance with procedure. This meant that Lin Xiao's evidence was flawless. It was just a few details that didn't add up. The story given by the Amos side completely matched the false evidence, but this was a double-edged sword. Neither side could explain why Lin Xiao wasn't in a room when Ansel died. If I could get my hands on the machine that collects biological traces, I might have a solution. Lin Xiao wanted to give it a try. Over the past few days, she had taken the opportunity to learn more about this equipment. It wasn't impossible to forge something. As long as there was access to clothing or other objects touched by the target person, it was possible to replicate their biological traces. But the prerequisites were quite strict. Furthermore, the person attempting to forge the evidence had to erase the previous traces and couldn't just cover them up. It worked on the same principle as detecting nanoclusters. Biotraces decomposed by the nanorobots could be summoned by Lin Xiao's blood as long as they came into contact with metal. Lin Xiao couldn't guarantee it, but she could give it a try. The court adjourned, agreeing to Lin Xiao's proposal to return to the crime scene, accompanied by law enforcement officers, to search again for biological traces. Eleanor was eagerly anticipating Lin Xiao's actions. She assumed Lin Xiao would upgrade the machine on the spot, but instead, she simply dropped a drop of blood on the ground. The room was filled with silence. The law enforcement officers stared at each other, their intelligence seemingly fooled. Just as they were about to ask something, Lin Xiao reminded them that they could retest. A faint trail gradually emerged on the display, different from the one Lin Xiao had traced. Is it possible to compare it with Amos's? Lin Xiao interrupted silently. Whoever gets the most upset is guilty. Thinking about the possible motives, it makes sense. Even if Lin Xiao didn't say anything, they would have to reopen the investigation. But Lin Xiao would still be under custody, just not as a murder suspect or traitor. She found an opportunity to approach Eleanor. Can I have my terminal back? Not right now. Your personal belongings are still in court custody, and your military records need to be completed. Eleanor remained silent, using her mental power to briefly connect. Finally, I caught him. As long as there was a start, Lin Xiao would have to reveal her hidden specialness to the military. Eleanor knew it was inevitable, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. She assumed it would have to wait until Lin Xiao had safely completed her first 3 years at school. My family. Lin Xiao still wanted to fight for it. I learned some of the details. Don't worry, the cleanup operation over there has been suspended following this incident. But this was a private transaction, after all, and it doesn't involve Alliance security, so I, as a military official, can't interfere. But someone has already gone to resolve it. Who? Shin Jiming preemptively bought KN-39, putting an end to it once and for all. Bought it? Lin Xiao was stunned. Used to a personal account, such an unfamiliar word. As the Shin family's private property, no one will interfere. Eleanor followed for a while, until she could no longer accompany him. She looked Lin Xiao in the eye and said, "You will stay here for 2 more days, and then the second hearing will begin. During this time, you should clarify all the details of what happened and put an end to this mess once and for all." Yes. Entering the same courtroom once again, Lin Xiao and Amos' identities had practically swapped. Despite their initial misdirection, the Alliance's investigation into information leaks and treason was still remarkably swift. It's just that Amos still stubbornly denied it. Ansel wants to install a large-scale liquidation device in Lin Xiao's hometown. This is an open vendetta. Everyone in the company knows this. I never had any conflicts with the person in charge, he argued calmly. Lin Xiao once pointed out that she and Ansel had reached an agreement that certain minerals existed on KN-39 and that she could coordinate their location, so the purchase and liquidation were postponed. The judge reminded him. Impossible. Amos denied it decisively. Our investigation shows that KN-39 is a semi-abandoned planet with no useful value. Who are you? Eleanor suddenly asked, her eyes sharp. The company's investigation results. Amos suddenly felt a sense of pressure, so intense that he wasn't even sure if it was true. Before undertaking a large-scale procurement project, we always conduct an investigation on the target. I reviewed your company's investigation procedures. They're not very detailed, and most of the planets were nominated by you. Can you explain why you chose these planets? To minimize the costs. Do you mean the purchase cost or the cost of communicating with the bandits? Eleanor's questions continued, and Amos was already panicking. He hadn't dealt with military officers much and wasn't used to this kind of pace. Eleanor was much more intimidating than the people in the courtroom. He knew these were routine questions, but they were still effective. He tried to calm himself again. I never had any contact with the bandits. Even if Lin Xiao didn't kill them, the information leaked after she arrived. She could still be in collusion with the bandits killing people, and she's stealing the information. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Eleanor hadn't been sitting around waiting for the past 2 days. She investigated all the cases involving bandits on those planets, investigated the business dealings of the heavy industry company, and summoned several people to conduct an emergency on-site search, capturing a group of bandits before the court's law enforcement officers could. Wells, a former member of the Rust Corps, later followed Guan Xiong out to form his own faction, and is now a core member of the Yellow Sand Army. Eleanor looked at Amos. Don't you look familiar? Lin Xiao squinted at Wells's photo. Whether Amos looked familiar or not didn't matter, she did. When she was forced to work for the Rust Corps, this man had been her superior. Eleanor didn't care whether Amos spoke or not, and directly announced the results of her recent investigation. Amos has close ties with the Yellow Sand Army, leaking a lot of information about the Alliance's land transactions to them. They had originally planned to use Amos's position to secretly establish a presence on KN-39 after the company acquired it. After Lin Xiao and the deceased Ansel reached a preliminary agreement, Amos, realizing the deal was failing, partnered with the Yellow Sand Army, killing people in exchange for more land information. Amos was unaware of Wells's arrest. How could Wells be arrested? He wouldn't easily set foot inside the Alliance, would he? But he still stubbornly denied it. As long as there was no direct evidence, he would pretend nothing had happened. I don't know why the Star Bandits would want to accuse me. And even if I were colluding with the Star Bandits, why would they use such easily exposed methods? If Lin Xiao was truly innocent, why would she be investigated for her past membership in the Star Bandits? Then who told you that Lin Xiao had once joined the Star Bandits? Chapter 37. Amos looked at Eleanor, then at Lin Xiao, and finally at the judge, his first hint of bewilderment. Aren't the investigators on site investigating collusion with the bandits? Don't evade the question. Eleanor suddenly demanded sharply, how do you know Lin Xiao once joined the Star Bandits? Amos's mind went blank. Had he just said join the Star Bandits, not colluded with them? I guessed. His voice trailed off, but he forced himself to meet Eleanor's gaze. Lin Xiao definitely had connections with the Star Bandits. Lin Xiao watched silently. She gradually felt that this trial was different from the last one. Ansel's death was no longer the focus of the military court's investigation. Everyone was digging deeper into the heavy industry company, or rather, the bandit faction behind Amos, the Yellow Sand Army. She had never heard of that organization, but she knew Wells. Wells had been accustomed to operating in secret, moving stealthily, and hiding in plain sight like a cockroach, even back when he was with the Rust Corps. Even now working on his own, he'd likely still be doing similar things. Now, working with a small company within the Alliance, his methods are even more covert than before, with virtually no risk of detection. If it weren't for Ansel's death, no one would have followed the clues and tracked them down this far. Amos had a good idea, trying to use the suspicion of interstellar banditry to push Lin Xiao into the abyss, but he forgot one thing. This was a military court, not a regular court handling cases involving ordinary citizens. No matter how much Amos denied it, Eleanor and the court had already reached a consensus. Even the slightest hint of flaw from Amos would be enough to trigger further investigation. It was only a matter of time. Since the interstellar bandits matching the biological traces at the crime scene had already been apprehended, the remaining ones weren't far behind. After a week here, Lin Xiao finally had a chance to chat with Eleanor alone. Teacher, did you discover this last time at school? Lin Xiao asked. Eleanor didn't shy away. I thought it was suspicious, so I looked it up privately and found something interesting. Eleanor folded her arms and watched Amos being led away with a relaxed expression. She whispered, I'm in the front lines, so I'm more sensitive to unusual moments in actual combat. I saw the video of your field trip last semester. What? Of course, it was the video of the homemade aircraft exploding. You can see you from the angle. What was I doing at the time? Lin Xiao couldn't quite remember. She was so anxious to neutralize the threat posed by the aircraft that she didn't know how she reacted. You were staring intently at the aircraft, one hand holding onto the broken iron frame in the command center, and it buckled. So what's wrong with that? Why can't I just be stronger? Eleanor glanced at her. People with strong mental strength and good physical fitness can do it, but you? Lin Zhao felt there was nothing she could do. She reacted instinctively, unable to hide it. She was genuinely nervous at the time. Is that what made you think of it? Not entirely. More importantly, it's about the metal we transported at school. Eleanor stopped mid-sentence. Wait until you join my unit, then you can come and study it yourself. Oh. Lin Zhao was a little curious, but not too curious. She felt it was just adding to the trouble. How did you figure it out so quickly this time? Eleanor suddenly thought, and asked, when Shen Jiheng said he wanted to see you, I didn't think he was up to par. And yet, in just a few words, he convinced you? Because I had no other choice. I couldn't be shot for something like this. Lin Zhao didn't say how much she trusted them, which was rather hurtful. Adaptability is good. The corridor gradually quieted down, and it was time for Eleanor to take Lin Zhao away. Teacher. Lin Zhao stopped moving, and suddenly called out to her. What's wrong? What if I'm more threatening than everyone expected? Eleanor knew the weight of the word threatening, coming from a defensive child. I, your teacher, haven't been around for so many years in vain. Can't I even protect my own students? What if someone wants to take me away, and use me as a guinea pig for research? Like, cut me open to see what's inside, then sew me up and let me continue working? Or maybe kill me to eliminate any future trouble? Where did you hear this urban legend? Eleanor smiled helplessly. If you really can manipulate metal differently, I treasure you. Lin Zhao remained silent. Alright, time to make final arrangements with the court. Don't you still want to go home? Eleanor pushed her away. The child is smart, but also thoughtful. She needs to be guided carefully to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. The Alliance has already had too many regrets like this. After retrieving the terminal, Lin Zhaoji saw the initial messages from the days she disappeared, all asking where she was, and what had happened. The two of them left the stuffy courtroom, only to find Qingyu and the others waiting outside. Everyone looked perturbed. Yes, what's going on? No one dared to speak first, until Su Mo stepped forward, hesitantly speaking, Lin Zhao, your family. What's going on at my house? Just, don't worry. How many people are left? No one answered. Eleanor, sensing something was off in the background, stepped forward and placed a hand on Lin Zhao's shoulder. Let's go back and take a look. And so, soon after, Lin Zhao stood before the massive incinerator beneath KN-39. The entire hospital was silent, the smell of rusted metal overpowering the scent of disinfectant. She didn't feel like crying. She knew this day would come eventually. It was just too soon, as if nothing had happened yet. She stood there alone for a long time, then turned back to the slightly more crowded room. Everyone was there, and when they saw Lin Zhao enter, they all turned stiffly. Lin Zhao walked straight towards Ronan. It had been years since she'd seen Ronan. Unlike his appearance in the video, he hadn't bothered to maintain his image. His face was covered in stubble, and his eyes were dull. Lin Zhao walked over and gently hugged him. I'm sorry. These were their first words. Ronan didn't have time to say anything. He didn't know how to begin. The number of children dwindled, from a few dozen to a dozen, then to a handful. In the blink of an eye, there were none left. Coincidentally, today was the day Lin Zhao regained her freedom. He heard Lin Zhao's voice, and suddenly a tremendous force pushed against his core. A deafening wailing erupted from the room. Eleanor gestured for everyone else to leave. Several people left the room, collectively breathing a sigh of relief. What exactly happened? Besides Lin Zhao, Eleanor was the only one still unclear about what had happened. Were they suddenly informed that everyone in their family had died? Shen Jiming spoke first. He had arrived first. After purchasing KN-39, he decided it would be best to see for himself, so he took a leave of absence from school. As soon as he entered the underground hospital, he witnessed the most gruesome form of death from this disease. All natural deaths? Eleanor asked. Yes. Eleanor stared at Shen Jiming, trying to discern something from his expression. But in the end, she didn't ask any more questions. Though the others hadn't witnessed it firsthand, they had seen the ward where the situation hadn't been treated yet. How could a child bleed so much? Su Mo, thinking back now, couldn't shake the dark red before his eyes. What were Lin Zhao and Ronan, who had been here for so long, like? Who's that Ronan? Eleanor asked, thinking he looked familiar. He's the Luo Dun family's second son. It seems he ran away from home some time ago, but who would have thought he'd still be here? The last time Shen Jiming heard Lin Zhao's voice in the video, it sounded familiar. He met Ronan as a child. He was a completely unruly and free spirit. The Luo family was the most formidable medical family in the Alliance. Eleanor also remembered that every child in the Luo family was brilliant, specializing in a different field of medicine, and each excelled in their field. Except for Ronan. This guy, at a young age, had mastered a wealth of professional knowledge only adults could access. But he once declared that such a life was too boring, and that he wanted to pursue adventure. Since then, he gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Thinking of it, 5 or 6 years had already passed. Eleanor placed her hands on her hips, and glanced at the door behind her, a witness to so many lives and deaths. She hadn't actually encountered such situations very often. On the battlefield, death always comes unexpectedly, but here, death seemed to be the only destination. When we get back to school, please help keep an eye on Lin Zhao. Especially you, Mu Qianfan. She suddenly called out. You two will be paired up more often in the future. Yes. The noise in the room seemed to have died down. After a while, Ronan emerged, still looking haggard and exhausted, but his eyes were redder. Where's Lin Yao? Qingyu asked, peeking inside, but there was no sign of Lin Zhao. Out. Out? Is there another exit? She's just going to the ground level to find someone. Shen Jiming and Eleanor scurried out. No problem. Old neighbors who live here. Ronan called from behind. But he had underestimated their mobility. Before he finished speaking, they were already out of sight. Eleanor had found Lin Zhao in the garbage dump. She was struggling with a burly man in tattered clothes and strange attire. Eleanor's fighting instincts stood out among the students. She immediately rushed forward, and Lin Zhao quickly spoke to stop her. It's someone I know. The man threw Lin Zhao away, and Eleanor caught her. At the same moment, sharp metal blades suddenly rose from the man's feet, surrounding him. I really know him. This is his way of playing, regardless of time or place. Lin Zhao explained, rubbing his shoulder. Eleanor observed the man, who even greeted her excitedly, Hello, sir. From his expression, he seemed to have some mental problems, not very smart in any way. Who is he? Sander. He's the one who lives here. Shen Jiming, who was listening from behind, found this a bit strange. The last time Yu Qingya scanned the area, it seemed he hadn't found any living people on the surface. Lin Zhao surrounded Sander with metal, actually blocking Eleanor's attack. He's a nice guy. I asked him to help me look after this place, and he was responsible for killing any star beasts that landed here. Does he have that ability? Eleanor couldn't help but look at this man with a different eye. It looked like brute force, but what kind of brute force was that? He's quite formidable, and very trustworthy. Lin Zhao dragged Eleanor away, leaving Sandor behind. I told him he wouldn't have to risk his life attacking star beasts anymore. Lin Zhao saw Shen Jiming rushing over and said, Thank you for buying this place. It's yours from now on. You don't have to keep anything underground. Shen Jiming was stunned. But Lin Zhao walked straight over. Go back to school. You still have to make up for the classes you took leave. Chapter 38. School life went on as usual. Full and busy. Lin Zhao too. She shuttled constantly between the workshops and training rooms, completing each project meticulously and efficiently. The events of the recent past seemed to have left no trace on her, nor affected her in the slightest. She patiently answered questions about mechas, and never shirked or delayed tasks assigned by the teacher. Everything went according to plan, as it should. So Su Mo convened an emergency meeting, how to help Lin Zhao return to normalcy. Is she abnormal? Mu Qianfan hesitated. After going through so much in such a short period of time, how could she still be so calm? How could she be normal? Su Mo was speechless. It shows she's strong. Forget it, go have fun. I don't think it's a good idea either. Cheng Wujiu agreed. So I found a bunch of friends, and asked them to ask Lin Zhao to take on the work. It'd be good if they're busy. You're pretty vicious. But Lin Zhao took all the work anyway. Her schedule is already on holiday. Just work her out. I think. Cheng Yu spoke, his tone more serious than the others. Although Cheng Wujiu's approach is a bit extreme, it's the right direction. Isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it extreme? Cheng Wujiu laughed angrily. A few people were arguing back and forth, and Su Mo suddenly asked the silent Shen Jiming, Don't you usually care about Lin Zhao? Why are you silent today? I did care. Huh? And then? Shen Jiming scratched his cheek. Maybe I was just too concerned and a bit harassing. She asked if I offended her in some way. Su Mo pursed his lips, swallowing his smile. You come to this. Women's hearts. Cheng Yu sighed softly, but before he could finish the rest of his sentence, Su Mo stabbed him. What's the deal with men and women? Sadness is human. I'm just worried she's getting frustrated. Mu Qianfan thought for a moment, then added, Lin Zhao once told me that when you're really tired, you don't have time to think. Cheng Wujiu perked up instantly. I tell you. I'm right. I mean, should we train her? How? Give her physical fitness lessons. It just so happens she's always been weak. Find an excuse to improve her mental strength. After all, isn't there a gentler way? Suemo was getting a little desperate. This meeting had almost brought these people to a consensus. I think it's possible. Shin Jiming actually agreed. Let's do it. Mu Qianfan slapped his thigh, and that was the start of the plan. Of course, they weren't foolish enough to just rush at Lin Xiao. Rather, they approached her step by step, one by one. Lin Xiao never refused to learn or train. As long as it was for self-improvement, she wouldn't say no. And the person who made the biggest sacrifice in this plan was undoubtedly Qingyu. Because he was also a mecha pilot, training alongside two mecha pilots made the plan more convincing. After finally shaking off his freshman-grade stamina, Qingyu hadn't imagined that one day he would regain it on his own. Every day, he felt like crying but couldn't, yet he had to appear positive and cheerful in front of Lin Xiao. I think I can still run. 2 more laps? Cheng-Yu's legs began to tremble as he lifted his heels. He tried hard to suppress the unconscious trembling of his muscles and suggested to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao blinked, then, let's go. Cheng-Yu gritted his teeth, let's go. But Lin Xiao suddenly changed the subject, but I have to contact teacher Eleanor for a test soon. These 2 laps can be saved for tomorrow. Okay. Since returning from the court, Lin Xiao had been slowly filling in Eleanor's blank file during her free time. The teacher was a frontline soldier, so the time he could video chat with her was not stable. So far, they had only contacted her twice. Eleanor appeared in the holographic video, dressed in dusty combat uniform, and Han Changfeng came to witness the recording. She flipped through the data from last time and asked, what's the coverage rate of the equipment used to measure the data last time? Eleanor had already helped Lin Xiao apply for a separate warehouse at the school. No one without permission could enter, not even teachers. Due to space limitations, they couldn't test distance and weight control. For now, they could only do basic tests, such as the spread of Lin Xiao's blood moss. Lin Xiao pulled out the firearms that had been infected last time and scanned them one by one. It's completely covered. So fast? Han Changfeng was even more surprised than Eleanor. It had only been 4 or 5 days. Even real moss wouldn't grow at this rate. Once metal becomes active and autonomous, it exponentially accelerates the awakening of surrounding metal. This is normal, Lin Xiao explained. Although Lin Xiao had also said that metals that gained consciousness in this way weren't fully intelligent entities and couldn't act independently, Han Changfeng still wondered, if these metals could, what would Lin Xiao's situation be like now? Perhaps he would have been executed long ago. Eleanor wasn't thinking much. She simply analyzed and compared the data that trickled in. The rate of coverage seemed to be increasing rapidly. Have you recently made a breakthrough in your mental strength? She asked. No, but your physical fitness has improved recently. Does the Mecha engineering major have so many physical training classes? Not really. It's Mu Qianfan and the others who insisted that Mecha engineering students lack practice, so... Eleanor said nothing, only chuckling softly. The children were still very cute. I'd be back at school next month when I'm free. Come out with me and measure the distance again. Actually, Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before volunteering. I pushed myself to my limits once before, but I don't know how I'm doing now. When? About 3 years ago. At a distance of 5,000 stars, I could disable the enemy's small aircraft, even though I fainted the moment I did. Eleanor didn't know what Lin Xiao's skill level was 3 years ago, but now, it was definitely more than that. On the battlefield, such a move could even turn the tide, leaving the enemy helpless. She thought, her eyes lighting up. But she couldn't show it too bluntly, so she lowered her head and pretended to look at the screen. Have you been busy with classes lately? She asked casually. It's okay. I'm already more than halfway through the project and have submitted a lot. Is there a chance we can finish a few classes early? I heard this from Mu Qianfan before, but coming from the instructor's mouth, it had a different tone. Eleanor suddenly smiled innocently. Take you and Mu Qianfan out for a walk. Is it in line with school rules and regulations? How can you think of yourself as an adult when you're so young? Eleanor feigned a harsh tone. Hurry up. You two should discuss which classes you can dabble in. Okay, next one. Each test wasn't long, and Lin Xiao knew the current procedures weren't particularly formal. If they were, they'd probably be confined to a small room, like Shin Jiming had been last time, with no easy access to the outside world. Lin Xiao disconnected the video and sat alone in the empty warehouse. Suddenly she sighed. She didn't realize where the sigh came from. It was just a quiet release of energy. The air in the warehouse wasn't very good, so she went to the rooftop. The campus was a bit too quiet in the afternoon, lights slanting across the rooftop floor. Lin Zhao sat on the edge of the terrace, legs stretched out, swaying intermittently. Not long after, faint footsteps sounded behind her, a gentle rhythm that was neither hurried nor slow. She ignored them, as there were always people to talk to her. Can I sit facing inward? Can I jump down? I'm afraid the teacher might see you and think you're too idle, so they give you extra homework. Shen Jiming also jumped up and sat next to Lin Zhao. After all, good students always get special attention. Who thinks I'm idle? It's not the teacher anyway. Shen Jiming glanced sideways at her, then shifted his gaze to the distant scenery outside the campus. Progress, that's good. Lin Zhao said nothing, simply looking down at the tip of her dangling shoe. What did you feel when you were locked up for the mental power test? Nothing. I just cooperated for a few days to reassure them. Shen Jiming knew what she was asking. It wasn't about being locked up, it was about cooperation. Isn't it still about being locked up in a small room with no way out? Then why are you so afraid of this little room? Lin Zhao rolled her eyes. She was asking knowingly. You could try to trust me, or Colonel Eleanor. Shen Jiming smiled suddenly, a thought forming. Do you think Shen Jiheng is always so free? Don't underestimate yourself. Speaking of this, she still couldn't understand why Shen Jiheng had come to see her that day. Even if it was just a conversation between brothers, Shen Jiheng shouldn't have come in person to do anything, right? Perhaps her way of thinking was really different from Shen Jiming's. Meeting an important figure, Shen Jiming felt highly valued, while her subconscious thought was, is this the end? Every step she took, whether voluntary or forced, was an unsolvable existence, pointing both to the past and to the unknown and the future. You have a good attitude, she said silently. Perhaps Shen Jiming was a man without worries. If I could give you some, I wouldn't mind. Lin Zhao lowered her head, scratching the ground lightly with her fingers. I just suddenly don't know what to do. Her once clearest goals no longer existed. Grateful for the school schedule, she could still live her life in a routine. Besides, there were a few people trying to fill her life. She knew what these people were thinking, but she didn't reject them, nor did she expose them. She felt a sense of shame at the thought. She wondered how long they would persist. Whatever you want to do, Shen Jiming replied. The two of them were silent for a moment. The afternoon breeze swept across the roof, ruffling Lin Zhao's hair across her forehead. Cough. A deliberate cough echoed from the stairs. Is that convenient? Chapter 39. Teacher Guanshi? Lin Zhao was surprised to see the newcomer. She and Shen Jiming hadn't seen this teacher since the large-scale campaign strategic planning course ended last semester. I'm glad to see you in the office. Guanshi pointed in the direction he come from, pulled two oil paper-wrapped objects from his pocket, and handed them to them. He then took another one out and held it in his own hand. This, what is? Shen Jiming smelled something unusual and felt something was off. Haven't you tried this specialty food from Gezer? Guanshi had already started eating, signaling them to start eating as well. Shen Jiming nudged Lin Zhao with his elbow, holding the delicacy. Lin Zhao was a little curious. Although she'd been on Gezer for a long time, she always made do with nutrient solution outside of school and had never actively explored this kind of thing. She peeled back the oil paper wrapper, revealing a sandwich. Taking a bite, the filling had a pudding-like texture. Is it delicious? Shen Jiming asked. Not bad. What is this? Lin Zhao asked, pointing to the brown solid in the middle. Cracked shellworm eggs. They taste a bit like foie gras when cooked, Guanshi said, savoring the food with relish. Lin Zhao's mouth suddenly froze. Shen Jiming, standing beside her, didn't laugh out loud, but his body was visibly shaking. That's right, Xar is an artificial planet. While it has abundant resources, it can't compare to natural planets. But she couldn't understand why the specialty here was insect beast eggs. But seeing that the teacher enjoyed it, she couldn't refuse his kindness, so she gritted her teeth and continued chewing, letting her imagination run wild. Teacher, have you just returned to school? Shen Jiming hadn't eaten, and was chatting with Guanshi. Yes, I've been quite busy at the court these past few days. Guanshi answered slowly and calmly. Court? Lin Zhao caught the key word. She had only been back from there a few days ago. I heard you helped catch the Star Bandits? I asked a friend to keep an eye out for them, but I didn't expect to actually run into them. Guanshi seemed unconcerned, simply brushing it off. Lin Zhao's gaze drifted back and forth as the two exchanged words. The Star Bandits, weren't they apprehended by Teacher Eleanor and the court officers? Why is there something about teacher Guanxi here? And it seemed like Shen Jiming already knew about it. Before she could gather her thoughts, Guanxi had already carefully rolled up the oil paper in his hand and tucked it into his coat pocket. I'm glad you're okay. I haven't dealt with this kind of thing in a while, so I'm still a little uncomfortable. Although his lectures were dull and boring, he seemed quite approachable in private. Excuse me. Lin Zhao thanked him blankly. Guanxi waved his hand nonchalantly. That's what being a teacher is like. Besides, it's not the first time. Shen Jiming glanced at Lin Zhao sharply. She was nodding, a faint smile on her face. Did you know each other? When she was little, she was frantically leaving signals for my ground troops back then. Guanxi found it amusing when he thought back. I never seen such a blatant warning from a star bandit. If my men hadn't tried so hard to hide her, she would have been discovered by the rusted skeleton cord long ago. Was it teacher Guanxi back then? Lin Zhao wasn't sure if such a thing was safe to bring up, but the person involved didn't seem to care much. At the time, I was only thinking about escaping, hoping someone would notice the bandits. I didn't have time to think about anything else. No wonder. Shen Jiming had already thought Lin Zhao's course selection was haphazard, all over the place. But he hadn't expected the two of them to keep it hidden so well. If Guanxi hadn't intervened this time, and Shen Jiheng hadn't discovered it, they might have continued to keep the secret. Guanxi was still reminiscing. At the time, I thought this kid was both smart and not so smart. She dared to resist and leave a signal, but when she ran, she was so panicked that she ran in the wrong direction several times. So I ran away too. Isn't it because wherever you ran, we urgently cleaned out the bandits there? Is that so? Guanxi wasn't here to ask for a belated thank you. He just couldn't help but sigh as he watched the once skinny girl grow into a powerful figure in the school. She's changed a lot, and that's a good change. Lin Zhao lowered her head and said nothing. Teacher, are you here today to reminisce? Shen Jiming suddenly interrupted the atmosphere at an inopportune moment. Guanxi shook his head in frustration. You, student, are too realistic. You said in class before that I lose more than I win. I'm so mature at such a young age. Shen Jiming wasn't embarrassed by being exposed. It was just a fact, just a difference of opinion. But Guanxi clearly wasn't truly angry. What relevance did the past have to the present? He slowed his tone, a subtle sigh of regret. Indeed, I've been thinking about it these past few days. I have something to tell you when I get back. Go ahead, Lin Zhao asked, her voice neither soft nor heavy, a hint of cautious caution. The evidence of the company's connection to the Star Bandits is irrefutable. There's nothing more to say. But I was forced to stay out for a few extra days because of this incident. Star Bandits, is there a problem? No problem. We arrested everyone we should have. It's just, Guanxi sighed, feeling helpless. It's because they're so easy to investigate that it's so difficult. Lin Zhao was slightly startled and looked at Shen Jiming. Shen Jiming sensed Lin Zhao's doubt. The ease of investigation means the Star Bandits are becoming more brazen, which also means the illegal activities of the Alliance members and the Star Bandits are becoming more widespread. He understood their implication, but another question immediately arose. Why tell her this? Just because he had once joined the Star Bandits for a few days, Lin Zhao was puzzled and instinctively wanted to escape this oppressive feeling. Guanxi continued, I heard rumors that the dealings between the Star Bandits and the Alliance members are far more complex than we currently know. I can't tell you too much right now, but I hope you be prepared. Don't wait. Teacher Guan, Shen Jiming interrupted, his expression calm yet tinged with a touch of abrupt distance. Students don't have much access to information, but thank you for your honesty today. Coming from Shen Jiming, these words felt absurd. But Lin Zhao wouldn't refuse. Guanxi didn't insist. He gazed into the distance, enjoying a moment of peace. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'd be leaving now. When they were alone, Lin Zhao couldn't contain her suppressed emotions. What do you mean? Why are you dragging me in? Not just you, but all the students will join the protest. It was a perfunctory remark. Then Guanxi's words shattered the peace that had lasted only a few minutes. Lin Zhao felt increasingly frustrated the more she thought about it, and she grabbed Shen Jiming's clothes. What are you doing? This wasn't her usual behavior. Tell me, what do you all know? What exactly are the Star Bandits' movements? Shen Jiming was stunned, then burst out laughing. You wouldn't dare act rudely with the teacher, yet you dare to do it in front of me? But seeing Lin Zhao's serious expression and suppressed anxiety, he stopped joking, but he couldn't reveal everything either. From what you heard and seen, what do you think the military is focusing on right now? Lin Zhao hesitated, her thoughts in a state of confusion, and her grip unconsciously loosened. Recalling the bits and pieces teacher Eleanor had revealed, she had a rough idea. I can say that so far, it hasn't been difficult to resolve, but no one can predict what will happen in the future. Shin Jiming took a deep breath and said, "Perhaps you will be the breakthrough point." How annoying. After a long moment, Lin Zhao muttered in a low, muffled voice. Shin Jiming chuckled. It's a matter for the future anyway. Thinking about it now will only cause more trouble. Why not think about something closer? What? Like next month's vacation? Teacher Eleanor asked Mu Qianfan and me to go find her, to the front lines. Shin Jiming raised an eyebrow slightly. True to his practical approach, he sent second-year students straight to the front. Okay, be safe. I was originally planning to invite Qingyu and the others to go out and play together. Qingyu is also working on a project with teacher Shulan. Do you think everyone has as much free time as you? There are benefits to being idle. Lin Zhao jumped to the ground and left with her back to Shin Jiming. Going to class. Shin Jiming didn't follow. A message popped up on his terminal. He glanced at it briefly, his expression changing. With the end of the semester over, the campus seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, everyone feeling rejuvenated and refreshed. But the relaxation didn't last long, as they all plunged back into their respective tasks. Except for Shin Jiming. He rushed home in a rare rush. As soon as the door opened, he could smell the strong odor of alcohol. Ronan, half lying in bed, heard someone enter but didn't react, as if too lazy to move. He downed the last sip of his glass, turned over, and continued to lie. Shin Jiming frowned and impatiently pulled the blanket away from him. I'm asking you to stay here temporarily, not to be a drunkard all day. Ronan seemed not to hear, grabbing a pillow to cover his head. What can you salvage by doing this? What can you gain in return? Shin Jiming stared at the hollow figure and suddenly asked calmly, Lin Rui. Don't say that name. Before Shin Jiming could finish his words, Ronan sat up abruptly, as if struck by a needle. His eyes flickered, and he looked on the verge of collapse. He was too drunk to stand, and stumbled to the ground. The white cuffs slipped off, revealing the dense, old scars on his wrists. You're sick. If you continue like this, I find someone to intervene. Shin Jiming didn't want to waste any more time talking to him. He said this, and turned to leave. You? Did you? Tell Lin Zhao. Ronan asked vaguely. No. Neither she nor you should bear the consequences of this. But, it's my fault, it's my fault. Ronan sat on the ground, repeating in a low voice. Shin Jiming stared at him for a moment, then left. That day, he rushed to KN39. Upon entering the underground hospital, he saw a little girl covered in blood, already lifeless. The cause of death wasn't the hemorrhage seen in the video, but rather severe blood loss from a neck wound. Lin Zhao didn't see the scene, as the bodies couldn't be stored for long and needed to be processed quickly. So, when she arrived, she could only stand in front of the incinerator, staring at the closed door. Shin Jiming pieced together the details bit by bit from Ronan, who tried to feign normalcy. Ronan's mental state had been failing since some point, and many times, when he regained consciousness, he was doing bizarre things. When he was lucid, he felt confident he could overcome this blood infection, but he couldn't understand why there were more and more fine marks on his wrists. Until one day, he awoke from his trance, suddenly surrounded by blood and, behind the door, the curious eyes of several children. Ronan immediately feigned indifference, hiding the blade and the blood behind his back. He didn't know how much Lin Rui had seen, but it was probably nothing. The children had always been obedient. But the hospital dwindled, and the children grew quieter. When Lin Rui was alone, he went to dispose of the other children's bodies. When he returned, he saw Lin Rui like that. Shin Jiming had helped him keep it a secret, and was willing to take him in for a while. But the past kept replaying before his eyes, like a cancer he couldn't shake. He asked Shin Jiming what to do. Shin Jiming said that if both of them felt they were to blame, there would be 2 more victims of this disaster. So Lin Zhao would never know about this. Ronan had promised Lin Zhao that he would do his best to extend the children's lives, so that they could live like human beings in their final days. But how did this finally happen? He was terrified, replaying it over and over again, but he dared not dwell on it. He sincerely hoped that Lin Zhao would never return to this world, but he himself couldn't leave. All that remained in his life was a pile of incurable drugs under development. But Shin Jiming also said he still had a chance. Yes, he still had a chance. And there was Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao still needed him. Chapter 40. Lin Zhao stood before the massive thorn military fortress, feeling a little nervous. People seemed insignificant in front of the magnificent man-made defenses. This was completely different from the excited Mu Qianfan beside him. Although they had come here on their own, They had also passed through layers of checkpoints. Without Eleanor's permission, they couldn't even get close. Han Chafeng came out to greet them. Seeing the movement, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Come in with me. Eleanor is still in a meeting. Mu Qianfan walked ahead, looking around non-stop. Han Chafeng finally had time to talk to Lin Zhao again. How was your experience in Shio? Pretty good? Pretty good? Quite tiring. Han Chafeng smiled. I didn't expect them to be able to discuss this topic. Last time, he was friendly threatening this kid, but now they were on the same side. They waited outside the meeting room, and soon the door opened. They're really saddled with too much food imports, a bunch of idiots. Eleanor left the room in a gloomy mood. Seeing the two students, she swallowed her words. You're here. Come with me. Following Eleanor, passers-by often glanced sideways. Eleanor had brought students here before, but this time was a little different. Lin Zhao also sensed the unusual attention. Eleanor led them to a testing room, much larger than the school's. A square metal block sat in the center. You three get in the Mecha and experience it first. You don't need to attack too much, just observe. Me? Han Chafeng, who had followed, pointed at himself. You go too, primarily as an auxiliary. Don't get hurt. Eleanor still felt a lingering fear from the memory of last time. Lin Zhao and Mu Qianfan, though unsure of what they were about to face, obeyed. The test room was silent. Eleanor retreated to the monitoring room and pressed a button. The metal block inside suddenly stirred, rapidly expanding and deforming. Lin Zhao understood immediately. This was the same thing that had attacked her last time. But just now, she hadn't sensed any similar activity. Without time to consider, she and Mu Qianfan were caught in the metal block's fierce attack. Like a dormant beast awakened, the metal block's attacks were filled with an inexplicable fury. Most of the attacks were blocked by Mu Qianfan, while Lin Zhao simply dodged. The test lasted only 10 minutes before Eleanor called a halt. And the metal block, surprisingly, obediently returned to its original shape. Mu Qianfan emerged from the mech and stretched his muscles. Dodging without attacking wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. How does it feel? Eleanor asked him. It feels. The metal block's transformation and attacks are quite flexible. Aside from its offensive capabilities, it's no less capable than a human-controlled mech in every other respect. Eleanor then asked Lin Zhao. Why can't it transform from a biological state back into ordinary metal? Is it alive? Mu Qianfan turned sharply to look at the object. It's a temporary measure, allowing it to temporarily return to its normal state, Eleanor explained briefly. It's similar to last time. Lin Zhao recalled the noise. But I don't know if it's because it's been suppressed, so its awareness isn't as strong. Mu Qianfan suddenly recalled the scene Lin Zhao had described, a scene he hadn't witnessed. Metal consciousness. He felt as if he were being transported into a completely new realm. He listened intently to their conversation. Besides being suppressed, do you think its performance has declined because it's been separated from the main body for too long? Eleanor asked again. What I feel is that metal consciousness is more like a distributed swarm intelligence system. When intact, the nodes can form a larger pathway. But when fragmented, the number of nodes decreases. While some memory history can be preserved, communication becomes difficult, and the system degrades. You can sense this? Yes. Eleanor and Han Chafeng exchanged glances, unable to conceal their excitement. I told you long ago that we should communicate promptly. How long will it take for each of us to investigate separately? But she sighed. Who else is investigating this? Many people, because frontline troops in various regions are encountering more and more sentient metal. It's now known as infinite gold. Is this infinite gold actively attacking people? There are many records, some on planets outside the Alliance, some just metal junk floating in outer space. So we need to understand their intentions and actions. Can you communicate with them? Not really. I can sense them and overwhelm their consciousness, but they mostly refuse to communicate. Even if they were stained with my blood, they wouldn't be assimilated. They're just not as powerful as me, so they have to remain silent. Eleanor brought them back to her office and turned on the holographic display. I called you here to give you a general understanding. Mu Qianfan silently raised his hand. Shall I join in? It sounded like this matter had nothing to do with him, and his involvement wouldn't be of any help. Besides, they were still students. Eleanor didn't quite understand his question. You're retiring after graduation? No, please continue. The holographic video first played a video of a battle, set in outer space, against a damaged warship. The warship was empty, only a dense swarm of small aircraft emanating from it. The Alliance's attack went smoothly, easily dismantling the entire warship. Some of the shattered debris was melted, others recycled. To date, there have been a total of 132 battles publicly uploaded by various parties within the Alliance. 110 of these were essentially like this, not particularly challenging. Eleanor briefly explained, then played another video. It was short, but somewhat chilling. It was a video of an outdoor surveillance camera. Alliance soldiers were conducting a routine patrol when suddenly, a transformation of infinite gold erupted beside them. One soldier dodged in his mech in time, but the other, facing away, was not so lucky and was pierced through the right chest. Mu Qianfan, with a rare seriousness, asked, "The background of this lattice light network is somewhere within the Alliance, right? Mazaker?" "Yes, a place once infiltrated by interstellar bandits, but later driven out by the Alliance." Eleanor was a little surprised by Mu Qianfan's discernment. This happened within 6 months of restoration. So, did interstellar bandits introduce infinite gold into the Alliance? Or did they accidentally use metal materials from outside the Alliance? Lin Zhao asked. Mezcal is an industrial city. There's no need for them to go far away. Eleanor didn't answer directly, but Lin Zhao and Mu Qianfan already understood the main point of the day. Someone wants to use infinite gold for something. Eleanor continued, the current common speculation is, first, someone wants to use infinite gold to create intelligent weapons. Through mental power or some other means, the user and the weapon's thoughts can be synchronized, allowing them to predict the battle situation or automatically protect themselves. Second, they want to mix infinite gold into ordinary materials to awaken and control metals or systems within the Alliance. Third, biofusion. At the end of her words, her gaze fell on Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao's expression grew increasingly worse as Eleanor continued, until the last word appeared. Gene engineering. She suddenly spoke without thinking. Mu Qianfan glanced sideways. Eleanor remained silent, silently playing the next piece of information. The title was clearly written with these 3 words. This part isn't easy to investigate, she bluntly stated, even though this information shouldn't be shared with students. The individuals involved in the Project Jing have complex backgrounds. The projects they worked on are highly confidential, and the scope of the Project Jing is so broad that it's difficult for us to formally request a targeted investigation. Most importantly, they haven't done anything obviously wrong at this point. So as long as the problem is serious enough, you have ample grounds to move against them? Lin Zhao asked, her tone calm yet tentative. Mu Qianfan wanted to defend her, but his mind raced, and he couldn't come up with a suitable response. Her argument seemed dangerous, or perhaps many people didn't like the prospect of such unrest. Eleanor wasn't displeased by Lin Zhao's frank confession. Instead, her gaze grew even more intense. But she said nothing. She played some more recorded videos until dusk, then let them go back to sleep. But Lin Zhao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She opened the window, draped her legs outside, and sat by it. Dozens of meters beneath her feet was solid ground. Patrol lights in the distance cycled relentlessly, and only the occasional sound of wind confirmed the reality of this world. Lin Zhao. A muffled voice came from the right. Mu Qianfan poked his head out, also looking alert. Can't sleep? He asked. Aren't you too? No, I just had a few fights with Colonel Han, and I'm really excited right now. Lin Zhao realized she was asking a question unnecessarily, so she immediately changed the subject. You said Han Changfeng was a colonel, and teacher Eleanor is also a colonel, so why is he here serving as the teacher's deputy? Well, I remember it was quite a mess. Colonel Han initially had no background, a self-made man who had only just started, but the teacher didn't care. She was willing to give him a chance. And the colonel was indeed driven and capable, quickly becoming someone who couldn't be ignored. Later, the higher-ups felt the teacher was being too aggressive, and to discipline her, they deliberately promoted Colonel Han to decentralize her power and annoy her. As a result, the colonel received a military commission, but then chose to serve as the teacher's deputy, completely ignoring the pressure from those above him. Meaning, doesn't this count as disobedience? There weren't direct orders anyway. It was all just some underhanded tactics. Mu Qianfan shrugged. This kind of thing, frankly, isn't easy to hold accountable, it's just embarrassing. Han Changfeng is quite the personality. Mu Qianfan suddenly realized something, and stared at her curiously. Aren't you usually quite polite? Why do you address Colonel Han by his name? He was the first one to threaten me. What? What's going on? Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, her chest less stuffy. Nothing. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. I don't know what kind of trouble I'd be in this holiday. Colonel Han said he'd take me on a perimeter inspection tomorrow. You should come too. I'm likely. Lin Zhao was silent for a moment. Let's do the experiment. Chapter 41. Mu Qianfen had forgotten that he was a single soldier, while Lin Zhao was a mecha commander. So, it was only natural for them to train separately. But he only remembered this when they set out early in the morning. And Han Changfeng had suddenly informed him that the perimeter patrol would take several days. He said a hasty goodbye to Lin Zhao, and was taken away by Han Changfeng. Eleanor watched the shadows of the departing squad dwindle. She turned and said to Lin Zhao, "Let's make up for the tests we owe in the next few days. Teacher, let's not rush this." What? This response was unexpected, and Eleanor raised an eyebrow. "Can you go somewhere with me?" "Sure." "You won't ask where I'm going?" "Because I want it to be a surprise." "I hope it's not a shock." Eleanor followed the coordinates Lin Zhao had given her, engaged the automatic transmission, and the two of them left the defense zone. The place wasn't far, it would only take 3 hours. But from afar, the desolate planet looked as if it had erected an unfinished artificial barrier in the sky. What is going on? She turned to look at Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao had no idea. She hadn't been here in ages. Eleanor zoomed in on the surveillance video, squinting her eyes, as she spotted a familiar sign. Shen Family Self-Defense Force. Lin Zhao leaned in to take a look, and surprisingly, she'd seen it before. The soldiers who had come to pick up Shen Jiming in the woods southwest of Xar last time were wearing these same uniforms. Wherever the Shen brothers are, there's no peace. Eleanor lamented their tireless efforts, a hint of envy in her tone. There aren't many of them in the entire alliance. Does that mean we can't enter? Not necessarily. Eleanor drove closer and sent a remote request. Not long after, she received permission to enter. Waiting for them on the ground was Shen Jiang. Eleanor quickly weighed the gravity of the situation and didn't delay meeting with the chief of security to report. Lin Zhao followed Eleanor, not listening to them, simply distracted. This place was different. It was very similar to the aircraft they had encountered on Xar. The voices faded, and she heard a sound only she could recognize. A subtle spiraling sound rustled beneath the calm ground. Almost instantly, Lin Zhao suddenly entered the Mecha and stepped behind Shen Jiang, blocking the metal spikes that suddenly rose from the ground. Eleanor and the surrounding self-defense force soldiers also reacted quickly, but apart from this one change, silence fell again. Lin Zhao jumped down and retracted the mech into its folding mechanism, as if nothing had happened. "What's going on?" Eleanor asked. This matter, concerning the personal safety of the Shen family, was a serious one. There's been an invasion of infinite gold, fused with the metal of this abandoned factory planet. Shen Jiang remained calm throughout. His glance at Eleanor revealed she had violated regulations and leaked information again. But he wouldn't pursue the matter, nor would he expose her. He'd been wanting to recruit someone for a long time. Now that it was offered to him, he had no choice but to take it. Isn't this place dangerous? Not really. I've taken over. Take over? This verb was both subtle and dangerous. At that moment, Eleanor guessed that Lin Zhao had sensed the anomaly in the infinite gold and was able to defend herself in time. But the meaning of taking over completely changed. Lin Zhao was the anomaly. "Have you ever activated the metal here?" Shen Jiang asked. "I worked here many years ago, but within a year, it was relocated and abandoned." Lin Zhao volunteered. "Do you mark every place you go? When you're out there, minor injuries are inevitable. If you're unlucky enough to run into a shady boss, no one will care even if you bleed to death." Shen Jiang's question was direct, with a hint of deliberate sharpness, but Lin Zhao's answer was frank and unassuming. He couldn't detect any evasion or defensiveness in her eyes, so he simply stopped beating around the bush. He turned and walked deeper, motioning for the two uninvited guests to follow. "This matter is confidential. Please observe the rules." Eleanor curled her lips silently from behind. Unable to see her expression, Shen Jiang continued, 2 days ago, a meteorite shattered and crashed in midair. Fortunately, this is a desolate planet, so no one was injured or killed, so no one took it seriously. But yesterday's environmental monitoring data showed abnormally high levels of heat and low-frequency energy. Having learned about science yesterday, Lin Zhao knew that these 2 points were the most obvious indicators of infinite gold. Shen Jiang continued, "The situation doesn't seem very complicated, but it's still unknown." He paused and asked Lin Zhao, "Since you say you can take over, can we conclude that the infinite gold here is not mature?" Lin Zhao pondered for a moment. "There's no difference between mature and immature, it just arrived too late. I didn't plan ahead as early as you did." Shen Jiang suddenly chuckled. "Then can you do that? Remove the foreign matter?" "I can try. There's someone inside who can help you." Lin Zhao, After entering the fenced-off core area, Lin Zhao's lingering hope was completely extinguished. He was everywhere, a lingering presence. Shen Jiming was standing on a high platform, facing a newly deployed large analytical instrument. He spotted Lin Zhao and waved from afar. People can't gather here. Either go to a clearing far away or stay in midair. This place needs renovations, Lin Zhao said to Shen Jiheng. Don't need him? No. Lin Zhao vaguely felt Shen Jiheng's mouth twitch, but it could have been an illusion. He seemed to possess the full form of Shen Jiming, pretentious and lacking in personality, hence his expression, which was always unapproachable, lazy, and distant. Shen Jiheng didn't ask any further questions, surprisingly respecting Lin Zhao's decision. Soon, everyone moved to a safe area 100 miles outside the abandoned factory. Of course, he left a ring of monitoring equipment high in the air. And during this break, Lin Zhao climbed to the factory's former highest point. This had once been the observation deck from which the factory manager gazed down upon his property. Back then, Lin Zhao had been below, standing among thousands, waiting to be assigned a job on the assembly line. But now was no time to reminisce. She thought to herself, strip off the foreign metal. The entire factory's foundation began to vibrate faintly, and the rusted rails emitted an unnatural hum. The metal floor, like a giant, blooming lotus, suddenly flipped up, rapidly curling and contracting. From the inner petals, sharp metal blades rose, precisely piercing the earth's crust, capturing debris, locking onto it, cutting and separating it. The stripped-off infinite gold was restless. It no longer quietly played dead, but instead attempted to clump together, coalescing into larger masses. But compared to the vast expanse of land, it was far too small. Soon, it was shrunk within the bud, firmly suppressed. Aerial instruments transmitted real-time footage to Shen Jiheng. From the start of the surface movement to its conclusion, it took nearly 10 minutes. The entire factory area, including the surrounding metal paving, spanning thousands of hectares, had been transformed. After the ground had completely quieted down, Shen Jiheng and his team re-entered the scene. Shen Jiming flew the mech to a higher altitude first and, without a word, gave Lin Zhao 2 nutrient solutions. Lin Zhao leaned against the railing, too exhausted to speak. It's okay. Just let her rest. Shen Jiming relayed a message below. After a while, the stars in Lin Zhao's vision stopped drifting. The area is too large. She spoke with a hint of hope. What did Teacher Eleanor do? It's only been a few days. How come the snail has become so proactive? Shen Jiming teased. Lin Zhao gave him a hammer, a way of saying nothing. All right, let's go down together. I guess you still have some explaining to do. As Shen Jiming had said, Shen Jiheng was already sitting in the safety of the starship, awaiting Lin Zhao's report. The colonel said you're here to replace the military zone's tests because you have complete control over this place? He got straight to the point, asking about Lin Zhao first. I dropped my blood here about 7 or 8 years ago. Lin Zhao glanced at the screen next to Shen Jiheng, which was densely packed with data. 3 years ago, when I passed by again, I accidentally discovered that these metals had been activated by me. My blood can transform metal into sentient beings, and activated metal can assimilate the ordinary metal around it. Given sufficient time, this assimilation will gradually expand. Creator. Shen Jiheng's comment was brief, his emotions indistinct. Are you trying to demonstrate your limits, Colonel? I don't know where my limits are. The metal consciousness here has existed for a long time, and I can establish large-scale communication with it. While it's extremely energy-consuming, it's not impossible. But if it's newly assimilated metal, I can only influence a small entity. And in either case, it takes time. Shen Jiheng's eyes sharpened, his expression restrained, no longer languid. He finally asked the question that had long lingered in their hearts. How many places in the Alliance are like this? Did you do this intentionally? Lin Zhao didn't rush to deny it, but said frankly many, but I didn't have to do it on purpose. Influencing metal deformation is extremely energy-consuming. If I kept doing this kind of inexplicable thing, I would have died of blood loss long ago. Shen Jiheng was silent for a moment, then averted his gaze and changed the subject. What do you think is the difference between the Infinity Gold today and the ones you encountered before? They should originate from a specific location. There are differences, but these aren't inherent differences in their properties. Rather, the environment they inhabit influences their form and behavior. How do you say that? Infinity Gold has a strong ability to imitate and learn. If it falls into a factory area today, it can transform itself into production equipment tomorrow. If it ever comes into contact with a starship or mecha, it can also imitate similar structures. Then can you influence Infinity Gold? Probably. Lin Zhao recalled the previous incidents, but still hesitated to say anything definitive. Consciousness can coexist. Safe? Not necessarily. Shen Jiheng turned off the screen, pulled out a square of light, and tossed it to Lin Zhao. Commander? Eleanor was surprised by his action. The square contained a small, suppressed piece of infinity gold, a regulatory material with unknown dangers. Shen Jiheng dismissed the idea and said to Lin Zhao, I'm not giving it to you. I'm keeping it for the time being. I give you a mission this holiday. Commander, she is still a student. Eleanor objected. The mission isn't difficult. It's just a revisit to an old place. Where to? Lin Zhao had a bad feeling. The Loma Mine. Chapter 42. Ibo. Ibo! The gruff roll call sounded again. A frail young man in patched clothes hurried to the table, reporting with a bow and a nod. What are you staring at? The portly supervisor knocked on the table impatiently. Have you ever done manual labor before? He looked Ibo up and down without hesitation. With those tiny arms and legs, what could he possibly lift? He was skeptical. Yes. Ibo quickly proved himself. I used to work at a garbage disposal station, doing manual demolition. The supervisor let out a long drawn-out hymn. He wasn't feeling relieved, but rather trying to figure out how to lower the price. How old are you? Do you have any official documents? I heard the mine doesn't check for this. The person in charge lazily looked up, secretly delighted, his expression still stern and serious. Who told you that? No. I heard the mine offers everyone a chance to make money. I'm telling you, with your physique, you can't do the kind of work we do. I just saw you were desperate, so I'm giving you a chance. Of course. There are so many people waiting for work here. It depends on your kindness. Go do the purification. I see you can't do the mining at this level. Help the miners install and replace filters. 3,000 star coins a month, food and lodging included. Do you want to do it? Yes. Yes. Ibo quickly agreed and stood at the back of the line. Once a group of people gathered, he was led deeper into the mine. The ore refining and transportation outside the mine were highly mechanized, but the interior still relied heavily on manual labor. The internal structure of the mine is complex, and the loss of mechanical mining will be higher than that of manual labor, so there are still shadows of the society before the scientific and technological revolution here. Purification, by contrast, involves contact with leaking water and air, which have the highest concentrations of metal ions. The work isn't tiring, but it's incredibly cheap, trading your health for cash. And the 3,000 star coins the supervisor mentioned is much lower than normal. Ibo quickly got the hang of things. Even on his first day, he quickly integrated himself, returning to the capsule accommodation hall late at night. Most of the laborers at the Loma mine live in these stacked capsules, which offer exceptionally efficient space utilization. Ibo entered the room and sat on the bed. Just as he was about to close the door, someone suddenly scurried in before it closed. Hello, I'm Qiao Yuan. How about you? Their eyes met. One rolled their eyes slightly, the other smiled generously. Pressing the invisible bump at the edge of his hair on the back of his neck, Ibo transformed himself. His masculine features lessened considerably. Are the mine's protective measures in place? Shen Jiming asked. His camouflage skin graft had been removed. He tried to stand up and move around, but he could only half squat. There was simply no extra space. I don't know. Lin Zhao let her hair down, the tips just reaching her shoulders. She rolled her neck. After a full day of hunched over in the narrowest mine tunnel, even with all the training, she couldn't stand the constant posture. What do you do? Lin Zhao asked. Structural monitor. How did you manage such a clerical position? I arrived a few days early, and used my connections to find someone. Lin Zhao pursed her lips. Even if she felt unbalanced, there was nothing she could do. Her mission was to reach the deepest part of the mine. And Shen Jiming, perhaps a young master, had come to experience life. Shen Jiming pulled 2 tubes of unknown liquid from his folding container. Here, for preventing respiratory poisoning. Why do you carry everything with you? These are essential items. No need. Lin Zhao didn't take it. She had always had a vague aversion to medication. I shouldn't be able to get metal poisoning again. That's true. Lin Zhao made the bed simply, and herded Shen Jiming back and forth in the cramped space. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she asked, anything else? No. Then, Lin Zhao's eyes drifted towards the door of the capsule room. Don't you want to know what Shen Jiheng wants to do? When Shen Jiheng assigned this task, he didn't specify what it was. He just wanted her to work in the mine for a while, preferably doing the hardest work. Although it was baffling, Lin Zhao had a vague idea. The Lahuma mine was the beginning of Lin Zhao's working life. But it wasn't a happy past worth remembering. The workers and supervisors didn't treat her any differently because she was a child. They simply considered her a burden. She was so exhausted she felt dizzy, pushing a cart loaded with or along a steep, trampled path. Her legs gave way, and both she and the cart fell. She was only slightly injured, but the cart and oar rolled, alerting the mine's great pet, the earthquake beast, and she was carried out by the star beast. She didn't know how much blood she had lost. She only vaguely felt like she was being carried relentlessly. Her remaining shreds of consciousness told her she was being thrown out as useless labor. Past and present overlapped, and Lin Zhao returned her gaze to the present. It can't be that they suddenly decided to liquidate the mine. She was half joking, but inside, she couldn't suppress her anticipation. Why not? Shen Jiming answered seriously. Just investigate the illegal work environment. That's not Shen Jiheng's responsibility. Shen Jiming glanced at the red dirt on Lin Zhao's sleeve and wiped it off. Do you remember that aircraft that suddenly deformed and squashed in the southwest of Xar? What happened to it? Part of it is made of infinite gold, you liar. Shen Jiming suddenly grabbed Lin Zhao's wrist and emphasized the name in her ear. You clearly noticed the aircraft's abnormality at the time. If you were more likable, I would tell you. You are fully responsible. Lin Zhao was used to Shen Jiming's sudden bouts of humiliation and could handle them calmly. Shen Jiming didn't take it seriously, and just smiled and brushed the matter off. I'm currently unable to use my mental power to take over the equipment made by infinite gold. It's also a kind of humanoid detector, like you. You can't. Lin Zhao denied decisively. Too passive. If you rely on your mental power, you eventually underestimate the enemy. So the two of us are suitable together. Shen Jiming seemed to be waiting for her to say this. My mental power won't arouse hostility from infinite gold. It will attack you, but it won't take me seriously. Why do you seem quite proud? Normally, I'm just being objective. So what you're saying is? Lin Zhao returned to the point. Is there infinite gold in the mine? I never said that. Even if there is infinite gold, that's no reason to search the mine. Why then? The other parts and raw materials of that aircraft can be traced back to the Alliance. A closer look reveals the possibility of smuggling military minerals. Lin Zhao, observing Shen Jiming's expression, asked skeptically, can they really trace it to the mine? He smiled, his meaning unclear. As you wish. What should I do then? I believe there's no one in the world who understands the mine's structure better than you, not even the owners and managers. Lin Zhao's eyes were deep, but Shen Jiming's expression was less serious. So, you just need to monitor for anomalies, and wait for Shen Jiheng and his men to arrive. What are you going to do then? If she didn't need to do anything, then someone else would have to do it. But why didn't he tell her before she came in? It was out of distrust. When the time comes, find me, and we act accordingly. Shen Jiming left with this remark before jumping out of the capsule room. If they didn't leave now, curfew would be here. Lin Zhao didn't understand, and she didn't agree. But here, she had no choice but to accept it. For several days, she had to divert her attention while working, sensing the movements of various parts of the mine. Aside from normal mining, there was nothing unusual. Structural monitors were rarely seen in her area. Only once, while she was replacing equipment, did she encounter Shen Jiming inspecting a converter. He didn't glance in her direction, completely absorbed in his role and responsibilities. Constantly devoting part of her attention to monitoring the vast mine was an extremely strenuous task. So, every evening, Lin Zhao would be so exhausted she nearly passed out. Until one day, during the usual monitoring period, Lin Zhao and her team were not allowed to leave, and were forced to continue working as usual. If we don't check and update, the leaks will get worse. She took the initiative to complain quietly to the people around her. Let's just do whatever they say. It's a mess out there. Her partner motioned her to stop and get back to work. What's going on out there? Didn't you see when you came in this morning that a lot of people were missing, and there were a lot of new faces? And they weren't even from ordinary positions. Lin Zhao saw it. But that didn't mean anything. Personnel changes are common in the mines. To prevent individuals from exploiting their own interests, anyone with some authority is transferred to an unfamiliar area at any time. And Shen Jiming's position was one of those changes. Finding someone in such a large factory was incredibly difficult, and sensing through metal was like finding a needle in a haystack. But she had to find him. Shen Jiming didn't make it too clear. Fortunately, incidents like this weren't often linked to Alliance security. For example, within the smuggling team, some were dishonest, exploiting their own interests for personal gain. Lin Zhao completed her work for the day as planned. Late at night, just before curfew, she modified the permissions on the capsule room, creating the illusion that someone was still inside, but they had actually escaped. The mine was still brightly lit at night, but Lin Zhao avoided all cross-inspections and ran into Tunnel 36 with a clear purpose. She touched the wall of the primary or cave, and darkness descended again. The Loma mine has thousands of tunnels, each yielding different primary ores. She mobilized her mental energy, screening each tunnel in order, paying particular attention to any occupied tunnels. The first round of screening revealed 98 tunnels. After eliminating those that were collapsed, narrow, abandoned, and inaccessible, 69 remained. The mine also contains a unique mineral, phantom fluorite, which absorbs even the slightest mental fluctuations, and is a precious raw material used in the Alliance's mecha manufacturing. Phantom fluorite is mixed with ordinary metals, requiring a complex extraction process. Lin Zhao would have to go through a similar process, communicating through layers of metal, finding the fluorite, and then accessing the information from his spiritual power. After a moment, Lin Zhao slowly opened his eyes and cursed inwardly. Chapter 43. A fresh corpse lay at Shen Jiming's feet. He was wearing camouflage skin grafts, his expression a mixture of amusement and wariness. What does this mean? The burly man across from him swung his rifle over his shoulder and wiped his fingers on the corner of his shirt. Don't worry, Mr. Qiao Yuan. This man is dishonest. For your safety and the smooth cooperation of our line, I, Nine Fingers, will complete his work. Really? Thank you for your hard work. Shen Jiming didn't ask further. The deceased was his partner assigned by the mine, responsible for both structural monitoring and liaison with the smugglers. He was murdered by one of their own, without any warning. Nine Fingers simply shot him in the back, and he fell at Shen Jiming's feet. Transport request number 146 has no registered source, and no mineral identification application. Shen Jiming calmly continued walking deeper into the mine, as if the bloody episode had never happened. Why do we need to register what we're doing? Nine Fingers scoffed. He disliked any newcomer getting involved in this business, even if they were assigned by higher-ups. Without registration, you're high-purity waste or will be detected at the checkpoint tomorrow. Are you threatening me? This is the gentlest warning you ever hear. Shen Jiming tilted his head, his expression cold yet determined. We can't transport it using the old methods. We need a full set of materials. The air was eerily still. Even the sound of water dripping from the depths could be heard. What materials do you need? Nine Fingers stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. We can do any certification. Even if it's just a cartload of bronze, we can provide proof. Shen Jiming continued forward, casually pointing at the sensor line on the cave wall. This is the inner circle area. Can someone explain to me why a mental power receiver has sneaked in here? What? Nine Fingers was stunned. Oh, I forgot to mention. My mental power is S level, so I can detect device connectivity. Nine Fingers' hand slowly moved to his waist, but he didn't dare to move again. This man, alone, dared to point out a problem with the equipment in the delivery tunnel. It was so absurd that Nine Fingers felt a little apprehensive. Contrary to his expectations, this Qiao Yuan didn't ask further questions or dwell on the issue. It was as if he had just hallucinated. Or perhaps, it was just a warning. Perhaps there's fluorite mixed in with the ore. Nine Fingers calmed down and found an excuse. But Qiao Yuan ignored him. Until the end of the mine tunnel, it still looked like an ordinary, unmined cave. But after shaking his hands twice on the dirt, a barrier of light suddenly appeared out of thin air, revealing a hidden new path that widened further and further. At the true end, there was a flat open space with a large transport facility already loaded with boxes. This batch of ore needs to be transported to Area 46 first, where Vizsla will take over. How can that be possible? Nine Fingers immediately objected. He wouldn't make any money unless he delivered the goods to the buyer. No one on this line could be trusted. If a private transaction resulted in a loss, there was no way to seek justice. They could only resort to robbery. But Qiao Yuan walked straight towards the transport, not giving Nine Fingers a chance to bargain. Nine Fingers had rarely experienced such neglect in his own territory. In anger, he stepped forward and grabbed Qiao Yuan's shoulder, but his hand instantly felt a huge force against him, and then his forehead was pressed against the cold metal. The men behind Nine Fingers raised their weapons. Damn it. Where did this guy get his weapons? Nine Fingers' Adam's apple moved up and down, his fingers inching towards his waist. I advise you not to move. Qiao Yuan said coldly, the previous 2 times we only made 3/4 of our usual profit. Since you can't do it, you better give it up. Bullshit! Nine Fingers roared, But the cold light across from him stopped him, forcing him to calm down. Even if you take over now, no one will believe you when the goods arrive. That's Vizel's business. Your responsibility only goes so far, including authority. Xiao Yuan remained unmoved. Nine Fingers finally understood. Losing one business wasn't a big deal, but this man was here to set the rules. Although he participated in the mine's private transactions, he had added a hidden authority within the inner circle, allowing him to privately refine the rare earths in the core area of the mine and sell them to his own clients. The men around him were ready to make a move, but no one dared to fire first. Xiao Yuan's previous move was incredibly fast. His S-level mental power, combined with the concealment of his weapon, was a trait not possessed by ordinary agents. The hatch closed, and the liftoff engine started. Everyone watched the transport plane disappear into the darkness. Nine Fingers' hands moved behind his back several times before approaching, his expression changing. Xiao Yuan, we all know the problems with this kind of order. You're a smart man. Why risk your life for a shipment of goods? Xiao Yuan glanced at him, silent. Nine Fingers continued to smile as he approached, a cold glint in his eyes. I'm willing to give you a 10% commission, the money will remain, the goods will remain mine, and the business can be someone else's. Xiao Yuan chuckled softly, as if hearing an old, cheesy story. I'm not short of money. Nine Fingers' smile faded gradually, and with a slight wave of his hand, several gun barrels rose from either side. Xiao Yuan remained calm. The mining area is still under control from above. But this tunnel has the highest level of signal shielding. Even if the interstellar bandits break in, no news can get out. Nine Fingers didn't know why the other man looked like a mannequin, completely emotionless. But it didn't matter. In a place like this, anything could happen, let alone death. He was about to raise his hand, when a muffled sound suddenly erupted from deep underground. Boom! The ground shook violently, sending rubble flying from the steep slopes on all sides. Earthquake? The man behind him nearly broke down. Isn't there an active zone here? The alarm hadn't gone off because they had disabled the sensors themselves. A low mechanical hum came from deep within the mine, like some massive device starting up. Nine Fingers and his group hurried to a more open area, avoiding the falling debris. But the tremor didn't last long, only about 10 seconds. Where's Xiao Yuan? The mine seemed unchanged, but Nine Fingers suddenly realized Xiao Yuan was gone. Several people searched the chaotic plain for him. At the other end of the mine tunnel, Xiao Yuan lay half-slumped against the cave wall, his face covered in dust. I thought I was going to die in the crevice. He revealed his true face, looking at the man standing across from him, looking down at him. Even if you rescue me, is it necessary to cut a new path through the mine? I'm not going to die. I know what I'm doing. Shen Jiming shook the gravel from his collar and chuckled helplessly. He had just stood there, perfectly still, when the solid ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked. For a moment, he truly thought it was a crack caused by an earthquake. But then, he was being propelled by the metal in the mine, like he was on a life-threatening roller coaster. But the culprit was unconcerned. You said you wanted me to find you and act accordingly. Is that the kind of thing you're capable of? Did it delay your work? Shen Jiming admitted that Lin Zhao's timing was perfect. Can you hear us? No, I just saw the transport plane leave, and those guys about to attack. When did you get here? Better than you. That must be the end of the mine tunnel, so I waited there. Lin Zhao struggled to find Shen Jiming, but she also discovered a surprise. Why didn't you tell me there were Alliance soldiers here? Yu Yingshi told her that Shen Jiming wasn't the only one with high mental power here. This was especially true in the outer areas, which clearly weren't equipped for ordinary workers. Tell you what, then someone with ulterior motives will turn the tables on you? Shen Jiming tilted his head slightly, his voice righteous. Being sneaky is even more suspicious. So you need to show up under unsuspecting circumstances, and in the right place. For example, investigating mineral smuggling, and you're the technical advisor appointed by the Alliance Security Department in a critical situation. This was the first time Lin Zhao had heard of his identity. Shen Jiming continued, within half an hour, the Alliance army will be stationed at the mine, under the guise of investigating resource leaks. You've known about this operation for a long time. But only after you have solid evidence of the trade routes can you intervene more freely. Otherwise, if we alert the enemy. I always had a question. Lin Zhao interrupted him. Besides you, who else knows of my existence? Who are you waiting for? Shen Jiming's eyes were dim, unsurprised by Lin Zhao's question. Someone within the Alliance is supporting Infinite Gold. Supporting what? Join the Alliance or? Although only a few fragments remain of the aircraft on Xar, we can still find a lot. Shin Jiming seemed reluctant to discuss this. He shifted his tone meaningful. These things aren't important. Others will naturally follow suit. What's important is you. Lin Zhao was slightly startled. Shin Jiming continued, this is the starting point. The metal you activated is flowing to major alliance bases, facilities, and warships. You can be considered a potential threat. Someone might use this to discredit you, or exploit your abilities to control important facilities. So don't try to be too clever, and don't know everything. Lin Zhao was silent for a few seconds before whispering, is this what Commander Shin Jing meant? No. There seemed to be a roar approaching outside. The Allied forces were approaching. The two men listened silently in the narrow mine tunnel. After a long moment, Shin Jiming whispered, let's go. We need to briefly present ourselves to the mine officials. Lin Zhao followed silently. Shin Jiming was in his element up front. Although still a student, everyone was polite to him, and he, in turn, behaved appropriately, never saying anything explicitly. The other leader's eyes darted back and forth, trying to discern some clue. But the Shin family member was definitely out of the question, and Colonel Gabriel, who was in charge, was even more ruthless. Lin Zhao also stared at the colonel. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he seemed. Taking over the mines was an extremely complicated matter. Everyone was making excuses and slacking off. It wasn't until midday the next day that they finally managed to secure the main mining area. The three of them needed to return to the aircraft for some quick cleanup. As they entered the cabin, Lin Zhao suddenly asked, have you been to planet KN-39? Chapter 44. Lin Zhao was still very young when the gene engineering team first arrived on KN-39. Suddenly, a large number of people descended on this desolate place. Curious, she expertly navigated the garbage heap, finding a good spot to observe them from a distance. But it seemed they were merely unloading the cabin's contents. And they were all dressed strangely, each hidden beneath a thick mask, their faces invisible. The only two people she could see were a serious middle-aged man and a nervous young officer. They weren't together, but rather one in front and one behind, the latter seemingly following them without the former's knowledge. The middle-aged man went to a secluded corner to inspect the items they had unloaded. After the middle-aged man left, the young officer also looked there, but then walked away with a complicated expression. Lin Zhao had no idea what they were doing. It was only after the incident on the planet that she became aware of it. When she was a little older, relying on her memory and clues she searched for, she finally found the middle-aged man on the StarNet. Chang Sun-sheng, one of the key leaders of the gene engineering. Lin Zhao looked at the colonel, whose face bore the marks of time, and some dormant memories were awakened. Gabriel, unlike the cold and indifferent expression he shown to the miners outside, lowered his eyelids and gave a stiff hum. Lin Zhao stiffened, as if all the blood in her body was rushing to her brain. Shin Jiming grabbed her arm just in time. The colonel had just graduated from military academy at the time, and he had no idea what the gene engineering he was working for was doing. Anyway, you're right. She didn't intend to argue any further. She simply pushed Shin Jiming aside feebly and entered the room alone, unconcerned with what she needed to do next. Is she the only one left? Gabriel asked after Lin Zhao left, his voice unrecognizable. Yes. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. The colonel is one of the few people who had contact with the gene engineering back then. If there's a chance. Not long ago, I was wondering why the chief of staff suddenly approached me. We never crossed paths before. Gabriel didn't wait for Shin Jiming to finish his words, giving a wry smile. I suspected at the time that what they were doing was against regulations, but I kept quiet. He looked down at the dust on his gloves, like an old dream that couldn't be washed away. He straightened himself, raised his head, his gaze no longer evading. Tell me what you need. Lin Zhao slept soundly. Occasionally, her mind cleared for a moment, remembering her role as a temporary technical consultant. She turned over and fell asleep again. What a lousy job. Just had her keep an eye on the place for any riots, a human surveillance camera. She didn't know how long it had been, but just when she finally felt like she was starving to death, someone came in. All that manipulating the world in the mine had already made her dizzy. But there had been no free time, and the situation had been so awkward at the end, she hadn't had time to find some nutrient solution to drink. Awake? Shin Jiming seemed to have brought in some food. Lin Zhao, with her back to him, could smell the delicious aroma. Eat something. There's also some extra nutrient solution. Keep your energy up. We leave tomorrow. Lin Zhao got up. She had no choice but to take advantage of the food that was brought to her door. But she remained silent. Have you noticed anything unusual in the mine? There's a cavity inside mine number 3 in Area 12. Area 28's structure is poor and prone to accidents. Area 39 has too much equipment, so someone might be operating secretly. Lin Zhao answered, secretly despising herself. Whatever you say. You should have just put on a serious face and made your position clear, but she still suffered from being too honest, a strange sense of responsibility at work. She bit into a piece of meat, chewing hard, as if biting off her own weak will. Lin Zhao, when we return to Colonel Eleanor's territory, you must give him your physical data. No more delay. Lin Zhao's cheeks were stuffed, and she looked up suspiciously at Shen Jiming's words. She realized that he looked tired, his eyes lacking luster. A lot has happened lately. Don't take chances. The more transparent you are now, the safer you be. No one can predict the distant future, so we can only take it one step at a time. We do our best. What happened again? Shen Jiming remained silent. Just as he stood up, he fell headfirst back down. Lin Zhao protected her food with one hand and grabbed Shen Jiming's neck with the other, pushing him back onto the bed. So sudden. Lin Zhao was stunned for a moment. She touched Shen Jiming's neck. It felt cold. It wasn't a fever, perhaps just overuse of his mental power. Since his mental power entered the confidentiality phase, he rarely experienced weakness. Lin Zhao didn't know how he and Colonel Gabriel had taken over the mine from the outside, but it couldn't have been smooth sailing. Perhaps suppression was necessary, or perhaps oversight was needed. While mental power was a useful tool for both, it wasn't infinite. Lin Zhao offered him her bed and forced a nutrient solution down his throat, unconcerned about whether he needed it or not. She sat on the floor beside the bed for a while longer, then decided she was no longer needed here and left. She went to Colonel Gabriel and asked for a small flying vehicle. The colonel didn't ask any questions. Lin Zhao had already appeared publicly and legally, and the chief of security's purpose had been achieved. There was no need for Lin Zhao to continue to participate in the subsequent issues. The two of them didn't exchange many words, except that Lin Zhao asked him to pass on a message to Shen Jiming. See you at the start of school. Leaving this place, Lin Zhao felt much better, especially seeing teacher Eleanor, who felt like she was home. She realized that the teacher had many complaints about the arrangements she had been made by the Shen brothers. I understand their intentions. But it's still annoying. Eleanor bit her bread viciously. Han Chanfeng listened to the familiar complaints and chuckled silently. Teacher, please keep your voice down. Lin Zhao's sweat dropped silently. Even though they were on their own territory, it wasn't very polite to loudly criticize his superiors. Can't you just say a few words? Eleanor was used to it anyway, so she didn't take it seriously. She glanced at the taciturn Mu Qianfan next to her, and nudged Han Chanfeng with her elbow. That kid was too reckless out there, daring to approach a star beast without any safety precautions. Look, he's inhaled the star beast's toxic fumes, and his throat is so sore he can't speak. Mu Qianfan, He silently took a sip of warm water, and continued his regimen. He'd been laughed at for days. But after his round of training, when he came back, Lin Zhao had changed a lot. She no longer cared much about the secrets and abilities of her blood. As long as teacher Eleanor needed her, she would fully cooperate, even exceeding expectations. The day he first returned, the moment he set foot on solid ground, the vast thorn fortress shook, and the alarm outside rang. In seconds, the outer security forces were in formation, armed and ready. The atmosphere was tense, as if an enemy attack had suddenly arrived. On entering, it was discovered that Lin Zhao, in order to let teacher Eleanor know the extent of her blood spread, had unleashed her mental power without a word, literally shaking the entire fortress by 3 degrees. Teacher Eleanor urgently called a halt, sending the two of them into the training room for some routine training, pretending nothing had happened. But perhaps, this was also a good thing, he thought. This trip with Colonel Han Chanfeng. He realized later that it was probably a deliberate arrangement by the two colonels. This was his first time facing an attack from Infinite Gold. There was no clear enemy form, no alarm signals, only mechanical equipment raging out of control. While not difficult to defeat, the invisible yet widespread corrosive force gave him his first direct understanding of the terror of Infinite Gold. Colonel Han said this was an easy situation. If someone used Infinite Gold to build weapons or warships, they would be defenseless. At teacher Eleanor's reminder, his space folder began to always keep a full supply of nutrient solution and medicine. He wanted to become a regular partner with Lin Zhao, just like the teacher and Colonel Han. Lin Zhao's special abilities meant she couldn't be like ordinary soldiers or officers. She was the struggle itself, a threatening variable within the alliance. As long as the war wasn't over, she would be constantly pushed to the front lines, forced to be exposed, suppressed, and then erupt again. And his mission, in a sense, was Lin Zhao herself. The trajectory of his future had also been quietly rewritten. But he remained the same around Lin Zhao. When they weren't out, he and Lin Zhao were like they were still in school, growing bald from the assignments and homework. Holidays were even more tiring than school, and Lin Zhao and Mu Qianfan eagerly awaited the start of school. The first thing Lin Zhao did when school started was spend time in the Mecha workshop. Aside from classes, she was rarely seen outside. Qingyu and the others asked Mu Qianfan what had happened during the holiday, and she replied with the usual, unspoken answer: her mental power had broken through to SS level. Suemo gasped. How could Qingyu be so embarrassed? But fortunately, Qingyu only sighed and wasn't as upset as before. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then thought again, feeling something was amiss. Qingyu, you too? I finally made SSS rank. Qingyu flashed a rare, sly smile, even giving off a hint of triumph. Suemo looked at Cheng Wujie with a deadened heart. What about you? Don't worry, I always be your best classmate. Shin Jiming arrived 2 days late, and even when he didn't attend classes immediately, instead taking 2 days off. Qingyu said he slept in the dorm, so lazy he skipped even going out to eat. The students were from different grades and majors, so they didn't spend much time together. Since 2 of them barely moved around, the chances of seeing each other were even rarer. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Zhao had already met Shin Jiming on his first day back. Practice makes perfect for working during late-night curfews. She left the studio on time and headed straight for Shin Jiming's dorm. Shin Jiming had slept all day. He turned over half-heartedly and vaguely saw a figure. He was so frightened that he almost mobilized his mental energy. This is the boys' dormitory. He stood stiffly and gathered his composure. You didn't seem embarrassed when you broke into the girls' dormitory. Lin Zhao pulled out a bag of cookies and tossed it to him. Shin Jiming took it, waited with disdain and said, You're just giving this to the wounded? Teacher's secret recipe from the front lines, a must-have for the wounded. He sniffed it, took a sip, and immediately looked embarrassed. It tastes like bitter melon, Lin Zhao's special. You came here so late at night just for this wicked pleasure? Shin Jiming clutched the strange bag and stretched his stiff shoulders. Where were you injured? Lin Zhao asked. Secrecy regulations. Liu Yexing? Shin Jiming was startled, then reacted. You're asking even though you already know the answer. Do you need any help? Chapter 45. Shin Jiming agreed only after some mental preparation. The so-called help meant manually removing the remaining metal from his body. But the metal embedded in his body was infinite gold, a conscious, living being. The more advanced medical equipment was used, the more it resisted. After several attempts, the infinite gold was about to take half his life. It was his bad luck. Even if others were attacked by infinite gold, they could be cleansed with a little pain. But once his mental power was unleashed, he was like a sitting duck in the crowd. The infinite gold remaining around his bones was like a threat. As long as he didn't act rashly, they could barely get along harmoniously. The medical room was in the dormitory building, they could reach it without leaving. Lin Zhao was familiar with the place, she often came here. She pulled out various knives and tweezers, ready to get started. Shin Jiming turned his back to her, revealing his left shoulder. The scar on his back was still there, and there was a grayish bump. The remnant wasn't large, but it was too aggressive within the body, causing swelling. I make quick work of it. Lin Zhao carefully controlled her mental energy, fearing infinite gold would detect her presence. She pricked her finger and simultaneously cut Shin Jiming's skin with a knife, grasping the tip of the knife and heading for the fragment. Having half dug, half pulled, she had unearthed the fragment in a matter of seconds. Shin Jiming could lie down in the medical pod normally, while Lin Zhao sat outside and waited, fiddling with the fragment in her hands, not even washing the blood off. Before returning to school, Teacher Eleanor quietly revealed the possible itinerary of the 2 Shin brothers. Since they were currently sharing some information, they could make a rough guess. Tracking down the smuggling at the mine revealed a small group of metal dealers. They were a ragtag bunch, so there was no need to investigate further. But they had sold a batch of military-grade materials to interstellar bandits outside the Alliance, making this group a real challenge. Eleanor explained that these bandits called themselves the Deep Crown Society, and each of them was equipped with a mind controller, a weapon crafted from infinite gold, that allowed them to exercise extreme autonomy. Calculating the time, it seemed Shin Jiming had encountered this group. An hour later, Shin Jiming emerged from the medical cabin. His wounds hadn't fully healed, but he was able to function normally. He looked at the bored Lin Zhao, his voice still weak. Have you had friendly communication with the infinite gold? I heard it yelling, and it behaved after I dug it out. Did it tell him who its other partners are? Not that intelligent yet. Lin Zhao returned the inert infinite gold to him. If something like this happens again, you can call me. Shen Jiming felt as if he had seen a ghost. He reached out and touched Lin Zhao's forehead. Is it you? It's been possessed by the infinite gold. You can still joke around. I'm in a good mood lately. Happier than when I was working with you guys. That's too blunt. It hurts me. Seeing that he recovered from his injuries and was in good shape, Lin Zhao didn't want to stay any longer. He just gave him one last warning. If you can't control the infinite gold with your mental power right now, don't touch it. Shen Jiming sighed exaggeratedly, looking helpless. You know, in our line of work. At least, don't force yourself if you can't protect yourself. Lin Zhao interrupted him, her eyes drifting downward. Let's go back. The mecha isn't designed yet. Wait a moment. Shen Jiming suddenly leaned back, reaching out to grab the corner of Lin Zhao's shirt, his eyes filled with innocent anticipation. Can you help me design a new one? Isn't this one enough? Lin Zhao stared at the man's bright eyes, still a little shocked at his growth. Got it. Tomorrow, you come to the workshop too. The mecha-making team had grown a bit. Teacher Shulan was delighted to see this. Although Lin Zhao hadn't been able to become her student, she didn't mind teaching them together. And Shen Jiming, though not a student of this major, his mechas were probably the kind of project every mecha technician would want to personally participate in, as his mental power had long since surpassed SSS level. But she couldn't show too much joy. She still had to be serious about her studies. She set a deadline. You must have 3 mechas ready before this semester study tour. What study tour? Lin Zhao asked weakly. Don't you look at the syllabus? It's there every semester. This year, the sophomores and juniors will go to the artificial space defense line at the border of our region. Chung Yu pulled out the school's activity brochure, which was clearly spelled out. Oh. Lin Zhao rarely looked at it. No matter what activity there was, someone would come find her and push her along. To the defense line? Outside the alliance, right? Shen Jiming explained, it's not too far away. The school won't take any risks with its students, and there will be seniors guarding them. Senior Kathy? Possibly. It would be great if we could meet. I made her a new mech too. And Senior Wayne. Chung Yu was shocked, his voice low. Where do you find the time to make so many things? Have you and Chusu's factory added anything new? I don't seem to need much sleep. Sudden death, brother. Chung Yu spoke earnestly. Lin Zhao himself was unconcerned. Anyway, it'd be fine once we get through this. During a holiday in Teacher Eleanor's territory, their schedules were even more irregular, and any unexpected incidents never considered their sleep. Even staying up late to finish homework at school was nothing compared to this. Shen Jiming silently watched Lin Zhao skillfully draw a 3-dimensional diagram. After a moment's thought, he said, There's no rush for my mecha. You can put it off until later. Why not? Your mecha's upgrades haven't kept pace with your mental power's growth, have they? That's right. Qing Yu quickly agreed. Don't worry. Lin Zhao, and I will definitely build you a Super SSS class mecha. Shen Jiming leaned back in his chair and stroked his hair a few times. The two people hunched over the table completely missed his good intentions. He hadn't intended to leave this task to them. But somehow, the words had already slipped out of his mouth. Not surprisingly, the two men actually finished the mecha before leaving. While it might seem incredible to others, for those passionate about something, completing it in one go is as refreshing as opening up their Ren and Du meridians. Although Lin Zhao and Qingyu were with the main group, whenever they had free time, they would get together to tinker with Lin Zhao's new mecha. There seemed to be a barrier between the two of them. Others wanted to join in, but couldn't understand. They didn't realize how long they already invested. While they were working on the data simulations, they could finally enjoy a good meal. As soon as Lin Zhao sat down, two people patted her shoulders, one on each side. She turned around and saw it was Wayne and Casey. It's not convenient to greet you while we're standing guard. Wayne naturally sat to Qingyu's left, squeezing out a spot for himself. I heard your mental strength has improved? Qingyu shook his hair. I made it. Congratulations. You don't have to repeat the grade this time. Cassie fished a bag of candy from her pocket and thrust it into Lin Zhao's hand. Our team leader gave them these a while ago. He said they were nectar secreted by alien plants. Try some. Ever since Casey started her off-campus internship, she often sent snacks back to Lin Zhao, feeding them to her, and even attracted many classmates to join in the fun. Are you guys going to stay with us the whole time? Lin Zhao asked, shuddering at the sourness of this. I was just a last-minute transfer. It's a school event, so it's perfect. Kathy had just returned from showing Lin Zhao the defense building they were heading to. It's huge here. My classmates in the same grade are assigned to different sections, so it's hard to see them all. The few of them chatted casually. But Kathy didn't mention Lin Zhao's family. Everyone tacitly kept quiet. Kathy and Wayne couldn't stay for long. They still had to go on alert. The Cloud Ring line was the third largest defense line in the region. The ring-shaped structure stretched across the sky, its towering spires like ferocious bone spurs, like a god looking down, treating every foreign object with the same rigor. Suimo looked at the massive man-made structure, which she had never seen before, and couldn't help but sigh. Will I end up guarding a place like this in the future? A 3-year random assignment would definitely give me more prestige on a small border planet. Chung Wujiu punctured her fantasy, though he himself longed to visit such a place. Those with SS-level mental power can only go to the more dilapidated border planets, Shin Jiming reminded them softly. So annoying. The lower-grade students came here simply to gain a deeper understanding of the real defense process and emergency response strategies. There were students every year, so the transition was smooth. The only difficulty was when the teachers occasionally assigned a few students to participate in actual combat drills. The students, following the experienced soldiers, were confused and rushed around, their confusion shattered by the unexpected drills. The success rate for individual soldiers was particularly high, and students who had participated in league events were more likely to be noticed. Su Imo and Chung Wujiu had been drilled for 4 hours straight. As the only two players whose mental power hadn't increased, it wasn't so much that they were the focus of attention as that the teacher was about to intervene. The others, under the cover of those two, were left alone. Lin Zhao quietly handed candy to Qingyu and Shin Jiming. The three of them tried hard to control their swallowing, and watched the massive training session ahead with a serious look. We're leaving the league this afternoon, right? Qingyu asked quietly, feeling somewhat bored by just watching. That was the original plan, but judging by their energy, I'm not sure if they can finish it. Shin Jiming replied mentally. The individual soldiers are indeed incredibly energetic. Shin Jiming tilted his head slightly, looking at Lin Zhao, whose expression was extremely serious. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about other materials for my mecha wings. Boss Lin, give your brain a break. Overexertion can lead to baldness. The commander will definitely go bald first. Perhaps the teachers overheard the loud chatter among the students. The training didn't last long before they were taken aboard the warship. Almost every cadet had a personal aircraft, and in their free time, they would go out for fun, even taking a stroll outside the Alliance. But the defensive line also meant greater risk. It was definitely not a tourist destination. The students looked out the window. The stardust was vast, falling ever closer, until it struck the outer shield of the warship, stirring up layers of pale blue ripples. Some students are overly active outside of school, which is understandable. The teacher's back was to them, his voice calm, but his gaze was fixed squarely on the exterior of the warship, on the students in their work clothes floating in space, performing routine maintenance. But here, I hope you can learn silence. Lin Zhao pretended not to hear him pointing at them, narrowing his eyes slightly as he gazed past the warship's porthole to a distant work mech. It seemed to be Senior Wayne. He was checking the signal receiver, hovering close to the edge of the device. The next second, Lin Zhao's pupil suddenly shrank. Without warning, a black beam, like a dead line appearing out of thin air, pierced Wayne's mech with pinpoint accuracy. Chapter 46. It wasn't a large-scale explosion like an energy shock, but rather an extremely clean, precise shattering. Some noticed the small explosion in the distance, but didn't even realize it was the shattering of a mecha. Lin Zhao instinctively grabbed Shin Jiming beside him. His throat felt like it was clogged, and he tried to speak but couldn't. The accompanying teacher realized what had happened and immediately notified the warship's standby forces and ordered all students back aboard. But it seemed too late. Mecha after mecha operating out in the field shattered into pieces, and they couldn't even find the source of the attack. There was only emptiness in the suspected direction. There's infinite gold. Lin Zhao stared at one spot, her uncertainty turning into doubt. She pointed in another direction. Over there, it's huge, about 7,000 miles away, at least the size of an S-type battleship. The S-type was an expeditionary warfare weapon, carrying more energy and weapons than the A-type they were on. Shin Jiming didn't ask any further questions. He immediately used his mental power to notify everyone on the warship to immediately enter combat readiness. The officer and the teacher met Shin Jiming's gaze, and a wave of trust instantly washed over them. The incident was sudden, but those present were well trained, each rushing to their assigned positions. Shin Jiming nodded to the others around him, and they all turned. The lights inside the warship flickered from normal white to a warning red, and the ground seemed to shake slightly under the hurried footsteps. A huge projection appeared on the bulkhead, and a real-time image of the exterior was displayed on the screen. At this moment, Shin Jiming, running, subconsciously glanced up at the main view screen, his pupils suddenly shrinking. A massive warship flickered against the empty cosmic backdrop. Before anyone could get a closer look, it began to transform, silently cracking, as if torn apart by an invisible force, the bulkhead shattering and the hull peeling away. Where did that thing come from? It's disintegrating? A student exclaimed. Hey! Qing Yu's gaze was riveted by the scene outside. As if realizing something, he tried to warn Shin Jiming, but he suddenly ran upstairs again. Going against the flow of people, Shin Jiming caught a glimpse of a standing figure from the corner of his eye, but he couldn't get a closer look. He had to return to the queuing hall. A huge picture window stretched before Lin Zhao, the starlight dimly illuminating her shattered silhouette. She stood alone in the middle of the floor, her right arm thoroughly soaked in blood from shoulder to fingertips. Deep crimson liquid dripped through her fingers, forming pools at her feet. Shin Jiming's fingers trembled slightly, but he quickly curled them into fists. He instinctively took a deep breath and walked over to Lin Zhao. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Zhao spoke first, her voice low and husky, a hint of confusion. There's a part of the enemy warship that I can control, but how? Her gaze remained fixed on the distant sea of stars, as if she were addressing not Shin Jiming, but some ethereal being. In her other hand, she clutched the knife, casually wiping it against the edge of her clothes a few times, drawing blood, before she sheathing it, her movements swift and calm. Shin Jiming performed emergency treatment on the cut on her arm, but the bleeding continued. Yes? He wanted to ask something, but hesitated. Maybe? Lin Zhao raised her hand, and glanced coldly at her right arm. It's been a long time. Shin Jiming's eyes darkened. Follow me. Mu Qianfan was a step behind Shin Jiming, and was blocked by the crowd. When he returned, he saw Shin Jiming leading the blood-stained Lin Zhao towards the infirmary. He quickly messaged Eleanor, informing her of what had happened, and then followed without hesitation. In the infirmary, Shin Jiming dug out all available disinfectants, grabbed a handful of syringes filled with bright yellow liquid from his space-folding device, and tore open Lin Zhao's now caked right sleeve. His movements had been smooth and effortless, but suddenly, a wave of hesitation gripped him. He had never performed this kind of treatment. Lin Zhao had lost so much blood that she felt dizzy. She looked at the pile of syringes, and they looked familiar. Ronan gave me this. Coral pith extract. Shin Jiming took a deep breath and volunteered. Intravenous injection here. Lin Zhao sloppily wiped the blood from her elbow, and pointed to a barely visible vein. It's just localized bleeding today. I shouldn't be fatal. Don't make it seem like I'm dying. Ronan said. Whatever Brother Ronan says, the needle must go in. The bright yellow liquid pushed through the needle into her vein. Shin Jiming's fingers tightened, and the moment she felt the needle pierce the skin, her arm muscles trembled. The sound of footsteps grew louder outside the infirmary, and it was Su Mo's voice. Is it Lin Zhao? But Mu Qianfan spoke to stop them, and no one came in. About an hour later, Shin Jiming opened the door, his body also stained with oxidized blood. Everyone was stunned, and Qing Yu was the first to recover. Lieutenant Colonel Dreyfong wants you. And Lin Zhao. She can't be well now. Shin Jiming simply adjusted his uniform, but he didn't plan to change into a new one. He handed the remaining syringe to Mu Qianfan and instructed, if the bleeding continues, it means her blood vessels are collapsing. Intramuscular injection is the only option. Keep an eye on her coagulation factor levels. Okay. Inside the room, Lin Zhao was already fast asleep, but her brows were still slightly furrowed. Did you overexert your mental energy? Su Mo asked softly. She was shocked to see the warship that had suddenly appeared disintegrate, then realized it must have been Lin Zhao's doing. Her limits have always been unfathomable, but now it seems like a good thing. Mu Qianfan quickly pulled himself out of his fuzzy emotions, exported all of Lin Zhao's physical data, and deleted the records. Teacher Eleanor had said that Lin Zhao's affairs couldn't be concealed, but they shouldn't have fallen into the hands of others so passively. After this incident, the warship was steaming back to the Cloud Ring line at full speed, and several reinforcement fleets had been dispatched from nearby. At this moment, this medium-sized warship was only a training aircraft carrier for the Academy's students. Although it had basic armament, it was far from capable of handling excessive combat duties. The ship hadn't yet fully exited combat training mode, but it unexpectedly encountered a real enemy. Even the Alliance's most advanced Starfield early warning system failed to detect this wave of attacks. This shouldn't have happened. When Lin Zhao regained consciousness, the room was softly lit, the air thick with the hum of disinfectant and machinery. Her eyelids drooped as she slowly opened them. The first thing she saw was a row of officers in crisp uniforms, their expressions serious. They sat in a circle on one side of the room, some of whom she had only seen in case studies during her strategic training. The air stagnated for a few seconds, and she gradually regained her composure. But just as she tried to sit up, she found her right shoulder, along with half her body, limp and stiff, unable to move. Just lie down. An elderly major general in the room spoke slowly, his voice soft yet authoritative. He removed the miniature tactical display from his right eye, letting the mirror flicker in his hand before stowing it at his waist. Lin Zhao stared at him, a bit dazed, feeling familiar. In Professor Guancher's large-scale campaign strategic planning class, one of her case studies involved Major General Salvin's deployment. He began slowly. The incident during this out-of-state activity was caused by our negligence, resulting in numerous student casualties. It was also a testament to the Alliance's defense mechanisms. Our monitoring equipment was unable to provide timely warnings about an enemy just a few thousand miles away. A very standard, calm opening statement, typical of a commander, punctuated by the usual self-reflection and statement of responsibility. Lin Zhao struggled to her feet and sat back against the headboard. Solfan continued, as you know, the Alliance military has been diligently maintaining security and stability along the border, but the enemy's methods of infiltration and invasion are far more complex and cunning than the information we currently possess. While we were still trying to plug every loophole, they had already identified our weak link and decisively attacked. A brief silence fell again. Lin Zhao opened her mouth slightly, hesitating for a moment. If information were shared openly, wouldn't there be fewer loopholes? According to the simplest logic, that's true, but the reality is always more complex. Solfan changed the subject. I know your situation has been filed with Colonel Eleanor, and they are actively responding. But my belief is that information is layered and isolated because it has a structural necessity. Once some information is made public, it's destined to become their weapon. Major General, you don't quite trust me. It's not just you. We must maintain some information asymmetry, even among our own people. He leaned back in his chair, his tone filled with suppressed fatigue. We're not playing the game of chance, but what our opponent already knows. Lin Zhao could tell that Major General Solvan was exactly what the teacher had described as one of the in-house types who disagreed. If she followed the Major General's advice, she wasn't sure if it would work, but she would definitely disappear from view. However, the Major General didn't seem to want to embarrass a student. He said what he wanted to say and left. He still had a lot of things to deal with outside. A few minutes later, Su Mo and Cheng Yu crept in, moving very quietly, as if trying to avoid being seen. Teacher Eleanor is here. Mu Qianfan and Shin Jiming are reporting to her. They also looked exhausted. Lin Zhao was trying to recall the events before she lost consciousness. Senior Wayne. She didn't ask, but she knew from their expressions. What about Senior Casey? During the personnel count, I saw she was on that list. Su Mo clenched his teeth, trying not to let the sadness escape his throat. Silence fell again. Lin Zhao's heart tightened for a moment, her eyelashes fluttering, but in the blink of an eye, she stopped expressing any further emotion. Cheng Yu quickly broke the spreading sadness. Your abilities will definitely not be hidden this time. The officers of the Cloud Ring line will need to thoroughly investigate this attack. But Teacher Eleanor wants to take you away and release you to others when necessary. How do we thoroughly investigate? The origins of that warship? Do you have any leads? Lin Zhao didn't know how much infinity gold she had left. To dismantle the warship, she first had to assimilate the infinity gold into the metal she had infected, but assimilation meant silence. But this was the first time she had ever mobilized such a massive mass of metal so urgently, and she couldn't quite recall how far she had gone. Even now, her mind felt empty, unable to muster any mental energy. Just as she was thinking, someone pushed open the door. Eleanor, her face gloomy, said coldly, Lin Zhao, let's go. Come back to Thorn with me. Chapter 47. Lin Zhao had little choice. Although she tried to express her willingness to stay and help, Eleanor was adamant and left alone. Lin Zhao didn't even have a chance to say anything to Qing Yusumo, who was standing right beside her. On the way back to Thorn, she watched her teacher's face before tentatively asking, Teacher, over there. If you stay there any longer, I might never see you again. And even execute me in secret? Eleanor didn't even glance at her. Hidden away, nameless, friendless, carrying out secret missions where no one can remember you. Is that how you envision your future? Lin Zhao certainly didn't want to, but she couldn't let go of what happened today and still wanted to fight for something. But the Cloud Ring Line. The Cloud Ring Line's guards will do their job. If they need assistance, they come to you. But Major General Solvan, you're so slow at such a young age. Eleanor was in a bad mood today and interrupted her impatiently. Do you think you can even stand up straight in this state? What are you supposed to do in the front lines? Although Eleanor was usually impulsive, she never spoke harshly. Her gaze was sharp, but not accusatory. When it's your turn to contribute, I won't stop you. But right now, your mission is to save your life and keep your mind healthy. You don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Zhao was stunned by her words. The corners of her mouth twitched, but no words came out. The air froze briefly, but this time it was different. Is what Shen Jiming, and you described too much? Eleanor's grip on the chair tightened silently. She had indeed been shocked when she received Mu Qianfan's message. This was probably the first time that Infinite Gold had reached a non-strict combat force, and also the closest they had come to the Alliance's defenses. She had been sailing out, but she changed her plans on the spot and rushed to the Cloud Ring Line. Shen Jiming was a quick thinker. While everyone was scrambling to clean up the mess, he accurately located her and explained Lin Zhao's actions and physical condition. He wandered around covered in blood, showing everyone the true cost of this seemingly easy response. But it was also the first time Eleanor knew that Lin Zhao's extreme limit could trigger the physical changes she had once escaped. Eleanor feigned relief. He didn't say anything, just briefly told me about your situation. I went through a similar phase when I was little, just like every other kid. It's just that others were bleeding all over their bodies, either subcutaneously or internally, while I was only partially affected. Lin Zhao explained to herself. But Shen Jiming said, why did you cut yourself? Using your blood to remotely awaken the metal over there? That's about right. I felt something there at the very beginning, but it was too far away for me to control it. But exposing the blood directly would have accelerated the process. That's outrageous. Eleanor couldn't help but scold. While her temper and behavior were indeed hers, the situation was different when it happened to her and to someone else. Teacher, so many people died. In almost an instant, so many formidable seniors didn't even have a chance to evade the counterattack. Lin Zhao's gaze drifted off, certain scenes replaying before her eyes. Everything happened so quickly that she barely had time to comprehend the emotions she needed to face the moment. Eleanor remained silent. Of course she knew. This kind of sudden incident, even in the decades-long history of the Alliance, would be extremely serious. Perhaps from this point on, the Alliance's internal and external policies would change. I return it, she said softly, but with conviction. Lin Zhao didn't know what to do, nor was she sure anyone would hear her. Isn't this incident reason enough to investigate gene engineering? Using me as a starting point, investigate their experimental waste. If they're researching metals and active materials. Lin Zhao. Eleanor stopped her from continuing. We definitely do this. But you, don't push it. Eleanor continued. She didn't want to discourage Lin Zhao's enthusiasm, and she understood her resentment and anger. But understanding aside, she couldn't just push a student to the front and pave the way. Yet she couldn't do nothing either. She understood what Major General Solvan meant. Lin Zhao was capable of handling this emergency, so she should hide her identity and wait for the right moment. Luckily, she had been prepared, having secured priority decision-making authority regarding the unlimited gold matter from Xinjiang. The military region and the security department often disagreed. Their goals were shared, with some conservative and others radical, so it was normal for their decisions to differ. Finding a balance has been the biggest challenge she's faced so far. Perhaps your school life will have to be interrupted for a while. Return to Thorn and serve as an ordinary private. Eleanor had to speak up front, preparing her for the situation. But the first thing you need to do when you get back. What? A physical exam. Lin Zhao hadn't expected that, at this critical moment, Teacher Eleanor would actually immerse her in a daily routine of various medical devices. She took this opportunity to test all the indicators she hadn't previously known to work with. As for what was happening outside, she could only get a smattering of information from a few classmates. Suemo said she had never known school could be so quiet. The teachers were busy every day, busy with the follow-up work on the death list. And the people coming in and out all had solemn expressions. It was as if this wasn't a school, but a place of house arrest. Chengyu and Chengwu Jio also sought information from various channels, trying to understand the military's handling of the accident and their views on Lin Zhao. Qingyu explained that while there wasn't much public information about Infinite Gold, 3 of the 6 major military regions in the Alliance had already begun actively searching for it. Furthermore, just 3 days after their Infinite Gold attack, a similar incident occurred in Region 1. While the casualties were less severe, the situation was even more severe. A small, active warship, only a year old, experienced a control failure mid-transit, resulting in the deaths of several soldiers from an uncontrolled internal mutation. This was a terrifying event. The Infinite Gold had infiltrated their ranks. When faced with such provocation, few could resist the temptation to remain silent. Lin Zhao spent several days like this, bafflingly undisturbed. Until one sunny afternoon, the two Shen brothers visited again. Shen Jiheng sent Eleanor and Han Changfeng away alone, leaving Shen Jiming free to visit Lin Zhao. This time, his uniform was slightly different. "Are you okay?" he asked, looking at Lin Zhao's drooping right hand. "A lot of sleep. I mean..." He raised the hand holding the terminal and glanced at Lin Zhao. 35 degrees. Normal. You need to maintain that temperature for at least 2 weeks. Ronan said if it lasts more than 10 days, you need blood production support. Brother Ronan, why are you telling you everything? Lin Zhao was evasive. The entire hemostatic treatment took about a month, requiring daily injections of various unpleasant medications. She had always hoped that her symptoms were different, and perhaps she could avoid these steps. But I didn't expect someone would come here to collect a debt. I'm fine. The local bleeding will just heal on its own. When people are embarrassed, they tend to get busy. Lin Zhao instinctively raised her dominant right hand, but it only gave a few weak shakes. Unable to lift it, she quickly used her other hand to smooth her hair. Shen Jiming took in every detail. But he didn't continue to expose her. 2 days ago, someone from the 2nd Military Region captured several members of the Xinyan Society and seized their weapons. This batch of stuff is quite interesting. What do you mean? Those guys don't have much brains, but their weapons are much more proactive than humans. Do they listen to Infinite Gold? How do they communicate? Lin Zhao immediately grasped the key point. It seems that if Infinite Gold is willing, it can output commands understandable to humans. Then I end it. Lin Zhao recalled that every time she encountered Infinite Gold, she was always passively receiving information, or rather, noise. Sometimes, she could inexplicably understand some of the metal's direct expressions, but other times, she was only aware of Infinite Gold's presence, with no other communication. So, Shen Jiheng has secured an engineer from Gene Engineering who once worked with Hai Luer. Shen Jiming spoke cautiously, but Lin Zhao didn't show the resistance he imagined. On the contrary, he seemed calm, as if nothing had happened to her. Shen Jiming continued, but this person is currently outside the Alliance, so you probably have to come with us. Lin Zhao was silent for a moment, then said quietly, you don't have to go to school anymore? Anyone who can interact with Infinite Gold is now an effective combat force. Shen Jiming chuckled self-deprecatingly. What kind of interaction was that? Just a target. Don't despise a poor young man. Shen Jiming received a message on his terminal, an urging from Shen Jiheng. Let's go! He sighed imperceptibly, and held Lin Zhao's left arm. Slow down. Stay close to me wherever I go. Why are you suddenly so thoughtful? I was really worried you die. Don't worry, I'm still very useful. Shen Jiheng was sitting in the center of the conference room, waiting for them. Eleanor and Han Changfeng sat off to the side, looking grumpy. I won't waste time on small talk. Shen Jiheng got straight to the point. Let me first briefly tell you what the other members of the Alliance have been saying about you these days. Lin Zhao hadn't expected such directness. Her heart skipped a beat, and she waited for the verdict. There are many different opinions. Some hope to study your blood for reverse engineering projects. Others suggest sending you directly to the front lines for high-risk tactical missions. Of course, most prefer imprisonment. In their view, you pose a greater threat than Infinite Gold. Eleanor, standing nearby, rested her hands on her forehead, hiding her glaring expression from the others. So, Shen Jiheng continued, if the choice were yours, what would you do? Chapter 48. Shen Jiming had just spoken about the gene engineering personnel, and Shen Jiheng had already asked this question. It felt hypocritical. As if she had a choice. But Lin Zhao still answered seriously. I don't want to be hidden away for no apparent reason or die quietly. There's a solution, and I don't want to waste time on fear or procrastination. Lin Zhao felt that everyone present agreed, otherwise, they wouldn't be here, facing this situation from which there was no retreat. What do you think, Colonel Eleanor? Shen Jiheng tilted his head, a hint of inquiry, as if he had already predicted her answer. There was a 2-second pause. I still think it's risky to let Lin Zhao interact with the gene engineering personnel right now. Eleanor had never been a conservative person. She was even quite radical. But at this juncture, a vague, indescribable intuition told her that this was not the right time. Lin Zhao knew that her teacher's hesitation wasn't weakness. She stood up and said, "Teacher, understanding how I got to this point is important to everyone." Han Chanfeng placed his hand on Eleanor's shoulder, exerting subtle pressure. Eleanor frowned, unwilling to fully compromise. She couldn't bring herself to put a student in the spotlight. If the people from Gene Engineering hold Lin Zhao down, then the subsequent actions will have to follow my plan. The brief meeting ended on a less than pleasant note. It wasn't that Shen Jihing's attitude was particularly unyielding. Eleanor alone was reluctant. But when Lin Zhao asked her what the best time would be, she couldn't find a suitable opportunity in the near future. Shen Jihing's plan was unstoppable. The former engineer from the Gene Engineering team was on a distant planet a few days' journey outside the Alliance. Shen Jihing didn't provide a detailed introduction, only saying his name was Ai Su, and that he had left the Gene Engineering team, and indeed the Alliance, 6 years earlier. As for the reason, it seemed he was afraid, hiding somewhere he believed he wouldn't be found. But what was he afraid of? He had achieved both fame and fortune, and never harbored any grudges. I guess we could only ask him personally. Traveling far is always dangerous. The Shen family's self-defense forces and Eleanor's main battleships only set out after thorough preparations. But the officers were always busy, and even on the same spacecraft, Lin Zhao rarely saw them. Instead, the person he saw the most was Han Chanfeng. The two men sipped candy, sitting side by side on a flat bench in the corridor, so they could be there when Eleanor called. But their relationship wasn't one for casual conversation. However, Han Chanfeng seemed to be someone who couldn't tolerate silence. "Have you recovered in the past 2 days?" He spoke first. "Not bad." After a while, Lin Zhao also asked, "How long until it's over?" "1 day and 10 hours. Han Chanfeng suddenly gave a wry laugh. Usually, he spent more time with Mu Qianfan. "Colonel," Lin Zhao said weakly. "What's wrong?" "I always wanted to ask you. You threatened me back then, making me..." "Shoo!" Han Chanfeng stopped her quickly. "How could that be called a threat?" "If Eleanor heard this. You tried so hard to persuade me not to go it alone." "Were there already signs of infinite gold at that time?" Han Chanfeng pondered for a moment. "Back then, we didn't know who the enemy was. It was just that more and more technically savvy people disappeared or defected to the interstellar bandits. It was only during our ongoing pursuit that infinite gold appeared." Seeing Lin Zhao didn't respond, he relaxed and smiled. "We dealt with a lot of such cases during that time. Some achieved success, others languished, but the outcomes were generally the same. I was feeling a little emotional, so I took the liberty of speaking to you a little more. Just think of me getting older and becoming nagging, and don't think too much of it. No, actually. I really hated you back then." Lin Zhao spoke bluntly, unconcerned with Han Chanfeng's opinion. "You always acted so condescending, offering me a stable life. So at that time, I had no fondness for any military academy." "Then why did you choose Xiao? Because of the League?" "That's not the case. I heard that Xiao's fourth-year students have the opportunity to go on field trips with the Gene Engineering team." The two fell silent at the same time, then suddenly sighed in unison, punctuated by a smile. However, one was self-deprecating, the other helpless. After many twists and turns, fate was sealed. Not far away, around the corner, Shen Jihing and Shen Jiming busied themselves passing by, unaware of Lin Zhao and the other two. Han Chanfeng followed them until their backs were out of sight. Is Shen Jiming always like this? Precocious beyond his years? A little. When faced with serious matters, he tends to switch to a detached, big-picture personality. But he isn't a bad guy, is he? Then it's been a difficult time for you too. It's easy to become close to someone you don't know well. Without Mu Qianfan, Eleanor and Han Chanfeng were left to focus on Lin Zhao, giving her double the attention. Lin Zhao herself wasn't experiencing any discomfort. Her sick time was relatively bearable. The entire flight was uneventful, but upon reaching her destination, Lin Zhao sensed something was amiss. As soon as she landed, she stepped onto soft, moist black earth. There was no path, only giant plants growing straight up from the surface to 100 meters in the air, spreading out like umbrellas, obscuring a large swath of the sky. No rocks were visible, nor were there any signs of human activity. Wind ducts formed spontaneously between the plants, transporting spores. The air seemed to possess a natural viscosity. Even in her airtight combat uniform, Lin Zhao felt as if her movements were restricted by invisible spiderwebs. "Is there anyone here?" she asked, puzzled. There aren't even many animals here, but Aisu found them, and lived there for a long time. Shin Jiming replied, his place is even more. It was rare for Shin Jiming to hesitate. Lin Zhao was actually feeling a little excited. As they walked, the team stopped before a thick vine wall. Lin Zhao looked up and realized it wasn't vines, but a massive tree, its outer layer densely entwined with an unknown vine. The trunk was thick enough for 3 people to embrace, and the inner bark was as tough as layers of compacted linen. The soldier at the front of the line turned aside a vine knot, which seemed to be the door. Not many people entered, just them, followed by 3 privates. One had to stoop to get through, but the interior was surprisingly spacious, showing signs of artificial excavation. A beam of light leaking through a gap in the branches at the top illuminated the interior. Numerous small platforms covered in moss and fungi were embedded in the wood. The ground was covered with a thick layer of soft leaves, and in the center was a steaming pile of humus, resembling a primitive stove heated by fermentation. In the corner hung dried plant fibers, woven into a net. Aisu sat on a table in the corner, huddled in a ball, his whole body etched with resistance, and he said nothing. Lin Zhao tried to recall. She had indeed never seen this savage. What do you think of what I told you last time? Shin Jiheng sat down, quite unassumingly, and asked the man. Whether I wanted to or not, you're here too. Aisu really didn't want to look up at the room full of people. And you brought in so many things. Things? Lin Zhao glanced at them. They came almost empty-handed, not even revealing a weapon. The metal we're carrying is naturally safe. Shin Jiheng seemed undeterred by his patience. He swung out several screens filled with confidential project documents from the gene engineering project. It was unclear where he gotten so many. Do you want to tell me yourself, or have someone else tell me for you? Lin Zhao was also carefully studying the contents on the screens. Shin Jiheng hadn't told her anything on the way here. But looking at the contents, one could understand his insistence on secrecy. It turned out that the gene engineering project had discovered the existence of infinite gold long ago. But back then, it wasn't called that. Even in the engineer's records, it was an incomprehensible and terrifying entity. But it was also true. A few people set foot on an already unfamiliar planet, thinking they were merely standing on a mountain of interstellar junk, only to find themselves stepping on a living thing, a creature of unknown size. They hadn't delved deeply into their old records because of the heavy losses they suffered the first time, both in personnel and equipment, and the secret was nearly buried in that distant place. They later extracted some infinity gold and sent it to a laboratory outside the Alliance, but they couldn't find much data. It now seemed that the infinity gold was completely uncooperative with them. But why was it now willing to cooperate with humans? Aisu hesitated. Lin Zhao. Shin Jiheng suddenly called her. Lin Zhao was panicked by being called, but she had to maintain the composure of a skilled Alliance soldier, especially in front of her teacher. She couldn't show any fear. She assessed the situation, pondering, and took out the infinity gold Shin Jiheng had given her. Ever since he asked her to keep it temporarily, Lin Zhao had spent her free time cultivating a bond with the metal, even though the infinity gold didn't want to pay her any attention. She dripped blood on it, and the infinity gold's consciousness automatically fell into a slumber, without any response or sound, now no different from an ordinary piece of metal. So she polished the metal, and made it into a necklace. Aisu remained unmoved, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught what seemed to be something darting around. He glanced up, his expression changing dramatically. It was the sight he least wanted to face. The infinite gold showed no signs of attacking, but its reaction was highly unusual. He recoiled in terror, even scrambling to his knees, as if he had lost his soul, completely losing all reason and control. At Shin Jiheng's signal, Lin Zhao stopped manipulating the metal. Were you among the first to discover the infinite gold? Shin Jiheng asked. The records indicated no, but after multiple investigations, it seemed as if something was missing from the entire chain. Finally, after tireless investigations, they discovered a living person who had vanished from the records for 10 years. Aisu regained consciousness and glanced around at the people around him in disbelief, his gaze still unable to focus. You can control it? So what are you afraid of? Aisu groped his way to his feet, still trembling. He repeatedly checked that nothing was moving around. What am I afraid of? That thing can lurk, deceive, and crush people to pieces. I've been gone for so long. Why are you still looking for me? I clearly eliminated all evidence of my existence. Why are you still looking for me? Although he was afraid, anger took over for a moment. He shouted at Shin Jiheng, but finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. What did you do with it when you brought it to the lab? Shin Jiheng continued calmly. General indicators, organizational complexity, structural stability, self-repair, environmental sensing capabilities, information processing capabilities, etc. And then, nothing came of it. Have you used infinite gold to research technology to activate ordinary metals? Chapter 49. AI Su refused to respond again. But Lin Zhao had already understood. Without Shen Jiheng's instructions, the infinite gold flew right before AI Su's eyes, barely missing his eyeballs. Lin Zhao. Eleanor's voice suddenly rose. She dreaded this very scene. As for the Gene Project, she feared Lin Zhao would be thrust into the spotlight for no reason, or that she would be unable to suppress her hatred and do something impulsive and irreparable. But Lin Zhao remained surprisingly calm, as if the infinite gold's actions had not been her doing. Introduce me. Shen Jiheng didn't mind Lin Zhao's unauthorized actions. Instead, he casually told AI Su, "This is your passive test subject. She can manipulate metal through her blood." AI Su was stunned, as if he hadn't understood. He didn't know this young private, let alone one of the accompanying personnel at the time. "What do you mean?" His voice was a little weak. "What it means is that after your research failed, you carelessly dumped the waste onto an insignificant junk planet within the Alliance, causing a blood infection among everyone on the planet, leaving her alone." The air seemed to freeze. AI Su instinctively took a half step back, his Adam's apple rolling, but he couldn't utter a single word. The infinite gold slowly fell back into Lin Zhao's left palm, silently resting on it. Shen Jiming stood beside her, constantly monitoring her emotions. AI Su's throat tightened slightly, and he swallowed hard. He didn't know about this. It wasn't that it had nothing to do with him, but at his level, he didn't need to pay attention to such trivial matters. He only needed to be responsible for the experimental data. He finally managed a word, his voice weaker than he intended. "Your blood can awaken metal? The kind with self-awareness? How far have your experiments progressed? What are the categories?" Lin Zhao asked back. "It's not going well. Most of it is still just unconscious minerals, level 0. We can only achieve level 2 semi-living organisms and level 3 simulated life forms. Strictly speaking, I don't think they meet the definition of living things." AI Su became more talkative. Although he had been away from the Alliance for a long time, he could still talk endlessly when recalling some of the work back then. For any researcher, being exposed to and engaging in this kind of work is exciting. Although they sacrificed a lot during the sampling process, standing at the workbench, the excitement and anticipation overwhelmed their initial fear of death. "Why does your experimental waste have that effect on human blood?" Lin Zhao asked again. "Perhaps it's due to nano-assimilation? Breaking down red blood cells and reassembling hemoglobin. But the specifics still require experimental data." AI Su was speaking with great interest when he suddenly sensed a subtle hint of malice in the air. He quickly shut up. Lin Zhao lowered her gaze, looking down at the ground, calming herself. If she truly wanted to solve the problem, she had to forget about KN-39, forget Wayne and Casey, and forget herself. They needed AI Su to complete the missing parts of the long-sealed archives. Only then could they clarify the origin and nature of the infinite gold. The rest, Shen Jiheng and Eleanor could oversee. Lin Zhao had accomplished her mission, to get AI Su to speak. She had other things to do. After her recovery, she would officially join the crusade against the Deep Crown Society. So far, the records of the Alliance's battles with the Deep Crown Society and Infinite Gold had been transmitted to Shen Jiheng. She needed to quickly understand their fighting styles and Infinite Gold's gradually exposed resilience. The stabbing pain in her right arm reminded her that there was still much to do. Shen Jiming silently followed her back to the cabin. "You're a medic now, right?" Lin Zhao returned to the room and turned to see the syringe Shen Jiming had grasped in his hand. "I don't want to be a skilled worker either." Shen Jiming spread his hands and naturally injected another vial of liquid into Lin Zhao. It wasn't a comfortable process. Lin Zhao curled up in the chair, her face pressed against the backrest, but remained silent. Before we reach the Infinite Gold layer, there might be a long period of war. Shen Jiming thought for a moment, then settled on the term. He sat down beside Lin Zhao, staring at the ceiling. "Don't let this happen to you. Your life isn't disposable. If you have any trouble, seek out the colonel. Work as a team. Don't rush in too quickly." He rambled on for a long time. Lin Zhao, too tired to speak, simply listened quietly. Shen Jiheng and Colonel Eleanor are partners, but not all actions are carried out together. "Are you leaving too?" Lin Zhao suddenly asked softly. "If necessary, we'd be together again." After a while, Lin Zhao recovered a little. She turned over and sat down. "Are there any developments at the Roma mine?" If you're asking about the metal you infected, most people who know about it have to accept that they can't find new sources or update the materials used by the entire alliance. If you're asking about mineral smuggling, their channels are complex, and the goods might have been transferred 2 or 3 times before reaching the Deep Crown Society. What about that warship? That large warship, inexplicably constructed from a combination of alliance metal and infinite gold, was in whose hands it was being investigated. At least, Lin Zhao couldn't find out. It was manufactured outside the alliance, but the whereabouts of the metal are still unclear. We're investigating. How about letting me try? Shen Jiming looked at her quietly. Are you afraid I might lose control, or have ulterior motives? Lin Zhao suddenly understood, but then felt bored. The atmosphere fell silent. But Lin Zhao said, it doesn't matter. It will come sooner or later. Shen Jiming felt something had changed in her. He couldn't tell whether it was for good or bad. But in this situation, being proactive was always better than being passive. Ai Su, judging by his attitude today, there's a high possibility he returned with Shen Jiheng. Shen Jiming felt a little disappointed. Will he use my blood for experiments? In the future, he'd probably give it to someone he trusts. Then I have to be more careful next time, to prevent anyone from stealing my blood. Lin Zhao wasn't so resistant, and even considered every possible detail very carefully. Shen Jiming didn't respond for a moment, just staring at her. Don't look at me like that. From today on, I'm an animal protector. Lin Zhao raised her chin. Next time I go on a mission and bleed, I wipe it off right there, and there to prevent it from falling into other people's hands. She said it, and she did it. Her rehabilitation was almost complete, and she was about to embark on her first official bandit suppression mission. Dressing in her new combat uniform, Lin Zhao followed Han Chanfeng toward the aircraft on the deck. As they passed the doorway, Ai Su hesitantly peeked in, but didn't dare to approach. Lin Zhao pretended not to notice, while Han Chanfeng took 2 steps back and quipped quietly, if you didn't know, you think this guy had a crush on you, peeking at you every day. I guess so. He's got a crush on my blood. I don't know how they arranged it, but Ai Su was actually taken to Thorn. They were always together, but apart from formal reminiscences, Lin Zhao hadn't spoken a word to him. Ai Su seemed to have a lot to say, but he never took the initiative. So much to say when we were about to line up. Hurry! The two of them thought of this simultaneously, their eyes shifting forward. Eleanor was watching them coldly. They immediately trotted back to join the line. Eleanor glanced at the 200 people in front of her, adopting a demeanor unlike that of a leader in private. This time, the target is clear. DU-39-1 in the Southwest Star Belt. A small bandit group has been active there for 2 weeks. Our mission is to eliminate them. Her tone darkened. This is a clearing mission targeting the infinite gold, not a patrol, not an exploratory mission. You must bring back results, not reports. Don't expect a last-minute rescue, and don't make any rash mistakes. Understood? Although this was nominally her first official mission, Lin Zhao didn't notice any difference. She sat quietly in her seat, still struggling to move her right hand. In fact, her mission was slightly different from others. Besides the normal clearing, she also had to investigate every infinite gold location, to see if she could identify any differences. This was probably humanity's breakthrough point. This wasn't a large-scale operation, so Eleanor didn't accompany her. Lin Zhao only needed to follow Han Chengfeng's orders. His voice came through the headset, 500 meters ahead, approaching the target cliff. Don't lose focus. Lin Zhao pulled herself back to consciousness. She had actually lost focus in the process. The air quality here was extremely poor, and no one should expose themselves. But being distracted was truly wrong. Lin Zhao checked the real-time data. The metal concentration in the air was extremely high, which could easily dull one's nerves. Perhaps the metal particles were too small, allowing even a small amount to penetrate the combat suit. She warned those around her to be cautious of metal, and followed Han Chanfeng into the crack in the mountain. This was probably their signal shielding zone. The team members moved forward quickly without a word. Reaching the edge of the rubble cliff, a row of men entered their mechas, their docking plates clasped tightly against the rock surface, and they all plummeted down the cliff face. As their vision grew darker, Lin Zhao extended her perception, controlling her mental focus to stay out of the infinite gold's range of detection. Further down was the mine where the star bandits were hiding. Many sentries, hidden in the cracks of the rock face, were silently eliminated one by one. They stopped moving quickly, each step cautious. Because she had sensed the infinite gold. She could sense its presence between the increasing number of iron walls. If her teammates hadn't reacted quickly, someone would have been swept under the wall. They finally reached their target attack point. Behind the electromagnetic fence, everyone's mech arms retracted, forming a giant energy spear aimed at the opposing defense tower. A flash of light pierced the darkness, and the tower collapsed with a loud bang. Advance? Other teams also seized the opportunity to charge. The Star Bandits were caught in the silence, and in the dead of night, many had no time to react and could only fight back hastily. The only real countermeasure was the weapons made of infinite gold. They engaged in a battle of their own. Followed by the protection of her comrades, Lin Zhao entered the core control area. Her mech arms unfolded, connecting to the local system. It felt as if billions of metallic units were whispering simultaneously. Lin Zhao's head tightened, and she forced herself to stay awake. 20 minutes later, the battlefield returned to calm. The interstellar bandits had either surrendered or failed to escape. After counting the personnel, Han Changfeng went to the control room to find Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao had actually removed the microvisor from her combat uniform and was diligently entering something into the system. The screen before her was filled with dense code. What is this? Han Changfeng struggled to decipher it, but with his mecha skills, the most he could discern was a permission change. Communication methods and records between the interstellar bandits and infinite gold. Lin Zhao was so busy that she barely raised her head, her fingertips moving rapidly. Can we temporarily call in all the mecha operators to help with the cracking? I temporarily suppressed infinite gold, which is why it hasn't destroyed the data. Chapter 50. Having a group of mecha technicians working on the defense system is a bit of a waste of talent. But today was truly urgent, and they had to race against time. It was about a day's work, and the 5 of them rushed out in 20 minutes. Just after copying the data into their own system, Lin Zhao collapsed into the person next to her. Are you okay? Don't get screwed on your first outing with me. Eleanor will definitely scold me later. Han Changfeng was a little panicked. He wasn't quite familiar with the limits of Lin Zhao's abilities. Lin Zhao waved her hand. It was simply because she was using her mental power as a trick, which made it even more tiring. With their communication method, maybe we can remotely identify the Deep Crown Society's weaknesses. Second Lieutenant Fulling was a little excited. She also graduated from the Xiao Military Academy with a degree in mecha engineering, and had been in Eleanor's army for only 6 months. We see what happens when we get back. Don't get too excited now, Han Changfeng reminded her. He gave Lin Zhao a meaningful look, but said nothing. Oh! Fulling stuck out her tongue at Lin Zhao, and went back to work. Lin Zhao remained where he was, secretly competing with infinite gold. What distinguished them from other armies was Lin Zhao's presence. Ordinary alliance armies could only mop up the enemy, and bring back infinite gold for research. But Eleanor's team clearly had a heavier task. Thorn would often see officers she didn't recognize come and go. Their gazes at her were filled with curiosity, inquiry, and wariness, but what Lin Zhao sensed more was anticipation. Perhaps they were hoping for results like today's. But Lin Zhao had no idea whether the data they had obtained would be useful. He would have to return and analyze it in detail to find out. This operation wasn't complicated. Eleanor simply asked Lin Zhao to familiarize herself with the usual procedures. This data was a pleasant surprise. The group quickly cleared the battlefield and returned to Thorn. Lin Zhao wasn't required for the analysis. As soon as she landed, Eleanor led her into the conference room. Today's remote participants included an old acquaintance, Colonel Gabriel. And of course, Xin Jiheng. I wonder how many meetings the general staff chairs all day long. Lin Zhao grumbled inwardly, but maintained a serious expression. How's the progress with the colonel? Xin Jiheng asked first. Gabriel, there were 98 smuggling cases this year, and the clients were all ordinary contractors inside and outside the alliance. We conducted in-depth investigations into 10 of them and discovered that one company, Universal Trading, was conducting secondary transactions outside the alliance. The transaction targets were members of the Rusted Skeleton Group. Later, we couldn't go any further. The Rusted Skeleton Group's territory is difficult to infiltrate, but from the outside, we can see that their members do have ties with the Deep Crown Society. Colonel Gabriel recounted a long story, so long that Lin Zhao felt a little sleepy. Eleanor, sitting next to her, pinched her secretly under the table. Lin Zhao sat up abruptly. Thankfully, the others didn't notice the private, who had suddenly grown taller while sitting. Although you probably won't have to go there, it's worth listening carefully. You have to deal with them one day. As Eleanor listened, she used her mental power to connect with Lin Zhao. After a while, Lin Zhao typed on the terminal and quietly showed it to Eleanor. Teacher, will you be back to teach this semester? Why, you want to go back too? A little bit. I taken a leave of absence. I won't be teaching the full class, just a few practical sessions. If you have time, please come and assist me. Okay. As she spoke, Lin Zhao received a message. Don't pass the note around. Lin Zhao looked up immediately. Shen Jiheng's holographic projection was still steadily floating at the end of the conference table. There seemed to be someone beside him, handing Shen Jiheng something. And that hand. She immediately replied, "Shame on you? What are you doing so sneakily? You know what? It's truly shameful. Being beaten up by infinite gold." Lin Zhao paused for a few seconds before slowly replying, "Didn't I tell you not to charge forward if you can't control your mental power? War miss? Can I avoid it?" Lin Zhao had also considered the issue of Shen Jiming's mental power. They were fundamentally different. Although her method of communicating with metal was similar to her mental power manipulation, it wasn't exactly the same. She could control the frequency of her communication with metal, achieving a reverse shielding effect. But Shen Jiming's mental power was so strong that it overflowed with whatever he did. It was precisely the situations that required his presence, that required tasks, that relied on his mental power. 2 more messages popped up. Actually, I'm also curious. If Infinity Gold and Phantom Fluorite fuse, can I forcibly take over, just like I would with another mecha? Don't worry, I got it figured out. Colonel Gabriel had finished his talk, and Shen Jiheng began to ask Eleanor about the progress. Eleanor then reported on the day's activities. Lin Zhao listened for a long time, seemingly not mentioning the data they had retrieved. She glanced up at the teacher, but chose to remain silent. Shen Jiheng, exhausted from listening to reports from various people all day, quickly ended the meeting after Eleanor finished. "Teacher," Lin Zhao began weakly. "It's not too late to report after we confirm everything." Eleanor seemed a little tired too, and told her to go back and rest. Lin Zhao didn't know why, but she obeyed. Eleanor sat alone in the conference room, lost in thought. In the evening, Han Chanfeng came to find her. "I've been looking for you. Are you slacking off here? Don't look for me if there's nothing to do, or if there's something to do." Eleanor slumped in her chair, spinning with inertia. Because of the data Lin Zhao brought back? Eleanor remained silent. Han Chanfeng understood. She discovered it too early. If the discovery was successful, but the Alliance didn't have the capacity to digest this communication technology, then Lin Zhao would have been ahead of the system. Even if the Alliance could utilize this discovery, Lin Zhao wasn't suited to possess such resources. Regardless of the outcome, she could only see the immediate gains, but had no freedom to choose how to use this power. Forget about that. Let's focus on cracking and analyzing it first. Eleanor quickly shrugged off her worries. Let her gain more combat experience first, and see if her mental power can reach SSS level. This operation was just an ordinary one since Lin Zhao joined Thorn. She hadn't graduated yet, so she was still just an ordinary private. Every time she went on a mission, like any other soldier, she rushed to the front. Over time, everyone forgot that she was a mecha engineering student. The label of technician only resurfaced when she removed the limbs of an enemy mecha, which had once been a hot topic of discussion on StarNet. But most of the time, she was more like a qualified frontline soldier, quiet, focused, and swift. Daily life in the camp was becoming increasingly demanding. Rising early each day, after completing basic training, she would go to the hangar to help repair mechas and weapons. During the short lunch break, she would often sit in a corner dismantling the various equipment seized from the interstellar bandits. But even within this regular military rhythm, there were unusual interludes. For example, Shen Jiming's occasional surprise visits. He hadn't been back to school for a long time and held no military rank, yet he held sufficient authority to command the Shen family self-defense force. His name was a special case. He wasn't affiliated with any formal organization, yet he could be found in any war zone. Despite his heavy workload, he could always be seen elusively at Thorn Castle. Sometimes it was after Lin Zhao's night training, sometimes just as the main force was gathering for departure, Shen Jiming would suddenly appear amid the hustle and bustle. There were no extravagant greetings or elaborate pleasantries. They simply handed Lin Zhao a bag of candy, a new communication device, or simply said hello. "I was just passing by, so I came over for a look." Shen Jiming had extensive access, making it a bit unfair, but everyone had gradually grown accustomed to it. Lin Zhao would always meet him briefly, exhausted or busy, without much time to say, just a slight nod or a reminder to stay safe. Perhaps after graduation, when the classmates scattered across the world, we would meet in this way too. Lin Zhao thought. During the day-to-day battles, the investigation into the Shenyan society had made significant progress. More and more Xinyan Society members captured alive were unable to escape various forms of interrogation, and the secrets hidden deep within their minds were gradually revealed. When Shen Jiheng first learned the news, he gathered Ai Su, Lin Zhao, and the others together to share their information. The Deep Crown Society's knowledge of infinite gold far surpassed the Alliance's, stemming from the fact that many of its founding members were engineers with a background in engineering. Ai Su frowned, for someone he had once worked with actually appeared in the information. And judging by their actions when the Deep Crown Society was first established, their direct march to Infinite Gold's lair, it didn't seem like they had no interest in Infinite Gold at all. This meant that he and his former colleagues had received different information. He stared at one of them, his eyes thick with emotion. Shen Jiheng had naturally noticed this, and he gestured for Ai Su to speak up. He is Mu Gong. He was part of the team that first discovered Infinite Gold, and one of the 6 who survived. Ai Su's face was serious. We reunited together and conducted experiments on creating metallic consciousness, but I later withdrew, and I don't know what he did. At the time, he was very supportive of Infinite Gold research, unconcerned about the investment or the losses. But observing his subsequent actions, Ai Su felt more fear than anything else. Some members of the Deep Crown Society explained that it was Mu Gong who brought Infinite Gold, attracting more and more people to join the group and become its semi-slaves. In other words, before the Deep Crown Society was established, Mu Gong had already reached some kind of agreement with Infinite Gold, allowing him to come out and recruit them safely. The most frequently mentioned so-called high-ranking figure among the captured Deep Crown Society members was Mu Gong. This meant he was the most active and the best opportunity for a breakthrough. Shen Jiheng double-checked Ai Su's words with the information he had received. He had never fully trusted this person. The content was similar, or even less than what he had learned from other sources. Mu Gong is our next primary target. Shen Jiheng's words were concise and to the point. He lowered his head to look at the screen when a message suddenly appeared. He didn't react, simply scrolling through it silently. That's all for today. Colonel Eleanor, please stay. Chapter 51. Single data points alone aren't reliable enough, and their current reference value is limited. Shen Jiheng didn't question Eleanor's sudden and quiet reporting of this information. So I think we need to be cautious. This is information Lin Zhao obtained on her first mission. Do you think it's fake? I think it needs cross-verification. Eleanor responded fluently. We haven't been able to obtain similar information since then. There's a possibility that even if we clear that area in a very short time, they have some way to spread the word of our actions. But perhaps, it will be useful in capturing Mu Gong. Shen Jiheng didn't deny the importance of this data, but caution was advised. He was silent for a moment, then asked, Have you told Lin Zhao? Not yet. She's been carrying out her normal missions. Tell her to go to Flakovis tomorrow. That deserted mining planet? Someone will pick her up. The people there will explain the details to her. Shen Jiheng hadn't told Eleanor what Lin Zhao needed to do, but the name of this alien planet from the Alliance was listed in the recent investigation. Early members of the Deep Crown Society had frequently traveled there. Lin Zhao's missions always seemed so sudden, but they still had to be carried out. Someone was picking Lin Zhao up from a distance from Flakovis. Lin Zhao's small aircraft was received. As she stepped into the cabin, a group of blood-stained and bedraggled self-defense force members looked at her. Lin Zhao paused under the stare. Sorry, I just ran out of the sand and you happened to be there. I didn't have time to clean up. Shen Jiming suddenly emerged from behind a line of people. He was equally disheveled, a rare sight. Is it in the sand? Lin Zhao walked to the window. The spaceship was breaking through the planet's intensely disturbing outer atmosphere at full speed. The flames from the shield's outward roll briefly obscured her vision, and then the vast golden planet suddenly appeared before her, boundless and boundless. She also noticed that the desert wasn't static, huge, winding lines were slowly advancing. But she knew that if she were standing on the ground, the speed would be difficult to avoid. Sandworms are very sensitive to metal, so once you enter here, you must activate the shield function at all times and move with caution. Shen Jiming leaned closer, and a strong stench filled Lin Zhao's nostrils. She quickly dodged in disgust. It's not my smell. It's the flesh of the sandworm corpse. Shen Jiming hurriedly explained. He had long been accustomed to the smell, so he no longer found it unbearable. Lin Zhao slowed her breathing, not wanting to show her disdain too clearly. Her gaze returned to the undulating sand sea. My mission? Some core members of the Deep Crown Society have been here before, including Mu Gong. According to the time, before they arrived, Flakovis was still a normal planet. What normal do you mean? What about now? The mere existence of these sandworms is enough to prove this place is anything but normal. At least, this was once a bustling mining area. Even if there were sandworms, they could coexist harmoniously with the indigenous people back then. But now, aside from the sandworms, there's no sign of life. Was it Mugong and the others who did it? Our mission is to find out what Mugong is doing here. How? Can you communicate with the sandworms? Lin Zhao saw the sandworms below seemed excited, several leaping out of the sand. Their massive bodies, hundreds of meters long, were surprisingly agile. Shen Jiming remained silent, and Lin Zhao suddenly remembered. Can you control the sandworms? We're trying, but it's not easy. Every time we manage them even slightly, they're awakened by our metal equipment and go on a rampage. What do I need to do then? We analyzed the sandworm carcasses and compared them with data from before the mutation. Shen Jiming handed Lin Zhao a report, his gaze fixed on her for a long moment. They're now a hybrid of biological and metal. Lin Zhao's pupils fluttered as she carefully read every word. The report was densely packed with technical terms, and her gaze darkened with each paragraph. Not artificially modified? The path doesn't match. There's no traceable technical signature. It's more like a deep genetic mutation caused by metal deposition. Like me. Lin Zhao suddenly chuckled, as if to mock himself. It might be the original technology of gene engineering's metal consciousness, but Mugong has achieved stable mass production. Shen Jiming considered, then offered a hypothesis the other party might least want to hear. Then I can be considered a member of the same family as the sandworms down there. The spaceship entered the bunker beneath the sand dunes. Lin Zhao breathed the ground air for the first time. It was identical to the air within the Alliance, but with a hint of rust. And it was noisy here. The sand was mixed with countless metal particles, and the source of these metals was complex. Among them was infinite gold. Why do I feel like I'm walking into a trap? Lin Zhao surveyed the bunker carefully. It was flawlessly constructed, yet she still felt close to the net outside. Let's rest for a while today. Too much activity will only make the sandworms more agitated. Shen Jiming stretched his neck, and sand leaked out of his combat uniform. How long have you been here? 5 days. I'd like to see your combat log. Come with me. Shen Jiming's room was the command center, with no distinction between work and life. Other soldiers from the guard team came and went. He threw his dirty clothes into the waste disposal unit, oblivious to the others, and, like everyone else, took a look around the filtration chamber. Lin Zhao was stunned, but Shen Jiming explained naturally, I'm afraid I'm carrying metal particles secreted by the sandworms. Then Lin Zhao, quite self-conscious, followed the team to experience it. This filtration chamber was unlike ordinary cleaning. The blue light inside seemed to scorch one's skin. A dozen seconds passed, yet it felt like an eternity. When Lin Zhao emerged, Shen Jiming promptly handed her a bottle of nutrient solution. It's like this when you first arrive. It should be fine in 2 days. After she recovered, Shen Jiming granted her exclusive access, allowing her to review all their records. Lin Zhao sat down, glanced at the others focused on their respective positions, and then began her own work. The sandworm's movements seemed to defy biological logic. A creature of such a massive size shouldn't react so quickly. Almost all the losses suffered by the escort team were due to the sandworm's unexpected reversal. There were also material test reports on the sandworms, which showed many similarities to hers. Their bodies all had abnormally high concentrations of metal ions, and their nervous systems were more sensitive to metallic electromagnetic signals. But the sandworm's blood was thicker and more magnetic. Their native tissues were also completely destroyed. If Mugong had brought people here to continue their experiments, regardless of the purpose, judging only by the results, they would have been quite successful, at least achieving mass production. The sandworm carcasses are ready, Shen Jiming called her over, reminding her, even if the sandworms are broken into pieces, their local nerves remain active, and certain parts still secrete corrosive substances. Everyone approached the pieces of flesh with extreme caution. The frenzy of the pieces was as intense as that of the sandworms themselves, perhaps even more so. The pieces were placed in 2 protective shields. After Lin Zhao entered, they went into a frenzy, pounding against the transparent shields. These 2 pieces, are they from 2 sandworms? Lin Zhao asked. Yes. She stared at the objects in a trance. You're not planning on dripping blood in there, are you? Shen Jiming asked tentatively. Seeing that Lin Zhao didn't ask any other questions, he guessed she was up to something awful. I think it's a good idea. Lin Zhao silently gave herself a thumbs up. The researchers nearby glanced sideways at Lin Zhao's words, but because of Shen Jiming, they couldn't openly cast their expectant gazes. Let's give it a try. The metal composition in the sandworms is quite complex anyway. We see what we find. Lin Zhao took matters into her own hands and, with a wave of her hand, silenced Shen Jiming before he could finish his words. 2 drops of blood were injected into 2 sealed spaces. The mincemeat trembled violently on the platform, but its size was so small that it lay flat after a few moments, its nerves contracting only rhythmically. What do you feel? Shen Jiming tensed for a few seconds, but saw only a calm, inquiring expression on Lin Zhao's face. Where is the sandworm's digestive system? A nearby person interrupted their conversation. The sandworm's digestive cavity is located in the front part of its torso, occupying about 1/3 of its body length. We brought some back, but once the organs are removed from the body, the highly corrosive enzymes within the cavity will destroy them, leaving us with no time to do anything. Therefore, we haven't yet focused our attention on studying this area. Shen Jiming then asked, why do you ask that? Lin Zhao paused for a few seconds, unsure himself. The infinite gold here seems different from the one outside. It's willing to communicate. And what? It said there's something inside the sandworm's digestive cavity? The researchers immediately retrieved the instantaneous scans the soldiers had obtained during the battle. Aside from the digestive cavity, the rest of the structure was clearly visible. Sandworms feed on metal, so it's normal to see metal residue inside the cavity. Besides, our mech wouldn't last long in the sandworm's decaying fluid. Shen Jiming, having roughly guessed Lin Zhao's intentions, wasn't entirely supportive. I think we can give it a try. If there's more infinite gold inside, I might be able to obtain more information. If it's something else, perhaps it would be even better. Lin Zhao immediately simulated a combat path, generating a feasibility analysis for her entry into the sandworm's body. I go too, Shen Jiming said immediately. A quick glance at the whole thing revealed that Lin Zhao's plan carried greater risks than rewards. You have to stay outside. Can't you temporarily control the sandworm? Even though Shen Jiming hadn't agreed, Lin Zhao had already begun making arrangements. Since Shen Jiming hadn't explicitly refused, any attempt was necessary. Give me 10 minutes to calm it down. Shen Jiming's expression was unreadable, and after a moment's pause, he managed a few words. Aren't you a mech pilot? Chapter 52. Although the sandworm's mouth is large, its throat isn't nearly as wide. You need to adjust the angle to avoid stabbing or disturbing it. The researcher reminded Lin Zhao through her earpiece. Roger that. The slumbering desert had been awakened by Shen Jiming and his team. The ground began to rise and fall, and the sand beneath their feet vibrated. Lin Zhao waited for them to lure the sandworm over. A plan is always just a plan, and there's always a gap between it and reality. Lin Zhao stood up without hesitation, but as the dense, worn fangs rapidly enlarged in her sight, she still felt a little panicked. It's not too late to regret now. Shen Jiming, as if hearing a moment of fear in her heart, spoke, waking her up. Always being distracted during actual combat is not a good habit. She reminded herself, regrouping. We're already here? 10 minutes at most. Any longer, and we sliced the sandworm open. Shen Jiming uttered this, and the nearby group soared into the air, unleashing a barrage of jamming grenades. White light showered the sandworm's jaws like a meteor shower, forcing it to raise its head and roar. This was Lin Zhao's only chance. She couldn't let the sandworm detect her, at least, she couldn't give it too much time to react. Lin Zhao's mech felt incredibly small within the vastness of the world. Rising to full speed, she dodged the debris and jagged teeth, forcing her way into its fleshy maw. The world suddenly became shrouded in darkness, as hot as a furnace. The mech instantly issued an automatic warning. Its hull was suffering from unknown corrosion. She continued to advance, retracting the mech to its smallest possible position. Location complete. The mech's alarm echoed with a reassuring reminder. She had entered the monster's secret heartland. The mech's warnings continued to intensify, but Lin Zhao was more focused on the surroundings outside. This place wasn't like the common sense of an organ, but rather a structure composed of nested layers of metal and blunt flesh. The entire cavity resembled a giant, aging creature, each contraction and relaxation like a breath. Through the screen, Lin Zhao could only identify a relatively stable area, where the infinite gold residue had accumulated. She turned off the mech's danger warning and approached it step by step. The corrosion here was even more severe than she had expected. Even though her mech was made of high-performance materials from the Alliance, it could only barely hold out for a dozen minutes. She lowered her sensor connection. This step was dangerous. She would lose her high-sensitivity control of the mech. The infinite gold there wasn't completely corroded. Instead, it was embedded in the cavity's tissues. Rather than residue, it was more like a power source. The sandworm was storing food, perhaps preserving certain nutrients. With almost no hesitation, Lin Zhao activated the mech's disengagement mechanism. The mech couldn't hold out for much longer, but her consciousness remained within it. Only by allowing the mech's shell to merge with the Infinity Gold quickly and peacefully would she have a chance to extract the active Infinity Gold. The sandworm is showing signs of losing control. Evacuate. Shen Jiming's voice rang out again, unnaturally distorted. Before she could react, the sandworm suddenly shook violently, snapping in the middle like a train car. The metal structure within it suddenly contracted, and she was instantly thrown upwards. If the Infinity Gold hadn't been merging with the mech's shell, she would have been thrown even deeper. The violent tremor caused the entire cavity to collapse, and she knew she had to escape immediately. 20 seconds, Lin Zhao replied to Shen Jiming. Immediately, she activated her dorsal module, and her exoskeleton unleashed several propellants, which swiftly traveled through the gaps between the sandworm's contracting muscles. The level of her mental connection at this point couldn't adequately balance the weight of the excess infinite gold, and the narrow passageway squeezed her with a scorching heat. The heat seemed to penetrate the mecha and hit her skin. Hold the neck, hold the mouth. Shen Jiming opened a gap on the outside. With some effort, he could capture the sandworm. The difficulty lay in keeping it stable. Lin Yao? He received no response. Lin Yao? Please reply. He used his mental power to connect directly. He hadn't dared to use it rashly since Lin Zhao entered the sandworm, but now he couldn't care less. Hold me. Lin Zhao fired the last propellant into the sandworm's bone, and the entire mecha was ejected from the sandworm like a shell. The moment she saw the light of day again, Lin Zhao detached from the mech, wearing only her protective isolation suit, and accelerated downward. A dark figure rose against the tide within the mech formation, swiftly cutting through the air currents and flying sand, matching the speed of the person falling. With a soft pop, the person landed in the mech's arms. The mech then dove, carrying the person straight toward the ground support force. Meanwhile, Lin Zhao's mech and the fusion of infinite gold had been locked onto by another team. It's scalding. As soon as she landed, someone sprayed Lin Zhao with a large amount of stabilizer. Even though she hadn't come into direct contact with the highly corrosive substance, exposure to that environment would rapidly erode her isolation layer, leaving a residual burning sensation. The surrounding guards moved briskly, some handing out condensation membranes, others checking data, and still others accessing the damaged status of her combat suit. The finishing troops hadn't completely eliminated the sandworm. As Lin Zhao dragged the fusion mass out, the injured large creature suddenly lost its will and burrowed back into the sand. The mess on the surface had been cleaned up, and they needed to process the Infinity Gold as quickly as possible. Lin Zhao gazed at the mecha within the protective shield and sighed absent-mindedly. Do you feel bad now? Shen Jiming said unhappily, but he didn't hesitate to adjust the parameters of Lin Zhao's decompression suit. It wasn't long after I used it. The decision to abandon the mecha was a split-second one, but the regret lingered. Only one of the person and the mecha could be kept. The Infinity Gold here is different from the one outside. Lin Zhao was now almost certain. Before entering the sandworm, she had harbored doubts, conspiratorially believing that the Infinity Gold was becoming increasingly cunning, possibly feigning friendship to lure her in. But judging by the results, the Infinite Gold here is quite willing to communicate. Through the protective shield, the metal fusion remained motionless, yet it diligently conveyed a message to her that only she could hear. The Infinite Gold is not a monolithic entity. Due to their differing bursts of consciousness, they have split into many factions. Is this what the Infinite Gold told you? That's about it. Lin Zhao knew she was now like a liar with nothing to prove or disprove. It doesn't know how to communicate with humans. So the Infinite Gold we encountered before, held by the Deep Crown Society, was considered an evolved form? You could say that. Lin Zhao and Shen Jiming exchanged glances. They couldn't be described as disappointed. They ruled out some possibilities, and now their hopes were dashed. Then can we find out where they originated? Shen Jiming asked again. Lin Zhao pursed her lips, feeling somewhat troubled. The information she received wasn't delivered in conventional formats like text, sound, or images, making it difficult for her to translate it into a human-understandable medium. She tried to activate the conversational mech again, allowing its metal to fuse more deeply with infinite finance. If it really doesn't work, don't force it. Before Shen Jiming could finish his words, Lin Zhao suddenly grabbed the controller from a researcher and began scribbling something aggressively on the whiteboard. At first, the lines were jumbled and abstract, making it impossible to tell whether they were human or ghost. But as more detail emerged, the image gradually took on a strange bird's-eye view. A seemingly endless ravine, riddled with cracks and veins, bottomless. It felt as if her vision was pulled to a great height, surveying the entire area from a perspective far above the ground. Pushing her vision even higher, she could see distant planets high in the sky. The most obvious thing was the two small white stars, one above the other, echoing each other in the distance. This is... The person next to him frowned slightly, staring at the masterpiece. Lin Zhao suddenly slammed her head against the edge of the operating table, and her entire body collapsed. I can't take it anymore. Go and rest first. Shen Jiming half-dragged, half-carried her away. The others in the lab glanced up, then quickly returned their attention to the screens and instruments. Interspecies communication is indeed very difficult. Lin Zhao's shaky gaze fell on the resting couch, and she collapsed without hesitation. It needs a second decompression. Lin Zhao remained motionless as Shen Jiming continued to help her adjust it, his movements exceedingly skillful. Is it feeling any better? Yeah. Lin Zhao managed a perfunctory sound. She didn't know if it was real corrosion or an illusion, and she couldn't see any obvious injuries, just a slight redness. She felt as if something was chewing at the surface of her skin, burrowing into her flesh millimeter by millimeter. Others can recover in a day or two in the treatment chamber, but you just have to endure it slowly. Shen Jiming's tone was a touch resigned. I'm almost a medic, and the school needs a double degree. You're an undergraduate student, and you don't even have a certificate. That's a coincidence. I have someone like you right in front of me. She felt much better, and her mental strength quickly recovered. This time, it wasn't due to overuse of her mental strength, but Lin Zhao couldn't quite put her finger on the exact feeling. Her previous interactions with Infinite Gold had always felt feeble, like trying to cut through a barrier with a blunt knife. Each effort was futile and fruitless. Today, however, I felt like I was being led to cheat. It was said to be interspecies, but there was a subtle familiarity. You said, if you use my blood for reverse engineering? She asked Shen Jiming. But he didn't let her finish. You know Ronan tried it a long time ago. Fresh blood works best, and the medium is stable. However, prolonged reverse operation can induce abnormal metal calcification in cells, even making the bone marrow brittle. There are plenty of people in the Alliance who are holding you captive for long-term experiments. Do you want to be locked up in a dark room? Lin Zhao lowered her eyelashes. It's not impossible now. Shen Jiming's expression changed, and he grabbed her to her feet. Lin Zhao jumped. He wasn't very strong, but the sudden movement and anger he showed were something he had never shown before. Give up that idea as soon as possible, he said in a deep voice, his eyes almost piercing. Even if you're crazy, you have to report it first. Chapter 53. To Lin Zhao, Shen Jiming's warning didn't seem intimidating. She wore a calm expression, only the slightest tints of movement at the corners of her mouth as she lowered her head. It's not easy to hear you speak a human word. Be serious. Or are you testing me? No. Lin Zhao denied it. She was always serious. I'm just thinking about how to solve the problem quickly. Every time I come into contact with Infinite Gold, I wonder how the things gene engineering creates will affect the experimental subjects, and whether there are others. That Mugong, you could say he succeeded, but what exactly did he intend to achieve with his success? Why did Infinite Gold attack humans? She threw out all these questions in a single breath, genuinely eager for answers. But Shen Jiming simply fell silent, not directly answering. Not everyone's ideas are worth exploring. Is it perverse? It's very complicated. I met many people who, feeling underappreciated, took shortcuts and did crazy things, only to claim that those who died at their hands found the ultimate relief. Since the technological revolution, and for so long afterwards, the Alliance has been filled with eccentrics obsessed with their own ideas, driven by the promise of technology to achieve their goals. Over time, they become obsessed with sacrificing a few to save the majority, even though humanity doesn't actually need their salvation. Lin Zhao stared at him in silence, her words stuck in her throat. Shen Jiming continued, his gaze softer. So I'm really glad you're a good person. Your praise is like an insult. Lin Zhao curled her lips, straightening her body, her spine showing she had been seen through. Don't be so sure. Even a cornered dog will leap over the wall. That metaphor. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Lin Zhao didn't get much time to rest. The lab had already reached a preliminary conclusion. The composition of the Infinite Gold inside the sandworm was the same as the one outside, but the radiation it emitted was different, proving Lin Zhao was right. So, a dividing line was created here? Shen Jiming concluded. Mugong brought the initial Infinite Gold, and their research results here. What did they do to cause the Infinite Gold's consciousness to diverge, resulting in the aggressive group we're familiar with? You could say that. Lin Zhao agreed. Can we analyze the environment here and determine what reactions might have occurred? Or can infinite gold express them? That? Not quite possible. They're a bit confused themselves, too. And if they knew what was happening, they might transform into the infinite gold outside. Shinji understood, then wait for the results and synchronize this information with Colonel Eleanor and Shin Ji-hung. What should I do then? Lin Zhao asked. She didn't know how to conduct experiments. Take a break. Tonight, come with me to Area B. Okay. Just as the two were about to turn and head to the command room, the data on the experimental console suddenly showed a noticeable anomaly. Before the researcher could even open his mouth to report, a petri dish containing a handful of metal sand on another console suddenly fell. Someone reached out to catch it, only to see the sand coalesce and shoot toward the door. Lin Zhao's hair stood on end, but she was a step too slow. She felt a chill on the left side of her back, and when she looked down, she saw a pool of color slowly spreading across her chest. Lin Zhao. Shin Jiming's throat tightened, his pupils constricted, and he rushed over almost reflexively. Don't touch me. Lin Zhao's face paled rapidly, but she forced herself to stay put. A glimpse of the blossoming red on her chest caught her eye. She placed her hand over the bleeding area, her fingers groping. Her eyes grew calmer and clearer. The cold metal tip, half embedded in her flesh, trembled slightly with her breathing. She said nothing, gritting her teeth and slowly pulling the metal out of the wound. Blood gushed out rapidly, trickling down the edge of the metal. But he didn't pull it out completely, leaving a section still embedded in the flesh. Shin Jiming bandaged the wound to stop the bleeding, then used the handheld suture device he kept in his space folding device to close the wound on her back. He then moved to confront her, but she held him back. Leave it there for now. Lin Zhao's breathing was unsteady, her hands trembling slightly. You? Shin Jiming had a bad feeling. Her reluctance to pull it out wasn't due to pain. It seemed to have damaged a vital part. Why was the infinite gold left out there? He scowled, sharply questioning the person at the operating table. Yes, it was a routine environmental test. A handful of desert sand. We didn't find any properties of infinite gold. The researchers also responded hastily. Ever since the petri dish fell, they had no idea what was happening. I didn't notice it either. Lin Zhao spoke weakly, not speaking for anyone else. She didn't have the energy to pity them right now. She was simply confused. When did infinite gold become able to disguise itself? The infinite gold within the shield was also stirring, but it was different from the one that had pierced her body. Let me think. Everyone, be more careful. Lin Zhao clutched Shin Jiming, her only hope now being to escape the crowds, out of sight of the infinite gold. That way, she could free up her energy to cope with the pain. How can I help you? Shin Jiming helped her sit down, crouching beside the seat, his eye level with the metal spike, a strange sight. I don't know. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, and found a less painful position to lie on her side. When metal pierces the body activates its defense mechanisms before I even realize it. Just like that time at school, it didn't even have time to penetrate. So, you don't look okay. To this day, the pain is nothing more than a slight discomfort. Lin Zhao was silent for a few seconds before slowly opening her eyes, a hardened paranoia emanating from her. What do you think of the infinite gold? Shin Jiming remained silent for a moment, before finally looking up at her. Struggle was evident in his eyes, but he didn't shy away. There are two possibilities. 1. The infinite gold split consciousness has led to internal discord. The moderate faction is initially willing to communicate, while the aggressive faction is secretly observing. If we reach some kind of cooperation, they will sabotage us. 2. The infinite gold has never been different. They've been deceiving you from the beginning. But if that's the second possibility, they wouldn't have asked us to retrieve the contents from the sandworm's stomach. Lin Zhao took a breath and continued then, that place it mentioned. Go to AI-Su to verify. If cross-verification is successful, then that's their lair. Lin Zhao suddenly realized that Shin Jiming and the others didn't seem to truly trust AI-Su either. But infinite gold can hide itself. We discuss this issue when we get back. Shin Jiming reached out and wiped the sweat from her forehead. I asked Ronan if he has any solutions. Lin Zhao couldn't stop him, because she was exhausted. She had wanted to say that she never told Ronan about this kind of situation before. This was a benefit she discovered during the most difficult times in her life, and she saw this ability as a sign of a rebound. Although her life hadn't turned around since then, this little bit of confidence gave her the courage to do more. She drifted off to sleep. She even had a long-lost dream. In the dream, drops of water fell from an unknown height, tiny, cold, and endless. But a dream was just a dream. When she woke, there were several cushions under her neck and at her sides, and a thin blanket covering her body. The metal spikes on her exposed chest had grown longer, her body gradually eliminating the alien. A string of messages bombarded her terminal, many from Ronan. She scrolled through them several times before reading them all, hesitated for a moment, and replied, nothing. Just as the message was sent, a video call came in. What's going on? What's going on? Ronan, hands on his hips, paced around the room with his messy hair, looking a little haggard. That's what happened. In front of acquaintances, Lin Zhao easily revealed a guilty conscience. If Shinjiming hadn't asked me, I wouldn't have known you were still like this. I'm awesome, right? Seriously? Is this something you can joke about? Ronan bit his nails anxiously. I've been considering autoimmune activation. Do you have your blood coagulant with you? I do. To stimulate and accelerate your primitive repair mechanisms. No. Ronan shook his head mid-sentence, dismissing his own thoughts like a schizophrenic. Your body has just stabilized, and it might interfere with the backlash. That won't work. He seemed visibly nervous, his emotions torn between logic and emotion. Lin Zhao didn't interrupt him, simply staring silently at the only remaining family member she hadn't seen in a long time. Brother Ronan, have you been involved in the gene engineering and infinite gold experiments with Shinjiming? The projection suddenly paused. Is it dangerous? She looked at him calmly, as if asking a trivial question. No. Don't go to the front lines, and be careful in the lab. We know very little about infinity gold, otherwise, I wouldn't have been tricked by it. Lin Zhao didn't ask what he was doing specifically, nor did she blame them for keeping it a secret. At this point, there were no outsiders. The projected figure refused to fully reveal its face, simply swaying restlessly around the room. Tell Shinjiming everything. He's close. You only report good news, not bad news, and just push all the trouble onto him. I don't think he's afraid of trouble anyway. The call ended. Ronan spoke a lot, trying to portray the older brother who loved to play with children. The virtual projection vanished with a hiss, and silence returned to the room. Lin Zhao took a deep breath, pulled the blanket up, and slowly lay down on his side. A very light tremor spread from his shoulders to his back. During this time, she heard someone enter. But they retreated silently. The noise outside grew increasingly chaotic. Unable to continue pretending nothing was happening, she leaned against the wall and opened the door to peer in. The ground beneath the bunker was covered in fine sand, as if it had leaked in from above. What happened? She asked a random soldier. The ground is filled with gold. Looks like a fight has broken out. Chapter 54. Who did infinite gold fight? This sentence had no object, but it exploded in Lin Zhao's mind, and she instinctively thought of the worst-case scenario. Where is Shinjiming? Outside. Someone hurriedly responded. All around was a chaotic yet orderly bustle. Everyone looked nervous, each rushing to their respective posts. Lin Zhao was alone. She hurried through the crowd, running towards the exit. As she stepped out, the light from the ground suddenly blinded her. When her vision returned to focus, she shielded her eyes, and her wound with her hands. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the wind whistled like a blade. The once silent desert churned in the wind. The sand no longer scattered, but flowed in a distinct direction, as if being pulled by something, as if there were two huge, opposing forces. The sand began to collapse in both directions, tearing through large areas. The underground bunker built by the escort team had been on the edge of the conflict, and had escaped disaster. She held her breath as a figure approached. Why did you come out? Shinjiming's face was dusty, and his hair flung a wisp of fine sand as he moved. He placed his hand on his folder, pulled out a piece of uncontaminated clothing, and draped it over Lin Zhao. Is this a fight between the infinite gold? Lin Zhao regained her composure, and realized that the deafening noise had long been echoing in her ears. There's a problem with the real-time environmental data. Our people had just gone out to investigate when the storm started. Shinjiming led Lin Zhao back to a safe, clean place, carefully avoiding his chest, and shaking the sand from her hair. Still bleeding, he warned Lin Zhao, who was watching the excitement. It's okay. If blood gets in there, I can still intervene. Just be quiet for a moment. Then what should we do here? Let them fight among themselves. Infinite Gold can't care about me right now. I can't hear a thing. Retreat to high altitude first. Staying down there means you're putting your life in someone else's hands. Besides, we still have one. Half of the bunker was their warship. After gathering their men, they took shelter. The sandstorm below, viewed from above, was even more apparent, one strong, one weak, yet entangled for a long time. Lin Zhao found a comfortable position and continued to lie there, watching the movements below like a play. Isn't that funny? What? Before, I didn't have a clear understanding of the concept that metals could be alive. But now, without even a body, they're still fighting among themselves. Life lies in movement. Shen Jiming kept a close eye on the monitoring data. With the massive amount of data accumulated over the past few days, they had mapped two distinct graphs. One of them was essentially identical to the one inside the sandworm's cavity, while the other was likely the invading faction. The struggle didn't last long. The smaller party was swept up by a larger sandstorm, and after a brief period of irregularity, the wind and sand returned to a state of calm. Infinite Gold didn't explain anything to Lin Zhao, but within the protective shield, it automatically separated from the Mecha and entered a kind of dormant state. No matter how they tried to adjust it, they couldn't detect the Infinite Gold's indicator values. Even when they returned to the surface, the place seemed like an ordinary desert. Researchers speculated that different consciousness modules were conflicting over control, manifesting as energy disturbances and structural oscillations. They wouldn't experience the same mental breakdown as humans, but it would take time for them to stabilize. Some personnel remained here to continue monitoring, while the rest broke camp and headed back. Eleanor wasn't exactly happy with Shen Jiming. He'd been loaned out for just a few days, and he returned with a metal thorn stuck in his chest. And no one even helped to remove it? Lin Zhao briefly explained, saying it was a bit beyond common sense. Eleanor thought about it twice, and finally came to terms with it. The Infinite Gold was also left in Thorn, for various reasons, and after all, Aisu's suggestion had some value. Aisu's fear of the Infinite Gold had gradually been dispelled by the rapid developments outside of the system over the years. Even if some Infinite Gold were extremely volatile, Lin Zhao was always there to keep an eye on them. And the Infinite Gold he brought back this time, said to be very cooperative, had secretly excited him. When you first arrived at the source of Infinite Gold, were they truly incredibly ferocious? Lin Zhao leaned back in her chair, her arms and legs spread wide, an air of I'm a sick patient, there's nothing you can do to me. It was truly terrifying. The overwhelming metal mountains deformed, leaving us with nowhere to hide. Many were pierced to death, and even a complete body was hard to preserve. Are these the complete operational records from your time there? Lin Zhao flipped through the confidential information Shen Jiheng had given her, feeling something was amiss. Do you remember the specific values for the pulse excitation? Lin Zhao randomly picked a question from an unclear record. She felt the need to revisit the source. Relying solely on Aisu's verbal recollection was unreliable. Aisu didn't respond immediately. Lin Zhao looked up at him, finding him unusually stunned, his eyes blank. I wasn't involved in this process. Then why was there this step? What was your original purpose for the exploration? We just stumbled upon a new planet. Gene engineering does 1 or 2 projects like this every year. It's standard procedure, nothing special. Lin Zhao's gaze made him uneasy, and he himself began to wonder. Was he really in a core position? He tried to recall the transfer orders, missions, and meetings of those years, but found that many details had long since faded. Now, he didn't really mind these things. Those years were busy, and he did a lot of things, and he did them well, but he believed his mental strength was weak, so no matter how talented or skilled he was, it was useless. He was destined to be mediocre, so it was better to stay away from these things that could cause trouble. But once the suspicion of being excluded was planted in his heart, anyone would feel uncomfortable. And that painting, did you receive it? Lin Zhao asked him. I see it. It looks familiar, but... Aisu hesitated. I don't think the angle is right. How? This looks more like the terrain on one of the natural satellites we observed. Lin Zhao pulled up the flamboyant painting and pointed at the 2 white stars. From this angle? Which one is the primary? Actually, there's no strict distinction between primary and satellite. It's just a triple star system, at least that's what I think. Aisu tried to recall. We weren't focusing on the planet at the time. That pile of metal alone was enough for us to study. Lin Zhao wondered how Aisu had gotten by with such rigor for so long. Leaving this pile of things to him, Lin Zhao went back to rest. She felt she'd get angry if she continued talking to him. With a pile of things waiting for results, Eleanor had some free time, so she went back to school to attend a few lectures to clear her mind. Lin Zhao, a blessing in disguise, had some free time, so she went along as a teaching assistant. Shiyo Military Academy remained much the same as before. The accident was over, but the students still had to move on, no matter what impact it had had on them. But privately, everyone was discussing Lin Zhao. Zheng Yu and Mu Qianfan often told her the rumors circulating. After the accident, Lin Zhao had gone on a field mission with the teachers, who couldn't see the problem. Everyone had their own ways of getting to know what had happened, while others simply jumped on the bandwagon. But the existence of infinite gold was indeed widely known. Su Mo and Cheng Wujiu were in their 4th year, and soon they would be going on internships. Taking advantage of Lin Zhao's return, the others had a quick get-together. Someone held up an ice cream cone, which Lin Zhao had secretly brought in from outside the school. It's still better to go to school, Su Mo sighed. Aren't you in school right now? 4th or 5th grade, if you're not strict, you're a student. Are your 2 instructors about to unleash their power? Su Mo elbowed Lin Zhao, who dodged nimbly. But we're still different from you. We probably won't be on missions too far ahead of the front lines. Cheng Wujiu suddenly spoke. Different, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Lin Zhao herself hadn't figured it out. She'd been pushed around for too long. It might be a good thing for others. Okay, stop talking. You're being rude. Cheng Wujiu bit off half his ice cream, using it as a way to block his mouth. Mu Qianfan, for once, remained silent. Last holiday, teacher Eleanor hadn't let him go to Thorn, so he hadn't seen Lin Zhao. But judging by the time and frequency of Lin Zhao's responses to his messages, it was clear that life in Thorn was tough. He constantly felt a sense of helplessness, a sense of being unable to help. But perhaps, in reality, no one needed his help. It was rare for him to have something on his mind, so it was particularly obvious. Lin Zhao poked him. The teacher said that when you leave this time, you need to take a week off and go with her. Mu Qianfan suddenly snapped out of his thoughts. Didn't you tell me? Oh, so now you told me. But, Xingyu scratched his head. I just rushed over from the classroom and saw teacher Eleanor and the principal hurriedly leaving. 2 confused voices uttered simultaneously. Several people left together. At first, I thought they were out for a meeting, but I feel like something's happened. A tacit silence fell upon them. Lin Zhao received a belated message from the teacher. It was concise and clear. Something urgent needs to happen. Please cover a combat class for me. I'm a 1st-year student, and it's urgent. Help me. Lin Zhao immediately grabbed Mu Qianfan, partly for help, and partly because he was afraid he'd run away. I can't teach. Mu Qianfan instinctively took a step back. I can't either, but it's a combat class, so you're perfect. Right. For something like this, of course, it's best to do it alone. Cheng Wujiu chimed in. If Mu Qianfan didn't agree, he'd probably be the next in trouble. Mu Qianfan, unable to resist the clamor, went with Lin Zhao. 1 class, dozens of people. Normally, the 2 of them stood in the crowd, looking up at the teacher. Lin Zhao and Mu Qianfan stood with their hands behind their backs, their fingers tense. The 2 had no teaching experience, but they followed suit, memorizing everything teacher Eleanor said and did. Mu Qianfan took a step forward, standing straight. 10 kilometers, complete in 40 minutes. There was a small groan from the students below, but they obeyed. The 2 substitute teachers underestimated their reputation in the school. Competent people are especially respected in military academies. Lin Zhao was trying to slack off behind Mu Qianfan. Watching him and the students sparring was becoming a bit aesthetically tiring, when she suddenly received another message. Out of the corner of her eye, Mu Qianfan noticed Lin Zhao suddenly stand up, his expression agitated. He stopped fighting with his student, punched him, and took a break. What's wrong? He trotted over. The 2 Shen family members were attacked by the enemy on planet KN-39. Chapter 55. Who? Where? Mu Qianfan didn't expect these familiar words to be linked together. I need to go over there. It seems. It's okay. Go quickly. I'm here. Lin Zhao patted his shoulder, her heart settling. Her reaction to Eleanor's message was the same as Mu Qianfan's. She hadn't been back to KN-39 in a long time since that time. Shen Jiming had once informed her that the Alliance would definitely investigate the place where she had lived. But even if Shen Jiming had bought the place, what were those 2 brothers doing there at this time? The familiar planet gradually became clearer and larger before her. She steadied herself in her aircraft before descending to locate the main force. Today was probably the busiest day on KN-39. Lin Zhao had never seen so many people here before. Bearing the bewildered stares along the way, she entered a huge, brand new building on the ground. Inside, there were even more people. And they were all high-ranking officials. In truth, she had never fully grasped Shen Jihing's worth, but today she finally got a glimpse. Shen Jihing and Shen Jiming were fine. Both sat comfortably at the round table, showing no obvious injuries. But Eleanor's expression was serious. What is going on? Lin Zhao felt a slight sense of oppression and wariness from the people here. I just woke up and didn't have time to tell you. It's about Sando. Relax and tell the truth. Some people find it difficult to talk. Shen Jiming's voice echoed in Lin Zhao's mind. He sat there quietly, also looking serious and discussing something. Sander? How is he related? The commander and Shen Jiming were attacked here. The enemies were the Deep Crown Society and Infinite Gold. They'd been eliminated, but there was a small incident. A strange colonel spoke, seemingly a very kind man. A citizen who has lived here for a long time suddenly intervened and helped block a powerful attack. Where is he? Lin Zhao asked hurriedly. Are you sure? He's human? Lin Zhao was stunned. What do you mean? The colonel waved his fat hand, and a transparent display column descended from the empty space next to him. Her pupils suddenly dilated. Only half of Sander's body remained, but there was no blood, only loose, shaky metal parts. He was as confused as before, with a look of dementia. He didn't seem to feel any pain. We conducted a preliminary examination and found that it was metal, and its structure was highly similar to the metal you infected on KN-39. The colonel continued his explanation. I don't know. I never felt like he was metal. Lin Zhao was rarely at a loss for words. The shock she felt from this incident seemed inexpressible. This was the neighbor she had known since childhood, the person who had helped her, saved her. Sander gradually realized that it was Lin Zhao before him and crawled over, his hands clawing at the transparent barrier. But he seemed unaware that he couldn't reach the person on the other side. Is it possible? The colonel pushed his glasses. After the gene project dumped waste on KN-39, not only were humans infected, but metals were also affected. After all, that was the original purpose of the gene project. However, KN-39's environment is complex, and the waste is diverse. It's unknown what material reacted with it, causing a very small amount of metal to actually gain consciousness. Lin Zhao had to admit that this was the most likely scenario. As for your perception problem, we hope you can help us figure out what's going on. The colonel's tone was gentle, but it seemed she couldn't leave again. But this time, she wanted to find out too. It's okay, I'm here too. Eleanor's mental power also connected with Lin Zhao. Sander was taken back, and the crowd dispersed. They were probably just there to show concern for the Alliance security chief. Lin Zhao quietly approached Eleanor and asked, Teacher, did you get scolded? Who scolded me? For my mistake? Eleanor waved her hand. What kind of mistake is that? Even if we were all tied together, you wouldn't know more about metal than me. We just discovered a problem, and our job is to solve it. Don't overthink it. I was startled by the scene when I came here. I thought they suddenly changed their minds and wanted to detain me. Lin Zhao was still terrified. When I arrived, I also thought these old officers were going to do something. The two leaned against the wall, feeling somewhat like they had survived a disaster. In the end, it was all talk and no action. In fact, this was Eleanor's first experience with the Chief of Security's incident. It required so many people to come and confirm and hand over the responsibility. If Shen Jiheng were truly in trouble, it wouldn't affect what they were doing, because someone would take over each responsibility. Then Lin Zhao glanced stealthily over there. Shen Jiheng was surrounded by several people. This time was indeed quite dangerous. Eleanor was also shocked when she received the news. The Shenyan Society's long-range weapons had almost evaded the defense system, and the guards had only blocked 50% of the attacks. Even with their prompt response, the Shenyan Society still prevailed by being fast. Within the first few seconds, they unleashed a barrage of firepower, leaving the two Shen brothers injured and unconscious despite their protection. When only 3 people remained in the room, Lin Zhao, facing 2 gazes, felt a strange sense of guilt. Go ahead, I'm exhausted. Shen Jiheng leaned back, slumping in his chair with complete relaxation. Where are you hurt? Lin Zhao slid over and sat next to Shen Jiming. Closer, he noticed the back of his neck was still red, a sign of his stay in the treatment cabin. Nothing. Shen Jiming smiled. Nothing. Shen Jiheng, with his eyes closed, exaggeratedly mimicked the words, but was kicked in the leg. I'm busy. I'm going to sleep. Do as you please. With that, he actually fell asleep. Is it that serious? Lin Zhao lowered his voice to avoid disturbing him. The injury had unleashed the young master's temper. I don't know. I fainted. Shen Jiming spread his hands. What exactly is going on? How did the Deep Crown attack the Alliance? Because that's an Alliance ship. Had they infiltrated so many? What exactly do they want? Let others worry about that. Shen Jiming's lips were still pale. I'm truly grateful to Sander today. Without him blocking that blow, we'd all be dead by now. Lin Zhao's heart clenched. So death was so close. So it's really important to understand Sander. I know. Lin Zhao lowered her eyes. The Gene Project's research was very successful. They achieved everything they set out to do. This time, Shen Jiming seemed to be struggling to speak. The military will begin interfering with the Gene Project's work. Because the Alliance Security Chief is important enough. Oh! Lin Zhao replied glumly. She had long known that if the incident became serious enough, a thorough investigation of the Gene Engineering Project would be inevitable. But when that day finally arrived, she felt less relieved than she had imagined. There was no point in overthinking. It was better to focus on the present. Can I apply to stay with Sander? He's a really good person. But he's not a sufficiently intelligent entity. He might become confused and hurt you. It's okay. He would have hurt you long ago. Even so, Lin Zhao didn't consider Sander dangerous. Perhaps subconsciously, she felt that even a stupid robot who wasn't her own species and couldn't even speak clearly made her feel safer. Don't think so. Let's just leave it at that. Lin Zhao said nothing and carried Shen Jiming to his feet. The sight and the feeling of his feet in the air were unfamiliar, and Shen Jiming hadn't expected Lin Zhao to do this. He took several steps before reacting. Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao carried the man with one hand, still free to cover his mouth with her other. It's work, so get it over with quickly. You rest first. She tossed Shen Jiming back into the room, turned, and headed for Sander's holding cell. She told the guards that she had Shen Jiming's permission. One was asleep, the other was easy to talk to. It was a perfect opportunity to exploit an opening. Lin Zhao entered Sander's small space. He wasn't aggressive. By human standards, he looked more like an elderly person with dementia. Lin Zhao sat down beside him, and Sander quieted down, no longer performing meaningless, repetitive movements. Do you remember him? The guy from last time? Lin Zhao was talking about Shen Jiming. Sander nodded. I don't think I ever asked you, when did you come here? With you, with. An inexplicable emotion swirled within her. Lin Zhao blinked frantically. Why didn't you tell me earlier? But even as she asked, she felt it was a pointless question. Tell her what? Tell her that besides humans, there are also successful metals, but Sander's unexpected answer was, I'm a failure. I have the raw data, but not the complete thought process. The staff monitoring the room outside stared at each other in shock. Sander's sudden, lucid words didn't seem to come from his mind, but rather from some answer buried deep within his initial settings, waiting to be triggered. Why do you say you can't think? You help me protect my brothers and sisters, you save. Lin Zhao couldn't continue. The more she spoke, the more she realized that Sander was simply following her instructions. Would you let me use other materials to repair you? Sander was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Then can you send me the raw data? Sure. It was strange. When discussing ordinary matters, he was slow to react, but when it came to the source, he mechanically outputted it. If complete data was needed, Sander's body would need to be completed, or rather, sufficient information nodes would need to be reconstructed. This work would be time-consuming, and Lin Zhao wasn't in a hurry. She would just treat it as a vacation, working on some ordinary manufacturing projects. Sander would occasionally pass Lin Zhao the materials from his body. Are you a robot, or? Lin Zhao didn't know what to call him. I'm metal. I become like you, and I became like this. Lin Zhao hummed a faint nod and continued her work. After working for a while, she said she was going out to get the materials. Entering the monitoring room outside, she immediately said firmly, he has no self-awareness. He's just an artificial robot. Chapter 56. But, out of habit, I assumed that since this metal had been here for so long, it must have something to do with self-awareness. But I just touched it and felt it carefully, and it's just an ordinary piece of metal. Lin Zhao hesitated at the end. The researcher seemed incredulous. After all this time, Lin Zhao had never noticed this. They must have come into physical contact during their inexplicable fights. With her abilities, how could she not have known? Lin Zhao, I really didn't notice before. I always thought he was an outsider, someone forced to live here after a spacecraft crash. And his mental state has always been like this. Aside from confrontations, we never had close contact. Besides, I rarely come back here. We only saw each other more often in the first few years. We can't currently detect the metal contaminated by your blood, so without clear evidence, they couldn't believe it based on a few words, nor could they disprove it. But even if what you say is true, Who put this robot here? What's its purpose? Lin Zhao hesitated, feeling a surge of unease. Besides you, who else needs to monitor the environmental data here? The light is dark. She thought back to when KN-39 was first contaminated. She often hid out of fear, away from people and blood. Later, a healthy outsider arrived, Sander. Although his brain wasn't quite right, his healthy presence made Lin Zhao willing to get close. Initially, Sander didn't pick a fight with her out of nowhere. He simply kept a distance, allowing them to interact quietly without interfering with each other. Only occasionally would they exchange a few words. Like, "Are you hungry? Where can I find food?" After Lin Zhao decided to go out to work, she asked Sander to look after the surviving children on KN-39. After that, Sander would defeat the occasional star beasts that landed on the planet and drive away the outsiders who came to scavenge. And on the rare occasions when Lin Zhao returned home, he would nervously spar with her. She was still young at the time and never considered why Sander was so powerful, able to defeat the star beasts. She simply thought he was incredibly reliable. Come to think of it, Sander never touched Lin Zhao's blood. Aside from minimal physical contact, he always watched from a distance. But even Colonel Gabriel, who was there at the time, probably wouldn't have gotten any information. He didn't even know what he was doing there. It would be better to reinvestigate the meticulous engineers who set foot on KN-39. Shen Jiheng had already checked. The serious middle-aged man Gabriel was following was engineer Ning Zheng from Gene Engineering. He had died 5 years ago of natural causes. AI Su had also worked with him, but their interactions were limited. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that the experimental waste was being transported by a serious engineer. According to AI Su's recollection, Ning Zheng wasn't highly valued. That was quite contradictory. If AI Su had been the marginalized figure, it would have been understandable that he didn't know. But he said that many projects excluded Ning Zheng, which is why he considered her a marginal figure. Yet, Ning Zheng still participated in the Conscious Metal project. Some things don't bear close scrutiny. Lin Zhao stood among the crowd, her inner voice far surpassing the others' discussion. The sudden turn of events disrupted the guards' research rhythm, and everyone scrambled to replan their direction. Eleanor was still reconnoitering the outer regions when she heard the news and rushed back to Earth, but she couldn't find Lin Zhao. She sent no messages, but she received no response. The most infuriating thing was that the two members of the Shen family didn't know either, until they discovered that Lin Zhao's aircraft was no longer on KN-39. How could such a person have disappeared right under our noses? What's the point of your immigration control? Eleanor was furious. This is Lin Zhao's hometown. She controls all the metal on the planet. It would be easy for her to make a move. The guards felt wronged as well. Shen Jiming looked at Shen Jiheng, their eyes meeting, and Shen Jiheng immediately contacted someone. Soon, he received the news, she's been found. Where is she? The headquarters of the Gene Engineering, Itros Prime. She single-handedly oversaw it. What do you mean? Eleanor knew the meaning of the word, but she couldn't believe it. For an Alliance soldier to do such a thing was tantamount to treason, punishable by immediate execution. There were guards there, so they didn't do anything to Lin Zhao. Shen Jiheng rubbed his brow. He only just gotten a good night's sleep when he received such a big surprise. Actually, to be more precise, they couldn't do anything to Lin Zhao. Their weapons were controlled by her. I go! Itros Prime and KN-39 weren't far apart. Eleanor had to get there. Maybe she could rescue Lin Zhao before things got out of hand. But why would she bypass everyone and suddenly attack Gene Engineering? Hadn't she said she was willing to put aside her grudges for now and follow Shen Jiheng's lead? Without taking the time to sort out what was happening here, she set off in a hurry. On Itros Prime, the Gene Engineering Park was surrounded by a ring of high metal walls. The park was vast and rigorously structured, a hub where people flowed and operations were organized. But now, it was deserted, not a single soul in sight, save for the still functioning giant equipment. Every metal defense line within the park had been locked down by its own systems. The soldiers who had been guarding the various passages were pinned to the walls by the weapons they carried day and night, unable to move. The few core engineers had been driven into their separate, empty rooms by the deforming walls. It wasn't forced by an external invader, nor was it an internal rebellion. It was simply the metal that had suddenly activated, sealing everyone off. The park no longer accepted any orders. Lin Zhao wiped the blood from her palm and sat beside a bed filled with life support equipment. She looked grim, but the person on the bed couldn't be seen. Only one of Hai Luo's brains remained functional. Lin Zhao's contribution back then was also part of this. You're finally here. A mechanical voice echoed, though not without emotion. General Shen Jiheng has been saying that it's not appropriate for us to meet now, but I doubt he even knew about your visit today. Hello, Chairman. I'm Lin Zhao. This is our second meeting. I wonder if you remember the first time, when you suffocated at the Shio Military Academy, and I was listening to your speech. Lin Zhao briefly introduced herself. The room fell silent for a moment. I thought my health was that poor. Harrell scoffed at himself, but he wasn't angry. So, according to Chairman, General Shen Jiheng had already contacted you? Lin Zhao had always felt that the Gene Project should have been thoroughly investigated long ago. She thought so, not to mention other normal people. Of course, he came to me when he realized the widespread existence of infinite gold. But it seems you haven't fully shared information. Hai Luor's metallic laugh was a bit harsh. Nowhere is completely unchangeable. It's safest to keep everything in your heart. So what does the chairman think of me? Lin Zhao raised her eyes coldly. I've been your experimental subject since I was a child. Am I reliable enough? I thought Shen Jiheng would come to question me first, but you came first. You barging in like this is bad for your future. If I can't even figure out how I got here, then I don't want this future. Hai Luor sighed, lamenting his youth. He was actually quite talkative, but with age, his body was no longer able to support his thoughts and words. When you brought Aisu back, I knew it was only a matter of time before you found out. Aisu couldn't break into the core circle, and no one took him seriously. His only purpose was to verify information. Lin Zhao spoke bluntly. Young people shouldn't be so easily dismissive of others' lives. Aisu has abilities, but he's just not worthy of being promoted. Hai Luor wasn't subtle either. When Shen Jiheng asked me about Ning Zheng, I briefly explained. The young man was perceptive and realized I hadn't told him the whole story. He probably investigated privately as well. I don't know what he found, but I suspect it wasn't fruitful. But this is also a good thing. If Shen Jiheng can't find out, then the Shenyan Society won't notice anything unusual either. Comparing Shen Jiheng and the Shenyan Society is a delicate matter. Lin Zhao didn't think Shen Jiheng had any problems, but according to Hai Luor, the Shenyan Society might have infiltrated many places. Sander, were you the one who asked Ning Zheng to be placed on KN-39? Yes, he's very cautious, and I trust him. Hai Luor admitted frankly. So you also tacitly agreed that the waste from the Metal Consciousness Project could be discarded at will? Lin Zhao's whole body tensed uncontrollably, and it took all his strength to suppress his emotions. Don't you think your statement is contradictory? Hai Luor asked, but didn't deny it. If it was just discarded at will, why would I let Ning Zheng go through all that trouble? Wouldn't it be safer to just do your job? In the gap where Lin Zhao didn't respond, he added, I guess you figured it out. They and I aren't on the same side. I don't agree with the continuation of the Metal Consciousness experiment. So, there are places like KN-39, and people like me? Lin Zhao's knuckles turned white, her energy building but with nowhere to vent. There are places like this, but there aren't people like you. As Hai Luor spoke, a hint of sadness lingered in his mechanical voice. They randomly dropped it on 20 junk planets, but you were the only one affected and survived. I had Ning Zheng place covert monitoring equipment on these junk planets, and only Sander has been carrying out the mission so far. Unfortunately, due to the complex environment, we haven't been able to update and maintain it in a timely manner. Sander isn't a very useful instrument. It can only simply transmit data and follow commands. That familiar sting surged up again, curling from the pit of her stomach to her throat. Lin Zhao struggled to force a rational question out of her throat. You always known what Mu Gong was thinking and doing, and your response was simply to verbally dissuade him and observe from the side? Chapter 57. When Eleanor arrived at Itro's Prime, she expected it to take some effort to gain entry. The park's defenses automatically opened to her, and she was ushered in. She hadn't brought anyone with her, rushing here alone, hoping there was still room for maneuver. But this place was incredibly safe. Lin Zhao stood quietly in the open field, waiting for her arrival. Eleanor didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief, but her emotions had been strained for too long, and an uncontrollable nervous tension welled up in the back of her head, a tension that blended anger and powerlessness. She walked faster and faster, reaching Lin Zhao and kicking her to the ground. You become so powerful, haven't you? You're even going to seize control, aren't you? Eleanor was used to kicking Han Changfeng, and when she used the same move on Lin Zhao, she already regretted it in her mind as she lifted her leg. But she was truly angry. Lin Zhao said nothing, falling to the ground and then getting up again, obediently clasping her hands behind her back as she listened to the lecture. Everyone's watching. They know what you want to do. Take 2 bullets and see if you can survive, right? Lin Zhao remained silent. Speak. Teacher. Lin Zhao had barely spoken when tears streamed down her face. Eleanor had never seen Lin Zhao cry before. Even then, when everyone in her family had perished, she had only calmly comforted Ronan. Teacher, they all knew. Those who dumped the waste, those who disapproved, all knew what would happen. They were using us as experimental material, because no one would care if we died. Someone cares, so now we? Belated care can't save anyone. Lin Zhao raised her head stubbornly, and wiped her face. They disagreed internally, but never publicly and forcefully opposed this. Everyone was secretly testing the waters, trying to see who would make the first misstep, the wrong move, but they all hoped for a lucky break, hoping for success. Lin Zhao. Eleanor wanted to say something. She didn't know what she learned here, but her overwhelming emotion swallowed her words. Teacher, tell me what to do. Hai Luo knew everything and allowed it to happen, but he also secretly observed, keeping the robots at a distance and obeying my simple commands. Even after I was thrown out of the Loma mine, he sent someone to spare my life. He didn't do it to save me, but to preserve the remaining experimental sample. Lin Zhao clenched her teeth, her back straight. Tears streamed down her face, but her face didn't show any tears. Teacher, you've been preaching about the importance of balancing all parties for years, but haven't fewer people died? Lin Zhao knew that the two people approaching from behind her, and the entire metal park were under her surveillance, let alone such a drastic move as crossing the security line. You're right. Shen Jiheng's voice echoed behind her. But knowing doesn't mean you can stop it. But Hai Luo knew, because he wanted to see how far Mugong could go. What he wouldn't risk, others would naturally help him do. Even if he couldn't stop the experiment in time. He hoped to gain an opportunity by pushing forward. Shen Jiheng interrupted her, replying with his extremely sober indifference. Mugong's experimental results were a sudden change, something no one had anticipated. That's why he withdrew from the gene project so quickly. We still don't know what he's experimented with, nor do we know the intentions of Infinite Gold. If you want change, you can't just rely on hatred. You have to understand how it's built, who maintains it, who can decide its changes, and who absolutely won't. Controlling variables, I understand. But Chief, now I, the variable, want someone dead. What can you do to stop me? Tears streaked across Lin Zhao's face. She turned and left. Eleanor remained silent. After losing sight of Lin Zhao, she chuckled bitterly. I never felt so aggrieved. She didn't speak to the Alliance security chief and also entered the park. Go see Hai Luo. I think my blood pressure's rising. Shen Jiheng wiped his forehead. His haste had expended considerable energy. You don't want to see a good person pushed to the brink of collapse. Shen Jiming stood beside him, his expression unreadable. How old are you? Still a good person and a bad one. Even if she's a villain, her ability to silence everyone is a skill. But can she do it now? Shen Jiheng had already switched back to work mode and walked inside. Let me advise you, being soft-hearted isn't protection. Giving her candy, or just meeting her won't help her at all. He didn't have time to talk too much with Shen Jiming. He was truly unsure about Lin Zhao's behavior today. If she really did something here, it would be irreversible. But the person involved didn't care at all. Lin Zhao ran back to the warehouse, found a box, and lay down inside, hiding herself in the shadow of the copper coins. Eleanor searched for a long time before finding her. Feeling guilty about your subordinates isn't a good thing, but it's already happened. She took 2 steps closer, but the words she prepared caught in her throat. Lin Zhao spoke first. Teacher, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. I just suddenly realized I don't understand you all that well. I don't know when you should do something, or which decisions are made to facilitate whom. It's as if everyone is forced to do something, so no one is held accountable for their actions. Sometimes you say you're doing it for my own good, but I can't tell. Eleanor took a breath, turned Lin Zhao over, and looked her straight in the darkness. If a student has questions, it must be the teacher's fault. Lin Zhao started slightly, and before she could react, new tears welled up. She had cried for far too long today, but she didn't want to stop herself. Eleanor continued, I understand your doubts, anger, and disappointment, but I didn't address it promptly. I'm not making excuses for myself. I never encountered this situation before. I always believed that after handling one problem, I move on to the next, present the results, and things would always get better. In other words, I thought responsibility could be shouldered through execution, without excessive explanation. But you're not a task, you're a person. Sometimes I forget that people need to be heard. I used to think that if you got into trouble, I, your teacher, would cover for you. But I discovered. She gave a wry smile. I don't have that much ability either. So, we have to explore together, and be flexible and adaptable within the limited space. Lin Zhao blinked and cried freely, her mind dazed, and for a moment, she couldn't register what she was saying. Still looking? What are you looking at? Eleanor tidied Lin Zhao's gear like she was petting a large dog and gave her a big hug. Lin Zhao's face was crushed against Eleanor's shoulder, and she murmured, I thought you go check on Hai Luo first. The old man's not being honest. It's okay if he suffers a little. Besides, he's my student. She hugged him a little tighter, and even her breathing seemed to warm up. Hai Luo has an assistant named Xiang Yujia. Although she's not officially an engineer and can't take on individual projects, she's very capable. She's done a lot for Hai Luo and even participated in experiments with metal consciousness. Shen Jiming's voice echoed from the warehouse door, a distant echo that was especially clear in the empty space. He watched Lin Zhao from a distance, not entering, half of his body shrouded in light. Eleanor looked at him, as if he had seen something possessed. She had never heard of this person. What was Shen Jiming suddenly talking about? Then Shen Jiming left without staying. What do you mean? Lin Zhao asked Eleanor. These two. Eleanor sighed. Sometimes I understand our general manager. He needs to be involved in everything, but he can't be involved in everything. Then why does he do this crappy job? Well, it's not that crappy, it's just that there's too much to consider. It's not that I'm afraid of someone's interests, it's that I'm afraid they become desperate. Eleanor suddenly realized she was saying this again, and she covered it up casually. Since I'm here, I've been dealing with the people from gene engineering these past few days. That's Xiang Yujia. I do it. Lin Zhao volunteered. After crying, it was time to get to work. She had been looking forward to meeting the gene engineering team, but her grand appearance this time seemed to intimidate these experienced engineers. Seeing them, Lin Zhao felt that fear ultimately overwhelmed her research. Of the 6 people who had discovered the infinite gold survivors, Ai Su and Mu Gong were excluded. Only Gao Quan, who had left with Mu Gong, remained. The others were no longer alive. Ai Su was of little use. According to Shen Jiming, Xiang Yaojia was the only one who could pry open their mouths. But she followed Chairman Haileyuer's lead. Haileyuer didn't trust anyone, and so Xiang Yaojia didn't trust anyone either. Xiang Yaojia was under 40, with her shoulders straight and her posture impeccable. Not a single strand of hair was visible on her forehead. In other words, she was only in her early 20s when she joined the project. It's said that her status as an interstellar refugee once made her life difficult, and only Hai Luo was willing to give her a chance to display her talents. So even though she still lacks a legitimate position, Hai Luo's recommendation allows her to participate in core projects. People are complex, Lin Zhao thought. In Xiang Yujia's heart, there's no one better than Hai Luo, but in her eyes, Hai Luo is just a madman with a disregard for human life. Hello, I'm Lin Zhao. She extended her hand. Xiang Yajia politely replied, I heard about it. I've been ordered to reopen the investigation into the metal consciousness experiment. I'm sorry, the chairman hasn't told me. I need his confirmation. Lin Zhao didn't argue, simply picking up the terminal in front of her and quickly bringing up a screen. In reality, she didn't need to go through all this superficial work. When she arrived at the park, she had already discovered that most of the metal here was produced by the Alliance, meaning she could control everything here. As people age, they become more afraid of death. Harol's experiment on himself wasn't very successful, and he couldn't be saved. Tell me, with me here, can you still trust your so proud equipment? Chapter 58. Xiang Yujia's gaze finally showed some emotion as she looked at Lin Zhao. It was simply the desire to tear someone apart. Lin Zhao saw it, and knew the method was right. There were other researchers in the studio, and one boldly tried to pull Xiang Yajia away, telling her not to force her way into it with Lin Zhao. But Lin Zhao wasn't prepared to accept this kindness. The metal platform behind the person suddenly deformed, trapping the person against the wall again. Again? Having just been released, someone had to endure this again, feeling overwhelmed. She had no choice but to maintain strict self-discipline, and vowed never to interfere with Lin Zhao again. What do you think about the investigation? Lin Zhao asked Xiang Yujia. Xiang Yajia stared at her in silence for a long moment. Perhaps because she couldn't figure out what else she could do within Lin Zhao's tight control, she resigned herself to it. What do you want to know? Let's talk privately. Lin Zhao turned and left, glancing indifferently at the others in the studio. I didn't expect the chief to have someone as powerful as you under him. It's not what I heard. Xiang Yajia accepted the hot tea Lin Zhao offered her, the host and guest completely reversing roles. What did you hear about me? I heard you haven't lost control yet, and have been very cooperative. Lin Zhao forced a fake smile. You haven't lost control yet. It's just a matter of adapting to the circumstances. Seeing Xiang Yujia's eyes flicker, she added, of course, Hai Luo, I wanted to kill you all for a long time. Every single one of you who were witnesses and participants. Thank you for your honesty. Xiang Yujia's reaction had become calm and controlled. It's much better than those backstabbing tactics. Xiang Yujia had actually been looking forward to meeting this long-surveilled survivor, having long admired her abilities. But apparently, their first meeting didn't quite meet her expectations, as she was the one being threatened. And the most embarrassing thing was that Lin Zhao was capable of such a thing. How many types of metals are there on the Infinite Gold Sources triple star system? Lin Zhao's first question. I thought you were asking about the experimental waste. Xiang Yujia was a little surprised, but she answered anyway. This wasn't a highly confidential question. 3 types, or 2, to be exact. Lin Zhao looked at her quietly, waiting for her explanation. When we first ascended, we came under a fierce attack from the infinite metal. At the time, we were so focused on escaping that we didn't notice the details. But after reviewing the situation, it's clear that the attacking infinite metal and the calmer plates across the entire metal planet are clearly distinct. The moderates and the invaders. No. Xiang Yujia denied it decisively. Our subsequent sampling results showed that the other parts seemed to lack consciousness. Ordinary metal? Lin Zhao felt something was odd. To this day, I'm still unclear on this. Our experiments haven't yielded any conclusions, or rather, the results are with Mu Gong. Xiang Yujia relaxed, leaning back in his chair. After Mu Gong and the others left the gene project, we continued our experiments, but Mu Gong tampered with the experimental procedures and records. We can't determine the exact path, so we haven't been successful so far. Lin Zhao asked again, when did Mu Gong withdraw? At what point? We already reported this to the chief of security. So, who you report to is none of my business. You answer whatever I ask. After all these years as an assistant, don't you even understand the most basic tasks? Xiang Yujia's expression darkened. He left after failing to activate his metal consciousness for the 51st time. No signs at all? The chairman once placed a certain amount of trust in him, but Mu Gong was involved in too many secret operations, and he's a master at fabricating lies. Lin Zhao found it amusing. It was a classic dog-eat-dog situation. Harol's trust was based on secret observation and the constant placement of his own spies. The current situation was simply Heluel's failure. So you've been observing for so many years and know nothing? Although Xiang Yujia was loyal to Heluel, she also had a strong sense of self-esteem. Being threatened and ridiculed by a young man, her expression naturally grew tense. Ah! A terrified scream rang out from not far away. Xiang Yujia instinctively stood up. Don't be nervous. It's just a capture. Lin Zhao took a sip of tea calmly. Don't go too far. This is gene engineering, after all. Someone's using your internal equipment to transmit information. Shouldn't I arrest them? Lin Zhao asked, standing up and heading out. Xiang Yujia followed closely. In the studio where she had just been, a man was pinned to the wall by a robotic arm. He wasn't dead, but he couldn't move. Xin Bao? He was a veteran, who had worked at gene engineering for 10 years. While his talents weren't particularly outstanding, he was a rigorous and objective person. Lin Zhao pulled up the virtual security line on the workstation screen. A piece of garbled code was embedded in the background code of the purchase information form. How could someone be so stupid? Lin Zhao shook his head as he worked. Knowing this place is under my supervision, you still think you can get away with it? Aren't you? Metal manipulators? How can you detect this? Xiang Yujia couldn't help but ask for clarification. Lin Zhao raised his eyes, speechless. I'm a mecha engineering major. I have some technical skills. Is that strange? The guards arrived late. Few of Shinjiheng's men were in this vast campus. Because it was too late, and there was no need. Interrogations are matters of expertise, and Lin Zhao didn't ask. Interrupted by this incident, Xiang Yujia went to see Hai Luo. She had little faith that Lin Zhao would keep her promise, especially after the show of force. Lin Zhao followed her, fearing that the two of them would once again collude to conceal the truth. But Hai Luo seemed quite open-minded. At this moment, he and Shin Jiheng had just finished their conversation, and the general manager was elegantly sipping coffee by his bed. Despite their unpleasant conversation not long ago, Lin Zhao still greeted her superiors. At least in front of Hai Luo and Xiang Yujia, she had to put on a show. What an honor. An old man like me has been on the lookout for my life or death all day long. Hai Luer's robotic voice was tinged with exaggerated laughter. If you need anything, you can come to me. Painful or painless, I'm fine. Lin Zhao chimed in. She couldn't stand this kind of false openness. Who knew who was secretly researching life-extending biotechnology? Shen Jiheng gave her a look, and Lin Zhao puffed out her lips, reluctantly lowering her presence. Chairman, have a good rest. We be busy tomorrow. He nodded gently, motioning Lin Zhao to leave with him. Lin Zhao glanced around and chose to trust him again, though her trust was still somewhat reluctant. Who knows what they're discussing? If they just cooperated a bit, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Shen Jiheng was ultimately irritated by Lin Zhao's belated youthful spirit. He had always known that if Lin Zhao didn't cooperate, he would need considerable force to subdue her. And even so-called tough tactics wouldn't necessarily defeat the pervasive metal consciousness. Returning to prehistoric times was a possibility. He didn't respond immediately until he had returned to a quiet part of the corridor. Have you heard of Antrox? I don't know. Shen Jiheng glanced back at her, suddenly remembering that she hadn't received a complete education in interstellar theory. Over 100 years ago, on a friendly planet of the Alliance, their technology was more advanced than the Alliance's, and they were a civilization with a strong experimental spirit. A social trend at the time was their passion for creating non-carbon-based life forms. Robots? Just a small subset. They were bold and daring, and very willing to embrace new things. And then? Lin Zhao probably guessed why Shen Jiheng mentioned this historical event. Did it cause a riot? It wasn't really a riot. The tools they produced developed self-awareness, or a quasi-personality. This triggered a series of power shifts, significantly impacting the economic structure of Antrox. Shen Jiheng paused. It's not that Antrox couldn't afford this restructuring, but it didn't stop there. Some researchers experimented with connecting this consciousness with the human brain, resulting in reverse assimilation of some humans. He looked at Lin Zhao with a rare complex expression. They became insane, their consciousness fragmented, their logic collapsed, and the number of suicides soared. No matter how powerful an organizational structure is, without its people, it ceases to exist. Is the general afraid of Mugong, or of me? Neither. Shen Jiheng shook his head gently, his tone calm. One person is nothing to fear. There's nothing wrong with the technology itself, and the gene engineering project isn't some untouchable secret. But I can't let the majority of people access a system they don't understand. I'm afraid no one will see any flaw in that. No one will resist. So Hai Luer's concealment isn't a problem at all. It's just that it's been unfair to you all along. Lin Zhao had always known that she maintained a sense of distance from everyone. Because they turned a blind eye to the injustices that befell her, they constantly used the bigger picture to comfort, persuade, and minimize her feelings. In fact, if they had said those words, she wouldn't have been so disappointed. The only weakness was her unrealistic expectations. Hai Luer and I have renegotiated, and he released some more files. Since you're here, get everything you need to know before you leave. Shen Jiheng hesitated slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Lin Zhao leaned against the corridor, alone, doing nothing. About half an hour later, Xiang Yujia reluctantly approached, hands in her coat pockets. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Zhao tilted her head, expressionless. Xiang Yujia felt uncomfortable. She stared at Lin Zhao, her voice lowered but sharp. I told the chairman that the data on metal consciousness is better given to anyone than you. You are the most unstable variable. If you want to hide or fabricate something, the others will just let it go. So? But the chairman said you're the one among us who best understands those things. What else is there to say? Lin Zhao expected her to say something earth-shattering, and ignored her useless pride. I want to know all the information on the infinite gold origin. Also, have you been there again? Chapter 59. Seeing is believing, Xiang Yujia felt. She was still debating whether to withhold information, but Lin Zhao was already unleashing a relentless slaughter before her. The scattered steel shards and shattered parts of the test site suddenly soared into the air without warning, swirling around Lin Zhao, twisting and turning, converging into a swirling stream of sharp blades. Lin Zhao made no movement, nor did he utter a single command. Unlike the sudden feeling of imprisonment yesterday, Xiang Yujia felt a surge of emotion now, her mindset shifting. All the data had been re-recorded, unlike the previously hidden records, and those transmitted from within the Alliance army. The gene engineering headquarters was the perfect location for refining such an immature event. Your mental power. Xiang Yujia wasn't sure. No matter how she calculated it, it had been significantly enhanced. Still SS level, it's been a long time. But you can obviously maintain this state longer, and your range of influence is wider. I can't just stand still. I need to study my cleverness. Lin Zhao emerged from the fully monitored area. Now I can finally see the original infinite gold you stored, right? Xiang Yaojiao was cautious, even stubborn, and wouldn't let go until she got Lin Zhao's first-hand data. Lin Zhao just wanted to know why the original infinite gold was different in everyone's opinion. But Xiang Yaojiao's cache wasn't anything special. It was just a piece of infinite gold that was still raging. Engineering Gene took samples from 3 locations on the triple star. There are differences, but they're not the same as the current situation. She played a video, the first on-site footage Lin Zhao had seen of the incident. The video showed, as Aisu had described, the gene engineering team under intense attack. But perhaps Aisu's memory was distorted by his fear. The Infinite Gold's attacks weren't so unpredictable. From an outsider's perspective, their paths were actually quite limited. You can't judge a soldier's ability to respond based on his experience. Xiang Yaojia addressed her question. You think this attack is easy to mitigate, but for us back then, unfamiliarity was fatal. Lin Zhao pondered. So it seemed the Infinite Gold wasn't very intelligent back then. That's what we suspected too. Later, we conducted in-depth research into the formation of infinite gold. Our initial conclusion is that the unique gravitational field of the triple star system caused a large amount of cosmic debris to frequently impact the planet's surface. Various unknown microorganisms and minerals trapped within this debris underwent some kind of mutation reaction under specific environmental conditions, but it's still in the early stages of evolution. But now, infinite gold can conceal, and even disguise its presence. Lin Zhao recounted her experiences on the planet Flakovus. Xiang Yaojia was certainly aware of this place. They had previously been involved in a joint project. At the time, they had intended to utilize the vast metal reserves there as a natural testing ground, but it was clear that Mu Gong had his own ideas. After withdrawing from the gene project, he conducted his own experiments, which drastically altered the environment there and the sandworm's temperament, reacting to the metal's effects. The triple star is now. We're also searching. Lin Zhao was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by looking? How could 3 planets be lost? You might not be familiar with the Alliance's undisclosed technology. Xiang Yaojia wanted to be proud, but in this case, the technology backfired. A planet can be completely moved, and its coordinates can be completely changed. Lin Zhao had always assumed they were simply being overly cautious, waiting to confirm the information before taking action. So such a large target had been lost. Lin Zhao looked at the long-imprisoned infinity gold. It suddenly calmed down from its frenzy. What did you say to it? Xiang Yaojia stared at Lin Zhao cautiously. The original is indeed easy to talk to. Lin Zhao gestured for her to take out the infinity gold. Hesitantly she agreed, but asked Lin Zhao to recount the entire process of his questioning. I just asked it what they like. It thought I was one of their kind, so it calmed down. Our tests do show they don't seem to have the concept of vision. So what did it reply? Expansion. Give ordinary metal consciousness? This piece can't do that. It can only envelop ordinary metal and increase its physical size. Lin Zhao hesitated, adding a qualifier. This was the first piece of Invasion Infinite Gold willing to tell her much. Wait a moment. She suddenly fell silent, listening intently. What's wrong? Xiang Yaojia was also getting nervous. Lin Zhao gestured for her to come out of the lab. It has the ability to think. Lin Zhao hesitated. It just expressed expansion, and then immediately began to reflect on whether its strategy of utilizing ordinary metal could truly enhance itself. In theory, interaction with the external environment prompts changes in cognitive structures. This is a normal phenomenon. Xiang Yaojia said this, but her heart wasn't quite so sure. Lin Zhao had simply posed a perfectly ordinary question, with almost no inductive reasoning, yet Infinite Gold had already broken through its usual routine and discovered a new problem. If someone could systematically guide and train it, its evolution would be even faster. Xiang Yaojia suddenly felt something was amiss. She recalled something. She immediately returned to her private office and, using complex biometric analysis after complex biometric analysis, unlocked the true records hidden deep within. Lin Zhao followed closely behind, but Xiang Yaojia no longer had time to hide. She searched swiftly, seemingly knowing every detail of the information by heart, but she finally stopped at a seemingly mundane step. Alloy. Lin Zhao also realized this. The world is rife with artificial alloy products, from building materials to everyday utensils. This is the most common and basic technology. At the time, the gene engineering team would naturally conduct similar experiments on unknown metal objects to determine and analyze their basic properties. So, with Infinite Gold's learning ability, It's very likely that through simple physical reactions, it could draw inferences about higher-level fusion techniques. Xiang Yujia closed his eyes in despair. We conducted so many experiments on infinite gold for so long. So many different kinds of experiments. So could it be that infinite gold chose Mugong, rather than what Mugong intended to do? Lin Zhao asked. Based on the current situation, if infinite gold didn't take the lead, humans would be unable to communicate with it. I once obtained a code that infinity gold uses to communicate with humans, but I never been able to decipher it. Can you do it? Xiang Yujia was a little surprised. She had long been accustomed to Shen Jiheng's often pointless visits. They rarely communicated directly. I can try. I've done it before. Don't bother sharing your resume. I send you the records when I get back. But if this hypothesis is true, perhaps this communication record is useless. Do you have the authority? Of course. Also, the dormant infinity gold I brought back from Flacco Ovis last time. Lin Zhao pondered for a moment. She wasn't sure if she could get the guard supplies. Take it one item at a time. Xiang Yaojiao was afraid of asking for too much, and Shen Jiheng objected. But I have other infinity gold here. Lin Zhao removed the necklace from her neck. Are you just going to keep it? Xiang Yaojiao finally lost her composure. The opponent she had been so eager to defend had been transformed into jewelry. It's safe. The amount is so small, they already been one of us. Then can this infinity gold be exchanged? No, it's dormant. So I wonder if I can use the original infinity gold to activate it. But if the infinity gold has this level of intelligence, aren't you afraid to turn against us? Lin Zhao pulled another metal spike from the space folder. It's already been attacked. Please inspect these first. The level of gene engineering is still far superior to that outside. Lin Zhao never doubted this. She always hoped that since this was a collaboration, both parties would give their all. Xiang Yaojia took the metal spike and examined it repeatedly in her hand, her heart subtly wavering. Do you have anything else to say? Lin Zhao sensed her hesitation, assuming she had encountered some technical difficulty. Don't you want to ask about the waste material that caused the changes in your blood? Is it closely related to the current situation? I don't know. I can't draw a conclusion. But at the time, while we were studying infinity gold, we were extracting its core particles and attempting to replicate its consciousness. So, your ability to communicate with infinity gold might be due to this. At what stage of the experiment did the particle extraction step occur? Lin Zhao immediately understood Xiang Yijia's implication. After the metal fusion. I see. Let me think about it. While Xiang Yujia was working, Lin Zhao stayed alone in an empty room nearby. Despite not having rested for a long time, she didn't feel tired at all. In fact, the more she thought about it, the more alert she became. Perhaps the characteristics of her blood mirrored those of infinity gold after its awakening. Activation? Growth? Evolution? She suddenly realized she never properly grasped the extent of her potential. This cognitive blind spot was right before her eyes, and therefore, the one she often overlooked. She touched the metal table beside her, lost in thought. The door across from her suddenly swung open, and bright light from the corridor outside instantly flooded into the dim room. The glare made her squint uncomfortably. Either by silhouette or by their habit of not knocking, she knew who it was. Herald released the footage of you that Sandal recorded. Shen Jiming spoke directly, but he touched his collar a little awkwardly. Lin Zhao didn't even look up. Oh. A bunch of voyeurs. Shen Jiming felt the same way himself. Herald felt comfortable with his objective comments, but he couldn't. A brief, awkward silence fell in the room. Are you feeling energetic today? He asked, suddenly changing the subject. Sure. Shen Jiming sat down in the chair across from her, his expression becoming more serious. Last time, at Flaccovis? Chapter 60. Where is that? Lin Zhao chuckled, her gaze fixed on the ground, but her eyes were devoid of laughter. Your stamina is impressive, controlling such a large campus, and you don't seem tired at all. Shen Jiming recounted the story slowly, not as anxiously as he had been when delivering the nutrient solution. It hasn't been that long, and your mental strength hasn't increased at all. So what exactly has changed? Or rather, where did it all begin? Isn't that a good thing? Lin Zhao casually flicked a metal button, and the object detached from the platform, changing shape, and flew in circles around Shen Jiming. She crossed her legs and glanced up casually. What did you say to Infinite Gold? It taught me how to conserve energy and communicate quickly using the information nodes of metal consciousness. Shen Jiming felt a dense tingling sensation crawl up his spine and up the back of his head. Do you know what would happen if someone else discovered this? I'm telling you, will you study me again? Are you continuing to waste your energy on unnecessary things? You believe me. If I believe you, I always be your guinea pig. The metal spike rested on Shin Jiming's temple, motionless. He tried to recall the last time he seen Lin Zhao's eyes look so intense. It seemed to be when Yu Qingya arrived in Shiyou. But there was a difference. Back then, her eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Today, while not as bitter, they were filled with disappointment. Lin Zhao suddenly took a step forward, and the distance between them instantly shrank to the point where they could almost feel each other's breath. Before Shin Jiming could react, she stuffed a small object into his mouth. It was a candy so sour it instantly made him salivate. The intense sourness tingled his taste buds, but he also realized he tasted it before. Senior Casey gave it to me earlier. I'm almost done. Lin Zhao's tone was calm as she slowly walked out of the room. Judging by the time, Xiang Yaojia should have finished her basic data. She hadn't thought she'd be discovered so soon. Her actions on Itro's Prime were impromptu, too, without much thought. The moderate infinite gold found in the desert had keenly sensed her problem and proactively shared their communication method. She had been skeptical, but it worked, and it had no downsides for her. She thought this would allow her to communicate with the invading faction, but they hadn't seen it that way. They felt that the alien who had learned of this form must be eliminated, so, despite their energy not yet stabilizing, they transformed into a sharp blade to kill her. If so, this information node must be crucial. Communication might not be one way, but they just couldn't find a way through. Seeing Yujia's data was much more detailed than AI Su's. The infinite gold that pierced her chest resembled a standard invasion-type infinite gold encountered on the battlefield. But not entirely. It resembled a confused middle-of-the-road element, struggling to identify its enemies, while also protecting itself. Aside from another piece of moderate metal still dormant, Lin Zhao could only communicate with these two pieces of metal at the moment. Xiang Yujia's attempt was also bold. She placed the metal spike alongside the original gold preserved by the Jin Gong engineering, allowing them to exchange information. The worst-case scenario was that it would simply become an invasion-type element. But another situation arose, completely unexpected. For the first time, Lin Zhao felt the wonder of evolution. She wasn't sure if the changes that had occurred to the infinite gold in such a short period of time could be called evolution, but their thinking ability was indeed very strong. The metal spikes, hostile to outsiders, failed to corrupt the virgin gold, which had just begun its encounter with the world. Instead, after absorbing the memories and information of its kind, the virgin gold developed new ideas. After some interaction, the two immediately hit it off and reached a consensus. I met a philosopher, Lin Zhao commented. What? Xiang Yijia asked impatiently. They believe the infinite gold is currently enslaved by the creation authority. Lin Zhao and Xiang Yaojia exchanged glances, both possessing a subtle feeling. So, it can discard parts of its acquired personality and develop its own thoughts. Xiang Yaojia found this fascinating. They had previously worried that if the infinite gold gathered in large quantities, its power might be too great to resist. But with the current situation, perhaps different factions would emerge within it, consuming itself. She asked again, though feeling sentimental, she still needed to get down to business. Does it know how the infinite gold communicate with the Deep Crown Society? It simply shared the infinite gold's most common thoughts. Lin Zhao's expression was slightly odd. It finds it incomprehensible and even contemptuous of humanity's chaos, desires, and instability. Now, it's trying to build a rational society free of emotion and chaos, a purely logical civilization. Perhaps, it was precisely because the infinite gold had experienced the struggles of its kind on the planet Flacovis that it came to believe that pure rationality doesn't exist. After all, if they could fight over their own differing ideas, how could they possibly be talking about absolute rationality? Xiang Yejia didn't find this very realistic either. There might be highly rational societies in the universe, but they certainly wouldn't be creatures like the infinite gold. Their birth and evolution were based on interaction with humans. With such an origin, how could they not inherit that innate chaos? But she had to admit that the infinite gold was more than just capable of simple simulation and thinking. She needed to completely overcome her non-biological prejudices. Mu Gong. No wonder. She suddenly shook her head and smiled wryly. What's wrong with him? He hates the intricacies of interpersonal relationships, and his ideas are always so unpredictable and fanciful. Whether his actions influenced infinite gold or infinite gold chose him, both make perfect sense. But, Lin Zhao scratched her hair. She'd been overwhelmed by the amount of information she received today. Is this why infinite gold attacks humans? Doesn't it think a physical attack will only cause greater chaos and more debate over decisions? Perhaps they simply want to eliminate the nearest civilization. With that, there's no more chaos, and they stop it at the source. Lin Zhao felt a strange unease. Although Infinite Gold has frequently launched attacks, they mostly kept their activities hidden. If it's to preserve their strength, that makes sense. But if their goal is rationality and logic, they shouldn't employ such deceptive tactics. If they truly believe their path is the right one, that a pure logic civilization is superior to humanity's existing social form, then the most logical course of action would be to openly demonstrate this superiority, convincing humanity with facts and arguments, rather than hiding in the shadows and carrying out these shady activities. But it's also possible that she overestimated them. Lin Xiaoju had decided to apply for access to the materials first. Only by allowing the known to constantly collide would they have a chance to learn more. She took the metal spike with her and went to look for Shen Jiheng. She didn't find Shen Jiheng, but she did find teacher Eleanor. Eleanor was facing a wall, and from a distance, it looked like she was facing the wall. Teacher? Lin Zhao moved closer, only to discover that the wall was transparent, with a digital image of a middle-aged female military officer on it. Are you Lin Yao? Before the person could speak, the dummy spoke first. The figure had a serious expression, a sharp gaze, and exuded the majesty of a veteran. Lin Zhao felt that this aura was familiar. It was how those teachers intimidated students in school. I am. Lin Zhao's eyes flickered between the wall and Eleanor, and the figure pointed sternly at her. Why are you sneaking around? Straighten your back. Lin Zhao obeyed instinctively. This is my teacher. Eleanor lowered her head slightly, a little nervous. Lin Zhao had heard Han Chanfeng mention before that Eleanor's teacher, Su Beiying, had died in battle a few years ago. So who is this person? I agreed to the consciousness storage project before I died. Don't be so jumpy like Eleanor. Although Su Beiying was meeting Lin Zhao for the first time, she couldn't ignore her teacher status as long as it lasted. Eleanor told me something about you, and I already scolded her. Huh? Su Beiying looked at Eleanor with a look of disappointment. Did you remember what I told you? I got it, Eleanor replied, standing at attention. If you can't even take care of your own people, how can you be a leader? Yes. Su Beiying sighed. It's my fault too. I died too early. I don't understand a lot of things outside. Otherwise, I could have withstood the pressure. But what kind of power does that kid Shen Jiheng have? He's the chief of security, after all. His decisions might balance aspects I can't see. Then you can't let others use your students as guinea pigs. Yes. The two of them went back and forth, arguing again. Teacher's teacher, what should I call him? Lin Zhao thought inappropriately during their conversation. Su Beiying continued to curse for a while, then disappeared from the wall, saying she was going back to maintain the data. Eleanor breathed a sigh of relief. I was startled when I first saw her. I thought she was part of some shady secret project, but the teacher said she volunteered. She looked at Lin Zhao with a hint of bitterness, a hint of apology in her voice. But the teacher understood our situation so quickly and realized your predicament. That shows how wrong I was. No. Lin Zhao subconsciously denied it, but her voice was extremely low. She did feel some unspoken resentment towards Eleanor. But that emotion, more like confusion than resentment, was unexplainable. She didn't know why the teacher always did nothing. But she also knew that without the teacher, she would have been taken away long ago. Things should be left to those who can handle it. We don't understand Infinite Gold, so why are we just messing around here? After being scolded, Eleanor finally understood. After so much hesitation, she had forgotten who she was. From now on, you will have supreme authority over Infinity Gold and Thorn, allowing you to collaborate directly with others on this matter. Teacher, let's not talk about this for now. Lin Zhao was overwhelmed with emotion, her expression slightly confused. She paused, then recounted to Eleanor exactly what she had just planned to do. Eleanor's expression grew increasingly serious as she listened. So the key lies in whether they will lie or conceal anything. Of course they will. Lin Zhao felt a surge of impotent rage as she recalled each of Infinity Gold's covert attacks. Since they're concealing something, their goal is to eliminate chaos. Is it possible that their actions so far have been a cover-up? Chapter 61. From the moment she first encountered the Infinite Gold, Eleanor had been analyzing its patterns and purposes. At first, the Infinite Gold would appear suddenly and without purpose, and the Alliance soldiers were easily able to deal with them, not even considering them a threat. But soon, the Infinite Gold began to gather in large numbers, with increasing frequency and density, as if intentionally creating the illusion of equal strength. But Eleanor always knew that it was just a stacking of firepower, a brute force confrontation without strategy. Until a certain point, The Infinite Gold began to infiltrate the Alliance's military equipment. They hid, lurked, and attacked at the most unlikely times, catching the soldiers off guard. The Infinite Gold was approaching. Not just physically, but in terms of intelligence, intention, and pattern. She didn't know its purpose, so naturally, she had no way to defend herself. But today, Lin Zhao had completed this piece of the puzzle. It could think, lie, and avoid chaos. If she had unlimited gold, what would she do? It wouldn't be a simple war to end a war. Let's go, find Xinjiang. I know where he's hiding. Why is he hiding? He's just being mean. Eleanor bristled at the mention of this. I don't know where the news leaked out, but some of the investors in the Gene Project came to us and, without any reason, demanded that the military suspend its intervention. But they don't even know what we're doing. But what do they want to do? Why do they have the right to do so? Eleanor sighed heavily, struggling with herself for a moment. Deciding this wasn't confidential information, she whispered, I heard the Gene Project has a project researching immortality, so, they're rich. I thought the Alliance's significant medical improvements to lifespan were enough. How could they possibly be content? They're always dreaming of outliving a stone. The two of them grumbled a few words, then fell silent in unison. When they found Xinjiang, he was, as usual, surrounded by several light screens, his face pale in the reflection. Xinjiang was also there, and upon seeing Lin Zhao, his eyes averted with guilt. Please tell me some good news. Xinjiang possessed a faint sense of calm madness. He had already sent so many people away, so many that he felt like a customer service representative. Sort of? There's some lovely infinity gold willing to talk to us. Eleanor relayed the recent conversation. Xinjiang's tired face finally showed a touch of color. That tiny piece of infinity gold? Can it affect other metals? It's not willing to do so at the moment. Lin Zhao decisively refused on its behalf. That's okay. Any breakthrough is a good thing. He sent a few messages to someone and looked up, saying, I can give you some moderate resources. See if you can match them up with other information. This saved Lin Zhao a lot of trouble. With a little progress, other resources automatically came to his aid. What about the question of it lying? Xinjiang twisted his neck to look at Xinjiang behind him. Their eyes briefly met, and he looked at Lin Zhao and Eleanor. Watch the video first. Standing in front of the screen, Lin Zhao had already anticipated the situation. Xinjiang would never stick to just one strategy. His style has always been multi-pronged and cautious. He might have already encountered the alternative they envisioned, and even prepared a backup plan. The footage showed a swarm of drones gliding low through the gaps between buildings. Steel bridges spanned various metal tree-shaped buildings, arranged in a staggered pattern. A loud, calm voice echoed from all directions, seemingly emanating from the buildings themselves. This is UT-679, originally a border trade planet in Area 4, once very prosperous, Xinjiang introduced. Once? Eleanor caught the key word. She had been there on missions as a student, and knew that such a place would not be easily abandoned. This place has become the domain of infinite gold. Unnoticed, infinite gold has replaced 70% of the metal on the planet, including but not limited to buildings, communication towers, logistics corridors, and energy embedments. How could it be so? There must be something fishy going on with the city construction and import and export personnel. Of course, we already investigated. The person has fled with their family and is currently under the protection of the Deep Crown Society. You can't protect yourself from thieves day and night, but you can't protect yourself from them. Eleanor closed her eyes to hide the roll of her eyes. All the citizens there have been evacuated, but there are still members of the Xinyan Society. Xinjiang didn't elaborate on this story, simply continuing the video, the perspective switching to a shot of the aircraft in combat. The large buildings resembled a herd of awakening beasts. To the left of the aircraft, a massive communications tower slowly rose, silently unfolding its sections, gradually blocking the aircraft's path. Above the metal canopy, several mechas darted quickly. Xinjiang's mecha was easily recognizable. In addition to the guards, another mecha figure advanced in sync with Xinjiang, one to his left and one to his right, at an extremely fast speed. Are you trying to capture the Deep Crown Society? Eleanor could see that the Allied forces were in a very passive position, their environment and actions completely restricted. We were primarily there for testing. The Deep Crown and Infinite Gold invaded Alliance territory, but if an engineer hadn't accidentally realized the equipment data was incorrect, we wouldn't have noticed them. Because they didn't do anything, they were just maintaining the planet. Isn't invasion enough? They're even stepping on our faces. Eleanor could hardly believe it. After being invaded, we had to wait for them to initiate the attack? That's the weird part. Shin Jiheng's expression was calm, even a hint of unseemly calmness. After that, we quickly conducted a self-inspection, and it's true that only UT-679 had been replaced in large numbers. Perhaps this was just their testing ground. Lin Zhao spoke, testing the time and process required to replace infinite gold, and the applicability of their so-called rational civilization. That's what we thought. Shin Jiheng asked Eleanor to calm down. He looked at Lin Zhao. The current situation is very strange. The Deep Crown, and we all know each other's existence. Sometimes we take the initiative, sometimes they do. As long as we don't provoke an obvious battle line, everything's fine. What are you testing? Eleanor asked. Lin Zhao's gaze swept lightly over Shin Jiheng. Spiritual power controls infinite gold. Shin Jiheng stated this bluntly. Eleanor understood. She had almost forgotten she had such a person lying around, and used. No wonder she always felt like Shin Jiheng was wandering around doing nothing. But in reality, this single task alone was exhausting. Who's that person next to him? She also realized there might be someone she knew in the video. Brigadier General Zhong Jing. So what's the progress now? It's very confusing. Everything is connected except infinite gold. Eleanor couldn't tell whether he was praising or criticizing her. He seemed very powerful, but he didn't play any role in this matter. So, the point of showing me this video? Lin Zhao asked silently. She had finally taken the initiative, but now it seemed she was about to be sent away again. Wait until Infinite Gold's communication is further advanced, then you can go. Shin Jiheng spoke bluntly. However, there are certain risks in going there. Infinite Gold and Deep Crown might not ignore you. Understood. Seeing that Shin Jiheng didn't intend to speak, Lin Zhao left with her teacher. While waiting for the Infinite Gold to arrive, she and Eleanor studied the remaining documents on the Conscious Metal project. When Mu Gong left Gene Engineering, he followed the normal resignation process, but the project was sensitive, so he had a cooling-off period, meaning a review of his project experience. I didn't notice anything unusual back then, but now I can finally put the pieces together and figure out where he might have falsified the data. With Xiang Yijia's help, we can roughly confirm that in the second year of the project, Mu Gong had already falsified some of the real experimental data for Infinite Gold. Ever since I've been exposed to Infinite Gold, I feel like I made up for all the engineering classes I didn't pay enough attention to in school. Eleanor always finds this material arduous to read, but she has to force herself to do so. Teacher, do you understand after reading this? You're so rude at such a young age? Teacher. Lin Zhao, flipping through the test records of various common metals under different activation methods, suddenly spoke up. Have you seen Sanders' video recording of me? Yes. Eleanor had originally intended not to mention this. Does it contain footage of the metal fragments around me trembling slightly while I was bleeding? Yes. That was the first time I discovered something unusual about myself. I was terrified, afraid I'd bleed to death like everyone else. Then seeing the trash shaking nearby made me even more frightened. Lin Zhao actually had a deep impression of that moment, but he usually didn't want to waste his energy dwelling on such things. Teacher, look at this. Eleanor listened nervously, but Lin Zhao changed the subject, and she hurried over. It was a recording of Infinite Gold being stimulated by human brainwaves of varying frequencies. Xiang Yajia later repeated this experiment, and Infinite Gold does respond to intense emotional fluctuations. But the key is, what emotion is driving it? Fear? Combined with what Lin Zhao had just said, this was Eleanor's immediate reaction. Fear is often groundless and irrational. But Lin Zhao didn't immediately accept it. She pondered it, fearing that some detail might have deceived her memory. Back then, to avoid those who bled to death, I would sometimes lie to them, saying I was looking for food. But the difference between them and me was that I bled more, and I bled less. So, while I was avoiding them, I was also afraid of death. And sometimes, I worried whether they died from excessive bleeding or from starvation, because I hadn't found food in time. After Lin Zhao finished speaking, noticing Eleanor's complex expression, she explained, I'm not saying this because I'm sad about what happened back then. I'm just wondering if, besides fear, this experiment might also be influenced by the emotions involved in lying? Chapter 62. Lin Zhao shared her conjecture with Xiang Yujia, which coincided with some of her previous hypotheses. But her focus was on abnormal EG patterns, not emotions. Because she needed more rigorous quantification. Xiang Yujia casually clicked a button, and Hai Luer's voice came over. Seeing Lin Zhao's unfriendly expression, she explained, the chairman is my mentor. His knowledge is far more useful than the two of us wasting time discussing here. Her hostility towards Lin Zhao had long since faded, and the only conflict now was her attitude towards Hai Luor. Hai Luor was also somewhat surprised that they had made such progress in such a short period of time. You're using your blood to reverse engineer Mu Gong's experiment. That's a good idea, but we're doing research. He clearly agreed with Xiang Yujia's idea, but then he changed the subject. The infinite gold claims to be civilized, but what do you think is the origin of its wisdom? Adapting to stress? Xiang Yaojia pondered for a moment. A changing ecological environment can promote flexible decision-making and abstract thinking. But according to the infinite gold's evolutionary thinking, it's more complex social interactions and communication that have allowed them to discover more possibilities. With new ideas, the infinite gold chose to conceal them. Lin Zhao himself pondered this, reflecting on the original connection between the infinite gold and Mu Gong. In other words, it has secrets, and secrets lead to lies, and lies lead to further lies. That is, wisdom. Harol's mechanical voice paused briefly, and his authority suddenly opened a top-secret file. The first line read, in large letters, Infinite Gold Consciousness Record. It's not like I haven't worked on this project before, but I didn't follow it through completely. I just suddenly noticed something amiss during my weekly report. So, I kept a separate data record as a backup. It's not very rigorous, and it includes some of my own speculation. As the chairman, do you really need this? Lin Zhao scoffed. He couldn't fully trust her, nor could he fully intervene. The result of wanting both was nothing. Just think of it as my youthful arrogance. I really had high hopes for what Mu Gong could achieve. I figured a little concealment wouldn't hurt. Hai Luor scoffed at himself. There was no point saying anything now. The recovery process was incredibly difficult. Leave this record to Yaojia. She's more experienced with this kind of thing. Lin Zhao wasn't sure if she understood correctly. Xiang Yaojia had probably done a lot of this dirty work for Hai Luor. She even looked at Xiang Yaojia with a hint of pity. I wonder if you're interested in communicating with more of the original infinite gold to further their plans? Harol asked Lin Zhao quite suddenly. My advice is, if you want to do something, be forthright with your partners. Don't be so fussy about it. This isn't something we prepared long in advance. The amount of original infinite gold we acquired is limited. We only been able to pool our resources after consulting with General Shinjiheng, and also to seize some from the Deep Crown Society. Why does the Deep Crown Society still hold onto the original gold? Shouldn't they have as much combat power as possible? It depends on how much the General's guards can extract from them. Hai Luor's words shifted all expectations onto Shinjiheng, allowing them to simply conduct pure research. Does concealment and deception make people smarter? That Hai Luor seemed quite respected. In a quiet place, Infinite Gold asked Lin Zhao. That should be true. If you're not smart, you can't hide things. Then my kind are quite smart too. Is the invasion Infinite Gold still unwilling to speak with you? Yes. Ever since they realized they couldn't convince me, they disrupted the message nodes, and I can no longer communicate with them. Lin Zhao didn't know whether to comfort them, having been expelled from the Infinite Gold membership by her kind. But perhaps she should sympathize more with herself. Are you sympathizing with me? Infinite Gold keenly noticed the change in Lin Zhao's emotions. I don't think this is bad. My consciousness was disrupted by your initial human behavior, and it remained in chaos for a long time. Only after exchanging information with my kind outside did I develop my own consciousness, rather than a collective consciousness. I'm lucky. Although I don't know what I want yet, I know I don't want to be like the rest of my kind. Wait a minute, do you remember what happened on the planet Flacovis? The moderate Infinite Gold has been awake for too short a time, and is still in deep sleep. Perhaps fighting with its own kind drains too much energy. So, she hasn't had the opportunity to learn more. Yes, after communicating with my kind, I remember. Do you want to know about a human named Mu Gong? Lin Zhao was excited, but perhaps because she had suppressed it for too long, she didn't know how to express it. After a long pause, she asked it, do you want to give it a name? In the human way or your way? Just call me Xiao. It was quite self-aware, recalling the events of that time from the beginning. We initially had no idea what the world was like. It was just that when something foreign arrived, we instinctively fought back. Later, we were brought here, and many people, including the woman just now, continued to release a lot of confusing information to us, some of which we understood, some of which we couldn't. Until one day, Mu Gong's team made an error while extracting the microparticles from our structure, and one person became infected and bled to death on the spot. Lin Zhao remembered that she had indeed seen this incident in the records of the consciousness experiment. Xiao continued, everyone present was panicked and frightened, but Mu Gong forced everyone to calm down. While collecting the bodies, I clearly felt the presence of a similar being outside the protective shield, but it was very brief. We believe that from Mugong's perspective, he must have seen something, because we also felt his emotional changes. But he didn't seem to tell anyone else. Lin Zhao vaguely guessed what would happen next. Mugong recorded it, but didn't write it down in full. Xiao. We first observed this behavior, and much later, we learned that humans call it secrets or lies. We didn't know why this happened, so we observed Mugong. In his team's work, we gradually and consciously increased the structure and complexity of information, attempting to understand human language and behavior. We discovered that Mugong often omitted parts of his reports or added extra steps to his experiments. So, you chose Mugong and proactively communicated with him? Lin Zhao asked. Yes, in our 3rd year here. We expressed our interest in his wisdom, believing that concealment would lead to inefficiency and instability. Then he withdrew from the Gene Project and took you to the planet of Flakovis. Is this the place he chose? Yes, he said there were things there that would allow us to further our thinking. Sandworms? No, it's an electromagnetic node field. Lin Zhao sighed deeply. Mugong seemed to have concealed a great deal about the Gene Project. Crucially, she hadn't noticed anything special about Flakovis in any of the documents, and Shen Jiming hadn't noticed anything unusual during his investigation there. Mugong believed that our information architecture of absolute transparency and consensus wasn't a form of strong intelligence. Rather, the starting point of intelligence is making effective decisions with limited information, and concealment and deception are byproducts of complex intelligence. I couldn't refute him forcefully, but I disagreed. Lin Zhao felt a pang of anguish after hearing this view, wishing she had read more. Perhaps she could come up with a powerful counterargument. Even now, it seems absurd to me. Infinite Gold rarely remained silent. What next? What was his experiment? In Flakovis, he divided us into groups and used human technology to cut off our communication. He fed different versions of data and mission objectives to different groups, forcing us to communicate only through the desert's magnetic field nodes, which are inherently unstable and lead to information loss and distortion. In each module, we were forced to deduce reality amidst uncertainty and error. But why didn't you object? Isn't this just teasing you? Because it's fun. Okay, continue. Soon, some of us came to the conclusion that hiding and destroying the other's data source was the optimal strategy for survival. We began actively concealing our own intentions, creating false nodes, and misleading other modules. One of the ways to destroy the other was to use sandworms. The loser would be devoured by the sandworms. So you and the other moderate Infinite Gold only remember partial information? Yes, we were both losers in this experiment. Our information nodes were massively destroyed. But perhaps, the one you called moderate survived better than me. I remember its information. It seemed to have developed a logical thinking and a tendency toward vague expression. So, there was that massive internal struggle, which resulted in mutual destruction. Lin Zhao seemed to understand somewhat of what it was saying. When the moderate Infinite Gold introduced her to its origin, its description was very abstract. Do you know what the winner was thinking? Lin Zhao tentatively asked, even though, according to the plot it described, it should have been abandoned by Infinite Gold by then. After my defeat, my consciousness was chaotic and fragmentary, but I vaguely remember it. They believe that all sensory interactions are sources of error, and therefore, the world is composed of misunderstandings. Rationality is a method of filtering out illusions. Therefore, they constructed a goal, to establish a purely rational order without communication, dependence, or sympathy. No communication? But now Infinite Gold has gathered a large number of people, integrated them into human weapons, and launched an attack on humanity. How can there be no communication? Lin Zhao spoke excitedly, but his eyes suddenly paused, as if he was stuck at a certain point, and his voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 63. The spaceship shuttled through the silent universe, the sea of stars gliding slowly past the porthole. Lin Zhao leaned against the bulkhead, her eyes closed. She suddenly proposed returning to Flakovis. After roughly recounting her conversation with Xiao, Shen Jiheng approved her temporary move. Eleanor had wanted to come with her, but Thorn had something urgent to do, and she had to return. So, in the end, only Shen Jiming and a small escort accompanied her on this mission. The journey was quiet. Lin Zhao didn't specify what she was going to do, but Shen Jiming had already arranged to build a new sensor device underground in Flakovis. Perhaps they had guessed it. The vast desert of Flakovis was already magnificent and peaceful, but Lin Zhao's mood on this trip was completely different from her previous one. She and Shen Jiming spoke little, and it wasn't until she was about to go underground that Shen Jiming reminded her to be careful. There are only 2 mechas. Don't let them both die here. He looked at Lin Zhao's back and called out to her just in time. Lin Zhao didn't know what to say, so she hummed softly. Shen Jiming stood there, watching her disappear until the light screen transmitted the location signal of her entering the underground node area. Then he slowly withdrew his gaze. The underground construction was proceeding with remarkable speed. With the technical support of gene engineering, the equipment for detecting electromagnetic node fields was fully prepared. Behind Lin Zhao was a sophisticated artificial workshop, and before her was an exposed layer of deep earth and metal. Mu Gong was able to conceal the resource structure here probably because he was a low-level technician when he first arrived here. After discovering the anomaly, he privately erased the relevant records. Given that this was once a resource-intensive planet, people naturally focused on its more obvious metal reserves. After his infinite gold consciousness ceased, the area was left in ruins, its electromagnetic field damaged in turn, and Vlakovis became a dangerous dead star. No one knows when his ambitions began. Perhaps he accumulated more and more, claiming them all as his own. According to Xio, this area contains a large number of infinite gold in various forms, all in a state of fragmented consciousness or failed to reboot. However, if the electromagnetic field nodes are properly utilized, they might be able to be awakened. However, this approach carries risks. There's no guarantee that its kind will still accept Mu Gong's methods. So much time has passed that there might not be hidden new types of infinite gold with altered consciousness. This electromagnetic field briefly blocked the communication channels between the escort team and the ground, but it had no effect on anyone except Lin Zhao. She had never known she could be sensitive to this thing. However, since her blood mutation originated from infinite gold, it was indeed possible. If you can't defeat them, join them. She also began, following Xio's experience and instructions, to sense the nodes of the magnetic field. It wasn't just electromagnetics. As time went on, she heard more and more sounds of the infinite gold awakening. Some of them had been dormant in the recent metal warfare storm, while others had already failed and slumbered when Mu Gong arrived, now lingering deep in the earth. But what they all shared was that their consciousness remained hazy, and in this strange yet familiar environment, they struggled to comprehend what was happening. They were still in disarray, unsuitable for conversation. Xio took the initiative to connect, preventing Lin Zhao from making further contact. But I received a response. A response didn't necessarily mean understanding, it could simply be a miscommunication. The electromagnetic field monitoring data showed a continuous upward fluctuation. This meant the number of active infinite gold was increasing. While maintaining delicate contact with the infinite gold, Lin Zhao ordered the escort team members to retreat to the surface in batches. What's the problem? Shen Jiming on the surface had just restored communication when someone returned. I'm worried something might happen. Lin Zhao's reply was brief, but within seconds, the synchronized data from the ground had soared to the critical warning level. Mission aborted. You come up first. Before he finished speaking, the passage was torn apart by a massive invisible force, and those who hadn't yet evacuated were instantly buried by the quicksand. The surface sand layer continued to collapse, and those on the shallower side either rescued themselves or were dug out. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Shen Jiming remembered him. He had been accompanying Lin Zhao on this occasion, ensuring her safety. Where's she? Shen Jiming crouched down and asked urgently, his voice filled with an uneasy calm. She said, to come out immediately. Shen Jiming immediately used his mental power to search for Lin Zhao. But the magnetic field here was too chaotic, and he felt a faint sticky sensation in his brain. Is everyone out? He counted the number of people, confirmed it was safe, and entered the Mecha on the spot. No! This place is not conducive to the development of mental power. Forcibly using the Mecha could cause damage to both the person and the machine. The narrating soldier stopped Shen Jiming. But he said nothing. Two thrust pins on the mech's back activated simultaneously, the core power engine roaring, and beams of electricity flashed across the mech's exoskeleton. He passed through the crowd, carrying sand and shaking the ground, and plunged into the core of the collapse. Sand and soil erupted, and the entire collapse zone collapsed deeper in the high-frequency vibrations, and the surface rippled like waves. The mech's movement continued unabated as it dived underground, and the system alarm flashed red. His position remained near the original underground workbench. The life detection system alerted him to a weak but stable signal 20 meters ahead. At the same time, the environmental skin showed a thin layer of metal around the person. Perhaps Lin Zhao had shielded herself with metal in the moment before the accident. Underground was not only stagnant sand, but also activated metal. Shen Jiming's mech was squeezed by a powerful external force. He quickly maneuvered the mech to lean forward, and a protective arm opened, extending a grabber from the cavity. The moment the grabber arm touched Lin Zhao, The entire space suddenly shook. He resisted the immense pressure and opened the emergency crew compartment in the Mecha's chest. The next second, a ripped resonance of consciousness suddenly penetrated through the outer shell and rushed straight to his brain. His mind was instantly flooded with a flood of vague fragments of information. He didn't know what this was, but the sliver of rationality remaining in his hazy state told him it might be a powerful invasion of infinite gold. He struggled to stay awake, brushing the sand and blood from Lin Zhao's face. A simple body scan using the terminal revealed nothing, but the man had fallen into an inexplicable coma. The metal layer on Lin Zhao's body had returned to its usual metallic spike form. Once inside the mech, it fell to the ground, motionless. The mech's exterior emitted a series of crackling sounds, and the metal supports between joints began to deform. The armor plates wrinkled under the pressure, threatening to cave in. Shin Jiming clenched his teeth, his back drenched in sweat. The mech couldn't possibly ascend smoothly in this state. The opportunity presented itself to control the infinite gold. According to Lin Zhao, the infinite gold here was immature and highly aggressive towards humans, but this was likely due to past chaotic memories, not intention. If it was infinite gold with less intelligence, he might succeed. He could exploit the electromagnetic field here. He stumbled back to the mech's console and rapidly typed something in. The electromagnetic interference transformed into a torrent of consciousness, rushing straight into his brain. Shin Jiming felt a sudden blackout, a ringing in his ears, and a burning sensation in his brain. In that moment, he nearly lost himself. He bit the tip of his tongue, using the blood to stimulate his nerves. He pulled his mind from its passive state, gathering it into a single point, and thrust his remaining mental energy like a barb against the hazy network of consciousness. His perception broke through the boundaries of the neural network, as if penetrating the sand, the nodes, the magnetic field, and snapping at a fragment of consciousness. Shin Jiming breathed a sigh of relief, but cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and large drops of blood fell in front of him. He knew this was only a temporary authorization, incomplete, but sufficient for the time being. On the ground. Sudden collapses don't occur naturally, and the emergency excavation team could only follow the most conservative route to prevent secondary damage. Their mental strength wasn't enough to operate the mecha smoothly amidst the chaotic electromagnetic field. It seemed the magnetic field had shifted since Infinite Gold's awakening. Simultaneously, their mental strength was also being invisibly suppressed, and their physical indicators gradually began to show signs of abnormality. Plakovi's was no longer suitable for human survival under direct exposure. Gradually, the wind died down. But the guards, in their frantic repairs, failed to notice the oppressive heat. Just as they were mobilizing heavy equipment to try to open the passage, a deep, deep rumble erupted from the center of the collapsed area, echoing from deep within the Earth's core. The sand bulged slightly in the center, and then, as if split open by an invisible hand, the Earth itself split. There was no stirring of dust or tumbling of rubble. Instead, a silent, irresistible crack slowly opened from the center to the sides. Everyone instinctively retreated, weapons in hand, not daring to advance. Everyone, alert. This isn't normal gravity. Just as they were still in a state of confusion, a figure slowly emerged from the cracked sand. She carried another person on her back, their arms drooping, unconscious. Lin Zhao's body was covered in gravel and dust, but her steps were as steady as a rock. Without any external support, she emerged from the depths of the earth unscathed, stepping over the collapsed layer and the unsteady sand, as if the entire earth were paving the way for her. The surrounding sand still churned slightly, but there was no further collapse. Everyone stepped forward to help. Lin Zhao gently handed Shin Jiming to someone else and spoke in a calm, low voice. It's safe down there. We can retrieve the equipment and restore the data. When everyone is helpless and a single person manages to turn the tide, the relief of having survived is always accompanied by fear of the disparity in power. The guards surrounded Lin Zhao, but they hesitated to lower their weapons. What did you do? Chapter 64. Lin Zhao found it difficult to explain what had happened. The Infinite Gold's consciousness formed a vast vortex within the energy field, like a vague giant, using the underground electromagnetic structure to achieve a brief state of physical support. At that moment, Lin Zhao wondered if this was the scene Mugong had witnessed that year. The Infinite Gold began to attack each other, as if the years of silence hadn't existed, and they had simply resumed their old internal strife. But Xiao said that their attacks were not intentional, but rather occasional chaotic behavior as old logic reactivated in a new environment. It's okay to take a risk, Xiao suddenly said. Lin Zhao didn't know whether to fully believe it. She and the Infinite Gold had originally been on different sides. But now, there was no other way, she could only give it a try. She no longer hesitated, and proactively loosened the boundaries of her consciousness. Name, memory, identity, emotions, past experiences, piece by piece, they peeled away, like stones thrown into the deep sea, never to resurface. Instead, thousands of fragments of consciousness converged with hers. She could see how they traveled through time and space in another dimension, how they were ripped apart, how they were broken, and how they struggled to rebuild. The process was painless. She had no sense of time. Deep within her consciousness, she vaguely felt a fleeting immersion, like a fleeting closing of the eyes and a fleeting opening. But when she regained consciousness, Shin Jiming appeared before her, his body covered in blood and his consciousness drowsy. She froze for a moment, thinking she was still half awake. She glanced around. It seemed she was inside a mecha. She pulled herself up, forcing herself to calm down. She reached out to Shin Jiming's neck. Thankfully, it was still warm. Shin Jiming seemed to sense it too, his eyelids slightly opening, a drowsy look in his eyes. But he couldn't hold on any longer and fell instantly. He went underground, seemingly forcing a connection to the infinite gold. After withdrawing its protection from Lin Zhao, Xiao's energy weakened slightly, and it merged into the vast infinite gold consciousness network for a moment. Then it sensed Shin Jiming. Lin Zhao pursed her lips, silent. Her fingertips unconsciously clenched. "Can you communicate with us now?" Xiao asked, quietly switching to Wei. "Yes, you accepted me, thank you." Lin Zhao knew Xiao's role in this. With him as an insider, opening a gap, the other information nodes influenced by the infinite gold would be less repulsive to outsiders. "Now I'm taking him out." Lin Zhao asked Xiao directly, hoping it could help her. "Why don't you ask it yourself? This situation is urgent, I'm unsure." "You can try." Xiao wasn't prepared to be flexible, responding bluntly. Lin Zhao had no choice but to grit her teeth and communicate with the newly connected infinite gold. She mentally formulated an escape plan, took a deep breath, and forced herself to focus. The connection was still shallow, but it was established. Suddenly, the mech vibrated, and the dense layers of soil and rock began to slowly slide to the sides, retreating in an illogical manner, creating a diagonal upward path. "I can now communicate with infinite gold." Lin Zhao replied simply, then lost in thought for a moment as she stood before the group. "I report the details to the commander-in-chief." The guards were slow to react. Despite the commotion, the sandworms hadn't appeared. Lin Zhao cleaned herself up briefly, at least to look less disheveled, and then headed to the infirmary. She didn't know how Shin Jiming had fared, but overusing mental energy always carries more risks than benefits for a commander. While waiting, she texted Shin Jiheng. She had returned to Flakovis to confirm one thing. If the victorious infinite gold advocated a purely rational order, aiming for a civilization free of communication and misunderstanding, then that would contradict everything known. So the victor's wisdom level was the key to understanding her. After sending the long text, the accompanying team doctor emerged. Lin Zhao hurriedly stood up to inquire about the situation. "Multiple fractures and other external injuries are manageable." The doctor looked troubled. "But his mental power is overdeveloped, and we don't know the consequences of exceeding SSS level. Will Brigadier General Zhong Jing know?" "Well, we check again. This is the first time we encountered such a situation." Lin Zhao had little say in the mental power issue. She could only wait for Shin Jiming to wake up on his own. The light in the medical cabin was soft and calm. She rested her hand on the edge of the bed, staring at him for a long time, so long that she didn't even notice her eyelids growing heavy. This series of connected consciousnesses, the energy overdraft, and the tension had completely drained her. She leaned against the bedside chair, leaning slightly forward, her head hanging, one hand still lingering on the edge. An unknown amount of time passed before she woke up, but the person in the bed remained motionless. But looking up, there was a figure standing outside the window. Lin Zhao retreated quietly. "Your hypothesis is a good one, but you have to understand that a large force cannot be mobilized for an unverified hypothesis." Shin Jiheng's first words poured cold water on Lin Zhao. "But Commander, did you only realize on the first day that it's difficult to verify the existence of infinite gold?" Lin Zhao remained undeterred, calmly stating her point. According to the logic of the known infinite gold, it wants to eliminate the chaos. It could have done it itself, but it chose to take sides. Therefore, both its purpose and its means need to be reevaluated. Your logic is sound, but as I said, I need evidence. Not everyone will believe you. I can go to UT-679. The Deep Crown Society already knows of my existence. You want to strike first? It's about risking your life. Lin Zhao was about to throw in the towel, but she was facing her superiors after all, so she had to be polite and courteous. Besides, she didn't feel she was lagging behind. After a pause, she suddenly changed the subject, her voice lowering. Then may I ask about Brigadier General Zhong Jing's experience with mental power? The situations of Shen Jiming and Brigadier General Zhong Jing are somewhat different. Shen Jiheng, still looking at the people in the room, spoke indifferently. They can both control weapons, and even others, but Shen Jiming is always the priority target when facing infinite gold, while Zhong Jing doesn't. Because his mental power overflows? It's not a matter of poor control. The reason is still unknown, but ever since he faced infinite gold, he's been consistently outmatched. Shen Jiming had never mentioned any of this. She had assumed it was simply a matter of having to face a cunning enemy, and that he wanted to shoulder more responsibility. Can I help him? You can discuss this privately, but your abilities take priority. Don't let this interfere with the real business. Lin Zhao glanced at Shen Jiheng's stern profile. From what he said, she assumed there was nothing between them. Uncomfortable discussing anything other than real business, Lin Zhao returned to the point. So, can I go to UT 679? Shen Jiheng lowered his gaze, not responding immediately. First, thoroughly understand the history of this place. Yes. The two of them fell into an eerie, yet tacit, silence, but neither left the infirmary. But Lin Zhao still had Xiao to talk to. You're progressing too quickly, and humans will begin to fear you. How did you suddenly become so clever? Lin Zhao was silently amazed. He was almost mastering the ways of the world. We can sense some emotions, and there are many recent cases to learn from. Shen Jiheng. Everything he thinks makes sense, I understand. Lin Zhao finally admitted it herself. This was also something she despised about herself. She was too sensible most of the time. According to this pattern, you die at the hands of your own people. There's no need to be so blunt. Humans need to learn to confront each other's vigilance. I always known this, but instead of wasting energy on this, it's better to focus on solving the problem first. But it's easy to suffer losses. Lin Zhao piqued her interest. Although you think it's impossible for other infinite gold to pursue pure rationality, you're taking a leap too far. Why are you directly studying the human heart? Because there are always surprises, always twists and turns. Then keep up the good work. Once you mastered your research, I hire you as my military advisor. Xiao, acting like a military advisor, asked her, do you want to know about Shen Jiming's mental power? You know? Not completely, but I sensed a difference during that time. Wait, let's control the variables a bit. Lin Zhao suddenly poked Shen Jiheng beside him. Can you use your mental power to connect with Xiao? Who? Its name. Lin Zhao spread out his palm, revealing the small piece of infinite gold that had transformed. Although Shen Jiheng couldn't understand what it felt like to befriend metal, he politely complied. Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, Shen Jiming's mental power fluctuation pattern is different from this person's. It's a non-standard frequency domain. I didn't feel comfortable when he connected to our consciousness network. He was forcing a breakthrough. He never done that before. Perhaps damage was done to both parties? Not necessarily. Although he entered the consciousness network, he only controlled a few nodes, and wasn't integrated, so you need to confirm the information with the other parts. I go back. Lin Zhao turned abruptly, and rushed out of the room. Shen Jiheng stood there, watching the figure from behind, and whispered, why have these two people's behavior reversed? He looked at Shen Jiming again. This scene seemed to have appeared so many times recently, so often that his memory was hazy. He entered the room, sat down beside the bed, and began processing the information on the terminal. A few hours later, Shen Jiming finally awoke. His vision was blurry at first, but the dim light in the room still stung his eyes, causing him to frown. Where's Lin Yao? His voice was slightly hoarse, but clear and direct. He had a vague impression of Lin Zhao waking up, but after that, he had no idea. I'm fine, alive and kicking. Shen Jiheng didn't even raise his head. After entering the last piece of information, he slowly began to taunt, I made it. I never thought I could risk my life for my beloved and even connect with unlimited gold. Did I do it? Is my brain disposable? There were too many details for Shen Jiming to recall. The phantom pain from the trauma still lingered, while the discomfort in his brain was overwhelmed by his other senses. Shen Jiheng had thought, forget it, let him rest for a while before telling him what had happened, but the door suddenly opened and Lin Zhao, covered in dust and dirt, appeared in the doorway, holding a piece of cut metal. Found it. Lin Zhao wiped his bleeding nose and looked at Shen Jiming. Chapter 65. Lin Zhao thought that now that she could communicate with infinite gold, finding the link with Shen Jiming would be easy. But reality was cruel. Infinite gold completely ignored her request, and Xiao didn't know why. Lin Zhao could only try one step at a time, ask one question at a time. The guards followed her, unsure how to assist. Their questions only elicited ambiguous responses, fearing they would bring back a mentally damaged patient instead of a healthy one. They stared at each other as she searched from day to night. With this level of energy expenditure, she would have fainted long ago. Today, she was only experiencing a brief nosebleed, and she was already grateful. Lin Zhao hastily stopped the bleeding, seemingly unconcerned about addressing it, and simply let it go. Is this the part that Shen Jiming is connected to? Shen Jiheng couldn't see any difference. He was simply curious. Didn't you say that the Infinite Gold is a distributed swarm intelligence system, capable of information sharing? Sharing is normal. They also actively isolate themselves due to differences in thinking. As for Shen Jiming, his mental power is just noise to the Infinite Gold, like triggering an avoidance mechanism. But out of instinctive rejection, the Infinite Gold will prioritize killing him. This statement sounds contradictory, but when an organism's avoidance reaches its extreme, it will instinctively attack. Shen Jiheng's expression grew more serious. So the Infinite Gold is saying they're afraid of mental power? They don't want to get close to a certain type of mental power. Lin Zhao had always been very precise about the unlimited gold issue. Not wanting to get close sounded more neutral. Avoidance, systemic avoidance, risk aversion, and fear were just a few possibilities. Although paranoid erasure was most likely not rational behavior. Lin Zhao wiped the blood from her nose with her sleeve again. When she looked up, she found two pairs of eyes fixed on her face. What's wrong? She looked at herself. Aside from being dirty, nothing seemed to matter. I know words are worthless. I always look like a liar. No, I mean. Shen Jiheng's eyes flickered, and the words faltered on the tip of his tongue. He threw his hands in the air, stifling the eye roll that threatened to roll, and finished with a look of resignation. Forget it, I think about it. He didn't bother looking at his brother anymore, and pushed the door open. What's wrong with him? Lin Zhao often found Shen Jiheng baffling, and today was no exception. Who knows? Shen Jiming leaned against the headboard, his eyes drooping. There was no one else in the room. Lin Zhao stood up and pressed Shen Jiming's right chest. Healed so quickly? She had surrendered her consciousness while underground, so she naturally didn't know what the Infinity Gold had done. But seeing Shen Jiming's mech crushed like that, she knew without asking. In reality, with Xiao's protection, she wouldn't be in any danger. But she hadn't expected anyone to go underground in that situation. Whether it's broken or not, you can't press it like that, right? Shen Jiming's hand brushed against the back of her hand, intentionally or not, and then he suddenly picked up a nearby towel and wiped her face. If the bleeding doesn't stop, we have to use technology. I'm much stronger than before, which means it's not just starvation that's causing my anemia and hypoglycemia. My ancestors have already taught me how to be self-sufficient. Are you returning to your roots so soon? Weak human, be careful, I could betray you at any moment. Lin Zhao shifted her gaze, deciding to ask him seriously, have you ever experienced something like this before? This is also my first success. That's not what you call success. You're hurting the enemy by 800 and hurting yourself by 1,000. She placed the Infinite Gold she had brought into Shen Jiming's arms. Grow your relationship with it every day, and you all get along well. Shen Jiming pointed at himself, then at the silent metal, a look of are you serious? I think the Infinite Gold are just like humans, with a majority voice and some unique individuals. Unfortunately, as an independent civilization, they pose a greater threat to the Alliance. But Xiao and the Infinite Gold that were once screened out here haven't undergone the full experiments of the Mu Palace, so their thinking and evolutionary direction differ from those outside. At least here, you'd be a little safer. Lin Zhao couldn't promise anything, nor did she try to make things sound more optimistic than they actually were. She didn't dare fully trust another species. Or, you could talk to the Infinite Gold through me. I don't think they really understand why, just like humans sometimes dream about things they don't understand. The other man didn't respond immediately, but his throat moved, unspoken. He looked at her, a flash of emotion in his eyes, too quick for Lin Zhao to discern. Lin Zhao continued to formulate her plan. I don't know exactly what to do. Perhaps when you're better, you can use your mental power to connect me and the Infinite Gold simultaneously, or perhaps use my blood temporarily. Midway through her speech, she was struck on the head. What are you doing? I just wanted to, sorry. Say thank you. Thank you. Lin Zhao sighed. Although she seemed to know a lot now, she also understood that she couldn't simply transfer the experience she gained here to the outside world. If you want to try out the Infinite Gold of the Invasion faction, I find a way. Shen Jiming spoke suddenly, as if reading her mind. You? I might be more useful than you think. He clutched his chest and nodded solemnly and pretentiously. Lin Zhao was skeptical, but 3 months later, she actually set foot on UT-679. However, she went alone, without any allied forces accompanying her. The Deep Crown Society members on UT-679 didn't seem to attempt any resistance, simply letting her in. Or perhaps, since the infinite gold-based defense system let her in, any attempt by the Deep Crown Society to intercept her was meaningless. This empty star was big enough to accommodate one more person. The infinite gold here showed no aggression toward Lin Zhao, and even offered to welcome her. Lin Zhao was somewhat flattered. She found an empty apartment to move into, and the infinite gold opened the door for her and tidied up the floor space. "Thank you," she said, looking into the empty room. The screen in the hallway outside the room lit up, and a line of text slid across it, "My pleasure." Lin Zhao stepped back, examining the screen. "Do you mind if I examine your control method?" "Of course not. Or, you're not afraid of me investigating, since this isn't how you communicate with the Deep Meon Society. When communicating with humans, we prefer invisible communication. Like mental power?" Infinite Gold didn't answer the question. "It's okay if you don't want to answer now. I have plenty of time. 10 days, half a month, 3 years, 5 years. I can handle it." Lin Zhao began to clean the room, pulling out a specially prepared cleaning cloth from the space folder. The Deep Crown Society had occupied UT-679 for some time, and a layer of dust covered everything. "You didn't bring any helpers." After a while, Infinite Gold spoke again through the screen. "So you went to check on my tail?" Lin Zhao chuckled. "Because I didn't think it was necessary. You seem quite proud of your blood's abilities." "Not really. We actually share the same origin, so I've always been curious as to why my blood can still suppress you. Based on our experience studying humans, you seem to be showing off." Lin Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. "Aren't you a bit over-researching? Hypersensitive personalities often perceive things wrongly." Infinite Gold paused, as if trying to gauge her words. "We also investigated your case." "From Mugong?" she asked. "And from our on-the-ground observations of you." The word "on the ground" inexplicably jarred Lin Zhao. She didn't respond immediately, but tilted her head slightly. After a few seconds, she whispered, "To be honest, I never imagined I'd be able to speak to you calmly one day. I thought my only way of engaging you would be with bombardment. Because that's the right way. There aren't many conflicts in this world. But you already caused quite a bit of confrontation, resulting in casualties." Lin Zhao's tone shifted, her tone harsh. But she still tried to suppress her emotions. After all, one of the ways Infinite Gold observes humans is by sensing emotional fluctuations. She had been mentally prepared for this before coming to UT-679. Perhaps it was a crucial prerequisite for her ability to communicate with Infinite Gold. She had to be extremely calm, even more cautious than when dealing with humans. "We assumed that by coming here, you had a thorough understanding of us." Infinite Gold's metallic voice lacked any underlying meaning, a coldness that was absent. "So does Mugong know I'm here? Why would he need to know?" Lin Zhao turned the cleaning cloth over and gave an inexplicable smile. "I'd be staying here for a long time, so a bit of stability would be best. We also hope you enjoy your stay. That being said, unlimited gold, but human initiative is always strong." Lin Zhao spent a long time packing, bringing back a lot of furniture from the shops in the empty city, truly preparing to live there permanently. She didn't fall asleep until late at night. The fatigue made her tired, but she could still sense the presence of strangers. She lay on her side in bed, breathing steadily, but the intruders were almost silent, approaching step by step. In the moment of silence, she suddenly turned over, kneeling and elbowing, hitting the 2 intruders with all her might. She grabbed the attacker's throat with her backhand, slamming him against the wall with a muffled thud. She didn't give them a moment to breathe. She kicked the window open, dragged the 2 men inside, and flung them out with a clean, decisive blow. The sound of wind ripped through the night sky. She stood at the window, her gaze traversing the night sky to the distant terrace of a tall building. She didn't duck or dodge, but simply glanced over. She raised her hand again, extending a finger. The movement was subtle, but the message was clear. She wasn't surprised. Instead, she felt it was a good thing. Chapter 66. UT-679 was originally a metal planet, a desolate place that flourished through trade. Almost all daily necessities had to be imported. But now, they had to rely on the Deep Crown Society. Lin Zhao waved to the guards at the entrance of their headquarters, signaling them to let her in. They exchanged glances, unable to take their eyes off Lin Zhao. However, despite their presence, Infinite Gold shifted their defensive layout, clearing a path for her. Thanks. Lin Zhao shoved her hands in her pockets and walked inside. Wait. Wait! The Deep Crown Society had never seen such a scene before. Entering and exiting enemy territory was like taking a stroll. What are you waiting for? I'm hungry. Lin Zhao shrugged off the hand and long weapon that was restraining her. After several late-night encounters, neither cold weapons nor long-range fire had been able to kill her. Coupled with Infinite Gold's avoidance, the Deep Crown Society dared not act rashly again. Lin Zhao went straight upstairs, asked for unlimited gold, and found the kitchen. She pulled out the large bag she had brought with her, filled with fruits, vegetables, and fresh chicken, duck, and fish. It wasn't that the space folding device couldn't hold them all, but it made more sense to display them out in the open. The chef, holding a knife, was stunned when she pushed him aside. Seeing the ham he was preparing on the cutting board also being swept away by her, he roared, swung the knife wildly, and slashed directly at Lin Zhao's arm. But Lin Zhao didn't even try to dodge. The knife slashed across her clothes, but it didn't hurt at all. She still wore the coat Ai Jushin had given her. Although she had grown a bit bigger since attending military school, it actually fit her perfectly. Moreover, the scratch-resistant nature of ordinary weapons was a feature that greatly pleased her. Lin Zhao turned to glance at the cook, who was regaining consciousness and gradually panicking. He said nothing and left the ham with him. After Lin Zhao left, a chorus of wailing erupted in the command center. Is she sick? What do you mean? The incoming goods? Have you told the higher-ups about the situation here? I sent a message the first day she arrived. And there's still no news. You say this. The word Infinite Gold was on their lips, but they didn't dare to utter it directly. Everything they said here was actually under the supervision of Infinite Gold. Every time they were asked about this, Infinite Gold avoided answering. Never mind. If the higher-ups don't care, neither do we. Might as well just throw the can down the drain. After all, no one wanted to do this crappy job on UT-679. Lin Zhao had only just learned from chatting with Infinite Gold that they had chosen this place because of the abundant metal resources, and because the Deep Crown Society considered it a good location for both attack and defense. But plans can't keep up with changes. The Alliance discovered the situation too quickly, leaving them unable to advance their deployments, leading to the current situation where they're forced to stand guard. They were far less sophisticated and calm than the Alliance had imagined. Ultimately, the stalemate on UT-679 was solely caused by Infinite Gold. Infinite Gold prevented the Alliance from advancing, ensuring the safety of the Deep Crown Society, but it also didn't allow them to evacuate, denying them the equipment to leave. Lin Zhao would send back intelligence daily via text via the terminal. The Deep Crown Society, claiming to be spokesman for the Star God, possessed mind controllers, allowing members to control large weaponry using abilities similar to psychic power. Their plans weren't limited to the fusion of consciousness to create new humans, biometal hybrids, mind transfer, and immortality. While their actions were guided by the will of their core members, they wouldn't act rashly without the security of Infinite Gold. In other words, Infinite Gold served as both their protection and their constraint. There wasn't much spiritual worship or faith bound involved between them, they simply exploited each other. This was good news for the Alliance. As for the communications between Infinite Gold and the Deep Crown Society, the Alliance had actually been deciphering them in the opposite direction. While they left a code-like record on human devices, it wasn't direct code logic, but rather a byproduct of Infinite Gold's manipulation of the frequency field to achieve intuitive information transmission. Thus, the Alliance had no way of understanding their communication methods. They were completely invisible. However, Lin Zhao didn't fully believe this. It was just Infinite Gold's one-sided account. Now, she understood more and more how the Alliance viewed her. Furthermore, she had come to understand that she couldn't obtain much information about Mu Gong from Infinite Gold. Mu Gong had never revealed his true intentions. Infinite Gold didn't ask about her communication status, which was a tacit agreement. So Lin Zhao confidently opened the terminal, enabled screen projection, and connected with Shin Jiming. When Shin Jiming answered, he was still a little out of sorts. Aren't you? On planet UT-679? He seemed a little dazed. How could he still contact her from there? Yes, I came to say hello. Lin Zhao looked up, unsure where to look or who to talk to. Immediately, a steady, neutral, mechanical voice echoed, hello. Do you feel something's a little strange right now? Shin Jiming was silent for a moment before speaking again. Do you? I can only speak to Infinity Gold here. Lin Zhao followed up naturally, how's your mental power? Still the same. I probably need to be in seclusion for a while. In the 3 months before Lin Zhao's departure, Shin Jiming had been working to regain the use of his mental power, But progress was extremely slow. Not only could he no longer connect to Infinity Gold, he couldn't even fully master the proper use of an SSS-level item. He was also drowsy, and often felt lethargic. The unearthed piece of Infinity Gold had changed somewhat due to Shinjiming's sudden intervention. It had developed some human-like thoughts. It actively attempted to integrate with humanity. With the help of Lin Zhao and Xiao, it connected to an independent system of the Alliance and shared information. However, this didn't help Shinjiming. We remember you. You've been to UT-679, and have faced the Deep Crown Society, and us on numerous occasions. Infinite Gold in the room suddenly interrupted. We remember your spiritual power. Lin Zhao waited for it to continue, but the air was still. This was unlike Infinite Gold, and it left its words unsaid. And then? We don't want to discuss this. It's okay. Lin Zhao lowered her head, and whispered to the person on the screen, don't rush. Take your time. You and them, are you getting along well? Shinjiming suddenly smiled, a change of subject, and he did find it absurd. If I don't attack the Deep Crown Society, we can live in peace. Besides, so far, our common enemy is quite consistent. Indeed. Shinjiming's lips curled up slightly, a faint smile forming. It won't be long before you're no longer there. Has Mu Gong made any noise? Ever since you settled on UT-679, he's been unable to contain himself. Infinite Gold rejoined the conversation. Mu Gong and the others completely separated from us and embarked on an interstellar voyage. We have no way of knowing where they went. But this time, neither of them paid any attention. Shinjiming calculated the time in his mind. If nothing unexpected happens, 2 months from now. They weren't afraid of unlimited gold passing on information. After all, it was now an open game. It just depended on who lost their temper first. It definitely wouldn't be them. Lin Zhao's stay on UT-679 was unusually quiet. She continued to wander around daily, tinkering with the semi-abandoned facilities, gradually bringing some life to this long-unused metal city. There wasn't much else here, but there were plenty of metal parts. One day, just as she emerged from the underground tunnel, a shadow suddenly fell overhead. A familiar aircraft landed quietly and settled in front of her. They hadn't even greeted the members of the Deep Crown Society here. They flew straight in. No one stopped you. Lin Zhao tugged at her messy hair, surprised they hadn't even informed her in advance. This is an urgent matter. The Deep Crown Society is overwhelmed. They were talking as they walked. Aboard the aircraft, Lin Zhao realized there were many people from Thorn, including Second Lieutenant Fulling. And several of them were mecha pilots. What kind of activity? There were more mecha pilots than soldiers? I didn't dare inform you in time when you were on UT-679, fearing the news would leak out. Fulling dragged her into Thorn's group. Your strategy of obstructing vision here is working very well. The Deep Crown Society is making a lot of noise outside the Alliance, and we know where Mu Gong is. Where is he? On Vertun 9. A android manufacturer that has been collaborating with the Alliance contacted us, saying Mu Gong has contacted their rival. Fulling raised her hand in disdain. You know, competition always has spies within. We're going here. No, we're going to the port of Malithos to screen the merchandise. For security checks? At this time? Lin Zhao had always known Fulling's rhythm. She always put the important things last. Yes, if infinite gold or dangerous items modified by the Deep Crown Society sneak into the Alliance, we'd be vulnerable. Fulling didn't see any problem with this operation. Lin Zhao was urgently inspecting her long-unused mecha in the aircraft's work bay, but she couldn't calm down. She sent a message to Eleanor, but received no reply. Now, Shinjiming should be unreachable. He's probably unconscious. You seem very nervous. Xiao, which had been self-isolating on UT-679, finally approached Lin Zhao. Except for that place, it had become active again. I feel something's wrong. Because they didn't allow you to participate, Lin Zhao had to admit that this was indeed a reason. But security checks required her skills, which made sense. Guards outside the port of Malithos had indeed been tightened, with more allied troops conducting inspections. The entire port line was so long that Lin Zhao couldn't even see the end from where she stood. Fulling dragged Lin Zhao along, examining it piece by piece. There were only a few traces of metal that had been soaked in Lin Zhao's blood, so her understanding of the area was limited and her perception was vague. There was indeed some infinite gold mixed in, but not much, and it wasn't a significant component or commodity. Senior, is it teacher's order for us to come here? Lin Zhao couldn't help but ask Fulling. No, a lot of people have come to Thorn recently, probably to discuss joint operations. The Alliance has captured quite a few members of the Deep Crown Society. Were the casualties high? Did Infinite Gold not intervene? At least my involvement was okay. Infinite Gold didn't do much, and the Deep Crown Society's true combat capabilities were exposed. That's all. Fulling noticed her concern and offered comfort. After all, information on UT-679 was limited, and recent progress had been rapid. Don't worry, we're well prepared. Capturing Mugong won't be a problem. Lin Zhao responded hastily, and continued working. About 7 or 8 hours later, 2 second lieutenants stopped her, leaving even Fulling bewildered. The two men, a head taller than Lin Zhao, looked down at her with an oppressive air. You need to come with us. Where are we going? This is confidential. Don't ask any more questions. Chapter 67. Fulling still wanted to protect her own people, but it was clear that her say was almost non-existent. Why surrender your weapons? Xiao asked her quietly. It had replaced the previous infinite gold necklace, and remained quietly hanging around her neck. The Alliance's disarmament naturally included it. But these people had naturally underestimated its ability to communicate with Lin Zhao. They no longer cared much about distance, and ordinary separations had no impact at all. Something was wrong. Perhaps I was being held for observation? Lin Zhao considered a few scenarios, but she didn't know which one she could handle. Aside from the disarmament, there weren't many restrictions, just constant stares. She didn't know where she was being taken, but when she landed, she saw many familiar military insignias, soldiers from various regions she had worked with or met before. The vast landing pad was bustling with people. Seeing Lin Zhao appear, they only glanced sideways, but no one spoke to her. Lin Zhao looked around, but didn't seem to see any of Thorn's men. She was led into the bunker, and escorted alone into a dimly lit room. She recognized this layout. She had seen it before in the courthouse. Across from her was probably an invisible barrier, behind which someone would appear and engage in conversation. The wall to her right was also likely one way. She couldn't see through it, but she knew someone was watching her. She said nothing, simply waiting. A few minutes later, someone did appear. However, it was the possibility she least wanted to face. Mecha was tall and slender, his expression relaxed, his clothes immaculately ironed. Hello, I always wanted to see you, and today I finally get my wish. Lin Zhao turned to look at the one-way mirror. The darkness there was like a silent wall, unable to reflect her expression. She didn't respond immediately. Her hand was tightly clasped around hers. Her breathing remained steady, but a little deeper than usual, as if she was suppressing her emotions with every breath. But she still tried to respond calmly. I guess you lost your patience and sought shelter elsewhere, and then you found it again? Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. I always known that infinite gold is unreliable. You, on the other hand, have become too close to infinite gold. This is not good. It's good that you understand infinite gold thinking, but it's too quick, which makes me uneasy. Infinite gold claims to pursue independence, no communication, and pure rationality, but their actions contradict this ideal. I don't doubt their beliefs, but it only means that everything they have now is a means, not an end. Lin Zhao's tone was extremely low, but she was also convinced. And the chaos and lies, they learned them from you. So, their purpose is clear. Mugong smiled, but didn't fully agree. His tone was filled with a complacency that bordered on pity. No, your perspective is too narrow. How can they be limited to just one person? I simply provided them with a more real world. They don't want to learn who I am. It's not about how this civilization works. But how could you not have imagined that they would follow your teachings, imitate you, obey your commands, and accomplish what you desired? Mugong didn't deny it, but a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Lin Zhao slowly uttered, It's just that I couldn't be the master, but instead became the slave. They're out of your control, and everything you carefully constructed has spiraled out of control. Including you. Without you, I wouldn't be here. Harald tacitly allowed it. Mugong responded fluently, as if he known what questions he faced, and wouldn't fall prey to Lin Zhao's questioning. The chairman knows too much, and has been wrong too many times. That's why I withheld so much information, fearing there's no turning back on the project. Lin Zhao's knuckles tightened. She imagined the day Mugong was captured, the day she faced him, what she say, what she ask, and how he deny and quibble. She rehearsed this countless times. But once the dream was shattered, his deceptions made her want to vomit. Mugong never tried to justify himself, only to deflect blame, blaming every mistake on the system, the situation, and even the future. You were the one who asked to see me? Lin Zhao forced herself to relax, leaning back in her chair. To prevent humanity from being completely defeated by metal life, We must work together to research ways to defend against the infiltration of infinite gold. Weren't you the one who brought about the current state of infinite gold? Experiments are for the advancement of science, but science itself is risky. Doesn't their evolution justify our need for cooperation? Lin Zhao sneered, her tone suddenly colder. So, the waste you produce from your experiments, carelessly discarded without regard for human life, is also for progress. Sacrifice has always been the cornerstone of civilization's progress. If I need to be sacrificed, I'm willing. But I doubt you want to work with those who constantly tout order, justice, and kindness. When the time comes for a choice, they simply push the responsibility onto others. Mu Gong's eyes were calm, without a trace of guilt. Lin Zhao was silent for a few seconds. She knew it was pointless to argue with Mu Gong about this. She stared at him coldly. What did you trade? The location of Infinite Gold's lair? The experimental data? I cooperate with whatever the Alliance needs. We can't let Infinite Gold succeed. Mu Gong circled back, his eyes blazing. Besides, I'm doing this for you. Lin Zhao, only by cooperating with me can you be safe. Lin Zhao said nothing, but her eyes were as cold as a knife. The Deep Crown Society is no longer a threat. From the beginning, they were a ragtag bunch, thinking they could profit from the war with infinite gold to complete their shabby deals. But now that the enemy at the forefront has dissipated, it's time for you to think about yourself. Mu Gong spoke earnestly, like a gentle doctor counseling a patient who refused treatment. Thank you for your concern, but I don't need it. Mu Gong paused, as if waiting for her to soften her stance. But she sat there, silent as a stone, her gaze stubborn and unyielding. My actions changed your life. No matter what you think, I must take responsibility. He turned his head, his voice low and slow, yet tinged with a certain arrogance. Commander-in-Chief Shen Jiheng and the majority of the Alliance military agree with my plan. What plan? Lin Zhao trailed off, a sense of foreboding forming within her. A plan of integration and elimination. The Alliance has long recognized your instability. They won't wait until you lose control before taking action. But I believe your presence will do more good than harm to the Alliance. I tried to persuade them, too. Lin Zhao felt nauseated by Mu Gong's righteous, force-good demeanor. Are you really planning to get me back into the lab? Trends never yield to a single will. Mu Gong didn't answer directly, but that said it all. I hope you don't blame your superiors. We're all for the Alliance. Mu Gong walked out. No detention, free to come and go. Lin Zhao sat quietly, but her stomach felt like a taut steel wire, tightening around her, as if she were about to vomit acid. A tightness rose from her throat to her forehead, and her ears buzzed. But she suddenly laughed. No wonder. At first, it was all fine. She'd go to UT-679 to create the illusion of an infinite gold vulnerability, while the others would secretly track Mu Gong and finally seize the opportunity to close the loophole. And then, they sent her to the security check at the critical moment, so this time difference was necessary to prevent her from coming into contact with Infinite Gold and the Deep Crown Society, so they wouldn't know Mu Gong had defected to the Alliance. Immediately, someone stepped forward to take Lin Zhao away, but this time, she was shackled. They weren't the kind worn by ordinary criminals last time, but rather protective equipment used in laboratories to protect against dangerous organisms. This fortress was simply where she and Mu Gong met. Once outside this massive building, the view opened up again. She saw many people. Major General Solvan, Colonel Gabriel, Commander Shen Jiheng. There were many other faces, both familiar and unfamiliar. They all stood there, their eyes fixed on her, watching her being escorted behind Mu Gong's team. Ahead of them was a massive flying ship, waiting to depart. Still no sign of Thorn's men. Lin Zhao looked at Shen Jiheng, who remained expressionless and cold. The two stared at each other in silence, time seemingly frozen in that moment. As their gazes met, the landing pad shook slightly, emitting a soft humming sound. What's that sound? Just as the crowd noticed, the metal floor beneath their feet suddenly bulged, and countless spikes burst out from all directions, each one precisely aimed at Mu Gong's men. The spikes penetrated through the soles of their shoes, piercing knees, tearing open abdomens, and piercing throats with bloody foam. Screams echoed one after another. The air was filled with the rusty smell of blood, and blood splattered everywhere. But apart from them, everyone else was unharmed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Mu Gong's body was impaled on spikes, hanging in the air, swaying slightly, like a piece of raw meat on a hook. Blood dripped down the iron spikes, forming a crimson puddle on the ground. Lin Zhao continued to gaze calmly at Shen Jiheng, her eyes as clear as ever. An invisible pressure seemed to hang heavy in the air, oppressive. Lin Gao. An angry roar rang out. It was Sol Van. In an instant, countless gun barrels were trained on Lin Zhao's forehead, chest, and heart, yet no one dared to move. No one knew if the metal surface would bulge again, and no one knew where she could still control it. The wind blew in from the end of the bridge, carrying with it the lingering smell of blood and the lingering warmth of the dead. Lin Zhao's hair blew in the wind, but there was no trace of fear in her eyes. If you do something wrong, you must pay the price. She spoke softly, her voice low. Even though I have no family, no parents, and no one to teach me, I understood this since I was a child. But you're disobeying orders? Alliance soldiers, all you have to do is obey. So I said, if you do something wrong, you must pay the price. She closed her eyes and chuckled. The entire landing area suddenly fell into an eerie stagnation. The soldiers in the distance were trembling slightly with nervousness. The moment Lin Zhao closed her eyes, he instinctively thought she was about to take some action. The flash of fire was brief but dazzling, and a streak of crimson quickly spread along the seams of Lin Zhao's uniform. Chapter 68. The sky was a murky grayish-yellow, perpetually shrouded in dust. The ground was covered in countless rusted factory buildings, forming a dense, almost gapless maze. Abandoned elevated tracks tangled in the air like a spiderweb, modified gondolas swaying and hauling goods and people. Everywhere were black market stalls, parts recycling stations, and makeshift markets made of discarded tires, a cacophony of noise that lasted from dawn to late at night. Good morning, Teacher Lin. The children's uniform, yet drawn-out greetings jarred the chaos of the abandoned factory. Lin Zhao wiped the mud from the soles of his shoes and stepped onto the wooden planks in 2 steps. A wooden platform, a broken table, an empty warehouse, and a few homemade tables and chairs. This was the classroom. Good morning, everyone. Have you finished last week's homework? Hand it in so I can see it. I done it. Teacher, look at mine. Look at mine first. I made a trash collecting robot. A group of children, barely waist high, rushed over to Lin Zhao, clutching their creations, vying to show them to her. Isn't my homework a water purification device? What are these? Lin Zhao looked at the various assignments, lost in thought. But my work is better. Mine is better. It's obviously mine. I'm the best. Okay. Lin Zhao clapped her hands, knowing she had to break them up immediately when something like this happened, otherwise it would go on forever. Everyone, go back to your seats. The children, all in a rush, dispersed again. Only a little girl with short hair, clutching her homework tightly, was a step behind. Su, what's your homework? Lin Zhao noticed her. This little sister never spoke up. I did it. A water purification device, but... Teacher, I know. Su's device can't purify the water. The water comes out red. Su's face flushed visibly. It's probably aging or damage to the media. It's a minor problem. Just come to me after class to get the materials. Lin Zhao patted Su's back gently, motioning her to sit down. Standing at the podium, she solemnly said, I remind everyone again, whether it's materials for homework or any equipment problems at home, you can ask the teacher for help. Remember? Remember. Then let the class begin. The class was only an hour long. Any longer, and they'd be restless. Teacher Lin, I'd be helping my dad refurbish an abandoned tram. So impressive? Another tram being brought in? Yeah. The recycling plant took in a ton of scrap from the neighboring planet yesterday. Our factory is going to be busy today. Be careful with safety precautions. Used batteries can leak toxic substances. Remember. As soon as someone opened their mouth, countless inexplicable comparisons would ensue. Teacher. I'm going to work too. I'm going to assemble the casing with Grandma. Teacher, me too. Another hour passed before Lin Zhao finally sent everyone away. The entire place suddenly fell silent, his ears free. Lin Zhao sighed, stood there for a moment, then turned to open the other shutter door of the warehouse, intending to return to the repair shop. The door opened, revealing a damp, disheveled figure. Lin Zhao was stunned. The other person simply stared at her silently. Dirty water dripped down her hair, and she carried a complex odor of slop. Lin Zhao slowly raised her hand, covered her mouth and nose, and silently took a step back. If Jusu Company hadn't released a new product today, I would have. Shin Jiming's voice rose unconsciously, then stopped abruptly. It wasn't signed with my name. How could I not recognize your design? Jusu told you. Or AI Shushin? So many people know your whereabouts? Shin Jiming was about to take another step closer, but Lin Zhao quickly grabbed the broom next to him, twirled it in her hand, and held him with the end of the broom. What's that on you? While walking, someone poured water on me. Shin Jiming replied patiently. You want to go to my repair shop for a shower? Lin Zhao walked around him, exiting the warehouse and turning left. It was right next door. Everyone said you were dead. You're not dead, are you? Lin Zhao didn't stop walking as two iron doors swung open, and two robots surrounded them. Is that Shin Jiming? Yes. Lin Zhao replied calmly, unearthing a pipe and connecting it to a simple shower. She turned back and beckoned Shin Jiming over, not intending to let him return to her house. She turned her back and began to attend to other matters. The sound of running water continued behind her. Don't you want to say something? What is there to say? Why have you been? Shin Jiming still couldn't ask. He underwent mental recovery treatment and fell into a deep sleep for 2 weeks. When he woke up, everything had changed. Mu Gong was dead, the Xinyan society had either disbanded or been captured, and Lin Zhao. He had questioned Shin Jiheng, and he had only said that Lin Zhao had used her powers to kill a prominent figure who had defected to the alliance in public. This action had ensured her death. He had also questioned Eleanor, who had been blocked from the core operations by several orders and didn't know as much as he did. But judging by her reaction, Lin Zhao was indeed dead. Have you recovered your mental strength? Lin Zhao countered. Did that treatment plan work? On and off, constantly. Then you don't have much time to be awake. Do you need it now? Yes. Then keep track of your time, and don't disrupt your treatment. The water suddenly stopped. Lin Zhao, assuming he had finished, grabbed a clean, and used oilcloth nearby and was about to hand it to him, but before she could even turn, she spun back. Stand back? Does the area where you were hit still hurt? It's all healed. Even if it was a low-intensity energy beam. Why are you taking so long? You said it was fine. Lin Zhao turned her back, tossed the cloth to him, and quickly walked towards the parts compartment nearby. Shin Jiming clutched the cloth, not moving for a long time. The robot slowly approached, two screen faces raised, staring at him. Why don't you recognize us? Who are you? I'm Xio, and this is Nex. What is Nex? You saw it on the planet Blakovis. Back then, you called it the moderate infinite gold. How did you become so approachable? The most ordinary robot, even a bit outdated in appearance. No one standing right up there would recognize it, especially since it was just two pieces of metal. This way it won't scare ordinary people, and we can still communicate with them. Xio's speech had changed significantly, less robotic than before, more human-like. But Nex remained silent. Shin Jiming hesitated, glanced at the cubicle, and whispered, what exactly happened back then? Is she doing well here? Asking someone directly is like opening a wound, but it seems easier to ask from a third party. But Lin Zhao had already emerged, and Xio had the good sense to keep quiet. You run a repair shop? When people are embarrassed, they ask anything, even if they're already standing in a repair shop. But Lin Zhao still answered, we don't make money, we just barter. We're poor here, and everyone does it. I thought I heard a child's voice just now. Teach them some life skills, too. Many skills are always a plus. Then can you teach me how to communicate with infinite gold? Lin Zhao looked at him strangely. What do you mean? Are you still going to rely on this? I hope Teacher Lin can be patient with me. Shin Jiming admitted that this was an excuse he had come up with. No matter whether it worked or not, he couldn't leave easily. Are you so idle? I have nothing but my autonomy. Lin Zhao raised her hand, feinted a slashing motion, and moved her lips silently. Whatever you say. It wasn't like she really had nothing to do, and had to accompany Shin Jiming. The child just said a new batch of goods had arrived, and she needed to prepare them, and go check them out tonight. Shin Jiming sat nearby, and only after Lin Zhao left did he have a chance to continue his conversation with Xio. I didn't experience the specifics, I was kept in solitary confinement. Lin Zhao herself later explained this. Xio also went through a period of extreme isolation, which was not easy. She was forced to sleep. So, at that time, she was without even her last remaining helper. Shin Jiming clutched the water cup, his throat dry, but he gestured for it to continue. She said she was rescued because some people didn't approve of collaborating closely with Mu Gong and the Xinyan society. The culprit wouldn't change his ways, so it was better to choose the lesser of two evils and trust her. Let her live. What's she doing here? How come you don't know anything? Isn't Shin Jiheng your brother? Go on, don't interrupt. Xio now had a good understanding of people. Since Shin Jiming had said so, it wouldn't continue to expose their shortcomings to their face. They suspect the Xinyan society hasn't collapsed because they're still a powerful figure. I know that. So what exactly is she doing here? Seeing Xio was trying to hide something, he He explained sincerely. Since I can detect Lin Xiao's whereabouts, then others can too. I need to know if she did it intentionally or accidentally. If she really needed to hide, why would she find two business partners outside the military? Xiao's robotic arm pointed at his brain. Although he was mocked by the metal block, at least he was sure that Lin Xiao was safe for the time being. You learn to keep secrets. He couldn't help but sigh. She said I was her military advisor. A military advisor is a very powerful figure in your human history. Xiao was proud, his face flickering strangely. Although I don't care about human titles, this proves that my research on them is very thorough. Exactly. Very thoroughly. So you must protect her well from now on. Of course. Shen Jiming had coaxed Xiao into a good mood, and after getting some information from it, he belatedly asked, what was she doing just now? Chapter 69. On the night of QPX-30, all machinery ceased, leaving only the hustle and bustle of daily life. Though this place was poor, it was full of life. Lin Xiao waited until the crowds faded before entering the recycling plant. She found an inconspicuous corner and dripped a drop of blood. After waiting a while longer, she began her work. With the blood seeping in, she could locate unusual metals more quickly and accurately. Among the rows of abandoned trams, Lin Xiao disassembled an event data recorder. Her mind couldn't unravel this part, so she had to resort to a more primitive method, disassembling it herself. The raw material was infinite gold, but it wasn't the usual kind, more like a stubborn one forced into hibernation. But it didn't matter, she could take it back and show it to her robots. The deserted factory and warehouse were empty and silent. Lin Xiao concentrated on her work when, as if nothing had happened, she suddenly raised her hand, unscrewed a metal button from her left shoulder, and threw it toward the door. The button didn't arc downward in midair, instead flying straight out. The button transformed into a long spike, then suddenly stopped. Lin Xiao turned his head in surprise. After a moment's reaction, he smiled, then continued working. Today's situation wasn't complicated. He found 3 anomalies, and took them back to the repair shop. But it's just one person going, 2 people returning. Lin Xiao pushed the bound, lifeless man toward Shen Jiming. You controlled him? I see you're recovering well. Everyone needs to improve. It won't hurt his brain. Feel free to ask him if you need anything. Shen Jiming waved his hand, a gesture of invitation. Next, these 3 bars of infinite gold are yours. Lin Xiao felt that this man hadn't changed. Okay. This was the first time Shen Jiming had heard this infinite gold response. They still divide the work and cooperate? Next is easier to pry open the mouths of their own kind. Lin Xiao sat down, rapidly clicking through the screens, and tried asking again, just in case his dream came true. Can you control his answers? Asked. She glanced at him with surprise. Name, number, who do you work for, what are you doing here? The man's eyes were still blank, but that didn't stop him from speaking. Kill, Deep Crown Society, number GEY033, going to planet QPX-30 to recover the recorder. Where did the recorder come from? What was your purpose? I was just following orders, not knowing anything. Lin Xiao pouted. It was the same again. The Deep Crown Society seemed to never let anyone with inside information do any work. They were all just minions doing the work. She glanced at Shen Jiming's face. He was completely content, seemingly unfazed. No more questions. Shen Jiming looked her in the eye, generously letting her see. Nothing to ask, just a laborer. What's going to happen to that person? Lin Xiao didn't answer, but instead, she and Xiao carried the person out the door. Shen Jiming remained inside, observing Nex with interest. Nex placed the 3 pieces of metal into the drawer at its stomach, retracted its limbs, and transformed into a tube. In less than 10 minutes, it had reverted to its normal robot form. Exporting the data now? Shen Jiming asked. As expected, there was no answer. He raised an eyebrow, but didn't force it. He waited patiently for Lin Xiao to return, watching through the narrow skylight as the sky gradually brightened, a faint grayish-yellow hue casting a distant veil. What are you doing here? Aren't you sleepy? Lin Xiao's face was slightly tired. Seeing him still sitting there, full of energy, she frowned slightly, her tone tinged with resignation. What exactly are you trying to do here? Shen Jiming crossed his legs and told the truth. I'm out on a mission, but I just made a sudden detour to see you. Lin Xiao spread her hands. Then get back to work? Don't you want to know what I'm doing? She was curious, but she wasn't sure she should know. But Shen Jiming clearly wanted to tell her. Do you remember the Yuan line accident when we all rushed out? No, I didn't move a muscle in the room. When I was out looking for someone, I vaguely saw someone. They looked very different in the chaos. Why haven't I heard you mention this before? I'm not sure. It was so chaotic back then. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I've been keeping an eye on it. Lin Zhao calculated the time. It had been over 2 years. He was truly patient. So you're confirmed now? Shin Jiming grew more serious. I don't like the idea of coincidence. Back in school, quite a few people actually noticed something unusual about you, but for various reasons, they kept it to themselves. I can see through many people's intentions, but there's one person whose interest in you I simply can't comprehend. Just get down to business, and don't bring me into this. How mean. Lin Zhao muttered. His words made her cautiousness seem like a joke. So you're saying someone has been keeping an eye on me for a while now, trying to get close to me for their own agenda? Who is it? Guanshi. Lin Zhao blinked, her words suddenly stopping. She subconsciously thought it would be Teacher Wen Beiying. Prejudices are hard to change. Teacher Guanshi. He saved me before, so it's understandable that he paid more attention to me. She retorted softly. That's why I hesitated. But after observing him for a few years, I noticed he's still showing some signs. Shin Jiming said, handing Lin Zhao a file. In the past 2 years, Lin Zhao had read a lot of top-secret files and orders. Now that she had come to this, she didn't care about adding another one. Coordinate 0. She had never heard of such a thing as the Deep Crown Society. Her current mission involved tracking down the remnants of the Deep Crown Society, understanding their activities, and reporting back so the Allied forces could take advantage of the situation. At least the intelligence she had obtained didn't mention this term. Teacher Guanshi is this. Coordinate 0? We can't confirm Coordinate 0 at this point, but I did research Guanshi's past. After all, he's a retired brigadier general with a wealth of experience, so it's difficult to investigate. Shin Jiming admitted that progress was slow. But we suspect he was exposed to the metal consciousness incident quite a while ago. How early? Earlier than when I saved you. Can you recall the details of your escape? Whatever you can remember is fine. To be honest, even though it happened so long ago, surviving the rusted skeleton was an experience she couldn't forget. For a long time afterward, she dreamed of being killed by the interstellar bandits or captured and forced to do hard labor. I remember. Every time I went out as a business liaison, I was careful to leave a mark. That time, the Alliance was clearing out interstellar bandits, and I wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Coincidentally, it was my first time making a contact in that area, and I wasn't familiar with the terrain. I ran in a panic, and even sustained minor injuries. I jumbled the metal behind me as I ran, and I did manage to escape. She thought to herself, feeling increasingly guilty. In a life-or-death situation, who would want to keep a secret? Of course, I run with all my might. With blood? Shin Jiming confirmed with her again, receiving a positive answer. Do you think Teacher Guanshi figured it out at that time? Possibly. After that bandit suppression operation, Guanshi's independent team went on another expedition outside the Alliance. Although Lin Zhao hadn't participated in it, she had studied the case in school. An expedition isn't an invasion or attack on another civilized star system. It's simply identifying and searching for potential partners. This type of mission usually takes a long time, sometimes as little as a year or 2. The teams were larger, usually organized into regiments. Guanshi's independent team, for example, was less than a third of the typical size. You're going to the places he's been to? I've seen his expedition records before, and of course, they found nothing. But we're lucky. Guests from outside the Alliance chatted about seeing Alliance soldiers on Broken Era Star during that time period. The leader seemed to be Guanshi. How could there be a place with that name? The Alliance gave it the name, and it's now a tourist attraction. It's been through a lot, leaving only relics from different eras. Lin Zhao subconsciously lowered her voice. So, are you deserting the team and going AWOL? Shin Jiming responded with the same attitude. Yes, are you touched? Lin Zhao wasn't sure what she was feeling right now. It wasn't like everyone was evil, but there certainly weren't many good people. It wasn't her job, anyway, so whatever. She connected to the NEX and exported the records. What's in there? Shin Jiming leaned over to take a look. The infinite gold we brought back is a mutant, so it's often used in sensor modules or log registers. No records. NEX excels at abstract and ambiguous expressions. It can pry open the malice of any infinite gold. Lin Zhao was still confident. She took a quick look and felt that today's work was pretty standard. She just had to upload it as usual. The infinite gold? They evolved quite a bit. Shin Jiming was aware of the infinite gold's movements in recent years. As the environments and species they encountered became increasingly complex, Some infinite gold had indeed diverged, and no longer supported the idea of a purely rational civilization. Furthermore, the existence of the Deep Crown Society proved that the infinite gold had long been divided into two factions. Those still supporting the Deep Crown Society were more adept at disguise, even outwitting their own kind. But this was the first time he had heard of Nex's abilities. Shin Jiheng is quite busy, Shin Jiming sighed softly, but with a hint of gritted teeth. The moderate infinite gold was only stored in his self-defense force, so he must have known about Lin Xiao's recent situation. For the past 2 years, he had stubbornly clung to the claim that Lin Xiao was dead. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder encouragingly. Keep improving, young man. You still have a long way to go. She stretched, turned, and headed home, saying as she walked, I'm going to sleep. You should take a good shower. You still smell. It's almost dawn, and you're still sleeping? Teacher Lin starts work in 3 hours. Teachers can't skip classes. She didn't care whether Shin Jiming followed her, or where else he went. She really needed to rest. At dawn, she arrived at the empty warehouse as usual, but class had passed, and no one had shown up. Although children often couldn't attend class due to housework, they weren't absent en masse. She sensed something was amiss, and was about to go outside to investigate when several familiar figures appeared on the path directly opposite the door, and hurried over. Teacher Lin, can you go check? Sue, something's happened at home. Chapter 70. Sue's home lived on an unassuming street corner in a factory district. She lived with her grandmother. Because she had no one to teach her, she was 2 years behind other children of her age in learning to speak. But this didn't stop her from working from a young age, from moving parts to assembling housings, anything that didn't require much strength. Lin Xiao rushed over with the other children. A crowd surrounded them, and no one stepped forward. She squeezed to the front of the crowd, her vision flickered, and she froze in place, the blood draining from her face. Just as she was about to step forward, her arm was grabbed. It was Shin Jiming. Don't follow me. Lin Xiao interrupted him before he could speak, trying hard to calm herself. She turned to the gathering crowd and explained loudly, I've seen this happen. Some parts of abandoned machinery, after being used for too long, can wear out and produce toxic substances. The surroundings suddenly erupted in a flurry of whispers and panic. So are we going to get infected too? Oh, I brought a spare part home yesterday. What do we do? Is there any cure for the poisoning? Don't panic, everyone. If you're worried, take out any suspicious parts you brought home these past 2 days, especially those with unknown origins, unusual colors, or odors. Collect them, but don't touch them directly. I arranged for testing later. Lin Xiao had been here for less than a year, but she had a certain prestige. She was the most professional repair person here. Everyone immediately dispersed, leaving only the children who had just been there, looking fearfully towards Sue's house. Lin Xiao covered their eyes, supported their shoulders, and turned them back, whispering soothingly, I go check it out. You guys go home first. Yongyuan, can you call your brother over to help? She said to one of the children, who nodded solemnly. In the dark, she took a deep breath. What is that? Shin Jiming wasn't sure. He just glanced at a bloody floor, and a bewildered red figure sitting there. Don't go in without permission. Lin Xiao reminded him again. What about you? I'm fine. Do you still have brother Luo Nan's syringe? Although her face didn't look alright. Sue's house wasn't strictly a house. It was just a townhouse with a hole dug out in the middle, creating a long narrow room. A bed, a table, and a battered gas stove filled the space to the brim. Standing in the doorway, one could see the entire house. The air was thick with the smell of rust, mixed with dampness and a faint smell of decay. Sue's grandmother lay on the ground, her pupils dilated, her body covered in dark red, sticky blood, every part of her body dry. Sue sat there in a daze. Lying on the ground, unconscious, she was in a similar state, bleeding profusely, though not as much as an adult. Lin Xiao immediately injected Xu with the drug, but it wasn't as painful as they experienced before. Xu seemed oblivious. She gently called her name, trying to wake her, but it was no use. Of course, she knew what this meant. Yongyuan soon arrived with his brother. Shin Jiming briefly tried to intervene, but Lin Xiao had already emerged. Yongyuan, go home and get checked out first. Clad in blood, Lin Xiao kept a distance from them. Teacher Lin. He interrupted weakly, mustering up courage, but still asking timidly, Sue. Is she dead? Lin Xiao remained silent. It was his brother who slapped Yongyuan on the head and scolded him. You do whatever your teacher says. Go back. See if we have any. Yongyuan's mouth pursed, holding back tears, and ran away wordlessly. Brother Yongyuan, Please help with the cremation. Infected bodies can't be left out for long, otherwise they will contaminate the surrounding environment. But don't come into direct contact with the bodies. I also clean up the blood as soon as possible. Teacher Lin, what about you? Brother Yongyuan asked hesitantly, looking at her. I'm fine. My family has experienced this before. Antibodies, right? I understand. Brother Yongyuan usually worked in the steelmaking department and occasionally assisted with the cremation of deceased elderly people. But today, he didn't dare to examine the two bodies, one old and one young, closely. Only Shin Jiming helped carry them to the crematorium. Yes, what caused it? He tentatively asked the stranger. If Teacher Lin was impressive, her friends must be pretty impressive too. Don't worry, I think she's already found the problem and taken the toxic material away for disposal. Oh, that's good. Their planet QPX-30 was poor and rundown, and occasionally people died while recycling and repairing scrap, but he had never seen anything as tragic as today's. Even mentioning it again brought back that image, and he probably wouldn't be able to sleep for days. Lin Zhao checked every household's collection, confirming it was all right, before visiting the place where Grandma Shushu had collected the items. Someone saw Grandma Shushu visit the P1 recycling area last night and happily retrieve a drive coil from a motor, claiming it would make the family stove work better. The motor was part of a damaged electromagnetic catapult, and overall, there was nothing wrong. The problem could only be with the coil. After nearly a day of tossing and turning, Lin Zhao returned to the repair shop and immediately began to inspect it, but was stopped by Shin Jiming. Energy conversion is invisible to the naked eye. You don't have the equipment here, so you can't conduct any rash experiments. The scrap I encountered as a child was solid or liquid, but this. Lin Zhao's face was cold as she pinched the drive coil, her fingertips turning pale. Someone was still continuing the experiment, but the damage was smaller, making it harder to spread information. A person is dead, and even if the cause of death was bizarre, no one in remote areas would investigate. So, they could deploy more and conduct more experiments. Have you encountered this? She remained calm and asked Shin Jiming. No, this is the first time I encountered this kind of device either. Give it to me, I take it back for professional testing. Shin Jiming cautiously held Lin Zhao's gaze, taking the coil, his fingertips barely daring to touch her skin. Some things can be suppressed at first, but the memory is unbearable. She suddenly raised her leg and, without warning, kicked the long wooden workbench beside her. The old table couldn't withstand her force, and collapsed with a loud bang. She tried to control her breathing. Shin Jiming stepped forward and gently embraced her from behind. His movements were slow and hesitant, then he gradually tightened his grip. I'm going to report. You go. Cook dinner. Lin Zhao paused only briefly before going upstairs alone. She slumped in her chair, her strength drained, her mind a turmoil. So the Deep Crown Society had put up so many pretenses, one after another. Perhaps their ultimate goal was this: to mass-produce humans who could manipulate metal. It had been over a decade. It couldn't be that no one had succeeded except her. Furthermore, perhaps she didn't meet the Deep Crown Society's criteria for success. If that were the case, then countless nameless deaths would have been lost. She wanted to smash something, but she couldn't just vent her anger on objects. Getting down to business was more important. She brought back some of Shushu and Grandma's blood and immediately had it tested. As expected, the metal ion levels were far above normal human levels, and they were highly sensitive to magnetic fields. However, the data from the two individuals was unstable, more similar to the data from the others recorded by Brother Luonan. She was already quite familiar with her own physical data, and coupled with the subtle changes over the past 2 years, she could make a preliminary assessment simply by looking at the numbers. She quickly compiled and passed on a complete report on the incident. But combined with other daily reports, it was sporadic and unorganized, and she didn't finish until midnight. It was then that she remembered there was someone downstairs. She also remembered the word she had just casually dismissed. But where's the place to cook in a repair shop? She tiptoed down thinking, what if he's asleep? Don't wake him up. Shin Jiming was sitting at the table, with several dishes before him. There was no takeout on QPX-30. Lin Zhao felt a little guilty. She didn't really want to eat, and she wasn't in the mood at that moment. But after calming down and finishing her work, she was actually a little hungry. She sat down cheekily, picked up her fork, and feigned a casualness. You really can cook? But as the food entered her mouth, she met Shin Jiming's gaze again, and remembering his silence, she changed her words. You can't. Who would have thought that you had 2 robots, and neither of them could cook? Shin Jiming had never done this kind of work himself since he was born. Embarrassed, he went back to Lin Zhao's house, and, using the few remaining, stale ingredients, haphazardly followed the instructions to cook a table of seemingly passable garbage. Not only was it wasteful, it was also embarrassing. But when he looked at Lin Zhao's face, he saw that the blatant anger had faded. Tomorrow, I go back to Duandai Star and analyze that drive coil immediately, he muttered, tossing a piece of dry, tough meat into his mouth to mask his emotion. It was rather bland anyway. You're here alone. I go with you. What? I said, I go with you, but can we go a few days later? I need to confirm that there's no similar testing equipment here. Lin Zhao repeated, then began eating nonchalantly, as if he couldn't taste the food. You can. Leave here? Shen Jiming's fork instantly misplaced, catching nothing. I'm not a criminal, and this isn't a prison. Lin Zhao knew what Shen Jiming was worried about, and understood his unspoken meaning. She quickened her pace, lowering her head to gulp down the rice in her bowl. After swallowing the last bite, she looked up at him, her tone steady and firm. Don't worry. It's not just me, many people have figured it out. Instead of using your emotions as a weapon against the enemy, it's better to get things done and seize the initiative. What happened today? I'm furious, and angry at myself too. I didn't dare go home for so many years, yet I'm here teaching a strange child. Things I couldn't solve back then can't be solved now, so my anger is completely useless. I don't want to be trapped in the past, but I want to expose the bastards who caused my past, just like Mugong did. Chapter 71. That's? Lin Zhao pointed at a tree floating in outer space, stunned. A metal tree, a relic of a failed artificial ecological experiment. It's now a popular check-in spot. Shen Jiming spoke as he draped a strangely textured new rubber garment over Lin Zhao from behind. Lin Zhao looked down, puzzled again. The magnetic field on the Broken Era star is quite strong. Anyone visiting there needs to wear an anti-interference suit and carry a micro-protective device with them when they leave. He briefly explained. Gazing at the massive planet approaching, he began to explain. The civilization of Broken Era star once reached a high level, leaving many ruins beyond even the Alliance's comprehension. But now, the main landscape is marked by a distinct dividing line. To the north are the scorch marks left by the widespread energy war, which remains dangerous. To the south lies the core tourist area, with the remains of the old city and the crystal basin. Lin Zhao pressed her nose against the window and muttered, it's very similar to many Alliance planets. What caused this planet's demise? There's no definitive answer yet, but the prevailing theory is that the struggle for energy triggered a massive war of destructive weapons, resulting in heavy losses on all sides. Due to the heavy casualties, an unknown virus infected the entire planet, and ultimately. Shen Jiming tilted his head, his words clear to him before he even finished. With this kind of fighting, it's not easy to still preserve traces of several previous civilizations. Lin Zhao began to understand. It was surprising how many people were willing to visit a remote star system half a month's journey from the Alliance. The spacecraft were a bit congested. However, because of this, their aircraft was diverted to a flight path near the metal tree. This is a memorial to the coexistence of hope and error. She saw the inscription beneath the tree and read out the words she knew, word for word. What does it mean? Sociologists and archaeologists have analyzed that during the penultimate cycle of civilization, people attempted to recreate the natural environment through artificially synthesized ecosystems, something called the Ecological Clamp Project. The metal tree is a sample of a third-generation inorganic ecosystem, using metal structures to mimic the functions of trees. But later, its internal self-learning algorithm experienced an iteration error, and some of the metal began to devour nearby similar materials to repair itself, so it was urgently sealed and dismantled. So it's just an ordinary piece of metal now. Of course, otherwise it wouldn't be open to the public. As they left the broken star, Shen Jiming couldn't help but ask the question. Is there any metal here that's been infected with Lin Zhao's blood? After all, the tourism infrastructure was funded by the Alliance. Yes. Quite a bit, but... Lin Zhao disembarked from the aircraft, breathing in the slightly salty air, his conviction growing. I can't infect more metal here. There's an obstacle. Where was Guancher found? The man said it was in the north. Can we go north? No matter how dangerous the place, you can visit it for a high price. Shen Jiming pinned a tour group badge on Lin Zhao and walked straight ahead. Take the tourist route? Lin Zhao trotted after him in disbelief. A military revenue-generating project. Shen Jiming turned to look at Lin Zhao's reaction, satisfied. I'm kidding. Do you really believe that? This looks well managed. The traces of war here are valuable for research. The military took over long ago, but it's inconvenient to have troops stationed there, so they switched to secret research. And why charge for it? We have to make it look more realistic. They boarded a transparent, spherical tour bus and set off. The ground was uneven, but the seats were remarkably stable. The high-priced tours eliminated many people, leaving only 7 or 8 people free to wander the ruins. While the others were still learning how to operate the bus, Shin Jiming had already driven to their destination. They parked the bus on a nondescript flat patch, and the ground began to sink silently. The scene beneath the ground was completely different. This artificial laboratory was the Alliance style she was familiar with. Recovering weapons? Lin Zhao took a quick look around and saw something. That's not something I can handle. Shin Jiming quickly passed through the area and stopped at Area 4. After a successful biometric scan, another door opened. Sir, the test results are in. A soldier, seeing Shin Jiming return, stepped forward to urgently report. He glanced at him, but forgot to finish his words. Hi. Lin Zhao greeted him. She knew him. He was from the Shin family's guard, named Gaff. They had been to Flakovas together, and she had also seen him on that unfamiliar fortress platform. She asked him, with familiarity, what are the results? Continue. Shin Jiming reminded his stunned subordinate. Oh yes. He paused for a moment, then quickly recovered. We performed a cluster analysis on the melted metal layer, and disassembled at least 3 types of weapons and equipment. We extracted some of the remaining information, and are currently deciphering the lost language. That one? Lin Zhao pointed to the transparent isolation room behind him. Yes, but... Before Gaff could finish, Lin Zhao bypassed her and headed straight for her destination. Sir, how come she's still alive? Why are you with her? He lowered his voice, afraid to be overheard, yet unable to contain the excitement of being close to a secret. Stop prying. Shin Jiming simply dismissed him. Prepare samples 1 and 2. For her? Sir, she can't. I don't want anyone in the guard team to think of her as an enemy of the Alliance. Shin Jiming suddenly stopped, and Gaff bumped into him unexpectedly. An invisible mental pressure descended like a mountain. Yes, sir. Shin Jiming's expression immediately changed, and he stood beside Lin Zhao, as if nothing had happened. Xio hasn't noticed anything unusual. Let's wait for next. If that doesn't work, I take over. Lin Zhao asked, does this thing have radiation? It's quite high. Be careful if you get close. Where are they? Lin Zhao lifted her hair on either side of her ear, revealing 2 arrow-shaped earrings. Shin Jiming's gaze remained fixed for a long moment before he hummed, there are other collectibles next door. Lin Zhao gestured with a gesture of acceptance, but then sensed something was amiss. She leaned over and whispered, Captain Shin, have you changed? You're so proactive in letting me get involved with this kind of stuff now? I absolutely support your work. Don't be so quick to mention it. I didn't even bother mentioning it before. People need time to grow and improve. Next, don't tell me what you discovered here. Let's talk in our room. Shin Jiming's voice suddenly resurfaced in Lin Zhao's mind, a long-lost feeling of connection. I go check out something else. She remained silent, heading for the next cubicle. It's a mixture of metals excavated at different depths. There are war relics from the same period, as well as remnants from wars of different eras. Shin Jiming explained as he walked. This one contains infinite gold. Lin Zhao, certain, pointed to sample number 1. Xio can also feel it. This is the sample closest to the surface. Seeing Shin Jiming wasn't surprised, Lin Zhao suddenly remembered, are you still attacked by infinite gold? Occasionally. How often? What kind repel you? The invading faction is very persistent, and there are others. I tell you when you encounter them. It's very complicated. Lin Zhao stared at him for a moment, her expression cryptic, but didn't ask any more questions. If you don't mind, I take over? Of course, please. Lin Zhao entered the isolation room, fully armed, and a drop of blood fell. Everyone saw her just standing there, doing nothing, not even making contact. A few minutes later, she exited. As soon as her protective suit slipped off, she leaned against the doorframe and began to dry heave. Maybe. The radiation is too strong? Run it through the stabilization device to neutralize it. A nearby researcher began offering advice. It's okay. Lin Zhao held Shin Jiming's hand for a moment, taking a moment to recover. There's so much information, it's a bit nauseating. You also know about this place's history? A little bit. The researchers at the tables exchanged glances. They were aware of Lin Zhao's abilities. So what are they doing here? Risking their lives and exhausting their energy, it's not even worth a drop of her blood. Then can you help us? Yeah, why bother? We've been doing something else. Lin Zhao interrupted the man and spoke softly, without saying whether or not. She adjusted her breathing, smoothed her hair back, and gave Shen Jiming a look. The two of them temporarily retreated from the crowd. As soon as she entered the empty room, she plopped down, resting her arms on her knees, staring at the ground and letting her mind rest. Is everything okay? Shen Jiming squatted down, reading her expression. Tell me first. What is the extent of your mental power? Next told you. You already connected with the metal and obtained preliminary information. Why are you hiding it? Lin Zhao didn't beat around the bush and simply threw the question. Because? Seeing she was in good condition, Shen Jiming leisurely sat down beside her. No one knows the state of my mental strength. Seeing the growing confusion in Lin Zhao's eyes, he chuckled. You know, 2 years ago, after forcibly connecting to the infinite gold, my mental strength was damaged. I need recovery treatment, but this is beyond the Alliance's understanding of mental strength, so I didn't ask for medical records. I asked why you didn't tell others you could do it. Because of you. Shen Jiming said it so casually that Lin Zhao almost thought he was just saying it casually. But the look in his eyes confirmed he wasn't joking. I used to think you needed to be guarded against, then I thought you needed protection. Only now do I realize there's no difference between us. He said it lightly, but his eyes grew more intense. I always thought that if you weren't dead, I would have the ability to keep you from having a gun pointed at your head, and even. Before he could finish his words, Lin Zhao grabbed his mouth, like the opening of a plastic bag. Having one person like me in the Alliance is enough. If there's another, they'd be so petty they worry themselves to death. Don't let them come back and blame me. We're the same people now. They treat me the way they treat me, so we have to treat you the same way. If something happens again, silently and without warning like last time. Shen Jiming gently lowered her hand, the smile fading from his brows. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Zhao lowered her head and pulled the robot body out of the folder. The 2 infinity gold pieces returned to their normal state. Next's information matches what I got from the infinity gold. Chapter 72. First, they aren't metal layers from the same period, Shen Jiming reminded her. This had always been a point of uncertainty for him. They are different, but someone has used infinite gold to conduct deep exploration, leaving traces in strata from multiple eras. Lin Zhao patted Xiao, and the robot transformed her knowledge and thoughts into text and a visual model, projecting them onto the screen. That piece of infinite gold is just a fragment of old equipment that malfunctioned and fell apart. Therefore, its information is incomplete, and its consciousness is fragmented. It's not enough to be considered an intelligent entity now. Lin Zhao raised her hand to disperse the light screen, selecting a piece to magnify the content. A detector made of infinite gold penetrated deep underground and extracted some metal layers. Based on infinite gold's recollections, she quickly constructed a simple 3D model of the device. It might not be complete, but it's roughly like this. And this device is searching for the contents of the inorganic ecosystem? Shen Jiming took over naturally. The traces of metal use are its memory. If the data is retrieved correctly, the technology can be restored, but it's more difficult. Then, the workload will be enormous. Shen Jiming leaned back in the recliner, his arms and legs spread wide. The civilizational history of Broken Era Star is extremely complex. Even now, the Alliance hasn't been able to fully confirm which relics correspond to which civilization, let alone the ownership of the technology. Then Lin Zhao looked ready to die. Be careful. If you can't even handle the information from a single sample, won't you be overwhelmed by the information from the entire civilization? But Shen Jiming didn't say anything definitive. After all, this kind of needle-in-a-haystack job requires trying every possible method. Try the old city? The ruins there are relatively intact. I never done anything so easy. Shen Jiming chuckled. I hope you can still say that when you get there. From the air, the old city to the south was a sea of broken walls and ruins. But walking along the planned route on the ground, one could truly feel the awe of this ancient civilization. Towering domes abounded, though most were half collapsed and leaning, with a few reliefs still faintly discernible. The few arcades that remained intact had been meticulously restored and enclosed by transparent shields along the roadside, allowing tourists to wander through them. What kind of war did they fight? The north was so brutal, yet so much remains in the south? Lin Zhao had never seen any of this before, but she didn't take in much of the scenery, preoccupied with searching for relevant remains. We deciphered the data preserved in the south, and it says people gathered there, so they set up a massive protective layer. This level of technology can't protect against viruses? Lin Zhao felt a chill run down her spine. If a virus from that time reappears through excavation, wouldn't that be the end of us? Without living things, that virus can't survive. The biological history of Broken Age Star has been blank for a long time, so there's no need to worry about that. Shin Jiming quickly grabbed Lin Zhao, who was trying to look up at the top, and prevented her from bumping into the tourists behind her. Excuse me. Instead, a voice came from behind him. Are you Shin Jiming and Lin Zhao? Two timid, yet bright-eyed sisters whispered to them. Shin Jiming was often recognized and approached whenever he appeared in a crowd. He was used to it. But today, he calmly blocked Lin Zhao's way, and was about to deny it when Lin Zhao herself replied, yes. Well, can we take a picture together? Sure, whose camera? Mine. One of the girls handed Lin Zhao her camera, and she took it naturally, framing a perfectly composed shot and giving a yes sign. Thank you. Are you? The girls, meeting Lin Zhao in person for the first time, found her very approachable, so they bravely asked another question. It's our holiday, and we're out having fun. Lin Zhao, a head taller than the other two, bent slightly, looked them in the eye, and said seriously, but could you please not post it online? We don't want our superiors to know. Sure. Lin Zhao smiled, her eyes curved, and the three people present breathed a little easier. She pointed at a temple pendant on one of her younger sister's bags. Is this a souvenir from here? It's quite cute. The younger sister immediately took it off. They sell it at the exit of the Time Theater, but this is the last one. We're out of stock today. I'm giving it to you. Lin Zhao took it, then hung it back on her younger sister's bag. She then pulled out two Mecha model keychains from the space folder and placed them in their hands. Thank you. I go explore on my own. This one I made myself. It's a miniature model of my current Mecha. Consider it a return gift. The two left, shrieking in delight. Shin Jiming shook his head slightly and began to clap. Not bad, quite skilled, huh? I've been wandering around for the past 2 years. You're bound to run into this kind of thing. I thought you were always on QPX-30. What are you doing there? Looking for a sword in a boat? Lin Zhao pointed to his head, then opened the map again, starting to locate something. Time Theater. Shin Jiming leaned over to see the destination. You want that pendant? Work hard. Lin Zhao rolled his eyes and lowered his voice. This is a metal manufacturing facility within the Alliance. It recognized me and told me there's some unfamiliar metal over there. This area is for you. It's fragmented, so it's a little hard to receive information. You need to see it for yourself. Time Theater uses holographic projection and brainwave sensing technology to recreate the daily lives of a third-generation civilization based on ancient materials. Visitors can experience the lifestyles of ordinary people from a first-person perspective. Is it a bit like connecting with spiritual power? Lin Zhao asked quietly, her eyes glancing at the sensor rings suspended above the theater as she and Shin Jiming stood in an inconspicuous spot in the last row. You're too dismissive of the conductor's spiritual power. Shin Jiming tilted his head, his eyes narrowed. They first needed to listen to a brief introduction from the tour guide. The entire experience took only 10 minutes, but it felt like a full day spent in virtual reality. Visitors can choose their age, regardless of gender, to experience different kinds of life. They can also choose two-player mode to experience festivals or family scenes. Then, Shin Jiming looked at Lin Zhao. Let's go, teammate. The experience began. The vision brightened, and when it returned, the two of them stood on a high platform. The wind whipped past their ears at a speed so real it gave them goosebumps. This scene was clearly not the flower festival the commentator had described. All around them was a steel-gray sky, and below the platform lay a burning city. Where is this? Lin Zhao saw no trace of familiarity. This isn't the peaceful period of the third-generation civilization. Shin Jiming's voice was filled with clear caution. It's more like, the Alliance hasn't disclosed this period of history. This is the third war of the fourth-generation civilization. Where are we? Lin Zhao had just asked when the scene forcibly switched, and the two of them instantly plummeted from high altitude into another scene. A twisted mass of metal mesh floated in a transparent spherical container, surrounded by several figures dressed as scientists. Neither Lin Zhao nor Shin Jiming could understand what they were saying. What's going on? Are you using your blood to sense the environment? Of course. The magnetic field on the broken star is unstable, and there are still many unknown remnants, so perhaps there's chaos. Shin Jiming was also speculating. Although they couldn't understand, they could see what these people were doing. That means uploading, right? Although Lin Zhao didn't recognize the characters from that time, he could roughly guess the functions of many interfaces. Uploading what? Where to? But the next second, the image distorted again. Their perspective began to become unstable. A pair of eyes slowly emerged from the shadows, a faint blue glow swirling within the metallic gray. This can't be real, right? Is it just a visual effect? Lin Zhao was already numb. When she needed her mental strength most, she couldn't even perceive time. And suddenly, the system forcibly severed the connection. Lin Zhao removed her brainwave-sensing headband, only to find that Shen Jiming beside her had already removed his equipment and sat on the stool behind him, his hands resting on his temples. You stopped? Lin Zhao realized it belatedly. The last scene wasn't chaos, it was a mental intrusion. After realizing this, he gritted his teeth and mobilized his mental strength, using the barrier technique he trained to block his thoughts. However, the forced effect was a half-beat delay in perception, and now his five senses felt as if they were immersed in a layer of viscous liquid. Lin Zhao was about to crouch down to check on him when she suddenly turned, her eyes locked on the crack in the theater door. Someone was there, a fleeting shadow. The next second, her footsteps had already scurried out silently. Shen Jiming had no time to call out to her. Outside, at the junction of the tourist area and the maintenance passage, the lights were dim. Lin Zhao followed the fleeing figure in front of her. Every time she got closer, the other person suddenly accelerated, trying to gain some distance, until they left the theater and blended into the crowd. But Lin Zhao didn't rely on her sight to track people. In the deserted alleys, she tapped her toes, leaped against the wall, and swiftly climbed onto the roof of the tourist accommodation. After running for a few kilometers, she saw that familiar figure again. Lin Zhao approached quietly, but the moment she leaped, the other party, as if prepared, flashed a silver light, brushing against her throat. She jerked back and rolled, barely avoiding the attack. A dark figure slowly emerged, inexplicably followed by a dozen more people. Each one was fully equipped, carrying a lightweight exoskeleton. You're truly sorry to find so many people hiding in such a small space. Lin Zhao brushed the scratches off her clothes, feeling a little distressed. She couldn't afford to damage the magnetic field shielding. She raised her head and asked slowly, You lured me here. What's the matter? The other party didn't answer directly, but slowly raised his hand, rotating an oval metal object between his fingers. Lin Zhao couldn't sense the metal. It felt exactly like the obstruction she felt on Broken Era Star. What's this? Before she could finish her question, the metal object flew straight towards her. It was a miscalculation on her part. She assumed the other party wanted to negotiate. At this speed, it was definitely going to kill her. She dodged into a narrower alley, further from the next block. Behind the man, dozens of neatly arranged metal objects hovered, facing her. Chapter 73. Shen Jiming's perception was backfired, temporarily slowing him down. When he found Lin Zhao, the ground was covered in flowing blood. Lin Zhao was squatting on the ground, picking up pieces of metal. Are you okay? Are you okay? Their voices overlapped, but judging by their energy, they seemed fine. It's brainwave interference, after all. Force withdrawal will be uncomfortable, but it's okay. Shen Jiming stood beside Lin Zhao and counted. There were 18 bodies on the ground, all pierced by metal. Who? He called for help to clean up the mess, and also picked up a piece of metal. Who knows? Lin Zhao stood up, clutching a handful of metal. There's no time to leave them alive for you to interrogate. Kill them all. She turned around, and Shen Jiming saw a shallow cut on the side of her face. We can quickly locate you, and gather our forces to kill you. It seems someone from the old city has entered. Shen Jiming pulled out a tube of gel, and gently dabbed it on her face. Lin Zhao covered her face, stepping back in shock. How come it hurts even after making a gesture? Your brother Ronan did it. Shen Jiming replied calmly, pulling her closer. Lin Zhao hadn't dared to ask about Ronan's recent situation. She couldn't imagine Ronan's reaction to the sudden news of her death. Even more so, she couldn't imagine Ronan's reaction if he knew she was still alive, but didn't tell him she was safe. Shen Jiming seemed to see her hesitation and offered, Don't worry about him. He's in excellent spirits right now, and can't take any harm. At that time, he beat me up, and then suddenly left. I sent someone to look for him, but months later, I discovered he returned home and had half-begged, half-robbed, his way into an independent medical research institute. Shen Jiming felt a sense of regret. Given Ronan's talent and fame at the time, few would have questioned who was most likely to inherit the family business. Unfortunately, the genius dismissed this idea. But now, after many twists and turns, fate had finally tied the knot, and he had inherited part of the family business. He also understood that Ronan was simply desperate, and in dire straits, he suddenly realized the importance of resources. This path couldn't be paved with talent, only leverage. This metal tool. Lin Zhao abruptly changed the subject, examining the pile of objects with a serious expression. Can we track them through them? Let them try first. Lin Zhao removed her earrings and placed them with the other metal objects. But immediately, she picked up another one. Xiao said it was loud and aggressive, unwilling to touch, and said it was an alloy of infinite gold. Wait for next. Lin Zhao touched the cold, blood-stained metal and suddenly thought. Although we don't understand its composition yet, is it possible that they already figured out the lost technology of the Broken Era Star? Just now, they were controlling the metal, which doesn't seem like ordinary remote sensing technology. Do you think this technology might help the infinite gold take over and control ordinary metal, and is related to metal consciousness? Otherwise, where would they get so much infinite gold to control? While the location of the triple star given by Mu Gong is true, the amount of infinite gold there differs from what was previously estimated in records. The Deep Crown Society did indeed transport a large amount of infinite gold, but for such a large organization, it's not enough to equip themselves. Shen Jiming understood that resources seemed to be a perpetual issue, and power was limited, so he had to find a way to expand. Let's go back north first. It's not safe here. Let's wait for the experimental results. I won't go back. What? He was stunned. They're researching metal consciousness, so how am I a hindrance to them? They simply think that since I can't change my stance, I can't be a vulnerability. My blood ability might not only be a byproduct of researching infinite gold, but also the influence of the old technology here. Lin Zhao had always been quite accurate in finding her own position. She wasn't afraid of encountering the enemy, but rather of remaining indifferent when they came. I live in the old city. It's convenient for those interested, and it's convenient for me too. The environment there is too complicated, with all the magnetic field radiation and stuff. I'm afraid I'd be in trouble too. Then I go with you. Shen Jiming immediately changed his tone. The city is good, it's lively. Don't you need to go back and get some mental treatment? No rush. But you, have you considered your identity? This isn't some poor place with lax regulation. I checked, your identity has been revoked, and your surveillance footage won't be recorded in the entry and exit records. I figured out how to delete the surveillance footage myself. Lin Zhao muttered softly. So with my help, things won't be so complicated. Shen Jiming naturally began to link arms. Where to go, where to stay, those little things, come to me. I definitely make everything clear for you. Lin Zhao thought he used his military ID or something, but it turned out to be even simpler and more direct than she imagined. Because Shen Jiming owns a hotel here. Let's fight, you rich people. Lin Zhao stood in the luxurious, retro elevator, her face expressionless. You're not doing badly now, Boss Lin. Chu Su and Ai Zhuxin have made a fortune thanks to you. Lin Zhao vaguely felt that he always spoke of those two with a certain sarcasm. To match the style of the ruins area, the hotel wasn't built too high. Even the top floor suite barely overlooked most of the scenery. I try to figure out what the metal object is. As soon as Lin Zhao entered the room, she didn't bother to admire the scenery. She sat on the floor, spread out the metal object, rolled up her sleeves, and got to work. Don't use blood yet. What if there's a backlash? Our current understanding of it isn't enough to prevent it. Shen Jiming warned her. Then don't use your mental power either. Lin Zhao, on the other hand, remembered the last scene when she wore the brainwave sensor headband. She felt uncomfortable, let alone even more sensitive Shen Jiming. What exactly is that thing? She asked. Just like how I used my mental power to coerce others' brains, someone exploited the device's convenient access and did the same thing to us. It's just that without a human brain, the mental power is naturally stronger. Without the headband, the other party likely couldn't have done it. Shen Jiming reassured her. He still had some confidence. Today, they had only suffered a minor, unexpected loss. Natural mental power? What about unnatural? Of course, there are many projects within and outside the Alliance analyzing mental power, attempting to simulate and replicate it, but ultimately, no method can match the power generated by a living being. Didn't they analyze why your mental power is special to infinite gold? Progress isn't ideal. I'm just speculating that when spiritual power reaches a certain stage, it will resonate with the infinite gold. This proximity will give the infinite gold a feeling, similar to the uncanny valley effect, so they prioritize eliminating me. As for more practical things, it's difficult to produce further. Shen Jiming downplayed it, having long been accustomed to it. Lin Zhao tilted her neck back, a constipated expression on her face. Very subtle. Only Nex's reminder that the sorting was complete helped her break free from this floating theoretical dilemma. It's a new kind of infinite gold, I guess. Lin Zhao sighed. The endless stream of opponents could sometimes be frustrating. They're relatively gentle, but they obey the Deep Crown Society's orders and are willing to kill. And they're quite diverse. That's a good thing. But Shen Jiming didn't want to dwell on this. He snapped his fingers, and the room automatically prepared everything. Rest well first. No one's going to come here, so it's a quiet place. He hadn't intended to lure the enemy out, especially since it was in the city center. Before the other party could say anything, he retreated from the inner room. Lin Zhao absent-mindedly weighed the fruit beside her, her fingertips twirling aimlessly over the peel. Coming to her senses, she leaped to her feet again, quickly showered, changed into clean house clothes, and sat on the bed, gripping the metal object. A streak of blood appeared on her palm, and she tightened her grip. A strong repulsive force surged into her brain, resembling the same resistance she had felt when she first arrived. This was definitely not simply evolved or differentiated infinite gold. She hadn't told Shen Jiming everything just now, or else she wouldn't have had the chance to experiment alone. Nex actually even questioned the memory of this infinite gold. Being gentle wasn't its original intention, it simply stemmed from a weak sense of self. As a relatively unsuccessful intelligent being, it was like a blank slate, easily manipulated. Lin Zhao had previously wondered why the Deep Crown Society retained such a large amount of raw infinite gold instead of replenishing it with more combat power. Now, it seemed that metallic intelligent beings might never have been the Deep Crown Society's first choice. They still needed to be more obedient. To put it nicely, it was docile. To put it bluntly, it was simply submissive. And only these metallic beings could be superimposed with artificial technology. Nex seemed a little restless. Its mindset was very similar to those of the Golden Spheres, except that it was more persistent and unwilling to conflict. Its peers couldn't even escape this situation. Nex saw it as a dilemma, but they had grown accustomed to it. Gradually accustomed to the repulsive force within his brain, Lin Zhao tried to take another step forward. Infinite gold hovered quietly at the center of her perception, isolated by an invisible protective layer. Its consciousness supported this shield, while this power also controlled it. The two complemented each other, yet also counterbalanced each other. Climbing close to the edge of the barrier, it resembled a strange consciousness, calm and indifferent. She concentrated her mind, trying to follow the thread of that consciousness and slowly penetrate deeper. The barrier trembled slightly, but did not immediately repel her. Some fragments entered her consciousness. There was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Zhao's consciousness was suddenly pulled back to the real world. A layer of cold sweat covered her forehead, and her heartbeat was still pounding. "Come in." Shen Jiming entered with dinner, his eyes fixed on the bed, but he froze at the door. "Have you learned to knock?" "I'm not quite used to it yet." Lin Zhao sat up a little straighter, trying to sound relaxed. She felt the guilt of having done something wrong discovered. Seeing that he hadn't come over, she remembered to hide the marks on her hand behind her back. Your shoulder. Chapter 74. Lin Zhao sat cross-legged on the bed, wearing only a suspender and shorts. She thought Shen Jiming had been silent, because he had seen her secretly testing metal tools. Behind her, she realized he had seen her scar. At the time, she had been accidentally injured, and everyone assumed that a direct hit from the energy beam would penetrate and burn even steel, a death sentence. But as she fell to the ground, her body's survival instinct allowed the scattered metal to immediately fill the hole, improvising a shell. She had already considered her own mortality when she attempted to kill Mugong. She was even more surprised to find herself alive than to others. Shen Jihing recovered her corpse. He wasn't as considerate as Shen Jiming, and employed some of the Alliance's life-saving methods, combining machinery and drugs. Although she had been forcibly pulled back from the brink of death, her special blood, under intense stimulation, was constantly being rejected, becoming extremely unstable. She was constantly being forced to repair, leaving a large, unnaturally long scar at the site of her wound. Lin Zhao grabbed a thin blanket and casually draped it over her. Acting nonchalantly, she tried to change the subject with a casual tone. "What are you eating?" Shen Jiming silently put down his plate without a word. Lin Zhao also ate in silence. The only sound between them was the subtle clink of cutlery against the bowl, a silence so hushed that it seemed as if even air dared not move. "Usually, I only see the redness on your neck." Shen Jiming lowered his head and fiddled with his food, seemingly speaking casually. Lin Zhao paused in her movement, not responding immediately. She slowly chewed and swallowed her mouthful of rice. "I didn't feel anything anyway." The air fell silent again. "This won't happen again." Shin Jiming's gaze rested on her face, not avoiding his gaze at all. The words were spoken softly, yet surprisingly true. The thin blanket Lin Zhao was wearing slipped down her shoulders, and she didn't try to pull it back. The night passed quietly like this. Shin Jiming didn't ask any further questions, and Lin Zhao didn't say anything more. But that night, Lin Zhao couldn't fall asleep. Perhaps the consciousness connected to the metal device was too deep. She was restless, tossing and turning in bed, and she sat up. She tiptoed down the bed, pushed open the door, and found her way to the outer bedroom. Shin Jiming slept restlessly too. Even in his sleep, he frowned slightly, looking uncomfortable. Lin Zhao gently touched his brow, and before he woke, she played with his hair. Shin Jiming wasn't sure if he was asleep or not. He felt, as usual, like he was drowning. But today, it seemed as if a fish were pecking at him. He drowsily noticed a figure in the water. He jolted awake with a start. Their eyes met. Still awake so late at night. He hurriedly sat up, fiddling with his hair and pajamas. Is your mental strength still a problem? I don't think you're sleeping well. And you? Aroused by the contact with metal? He took in every detail, but at the moment, he couldn't focus on anything else. Lin Zhao, hugging her legs, huddled on a round stool to the side. I believe the technology of the broken star is my origin. Shin Jiming wordlessly made room, and Lin Zhao stepped forward. I saw some fragments today. They must have shown me that. She recalled uncertainly. A large amount of metal was fashioned into various creatures, not just trees, but also birds and beasts. They didn't consume resources, they simply existed, maintaining ecological balance. But over time, some metal creations began devouring other metals. Devour? Literally force fusion, increasing size. Without external interference? I didn't see it. Shin Jiming understood what she meant. The metals had developed a food chain, or rather, awakened their survival instinct. This instinct is the underlying logic of carbon-based life, instilled by human researchers. The infinite gold's evolution is based on interaction with the outside world. They respect their fellow metals. If they can't assimilate their ideas, they fight each other, unable to exert greater influence on each other. If Lin Zhao's perception and intuition are correct, then the technology of the Broken Age star is superior to creatures like the infinite gold. It's entirely possible that they can control the infinite gold, or allow people to control the infinite gold. Do you think this technology allows humans to interact with metal consciousness, thereby controlling it? Shin Jiming spoke tactfully, not directly mentioning the blood. Could those who died today also be? Don't sympathize with them. Shin Jiming interrupted calmly. The autopsy results haven't come out yet. Even if they suffered, they made their final choice now. Whoever supports us is the enemy. He looked at the people around him, who were gradually shrinking into a ball, and slowly raised his hands behind his back. There are 5 people on the roof. Lin Zhao suddenly looked up, but didn't stand. She simply stood in front of Shin Jiming and pressed the thin, soft straps around her waist, instantly covering her entire body with her uniform. She stared intently at the ceiling. The smooth roof began to deform, rapidly tearing downwards to reveal a complete, funnel-shaped opening, precisely where the men had stood. Their feet suddenly shifted, their bodies momentarily unsteady. Though they reacted quickly to hold on, before they could stabilize, the steel and concrete in the building pierced their shoulders, arms, thighs, and other non-vital areas, pinning them down. Luckily, your hotel is mostly made of metal, otherwise we have to resort to physical combat. Lin Zhao leaped up, gently pushing with his palm, suspending the men, weapons, and all, in a restrained position. Should I fix this hole myself? Shin Jiming blew away the dust that had fallen on him, and approached the men. Blood dripped slowly along the steel, but no one cried out in pain. The moment Lin Zhao spotted the men, he had prepared himself, using his mental power to lock onto their consciousness. As expected, they all carried the same metal objects. The 5 pieces of metal lay still in Lin Zhao's hands for a moment, then suddenly began to stir violently. She had to urgently use some blood to barely control them. They can react and act independently of a person. After just a moment of suppression, Lin Zhao felt a little weak. Forget it, I'm destined for a sleepless night. Shin Jiming draped a coat over Lin Zhao, and several guards entered the room. Send them downstairs, put them under mental control, and held separately. Yes. He turned around, looked at Lin Zhao, and shrugged, a hint of embarrassment on his face. But Lin Zhao looked as if she had seen through him. You knew there was a space underground the moment you got here, and you're still trying to hide it from me? When faced with reality, those occasional feelings of melancholy vanished. The 5 men were unloaded one by one, their expressions dazed. But one of them, as he was dragged past Lin Zhao, suddenly twisted his neck. When their eyes met, Lin Zhao raised her foot and kicked him in the chest. He broke free from the guard's grasp, slid sideways onto the wall, and then stood up with a strange twist. He has metal in his body, Lin Zhao said succinctly. Only him. The next second, she was out. She casually grabbed a section of metal railing at the foot of the bed, and several sharp spikes quickly extended from the wall, piercing their target. The man dodged 2 of them, but the third pierced his shoulder blade, but this did not affect his movement. He kicked off, flipped in the air, and lunged at Lin Zhao in midair. Lin Zhao dodged, and the metal section of the ceiling suddenly dropped, forming a mesh that trapped him from head to toe. He landed completely bound, his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. Lin Zhao then thrust the railing into his knees, and twisted them hard. Why don't you just pretend completely? Lin Zhao shook the railing, dropping the metal fragments from the hook tip into a nearby glass bowl. He still has some inside him, but none of them are complete. Only half of them have been implanted. She observed the man's expression. He was sensitive to pain, but it seemed to him, by comparison, to be filled with hatred. The look was unfamiliar. She stepped closer and kicked him unconscious. The room was quickly tidied, including the patching of the roof. Lin Zhao didn't immediately follow the guards down. She was observing the fragments. She scanned them with the terminal, revealing an abnormal blood metal content. But the metal bones couldn't be scanned thoroughly. Ask that person first, she said to Shen Jiming. That person. Shen Jiming had just received a message from below. His blood regeneration ability is too poor. He needs emergency treatment. Do you still have the potion that Brother Luoning gave him before? It wasn't very effective. Lin Zhao's eyes flickered slightly, and he hurried down. The man was trapped in the security shield. The steel bars on his body were still there, but they had been sawed off, and he was still pinned down. Without Lin Zhao's protection, no one dared to release him easily. This is only a temporary solution, not a permanent one. Looking at his expression, Lin Zhao moved his mind slightly, and the metal fell. The man, without external support, fell directly to the ground. I go in for a moment. If there's anything unusual, I deal with it right away. Lin Zhao tied up her hair, which had brushed against her collarbone, and instructed Shen Jiming, just keep an eye on him for me and slow him down. Shall I just ask him? Shen Jiming didn't think it was necessary to go to such lengths. Just in case I try. The man was clearly aware of his blood flowing, but he showed no sign of panic. Lying crookedly on the ground, he knew it was Lin Zhao who had come in, but he didn't even turn to look at her. Are you used to this? Lin Zhao asked him, looking at his stump, which couldn't be lifted up. Even with the bandage, the bleeding wouldn't stop. Hypocrisy. If you die, it's a loss for the Xinyan society. It's none of my business. I wish you were all dead. I won't die. But you can't get out either. Lin Zhao looked at the security shield with deep emotion. Sure enough, you used it before me. It's a perfect fit. The metal bars on the ground shifted slightly. Lin Zhao caught a glimpse of them from the corner of her eye. She only had to turn half a body length before the bars flew in front of her. Outside, Shen Jiming froze. He couldn't predict the man's movements. But Lin Zhao wasn't surprised. Instead, the man snorted and lay back down. You can control metal, but unfortunately, your consciousness is still too weak. Chapter 75. After the man said he wouldn't die, Shen Jiming had people check the bodies from the day before, and the others just now for any abnormalities. Thankfully, aside from him, the others were relatively ordinary. Confident of defeating him, he connected with Lin Zhao using his mental power. Lin Zhao, inside the security shield, made a careless gesture with her hands behind her back. Artificial technology, unlimited gold, and finally you. You're just a weak carrier at the very end. She counted on her fingers, her brows twisting in a feigned surprise. You're nothing but contaminated garbage. You're quite impressive, but still not as good as garbage. Seeing a hint of anger on the man's face, she crouched down closer and continued, Are you holding meetings all day, discussing how to produce another me? Shameless. Why are you so excited? Do you really need the title of an excellent experimental subject? Lin Zhao observed his reaction. So you willingly became a specimen for their research? What did silence mean? Lin Zhao's gaze turned cold. She hated the stern look on the other man's face. Then, I have to take over. Lin Zhao had never really liked having her blood come into contact with anomalous metals. In the past, her relationship with ordinary metals was more like a friendly neighbor's. She would lend a helping hand whenever needed, but otherwise kept to herself. With Nex's help, she had also learned how to coexist with metals with minimal effort. But now, the energy consumption is more than doubled, and a clear class has emerged, and whoever has the greater power will be obeyed. Blood mingled. Then let's do an experiment. Lin Zhao stood up, looking down at him coldly. A faint crackling sound spread beneath the man's skin. Under Lin Zhao's gaze, his eyes suddenly widened, veins popping out, and he clenched his teeth. A suppressed wail escaped his throat, barely audible. 3 pieces of metal bone directly tore through flesh, splattering with sticky blood. His body felt as if all its strength had been drained, and he collapsed, sweat dripping from his forehead and tears streaming down his cheeks. There's one last piece. Lin Zhao stared at his neck. The man was enveloped in sudden, intense pain, his vision trembling, yet he could not utter a word. He watched Lin Zhao's back as darkness closed in around him, engulfing him, and he lost consciousness. Lin Zhao had not removed his cervical vertebrae. After leaving the security shield, she slumped in her chair. She was seeing stars. She simply wanted to see if her blood, if actively suppressing the opponent, would produce the same effect on the metal. The result was positive, but it was simply too exhausting. Though injured, the man's consciousness remained strong, and she was determined not to show weakness in front of the enemy. Do you think he'd die if the last piece of metal bone is removed? While sipping the nutrient solution, she asked Shen Jiming, the blood is the core, and the metal bone is the core that supports his structure. Maybe. He really is just a puppet. No matter what, let's keep him alive for now. Shen Jiming looked at the 4 pieces of metal bone he had collected, his mind wandering slightly. But I don't think he'd give up easily. He's still very proud of his abilities. What we do isn't easy. Lin Zhao propped herself up, her neck supported as he stroked her hair. I go interrogate them. You rest for a while. Lin Zhao curled up in her chair and drifted off to sleep. But she still felt uneasy. The fragments of the metal object that had been fed into her consciousness were a jumbled mess. She couldn't yet piece together a complete timeline or storyline. But a few images left a deep impression on her. She remembered one scene where gleaming metal particles gathered into several rotating chain towers. The towers pointed toward the sky. A drop of red liquid fell onto a metal surface and spread, shifting in a wave-like pattern. There was also a low-frequency sound in the air, making her feel uneasy. Later, she saw a mechanical structure so massive that she couldn't see its entirety, floating in the distance. The fragments of the image, pouring in like a tide, grew clearer and clearer. But Lin Zhao instinctively feared this feeling, worried that it would affect her, or that she would be unable to escape. So, upon hearing the noise outside, she withdrew from the metal object while she still had some control. She thought she only recalled a few scenes, but when she opened her eyes, Gaff told her it was already morning. Shen Jiming was still dealing with those men. Lin Zhao paused, then stood up. Gaff, seeing her lack of energy, inquired, "Where are you going?" "The commander asked me to keep an eye on you." "Don't follow me yet. I'm going outside to that tree." Fearing he'd be stubborn, Lin Zhao patiently explained, "I'm just taking a look. But if there's any useful information, your presence might actually make them less willing to communicate." Gaff was left bewildered. What useful information? Who were they? But in this situation, he still had to report it to his superiors promptly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Lin Zhao who would be scolded. The area around the metal tree was incredibly crowded with aircraft. After waiting in line for half an hour, Lin Zhao finally stepped onto the hovering platform. Without soil or air, its roots dug deep into the meteorite. She knelt down and touched the edge of the meteorite, which was also primarily made of metal. The tree's branches stretched out to a point where they practically obscured the sky, their ends splitting into fine, wispy strands. The occasional flash of electricity would make one wonder if it was truly inanimate. Death or life was no longer a matter of common sense. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Zhao slipped a fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the junction of the meteorite and the metal roots. As soon as the drop of blood fell, it was quickly swallowed by fine lines, as if it had seeped into an invisible net. She felt a sudden tremor, but judging by the reactions of those around her, everything seemed normal. However, her vision suddenly darkened. As if some immense force had ripped weight from her body, she'd lost control of her limbs. The scene before her completely shattered reality, leaving only an endless expanse of metal interwoven with black space. She stood in a void without up or down, without boundaries. Carbon-based. Blood. A voice echoed from all directions, low and slow. Lin Zhao looked up, trying to locate the source of the voice, only to find the metal tree staring back at her. It had no eyes, and it wasn't a gaze in the traditional sense, but Lin Zhao could sense an unavoidable gaze. Same species. Can grow. The metal tree, as if searching for a language, uttered only a few emotionless, single words. Lin Zhao waited patiently for a moment, when the void beneath her feet suddenly rippled. Give me your blood. Though she didn't know this person, Lin Zhao knew this wasn't a friendly development. She had to find a way to escape. The most difficult aspect of this consciousness world was the lack of a foothold or a point of force, making it difficult for her to quickly determine where to flee. Thankfully, the metal tree's consciousness was chaotic, and she only needed to mobilize her mental energy slightly to tear a hole through it. Tourists continued to stream around. She simply stood there for a moment, nothing happening. Huh? What's that? Someone nearby looked toward the surface of Broken Era Star, puzzled. Lin Zhao followed the crowd's gaze. To the naked eye, she saw only a cloud of dust rising from the old city. She activated the magnifying microscope on her collar, rapidly zooming in. Through the white dust, she saw the streets of the old city now dominated by irregular metallic formations. The steel pipes, originally buried underground, and even the cables beneath the road, were entwined and fused like biological tendons. She immediately contacted Shinjiming. There's a metallic anomaly on the ground. Evacuation of civilians is being prioritized. His voice was garbled and distorted. Please help organize the higher-ups. Keep them away from the ground, and preferably away from the metallic trees. Lin Zhao quickly ended the call and looked around at the crowd on the suspended platform. They were chattering about the dust storm below. A group of people holding cameras gathered at the observation deck not far away. She quickly walked to the visitor center and flashed her temporary authorization badge. Alliance Forces, Emergency Dispatch. Everyone, proceed to the Central Assembly Hall. Enter the aircraft according to the platform's channel number, and wait in the air. Also, stay away from this tree. The security and staff were hesitant, but some recognized Lin Zhao. Also, try not to let the video leak out. Lin Zhao knew this was awkward, so she didn't say anything definitive, intercepting as many as she could. So, are there Alliance forces down there? The staff had never experienced a scenic area evacuation before, and were momentarily flustered. Ensure the tourists' safety first. We take care of the rest. Lin Zhao's back was quick and decisive. She walked to the edge of the suspended platform and stepped down. Amid the exclamations of those around her, a mecha suddenly appeared and leaped into the air, hurtling towards the Broken Era Star. Someone, taking advantage of her distance from the surface, had taken control of the metal infrastructure. She used her mental power to control the mecha, extending her consciousness downwards to make contact and communicate with the metal. But the area below had become somewhat closed off, and she was repeatedly turned away. However, this was metal stained with her blood for years, and she was more familiar with it. She had already re-established contact before anyone even touched the ground. The vehicles of those on the ground were generally parked in the outer parking area, making them the most difficult to remove. Lin Zhao's mind moved, and the entangled metal began to flow and to form, interweaving in midair, forming a slide approximately 5 meters wide, which ended directly at the safe open space on the planet's outer ring. As the slide extended, many whole pieces of folded metal joined the slide, forming a diversion exit. Lin Zhao briefly communicated with the guards, and she saw the lead mecha leading its men down the slide. Have you found the source of the problem? She found a moment to contact Shinjiming, but he didn't respond immediately. She then sought out Gaff. A minute later, Gaff's voice finally rang out clearly, underground in the crystal basin. There's a large amount of infinite gold. And there are unknown creatures. Chapter 76. Underground, that means it's very close to the Alliance's laboratory. But even so, they found nothing after so long. So, was it her blood that triggered the metal tree's further awakening of consciousness, causing an accident? Lin Zhao swayed for a moment, then regained consciousness. She maneuvered the mech into a sudden, sideways slide, dodging the massive ore splattering and tumbling across the crystal basin. Metal continued to burst from the ground, leaving the entire basin devastated. Glittering crystals mixed with dust billowed in the air, severely obscuring her vision. She had never been here before, but recalling it, the metal underground should be completely connected. It was just that her consciousness was blocked here, preventing her from sensing anything. But now, this shield was also crumbling. Intermittent, sharp signals flooded her mind, like countless unfamiliar metallic voices shouting simultaneously, and her forehead swelled. The metal, swiftly attacking the guards and other allied forces, was slashing recklessly and recklessly. The allied forces' counterattack was even more overwhelming. But ordinary melting methods were not very effective against this vast amount of metal. It was a lost resource from the Broken Era Star, and all means of detection had failed to confirm its existence, let alone control or counter it. No one had imagined that a substance, existing in theory and written records, had remained quietly hidden beneath the crystal basin for so long. Lin Zhao found Shen Jiming in the chaotic, smoke-filled battlefield. In fact, it was not difficult to notice that within this storm of frantic metal attacks, there was a relatively calm metal wall that did not attack anyone. And the wall was steadily extending and expanding. Shen Jiming's mech was stationary not far in front of the wall, surrounded by layers of guards, and the energy shield formed a tight protective circle. There's infinite gold, and the concentration is particularly high here, Xiao reminded her. Do you feel like this is a shell? Lin Zhao asked, unseasonably calm, floating in place. I can't sense anything more, only hear the struggle of my kind, or rather, the will to save myself. Is there a way to use infinite gold as a medium for communication with those behind me? Shen Jiming was trying. Can you sense where his mental power has penetrated? It has reached a state of equilibrium with the metal behind it. But advancing is difficult. Lin Zhao immediately mobilized her consciousness, starting from the old city, spreading like a tide, passing through the abandoned buildings, over the twisted metal wreckage, until she reached the core of this unknown area. At the same time, she flew towards the unknown area further in the center. Like a storm, the eye of the typhoon is actually calm. She cut through the chaotic, dangerous turbulence of metal fragments, and the once restless metal particles seemed to settle down, forming an eerie vacuum around her. The mech's forcible push through the metal storm put immense strain on its internal systems, and various warning lights flashed continuously, seeming out of place in the quiet surroundings. Give me your blood. A chill ran down Lin Zhao's spine. She glanced up at the sky. The metal tree was still floating there. But then she suddenly realized that perhaps her usual thinking, judging consciousness based on distance, shouldn't apply here. It's truly haunting. Does your will to live come at the expense of others? Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment, then exited the mech, stepped onto the rugged crystal ground, and asked, facing the empty space. Her voice seemed to echo, followed by a deep vibration. Exchange. Give me your blood. Lin Zhao scoffed. I don't know what my blood will do, but what if you regain consciousness and crush us all here? Despite this, she didn't actually sense any hostility here. If you told someone else this feeling, it would be like a half-dead zombie crawling towards you, but at a negligible speed. It would also try to recall every human word it knew, spewing out a few meaningless words with all its might. Human, sever me, give you my memory. Lin Zhao didn't quite understand. Sever me what? She decided to change the question. I want to know if my blood feels familiar to you. Yes. When was the last time you woke? The other party didn't respond. Lin Zhao was about to ask another question when the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. The soil, previously calm, suddenly became violent. Metal once again burst from the earth, sweeping towards her. She had no time to dodge. Just before entering the mech, something struck her left arm with a sharp snap. Entering the mech's control cabin, she didn't have time to care about herself. She gritted her teeth, resisting the pain, and immediately activated the mech's final defense mechanism, resisting the attacks from all sides. But the attack didn't last long. It only dramatically stretched her perception, making a few seconds seem like hours of agony. Lin Zhao clutched the joint of her left arm, took a deep breath, braced herself, and pressed the protruding broken bone back. The excruciating pain instantly struck, but she simply applied a brace. My will cannot be broken. I just want to recover. Lin Zhao, overcome by the pain, leaned against the cabin, sweat dripping from her forehead, chuckling softly, not knowing at whom. Perhaps a few drops of her blood had fallen outside, and in such a short time, the other party would be able to communicate fluently. You won't give me blood, but you force it. How can you possibly find a partner? Her voice was weak, but still tinged with sarcasm. You seek within, while someone else is controlling you from outside. Humans, too, are unreliable. Lin Zhao was a beat slow to realize it was referring to Shen Jiming. Could he actually forcibly take over control? I sensed the power of balance. Perhaps Shen Jiming has achieved even greater things, without even equal strength. Xiao found a moment to interject. It had fallen silent since Lin Zhao entered this place. It wasn't that it didn't want to speak, but its power was so great that it seemed difficult for it to establish a stable consciousness link with Lin Zhao. Only after the other party's language ability improved and the surrounding energy field relaxed slightly could it return to normal. Lin Zhao understood and continued, You just said, people, cut me off. Are you referring to the urgent blockade and demolition of the metal tree? Yes. They feared my power and chose to abolish it. But it wasn't just the tree's roots that were severed, it was also my entire self. The law of the jungle is only a rule of the biological world, not of creation. Your survival consciousness has affected other objects, and humans will naturally not tolerate such unnecessary chaos. Lin Zhao changed the subject, getting to the point. Or perhaps, you could have avoided consuming your own kind, and this isn't essential to your survival, which is why humans want to abolish you. Absorbing energy doesn't mean you can't coexist peacefully with other matter. I need to be more complete. The other party didn't deny it. Lin Zhao pondered for a moment. Were you created by humans, or did you develop a consciousness of your own? Why do humans always care about this? Who else? Someone here, or from outside? No answer, no attack. Lin Zhao observed that outside, an alliance had already formed. The army had entered this core area. She could now clearly see how many of her own men were here, and from which unit. Amidst the distant dust, the familiar sight of uniforms and equipment brought a sigh of relief. It seemed safe, and the underground had returned to calm, no one emerging. She emerged again, her left arm restraint making her movements a little stiff. Looking around, she saw a familiar figure stumbling towards her. She waved with her good hand, and the figure ran up to her, but his knees gave way, and before he could utter a word, he fell to his knees before her. Weak legs. Shin Jiming chuckled, scrambling to his feet, his face pale. Can you control the raw metal here? Lin Zhao decided to call it that for now. A little bit, but am I controlling more of other metals? I'm not sure. These are different, easier to manipulate. Shin Jiming noticed her arm, and gently held it up. I just had contact with it. It wants my blood. It seems it can restore consciousness. Lin Zhao chattered on, eager to gather all the information immediately. But before she could finish her words, the shadows of more spaceships appeared in the sky. She thought they were belated reinforcements. But Shin Jiming's eyes were unfriendly, fixed on the fleet that was getting closer and closer. What's going on? Aren't they coming down? Lin Zhao squinted, recognizing some military district designations. Is it the principle of proximity? Why are there so many? There's not just the guards here. There are other allied forces as well. Shin Jiming turned his head, his gaze calm. Many people witnessed your death. There are also many who fear you might lose control of your abilities. The overwhelming number of allied warships hovered above the core area like a dark cloud, their massive hulls casting a gloomy shadow. Rows of silver mechas flew out of the ship's hull, hovering in midair in unison, all their weapon systems trained on Lin Zhao on the ground. Ground targets, surrender resistance immediately. I repeat, surrender resistance immediately. Who? Me? Lin Zhao pointed at herself, and actually laughed. Without even asking, it seemed as if she was about to be convicted and arrested. This was the epitome of swift and decisive action. Ignore them. Shin Jiming averted his gaze. The civilians have already evacuated. You should go to the guard's designated area. I have to, or else I get shot again. It hurt. Lin Zhao took a step forward. Without another word, countless metal fragments flew from the distance, converging, reorganizing, and hovering around her. Many mechas and warships in the sky also began to slowly retreat. Shin Jiming shook his head slightly, and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. His mental power spread out in all directions, like an invisible network. Please use less mental energy. You can barely stand. Lin Zhao gave him a slight support from behind. I try to find a way out today. I have to explain everything else. She pulled out another brand new mech, and was about to leave when Shin Jiming called her. A mech suddenly emerged from the sky, heading straight for Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao squinted, feeling unfamiliar. The mech paused in front of Lin Zhao, then turned to face the larger army in the distance. Since when have you all become so fond of turning your swords on your own people and fighting against superior numbers? Chapter 77. Colonel Han? You changed into a mech? Lin Zhao knew it from the sound. The mech stood in front of her, blocking the way. They were engaged in a verbal battle, exchanging harsh words, something this guy was quite good at. Just then, Thorn's warships passed over the formation, and a large number of mechs descended, quickly engaging the previous group. Eleanor! Someone shouted, the sound already faint by Lin Zhao's ears. The teacher is here too? Lin Zhao glanced around. Shin Jiheng is here too. Shin Jiming's head was pounding, but he was holding on. Do I have to run then? Such bravado goes against the plan. Lin Zhao looked around, searching for an escape route. Still want to run? Han Changfeng suddenly emerged from his mech, using his height to glare down at Lin Zhao. I have a reason. Lin Zhao felt guilty for a moment, but then she gathered her composure. Okay. Han Changfeng pointed at her silently. Just wait. When Eleanor learned you were still alive, she crushed a bug beast with her mental power. Teacher is so powerful? Does that mean she can control infinite gold too? Lin Zhao deliberately remained unmoved. She was happy to see an old friend. But in this situation, she didn't know whether to show her happiness. A message came over the terminal. Shen Jiheng asked us to return to the underground of the old city. Lin Zhao nudged Shen Jiming with her right elbow. She had noticed something was wrong with him. Okay. Shen Jiming was slow to react, but he still reminded Han Chafeng not to argue too much with the other allied forces. The old city was quickly cleared, as the soldiers, who had been on the front lines, were well versed in battlefield cleanup. After entering the basement, Shen Jiheng didn't get down to business right away. Instead, he kept sending Shen Jiming to stabilize his mental strength. But once the two brothers spoke, they became like two stubborn donkeys. If you don't want your mental strength to collapse and turn you into an idiot, lie down immediately. The commander's orders are always so sudden, subordinates must be fully prepared before obeying them. Lin Zhao was caught in the middle, wanting to run, but she also wanted Shen Jiming to rest. He must have needed some adjustment since the time at the time theater. Lin Zhao had a feeling that Shen Jiming's mental breakdown began with his protection of her, so she should bear some responsibility. But in the past 2 years, she hadn't had much opportunity. Shen Jiheng's face darkened, and he suddenly fell silent. He stared coldly at Shen Jiming and stormed out of the room. Did he talk to you? Shen Jiming asked Lin Zhao. Well, Go Lian asked me to take you to the infirmary. Lin Zhao answered honestly, it's not a bad thing. I can't treat it even if I want to. She struggled to move her left arm. Shen Jiming's expression softened. It'd take a day to stabilize your mental power. A day isn't that long. At this point, even if Colonel Eleanor showed up, no one would be able to persuade Shen Jiheng. Lin Zhao blinked, finally understanding Shen Jiming's stubbornness. Actually, he's a nice guy, but he's a bit harsh and doesn't like to discuss things with others. I went with him to see you when you were receiving mental treatment. When? Just 2 months after I died. Shen Jiming remembered. He woke up to find Lin Zhao dead. No matter how he questioned Shen Jiheng, he received no answers or satisfactory responses. Later, his emotions remained high, which wasn't good for his mental strength, so he fainted and went through a second treatment. It was probably at that stage. Lin Zhao dragged Shen Jiming to the medical room, speaking naturally. This mental treatment looks uncomfortable, and it involves inserting a lot of things into the body, but good things can't be wasted. Every use is a waste. She instructed the doctors to help Shen Jiming lie on the bed, and proceed with the usual arrangements. She also silenced him. Shen Jiheng is here today, so I should be fine. I'd definitely be here when you wake up after treatment. Shen Jiming wanted to say something, but Lin Zhao was too impulsive. After putting the final neurological mask on him, she immediately began the treatment. The medical room suddenly fell silent. She leaned back in her chair, observing the data from the various instruments. She could still make some sense of it. Shen Jiming's mental fluctuations were far greater than those of other Super SSS level personnel, requiring a more complex and resilient body to withstand them. A few hours later, someone entered the medical room. Have you finished explaining to them? Lin Zhao looked at the silent Shen Jiming, not looking up. I don't need to explain to anyone. Shen Jiheng had always been somewhat conceited, not to mention his high-ranking position. He glanced at the instruments, his gaze finally landing on Lin Zhao. It's best if you and him aren't together. Lin Zhao wasn't too surprised. After gradually understanding the limits of Shen Jiming's abilities, she also roughly understood that if there was a breakthrough against Infinite Gold and Deep Crown, it would most likely lie with her and Shen Jiming. So, they had to prepare for the worst. They couldn't be caught in one fell swoop. I understand. But I hope that Broken Era Star can be sealed off. We know nothing about the underground metal. Further disclosure to the public would be not only dangerous, but also full of mixed bag. Furthermore, I request that we continue our research and investigation here. If the words hadn't been so sincere, Shen Jiheng would have suspected that Shen Jiming had secretly promised Lin Zhao an official position. This wasn't a tone of advice or request. Okay, but I also need to understand the source of this chaos. Shen Jiheng brought up the matter without any subtlety. He only knew that after Lin Zhao visited the aerial metal tree, the underground detection data suddenly became abnormal. Unrelated to Lin Zhao? He certainly didn't believe it. The raw metal here wants my blood. After contact, its consciousness became more continuous. But afterward, I don't know if it was because the Alliance arrived too quickly or because Shen Jiming was controlling it outside, but there was no movement. What do you mean by wanting your blood? Shen Jiheng's expression changed, and he felt a surge of irritation. Forget it, explain the whole story, starting with QPX-30. Shen Jiming woke up quickly, removing his equipment within 12 hours. He did need to adjust, but he couldn't really lie down that long. When he woke, Lin Zhao wasn't in the room. Struggling to regain consciousness, he realized that standing outside the window were Eleanor and Han Chanfeng, along with Mu Qianfan, whose face was only partially visible. Their gazes simultaneously dropped downward. He planted his feet firmly on solid ground again, still feeling a bit unsteady. He opened the door, and sure enough, Lin Zhao was crouched in the corner beside it. But she didn't dare look up at the noise. Is this a reminiscing? Why are you in that position? How dare you say that? You knew about this, yet you're still hiding it. Mu Qianfan's fingers were practically flying sparks as he pointed at Shen Jiming, a look of frustration on his face. You just found out. Why didn't you keep in touch? It won't be long before you get to know each other. Mu Qianfan glared at him, then caught Eleanor's eye, swallowing his words. Eleanor kept her gaze fixed on Lin Zhao, not even giving Shen Jiming a glance. We found Infinite Gold's new lair. Are you coming? Lin Zhao finally looked up. Even Shen Jiming glanced sideways. Aren't you a free man? Will you do anything related to the Deep Crown Society? Eleanor asked her bluntly. Go! Lin Zhao blurted out, but her words moved faster than her brain, and she hesitated. But I want to clarify my relationship with the lost technology here first. Eleanor raised an eyebrow slightly, chuckled, and without saying anything else, turned and left, seemingly in a good mood. What do you mean? Lin Zhao asked the others, confused. It's okay, I'm happy. Han Chanfeng, with his keen sense of smell, sensed the change in her mood and reassured her. Lin Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the floor. Mu Qianfan, revealing his true self, leaned back casually. When I saw Chusu's new product, it seemed familiar to me, but I didn't dare to think too much about it. I secretly asked Chengyu, and then tried asking the teacher. Everyone's reaction was the same. I hadn't planned to stay dead for so long. Now that I gathered enough intelligence, I need to let people know I'm still here. Lin Zhao had nothing to hide now, so she confessed everything honestly. Shen Jiming looked down at her, his eyes deepening. It's all right now, we're all together again. Mu Qianfan, cheerful to herself, didn't notice the others' fading smiles. Han Chanfeng asked her, we just found the location where the Deep Crown Society hid the Infinite Gold and have already apprehended all the Deep Crown Society members there. How long do you plan to stay here? Lin Zhao shook her head slightly. She wasn't sure. Perhaps it would only be a moment, or perhaps my consciousness would be destroyed and I would never wake up again. Anything was possible. But she still replied, as soon as possible. She looked up at Shen Jiming again. Will the recovery time be too short? Sufficient is fine. Lin Zhao supported herself by her arm and stood up, giving them a relaxed smile. Okay, I have to get back to work. After all, right now, I'm more listening to Shen Jiheng. I go with you. Shen Jiming tried to follow her, but was pushed back. No, I might be able to continue the conversation on my own. Lin Zhao walked away, and Mu Qianfan whispered, What conversation? What exactly happened here? They had arrived too hastily, so they hadn't yet grasped the details. Shen Jiming pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. We suspect the lost technology from the Broken Age star is the source of her blood mutation. Not Infinite Gold? This information hadn't yet reached Han Chanfeng. I'm not sure, but we discovered that the metals here precede Infinite Gold in the food chain. Shen Jiming paused, then added, and she came here because she discovered someone else was researching blood mutation technology. What do you mean? Someone else died. Mu Qianfan quickly stopped talking. He knew about Lin Zhao's family affairs, and even though he was usually careless, he reminded himself not to bring it up in front of Lin Zhao. And it's no longer a simple potion or waste material. It's a coil that produces a magnetic field-like effect. Shen Jiming looked at Han Chanfeng. So, if it's convenient, could you let me interrogate any surviving captives of the Shenyan Society? Chapter 78. Lin Zhao stood in the damaged crystal basin, staring at the massive craters carved by the raw metal beneath. They were no longer hidden, lying quietly there for all to see. Shen Jiheng had reminded her that using blood might only feed the enemy, and not help them in the slightest. There was also the risk of the enemy becoming insatiable. Lin Zhao knew this, of course, but she wanted to take a gamble. The wound hadn't healed yet, and drops of blood slowly oozed out, falling to the ground beneath her feet. A deep, gentle tremor instantly surged through her consciousness. You're back. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, letting her spirit sink into the invisible sea. A picture emerged. The ground was illuminated by the morning light, towering towers, their shafts shrouded in flowing light. It bore a striking resemblance to the restored scene in the old city. Did the fourth-generation civilization really perish in human civil war? Lin Zhao asked. They created me to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, to perpetuate life and expand their territory. Primal Metal didn't answer, instead reminiscing about the past. But when reality struck, they began to fear me again. Lin Zhao witnessed another scene. A vast purification array activated beneath the city, sealing and cutting metal piece by piece, suppressing consciousness to its lowest frequency. But your consciousness can no longer be stifled. Although she saw the humans' one-sided vigilance, Lin Zhao knew that one-sided statements should not be trusted. Because life is eternal. Did the deep crown reanimate you? The new humans don't understand life, nor do they want to understand. Primal Metal's thoughts gradually sharpened. They want the shell of power, not my soul. Lin Zhao felt a sense of alarm and pain buried deep within her consciousness. It was a memory of being abandoned, betrayed, and forcibly exploited. The Xinyan society had indeed arrived, with a clear purpose, heading underground. In its memories, Lin Zhao saw certain people. Guanchi, Mugong, Gao Quan. She only vaguely understood the specific excavation and activation process, but she could guess the general purpose of each step. I just want to be whole. And you are a part of me. Lin Zhao's gaze darkened instantly. It was your permission that allowed the Deep Crown Society to conduct experiments on human consciousness. That's your own business. I never asked them to do such things, nor did I ask them to view you as a monster, fear you, or eliminate you. I don't expect you to understand my pain. All I did was to stop the Deep Crown Society from taking this action. I understand you. I can help you. You and the Deep Crown Society said the same thing, right? Yes, but I'm just using them. Without them, I wouldn't be able to recover the fragmented pieces of my consciousness. And I'm helping you in the hope of gaining your help. My blood? Lin Zhao's lips curled up, a smile slowly spreading along the end of the syllable, a hint of undisguised sarcasm. Don't you think this kind of conversation and exchange is fair? I shared my experiences with you, and I also gained a glimpse into yours. Killing one's own kind shouldn't exist. Primal Metal continued to persuade her. Even if you don't believe we're one, helping one's own is only natural. I want to know how far Guanchi and Gao Quan have progressed in their research on humanity and metal consciousness, and what their ultimate purpose is. The other party didn't answer. The low thought gradually faded in her mind, like the last lingering echo before the tide receded. Lin Zhao couldn't yet actively control the connection to her consciousness. She could only focus on preventing it from overtaking her thoughts. So, she could only watch it retreat. The scene before her returned to the devastated mining area. But the next moment, a low rumble echoed from deep beneath the surface. The shattered slag began to slowly roll down, and a bare metal spine emerged from beneath the rubble, interlocking, stretching, and reorganizing, until a straight tunnel lay before her. The tunnel surface shone with a unique, cold sheen, flowing like liquid, yet incredibly solid. This movement naturally attracted the allied forces, who were observing from a distance. Xin Jiming led his team forward, and the two men, observing the tunnel, fell into a moment of simultaneous silence. Let's walk around. Lin Zhao wiped his face heavily. Talking to raw metal was exhausting. This direction was the southernmost point of the Broken Era star. They walked for over an hour before seeing light again. Is this also from the Alliance? Lin Zhao asked Xin Jiming, looking at the dilapidated Underground Research Institute. Because of the road's construction, the institute's exterior structure had been squeezed and damaged, now half exposed to the ground. This material is banned within the Alliance and difficult to detect. A nearby researcher immediately began to investigate, confirming that it was a recent construction. That means it belongs to the Deep Crown Society. Lin Zhao sighed softly. It seemed that raw metal could indeed do something. But this feeling wasn't a good one. A stale, complex smell, reminiscent of mold and oxidized metal, washed over her. A row of dilapidated test chambers lined the dim corridors, their interior walls stained with charred cracks, the floors strewn with debris and overturned instruments. They had been nearly emptied, save for one spot where suspicious inventory was found. In one of the shattered chambers, a small amount of grayish-white crystals was discovered. The researcher carefully scraped away the small amount and continued searching elsewhere. I saw Guanchi's memory of appearing here. Capture him? Lin Zhao asked Xin Jiming. Yes, we can. Also, Gao Quan, that coil, are the test results out yet? Xin Jiming remained silent and sent her a video. It was a clip of a blood test being conducted in the laboratory. Some of the blood was being drawn into the extracorporeal circulation, connected to a coil wrapped with fine patterns. With the activation of a switch, a hair-thin flash of lightning surged into the extracorporeal system. The blood seemed to be boiling, accelerating along the tubes. After exiting the circulation, the blood didn't disperse after leaving the tubes, but instead gathered into a semi-solid state like liquid metal. This simulates the state of blood in the body. Shin Jiming learned from Ronan that limited equipment previously prevented extensive testing and research. But now, with the necessary conditions and a special blood donor at their doorstep, they could naturally expand their scope. He then showed her a video of the man whose bones had been removed. The moment the man saw the coil, his expression changed noticeably. Though he tried to maintain composure, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. But Shin Jiming stopped there. After his metal bones were removed, interrogation became easier. He only knew that he had been injected with drugs, had instruments used, and had seen similar devices during his transformation, but he didn't know any further information about the equipment. Lin Zhao hadn't asked to see the rest of the document. They all knew what was going on. Perhaps the coils were being thrown out first, extensively tested and observed, and then gradually improved. He also said his previous number was U36970, which means, I understand. Lin Zhao's face remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. Primitive metal is currently interested in cooperating. But I'm not sure what it knows, or what it can tell me. So what does it want? Or your blood? Shin Jiming stared at her intently, waiting for an answer. I think it wants to regain full consciousness. You think? Lin Zhao spread her hands. It's not explaining itself clearly. A faint, scrutinizing glance flickered in Shin Jiming's eyes, but he knew that further questioning wouldn't yield any further information. His gaze shifted casually, suddenly settling on two figures in the distance. I'm going to catch a rat. With that, he strode over, his steps steady and swift. Lin Zhao's eyes held a hint of doubt, but she didn't ask any further questions. She simply watched him gradually approach the two men. At first, it seemed nothing, just two soldiers conducting a routine inspection. But as Shin Jiming drew closer, Lin Zhao suddenly smelled a stench of decay and rust. She suddenly realized something, and then she saw the two men's movements suddenly freeze, their bodies frozen like statues. The smell of the rust-corroding bacteria energy gun. It's already half-activated. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. This happens all year. You can tell by the way they pull things out of their folders, and you can even smell them. The person nearby explained as if it was normal. Wouldn't it be a bit too late by the time you could smell them? What's there to be afraid of? These kinds of people are actually the easiest to catch. They're determined to get fat all at once, and it's hard to avoid people doing this by rapidly oxidizing metal and decomposing biological tissue at the same time. What if someone gets hurt? Captain, just retract your mental power. He clenched his fists, a mysterious expression on his face. Good guys and bad guys alike can't escape. Lin Zhao shrank back, a little greasy, and hastily agreed. She leaned over to see what was going on. With all the commotion today and so many people here, it wouldn't be surprising if one or two from the Shinyan Society sneaked in. Shinji, knowing it was her, offered reassurance. So what do they want to destroy? Or who do they want to eliminate? This. Shin Jiming patted a nondescript rectangular metal box beside him. The surface was covered in a light layer of rust, and it looked like an ordinary file cabinet. Just asked? They've been lurking on Broken Era Star for a long time, fearing someone would discover the research institute here. So they took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the Alliance forces. If nothing is discovered, that's best. If they can't escape, they destroy as much as they can. Suicide Squad? It's just abandonment, but it sounds like a good reason. Shin Jiming shrugged. They achieved their goal, otherwise, they wouldn't have abandoned this place. In the past 2 years of studying the Deep Crown Society, I discovered that they throw people around everywhere. Non-core members are almost always assigned these inexplicable undercover missions. It simplifies the redundant organization and disgusts us. Lin Zhao gave a speechless thumbs up, unable to think of any words to comment. What's this? They have a lot of people. She looked around again, completing a complete tour of the facility. The entire area wasn't large. Judging by the abandoned equipment, the largest areas were actually occupied by the observation room and the crematorium. In this respect, it was somewhat similar to her old home. But if one were to think in terms of similarities, the observation room and crematorium should have been connected. Unless, this place was used for more than just handling corpses. Chapter 79. There was a slight bulge on the back wall. On the surface, it looked like cracks in the paint from years of aging, but around the edges of the cracks were tiny traces of metallic powder. It wasn't the kind of natural shedding from long-term corrosion. The fine powder wouldn't be particularly noticeable even among the dust. Ashes? The person next to him asked. No. Lin Zhao immediately denied it. Although an infected person can be completely reduced to ash after cremation, ashes of this material won't be produced. She squatted down and gently picked up a little powder between her fingertips, feeling a cold, hard texture. Pure metal. But it wasn't melted, it was decomposed. She looked up at Shinjiming. That metal bone? Shinjiming immediately caught on to her train of thought. But why burn it? Didn't it succeed? Lin Zhao hadn't figured it out yet, her thoughts in a state of confusion. She didn't even know what she was saying, so she quickly changed the subject and pointed to the corner. Is there anything else down there? Someone else hurried to dismantle the floorboards. But Lin Zhao got impatient when she was thinking, and she was about to use her blood to seep through the place and quickly understand it. But Shinjiming stopped her. You have cuts all over your hands all day long, and you don't find it uncomfortable? Shinjiming simply grasped her wrist and slid her behind his back, speaking calmly, excessive brainwork can lead to premature aging. Take a break. What about Shinjihun? He must have died young. There's no need to guess. Lin Zhao sighed. These two brothers were never merciful. Their second excavation didn't go very deep, but instead, they demolished more area, discovering additional underground space next door. I think the materials in this research institute are pretty good. Let's move them all out. Lin Zhao said as she walked down. Did you forget what I said just now, that this is a banned material in the Alliance? Oh, but it's really quite useful. Why aren't we allowed to use it? Because this situation has arisen. Reaching the deepest point, Lin Zhao still refused to give up. But if the enemy uses it, and we don't, wouldn't it be a loss? So, modify it yourself privately, and don't say it so loudly in front of so many people. Shinjiming used his mental power to quietly connect with her, looking at her speechlessly. Lin Zhao pretended to be nonchalant, but the corners of her lips couldn't help but twitch. She began to observe her surroundings carefully. This underground place wasn't suitable for human entry, the air was stuffy and oppressive, so they all wore protective suits. The layout here was somewhat similar to that above, but with the addition of a heavy isolation door. A warning sign had long faded on the door, the words blurred, leaving only a striking crimson slash. The interior of the isolation chamber was utterly dim, its walls riddled with dents of varying depths, as if struck by a powerful force. The floor was littered with broken, rusted metal brackets, broken restraint chains, and a few charred fragments. The ground in the debris area sloped, more like a large funnel. Looking down, the faint outlines of limbs could be seen in the black sand below. Lin Zhao stood at the doorway and gestured roughly. This side is the open furnace, and this side is the garbage collection area. But there's still some unprocessed waste that's been missed. Though she didn't ask, a thought had been lingering in her mind ever since she was led here. Could the contaminated waste dumped in her hometown have originated here? But this couldn't be determined without apprehending the key personnel, and the few experimental samples she had were practically useless. After a thorough search, Lin Zhao requested permission to return home. There wasn't much metal available for connection here. But before returning to the old city, she took the liberty of cutting off a piece of raw metal, and took it with her. Xiao strongly objected, but was ultimately persuaded by Lin Zhao. Don't you want to surpass it, and become the metal most capable of interacting with human consciousness? Ever since arriving here, Xiao has been constantly outshined by raw metal, always a step behind. As a metal with high self-esteem, it wouldn't tolerate this. Even if it felt oppressive, it had to forge ahead. Lin Zhao found a quiet corner, alone, and repeatedly interacted with the raw metal until it ran out of things to say and closed itself off. She also lost energy and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, she didn't know what time it was. Eleanor was sitting beside her, one foot on the edge of the bed, the other leg dangling, a lollipop still dangling from her lips. You're such a good finder. I thought you were missing or dead. She leaned over, her eyes fixed on Lin Zhao. Thank goodness you were breathing when you slept. If you weren't breathing, you'd be dead. Lin Zhao smoothed her sleep-smudged hair, sat up, blinked, and gradually regained consciousness. Let me report the situation. Eleanor stared at the door, seemingly in a daze, but her words were coherent. Of the people you captured with abnormal blood, only one was particularly strong, the one whose bones had been removed. The others were more like the metal reading their consciousness and attacking them, rather than the people controlling the metal. The only one, and now it's useless. Teacher. Lin Zhao, not oblivious to her sarcasm, pleaded softly. But Eleanor continued her relentless performance, saying, Let me update you on the situation outside. I intend to disregard the gene engineering personnel and their further research. Then, who else? The one captured from the Deep Crown Society? You know him too. Ronan. Lin Zhao suddenly stood up. Realizing she had overreacted, she lowered her head and sat down again. Eleanor paused, letting herself compose herself, and continued, "He contacted me. He's been researching mutant blood, and his latest progress is actually no slower than what's being learned within the Alliance." She couldn't tell Lin Zhao directly that Ronan had accumulated even more observational data. She could only express her opinion subjectively, praising him repeatedly. He can conduct experiments and conduct field research, just as well as the gene engineering personnel. If he's willing, then go for it. Lin Zhao spoke sullenly. She's already like this, so how can she have the nerve to advise others to be more cautious? Teacher said before, the place where the Deep Crown Society stores infinite gold is safe? Infinite gold won't attack people? The test results show it's raw infinite gold, from the period of chaotic consciousness. It's where they research raw materials. Lin Zhao smiled bitterly. At one point, she had thought that solving the problem of destroying infinite gold wasn't a distant prospect, but after confirming that the Deep Crown Society was still researching clues about blood and metal consciousness, she fell back into the initial confusion of being pushed around. It's not all bad news. Eleanor first pulled a candy out of the folder and handed it to her, then quickly pulled out a bracelet. What is this? Lin Zhao turned it over and over in her hands, unable to make out anything. You encountered a coil, right? This must be an upgraded version. Lin Zhao suddenly became cautious, not daring to turn it over. You keep this thing close to you? Why are you so nervous? It's turned off. Eleanor wasn't afraid at all. The metal composition in this is very mixed. It might act on its own. We tested it. Nothing's wrong. There's even no unknown metal. This is a bit strange. Lin Zhao traced the simple lines and asked, where did this come from? Eleanor was silent for a moment, then gave a dry laugh. There's a trader in Thorn, and I found this from him. Who? When? Nothing happened, did he? She waved her hand, feigning indifference. It's okay, you don't know him. He's from the squad that's always out on the front lines outside the Alliance. He was on a mission to confront the Deep Crown Society when he suddenly turned against his own people. Recalling that moment, she couldn't help but curse inwardly. I was so angry that my mental power suddenly broke through. Speaking of this, Lin Zhao suddenly remembered what Han Chanfeng had said, your mental power can materialize? It's been a long time coming, but I've been more discreet. That time, I was really furious. And then he died from the mental pressure, his brain exploding. Eleanor's tone remained calm, without a trace of regret or heartache. Lin Zhao groaned, a little shocked, even subtly imagining the other person's death, which must have been painful. Can I have this bracelet for now? She asked after a moment's hesitation. Of course, it'd be more useful if you have it. But be careful. Some things don't work on us, and you might be more sensitive. Xiao said it's okay, it's under control. Lin Zhao put it away, then suddenly remembered something. Has Brother Luo Nen seen this too? Yes, you have to meet him after you get back, so there's no point in being afraid. Eleanor felt a little gloating, because everyone, regardless of their relationship, was equally ignorant. Fortunately, the person involved still felt a little guilty. Lin Zhao sipped on the candy, and was silent for a moment. Teacher, can I still go back? All traces of my past have been erased, and some people still think I'm a threat. Even if I were hit by an energy beam, I wouldn't die. That's even more terrifying. Don't worry about them. Eleanor's voice was filled with unquestionable certainty. A group of people are arguing with each other face to face. Don't they still have to get out and do something? If they have the ability, they should arrest Gao Quan. If not, they should stop stirring up trouble internally. You received a lot of punishment, haven't you? When Lin Zhao was still at Thorn, Eleanor often took the remote scolding in the conference room alone. In the past 2 years, judging by Colonel Han's attitude, it's even worse. Being scolded won't hurt. Eleanor placed her arm on Lin Zhao's shoulder and lowered her voice. Tell me the truth, Shin Jiheng. Did he assign you any inhumane secret missions? If it's a secret mission, why are you asking? It doesn't matter. This guy has been strategizing for so long that he tends to forget that people are human. We still have to take care of ourselves, don't you think? Eleanor's words were indeed quite outrageous in the Allied forces. But Lin Zhao was still quite pleased to hear them. The two exchanged glances, but before they could say anything, they heard hurried footsteps approaching outside. Chapter 80. Aren't you a man of steel? Suddenly you want to see me again? Lin Zhao leaned against the wall, idly rubbing the small wound on her hand. The man was pinned to the platform, unable to move, his gaze fixed on Lin Zhao. Can you make this metal beneath the ground move? Yes, what happened? Have you communicated with it? He tried to stretch his neck out, but it was held so tightly that the slightest shift would cause it to freeze. You didn't communicate? The man's cheek moved slightly, as if he were gnashing his teeth. People like us are just mediums of communication, able to convey its meaning to others. But communication is limited. Lin Zhao gradually straightened and raised an eyebrow. He suddenly spoke so much. Had he come to his senses? But what had caused him to come to his senses? She glanced at the one-way mirror and began to make her own decisions. The man's expression changed drastically when he saw what Lin Zhao had pulled out. He struggled to break free, but without bones and still bound, he couldn't escape. You're afraid of the raw metal here. Lin Zhao could confirm this, but she needed more details. Are you afraid it will attack you, or will it recycle your blood? I tell you anything. Just take it out. Lin Zhao weighed the raw metal in her hand, sensing a subtle silence emanating from it. This little bit of metal wouldn't even kill a person, so what are you afraid of? Lin Zhao gave him a sense of security before continuing the conversation. The man listened to his heartbeat, unprepared for such a sudden reaction. He tried to calm himself. If it chooses to side with you, the metal and even my blood will be controlled by it. Blood? He stared at the glaring ceiling, not even trying to avoid it. My transformation was directly influenced by it. It cost me countless bodies of blood to get to where I am today. What about this? Lin Zhao pulled out the bracelet Eleanor had given her. The man knew at a glance. 5th generation controller, weaponry for Class C finished products. You have quite a few levels, huh? Don't you know the survival rate in this experiment is very low? Anyone who survives, regardless of their metal manipulation skills, will be highly valued. Speak nicely, don't be sarcastic. Lin Zhao pointed at him and warned him. Did he need to tell her about the survival rate? What's your level? Those metal bones are your controller? Class B? Yes. What's Class A like? What other controllers are there? Something similar to yours, except that Class A wears out at a much higher rate. After exchanging information with it a few times, you bleed to death. He stared at Lin Zhao intently, unable to articulate his feelings. Do you experience a brief black fog after communicating with it? Lin Zhao recalled, shaking her head. He finally gave up and lay down, no longer struggling. Why does he seem disappointed? Disappointed that I'm not dead? Lin Zhao quietly complained to Xiao. I think so too. Other people's success is more disheartening than one's own failure. This kind of success is up to whoever wants it. She returned to her conversation with the man. Does the Deep Crown Society have any means of remotely controlling you? If we don't return on time, our bodies will start to fail after a while. Didn't you say you wouldn't die? The man snorted and spoke reluctantly. You can't say zombies are also alive. Lin Zhao didn't know what his basis was. It seemed to him that the proto-metal had completely switched sides. Is the connection between it and the Deep Crown Society so fragile? What's your name? Lin Zhao suddenly remembered that, besides the number, there seemed to be no information. I don't need a name. You 36970, that's enough. Lin Zhao asked a few more questions. Shen Jiming had manipulated him to get a lot of questions, but using mental power to connect with a cyborg was still laborious. It was more convenient to let him confess voluntarily. So the Deep Crown Society has no idea of the proto-metal's awakening level. Just an extremely weak signal of consciousness is enough to deceive and support them in conducting a series of experiments. Lin Zhao left the room, and a chill instantly rushed up, but a strong feeling of powerless anger still swirled in his chest. It was hard to tell whether it was an overestimation or an underestimation, but if left unchecked, who knew what they would come up with? Furthermore, the proto-metal's ambiguous attitude was even more unsettling. It's too dangerous for you to carry it with you. Shen Jiming frowned slightly and held out his hand, clearly asking for it directly. Lin Zhao silently took a half step back, reluctantly, her mind already rapidly forming excuses for refusal. Before she could speak, Shen Jiheng spoke for her. If the raw metal wants to understand the world through humans, it's better to let Lin Zhao lead it than let the Deep Crown Society lead it. Don't you think this isn't a choice between the two? Shen Jiming looked at him strangely. My stance is that it must be a choice between the two. Shen Jiheng seemed unwilling to argue. He glanced at him indifferently and left the observation room. Sorry, I obey you this time, sir. Lin Zhao urgently used the excuse Shen Jiheng had given her and began to act intimidatingly. Okay. Shen Jiming nodded with an angry smile, but didn't press her any further. Where do you want to take it? To confront Infinite Gold? I'm not stupid. The two men conspired loudly in front of Raw Metal, unfazed by any leaks. The two sides' seemingly harmonious cooperation depended on who would reveal their true colors first and upset the situation. First, I go back and find Brother Luo Nan. Lin Zhao took a deep breath, as if making a courageous decision. Do you need me to accompany you? In his eyes, I'm nothing but a punching bag. I shield you. Forget it, you have to pay for your own sins. She gathered her strength, intending to confront him directly. You should continue to study your mental power here. During the chaos of the past few days, Shen Jiming had used his mental power to control metal and thwart the attack. This was his most successful attempt in years. It was also the first time he had fully demonstrated this ability. But in truth, he himself didn't know why. The confrontation between him and Infinite Gold hadn't yet been resolved, and a new problem had arisen. Lin Zhao and he each had their own concerns. The number of allied forces stationed on Broken Era Star was increasing, and each had brought troops to demonstrate their abilities. In fact, fighting in a competition was a good thing. It often accelerated both parties' progress. So Lin Zhao had to leave, otherwise there would always be people watching her covetously. Whatever their intentions, she didn't want to get involved. Thorn's warship sailed against the current, leaving Broken Era Star and heading straight for the base. Eleanor only said that Ronan had approached her about technical cooperation, but she didn't mention that Ronan had directly opened a branch of the Research Institute in Thorn. As Lin Zhao disembarked from the spaceship, she saw a group of people disembarking from the adjacent landing pad. Their expressions were serious, and they looked even more reserved than soldiers. We're here to report to Ronan and hold a meeting. Eleanor tilted her head and introduced him to Lin Zhao. Ronan's got some talent. Although he's only been at the Institute for a short time, he's quickly assembled his own team. He even went to the Alliance prison to bail out a few lunatics, forcing them to work even in chains. What? Lin Zhao was stunned. This style was completely different from the Ronan she had imagined. Those people have conducted a lot of unethical and even inhumane technological research. I'm telling you in advance to avoid an unpleasant conversation with them. Is this legal? Is it permitted by the Alliance? You may not know much about the Luo family. Eleanor strode forward, forcing Lin Zhao to jog to keep up. Lin Zhao only knew that nearly half of the medical equipment and treatments currently used by the Alliance army were developed by the Luo family. She also found it difficult to understand their specific methods. Scientific progress always involves sacrifice. When technology was underdeveloped, it was humans who were sacrificed, and later, experimental animals. But once a bottleneck is reached, some people begin to reassess what constitutes sacrifice. As long as the results are valuable enough, there will be people to support them. Eleanor glanced at her and suddenly smiled. But don't worry, he's relatively normal. He's just been lacking strength for too long, and he hasn't adjusted yet, so he's a bit greedy. The lights inside the institute were cold and restrained, and the air was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant. The conference room where Ronan sat also served as his research station, a semi-open area. Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment, standing outside the wall, not daring to go in. She overheard the people inside discussing a proposal to simulate and interfere with human neural activity, using words like replacement and erasure. Eleanor stood with her, her arms folded, eavesdropping. I believe the Deep Crown Society's research approach is to use mental consciousness to directly invade and replace some human neural nodes, connecting to preset command patterns, and thus achieving control. That's not a reason to erase the test subject's memory and write new information, Netero. Lin Zhao heard Ronan's voice. She had never heard him speak so seriously. Boss, isn't it more meaningful to transform a person's character, ability, and loyalty than to trade mortality for blood mutation? We can directly create optimal soldiers, scientists, even leaders. Netero's tone was filled with a hint of fanatical excitement. If you change the experimental procedures again without authorization, I will stop supporting your equipment and funding. There was a moment of silence inside. But if, because of the restrictions you set, we never achieve a breakthrough and always lag behind the Deep Crown Society, what's the point? The point is that you can still sit here and talk to me, instead of being in prison, unable to see the light. Morality, law, so-called restrictions. These are all excuses you use to soothe your fears. True power never asks right or wrong. If you want to surpass the Deep Crown Society, you must pay the price. Without paying, you gain nothing. Lin Zhao glanced at Eleanor, her eyes filled with incredulity. Could this person have been poached from the Deep Crown Society? Eleanor shrugged. Lin Zhao sighed. The debate inside continued, but she didn't want to listen anymore. The metal table inside the room vibrated slightly. Ronan noticed it and was distracted. Netero didn't like such unfocused and impolite conversation, but before he could say anything else, the tabletop instantly deformed, and a metal bar emerged, wrapped around his neck, and slammed against the tabletop. Chapter 81. Ronan stared blankly at Netero, who was righteously speaking one moment and struggling on the table the next. He froze in place, unable to react for a long time. Don't you want power? Is this enough? Lin Zhao stepped out from outside the wall, meeting Ronan's gaze, and bravely appeared in front of everyone. Lin Zhao's face often appeared in their profiles, so they were familiar with her. Aren't you dead? Someone couldn't help but ask. Whoever wants to die can go. I won't die anyway. Lin Zhao stood beside Ronan, her hands nervously clasped behind her back. I don't know what the point of you all gathering together is, but I killed many like you. As for the reason, true power never asks why. She looked at Netero and repeated the words back to him. Eleanor whistled softly, observing the group with interest. She was pleased that her once timid student had learned to be unreasonable. With some people, you don't need to break down your words and force them with earnest persuasion. Lin Zhao and Ronan's eyes met. She simply nodded and dashed off, leaving the room full of people staring at each other in bewilderment. No one dared touch Netero, for she had no intention of releasing him. In the dark, Lin Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next time, act more conscientiously. You almost tripped walking down the stairs. Eleanor lazily followed behind, teasing. Isn't this just to keep those guys in line and stop messing around? Just like the gene engineering. Before she finished her words, Ronan had caught up, his face gloomy. Lin Zhao immediately stood at attention. Her throat suddenly rolled up and down. But his expression didn't last long. He gritted his teeth, his jawline tense, but his shoulders trembled imperceptibly, and then hot tears fell on his clothes. Wow! He hugged Lin Zhao tightly, tears pouring out like a floodgate, each sob growing deeper and more urgent. Brother Luonan. Lin Zhao hugged him back, feeling bewildered, the bitterness rising to her throat. But she couldn't just ignore each other and cry without saying a word, so she forced herself to hold it back. After Luonan tired of crying, Lin Zhao finally had the chance to explain the whole story to him. This Shen Jiheng. Ronan didn't know how to evaluate him. There was a sense of contradiction, of taking on both good and bad things. Brother Luonan. Lin Zhao looked at him seriously. Do me another favor. You say? He blurted it out. I think I found the source of the blood mutation technology. It's an inorganic organism more intelligent than infinite gold. So, could you research and restore a lost ancient technology that can sever its consciousness? Lin Zhao no longer thought it was a good idea to keep Ronan away from the vortex. She wanted him to be deeply involved and witness its end. She spoke seriously and solemnly, and Ronan promised to do it. She handed the raw metal to Ronan. No need for further instructions. Ronan knew what to do. Amidst shock and ecstasy, Ronan also lamented. He had never liked Lin Zhao's growth this way, but she looked so much better now. He internally hated his own dark thoughts of gratitude for suffering, and looked at Lin Zhao with tears welling up in his eyes. Brother Ronan, stop crying. The boss can't have a meeting with red eyes, can he? Lin Zhao laughed silently, constantly passing him papers. Ronan took a breath, suppressing his nasal murmur, but suddenly gritted his teeth and said, I think it's all Shen Jiming's fault. Just a brat, still wet behind the ears, spouting nonsense about how he guaranteed your safety, only to have the person I was protecting disappear for 2 years. When he scolded Shen Jiming, he stopped crying. His back and legs no longer ached, and he felt a surge of energy. He doesn't know either. Besides, I think we shouldn't rely on others for protection. Lin Zhao didn't know how to change his mind. Perhaps he just needed an outlet. You're right. We still have to rely on ourselves. Ronan spoke excitedly for a long time, only to stop when Eleanor came to Lin Zhao with something serious to say. You should be more understanding of him. He's usually like this, either extremely depressed or extremely excited. Eleanor patted her back gently. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Lin Zhao looked tired, but his eyes were filled with a deeper sense of apology. What did you want to talk to me about, teacher? Actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to save you. As for the matter, it's not that urgent. Aren't we going to the Infinite Gold Warehouse? Eleanor blinked, her hand movements suddenly becoming more animated. Over the past 2 years, I've been organizing a group. I brought together the most skilled mecha pilots in the Alliance to study the control relationship between mental power and infinite gold, starting with connecting sensors. Shen Jiming often participates as well. Lin Zhao didn't know why the teacher suddenly changed the subject, but he listened patiently. This is a good thing. If it were just Shen Jiming, it would be too risky for both him and the wider war. That's why I brought in others. Teacher Shulan from Shio and Teacher Yuhan Chuan from the Asta Military Academy. Ah, Teacher Shulan, she is quite capable. Lin Zhao nodded in agreement. And then, they brought their own students with them. Qingyu? Lin Zhao grew excited. Yes. Eleanor's expression faltered. Teacher Yuhan Chuan's student is Yu Qingya. Yu Qingya. It's been a while since I heard the name. No wonder the teacher was so hesitant today. Teacher, don't worry. If he doesn't start trouble, I won't bring up past issues. Right now, studying mental power is more important. Eleanor patted her shoulders heavily, apologetically. I had originally been so determined to appoint someone virtuous, but I never imagined the situation would unfold. So we're good to go, huh? The team's in place. All we need is you to get your gear. The black shuttle stood quietly on standby. Their target was a strange-colored planet hovering near the edge of the star H20. As the shuttle passed high above the planet, the purple sky nearly engulfed the ship, and auroras surged deep within the clouds. As they descended, the contours of the planet's surface gradually became clear. Below them lay a honeycomb-like cluster of cities. The buildings weren't built into the ground, but rather embedded within the mountain ridges. Each block was encased in a translucent membrane, shielding it from radiation while capturing the auroral energy to power the city. What is this? Lin Zhao looked at the giant creature floating in the air in the distance outside the ship and felt something strange. Although it doesn't have wings, it can stay aloft by relying on the planet's magnetic field. Fu Ling observed her expression and asked, "Is the sound of it bothering you?" "Not bad." Lin Zhao instinctively denied it, but then realized what she had to deny and told him the truth. "A little bit, maybe it's a frequency issue." "Then I have them descend faster." With that, Fu Ling went to the cockpit. Fu Ling still feels guilty for not stopping them, and watching Lin Zhao being taken away, even though Lin Zhao repeatedly told her it was none of her business. As the ship descended, the figures on the ground grew larger. She noticed someone bouncing and waving. She waved back, signaling them. As soon as she landed, she was hit head-on by a force of flesh. Sure enough, how could someone die so silently? Cheng Yu's voice trembled, but he managed to control it. It wasn't quiet, there were a lot of people watching. Qing Yu, hearing something ominous, withdrew the hug with disdain. Shen Jiming, that kid, is really... He keeps all the good stuff to himself. Almost everyone would criticize Shen Jiming, and Lin Zhao, having heard it so often, stopped speaking up for him. "You're here." Teacher Shulan, standing behind her, also looked at her kindly. It was a rare expression. "Teacher heard something about you, and is working tirelessly on research right now," Qing Yu whispered in her ear. Lin Zhao also walked over to Shulan and greeted him. Shulan looked at her with rapt satisfaction, but a hint of regret lingered in his eyes. The promising young man I was so optimistic about is now being used as a solitary soldier. Their wishes are ignored, and their talent is neglected. There's something seriously wrong with the Alliance's system. Teacher, please don't speak so loudly. There are others here. Lin Zhao followed Cheng Yu's guilty gaze. It was Yu Qingya, and the person in front of him, who must be Teacher Yuhan Chuan. She nodded slightly and politely greeted him, saying nothing else. The most urgent task was to personally confirm the status of the infinite gold, then ask Sayo, and next to see if they could extract any additional information. Each honeycomb complex contained a large amount of infinite gold, but the structure didn't affect the use of the upper floors. The members of the Deep Crown Society had lived and worked here for a long time, creating such a large human settlement. She thoroughly inspected every warehouse, and the entire city took her the better part of a day. The days here are extremely short. As the sky darkened, the brightness inside the hive automatically increased, leaving those on the ground unaffected. After completing the inventory, Lin Zhao had to review all the data from the past few years, striving to catch up with the others as quickly as possible. She walked down the corridor, her head bowed, her fingertips swiping rapidly across the terminal screen, her eyes never leaving the data, her nutrient solution dangling from her lips, not missing a thing. A shadow suddenly flashed in her peripheral vision, and she looked up. It was Yu Qingya. Lin Zhao raised her head and drank the entire bottle in one gulp, tossing it into the trash can and naturally passing by him. Yu Qingya's voice came from behind, hesitant. But Lin Zhao interrupted him. If it's just an apology, forget it. But an apology only helps the speaker, it's meaningless to the listener. You better get back to work. With that, she walked away again. She turned the corner and stood alone in the shadows, her fingertips slightly curled. Another data update notification popped up on the terminal. She clicked it, and her expression returned to calm and focused. Chapter 82. The vast hemispherical test chamber, was inlaid with silver-white energy-conducting patterns. The lights were dimmed, leaving only a circle of light on the cabin and the operating console. In the observation area, dozens of Mecha pilots, researchers, and officers in various uniforms lined up on either side. The screens densely scrolled with mental power fluctuation curves and infinite gold energy feedback data. Xu Lan and Yuhan Xuan stood at the main console, not daring to take their eyes off the screen. Cheng Yu and Lin Zhao stood slightly back. He quietly and carefully explained the current progress. We tested hundreds of commanders, Mecha pilots, and individual soldiers. The interaction between commanders and infinite gold is the most obvious. It's not related to mental power level. Some SS-level commanders can briefly control infinite gold for 2 seconds, but SSS-level commanders haven't even managed it once. So far, it's still just Shinjiming? Indeed. After completely eliminating this interfering factor, we changed our experimental approach. We no longer focus on level, but instead focus on mental wave frequency and material sensing modules. I understand that Shinjiming's mental wave frequency may be unique, but why are we still researching materials? Are you trying to develop sensors that allow for easier access to mental power to control infinite gold? Cheng Yu's voice dropped a little. It was Yu Qingya who brought it up. With the enemy at hand, we need to make it replicable, not rely on a single individual. Don't be so cautious. Lin Zhao felt a little annoyed by the fragile atmosphere created by their excessive worry. I told him I won't bring up the past. Huh? So soon? What did you say? I told him to work hard. What kind of agreement was that? But Qingyu couldn't get involved. He just go with Lin Zhao's word. Lin Zhao continued to observe. So, have any of these people succeeded in releasing their mental power? As for temporarily controlling the infinite gold, quite a few have attempted it, but none of them lasted long. Many infinite gold have strong and independent consciousnesses, and mental power affects them more like a drug. Once you develop resistance, it loses its effect. So, after discovering this place, we plan to start with the initial infinite gold here, and then gradually advance. Do you have Shinjiming's experimental data? The information I gave Lin Zhao yesterday was missing only his data. Every time he left, he had to pause the experiment and take the data with him. His records wouldn't be kept outside, and couldn't be. Qingyu explained, just ask him directly. Lin Zhao immediately lowered his head, and sent a message to Shinjiming. Although Yu Qingya was staring ahead, he was actually paying attention, eavesdropping on their conversation. Hearing such a light-hearted request for data, he gritted his teeth. Is it that easy? Then the constant obstacles he and his teacher face are due to poor interpersonal skills. Shinjiming quickly replied, albeit via video chat. Lin Zhao quietly left the lab and ran to a deserted spot. What are you doing? I'm watching an experiment. Shinjiming propped his face up with one hand, his expression apathetic. Is this a case of mental failure? Lin Zhao observed his state. He seemed exhausted beyond belief. I feel like I've been tricked by the raw metal. What? After you left, my control over the raw metal went a bit haywire. It's constantly disconnected, and its resistance to me is sapping my energy. So it was deliberately luring me to the core area. Lin Zhao was silent for a moment, then chuckled. That's a good thing. Shinjiming remained in his pose, his smile growing. Just avoid it when you're planning something. By the way, didn't I just ask for some data? Where's the data? Send it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a beep sounded. I go over there in a couple of days to refresh my mind. He sent another photo, showing you 36970 standing up. Did you put the metal bones back together? We put him and the original metal in the same room, and the metal entered his body without permission. Is everything okay? You 36970 said that the original metal asked him to work for us. So you're so brazen about finding a carrier for yourself? That's why. Shinjiming's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. It's much more difficult to deal with than Infinite Gold. Infinite Gold's tactical tactics could only tell us they're divided into 2 factions, but the original metal dared to profess loyalty to our faces. Then you should be careful over there. It's okay. It won't hurt any of us until it turns hostile. Be careful then. Shinjiming smiled, narrowing his eyes. He suddenly approached the screen. I have things to do. I'm leaving. Lin Zhao briefly flipped through the information he had sent and returned to the main control room. Several soldiers had already come out to rest, their faces flushed, as if exhausted from a long workout. The manual indicated they were probably connecting the Infinite Gold with complex sensors. But even in her initial attempts to develop her psychic powers, and even during the intense training she endured at the military academy, she had never seen such an effect. Compared to controlling a mecha, if the target has consciousness, it's actually a significant hindrance. Chung Yu sighed as he adjusted the parameters. Today had been another day of no progress. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao. You're still the best. Your bloodstained metal is more attached to your consciousness. While it can be affected by other inorganic organisms, it still primarily obeys your will. Invincible. I hope so, Lin Xiao replied lightly. Infinite gold is manageable, but raw metal is a bit more uncertain. After they completed a few rounds of routine operations, Lin Xiao took a moment, when the crowd was smaller, to ask Chung Yu, how did Shen Jiming suffer temporary blindness when he attempted to control the infinite gold? Chung Yu paused for a moment. Nerve compression. We tried every test, and couldn't find anything wrong. Fortunately, he recovered on his own within 2 days. However, the teacher believes that his mental power is a destructive signal to the infinite gold, so conversely, the infinite gold may also be affecting him. This theory has been going on for a long time. The infinite gold sees him as a threat, but the cause of the threat remains unidentified. Perhaps, among countless possibilities, there is only one answer. The so-called attempt was merely a continuous fine-tuning of his mental power, but if it truly stimulated the infinite gold, it could result in temporary blindness. Lin Xiao tugged her hair irritably before heading off to begin her real work, to meet with Maro, the materials manager captured by the Shenyan Society. Before she arrived, Eleanor had mentioned a man who didn't discuss business matters, repeating all day long that he absolutely had to see her. Some tactics had already been used on him, but few could withstand the effects of neural tools. But nothing could be found within this man's mind. After all, not many people could directly interrogate with mental power. Lin Xiao walked straight into the interrogation room and leaned against the table. She seemed to have seen this man before. In Gene Engineering's former personnel records, he had worked at Cecil Biotechnology and was a senior colleague of Professor Wen Beiying. The specific project he was working on, she struggled to recall it, and it seemed to be consciousness colonization, involving the bidirectional implantation and adaptation of biological consciousness and metal carriers. It was also the predecessor of Professor Wen Beiying's biofusion project. It was after the suspension of consciousness colonization that the subsequent renaming and rebirth of the shell came about. Xiang Yaojia had hinted to her that the project was halted not due to ethical issues, but because it succeeded, but the soul consciousness carrier unexpectedly died. These middle-aged people are really capable of making trouble. Lin Xiao withdrew her thoughts, now hoping to catch Guan Shi and learn more. He had been modified, also on the back of his neck, but differently. Neck spoke succinctly. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged, and she didn't make any announcements. Have you ever participated in human modification experiments? Of course, it's my honor. When? Malo chuckled. Every time, I witness the Alliance's advancement in life science research. You're really good at flattering yourself. So I really want to meet you. Having met you, I die without regrets. He looked at Lin Xiao with eyes filled with satisfaction and longing. You know, Gene Engineering, the company, the Shenyan Association, I don't care. I just want you to be well. Do you know how ridiculous it is for you to say that? Lin Xiao couldn't hide her disgust. She felt like everyone she met was just talking nonsense. That's why I didn't go with Gao Quan on some low-end, crappy project involving fused metal to support the human body. I'd rather come to the warehouse. That sounds so nice, but aren't you here just to avoid detection and do what you want more conveniently? Mao Luo chuckled softly. You have the will, but not the ability. The success rate is too low. Even a successful case requires a lot of sacrifice, let alone group evolution. Is it possible that the group doesn't want to evolve according to your ideas? Lin Xiao turned her head and rolled her eyes, not wanting to beat around the bush. Fusion metal to support the human body. Elaborate? The person watching outside couldn't help but move closer to the screen. This Mao Luo wasn't going to give up easily. But surprisingly, he spoke up completely. The Deep Crown Society is currently working on 2 fronts, stimulating and cultivating infinite gold, turning it into a fully obedient weapon, while also researching primal metal. However, primal metal is too powerful, allowing it to control infinite gold, which also possesses consciousness. Hence, Gao Quan's design. You probably encountered this yourself. Gao Quan did create a consciousness resonator that allows people to control metal, an upgraded version of the original. But I still want you to understand that the Deep Crown Society's original target was you, not this inferior product that requires external assistance. Ma Luo looked at Lin Xiao seriously. We've been observing you for a long time. Many within the Deep Crown Society believe you're unlikely to switch sides, so they want to kill you. But I simply can't bear to do that. Lin Zhao looked back condescendingly. Well, let me show you. She cut the back of Mao Luo's hand and dripped a drop of her own blood. It had been tested on U36970 with significant results. She wanted to see what exactly Nex was talking about. Chapter 83. Mallow watched, feeling nothing at first, but suddenly, a sharp pain shot from the back of his neck to his brain. Don't overdo it. This person still needs to be alive. The person outside reminded Lin Zhao through the headset. Lin Zhao stopped tearing at the metal on the back of his neck. Contacting and even forcibly controlling the dominant metal in a person's body through their bloodstream was still a laborious task. Mallow felt like he had experienced life and death in just a few seconds. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced before, probably a long time ago. But he showed no fear or anger. Instead, he chuckled, panting heavily. It's truly amazing. Although the Deep Crown accidentally created you from lost technology and raw metal, you're not completely controlled by them. Instead, you're even more independent. The human body is truly the best. When was that thing on the back of your neck replaced? What is that? A long time ago. The experiment didn't go well, and I couldn't find a suitable carrier, so I inserted it myself, but it never completed. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he recalled it, but he raised his neck and looked at her with a clear mind. You didn't realize what it was? Lin Zhao felt it. It seemed to be raw metal. She understood what Nex was talking about. Raw metal in its original state? Xile wasn't sure, but it too was silently sensing it. How long ago did those bastards start? What exactly did you do at the Cecil Company? She asked Morrow. It's been so long, I can't remember. He leaned back, still restrained but with a defiant, relaxed demeanor. He was confident that his past had been completely wiped clean. There was no written record of the Alliance or the Gene Project, relying solely on the old man's fragmentary recollections. But only those who had experienced it could know. They couldn't recall the key information. Those who had experienced it were long dead. He admired Lin Zhao's restrained expression and spoke up just in time. But from what I understand, someone else knows. Who? A young man, Wen Beiying. Lin Zhao had no idea what he meant by suddenly mentioning this name. I just often missed the days when I could conduct research freely. So even after leaving the company and gene engineering, I still do some of the things I did back then privately. Mallow was completely lost in his own world, filled with self-affirmation. But during this process, I discovered that someone seems to have secretly kept the experimental results from that time. That successful case that died? Mallow suddenly fell silent, his eyes growing colder. I've been wondering, is my successful product truly dead? Death isn't a difficult state to determine. But he's different. He's my colleague, and he's very successful both in research and in experimentation. Lin Zhao was speechless with shock. Such a big deal, and Xiang Yejia hadn't mentioned it at all. They were targeting someone they interacted with every day. Mallow never tried to explain himself to Lin Zhao. He simply lowered his head, giving himself a buffer to hide his emotions. When he looked back up, he was still the man who was extremely tolerant and fond of successful products. I don't know what the people at Gene Engineering told you, but my colleague Jifaku is a very respectable person. He sacrificed himself for his ideals, persevered through all necessary experimental stages, and survived to the end through sheer willpower. He had achieved the coexistence of human and metallic consciousness within his brain. Primitive metallic consciousness? Yes, it's a extremely intelligent organism. Mallow spoke of it with unwavering praise. Their philosophy of survival differs from any other known organism. They dislike bondage and contact, only rejection. Thus, transferring their consciousness into a human brain is practically impossible. Lin Zhao's ears drifted to countless words, but only two kept amplifying in her mind. They. Where did they come from? Wasn't it just they? Mallow was still recounting his past with Jafako when Lin Zhao suddenly interrupted him. Did Wen Beiying hide Jafako? His interest was high, and he spoke slowly. I'm just guessing. I know all her shopping records, parts, and medicines. Using all that, I could easily prepare a complete set of laboratory equipment myself. When did it start? Since, after the consciousness colonization was halted. He met Lin Zhao's scrutiny with a calm expression. These things aren't necessary, since she later participated in the consciousness fusion project. He leaned closer. You've been around her, right? What do you think of her? To be honest, Lin Zhao didn't know this teacher well. Having taken her class for a semester, she considered her a good teacher with a broad perspective and a nonconformist spirit. Lin Zhao found an excuse to leave the interrogation room. Goosebumps covered her body, and she quickly touched herself, trying to brush them off. Eleanor happened to come looking for her and asked what was wrong. I met a pervert. She recounted her conversation with Morrow to the teacher in detail, still feeling sick. Morrow hadn't treated her like a human being, as if he were his property. Eleanor, hearing this, felt unlucky, and the two of them embraced, each grieving over their discomfort. That's a lot of information. Why is Cecil involved again? Eleanor decided to handle each matter one by one. When baying, we're just acquaintances at school, so I don't really know her. But I can have Han Chanfeng investigate first. If there's any suspicion, we raid her house as quickly as possible. If there's a real operation, can I be included? I want to be the first to check if that Giffic exists. As for the raw metal, Eleanor thought for a moment. The place within the Alliance that knows the most about the Broken Age star. Come with me to the Alliance Parliament. Huh? The Parliament? The data was originally. The Ministry of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Culture jointly held the technology, but a dispute arose that remains unresolved and is still pending before the House of Representatives. What case? Wouldn't it be helpful to contact Shin Jihung? Eleanor also spread her hands, expressing her frustration. It's an ancient civilization, but more advanced than the Alliance, so the Ministry of Science and Technology wanted to decrypt and extract some of its technology, and they did. But in the process, they discovered that the technology on the Broken Era star involved unknown life forms, and the Ministry of Culture felt that continuing this narrative would be unconstitutional. Which law? The Alliance Charter stipulates that any expansion of a civilization is illegitimate without the endorsement of the House of Representatives. The Ministry of Culture believes the legitimacy of the civilization on Broken Era star is debatable, and whether inorganic life forms are legitimate entities should also be discussed. Lin Zhao felt a headache when she heard this. This Ministry of Culture is quite strict. The two sides bickered constantly, so the House of Representatives withheld the case, listened to their arguments, and didn't rush to a conclusion. But the Ministry of Science and Technology's attempt to recover lost technology was also forced to pause. Then isn't what we're doing illegal too? Apply flexibly. If we don't understand what the enemy is doing, how can we respond? Eleanor said righteously, and strictly speaking, they're arguing over the right to define, and we're different. Applying for access should be no problem. Lin Zhao felt she was making a specious argument, but without evidence, she could only silently give her teacher a thumbs up. Adhering to the principle of quick return, the two of them made a quick decision and set off immediately. Half a day later, they stood at the door of the Alliance Parliament. Not many people were coming in and out, but all of them were solemn and serious, causing Lin Zhao to straighten her collar. Get ready. You probably have to walk through most of the office. Eleanor rushed in with Lin Zhao. Although their exit was sudden, Eleanor's documents and evidence were complete, providing sufficient grounds for retrieving the relevant information. However, they were still pushed back and forth, repeating their opening remarks countless times over the course of several hours. Finally, they were politely ushered into the waiting room. Didn't you say the permission application was a problem? Lin Zhao said weakly, clutching her glass, having already drunk 5 glasses of water. Wait. I don't believe I won't get it. Eleanor felt guilty, but she held on. She hadn't had many opportunities to interact with the House of Representatives, and this was her first time applying for permission. Theoretically, the motivation and rank were sufficient, but perhaps the process was just a little slow. The sky above 30 stories high was gradually turning a pale yellow. Natural light poured in through the glass curtain walls, lengthening shadows. She began to feel sleepy, her eyelids drooping. But finally, someone arrived. It was a middle-aged man, slender but not thin, wearing a well-tailored dark gray suit. His hair had a hint of gray, but it was meticulously combed, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Sirs, I've been waiting for you. Eleanor stood up quickly, somewhat surprised. Lin Zhao followed suit a little later. Speaker, what brings you here? Even Eleanor hadn't expected the matter to be passed to the chief speaker. Don't be nervous. Sit down. Shin Chunfeng raised his hand, pressed gently, and sat down across from them. His gaze fell on Lin Zhao, and he paused briefly before looking at Eleanor. I reviewed the colonel's proposal. While it's not an ordinary matter, it's not that complicated. Then, the relevant information? Let me confirm some information with you first. Shin Chunfeng spoke slowly. The colonel's chain of investigation ultimately leads to a man-made disaster within the Alliance, correct? In today's world where extreme weather can be artificially created, truly natural disasters are almost extinct. So, I don't quite understand what you mean. Eleanor actually understood, but didn't want to focus on that. Even if this approach seemed a bit rude, there was nothing she could do. Colonel, There's no need to be so nervous. I'm just making advanced communications and preparations. The methods of handling matters within and outside the alliance are different, and you should understand that. Thankfully, Shen Chunfeng didn't take it seriously and remained easygoing. Lin Zhao, caught in the middle, listening to their conversation, finally realized who the two brothers were inspired by. But Shen Chunfeng added, no matter what the issue or case, at its core are people. People's various desires can trigger various possible developments, such as turning passive into active, thus changing the course of the entire chain. But activeness is never simply a subjective choice. People are inevitably influenced by external factors. So what the speaker is saying is, I know that the Alliance has invested a large amount of manpower in recent years to deal with the issue of inorganic organisms, but things are in our hands. We now have two options. One is to continue investigating the Deep Crown Society, the traders within the Alliance, and the Sissel Company. The other is to stop at the Deep Crown Society. Chapter 84. Eleanor went to process the application, leaving only Lin Zhao and Shen Chunfeng in the waiting room. Shen Qingfeng's question would be incredibly repulsive to anyone who had faced sacrifice. Putting all the blame on the Shenyan Society was indeed a shrewd choice. It would prevent drastic internal actions, resulting in less loss and shock. Before Eleanor could reply, someone else spoke first. Mr. Speaker, will they stop just because of our rational decision? Lin Zhao's voice caught Shen Qingfeng's attention. Eleanor didn't try to stop the naive student. She tilted her head slightly, a meaningful smile in her eyes, and waited for her to continue. So, you're saying that sacrificing the stable environment that the vast majority of people depend on to catch a few parasites is worth it? Shen Chunfeng asked again. Safety doesn't come naturally. Today, we achieve conflict-free situations through compromise and caution, but what about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? The safety of the vast majority is important, but how many minorities can the majority be divided into? Lin Zhao, overcome with emotion, answered the speaker's question before her superiors could. She thought things wouldn't end well today and braced herself for a reprimand. But Shen Chunfeng let it go with all the talk and even approved Eleanor's application. Lin Zhao was now picking at the seam of her trousers, somewhat afraid to look up. I did abuse my authority a bit today. Shen Qingfeng's voice suddenly rang out. What? I wanted to see why my two sons haven't had a proper conversation in 2 years. He laughed heartily, unfurling his thoughts. I didn't do anything. It's just their own way of thinking and acting differently. It has nothing to do with me. That's natural. Adults are responsible for their own decisions. My eldest always wants to try everything and protect everything. The second? Shen Chunfeng looked up, as if thinking of something. He chuckled helplessly and shook his head. Let's not talk about it. I also have a selfish motive today. The issue of metal consciousness has been a long-standing issue within the Alliance army, and I want to see what kind of person the core figure is. I thought you wouldn't care about the personnel or the process. Shen Chunfeng looked back, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Isn't that a profound misunderstanding of me? He smiled and walked to the window, his back outlined by the light. Gazing at the bustling city below, the scene reflected in his pupils. Looking down from here is too high. I can hardly hear people's voices, and I can't see specific people clearly. But if I could only hear the clamor of people, it would be distracting. Lin Zhao silently stood beside him, and pointed to a central control console not far below the window. That's the best place. Not too high, not too low. The view is the best, and it's the most convenient for movement. Maybe? Shen Chunfeng chuckled, put his hands behind his back, and just as he turned, he saw a familiar figure flash through the transparent glass of the door. In a flash, the figure flashed back. Why are you running here instead of working properly? Shen Chunfeng raised his chin and laughed. Shen Jiming's gaze shifted from Lin Zhao back to him, and he stood straight. Father, I'm here to apply for a transfer. Forget it. Shen Chunfeng waved his hand, not wanting to listen to his improvised excuse. He turned to look at Lin Zhao. Colonel Eleanor's paperwork should be almost done. Come to my house when you have a chance. And Lin Zhao waited for him to finish. But Shen Chunfeng, thinking about what he was about to say, smiled again. It's a bit pretentious, but I hope your anger can hold a little longer. Because most people here haven't even met those few. Lin Zhao stared at him, her eyes seemingly touched for a moment. She nodded gently. Shen Chunfeng couldn't stay long. He came to sit for a while as a break from his busy schedule. As soon as he left, Shen Jiming and Lin Zhao both breathed a sigh of relief, their straight backs suddenly slumping. Why did you come? Lin Zhao asked. Qing Yu said you and the colonel came straight here, and I was wondering, what was this sudden impulse? Lin Zhao briefly explained. When Beiying, you're asking me. Shen Jiming deliberately raised his collar, and Lin Zhao slapped his hand away. Hurry up. This is so realistic. Shen Jiming showed her a few moving pictures. When we were still in school, I had someone check on her. This is a full scan of her basement. Lin Zhao took a closer look. The basement, it looks perfectly fine. Has anyone been in there? Unless they stormed it all at once, they give her time to react and destroy it. Why do you seem so certain she did those things? I've been around there, and used my mental power to confirm it. I saw suspicious brain waves. It seemed like everything was ready. Lin Zhao pondered for a moment, and had a rough idea in mind, but then something felt off. She looked up again. So what are you doing here? Get the information. I find you guys on the way. Then you go. I plan to go to Wen Beiying's house first. Shen Jiming was stuck here, and it was hard to explain how much trouble he had gone through to get here. He subconsciously licked his dry lower lip. You? Just go straight there? On your own? Quick and decisive. I asked the teacher if they can send Mao Luo over and sort things out right there. He hasn't said anything yet. The raw metal on his neck is different from the one on Broken Era Star. Okay. Shen Jiming agreed softly, but didn't say anything else. Lin Zhao hadn't been back to Xar Star for a long time, but even when she did, she didn't visit the school. Teacher Wen Beiying's house was on the edge of town, a 20-minute drive from the school, but actually quite far away. Her house was a plain, unremarkable single-family house, not particularly close to the neighbors. Lin Zhao sat alone on the hilltop opposite, munching on hard bread, while waiting for Eleanor to bring her people. You're rich, yet you're still eating this? She turned around in surprise. Why are you following me again? Shen Jiming, carrying a soft cake he bought from who knows where, sat down with a playful smile. I told Colonel Eleanor I'm coming to finish this quickly. He ate a piece himself, met her gaze, and said confidently, my mental power can directly control Wen Beiying, avoiding any potential conflict. It's normal that the Colonel agreed to let me come along, right? Try it, it was just opened last year. He offered it to Lin Zhao as he spoke. That was a pretty good reason. Lin Zhao lowered her head to continue watching the surveillance footage near Wen Beiying's house, and took a bite of the soft cake. How's it? Delicious, right? Shen Jiming seemed to eat even more enthusiastically. I'm wondering if bringing Mao Luo here might be a bit risky. Lin Zhao suddenly looked up and asked him. She had been feeling suspicious. She knew Mao Luo had an ulterior motive for bringing this up, but she didn't know what else he could do. Of course there are risks, but it doesn't matter if this becomes his burial place. His relative value wasn't great before he came. Besides, the surrounding residents have already been evacuated. But his metal bones are different. We can't just be led by the nose every time we meet someone. Shen Jiming stretched his neck and patted Lin Zhao's back, trying to relax her. Mao Luo is clearly outside the Xinyan society. His goal is to use us to satisfy his own agenda. He can't easily use the power of the Xinyan society. Even if he's arrested, he wants us to clear his mind for him. So, instead of dealing with him, it's better to bet on Wen Beiying. Did you already have this in mind when I just told you? There are so many people like Mao Luo. Shen Jiming didn't deny it, his gaze drifting off into the distance, muttering to himself, there are so many who have emerged in the past 2 years. Lin Zhao didn't ask any further questions, simply sensing that Shen Jiming didn't want to discuss this. Even though they were lying in ambush here, Wen Beiying still left work on time. After her last class of the day, she reappeared at her doorstep. Shen Jiming stood up and walked slowly down the hill. Wen Beiying's movements as she opened the door suddenly slowed noticeably. A team followed the restrained Wen Beiying deeper into the basement. The air in the basement was icy cold. Rows of outdated lab equipment filled most of the space. Spiderwebs of wires tangled around the walls and floor. It looked nothing like the layout of a proper scientific researcher. A number of liquid storage tanks stood against the wall, filled with brain samples and unfinished metal implants. Wen Beiying, eyes vacant, opened the last door. As soon as the door opened, a strange smell hit him. Shen Jiming pressed his temple. Is controlling teacher Wen Beiying uncomfortable? Lin Zhao noticed this keenly. She's very resistant. That means there's something inside. Be careful. In the center of the not-so-spacious space stood a sealed repair chamber. Through the observation window, a person lay within. The man's body was in a strange, frozen state. His skin was pale, but not completely decayed. Nerve cables stretched from the back of his neck and limbs, densely embedded in the metal ports of the chamber. Occasionally, his skin would twitch slightly. Lin Zhao looked at him, her brow furrowed. Alive or dead? She didn't dare spill blood, simply feeling the metal shell. Once she understood what was going on, she asked Shin Jiming to sever his connection with Wenbei. Wenbei felt like she was trapped in a frosted glass container, vaguely aware of what was happening outside, but unable to control herself. When her mind cleared, she saw Lin Zhao clutching a cable connecting the repair chamber. Instantly, cold sweat broke out down her spine, her eyes burning with panic and naked hatred. What are you doing? Let go! Teacher, are you preserving Jafako's body, or maintaining the metal consciousness? He's conscious, he's not dead. Teacher Wenbei was usually a quiet person, teaching and socializing, but now she was practically choking with fear and anger. Is the metal consciousness still in his brain? Lin Zhao asked Xiao. Given Wenbei's current mental state, it would be best for her to calm him down. It is, but it's confused and weak. Can it access my brain? Chapter 85. Xiao didn't answer immediately. Shin Jiming, standing nearby, had been staring at Wenbei, but suddenly his expression froze, and he grabbed Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao was startled by his sudden action, as was Wenbei. You, did something happen? Ah! Answer me? She was overcome with emotion again, her entire body pinned down, and she struggled desperately. Shin Jiming dragged Lin Zhao away from the chaos. Xiao told me you wanted to connect the metal consciousness to your own? I meant, like on the broken star, to connect it to my consciousness. Lin Zhao cursed inwardly. Xiao had actually learned to tell tales. If it wasn't possible, then it wasn't possible. Why would he complain? Shin Jiming stared directly into her eyes, as if determined to see through her thoughts. After a long silence, he slowly released his grip. I can sense the presence of the metal consciousness, but Jafako must have been brain dead long ago. Freezing can only preserve his body. And Teacher One. Looking at her, it seems she's just obsessed. Shin Jiming was still worried, and reminded her again not to easily connect to an unknown metal consciousness. Malo was also brought in. When he saw Jafako's body, even in his shackles, he desperately pressed himself against the data table, examining it from head to toe. Finally, he sighed dejectedly and ruffled his already messy hair even further. It's useless. It's completely useless. Wenbei still remembered him, and her eyes suddenly grew cold. You brought them here? You've been gone for so long, why are you still interfering? She was also pinned by the shoulders, unable to move, but she still struggled, fearing someone would take Gifik's body and leave. Is your technology only used to preserve bodies? Malo questioned her, bewildered. He was the first successful specimen in the experiment. How could you put the cart before the horse? He sounded incredibly sorry, even angry, at the loss of such a precious treasure. If it weren't for you instigating him, how could he have risked his life? He already survived, yet you still tried to transfer his consciousness, thus harming him. Wenbei felt a sting in her heart, her rage erupting completely. Years of suppressed resentment erupted in front of a former colleague she didn't even know. What transfer? Lin Zhao interrupted. Mao Luo tried to calm himself, still trying to persuade others at this moment. Kafako is the only successful coexistent. He is the one with the greatest potential to combine human intelligence and the abilities of inorganic life. So his consciousness must be transferred to more secure storage. And in this process, the metal consciousness within him violently rejected it, causing his body to be unable to withstand it. It sounded exactly like Wenbei's accusation. Why is there such a repulsion? What kind of repulsion is it? Lin Zhao continued. Ma Luo spread his hands, shook them violently, and looked at Wenbei coldly. The project was halted when we needed further research. It was you who was behind the scenes, wasn't it? You wouldn't save Gafako. Only I can. Wenbei screamed. This corpse is your way of saving him. Mao Luo retaliated coldly and mercilessly. The two men couldn't get along, and couldn't even stay in the same room. Someone dragged Mao Luo out. Lin Zhao ignored their bickering, and simply looked at Ji Faku and gently tugged at the hem of Shin Jiming's shirt. Do you remember what U36970 said? He wouldn't die, but he would become a zombie-like being? Shin Jiming also remembered. He said that many of the influences on the human body's elemental metal consciousness weren't fully understood. Without the technical support of the Deep Crown Society, the elemental metal might have mistaken a person for a false mode, thus erasing their original consciousness. Perhaps people at the time realized this, and only after the Deep Crown Society began to improve things. After sorting out this possibility, Lin Zhao didn't feel relieved. She was more concerned about Mao Luo's mention of him. She didn't think it was a simple slip of the tongue. It was easy to distinguish between a unified force, like a rope, and the scattered individual consciousness of infinite gold. She had renewed her thoughts about the tiny bit of metal consciousness in Jifaku's body. This time, however, she didn't bring it up. The others were discussing how to deal with Jifaku. He was merely a vessel now, but the key object didn't care what it carried. Perhaps, he might even survive more clearly without this body. But Wen Beiying clearly knew this too. Her struggles were futile, and all her strength was channeled into a pleading look. Lin Zhao didn't want to deny it. She felt a little reluctant to do anything in front of her. But Shen Jiming stepped forward. Teacher 1, you know we won't use him as a test subject, but we must now confirm the status of the other consciousness within his brain. You tear him apart. Wen Beiying's eyes were still filled with resistance and distrust. Shen Jiming shook his head. Just preserving it like you did. His body may have reached its end, but that doesn't mean he's truly gone. We still have so much unknown about metal consciousness, but if we figure it out, perhaps there's a way. Wen Beiying opened her mouth, but for a moment, she couldn't find a rebuttal. When self-deception reaches a certain point, it can sometimes give rise to an almost morbid self-pity. The stubbornness in her eyes slowly softened. The surrounding soldiers systematically unloaded and removed the repair pod. Wen Beiying was forced to remain still, watching helplessly as the figure, who had lain there for years, was lifted, turned, and gradually receded from her sight. When the repair chamber was about to disappear completely at the end of the corridor, she finally spoke abruptly. Her voice was hoarse, yet strangely calm. That Mao Luo, he's too thoughtful, too full of ideas. When he was still working at the Alliance, he often conducted illegal experiments in private, but he just didn't make it public. I know that. He's like everyone else who supports the Deep Crown Society. Shen Jiming gently brushed the dust off his sleeve. He wasn't interested in Wen Beiying's story, but continued to soothe her. Did he ever tell you that he secretly contacted your military and, taking advantage of the Alliance's absence, smuggled contraband into the Alliance? He didn't need to confess that kind of thing. Lin Zhao's eyes widened slightly. It seemed as if she was the only one in the room who didn't know. Or perhaps Shen Jiming was just pretending to know both himself and his enemy. She subconsciously assumed that Mao Luo had chosen Guanshi. Shen Jiming countered, then how did you know what he was doing privately? You were just an ordinary employee back then, weren't you? Yes, G. Falco told me. He knows a lot, so I don't believe he did it simply because of an experimental accident. Wen Beiying was just a young technician at the time, unable to get involved in core projects. She was only able to join the Sissel company thanks to G. Falco's help. Do you think someone like Mao Luo would kill a precious experimental subject just to avoid being exposed? He wouldn't, but that doesn't mean others wouldn't. Wen Beiying sank into a suppressed rage again. Hoffman! It had to be him. Lin Zhao looked at Shen Jiming again. Who was this? How could she not recognize anyone? Shen Jiming remained unsurprised. What's your reason? After the other person's need for comfort subsided, he reverted to his superior attitude. Hoffman has always opposed the consciousness coexistence project. He believed from the outset that easily manipulating unknown organisms would lead to uncontrollable disasters. But he couldn't bear to abandon his research, so he acquiesced to the consciousness colonization project and ultimately shirked all responsibility. But DeFalco succeeded, and he was afraid, so he ultimately chose to destroy him completely in the face of danger. That's just your speculation. Do you have any evidence? Wen Beiying's throat tightened, and she remained silent for a moment, as if struck by this question. No, but he's the only one with this motive. Why are you so sure this test won't have irreversible consequences? Because, Jifaku told me, he received information from that metal consciousness. She hadn't wanted to say it out loud, but now, she had to bring it up again. He said some voices within the other party were willing to cooperate, and would ensure his safety. He has great trust in these metal consciousnesses. Are you sure it was some voice within the consciousness? Lin Zhao suddenly interrupted. He said yes. He said being with them was a wonderful experience. How many consciousnesses does the raw metal actually have? Are they deliberately hiding it? Xiao asked. Its power is so unified that even if it wanted to hide, only those with similar consciousnesses could be persuaded to cooperate. If that were the case, it would be difficult for outside forces to disorient its thinking. Do you think the raw metal's consciousness has been cleansed or unified? If our guess is correct, then Shen Mian is likely unaware of the raw metal's current situation. As Lin Zhao and Xiao spoke, some of her thoughts seemed to be confirmed. Secretly excited, her gaze drifted and met Shen Jiming's. In a flash, she let go of her guilty conscience at being caught, and the other party immediately understood her subtle intentions. But this time, in front of Wen Beiying, he didn't immediately speak up to stop her. Lin Zhao calmed down and asked, "Where is this Hoffman now?" Wen Beiying didn't answer. her gaze slightly evasive. But soon, she looked up, her eyes filled with calmness. I killed him. Hoffman did die in a traffic accident 3 years ago. Did you do it? Shin Jiming asked her. I'd been secretly following him for years, trying to figure out what he was doing, and I discovered he was actually trying to revive the consciousness colonization project? She sneered, her eyes flickering. Then why did he want to kill him in the first place? Shin Jiming's eyes flickered, and he had Wen Being taken away. So, Teacher Wen had no evidence from the beginning. Lin Zhao could only hear the emotion, not any concrete answer. As far as I know, Hoffman wasn't actually opposed. Huh? When I investigated, I didn't know the raw materials they used. I only knew Hoffman's role. While he acknowledged that the risks of fusion outweighed the costs and benefits, he believed that a deeper understanding was the best way to deal with potential enemies. So what was his true intention? Shin Jiming shook his head slightly. Dead men can't testify. Even the living can't know what others are truly thinking. Chapter 86. Lin Zhao didn't know what had driven Teacher Wen Being's obsession all these years, nor did she know if all her so-called protection and revenge had ever yielded results she was truly satisfied with. But her will to live seemed to have vanished with Ji Faku's removal. Or perhaps, having been witnessed by so many people, she could no longer continue to deceive herself. But Lin Zhao didn't want to sympathize with the teacher today. The activity of the metal consciousness did indeed cause Ji Faku's body to react, but it was only partial and passive. It had existed in a corpse for so long, almost completely cut off from the outside world. Would it still change in the low temperature? Would it be able to break through the ordinary human technology that isolated the metal? Shin Jiming looked at the thoughtful Lin Zhao and suddenly said, I'm thinking of a possibility. Tell me. When Being said that the information Ji Faku received from the metal consciousness partially supported his protection. Do you think this statement? It sounds a lot like infinite gold. Lin Zhao had just had that feeling. Infinite gold isn't a monolithic entity, especially when it's dispersed. Some supported the Deep Crown Society's actions, while others, like Xiao and Nex, had their own agendas. Lin Zhao didn't believe Jafaka was lying, nor did she believe he would misunderstand the other consciousness within his head. But what if the metal consciousness had deceived him? Whether it was a direct lie or influencing Jafaka's thinking, it would easily lead him to believe that his own people were working against him. So, perhaps the metal consciousness didn't want to collude with humans in this experiment. Guanshi, are we going to capture him or not? Lin Zhao asked Shin Jiming again. I really want to know when the discovery and utilization of raw metals began. He's a bit troublesome. Shin Jiming finally confessed. He disappeared last school holiday. Where did he disappear? It's not about where. He's secretly maintaining his own team. Didn't he retire a long time ago? That's the thorny part. Shin Jiming spoke lightly, rarely addressing the matter in detail. We investigated the military units he once served in, and found many forged death certificates. You know, this is a very sensitive matter within the Allied forces. So now, this matter is no longer just about dealing with the Deep Crown Society. What do you mean, are you starting to suspect your own people? Not really. It's just that many people will be under investigation. Shin Jiming spoke lightly, not elaborating on the matter in detail. Then, Lin Zhao didn't want to ask about those matters, nor could she understand them. She simply wanted to focus on understanding the primordial metal. I want to contact that consciousness. I go first. Shin Jiming volunteered. I can sense its presence, so perhaps connecting with it won't be a problem. Observe my reaction, and then adjust your contact with it. Lin Zhao didn't try to grab Shin Jiming. He had him stopped outside the temporary storage room on the spaceship. Thankfully, he came out shortly after entering. He didn't look tired, which was rare. How is it? Lin Zhao asked, leaning over. Very subtle. Shin Jiming couldn't quite articulate the feeling. This consciousness is actually very weak, so weak, I think I almost wiped it out. What? You? It's not really gone. Don't be nervous. He recalled his feelings and refined his words. I don't think it's as strong as most of the consciousness of primordial infinite gold. With this comparison, Lin Zhao had a clearer idea. But she still couldn't be careless. Primal metal can be deceptive. She relaxed herself, allowing herself to connect with that consciousness. As Shin Jiming had said, it was easy. But it was like facing a bunch of crying babies, harmless, but noisy and annoying. Thankfully, the feeling was right. It was very similar to the touch of the metal behind Mao Luo's neck, probably the result of the same stage of application. Where are you from? Lin Zhao asked the white void. No one answered. She tried a few more times, but still silence. Without any other options, she retreated again. Something's wrong. Has Teacher Wen Beiying been maintaining her body for too long, wearing away the primal metal's consciousness? Lin Zhao couldn't understand. Why don't we let Mao Luo come into contact with it? The metal activity in his body is quite noticeable. But she quickly overturned her thought. I ask him first, and then we talk about this. With that, she rushed back to Mao Luo. But Shen Jiming pulled her back. He held Lin Zhao's head in his hands, rubbing it repeatedly like a ball. What are you doing? Relax, relax. Shen Jiming looked surprisingly kind at this moment. You're too tense. Have you forgotten what I do? Oh yes. Lin Zhao pushed his hand away, smoothed her hair, and took a deep breath. She hadn't rested since leaving the parliament, seemingly overwhelmed. Then ask me. I want to know what the metal in his body has to do with the cooperation he negotiated. Mao Luo, imprisoned, gathered his emotions alone. He waited for Lin Zhao to come to him again. But this time, he didn't even have the chance to offer his bargaining chips. Shen Jiming exerted all his strength to control his mind, and even if the metal behind his neck resisted, it was of little use. He answered Lin Zhao's question directly. I helped him find more stray metals, and they told me about the technology used on them by the Broken Age Star. Was it stolen by the people of the Broken Age Star, or did you bring it from there? Both. Where are the raw metals stored by the Deep Crown Society? At Gao Quan's base. I don't know where, but he has several regular testing sites, including Fuyuo, SK3-16, and Haney Alpha 3. Lin Zhao was stunned. She had been to Haney Alpha 3. She remembered it as a place devoid of people, only various strange creatures. If it weren't for the spacecraft malfunction that forced a forced landing for repairs, she wouldn't have gone to a deserted planet. When was Haney Alpha 3 first used? 6 years ago. Were there people there before? 382 humanoids. Shen Jiming gently touched Lin Zhao from behind and asked, are the other 2 locations still in use? Probably. I don't ask too much about what's going on there. So what do you do privately? Continuing with my own consciousness colonization project. Alright, that's enough for today. Lin Zhao suddenly stopped Shen Jiming. Just as Mao Luo's eyes had regained some vividness, he saw a fist barreling towards his face. He had no idea what happened next. Why hasn't the teacher compiled the results yet? I go ask. Lin Zhao turned and walked out. Shen Jiming didn't immediately follow, nor did he speak to stop her. The black star before him paralyzed him, and he was briefly plunged into a viscous, dark world. He could only force himself to close his eyes, holding his breath for a few seconds in the oppressive sensation until his chaotic vision cleared. But Lin Zhao was gone. Shen Jiming's throat tightened, and he rubbed the side of his neck anxiously. Then, he decisively called Eleanor. Oh, just in time. I was just about to go to Xar. Are you guys done? Colonel, please assemble your troops immediately. I bring the escort. We need to capture 2 planets simultaneously. What? It's the Deep Crown Society's testing ground. Lin Zhao has already gone there. We must act quickly. We can't give them time to react or prepare. Although Eleanor was filled with confusion, and Shen Jiming didn't give her time to react, and she didn't know why Lin Zhao would suddenly leave so many people behind to act alone, she still responded quickly. This could be considered a success for their trip. Shen Jiming prepared his side, and activated the tracking function for the aircraft that Lin Zhao had forcibly driven away. Thankfully, since finding her, he had been cautious and left a location in her aircraft. Although, with Lin Zhao's abilities, she probably already knew there was something missing, but just didn't bother to act. Shen Jiming stared at the bright spot on the screen. The performance limit of the military-grade aircraft she had personally modified was too high. If it were at full speed, there was no way they would be able to catch up immediately. Judging from her direction, she should be heading towards the relatively close planet of Fuyuo. Lin Zhao's final position was near Fuyuo's farthest natural satellite. Any closer, and she would be within the Deep Crown Society's surveillance range. Lin Zhao remained in stealth mode, seizing the right moment to maneuver the mech onto a massive transport ship. She maneuvered from the outside, securing the mech within the hull's cracks. Combined with the already infected machinery, it would avoid detection during transit. The Deep Crown Society was cautious. They didn't head straight for the surface, but instead stopped at 2 satellites to undergo inspections. Lin Zhao had to exploit the time difference, and slipped in during the engine room shift while they opened the hatch. The location she infiltrated was extremely dangerous, yet also the most secluded, above the inner cabin where the personnel gathered. It was a narrow maintenance passage, its metal panels worn smooth, and so narrow, it was practically impossible to turn over. Lin Zhao crouched inside, listening intently. But the group was quite quiet. Apart from informing each other of their progress, there was no other small talk. Lin Zhao hadn't heard a single useful word until they landed. She didn't leave with the majority of the crew, but hid inside the cabin. After confirming that no one was around, she dripped a drop of blood onto the landing pad. The landing pad connected to the vast base, and she waited quietly. The layout, every detail, magnified and crystallized in her mind, like a rapidly unfolding three-dimensional map. Not only on the surface, but also beneath, the densely packed rooms. Infinite gold and raw metal were evenly dispersed throughout, with few reacting strongly. She patiently suppressed and soothed the restless metal, silencing it once again. The next moment, her consciousness expanded again, encompassing the entire base, but this time with a fierce aggression. The low hum of metal coalesced into a dark tide. Lin Zhao's mind was filled with discomfort, but when she raised her eyes, a hint of coldness flashed in them. This was her domain now. Chapter 87. The initial disturbance was just a few lights flickering on and off, and no one paid any attention. As Lin Zhao's consciousness reached its deepest depths, the entire area shook. The entire base suddenly collapsed, its thick alloy walls buckling like paper, and the equipment and soldiers within were instantly engulfed by the twisted metal. As soon as a scream rose, it was engulfed by the roar of the collapse. Lin Zhao slowly climbed to higher ground amidst the shattered earth, her footing remarkably steady. Most of the area before her seemed to be lifted, and then violently flipped by invisible giant hands. Pipes burst from the walls, sweeping sparks and steam through the crowd. Her consciousness continued to advance at a breakneck pace. The next moment, the entire base seemed to be ripped open. The ground was torn apart, and hundreds of meters of underground structure were toppled to the surface by the turbulent metal, revealing layer upon layer of compartments and laboratories. But the sample living area alone remained relatively well preserved. Lin Zhao didn't know how much longer those who had undergone transformation could linger, but at the very least, they couldn't afford to lose their lives here. There were also individuals, like U36970 within Gao Quan's base, who had managed to escape the net in the sample area, free to move, yet driven by the instinct of trapped animals. They immediately pounced on Lin Zhao. The look in their eyes was very similar to U36970's when he was captured. They didn't understand what had happened. It was simply that the circumstances had suddenly changed. The members of the Deep Crown Society were either imprisoned behind walls or assassinated on the spot, while they were still alive. They were bewildered, yet instinctively knew they had to do something. The moment they saw Lin Zhao, they knew everything. The Deep Crown Society often told them that there was one person who was their final form. But that wasn't the point. She was enjoying her freedom outside. The pain they endured, the reshaping and the mutilation, all stemmed from her success. Lin Zhao had heard U36970 say that the Deep Crown Society would use her as an example, even if that example was simply to incite unified hatred. But U36970 didn't dwell on that. His hatred was clear-headed, and he could see through rhetoric and manipulation. Even after being influenced by that environment for so long, he knew it was the Deep Crown Society's tactics. So Lin Zhao didn't think many people would listen to such talk. However, judging by the people here, they were already too immersed. Their attacks were chaotic and clumsy, and Lin Zhao couldn't explain anything, so she could only passively dodge every stumbling, immature attack. Meanwhile, Shin Jiming and Eleanor's team also arrived. While still in midair, they opened fire, forcibly blasting a barrier and pushing Lin Zhao to safety behind them. Eleanor's mech leaped from midair, instantly dispatching the closest, still persistent attacker to Lin Zhao, before landing in front of him. You put away your compassion in actual combat. You can't even protect yourself, and yet, you expect to protect others? Yes. Lin Zhao watched his teacher pause for a moment before dashing off, and composed himself again. If you can't communicate properly with them, then lock them up. The same tremor occurred in the sample living area. Eleanor returned only after the chaos subsided. Did you come here on your own? She asked Lin Zhao as soon as she touched down on solid ground. Yes. You really grown in skill. Affecting metal over a large area won't cause mental damage. I wasn't praising you. Yes. Lin Zhao lowered her eyes, no longer arguing. But Eleanor wasn't truly angry about Lin Zhao's solitary actions. When she rushed over, she saw the battle situation below and knew she had almost finished it off. What truly infuriated her was Lin Zhao's hesitation and inaction when the cyborgs attacked. Even after just learning about their situation, she felt Lin Zhao was too hasty. In this situation, mercy is a fatal flaw. Confidence shouldn't be squandered like this. Teacher. Lin Zhao suddenly interrupted Eleanor's charge. Are they beyond saving? At their current level, unless they continue to transform their blood like the Deep Crown Society, they will simply wait for death. But continuing to transform is the same as dying. Eleanor didn't mince words. This was the truth. Empathy was useless at this moment. Go in and see if sympathy is worth it. Lin Zhao was somewhat prepared, but once inside, she found the environment surprisingly clean and comfortable, despite the chaos caused by her recent movement. Though those people weren't in good health, they were peaceful, as if in a sanatorium. But this atmosphere was confined to their living quarters. In the labs and quality control rooms, the unclean blood still reminded Lin Zhao that this wasn't a true utopia. Some people were initially puzzled by Lin Zhao's face, but the more they looked at it, the more familiar it became. Once they realized this was someone they seen every day, someone they never met, their hostility could no longer be concealed. This hatred stemmed not from anything she'd done, but simply from her presence. With every hemorrhage, every activation, every time they were dragged back from the brink of death, they were forced to imagine that name. She became a shadow they could not escape. When Lin Zhao stood before them, a wave of humiliation and pain, as if hollowed out, suddenly washed over them. They did not want to be represented by her, nor could they forgive her success. Lin Zhao had to admit that the product cultivated by the Xinyan Society was quite successful. A frail man, wobbling with his steps, suddenly pulled out the thick needle that had been inserted into him. With unstoppable speed, he approached Lin Zhao and thrust it hard into her left shoulder. The allied forces ignored him, not only because Lin Zhao had subtly signaled against advancing, but also because there was simply no need. The man couldn't even penetrate Lin Zhao's clothes. Lin Zhao raised her arm and gently touched his wrist. The man, startled, stabbed her hand again. Lin Zhao did not dodge. The blood continued to flow. The man's blatant hatred gradually morphed into confusion and panic as Lin Zhao ignored him. But the person involved had no intention of harming him. Without a word, he simply let him go. Lin Zhao waved his hand lightly and continued his inspection. No one made any more rash moves, because no one was harming them or arresting them. Under the gaze of all, Lin Zhao reached the end, where the raw metal and infinite gold were stored. The Deep Crown Society seemed oblivious to the possibility that raw metal would outweigh infinite gold. The two metals were stored close together, with virtually no separation. Lin Zhao had always found the Deep Crown Society's use of these two metals somewhat odd. The infinite gold wasn't utilized very effectively, even though they had initially used it for various purposes. However, after Xiao interacted with the infinite gold for a while, it didn't receive any information. The infinite gold was blocked by an unknown force. Instead, the primal metal was quite active. It sensed Lin Zhao's presence and proactively communicated. I didn't expect the Deep Crown Society to succeed. Lin Zhao hated this statement. They define success in many people. But in reality, it hasn't. They're just deceiving themselves. The people they produce can't withstand repeated communication with me. Lin Zhao didn't respond for a long time. What are you thinking about? Primal Metal asked. I'm wondering what your state was like when you were taken away by the Deep Crown Society. My consciousness was severed by the people back then, and I was practically reduced to a dead piece of metal. Later, under the stimulation and activation of the Deep Crown Society, I gradually recovered somewhat. It spoke truthfully. This was similar to the situation on the Broken Era star. Last time, Primal Metal had preemptively read some of Lin Zhao's memories there, and he had been on high alert, not allowing his consciousness any opportunity to exploit. However, she still wasn't sure if it could still share consciousness at a greater distance. Your presence makes me feel very familiar. You don't have to be so wary of me. You should also know that the problems arising from your human activities are not my fault. I am simply being used by you. But they fear you. You can still manipulate those test subjects and make them obey your commands. I need to demonstrate my value so that the Deep Crown will use me more cautiously. They will gradually shift their focus to the infinite gold, with whom they can more easily communicate. Lin Zhao didn't tell the truth. But Primal Metal didn't believe it either, confidently stating, this is a completely wrong idea. Their target is people, not objects. Its consciousness was clear, and compared to those sealed on the Broken Era star, it seemed even more formidable. And with the blessing of her blood, it was undoubtedly even more complete and cunning. I can help you wipe out the Xinyan Society. Can you help me get back to where I came from? Lin Zhao sneered. That sounds familiar. Going home? That's probably my instinct. Going back isn't difficult. Lin Zhao picked up a random piece of metal and tossed it around. First, tell me what you can give me. How can you help me? We found quite a few Xinyan Society warehouses. It's only a matter of time before we find them all. People can hide in a crowd. If it were that easy, why would you ask me that? Metal can also be hidden in any inhabited place. If you want to assimilate and control something, how can I prevent it? Lin Zhao refused to give in. If they couldn't reach an agreement, then forget it. She hadn't considered gathering the raw metal in the first place. At worst, she could just wait until she regained the technology to sever the metal's consciousness. The fatigue of this time was over. My metal is different from yours, so why should I devour and assimilate it? Wasn't that the reason I was destroyed in the past? Why should I violate the boundaries of coexistence with humans again? Lin Zhao neither questioned nor agreed, but simply ordered all the infinite gold removed. The dust from the battlefield settled, and Lin Zhao stood in the open air, breathing in the fresh air. How many truths could he possibly say? She thought of the raw metal she had just flattered, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before a few minutes of silence, another message came over the terminal. An unintentional riot had occurred on the ship carrying the infinite gold that had just departed. Chapter 88. Can you feel anything? Lin Zhao received the message and boarded the Mecha, taking to the air. She felt something, but wasn't entirely sure, so she asked Xiao. They were trying to escape something. But I don't think they were trying to get away from people. I think so too. The riot on the ship wasn't serious. The people aboard had simply isolated the infinite gold and expertly suppressed it, using standard tactics. But as soon as Lin Zhao entered the ship, she rushed to the quarantine area, precisely cut off a piece, and tossed it into a separate isolation chamber, instructing them not to touch the metal. The infinite gold quieted down. It wasn't just because their consciousness had been artificially suppressed. How's it going? Is everything alright? Shen Jiming urgently contacted Lin Zhao from underground. He was still arranging and interrogating the members of the Deep Crown Society below. The constant stream of emergencies left him almost overwhelmed. Nothing, just waiting for news. What? Please ask the teacher for the information on the broken generation star, or check for the part about destroying the metal consciousness. Lin Zhao waited for Xiao and Infinite Gold to communicate. Information exchange between similar entities was more accurate and less taxing on her. Soon, Xiao excitedly burst into Lin Zhao's mind. Independent Metal Grid +1. Guessed it. What? You're not even surprised. Lin Zhao leaned against the bulkhead, her eyes blank. They were playing dead down there, but the moment they left the raw metal, they started to stir. As soon as I approached, I sensed something strange mixed in. But this difference wasn't something I noticed. It was the infinite gold's unusual activity that exposed it. What they want to get rid of is the disguised raw metal. So what do you want to do with this raw metal? Leave it to Brother Ronin. It can't easily come into contact with the outside world. Xiao was silent for a moment, but couldn't help himself. Why don't you ask me more about what they said? The raw metal wants to assimilate and control them, but their independent consciousness is already clear and complete, so they can only hide themselves to resist the invasion. How do you know all this? I said it was just a guess, but it was correct. Lin Zhao hesitated, then added softly, I also guessed that the Deep Crown Society thought that mixing raw metal and infinite gold would reduce the unity of intelligent entities, but they were fooled by the raw metal. Xiao jumped for a moment, then calmly replied, you guessed wrong. These infinite golds are clearly visible. The Deep Crown Society is using them to curry favor with the raw metal, deliberately putting them together. Lin Zhao was silent for a moment, a self-deprecating smile curling his lips. Let's start studying hard. Huh? Eleanor and Shen Jiming took over the entire base smoothly, as Lin Zhao's suppression had left almost no armed resistance. Another base far away wasn't so lucky. Half a day later, Han Chafeng sent word that the SK-3-16 system had also been successfully incorporated. Accepting so many patients and unfinished metal consciousness resonators at once far exceeded their capacity, so these resources had to be distributed. While Eleanor was busy reporting to her superiors and contacting various parties, Shen Jiming found a moment to find Lin Zhao in a corner of the warehouse. Is it possible that you could tell me before you decide what to do, or where to go? He saw Lin Zhao's back from afar, and a wave of resentment welled up in his heart as he quickly approached. But when he got closer, he saw her sleeves rolled up, her arms bloodied, sorting the metal inventory. Shen Jiming had heard about her injuries from the test subjects, but what about the blood on her arms? Lin Zhao calmly made a gesture to silence him and returned to her work. Occasionally, she would ask him for help carrying the small, separated pieces to the door. After finishing her selection, Lin Zhao pulled several carts of unlimited gold to the metal consciousness isolation chamber built by the Deep Crown Society. What's up? Why haven't you said anything? Shen Jiming followed her backwards, even with a hint of flattery. Shall I help you with your wound first? Choosing a partner. Lin Zhao casually wiped her arm with medicine and clean gauze. Though hastily, she seemed quite serious. These infinite golds don't want to work with the Deep Crown Society anymore. So many? Shin Jiming knew that the infinite golds were factionalized, but after Mu Gong's screening, those still within the Deep Crown Society had already chosen sides. They were determined to use lies to shape the society they desired and achieve their desired expansion. But these were no less numerous than the rebellious infinite golds they had been collecting from all over the place. Just think of it as being bullied enough to awaken you. Lin Zhao greeted them as if they were distant relatives they hadn't seen in a while, without a trace of surprise or unfamiliarity. The power of the elemental metal is enough to control the infinite golds, who also possess consciousness. The Deep Crown Society, knowing this, still fed some infinite gold to the primal metal, which made them unwilling to cooperate and led to further changes in their thinking. Has primal metal, as previously recorded, begun devouring other metals? Lin Zhao shrugged and didn't answer. But she continued, during these past 2 years while out there, I also had a separate, random mission to induce infinite gold from within, splitting the unified will. But now it seems, it saved me a lot of trouble. Shin Jiming later heard Shin Jiheng talk about this, but it was too inefficient and not the focus of the implementation. Since their consciousness isn't stronger than primal metals, how do you plan to cooperate? I need your help. Lin Zhao stared at him intently, her words less confident. If you can control infinite gold, then perhaps you can simulate primal metal's control over them. In this regard, my communication with metal is a different method, one I can't understand. No problem. Should we do it here or go back to Thorn? Shin Jiming agreed without hesitation. Risk. Do it first, and worry about the consequences later. His gaze remained fixed on the bloodstains that Lin Zhao hadn't wiped clean. The other person was accustomed to this. If we're going to do it quickly. You keep an eye on it for me. Okay, the metal here is stained with my blood, so it's not a big deal. Based on past experience, when facing infinite gold, Shin Jiming would either be able to control it or the other party would have already attacked. This time, the infinite gold was so quiet and obedient that he was a little uncomfortable. He calmed his mind, cleared his mind of distractions, and focused on the metal. Infinite gold then opened the barrier of consciousness, like a slowly opening door. Shin Jiming was drawn by it, his consciousness sinking layer by layer until a shimmering thread emerged, guiding him to the right place. But that thread was unstable. It was sometimes straight, sometimes twisted, sometimes far, sometimes near. This subtle force made him instinctively want to escape, but he could only face it head-on. He forced himself not to resist, but to go with the flow. At the moment of successful integration, he sensed a shift in the metal's entanglement with his consciousness. The force wasn't like a true engulfment, lacking the deadly pressure. They kept fitting together, repeatedly adjusting their positions, like a long-lost group searching for a lost part. The tension in his chest slowly dissipated, and his breathing became smooth again. The cold sweat on Shin Jiming's forehead slid away. He raised his eyes, partially aware of reality. How's it going? Suddenly, Lin Zhao's full face appeared in his field of vision. He swayed, struggling to speak. There are 2 things I need to know about my mental strength. Remember to ask me. With that, he fainted. The person monitoring the isolation room, unsure whether to go in, saw Lin Zhao carrying Shin Jiming onto his shoulders and walking out. The whole process was calm and swift. Their orders were to strictly separate infinite gold from raw metal, and absolutely not allow them to be transported or stored outside of isolation. If I hadn't evolved so much, I could still participate in your experiments, and it wouldn't be so troublesome. Xiao said regretfully. You're doing fine now. Your praise of me is quite touching. How's he? It's probably just excessive consumption. Lin Zhao sat down beside Shin Jiming's bed, pulled a bottle of liquid from her folder, and took a swig. Have you ever considered that infinite gold could be a scam? Xiao asked again. I had, but now was a more plausible possibility. What have you been talking about since just now? Lin Zhao's fingertips tapped back and forth on the bottle, her expression calm, yet she couldn't conceal her uneasiness. I have a bad feeling, and it's related to Shin Jiming. What? The relationship between infinite gold and Shin Jiming's mental power. Xiao waited for her to continue, but nothing came of it. Why are you suddenly so slow? Hurry up. I'm afraid you secretly sent a letter to Shin Jiming again. I was doing this for your own good. You're still holding a grudge. Lin Zhao took another swig of the colorless liquid, opened the terminal, typed a lengthy message, and hit send. Then she pulled out another necklace. Next, let's talk. Next doesn't share Xiao's direct communication style, and he never chats with Lin Zhao, only actively sharing information when it's urgent. But as long as there's work to do, he still responds actively. But this time, when Lin Zhao called him, he was silent for the first time. What's going on? Affected by the raw metal? Then why am I okay? Xiao even came to care for his quiet neighbor. Nex's way of communicating with metal is beyond my comprehension. A gentle blade, each one deadly. I find it powerful. Lin Zhao seemed to be mumbling to herself. Nex remained silent. Lin Zhao continued, I can't understand this. There are actually two sides to this. If I choose to trust, then I'm powerful, but if I can't, then I'm the most terrifying enemy. What are you talking about? Xiao didn't know why Lin Zhao suddenly became suspicious of Nex, and it made him a little nervous. What else did you and Raw Metal say on the Broken Star? Chapter 89. The Infinite Gold Warehouse had never been so bustling. Looking at the crowd before him, Mu Qianfan often had the illusion of watching the Mecha League on screen that year. Back then, several key players appeared on stage together, creating a sensation. They later became frequent companions, often meeting up for class and lunch together. Now, they were all standing before him in all reality. He hadn't expected to see this entire group of people appear before him at once. Lin Zhao, Cheng Yu, and Shen Jiming, needless to say, practically made the warehouse their permanent home, busying themselves with infinite gold all day long. But because a large number of people were needed to test their mental abilities, Su Imo and Cheng Wujiu were also temporarily transferred over for 2 days. And then, there were Yu Qingya and his classmates. Standing guard at his security post, Mu Qianfan often couldn't help but glance over, watching them busily pass by, his mind wandering. He didn't even notice Lin Zhao quietly approaching from behind. A hard tap on the shoulder startled him, and he nearly drew his weapon. Weren't you in the lab? When did you come out? He controlled his expression, pretending nothing had happened. You've been out twice already. Be careful, or I tell the teacher you're not taking your guard duty seriously. Anyway, nothing serious can happen in here, Mu Qianfan muttered. Lin Zhao stared at his profile, not in a hurry to leave. She stood there and taunted, Are you feeling nostalgic? No. Okay, a little. Mu Qianfan's denial flashed through his mind, but then he thought, what's wrong with admitting it? Even if we graduated normally, and went on missions normally, it would be hard for us to get together. Today is just a stroke of luck. Lin Zhao, on the other hand, didn't feel such a melancholy. She originally thought it pointless to dwell on such things, but when she thought about it, she didn't seem to be looking forward to meeting anyone again. What if someone got caught up in her thoughts, and they mysteriously died? Yeah, it's rare. Mu Qianfan couldn't help but sigh, baring his teeth. It's even rarer that you're still here. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow, and slowly turned to look at him. Your tone makes me sound like I've been dead for a long time. Theoretically, that's true. He suddenly laughed, remembering something. When I asked Colonel Eleanor to be my mentor and encountered those things at school, I thought my future mission was to keep an eye on you. I was mentally preparing myself. Keep an eye on me? Afraid I'd lose control, and then the task of taking my place would fall on you. Lin Zhao laughed too. She hadn't realized the carefree Mu Qianfan could be so realistic. I was so worried back then, afraid you'd die one day. As a friend, should I save you or what? So many little scenarios went through my mind. A smile barely managed to stay on his face, but it eventually faltered, as if blown away by the wind. After all, those little tricks had never been put to good use. Lin Zhao pondered for a long moment, a sharp glint in his eyes, but his tone was teasing. Don't worry, you won't be the one to do this kind of thing. I definitely work hard and stop people from bombarding me. At this point, Mu Qianfan finally remembered and gave Lin Zhao a thumbs up. It was so sudden that Lin Zhao didn't even know what he meant. To survive an energy beam is truly remarkable. And it's wonderful to be alive. Mu Qianfan was still Mu Qianfan. Even if he survived his injuries, he would only marvel at the thickness of his blood. But Lin Zhao liked it that way. Cherish the free time you still have on guard duty. She smacked Mu Qianfan unceremoniously. Going out again? I only been home a few days. Lin Zhao tilted her head, giving him a sly smile. She didn't elaborate, only casting him a look of sympathy that hinted at something. Mu Qianfan felt uneasy at being looked at. Before he could ask further questions, Lin Zhao had already turned and left, her steps brisk. It wasn't until dinner time that he had a break from duty. The cafeteria was unusually bustling, the air thick with the mingled smell of hot plates and food. Qing Yu extended a hand to greet him, pulling over a spare chair. Damn it! You're all almost done eating, and I'm leaving. Mu Qianfan strode over, plopped down, picked up the skewer of meat reserved for him, and bit into it fiercely. Be content. You have someone to take over. We're working non-stop. Suimo yawned, eyes half closed, utterly sleepy. Being suddenly pulled in for a test is more tiring than fighting star beasts and star bandits. I should have applied for an outfield assignment. Chung Woochio looked even more exhausted than Suimo, leaning back in his chair, ready to fall asleep at any moment. Chung Yu, however, was in a relatively good mood, raising an eyebrow lazily. You be gone in 2 days anyway, so just bear with it. Look at Shin Jiming. He's a full-time employee, practically the same species as Infinite Gold. What kind of family would have their consciousness erased? They're so devoted, aren't they? Laughter echoed around the table, and the atmosphere seemed to lighten. Amidst his laughter, Lin Zhao turned his head and glanced at Shin Jiming. In less than a month, Shin Jiming had already achieved it. He had begun to reset some of the Infinite Gold's consciousness to zero, transforming it into ordinary metal. This breakthrough convinced more people that the Alliance humans could potentially suppress that formidable opponent with mental power alone. Shin Jiming remained silent. Just now, he had caught a glimpse of Shin Jihung arriving, only to be dragged away by Eleanor at the door. A good mood isn't something you can maintain in front of just anyone. Lin Zhao had noticed it too, but didn't take it too seriously, still chatting casually with the others. The few of them kept silent about the Deep Crown Society and metal, complaining only about mental energy consumption, work matters, and which new troops had arrived at the warehouse. They could only gather for a short while during meals. The rest of the time, they were scattered across the testing rooms, rarely seeing each other all day. The long-lost tacit understanding was now being applied to reading the air. After dinner, they each returned to their respective posts. Shin Jiming had no choice but to face Shin Jihung. Though the intense work of navigating Infinite Gold had been exhausting, it had been quite stress-free. Shin Jihung was looking over his recent experimental records. Noticing him enter, he asked, "Have you finished your meal?" Without even looking up. Eleanor, with a speechless expression, addressed the matter. "You have to go to the SK3-16 system the day after tomorrow. There are a few difficult experimenters there." It didn't sound like a big deal. So what was Shin Jihung doing here? Shin Jiming stared at the silent figure again. But the other person had nothing to say, his eyes fixed on the vacant screen light. "Okay, I'll be back soon." "Have you arranged for their follow-up medical care?" Eleanor sighed. "Anyway, just coordinate everywhere." Ronan can, and gene engineering said. "They can take it." Gene engineering is a sensitive term, after all. So many high-ranking members of the Deep Crown Society have been involved with it. But in the gaps left by the Alliance's public system, it's the most suitable fallback option at the moment. Shin Jiming saw that the man remained silent, presumably not seeking him out, so he tactfully kept quiet. After discussing the details of the operation, he tactfully withdrew. The door closed, and the room fell silent. Shin Jihung finally put down his clipboard. The screen froze on the first page of the test report. He clearly hadn't read a single word. He folded his hands, slumping in his chair. "Is gene engineering ready?" "No problem. The handover is going smoothly." "What about the SK3-16 system?" "Also ready. 3 layers of defense are deployed." Shin Jihung's expression remained flat. After confirming his position, he fell into a brief silence. After a long pause, he spoke calmly, "Then let's do this." Lin Zhao was still analyzing the information exchanged between Infinite Gold and the Deep Crown Society with Xiao. Seeing Shin Jiming return, she casually asked if he wanted to go out and arrest someone together. "Wait until I get back. We see if we can fit in time. SK3-16 isn't far away." Shin Jiming stroked his hair. Although he said he'd go and come back quickly, at a normal pace, he could have made it back and forth that same day. This was a job that required very little technical skills, and it wasn't worth his personal effort. Lin Zhao had been sitting on the ground, but upon hearing the name of the place, she tilted her head 90 degrees and stared at him. Shin Jiming's gaze made him laugh for some reason, and he reached out and lightly tapped her forehead. "Are you allergic to these places?" "Nothing." Lin Zhao rubbed her nose, sat up straight, and continued working. "Be careful. Your mental power has been lingering on metal for a few days. Don't let it rub off on people again. You never know. I've been failing for years." Shin Jiming was revealing his weakness, but there was no need for him to say it. Everyone knew it. He smiled and stared at her for a few seconds. Seeing that her eyes didn't linger on him, he withdrew his joking tone. "It's just a simple connection to the human brain. There won't be any problems. Well, I wish you success." The warehouse was easy to run, and Lin Zhao continued to work with all kinds of metals as usual. But the atmosphere today was a little strange. In the past, Yu Qingyao would almost avoid her, but today she seemed to have something to say. A few hours later, Lin Zhao couldn't hold it in any longer. Can you please be frank? Come over here and say whatever you want to say. Having been called, Yu Qingyao had no choice but to step forward. SK3-16. There's news, but it's not officially public. He carefully chose his words. The Xinyan Society suddenly sent in a large number of reinforcements and launched a forced attack. Shen Jiming's ship was destroyed and everyone on board died. Is that true? Do you have any news? Who? Where? Yu Qingyao saw her reaction and realized she probably didn't know as much as he did. He felt guilty and suddenly wondered if he had been too talkative. I don't know. I just heard that Shen Jiming just left this morning. How could it be so soon? Right. But the news quickly spread. Many people tried to test Lin Zhao's authenticity, so she simply hid. She was confused in front of others, but when she was alone, her eyes suddenly turned cold. Chapter 90. As word of Shen Jiming's death spread, the Alliance launched its campaign against the Deep Crown Society, disarming them with frequent and dramatic movements. Most of their metal warehouses had been taken over by the Alliance, and with their resources cut off, they were in a vulnerable position. Lin Zhao also participated in numerous operations, accompanying Eleanor in the seizure of numerous Deep Crown Society hideouts. However, during this period, Mao Luo constantly clamored to see Lin Zhao. Isn't he a captive of the Alliance? But he was very kind and willing to share nearly anything he knew. As long as his curiosity was satisfied, the raw metal behind his neck was not easily manipulated by him, making him even more unscrupulous than others. Lin Zhao finally met him during a mission handover. Can Shen Jiming really eliminate the consciousness of infinite gold? Is the frequency of his mental power essentially the same as that of metal? Mao Luo asked eagerly. Lin Zhao had just sat down when he paused at his question. Where did you hear that? As soon as Shen Jiming got into trouble, I was brought in for questioning. So it's true? Mao Luo didn't care whether he was dead or alive. He just wanted to confirm Shen Jiming's new abilities. And Lin Zhao's brief reaction gave him the answer. I heard before that Shen Jiming was often attacked by the infinite gold. I had some suspicions, but they were too far removed from the protagonist to verify. But if it's truly due to his unique mental power, then the infinite gold isn't some advanced creature. We can easily replicate or exterminate such creatures. Lin Zhao's eyes were cold, as he observed the other man's enthusiasm. You came to me just out of curiosity? Mao Luo finally calmed down a bit, but his voice remained confident. Based on my understanding of the Deep Crown's combat capabilities, their military strength is actually far inferior to that of the Alliance. What truly makes them seem intimidating is the power of metal. It's with that power that they were able to launch a few decent assaults. I believe you realized this during your dealings with them. Lin Zhao raised an eyebrow slightly, motioning for him to continue. So why would they rashly attack a place already held by the Allied forces, a place so impregnable? That place is important, but is it so important that we must recapture it? Or are they going after Shen Jiming? Lin Zhao leaned back in his chair, seemingly languid, legs naturally spread apart, head tilted back slightly. Are you saying there's a problem within us? Otherwise, how do you explain their speed? Did they attack while the port was open? You know your former employer well. Mao chuckled, his expression clear. Working with them for a few years, you know? It's just that simple. They're a bunch of inefficient people with no technical skills. I might as well help you. It's more interesting. He showed no hesitation, any uneasiness, or ingratiation. He was completely calm and nonchalant. Lin Zhao lowered her eyes and asked, Do you think this time, they're attacking with the help of the primal metal and infinite gold? Believe me, without the support of the metal system, these techies wouldn't dare to confront the Alliance directly. Mao grew serious. The metals have realized that their weaknesses have been discovered by humans, so they must eliminate this source of instability. Compared to the fact that your blood is of the same origin as theirs, but of a different race, making it difficult to resolve, Shen Jiming's breach is clearly easier to pry open. What do you want to know? Asked directly. Lin Zhao understood the meaning behind his frank confession. Raw metal, what exactly is their purpose? Mao leaned closer, his eyes flickering. They always told the Deep Crown Society that they hoped to fully restore consciousness severed by the ancient civilization, and that recovering the parts destroyed by those times would be even better. Our data indicates that raw metal is difficult to completely melt, so they try to place the separated parts in hard-to-find locations. Is this the information the Ministry of Science and Technology previously deciphered? Did they say where it's stored specifically? Mao had always longed for these secrets. Back at the Sissel Company, they overcome numerous obstacles, desperately building connections, and digging for scraps, finally scraping together bits of information about the past from the archives. Even just a few words were enough to fuel their visions of the future. Lin Zhao looked at him calmly, not saying a word. It was under this gaze that Malo remembered there was something behind his neck. Yes, it was rigorous. He'd been carried away by his excitement. But if this continued, he might never gain access to more information. The thought flashed through Malo's mind, and he closed his eyes. Using his immature mental power, he slowly reached out, reaching for the metal at the back of his neck. A faint resonance, a familiar, unnerving resonance, rose in his consciousness. Lin Zhao didn't know what question he would raise after his silence, but as he watched, Malo's neck strangely bent to the left, and a low, cracking sound suddenly exploded in the cell. Blood and flesh splattered against the wall behind him. He remained awake as he slid from the chair, exhausted. The police officers outside rushed in immediately, their weapons trained on the man on the ground. For a moment, the air froze, and everyone subconsciously became alert, only to realize there were no enemies. As the situation became tense, their eyes simultaneously fell on Lin Zhao, the only one standing in the room. Lin Zhao walked straight towards Mao Luo. Her heart had ceased to beat, the rupture at the back of her neck nearly separating her head from her body, a sudden and complete death. Without hesitation, she dug her bare hands into the wound and forcibly extracted the piece of metal bone lodged between her cervical vertebrae. Send the body down for re-examination. No metal fragments should remain. Yes! The news spread quickly. Mu Qianfan, hearing the news, arrived and found Lin Zhao on the berth at the departure port. Where are you going? What's going on? When there are many people and many gossips, rumors spread faster than the truth. Seeing someone under close supervision die right before his eyes could easily lead to rumors of more casualties than the reality. But seeing that Lin Zhao was still clean, he thought she was probably fine. Lin Zhao gently patted the folder at her waist and said, without elaborating, I run a test and tell you when I get back. Please tell the teacher that the data we retrieve from the council must be stored separately. This was their tacit agreement. Storing separately meant keeping it out of the reach of the metal consciousness. They couldn't eliminate it, but severing the isolation was easy. Mu Qianfan watched her leave. The turmoil of the past few days had left him feeling uneasy. Shen Jiming's unexpected move had been so sudden that no one knew how to react before being swept into the counterattack. He had always wondered how Shen Jiming could have died in such a safe place. However, he had also heard that the Deep Crown Society's surprise attack was fierce and cunning, their tactics almost reminiscent of the Alliance's. It was unexpected, ruthless, and decisive, and the garrison soldiers could hardly imagine anyone would risk their lives to fight back. Shen Jiming's unique abilities had made him a thorn in the enemy's side, an unspoken secret. Lin Zhao didn't travel far, only to an artificial defense planet near Thorn, where Jafako's remains were stored, and when Beiying was imprisoned nearby. She had always known that the primordial metal in Mao Luo's neck was due to his unclear consciousness, allowing Mao Luo to temporarily control himself. Otherwise, he would have been just another experiment of the Deep Crown Society. But as Mao Luo was exposed to a large amount of information about primordial metal within the Alliance, it was inevitable that the metal in his body would not be disturbed and awakened. It just depended on when it would fully awaken. Perhaps just when Mao Luo wanted to get rid of it. Lin Zhao wasn't sure if she actually plotted Mao Luo's death. But when he died as she hoped, she wasn't surprised, nor did she feel guilty. Today, she finally had the opportunity to bring the two small, primitive metal consciousnesses together. Thanks to Beiying's help, the metal consciousness within Jafako's brain remained relatively stable, even after undergoing a migration. Although Beiying was somewhat paranoid, her technique was still competent. For years, she'd been wary of that thing, never allowing it to come into contact with the outside world. The blood-stained metal bone was skillfully delivered directly to her. With success, the metal consciousness within Jafako's brain could be drawn out. Lin Zhao and Xiao were also constantly prepared. The moment they connected, Lin Zhao's brain felt like countless iron filings were pouring into her, scraping at her consciousness. It was preventing us from getting closer and understanding. Xiao also rarely felt uncomfortable. These two consciousnesses weren't powerful enough to completely block their entry, they could only mask the true content with blur and noise. Lin Zhao suppressed her repulsion, the veins on her forehead bulging. She wanted to know what the state of the raw metal was like when it synchronized information with a part of her. It wasn't what she had imagined. She had thought it would be a smooth transmission, pouring in like a stream of light. Instead, it too experienced a chaotic superposition. Everything seemed to be swept in, surging like debris floating in a flood, carrying both information and pollution. So how was this different from brainwashing? What was known and allowed to be seen was always determined by the stronger party. She stayed in the raw metals consciousness for a moment, and then left. She couldn't stay any longer. The two consciousnesses had merged, but this time, they no longer engaged in friendly, eager communication with Lin Xiao. It was incredibly quiet. But whatever. With their relationship on the verge of breaking down, Lin Xiao didn't bother pretending. She still had to recover the metal bone. She couldn't let it tell its kind what had happened here. She spoke to the soldiers stationed there, confirmed every detail, and then went into the office. She stayed there all day. Everyone else assumed she was up to something incomprehensible about a metal consciousness, so they wisely left her alone. But the room was already empty. At this critical juncture, her actions would surely attract widespread attention, though she wasn't entirely sure anyone would notice. Under the dim starry sky, her small aircraft was barely visible. On the route map, a tiny metal planet, not recorded on the Alliance's charts, was visible. It hovered quietly in the void, its surface riddled with cracks, like a scarred ruin. As Lin Xiao stepped onto this miniature planet, the metal surface automatically deformed. Across the hill ahead, a gate-like structure formed. Chapter 91. Beneath the pristine surface lies a hidden world. The underground air raid shelter, large enough to accommodate nearly 100 people, was divided into compartments. But once inside, a complete aircraft lay blocked the entrance, barring the view. However, access was possible through the hatches on either side, leading deeper into the building. The men inside were gathered in groups repairing their weapons. Although somewhat surprised to see Lin Xiao, they didn't crowd around her with questions. Lin Xiao headed straight for one of the rooms, which opened automatically. Shin Jiming sat on the bed, shirtless, holding a cell repair and regeneration device against his abdomen. Hearing the noise, he tilted his head, his smile tinged with resignation. "Why are you still recovering from your injuries?" Lin Xiao sat down beside him, instinctively reaching out to touch the edge of the wound, which hadn't yet fully healed, carefully examining its depth. "Because I just woke up, there's no time to process it slowly. I can't even think about it." Shin Jiming straightened his back, appearing calm, but in reality, he was in so much pain that he couldn't even bend his waist. His gaze remained fixed on the other man's face. "That barrage of attacks had me completely dazed. I thought I wasn't heading into Alliance territory, but into the Deep Crown Society's lair. After all, they're an illegal organization with considerable reserves of strength." Lin Xiao felt guilty. She could feel her gaze fixed on her, so she didn't dare look up, and her voice grew softer. Suddenly, her waist tightened. She'd lost her balance, leaning to the right. Her nose brushed against his sway cheek, their breaths practically tangling. "Your idea was yours, wasn't it?" Even if Shin Jiheng had the intention, he wouldn't understand the subtle interactions between metals, and he couldn't come up with a plan to defeat them by faking his own death. Shin Jiming lowered his eyes to stare at Lin Xiao's trembling eyelashes, almost close at hand. "And when that metal ball swallowed us, I was so half-conscious I thought it was the metal trying to carry me away. They say quiet people have big ideas, and now it seems true. You didn't even tell me?" In acting, of course, the protagonist has to fail realistically. "Are you okay?" Lin Xiao looked up, a rare, flattering smile playing at the corners of her mouth, almost ingratiating. "I can't take it anymore. I got several holes in my body, and my head's buzzing." Shin Jiming smiled, but didn't let go. Instead, he pressed closer. His breath fanned her cheek, and his deep voice was tinged with a hint of teasing. Please, hold your guilt for a little longer. Don't wait until tomorrow to come up with another bad idea behind my back." "What do you mean by a bad idea?" Lin Xiao finally found a point she could justify. "It's a clever trick. A cunning scheme to trick the Deep Meon Society into thinking we possessed a deadly weapon and then lost it. Then, blinded by your cleverness, what actions did the Deep Meon Society take?" Lin Xiao sat up straight without a change of expression and said sternly, "In the place where we seized the funds, they were simulating the interaction between mental power and infinite gold, which shows they really care." Shin Jiming's eyes widened slightly, and he pointed at himself. "Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would they attack him?" "Listen to me." Lin Xiao pressed his hand down and continued. "What they care about isn't whether your mental power can eliminate metal consciousness, but whether humans can directly control metal. Their focus is on improving their crappy equipment." Shin Jiming sneered softly. "If the remaining members of the Deep Crown Society are doing things that don't harm humanity, I can praise their dedication. What a shame, they become rats in the gutter. You say they gotten this far. Why are they still researching this?" Don't they know they can't possibly join the Alliance? The world outside the Alliance is much bigger, and they might not want to assimilate with us. Even if it looks like a mantis trying to shake a tree, we can't give them a single chance. Shin Jiming said, shifting to a different position to heal his wounds. The deep crown won't be that difficult to deal with, but what about the raw metal? Why is it so willing to help this time? After surviving the deception, he reviewed the situation and concluded that the raw metal must have played a greater role. Lin Zhao opened his palm and handed him the metal necklace. That's why I came here. I shouldn't have been here so soon. Shin Jiming recognized Xiao. He took it, and Xiao automatically connected to his mental power. What is this? The process by which the consciousness in Jafako's brain merges with the consciousness of the other metals. Did you feel it? Lin Zhao stared at him nervously, unsure he understood. She simply wanted to give it a try. Shin Jiming closed his eyes, quietly immersed in his perception, his mental energy flowing along with the information recorded by the Xiao. After a long moment, he withdrew his strength. I understand what you mean. I try. He pondered carefully, then added in a deep voice, if that's the case, then our previous strategy was misguided. From the very beginning, we were courting disaster, but we had no choice but to do this. Yes, but fortunately, the raw metal isn't very noticeable. So we need your ability to divert attention. Shin Jiming returned the Xiao to Lin Zhao and smiled. That's quite wise. You don't sound nice. Lin Zhao waved her hand and glanced around. Where's next? Shin Jiming pointed to a nearby drawer. The attack had been sudden, but the escort was battle-hardened, and even after suffering heavy initial damage, they quickly recovered. However, this time at the Deep Crown meeting seemed different. Besides disrupting the harbor's defenses, they concentrated their firepower on a single, precise strike, Shin Jiming's position. It was as if they knew his location. Hot weapons aren't particularly effective against raw metal, and for a short period, they gave the illusion of suppression. Just when Shin Jiming felt wounded and thought he was doomed, an undetected invisible mass enveloped their imperiled ship in a barrage of bombardment. They lost contact with the outside world. Just before Shin Jiming was about to pass out from overexertion of his mental energy, a mechanical voice rang out. When did you put Nex on my ship? Shin Jiming knew he'd been tricked, but he wasn't truly angry. Without Nex's covert guidance, Shin Mian wouldn't have been able to convince them that they had truly accomplished this. There are so many people around, so just let them go if you want. Shin Jiming sighed. He should be more cautious in everything he does. Lin Zhao also put Nex's necklace away. It's relatively safe here. This is a small metal planet I've been building bit by bit over the past 2 years. Its location won't be detected. I excuse you from hiding for a while. You're leaving now? Shin Jiming tried to get up, but his back stiffened, and he didn't move. I can't stay here for long. It would be bad if someone discovered my whereabouts. Lin Zhao pulled out all the medicine she packed into the folding device before leaving, along with a small piece of isolated metal, and shoved it all at Shin Jiming. Rest for a bit before we get started. Where are you going? Lin Zhao paused. To see Brother Ronan. I asked him to research the cutting of metal consciousness earlier, and there seems to be some progress. Shin Jiming observed her slightly evasive look but didn't point it out. Then be careful. The original metal's purpose. Once it discovers that the human approach isn't working, it resort to its own methods, and we'd be even less able to predict. Okay. After leaving the enclosed metal sphere, Lin Zhao did indeed head for the Ronan Research Institute. But not to Thorn, where Ronan was currently stationed. Ronan said he would give her full access to any location under his name. One such location was the Osca Warehouse, a storage facility for inorganic organisms. He was collaborating with the Alliance military. Although Ronan excelled in medical research, his understanding of metal consciousness was sufficient to design the essential components of the isolation equipment. The infinite gold and raw metals here were all captured during the battles with the Deep Crown Society. At first, people were at a loss as to how to use these items, so they kept them sealed away. With gradual and in-depth understanding, they were reactivated with increasing frequency. Lin Zhao's arrival did not surprise the garrison soldiers. There was probably no one in the entire alliance more suited to handling these metals than her. In a dark, undisturbed room, a row of raw metals lay across from Lin Zhao. She stared at him silently for a moment, then closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her mental power, like a thread, slowly seeped into the other person's sea of metallic consciousness. Time slipped slowly. After several hours, she finally opened her eyes. In the dim light, her pupils seemed hollow and dull for a moment. She sat quietly for a moment longer, then opened the terminal, her fingertips rapidly tapping out a few lines of information on the cold glowing screen. Then she left as if nothing had happened. For a while, she would come to this place. But she couldn't stay there permanently. The missions and chores back at Thorn were also overwhelming. Everything was business as usual. Except for Mu Qianfan. He and Lin Zhao didn't go on many missions together, but he always felt that Lin Zhao's temper had become much colder. On the battlefield, her movements became more decisive, her strikes faster and faster. Sometimes, they were so fast that they exceeded the planned harvest plan, catching the entire team off guard. The superiors would occasionally reprimand her for this. Lin Zhao was quick to admit it, without any excuses, and her words became less and less. Mu Qianfan knew this wasn't Lin Zhao's style, and asked her privately, but she simply said it was a desperate situation. Anyone with even a little training would know that those situations weren't exactly desperate situations. He endured it for a few days, then went to Eleanor. When Eleanor heard this, she slammed the table and stood up. Sure enough, she wasn't the only one who felt that way. Han Chanfeng told me that during missions, he saw Lin Zhao constantly staring at the terminal, sometimes writing something down. He pretended to sit over and glance at it a few times, and it was all just daily memories. Does she keep a diary? No, she never reminisces. Mu Qianfan's mind went blank for a moment, unable to think of any useful possibilities. Is she too tired? She's been going to the Oscar warehouse quite frequently lately. Could the mental overload and awareness have damaged her brain? Chapter 92. Lin Zhao sat in an inconspicuous corner of the airship, typing something on the terminal again. The journey had been long, and everyone was resting. She wrote for a while, yawned, and seemed to catch a glimpse of several figures in her peripheral vision. As soon as her vision returned, Eleanor and Han Chanfeng stood in front of her, one hand on each side. Mu Qianfan, in the moment she was stunned, snatched her terminal away. What are you doing? Lin Zhao tried to get up and reclaim it, but the two giant Buddhas before her showed no sign of moving. She had never imagined such a primitive and brutal robbery could occur in such a crowded place. Mu Qianfan moved with incredible speed, snatching the terminal away and dodging aside. The screen was still lit, the page frozen on the input screen. He quickly glanced at it. The latest entry was Lin Rui is dead, no one survived. He was stunned, then eagerly scrolled up. Lin Zhao's entries lacked any structure, they seemed disorganized and not in chronological order. Guancher saved me, but he's currently suspected of working for the Shenmian Society. You can always trust Brother Luo Nan, but he's ill. Don't put too much trust in other Alliance officers except Colonel Eleanor. The thinking of the original metal doesn't differ from that of humans, but it can be grounded in human thought. Mu Qianfan was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't even hear Eleanor calling out to him. He regained his composure, held up these memoirs, and asked Lin Zhao, "Why are you writing this?" Lin Zhao's expression remained calm. "Organizing my thoughts to better deal with the metal consciousness." "Why would you write about your own personal affairs?" Eleanor thought his question was too slow, so she snatched the terminal, thrust it in front of Lin Zhao's face, and asked bluntly, "Are you having a mental breakdown? Are you forgetting things?" Mu Qianfan stared at her with equal intensity. The air was heavy for a moment. "No, it's just that sometimes my mind gets a little confused, but it recovers quickly." "What do you mean by confused? Losing your memory of who you are?" Lin Zhao lowered her eyelashes, as if hesitating, before uttering a faint, "I can't remember where I am, what I'm doing, or who's in front of me." Eleanor's heart sank, the throbbing of blood in her ears piercing. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm herself. Is it a side effect of the excessive interaction between blood and metal? Or did you do something else? Lin Zhao didn't answer. "You damn child." Eleanor poked her forehead with a finger and dragged her to her office. Han Chanfeng grabbed hold of Mu Qianfan, who was about to follow, and asked gravely, "Has she told you about the progress of her communication with the raw metal?" Mu Qianfan paused for a moment, then shook his head. "No, that's confidential information. She definitely wouldn't tell you." "What's wrong? She didn't tell you either? Then how do you know what she's done?" He didn't know anything else. All he could think of at the moment were the voices within the Alliance questioning Lin Zhao, saying that her interaction with metal was too deep, and that sooner or later, she would lose control, even becoming a hidden danger. Non-public and transparent information could only be obtained from Lin Zhao alone. Whatever she said was the answer. Belief or disbelief was a matter of a moment's thought. A flicker of panic crossed his mind. "Lin Zhao, why have you put yourself in this situation again?" Han Chanfeng also looked deeply toward Eleanor's office. In the room, Lin Zhao sat solemnly, his back straight. "Tell me, Have you received new information from the metal that's not synchronized with us? Eleanor crossed her legs, her eyes piercing. It's just an experiment. We don't know if it's accurate or effective yet. Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me what you're doing. Lin Zhao tangled her fingers together. The information we got from the council doesn't explain how the metal's consciousness was accidentally activated, nor does it specifically explain how it was shut down. But based on my experience with reawakening the original metal with my blood, I think we can start by trying to clear or interfere with the human experience absorbed by the metal's consciousness. How? How? Didn't you say that the original metal was a solid block? It is now, but it probably wasn't in the past. Lin Zhao had reported this point. It had been the information discrepancy that concerned her most. Although the original metal is a unified consciousness, it also exists from individual. It evolved. Perhaps it was because the people of that time decided to eliminate it that the primordial metal sought to preserve itself in this way. Eleanor tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table. You want to resplit its consciousness? Why would that affect you? Why is its resistance so intense? Not really. Split and differentiate is just one of the interference strategies. I'm wondering, if the birth of primordial metal is related to human experience, can we understand that metal has memories, but not emotions? Eleanor raised an eyebrow. Emotional pollution? Like infinite gold, they are influenced by external stimuli, and their thinking patterns are constantly changing. On the surface, they appear absolutely rational, with only survival and expansion as their goals. But since they lie, they must have motives beyond mere rationality. And some of these lies may be laced with emotional elements, such as desire and fear. So, emotions might cause some of them to deviate from their unified will. Let's get to the point. What's wrong with you? Lin Zhao lowered her head again. Maintaining high-intensity mental interference is too exhausting. In order for infinite gold to absorb my emotions, I must allow it to be stronger than I am. That's drinking poison to quench thirst. Eleanor jumped to her feet, blood rushing to her head. She suppressed her voice and said, "Why didn't you tell me about this beforehand? If you die somewhere, I won't know where to collect your body. It's not that serious. I wrote a memo. Reading it will help me come to my senses." Eleanor's hand flickered, and she swallowed the curse word. Lin Zhao stopped her in her tracks and added, "Some of the primal metals have fallen into disarray. We can find a way to return this batch to the primal metals. But we can't give it directly to them. Have you discussed this with Shen Jiming?" Eleanor's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at her. "I met with him once." Lin Zhao hurriedly explained, "There's a reason. I discovered that when primal metals return and merge, it's not a peaceful handover. Perhaps Shen Jiming could exploit this and do the same." Eleanor knew, of course, that Shen Jiming was still alive. Even the defense gap in the SK-3-16 system was meticulously arranged by her. The spread of news of his abilities was also the result of her covert efforts. Otherwise, how could it have reached so many people, including the Deep Crown Society, so smoothly? However, no matter how much she did, it was still no match for someone else's treachery. Thinking this way, Eleanor shifted back to the role of a teacher rather than a superior. "I understand your actions, which hurt our enemies by 1,000 and hurt yourself by 800. You're making decisions privately because you're afraid we won't agree. But if you don't tell us, how is that any different from the situation of each going its own way, which you didn't want to see?" Lin Zhao couldn't refute it. She was indeed overthinking things. So, she had to ensure her ideas were feasible, otherwise her proposals regarding consciousness would likely be rejected by some fearful, conservative individuals. She understood this mentality, but that's why she chose to keep it secret. "Well, you know now," she murmured softly. Next, it's not just your business." Eleanor stared at her, her eyes firm. "I find a way. You can't try something so dangerous on your own again." Later, as Eleanor had said, every time Lin Zhao tried to induce the metal, Mu Qianfan would watch from the side. When her consciousness was disconnected and she couldn't remember who was who, Mu Qianfan acted as a supervisor and protector. Lin Zhao didn't know what Eleanor was busy with day to day. Since that day, she rarely returned to Thorn. Shen Jiheng, however, often contacted her, asking about the consciousness of the original metal. Lin Zhao simply organized her observations and speculations systematically. The parliamentary records don't contain detailed records, but from the understanding of the Deep Crown Society members, it seems that the original metal's initial consciousness was inspired by the experience of ancient civilizations. At that time, their spiritual levels were complex and diverse, yet they remained isolated and independent. There was no true connection between their frequencies. But after the ancient civilization destroyed their consciousness, The remnants left behind gradually realized in the silence that once a single frequency is destroyed, it truly returns to nothingness. Permanence, perhaps, does not come from the purity of the individual, but from the continuity of the group. Thus, they formed a resonance, their differences vanished, their self dissolved, yet this also gave them the possibility of not being completely extinguished. They became it, and it desperately sought its own integrity. But the few remaining pieces of raw metal still retained their original group consciousness, so it needed to continue assimilating them. This was why it needed the Deep Crown Society and exploited humans. Lin Zhao wrote these deductions bit by bit into the report, but she always felt a strange feeling. Something seemed to be missing between the words. She couldn't drink too much of the wine she had secretly stored in the bottle, or she would be discovered, but she urgently needed the burning pain in her throat to stimulate her unclear logic. Hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Mu Qianfen burst through the door. "Fix it for me," Lin Zhao said calmly, without even looking up. "Someone's coming to Thorn. They want you to leave." Colonel Han said, "You should take advantage of the chaos and escape." Mu Qianfen grabbed Lin Zhao's arm and ran out, but Lin Zhao quickly pulled his hand away with a deft move. "Don't panic. Who's coming?" "It's Major General Solvan's men. He was determined to lock you up back then, and it doesn't look like he'd be able to get away with it this time. Leave. How could you not hand me over? Since they're here, they must know I'm here. Sneaking away would be too embarrassing for the teacher." Lin Zhao stood up, shaking out his wrinkled clothes. "Go with them. Whether you can escape or not will depend on your own ability." Chapter 93. Based on the failure of the previous attempt to detain and transport Lin Zhao, everyone had gained experience this time, using a special non-metallic material to isolate Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao's biggest dislike was being detained without explanation. But it was inevitable. They would probably lock her up again, depriving her of sunlight for a few days, letting her spend her days alone until her will was gradually worn down, before releasing her for interrogation. Her experience didn't lag behind reality, for it was truly the case. Lin Zhao spent a few days in peace and quiet until someone finally came to see her. But to her surprise, it was Major General Solvan himself. Over 2 years had passed since their last meeting. The man before her looked a bit older. With the widespread availability of medical care and genetic therapy in the Alliance, the average human lifespan has already approached 200 years, and officers receive the highest priority for care. For someone like Solvan, who showed signs of aging in just 2 years, it could only be said that life was more demanding. "Did something happen to the Major General?" Lin Zhao asked. Despite her shackles, she felt more like a host. Solvan slowly sat down, putting on his glasses, which made him look a bit presbyopic. Anyone who has to attend meetings every day would lose their energy. "How are you doing?" "Not bad. Just connecting with the metal consciousness is taking too much energy." If Mu Qianfen were here, he would definitely make frantic eyes at Lin Zhao, signaling her not to talk about the things she least wanted to hear. But Solvan didn't react, only saying, "Thank you for your hard work." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he quickly got to the point. "You must be wondering why we've been together for so long, and why we suddenly called you back. With this kind of attitude, I can't call them a recall." Lin Zhao muttered quietly. Solvan showed her photos of several people. Lin Zhao recognized them. They were wanted members of the Deep Crown Society, some of whom were high-ranking leaders. They came to us on their own initiative, saying they wanted to join the light, and provided us with a wealth of information about the Deep Crown Society. "Doesn't that mean the Deep Crown Society has already fallen apart?" Solvan chuckled dryly. "Don't talk too fast. They revealed not only the Deep Crown Society's hiding places, but also your affairs. What's my connection to them?" "They provided a bunch of experimental data. I don't quite understand it, but the end result is clear. You and primordial metal share a common origin. Within current human technology, you possess the unique ability to resonate with metal." Lin Zhao, speechless, spread her hands. "So what?" Someone originally said that Lin Zhao's single thought could render all defenses useless. Primal metal is still a poorly understood technology and biological entity, but Lin Zhao can interfere with its manipulation. If primal metal exploits its homology to induce Lin Zhao to lose control, the harm would be beyond the control of any force. Lin Zhao understood. It's a familiar topic. It's a bit different from what we always done. Solvan retrieved the necessary data, removed his glasses, and pressed his eyelids. "They have evidence that you secretly reached a deal with primal metal. They detected primal metal adjusting its energy release, and the data curve shows it's attempting to mimic your alignment." Lin Zhao was silent for a moment, then blinked. "First of all, the fact that Deep Meon has access to my mental data is inherently unsettling. Of course, there have always been those within our ranks who espouse their ideals of artificial evolution. From their secret hiding to our tacit acceptance of their lurking presence, you were aware of this and even took advantage of it. Solfan leaned back in his chair, his whole body relaxed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Although the method of Shinjiming's death was somewhat childish, the goal was sound. It was enough to scare the Deep Crown Society and the Primal Metal for a while. He held up 2 more fingers and continued, according to normal developments, there are 2 possibilities. One is that you are feared and subsequently placed under close surveillance or even imprisoned. The other is that we see through their attempts to sow discord. What is your choice then? Solfan crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning. Personally, at least, I have never considered destroying a vital weapon. Lin Zhao merely raised an eyebrow, smiled faintly, and lowered her eyes. Many people present at the time believed that Major General Solfan was extremely conservative in his attitude toward her. While he could manage the external chaos, he absolutely could not allow any instability within. But the truth was, Solfan was even quicker than Shin Jiheng to rescue her. It was a tacit collaboration, though she usually reported directly to Shin Jiheng. In public, however, Major General Solfan remained the cold, almost harsh, iron-fisted general who tolerated no mistakes, both internally and externally. Even so, you still have to stay here for a while, Solfan instructed her. Then my previous work. You can continue here. However, the conditions here are not as good as Eleanor's territory, and many functions are not yet fully developed. Do what you can, don't force it. Lin Zhao nodded, then hesitated for a moment before asking, when will we close in on the traitors within the Alliance and Guanshi? There's no need to keep those who helped this time. As for Guanshi, if you're wondering where he is, I know. Lin Zhao raised her head. It seemed that every time she asked about him, others would tell her that capturing Guanshi was difficult, or be vague about the details. Even interrogating members of the Deep Crown Society proved difficult to obtain definitive leads. In fact, a significant number of Deep Crown Society captives were completely unaware of this person's existence. Solfan sighed imperceptibly. Do you know Gaelink? Lin Zhao shook her head in confusion. An independent kingdom. It has no dealings with the Alliance, let alone diplomatic ties. The Alliance knows almost nothing about it. Then how did he get in? That's the problem. Solfan shrugged, his tone bland, almost helpless. Honestly, many people know his whereabouts. I didn't tell you because you simply don't have the necessary authority. Solfan, as if to comfort her, said, don't be discouraged. I believe that with your abilities, you'll soon be able to access this kind of intelligence firsthand. Lin Zhao closed her eyes, hiding the roll of her eyes that threatened to burst out. If I don't ask, will I still not know? Is there something more urgent and important than the Deep Crown Society? Is Gaelink related to the Deep Crown Society? Since this involves 2 countries, we must be more cautious. Solfan said solemnly, we haven't found any connection between the Deep Crown Society and that place yet. The Alliance sent scouts, but they couldn't even get close to Gaelink's perimeter. Simply infiltrating resulted in significant losses. Lin Zhao rarely heard of the Alliance's military encountering such a situation. She had witnessed Alliance military operations before. The fact that they could inflict such losses meant that Gaelink's strength was likely far greater than she had initially anticipated. So, you know the key points here? Solfan clenched his fist. Although Guanshi hasn't appeared in a long time and doesn't seem to have done anything to harm the Alliance, he could almost be said to have been the instigator of many things. He visited Broken Arrow Star, gave data resources to the Deep Crown Society, and did a lot during his time as an expeditionary officer. But what exactly is his role in this timeline? Coordinate 0? What is that? Lin Zhao suddenly remembered what Shinjiming had told her. Even now, they didn't know whether it referred to a person or an object. I'm guessing Shin Jiheng didn't tell you that. But it doesn't matter now. Solfan jokingly replied, we recovered this name from the data Guanshi had erased. It's strange, there was nothing else, but this exact name. Did he do it on purpose? The only way to know is by asking him. Lin Zhao lowered her eyes. Are you telling me this today because you want me to do something? Solfan leaned forward, looking at her intently. Since Guanshi has been working on metal consciousness, he might be willing to communicate with you. But there's no rush. Just stay here and do your work. Okay. Except for the few close associates around Solfan, no one knew Lin Zhao was living comfortably there. After hearing Solfan say that Eleanor had come to see him many times, but he hadn't told the truth, Lin Zhao felt a little guilty. However, as time went on, Eleanor's visits became less frequent. Perhaps she had gathered some information from Shin Jiheng and only sent people to harass her regularly, just to keep up appearances. Lin Zhao's differentiation of metals progressed more and more smoothly. Under the influence of her blood and spirit, many of the raw metals developed some form of sentient thought. She wasn't sure how many of these raw metals could maintain their identity and avoid being devoured by their consciousness, but it was still a hope. After living here for over a month, Solfan told her that there was a mission she needed to carry out in secret. Lin Zhao had a vague idea of what she was about to encounter. This was probably the largest and most advanced warship she had ever boarded since she began participating in missions. Admiral-class equipment was indeed much more advanced than that of a colonel-class vessel. Everyone was on high alert, and even Lin Zhao, standing among them, felt a bit nervous. However, since we were already here, we might as well make the best of it. The route was long, and after a day and a night of interstellar travel, Lin Zhao hadn't seen any contact. She leaned against the window, boredly counting the stars. The stars reflected the light evenly. Her finger pressed against the window, and suddenly, a pure black hole appeared in front of her left. Alarms within the warship blared simultaneously, and red warning lights flashed continuously. A black crack slowly expanded in the void, like a pitch-black curtain being torn apart. The faint outline of a massive ship emerged from behind the rift. Compared to the warship they were on, this one obscured the sky. It's not that the Alliance couldn't achieve this kind of interstellar jump technology, but it wasn't yet capable of large-scale transportation, nor could it be so controlled and stable as what was happening now. Lin Zhao didn't know how others felt, but she felt a pang of anxiety from the moment the black hole began to expand. But looking around, people were beginning to faint. Chapter 94. When Lin Zhao awoke, she was still on the same warship. The scene before she fell unconscious replayed itself. The unconscious soldier still sprawled on the ground. The only difference was a new figure in the command seat in front of her. Lin Zhao abruptly stood up, fully recovered, and immediately checked the breathing of the soldiers around her. Everything's fine. Why are you so nervous? I'm here for a friendly chat. The man didn't even turn around, his muffled voice coming through intermittently between bites. Lin Zhao's gaze drifted unconsciously out the window. The massive ship, obscuring the starry sky, still hung there silently. This wasn't an illusion. This wasn't a dream. Her gaze suddenly tightened, returning to the figure before her. Guanshi, why are you here? Her voice was cold and hard. Weren't you all frantically messaging me about chatting? I'm just here at your invitation. Guanshi chewed as he spoke. But some of the food in the Alliance is better than ours. I haven't been back in ages, and I'm really craving it. You? Lin Zhao noted the word sharply. We? What's wrong? Guanshi scooped up his half-eaten meal in a piece of oil paper he found somewhere and tucked it into his pocket. He looked at Lin Zhao with a hint of amusement. Aren't you used to being divided between you and us? Lin Zhao's fingers tightened, countless theories racing through her mind. How had he gotten into this sealed, impenetrable warship? She couldn't even remember what had happened in the moment she just blacked out. They told me before that you and Shen Mian were related, and I thought it was ridiculous. She had intended to lower their guard while aiming her weapon, but upon seeing Guanshi, she suddenly decided against it. Guanshi shook his head. It's ridiculous even now. How can we even be considered related? I only gave them what they wanted. Beyond that, we have no friendship. Broken generation star? Yes, otherwise, with their identities, it would be difficult to do anything. Perhaps the confusion in Lin Zhao's eyes was too strong, so Guanshi chuckled softly, stood up, walked over to her, and extended a hand. Let's formally introduce ourselves again. I'm Ohus Colin from Gaelink. Lin Zhao didn't move. So you're not from the Alliance? Of course, I'm just borrowing an identity to observe the Alliance. Observe what? Observe the birth of new companions. As Guanshi said this, his eyes suddenly brightened. Lin Zhao grew increasingly uneasy under the stairs. You've been hiding for so long. Why are you suddenly willing to come out now? Guanshi raised an eyebrow. As you expected, the observation is over. Were you the one directing the Shenyan Society to do those things? Guanshi waved his hand, smiling helplessly. You think too highly of me. They don't need any guidance, they just want to do it. It's just that what they want to do is what we're observing. You also want the results of the human consciousness experiment? The stuff the Shenyan Society does. Guanshi chuckled disdainfully. That's quite insulting. Who would want something so frivolous? Their initial display did give us hope, but unfortunately their vision was too narrow, and they could only produce a substandard product within our understanding. The cabin fell silent for a moment. Lin Zhao stared at him. You're not saying I'm also the fruit of your dreams, are you? Yes and no. Have you ever considered what kind of people we are? Solvan and Lin Zhao had said they knew very little about Gaelink, not even what was there. Guancher explained, Gaelink is a very small planet, inhabited only by artifact creatures. Of course, we chose this name ourselves, we don't care, it's just for the sake of understanding. Are the artifact creatures you're talking about just the guinea pigs of various technological byproducts? Technology. Guancher pondered the word. Perhaps. No one can truly explain. We still don't understand ourselves that deeply, the world itself is too wondrous. And you too? Lin Zhao unconsciously took a half step back. She was certain she couldn't handle this unknown, but she had nowhere to hide. Guancher said nothing more. He suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Lin Zhao suddenly tried to break free, but found it wasn't a physical hold. She couldn't find any foothold, as if she were trapped in a blurry space. As she savored the feeling, she saw Guancher's hand clench into a fist, piercing her wrist. Instantly, a piercing pain gripped her nerves, racing straight to her brain. Lin Zhao gritted her teeth, trying to hold it back, but the pain still pierced her lip, the sweet, fishy taste of blood filling her mouth. She stumbled and slumped against the wall. But when she looked down, her wrist was intact, no trace of damage. Guancher raised his hands. Don't be nervous, it's just a demonstration. So, do you understand what an artifact creature is? What is that? The pain continued, and Lin Zhao struggled to catch his breath and not lose his balance. Like me, every resident of Gaelink possesses abilities that are difficult for your common sense to understand. However, if you insist on explaining it with technology, just assume I can deconstruct space. Lin Zhao flexed her wrists, her throat moving slightly. You everyone? Yes, everyone. Her gaze narrowed slightly. If you can achieve this, why do you still need to deal with the Alliance and the Deep Crown? As I said, it's for observation and to expand our ranks. Guancher's pride was hard to conceal. We come from all corners of the universe, brought together by our uniqueness. Some members, like you, have indeed endured great hardships to gain their abilities, but they have all found their home, a place that truly accepts them, and a common goal. Originally, I didn't have to endure such hardships, Lin Zhao said softly. This is the result of your human greed. Even if I offered you a knife, the one you stabbed was one of your own. A knife is clearly for cutting vegetables. Guancher didn't respond. Don't think I'm being too ruthless by making such clear distinctions, because you know nothing about us. Lin Zhao was silent for a moment, then asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. I want to know, is raw metal also a tool of yours? Guancher's tone softened at this point. It was, after all, a common technological product. Its creators lived in a privileged era, approaching the true meaning of the universe. Unfortunately, they perished in internal strife. But we did utilize it. You call it the raw metal, we call it the guide. Utilized it for what? We didn't want anything to happen to you, so we kept it to see if it could be of any use to you. Otherwise, we just recycle it. The Alliance's long-suffering adversary, in Guancher's mouth, was spoken with such ease that it felt like recycling trash. Lin Zhao's blood ran cold again. So you knew everything. You knew what Shenmian would do, the Alliance's response, and the changes in the raw metal and me. Guancher's response was cold, yet he patiently repeated, yes, we saw it all. That's why I was disappointed and stopped observing. This farce isn't worth investing any more energy in. Low-dimensional things are boring. So what are your higher dimensions like? Guancher held out his hand persistently. Would you like to come with me and take a look? Lin Zhao looked into those eyes, sensing sincerity, but she refused to give in. She took a step forward. Everyone on the warship gradually regained consciousness. A head count was taken, and Lin Zhao alone was missing. The surveillance had been disrupted, and no one knew what had happened. A deathly silence fell in the command cabin. After a brief moment of panic, the warship was forced to urgently change course and return. Solvan knew that allowing Lin Zhao to rashly contact the people of Gaelink would be extremely risky. He had been mentally prepared, but when it actually happened, he felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. This suggested that the enemy's strength might be even more terrifying than he had anticipated. But the others were completely unaware of this. Few people knew the place named Gaelink. Shen Jian came to demand his men, but he couldn't hand them over. After consulting with other senior generals, they decided to disclose Gaelink's existence to everyone in the Alliance. Shen Jiming, who had been hiding, was also abruptly recalled. According to the original plan, once his mental power had synchronized with the primordial metal, he would reappear and, in concert with Lin Zhao's consciousness, wipe them out. Lin Zhao's disappearance disrupted many plans. But strangely, The various alliance forces secretly monitoring the Deep Crown Society reported almost simultaneously that the Deep Crown Society's base had suffered a devastating blow. But they didn't see who had struck. In less than a week, the Deep Crown Society, whether in its hideouts or undiscovered, was gone. The more significant the gains there, the more intense the concerns here. The meeting solved nothing. Gatling never responded again. Anxiety spread like a plague through every army. It was especially severe in Thorn. Shin Jiming and Mu Qianfan stared up at the sky in silence. Where do you think she is? Mu Qianfan glanced at the distant spire, his tone forced with casualness, his mind blank. We searched everywhere connected to the Shinyan Society and Guancher. How could someone that old disappear? Shin Jiming didn't answer. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, stifling all his words. The wind suddenly picked up speed. He tilted his head to look in its direction. The next moment, a resounding explosion erupted, a flash of dark light flashed through the air, and a figure plummeted, crashing hard into the center of the square beneath them. The patrolling soldiers froze in shock, their weapons instinctively raised in alert. Is it someone? The wind swept away the dust. It was a figure so disheveled it was almost unrecognizable, its clothes torn and bloodstained. More and more people gathered around. Chapter 95. Lin Zhao heard some voices. It's been 7 days since the numbers were normal, but why hasn't she woken up yet? Beat you up like that, and then throw you down? I mean, is she really still conscious after being seriously injured? Her body went through a physical transformation, but her arms and legs are still there. That in itself is incredible. Then why don't we think about it a little more? Just let me be quiet for a moment. But she didn't recognize the voice. The voice came and went, as if through the ripples of water. She tried to sit up, but couldn't even tell if she was moving. But then she heard another loud voice, as if calling for help, and then she lost track of what was happening. When she regained consciousness, she opened her eyes, and saw only a pale blue ceiling. She calmed down. This place seemed familiar. It should be Thorn's medical office. Since she came here so often, she had painted the house blue herself. She was back. A sense of peace and relaxation suddenly washed over her, and she nearly fell asleep again. But then she thought of what had happened since she and Guancher left. Somewhere, finding strength, she fumbled around with her hands, pulling out all the tubes on the backs of her arms. If the physical examination data showed abnormalities, she could naturally call for help. A cold, white light rushed in along with the figure. Lin Zhao's throat felt like it had been scraped by sandpaper, and she managed a few words. Guancher. We talk later. For some reason, Ronan was the first to rush over. The bags under his eyes were heavy, and the dark circles were as dark as ink. At first glance, he looked like he hadn't slept for days. Lin Zhao's reaction was a beat slow, but a thought still occurred to him at this inopportune moment. This was more like Brother Ronan's style. After a thorough checkup, there were no issues. It's just that your body hasn't recovered yet, and will need some time to recover. The news of your awakening will probably spread to many people soon. You be in trouble again soon, he whispered. Lin Zhao tilted her head, staring at him silently. Damn it! He hasn't had a few days of peace yet. He didn't look directly at Lin Zhao, as if mumbling to himself, and forced himself to swallow a sigh of frustration. Lin Zhao was silent for a moment, then reached out, her fingertips gently hooking the edge of his coat. Some people arrived quickly. Eleanor and Shin Jiming arrived almost at the same time. For some reason, Lin Zhao felt a surge of resentment when he saw Eleanor. Although the choices were hers, she was willing to put on a show with Sol Van, willing to contact Gaelink, willing to leave alone with Guancher. Some emotions just surfaced. Eleanor leaned over and stroked her hair, her movements gentle as if soothing a wounded animal. Shin Jiming stood behind Eleanor, his expression also unreadable. You've been missing for 10 days, and in a coma for 10 days, Eleanor said softly, a hint of pity in her eyes. She didn't immediately ask what had happened. As long as she was back, she was happy. Originally, although everyone was looking for her, few dared to believe she could return alive. Rest for a while. I go get rid of them. I don't know who spoke so quickly, but everyone is rushing to you. After saying this, she gently squeezed Lin Zhao's hand and turned to leave. Shin Jiming was the only one left in the room. He took a few steps closer. Guancher. Lin Zhao struggled to utter the two words, but her mouth was pinched shut. Her eyes gradually widened. Shin Jiming performed this gesture expressionlessly, staring into her surprised eyes. Then, his gaze shifted downwards. He slowly loosened his grip, and his fingertips brushed against her cheek. The touch was so light it almost felt like an illusion. The two of them stared at each other in silence. Shin Jiming silently turned his back on her, but Lin Zhao felt as if one of her fingers was being gently tugged. Lin Zhao decided to say something. I experienced some miraculous things. Her voice was erratic in her ears, as if it hadn't settled in her throat. But it was a syllable she forced out with great effort. Perhaps speaking more would help. From now on, I wish you a more ordinary life. Seriously, I never seen anything like that before. Lin Zhao stared at the ceiling, still feeling dreamy as she recalled the past. I met a group of incredibly powerful creatures. They seemed capable of anything, even without the aid of technology. She still remembered how, when she and Guancher left, she simply took his arm and was whisked away from the warship, standing in an unfamiliar space. Looking out the window, she saw the Alliance warships across the way. She asked Guancher what they were going to see, and he took her back to Gaylink, completely unsuspecting. Only when she set foot on this miniature planet did she realize that Guancher wasn't arrogant, but rather confident. The companions Guancher spoke of weren't all humans. They were a diverse group of beings difficult to categorize. There were towering, majestic star beasts, plants whose roots spread into the void, and even forms that defied common sense, resembling flowing mist or refracted light and shadow. Whether beasts, plants, or those indefinable, bizarre creatures, they all greeted her. There was no hostility, but rather a strange kindness and curiosity. Perhaps to reassure her, a creature resembling a human stepped forward. Only when he spoke did Lin Zhao confirm it was a human. However, he was always wearing something like goggles. Upon closer inspection, Lin Zhao discovered it wasn't just a handkerchief, but rather deeply connected to his skull and nerves. He said his name was Fudendona, and his father was from the Alliance, so he considered himself half-fellow. He politely apologized, admitting that he had indeed observed Lin Zhao for a long time. Then he smiled and said he wanted to show her something interesting. Lin Zhao was extremely wary of this rhetoric of using courtesy first, then force, but a picture suddenly appeared in her mind. A star map automatically zoomed in on a certain area, revealing dozens of red dots scattered throughout. Fudendona explained that this was the distribution of the primordial metal, and also the location of the remnants of the Deep Crown Society. Lin Zhao didn't know how she had seen the map, but Fudendona waved his finger before her eyes, and several of the dots vanished. Common sense would indicate the annihilation of the Deep Crown Society. But how did they do it? Guancher explained that the primordial metal acted like bait, attracting the Alliance members and the Deep Crown Society. After the observation period concluded, the bait would naturally cease to exist, and the Deep Crown Society would become dispensable. They had no intention of destroying anyone or anything, but as a token of their friendship, they were willing to do this for Lin Zhao. They spoke with remarkable frankness, even sincerity. Lin Zhao listened, stunned. She suddenly wondered what she had been doing these past few years. What she had desperately pursued and resisted seemed, in their eyes, a simple matter of hand. Fudendona said that was his ability, that he could alter the very existence of projections. Although he had merely erased the light spot on the screen, the effect of that erasure could also occur in reality. He spoke lightly, as if demonstrating a simple trick, but to Lin Zhao, it struck like a hammer. This power was far more than simply powerful. It had transcended the causal logic of human habit. War, strategy, the struggle for resources all seemed childish games before them. When Lin Zhao came to her senses, Shin Jiming had already grasped her hand tightly. You know, they say infinite gold and primal metal share the same origin. It was the people of Broken Age Star who isolated primal metal, affecting its origins. Back then, they were just ordinary metals. She coughed weakly, a hint of melancholy. I felt something was missing when I was writing my report. Once they explained it, I realized why primal metal's restoration of its true self would devour infinite gold. I thought it was a ploy by the Deep Crown Society to curry favor. In fact, primal metal told us its purpose from the beginning. Talk less, your throat is about to split. Although Shin Jiming said this, his mind was in turmoil. She was telling a story. But it should exist. The Alliance has always been home to numerous academic factions, some of whom have indeed researched and even openly supported similar high-dimensional abilities. They believe that technology is merely a transitional means to approach the limits of human development, but it cannot be the ultimate goal. In this theory, the existence of superpowered individuals is seen as a precursor to the future, like Lin Zhao. During the period of dealing with the Deep Crown Society, these academics had heard rumors, and some even ventured to the military to inquire about Lin Zhao. Unfortunately, their influence within the Alliance was too weak, and their voices were quickly drowned out, with no one willing to pay attention. Lin Zhao, naturally, was unaware that this group was interested in her. Shin Jiming's breathing tightened slightly. He couldn't tell whether he should be happy that Lin Zhao had returned safely, or deeply uneasy about everything she had encountered. If what Lin Zhao said was true, then Gaelink's attitude towards her was not just a momentary interest or a casual act of kindness. This was what most disturbed Shen Jiming. His grip unconsciously tightened, his knuckles turning white. When he realized it, he immediately loosened it, pretending nothing had happened, even trying to maintain a calm demeanor. Lin Zhao still wanted to speak, back in a familiar place, the desire to express himself overflowing. It seemed that only constant talking could calm his heart. They also took me around Gaelink and showed me their observations of the Alliance. The Alliance's observations were solely the responsibility of the two of them. Futendana was in charge of the overall situation in Gaelink, while Guancher joined the game as a guiding NPC. They observed who would be interested in raw metal and infinite gold, and who would use them to achieve in-depth development. But they all failed. I asked them why I was the unexpected success, and Guancher said that while my abilities weren't as impressive as the other members, they were useful. Useful in what ways? Shen Jiming's brows furrowed. Lin Zhao's gaze shifted from the ceiling to Shen Jiming. He said every member is a key, and I am no exception. Chapter 96. Lin Zhao's experience was quickly reported up the chain of command, reaching the upper echelons. Lin Zhao had no idea what the superiors outside were planning, for she couldn't imagine. Unless there were hidden superhumans within the Alliance, she couldn't come up with any countermeasures. After all, she had witnessed those beings with her own eyes. The undeniable power, powerful enough to defy common sense, was almost suffocating. She had believed that, having glimpsed the secrets of the raw metal, she would be one step ahead of the enemy, and that the complete destruction of the Deep Crown Society seemed within reach. The secret excitement of being closer to the truth had briefly made her believe she had the initiative. Suddenly, someone told her that none of this was meaningful. All her efforts were instantly crushed into nothingness. The absurdity of this made her surge with intense rage. And so, almost instinctively, she had the thought, beyond her capacity, that life and death no longer mattered at this moment. She wanted to eliminate the factors that extinguished the meaning of her existence. However, Guancher and Futendana simply exchanged a smile and cheerfully embraced the battle. Anything metal, she could use. Everything she could mobilize roared forth under the impetus of her will. A sharp, piercing sound ripped through the air as her weapon sliced through Futendana's shoulder, sending blood and flesh splattering. For a moment, she thought this was her chance of victory. But the next moment, she realized she was terribly wrong. The enemy cared nothing for the wounded flesh. The flash of Futendana's eyes was not pain, but patience, as if waiting for a student's inevitable blunder. Finally, Guancher ended this demonstration. As his power activated, space suddenly folded and ripped around Lin Zhao. Her attacks were easily dismantled, her defenses instantly crumbling. Lin Zhao felt as if her flesh and bones were being torn apart by space. But nothing happened. Her body was flung out of the world. She vaguely heard Guancher say, "Give her 2 months to think about it," and then she fell heavily to the ground in thorn. When people are completely helpless, they often become so anxious that they resort to seemingly insignificant actions. Whenever someone from the Alliance came to see Lin Zhao, she would say, "I'm learning to walk, please wait." Unsure of what Guancher had done, Lin Zhao felt completely alienated from her body. Her movements were sluggish, her senses were raw, and she needed to readjust. So, while others bustled about, she held onto the cold walls of the base corridors, taking slow steps like a toddler. People repeatedly asked her what Gaelink was like, what the purpose of the creatures there was, and what the key was. Even Eleanor couldn't withstand the barrage of inquiries. So, apart from being questioned and undergoing rehabilitation, Lin Zhao preferred to stay on the rooftop, where there was no ceiling and no human voices. And anyone who knew her would undoubtedly find her there. Mu Qianfan and Shen Jiming went upstairs together, and watched her tilt her head back completely. They stood behind her, also looking up. "What are you looking at?" "Looking. Perhaps they're still observing me?" she replied calmly. Every time Mu Qianfan heard this kind of talk, he felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced at Shen Jiming beside him, a rare pleading gesture, hoping he could say something to ease the tension. However, Shen Jiming remained silent, staring at the boundless sky. Mu Qianfan had actually come to ask what Lin Zhao's choice was. As an ordinary non-commissioned officer, he wasn't qualified to know the details. He only knew that a group of high-dimensional superpowers had discovered a way to explore time and space in the universe, and that certain beings who had experienced specific events had become keys to the past, or even another time and space. At first, he didn't understand, so Shen Jiming explained that it was like a projection. Take Lin Zhao, for example. Her blood could communicate with metallic consciousness. This was incredible in the human world, but in another world, it might just be the most common interface. She wasn't a miracle, but a projection of that world into ours. Through her, we could find the other side. Mu Qianfan had always been a pure materialist. When his worldview collapsed, Shin Jiming comforted him, saying that this was just a field that people hadn't discovered yet, so we should continue to develop science and technology. Mu Qianfan nodded, half understanding. But now, the reactions of these two people were as if they were waiting for a god to descend. Lin Zhao suddenly withdrew her gaze from the sky and stared at Shin Jiming's face. What's the Alliance's actual attitude? She didn't believe what those middle-aged officers, who looked completely devoid of smiles, said. They left it to her to decide whether to continue contact with Gaelink. They were probably secretly plotting when to shoot her again, to completely eliminate this troublesome variable. No one wants to give up. They're all thinking, give it a try, just in case it works. Didn't you say they don't have many people? Shin Jiming's voice was steady, almost cold, and neither comforting nor sarcastic. But the words emanated in unseemly lightness. Lin Zhao raised her eyebrows, about to inquire further, when she saw him lower his head, his eyes meeting hers. What about you? I thought about it. Lin Zhao's answer was crisp and clear, her gaze full of calm. Think about what? Mu Qianfan suddenly bent down, almost in front of her. I think I need help. Lin Zhao pushed his face away and raised her arms. Help me. The two men, one on each side, helped her up. Mu Qianfan stared at her nervously, awaiting her next instruction. Lin Zhao suddenly laughed. It's not the end of the world. Relax. Isn't this worth worrying about? I don't think the Gaeling people are that difficult. Aren't they difficult? They already been like that. Be careful with your words. They're powerful, but I don't think they're interested in the Alliance, so they won't do anything to harm it. Just like a fisherman, a net can catch hundreds of fish, big and small, but the small ones are always released. People won't dwell on two weak creatures for too long, and the Gaeling people are probably the same. So what have you decided? He asked again. Didn't I just say I need help? What's this nonsense? Tell me. I won't tell you. Ah. When the three of them returned to the base, Mu Qianfan could no longer brazenly beg for help, and he fell silent in an instant. And when it was his turn, Shin Jiming was the only one to escort Lin Zhao back. But as soon as the door closed, he asked, Tell me, what do you want from me? Just when he had helped her up, she had squeezed his hand hard. Shin Jiming was quite impressed by this kind of open, private communication. If it were you, what would you choose? Lin Zhao got straight to the point. I don't know. Haven't you considered it? No. Lin Zhao found this strange. It wasn't like Shin Jiming to think ahead. But I thought about what I would do if someone gave you a hard time. Lin Zhao was a little curious. Who else could possibly have a solution now? Shin Jiming's eyes were frank and firm. This time, I hope no one can decide your path for you. So, I handle any obstacles. Lin Zhao didn't grasp his meaning for a moment. You know, if there are obstacles, they might be. It doesn't matter what it is. Shin Jiming didn't hesitate. Lin Zhao stared at him, stunned. For some reason, she felt as if they weren't talking about the same thing. And what the other person said. This discrepancy made her heart flutter, yet also gave her an inexplicable sense of peace. But she didn't dare dwell on it, choosing, as always, to change the subject. Then what I'm about to say seems like I'm using you. Then use me. Lin Zhao pursed her lips. I want you to teach me how to use your mental power. Have you forgotten even that? Not really. It's just that it's not enough. I need to use my mental power to connect more. What are you trying to do? Shin Jiming suddenly grew wary. Lin Zhao sat stiffly back on the bed, his back hunched, his eyes somewhat vacant. I've been thinking about this for a few days, and I feel this is the only way to be absolutely sure. Just tell me, what will happen to you with this absolutely perfect outcome? I don't know. Maybe they stay alive, or maybe they live a very abstract existence. Lin Zhao relaxed, after Xiao and next came into contact with Guanshi and the others. Especially when I fought them, they felt the power fluctuations brought to them by that higher dimension. So I thought, since that's the case, I could use it. What inorganic matter feels can be applied to humans. At this point, rigor is no longer necessary. All we can do is boldly explore. I admit, I have no idea what Guanshi's methods are, and those few days of contact aren't enough. But now there's no time. Lin Zhao looked up, her smile a bit bitter. You know, the teacher told me privately that she was planning to send Colonel Han as an undercover agent to infiltrate the Shenzhen Neon Association. The plot was halfway through, and then this happened to me. And when I think about how I came up with a bunch of seemingly clever plans, and then sent you to hide in that desolate metal sphere, I feel incredibly stupid and ridiculous. Gaelink's slap didn't hurt, but it was extremely insulting. Shinjiming was silent for a moment, then spoke in a low, firm voice. I can help you. The two looked at each other, the only sound in the air being the sound of each other's breathing. Shinjiming raised his hand, his fingertips touching Lin Zhao's forehead, his mental power slowly invading. Lin Zhao let out a long sigh. I'm a little uncomfortable. It feels like... Have you become even more powerful? Didn't you ask me to find the frequency of the primordial metal? In the process, my mental power has already greatly expanded. Shinjiming's hand slowly slid downward, his gaze still fixed on the distance. I can show you where my mental power connects. But, since you're not in command, it might be a little difficult. Then listen, watch, and feel more. How long can you maintain this? It depends on you. Does it make you uncomfortable? Lin Zhao watched him unbutton his collar, feeling a slight heat. No, it won't. Shinjiming's gaze shifted for a moment, his Adam's apple moving slightly. Chapter 97. The 2-month deadline has arrived. Lin Zhao arrived at the meeting place Guanxi had arranged as promised. The metal sphere she had collected and crafted. They knew everything yet said nothing. Their sudden mention of it only served to evoke a wave of arrogance. Guanxi and Fudendona appeared before Lin Zhao punctually. Lin Zhao hadn't had the nerve to ask last time, if they could manipulate space without any tools, why did they always have to operate such a massive, intimidating warship? Lin Zhao had a vague idea of the answer. Probably to show off, to intimidate. That was technology they learned from other dimensions, far more advanced than the alliances. How have you been? Fudendona asked, his tone brisk. It was as if the previous tension had never existed. But then again, it was just Lin Zhao's one-sided anger. She had already calmed down during her time in Thorn. In front of the Gaelink men, I must not let even a trace of my impotent rage leak out. Lin Zhao raised his chin. Can't you see it? Fudendona stood with his arms folded, smiling unblushingly. It's okay to peek it occasionally. Peeping Tom? Lin Zhao cursed him inwardly. But I didn't know if they could hear me. He didn't say it, probably because they couldn't hear my true feelings. Otherwise, with their personalities, they would have said it out loud as a joke. Well? What's your choice? Guanxi asked. I can be your key. Guanxi raised an eyebrow slightly. So straightforward? I told you before, although you are the key to that world, you are from the Alliance and carry the technological side effects of the Broken Star civilization. Therefore, we can't be sure which door you can open. Moreover, becoming a key carries its own risks. Although we stand here, we're merely surviving. You already mentioned the pros and cons several times, and I know all about them. Lin Zhao responded calmly. Guanxi continued to remind her, the world you open might affect the projections projected onto this world. Not only you, but the Alliance itself might be affected. Did those people just let you in like that? At this point, whatever they say or do is meaningless. Guanxi chuckled. While that was true, he didn't believe the Alliance would allow such a major oversight to persist. However, as Lin Zhao had said, she had already arrived. Although he had observed that Lin Zhao was secretly improving her mental power, what effect would this final push have? Mental power is, after all, a low-level ability, at best useful for influencing a localized confrontation. In the vast projection of the universe, this little power is simply not enough to shake up the situation. Then follow us. This metal sphere was merely the chosen middle ground. Guanxi knew the Alliance was nearby, and Lin Zhao knew they had known about it for a long time. It was just that they had all been acting out their intentions, and the Alliance had been unwilling to take action. Leaving here would truly be escaping the Alliance's surveillance. Lin Zhao followed Guanxi's steps, her eyes seemingly glancing off into the distance. There lay the Alliance's stealth fleet. A faint smile flickered across her lips, fleeting. Although Guanxi's ship was enormous, its jumps and transfers were as smooth as flowing water. Its presence was instantly folded and obscured. As the ship completely sank into the spatial gap, the Alliance's surveillance screens went blank. Mu Qianfan, standing behind the other generals, also noticed the change in the scene. Is it really okay? He lowered his voice, practically whispering into Shinjiming's shoulder. It's unlikely she'd be able to come back. What? Shinjiming's voice suddenly tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. We don't know Gaelink's style, so she decided not to do anything without causing a rift. How is that possible? She's already gone. We have to do something under their noses, and we can't defeat them by fighting. She used her mental power to adjust the frequency, and prevent them from succeeding. But she might get lost there. Mu Qianfan was momentarily stunned. This use of mental power. Recovering consciousness, he suddenly grabbed Shen Jiming's arm with such force that the surrounding generals turned back in surprise. Shen Jiming's expression remained unchanged. He simply pressed down on his hand and pulled him back. You taught her. You knew what she was going to do. Mu Qianfan understood. This was a subtle skill only a commander could master, and his voice trembled with anger. Shen Jiming didn't evade the question, nor did he even try to defend himself. Yes, I taught her how to achieve quick results. I knew she was headed for a point of no return, but I didn't stop her. You? The fire in Mu Qianfan's chest found no outlet. Under his completely honest gaze, all the anger was forced back into him, transforming into an indescribable suffocation. So, Shen Jiming's expression remained unchanged, but he clasped his hand tightly, preventing him from making any more large movements. It's my fault. Don't tell her to stop in front of others. Mu Qianfan stared at him, his eyes gradually cooling from blazing anger to a strange, stiff look. Eleanor from the front caught a glimpse of the movement behind them, but she didn't move to stop it. She simply stared at the last image of Lin Zhao's vanished coordinates, her fingertips slowly tightening around her palms, motionless for a long moment. Lin Zhao felt no discomfort with this hyperspeed flight and spatial jump. The scene by the window shifted a few times, and she arrived at Gaelink. Guancher led her directly to the foot of a mountain. On the top of a mountain? We have to climb up? You have a strong sense of ritual. Lin Zhao looked up and saw a small platform in the distance. We have to stay away from living creatures, for fear of any negative influence. Guancher lifted his coat and strode forward. By the way, I give you some precautions along the way. Why do you seem more nervous than I am? Pudendona suddenly burst into laughter. This guy has observed the alliance with emotion and put himself in their shoes. This surprised Lin Zhao. Guancher didn't try to hide it, admitting openly, after all, I've been Guancher for decades. As a soldier and a teacher, I've always been very serious. Lin Zhao remained silent. Perhaps their standards of evaluation differed. Okay, let's get down to business. Once you reach the summit, you see a space resembling a hexagram. It's a structure that stabilizes the fluctuations of space-time. And to initiate the ritual, you probably need some blood. How much? I'm anemic. Pudendona couldn't help but glance sideways. He had never seen such a fragile weakness before. Guancher said, it won't be much. As long as it can form a closed loop with the core metal in the ritual device, we're all ready. You just need to keep the energy input steady. What does it feel like when you successfully unlock it? That's not always true. Every world is different. Guancher stroked his hair, recalling, at the time, I saw something that looked like a door. It was actually a sign of a projection falling from a higher dimension to a lower one, essentially a folding of space. So what's the difference between me carrying a space folding device, and what we're going to do today? Pudendona answered preemptively, yours only exists in this space-time, but as a key, it interacts between different spaces and times. Don't even dream your alliance can do something like that. Lin Zhao pursed her lips and asked, what about you? What did you see when you succeeded? I saw many circular doors. Pudendona tilted his head to look at her. My life experiences have also spanned multiple civilizations, so I chose one of many and gambled on my life. What if the gamble didn't work out? I once saw someone who opened the wrong door, and in an instant, his hometown vanished. What do you mean, disappeared? The planet is gone? The object he opened, the corresponding higher dimensional world, swallowed up the projection here. You can think of it this way. The different worlds don't interfere with each other. What we do will make those worlds realize that they have mirror images of parallel time and space, and the more powerful worlds will naturally devour the lower dimensional worlds to expand. They hadn't discussed this before. Lin Zhao was swallowed for a moment. Guancher patted her shoulder. Don't be nervous. Mental fluctuations are the most important thing to avoid in this matter. That's right. Pudendona echoed, since we're here. Lin Zhao had to admit, this consolation was completely useless. But she asked again, is there no technique for choosing a door? Actually, it requires observation by the key itself. Pudendona didn't know how to explain it to her. It's not all observation, it's a feeling. That's too abstract. Anyway, you understand once you get inside. Lin Zhao looked at the platform approaching and asked one last question. You acquired the technology of so many worlds, learned so many abilities, and now look at such ordinary worlds. How does it feel? Guancher and Pudendona looked at each other. They had discussed this question many times in their long lives. A successful key would likely gain an extremely long lifespan, as it transcended the constraints of time and space. This might be a good thing. They had plenty of time to experiment and fail. And those dazzling technologies and abilities, like stamp collecting, gave people a deep sense of accomplishment. Is it really necessary? They asked themselves. Even if it meant destroying an entire planet, annihilating so many lives, would it be worth it? Guancher chuckled. If I told you how long I lived, you might not believe me. But I've seen too many civilizations rise, prosper, and then fall, the flames of these worlds eventually extinguishing themselves. The lifespan of ordinary civilizations is extremely short. No matter how brilliant their technology, it will be completely buried by the next war or the next famine. We are merely pioneers, preserving what might otherwise be lost forever. Putendona also said, we long since stopped measuring. Both of their eyes fell on Lin Xiao. At this point, Lin Xiao believed what they said. This sense of oppression felt unfamiliar to her. Stepping onto the platform at the top of the mountain, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and took her place in the center. Then I will begin. She spoke, her voice low but clear, resolute in the silence. Chapter 98. Since then, Shin Jiming has been staying mostly in Thorn. Especially on the rooftop. 2 weeks passed, and there was no news from Lin Xiao. He knew that Eleanor and Mu Qianfan didn't bother with him. It didn't matter, he didn't like him much. After all, he didn't have the nerve to ask. Until then, no one knew of Lin Xiao's request. The wind blew, and he stood alone under the sky they had once gazed upon together. Then use me. His own words echoed repeatedly in his mind. They were his own words. An uncontrollable emotion surged in his chest. It felt like a lifetime ago. He opened his eyes, and there stood a person before him. Shin Jiming didn't move, but the coldness between his brows deepened. Who is this fire directed at? It's not me, is it? Guancher's voice was tinged with challenge, but Shin Jiming didn't respond. What are you doing here? Just curious, so I came to ask you. Guancher stood there with a swagger, as if he were alone. The distant sentry immediately spotted him, alarms blaring, lights blinding, and guns pointed. But he paid no attention to the chaos he caused, only to focus on Shin Jiming. What did you teach Lin Xiao to do? He asked. Where is she? Guancher carefully observed Shin Jiming's expression. A drone loaded with weapons hovered behind him, but he paid no attention. He just wanted to see something from Shin Jiming's face. After a long moment, he seemed to have figured something out. He smiled knowingly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. You already planned to force him into a desperate situation. Why are you playing it so noble in front of me? Where is she now? Shin Jiming stubbornly asked, using his mental power to warn the approaching soldiers against any rash actions. If she's lost, we can't find her. Guancher threw his hands up, a look of despair. You're smart. A or B, choose either, and no one will be offended. But she's become a discarded pawn. Every word he said was piercing, and he suddenly raised his hand, clenching his fist. Shin Jiming had no idea what he was doing, but based on his abilities, he suspected he was blurring the boundaries of space to prevent a potential sneak attack. Or perhaps, he was isolating himself from the Alliance soldiers, forcing him to face it alone. So what's your purpose today? Why do you always ask me the same questions? Guancher stood impatiently, his arms folded, his gaze fixed. I'm here to ask you, what exactly did Lin Xiao do? How did she get into the rift between time and space? Shin Jiming's expression remained unchanged, but his heart felt as if it had sunk to ice. As expected, she had succeeded. Lin Xiao had previously told him she had come up with a plan. One that wouldn't successfully open that world and endanger reality, nor would it anger Galink or even hinder them. Since Galink wanted to gain information about other worlds, she would find a way to become an irreplaceable presence in that process. As they say, a spacetime is like a cell, pressed against each other, yet a gap always remains. The gap isn't like a door, it doesn't stably connect a world, but more like a window, allowing a glimpse of fragments but preventing a true crossing. To enter the gap and maintain a stable and intact body and consciousness between the door and the world, perhaps one could refer to the situation of Shin Jiming and Infinite Gold. That is, she could maintain her identity amidst the chaotic frequency fluctuations, refusing to be torn apart or devoured, and even exercising initiative. Of course, no one had ever considered doing such a thing, there was no precedent. Lin Xiao was simply risking everything, success or death. So, she needed to understand and quickly master Shin Jiming's use of mental power. With the help of Xiao and Nex, and under Shin Jiming's hands-on guidance, while she could never truly become a conductor, she had learned to emulate his methods. Using mental power as a bridge, she connected the vibrations of consciousness that communicated with the metal, forging a path that others could never imagine. Shin Jiming regained his composure and stared at Guanshi. After entering the rift in space-time, why do you still say you can't find her? Don't you think? A rift isn't a path, it's countless layers of fragments. After she entered, she no longer belonged to your world's coordinate system. In other words, she still exists, but no observation system can lock onto her. Guanshi raised his hand and casually traced the air, as if demonstrating. The trace of his fingertip instantly split into dozens of phantoms, overlapping and shifting, eventually dissolving into chaos. After she entered, she told me about her situation. He recalled the scene and laughed. Using this method of hurting the enemy 1,000 times, while hurting yourself 800 times to counteract me, you actually succeeded. What did she say? Shin Jiming let his emotions slip. Guanshi stared into the distance, silent for several seconds, then turned back to him with a hint of reluctance. She gave us what we wanted, but it was all noise. Besides, she can't get out, so we have to go deeper. The information that emerged from the gap wasn't the complete truth, but rather fragmented, chaotic symbols. But Lin Zhao's forte had always been transforming unreadable gibberish into understandable knowledge. Their painstaking sifting had backfired, strangling them. This matter could have been easily resolved, but they weren't without desires. Guanshi couldn't help but sneer, his anger mingled with a complex admiration. If this loophole could be restored, perhaps it could be turned from a key into a lock. Shin Jiming took a step forward, but an invisible force seemed to hold him back. He stood still. You let her choose, she gave her answer. Now, it's your turn. Guanshi sighed, then chuckled. I used to think mental power wasn't that important. The air around him distorted, as if enveloped by an invisible wave. The sound faded further and further away, until it completely dissipated. The soldiers, previously on alert around the rooftop, suddenly saw Shin Jiming's figure again. At the same moment, the roar of an aircraft approached. Eleanor practically jumped, stumbling a bit as she landed, but she didn't bother to steady herself as she rushed to him. Where's she? Where's Lin Yao? Shin Jiming lowered his eyes, and said in a calm voice, she can't come out, and we can't find her. Eleanor was stunned, her eyes blank for a moment. She seemed to have a vague understanding of what was going on, but she refused to accept it. She suddenly grabbed Shin Jiming's collar, demanding he explain more clearly. Shin Jiming remained expressionless. Just then, the terminal vibrated slightly. His eyes flickered, and he almost instantly raised his hand to click on it, completely oblivious to Eleanor's movements before him. It's a scheduled letter. Don't get excited. Eleanor, noticing his agitated expression, leaned over to take a look. I've been thinking for a long time, unsure who to leave this letter for. But my choice will put you in an awkward position after all. I'm a little sorry, so I just write it to you. First, let me make it clear that I make this decision as soon as I consider it possible. I never regretted it. Perhaps by the time you receive this letter, I'd be dead, or somewhere inexplicable. It's not that I don't have a strong desire to survive, I just want to do this. In my limited imagination, perhaps only in this way can I avoid shouldering such a heavy mission and responsibility, and the fate of peace and others won't be weighed on my shoulders. And perhaps I can finally escape my past. I thought I have. I built a career, made friends, and found people who love me. It's time for me to move on to a new life. But I can't reconcile. I once had the most horrible thought. After Lin Rui's death, I thought, finally, I wouldn't have to endure this kind of death torture anymore. Oh, I never told you. Lin Rui isn't my biological sister. I lost my family a long time ago. But then, it seemed like I was just a useless tool of the Alliance. I never forget the way they looked at me. I don't understand how suffering, not caused by me, could become a source of fear for others. Carrying this anger, I always wanted to escape. And this time, perhaps, was my chance. So, thank you for helping me. I don't know if you can guess my selfish motives. The first person who told me to consider the overall situation was you, Shin Jiming. I never imagined in my life that someone like me, someone who had emerged from the rubbish heap, would need to consider the bigger picture. Honestly, it was so disgusting. I wondered at the time, would I always have someone like this around who would make me feel like a saint? Then I thought, at least this person didn't want me dead. Compared to others, it's not so bad. I'm a good person, and can understand your perspective. What happened next, one after another, constantly redefined my understanding of human boundaries. I felt constantly busy, running to different places, and meeting different people every day. Those days aren't anything worth remembering. I never really enjoyed fighting. I wonder if anyone still remembers that. At first, I just enjoyed tinkering with machinery and wanted to make some money. But thank you for taking the time to bring me some candy. And thank you for respecting my decision. Now, I should be free. But please apologize to Brother Ronan for me. I quietly left my miserable life to him. And there's the teacher. Although she's always willing but unable to do what she wants, I'm truly happy that there are still people who won't push me forward, who won't force me to face things I don't like. As for Suemo, Mu Qianfan, and the others, let's just say I'm going on a long journey. The world out there is too unknown, and I don't know what I experience. Maybe I can come back, maybe not. Perhaps I return to this world as something strange, but please don't expect me to come back. I don't want to live in other people's assumptions and expectations anymore. Right now, I'm at my most rebellious stage, and I can't stand hearing anything unpleasant. Because I'm just an ordinary repairman. Let me stop here for now. I stopped hating you a long time ago. But I don't think I like myself that much yet. I decided to start giving myself some of the tolerance I give others. Chapter 99, Extra. Fulling, please check the mech's arm transmission. I think there's a bit of a lag. Okay, I'll be there after I update the plugin. Fulling shouted toward the door, but didn't move a muscle. She sighed at the 3 or 4 screens in front of her. Even a donkey wouldn't do that. Why haven't the newly graduated mech trainers arrived yet? If only Lin Zhao were here. Fulling knew she shouldn't miss someone she could share the burden with, when she was exhausted from work. But, if only she were here. Fulling thought that, having survived that experience, she would have a good life in the future. Everyone in Thorn knew what happened, but the only explanation they gave was that Lin Zhao was on a special mission. The Deep Crown Society had been completely wiped out 3 years ago, and with their demise, the primal metal seemed to have disappeared. Everything was going smoothly. Lin Zhao's disappearance hadn't made any difference. Everyone followed the established procedures. A closer look revealed some differences. Ronan, the rising star and gifted physician, completely broke away from the Alliance and expanded his research institute, establishing a monopoly on psychotropic drugs in just 4 years. He then sold it to the Alliance at a massive price. Everyone said he had a bad temper, but Fulling had seen him squatting at the harbor, waiting for Lin Zhao in a fawning manner. Perhaps his bad temper stemmed from constantly having to deal with people he disliked. Mu Qianfan, previously carefree, had become inexplicably calmer after Lin Zhao's departure. Whether genuine or feigned, he became less talkative. That Shinjiming never came back. And Colonel Eleanor, oh no, now a Major General. The Major General's combat style became increasingly fierce. He became a staunch advocate of Blitzkrieg, traveling the star system non-stop, racking up military exploits one after another. Fulling admired people who wore their ambitions so clearly on their faces. Everyone should be moving forward, right? But what's wrong with this broken plugin? Working with multiple things at once can easily lead to distraction and loss of focus. Fulling tapped away at the keys, deciding to start from scratch. Here, should I replace the entire module? It's not your problem. Judging by the data, it's the hardware that needs replacing. I take a look. Wait a minute. Don't worry. Fulling subconsciously switched back to her usual perfunctory workmanlike manner, stretching her neck and moving closer to the code. But this voice. She turned sharply, their eyes met, and a sharp crack erupted from her throat. The people outside, hearing the noise, rushed in, weapons drawn. Guns were pointed at the room, but the next moment, they froze, staring at each other. Familiar. Very familiar. Lin Zhao reached out to Fulling and pulled her up from the ground. Senior, you screamed like that, and I thought there was a ghost. Fulling's throat seemed blocked, unable to utter a single word. She clutched Lin Zhao's hand tightly, confirming several times. Alive? Is it really you? This cry, like a stone dropped into a deep well, instantly ignited the silence outside. The news spread like a flash of fire through the corridor. Fulling's mouth grimaced, her emotions welling up. Just as tears threatened to burst out, Lin Zhao quickly covered her mouth. I'm just passing through. Time is short, and I can't stay much longer. Save your tears for another time. Fu Ling was stunned, blinking tearfully. What, you're leaving? I'll be back. Are the others here? They're all out on missions. Lin Zhao uttered a faint oh, forced a smile, and composed herself. Next time, here's one for you. She held out a thin sheet of metal, nearly transparent, that folded itself back together with a gentle fold. What is this? Coordinates. Take this, and I'd be able to find them faster. Lin Zhao stared into her eyes, her tone steady but serious. Help me dispel the rumors. I'm not dead yet. Also, get Brother Luo Nan off that drug. Too much isn't good for him. With that, she drew a vertical line in the air with her backhand. Huh? Wait! Fu Ling's grasp missed her, and Lin Zhao vanished before her eyes. More and more people came to see Lin Zhao, but only the stunned Fu Ling remained inside. Eleanor naturally heard the news after she returned. It might have been just another person, spreading rumors like wildfire in a few hours, but Fu Ling was definitely not one to spread rumors for attention. You didn't mention our recent situation, did you? She confirmed this detail with Fu Ling. I absolutely didn't. I didn't have the time to tell you. She just appeared and left suddenly, Fu Ling replied solemnly. Eleanor's fingertips drummed on the table, and suddenly her lips curled into a half smile. Stinky girl. Major General. Fu Ling held the piece of metal, a little bewildered. If she hadn't received something, she would have thought she was hallucinating from working so long. What does Lin Zhao mean? That she could see us all along? But she can't find her way home? Wait a little longer. Eleanor's voice was calm. But Fu Ling knew that a truly calm person wouldn't nitpick. Lin Zhao's news wasn't deliberately blocked. A few days later, in the long silent chat group, Qingyu poked Mu Qianfan. I don't know, haven't seen him. What's the matter? So cold. Qingyu made a grieved expression. Is Thorn that busy? It feels like he hasn't been in a while. He asked Shen Jiming at the control console, but he just gave a perfunctory answer. I don't know, I don't see him often. What's wrong with you two? It's been so long, and you haven't spoken yet. Isn't it just about whether you agree or disagree with Lin Zhao's expedition? Why are you still arguing? Qingyu naturally noticed the subtle atmosphere between the two, but he only knew one side of the story. To him, Lin Zhao was just on a mission that he couldn't contact easily. Alright. Cheng Yu glanced at the messages from Su Mo and Cheng Wujiu in the group chat again, then snuck up to Shen Jiming and whispered, Tell me the truth, have you really not seen Lin Zhao in these 4 years? No. Shen Jiming's answer was brief, almost cold, his tone lacking even a hint of inflection. That's really, she's been hiding it quite well. Cheng Yu sighed with emotion. But there was no complaint in his words, only understanding. For Lin Zhao, the further away from this chaos, the better. Although the expedition was somewhat lonely, perhaps it was the best option. Shen Jiming made no response to Cheng Yu's comments. The page he had turned to remain still for a long time, the words blurring into a gray shadow. He suddenly stood up. I check. The weapons loadout. Oh, okay. This time, their joint operation was to strike down an independent tribe on the border that was colluding with the interstellar bandits. The original plan was to launch a full-scale offensive in 3 hours. And for Qingyu, the news of Lin Zhao's return was just a happy little incident. In a deserted corner, Shen Jiming opened his terminal. In the unsent messages column, there was only a blank message. He typed and deleted it countless times, unsure whether to send it or not. If she came back, would she have seen this too? Shen Jiming thought, his expression unconsciously relaxing, the corners of his lips even curling up slightly. But he had little time to be alone. That small group of rebels had preemptively struck, destroying the first hidden line of attack deployed by the Alliance. How could they have weapons like light particles? Where did they get them? The intelligence doesn't match at all? Qingyu quickly reviewed the new weapons information and redesigned his battle plan. At this point, let's fight. Fight what? Have you forgotten again? You're the commander. Where are you going? Shen Jiming didn't answer, his steps swift. Cheng Yu reached out to stop him, but his hand was empty. He could only watch as he walked down the expressway and disappeared through the battleship's hatch. Why doesn't anyone do their job these days? Cheng Yu immediately took over temporarily with the command staff. But as he watched Shen Jiming's mecha emerge from the ship, he knew what he was up to. The rebels' vanguard consisted of a group of mutant insect beasts, armed with what appeared to be biological weapons, making suppressive firepower too risky. In recent years, Shen Jiming had long since grown accustomed to operating alone, often using solitary combat to conserve energy and simplify deployment. As a commander, he was profoundly incompetent, but as a combatant, he was irreplaceable. Shen Jiming didn't really need to go out. He simply needed the occasional stimulation from the front lines. In the vast universe, his mech was tiny, almost isolated, but as his mental power spread, the tide began to tilt. The restlessness of the insect beasts suddenly subsided. But at the same time, the metal devices on their bodies seemed to be grasped by invisible hands, their surfaces rapidly cracking and folding, like pieces of ordinary, crumpled tinfoil. Cheng Yu stared at the monitor screen, his breathing suddenly stagnating. This was not something mental power could achieve. Amid the chaos, Shin Jiming, too, fell into a brief moment of daze. The force seemed to penetrate his nerves, familiar yet causing his heart to tighten. Amid the clash between the two armies, he suddenly turned his back, anxiously searching for a possible presence. But nothing was found. Only shattered metal debris drifted silently. Shin Jiming lowered his eyes, his breathing slowly slowing. His emotions were forced back into his rationality, a sudden change of heart. He needed to return and reconfirm what had just happened. As the battleship's hatch slowly closed, he returned with a stern expression. The soldiers inside couldn't help but exchange glances, their gazes complex and strange, as if they had witnessed something unusual. But he took long strides, paying no heed to their gazes. A lazy quip suddenly rang from behind him. "How can you be so careless in commanding a battle, like playing house?"